Learning that they would be playing as Feng in the game to repel the invading Hua Xiong, all the players looked relaxed, even boasting that they could defeat him in a single round. But only I knew just how formidable this general, appointed as a commander by Dong Zhuo, truly was. It turned out I had crossed over into a parallel blue star with a completely different historical trajectory, one where its people had never experienced events like the Five Barbarians Uprising or the Manchu invasion. The Great Xia Empire had always stood at the pinnacle of the world. Rapid technological advancements, coupled with the absence of external pressures, had driven society's pursuit of entertainment to its peak, giving rise to the Third Empire Game Development Competition. As one of the participants, I chose to base my game on the history of the Yanhuang civilization from my previous life, spanning from the Qin Emperor's unification of the Six States to the Three Kingdoms era. The weight of 5,000 years of history filled players with an insatiable desire for exploration. At 6 p.m. sharp, the submission portal for the game development competition closed, and hundreds of thousands of games were simultaneously released across major platforms. These games would undergo a month-long battle royale, from which the top 128 would be selected for the offline elimination rounds. Although the odds of advancing were less than 1 in 10,000, it did nothing to dampen the fervor of game developers, as breaking through meant both fame and fortune. Equally tense and excited were the game streamers from various platforms, among them Xiaoyang. As a game streamer on Douyin and a former Special Forces soldier in the army, he had built a reputation for critiquing major games. When encountering a poorly made game, he would unleash intimate greetings directed at the developer's immediate family. But when faced with a well-crafted game, his streaming style would transform entirely, captivating a large audience with his formidable skills and meticulous commentary. This had earned him a spot among Douyin's second-tier game streamers. At this moment, as Yu Chaoyang just started his stream, hundreds of viewers flooded into the live chat, and the barrage of comments was uniformly aligned. The Third Reich game competition is freshly announced, looking forward to Brother Yang's performance later. Hope Brother Yang can achieve great results again and make all those developers cry. Not necessarily. What if they actually come across a good game? What are you joking about? What kind of good game can be made in 5 months? It's just searching for gold in a pile of crap. The streamers and their audience were joking around, clearly not holding much hope for the competition's games. And honestly, what kind of good game could be made in just 5 months? Even capable major studios wouldn't waste their best titles in the preliminary rounds, they'd save them for the more intense 32 or 16 team brackets. Don't worry, bros, your streamer will take the first bite of this delicacy as a tribute, Yu Chaoyang said, rubbing his hands together before opening the Third Reich's official website. However, his casual expression made it clear that his mindset was no different from his audience, as neither had high expectations for the games in the preliminary rounds. Lying in his motion-sensing pod, he flicked his finger, and a dazzling array of game pages instantly appeared before him. Forget playing them, just the bizarre names alone made his lips twitch uncontrollably. Legends of Wuxia Heroes? Seriously, bro, it's the 22nd century. Don't you know guns are faster beyond 7 paces? I'm out here carpet bombing with big mushrooms, and you're still stuck on Jianghu vendettas? 0 immersion, 0 points. And then there's this one devour, evolution from paramecium. So, according to this terrible developer, I'm supposed to start evolving from a single-celled organism? 0 points. And now, the piece de resistance goblin breeding. What kind of carbon-based lifeform came up with that name? Next. With a tap of his finger, another game appeared: Three Kingdoms Domination. The moment he saw the description on the page, Yu Chaoyang's eyes rolled so hard his audience knew a rant was coming. Sure enough, after a 3-second build-up, he unleashed, "First, let us savor this name, Three Kingdoms Domination." As the name suggests, it's a game centered around the clash of 3 nations. You might not see an issue, but guess what genre this game is? History. And not just history, freaking alternate history at that. As everyone knows, historical games are already rare in the industry, and for good reason. The Great Xia Empire's own history is so dazzling, with every ruler being a once-in-a-generation powerhouse. So, under these circumstances, could there possibly be anything more awe-inspiring than Great Xia's history? Of course not. So, in summary, the developer of this game is a legend, and anyone who plays it can consider their life fulfilled. As soon as the words were spoken, the live chat instantly exploded with comments. Damn, that was savage. The streamer's combat skills are officially approved. I'm genuinely curious, under what circumstances would anyone dare to make a historical game? Did they get food poisoning from cheap takeout or something? The barrage of comments erupted with fervor, launching a verbal assault on Three Kingdoms conquest. It couldn't be helped given the unique context of the Great Xia Empire. Historical games rarely stood out. With virtual technology now ubiquitous, the mere challenge of immersion was enough to deter 90% of game studios. This was precisely why so many netizens were resistant to Three Kingdoms conquest, unless, of course, the game came with a meticulously crafted and historically plausible narrative. But is it possible? A stinking game maker, and you ask him to write history? All of the above thoughts were almost the common consensus of Yu Chaoyang and even all the water users. No one is optimistic about this historical overhead game. With the idea that if you're going to eat anyway, you might as well eat the most foul-smelling piece of it. Yu Chaoyan's finger slowly clicked on the Three Kingdoms battle icon. Brothers, this godly game, the anchor is playing for you. Ali give, start. Chapter 3 Blow up the CG. Qin sweeps the six heavens. May the emperor of the great Tang dynasty be honored. After clicking on Three Kingdoms, the original colorful screen was instantly replaced by a black screen. This process lasted for more than 10 seconds, during which pop-ups were flying. Open the disk open. Let's see how long Brother Yang, can hold out, buy and leave, ow. This Godman game, the opening is blacked out for more than 10 seconds, what good content can there be? I bet Brother Yang will die of poison in less than 5 minutes. Ooh. You think too highly of this game. I bet 3 minutes. I bet the live cut of Yang dying of poison will explode tomorrow. A once-in-a-decade overhead history game, I'm just so excited to see how big a pile the author can make. The live recording has been activated, see you in Doi now. Firecracker Lu Ming. After opening the broadcast for just a few minutes, Yu Chaoyan's live broadcast room reached thousands of people. Before the game even started, the mocking and disdainful pop-up style swept through the entire live room. Until the immensely dark image was rendered by a flash of color, followed by a rapid expansion until it filled the entire field of vision. A female figure with a human head and a snake's body appeared in an interface in the style of a landscape painting, and the colorful stone seeds held in her hand brought color to everything. Two large characters written in gilt outlines with dragons and phoenixes appear on the side, Nuwa. An ethereal yet emotional female voice slowly exploded in everyone's ears. In the ancient times, the great god Nuwa used clay as the basis to fabricate the human race, and then the race was able to develop rapidly, and its name was Yin Huang. At the time when everything was flourishing, the sky and the earth were torn apart, and the mother of Yin Huang used the five-colored stone to mend heaven and earth, setting the tone for Yin Huang to win the victory of man over the heavens. When the world was suddenly flooded, other races prayed to heaven, but only Yin Huang firmly believed that man would prevail over heaven and resisted natural disasters with their mortal bodies, and the legend of Dayu's water treatment was deeply rooted in their hearts. Since then, the words "man will triumph over heaven" have become the unchanging spiritual soul of the Yin Huang race. The voice ended abruptly, but the image was rapidly rotating. From Nuwa mending the sky, to Quafu chasing the sun, to Jingwei filling the sea, Dayu curing the water, and Yugong removing the mountain. A scene in the style of a landscape painting appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The painting style was simple, but it had penetrated the hearts of the people in a very short period of time with people will win. That unyielding spirit, unwilling flesh, vividly reflected in front of the eyes of the crowd in the live broadcast room. But before they could react, the landscape painting style screen changed again. A stirring sound of war drums and jingoistic sounds resounded in their ears. In 2070, the first slavery empire was born, named Xia, which flourished in the hands of Yao, Shan, and Yu, the three emperors, i.e., they set the tone for Yin Huang to win the victory of man over heaven, and they even formulated the hereditary system, which had a great influence on the later generations. However, there are no eternal dynasties, and the Xia dynasty was destroyed by the tyranny of Xia Jie and the Battle of Ming Pass. In the 1600s, a feudal empire called Xiong replaced Xia. But the demise of the regime did not let the civilization of the Yellow Emperor break. In the period of the Xiong dynasty, the Yellow Emperor's civilization ushered in a vigorous development, the birth of the writing oracle bone script, the same time the development of bronze weapons reached its peak. However, the world will be divided for a long time, before 1046 Zhou Wu Wang Gfa overthrew the tyranny of the Xiong dynasty. With the feudal system, patriarchal system, ritual, and music system will be the civilization of the Yellow Emperor again pushed up to the peak, but also buried the root of the trouble. The existence of the feudal system, so that the Zhou dynasty group of males and females, and ultimately by the seven more powerful regime, divided up the unification of the Zhou dynasty regime, so far the Yanhuan land into the era of the seven warring states, the war of arms and the people are not bored. Until the appearance of the man. The sound came to an abrupt end, the picture began to shift again. Among them are the great achievements of the Xia dynasty, as well as the beacon fire of the Zhou dynasty, and even the legendary anecdote of King Wen of the Zhou dynasty, who won the fortune of his country for 800 years by pulling a cart for 800 paces. That a subtle and cute little man constructed into a vivid picture scroll, people cannot help but indulge in. The unique history of the heavy feeling comes to the face. It was at this point that the original ethereal and bland narrative voice turned violently and became agitated and shocking. A figure with his back to the heavens, shrouded in gilded black dragon robes, appeared. The figure slowly turned around, revealing a face with resolute eyes yet filled with the aura of an imperial dragon. As he slowly drew out the long sword at his waist, 1,000,000 troops instantly swept across the entire heaven and earth. Felling without end, plundering without bounds, the dragon's might shakes the heavens for 10,000 miles. He was born as the common lord of the world, died as the ancestral dragon of the Yellow Emperor, since the day when 6 sharp swords were hanging in his cranial tripod, since the time when the 6 remaining martyrs fell on his shoulders, he began to regard the world as a hostile, waiting for an opportunity to embark on the hegemony of the unification of the world. He is to use a country's dragon vein, crash the 6 countries of the luck. He is to use the great Qin's sword iron hooves, shooting flat 9 wild and crushing the 8 deserts, sweeping away the 7 warring states of the war up to more than 200 years of war and chaos of the military deserts. Vertical yin qi horizontal chu wei, fulfill the king's way and control the 6, cut down the vassals to destroy Hanzhou, with the military way and shock the 9 states. He was able to fight for the aftermath of the 6th dynasty, play the triumphant song of the 10 years, and replace the 6th harmony with a unified one. The Qin king, Ying Zhang, finally opened the way for the unification of the world, and his virtues and merits cover the 5 emperors, and later people will call him the first emperor of Qin. Since we can't catch him with 300 men, let's use 3,000. 30,000 men. 300,000. I've only been fighting the war for 10 years, while the war between the 7 kingdoms has been fought for 200 years. King Yingzheng of Qin waved his sleeve robe and a few large characters appeared on the screen. Wind. 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 Windy. That stirring rendering of the narration, coupled with the lifelike composition of the picture, caused the entire broadcast room to freeze. It was as if the first emperor, who had unified the world and had the same book and the same railroad, had really appeared in front of his eyes. The original disdainful and mocking pop-up screen was covered by a clear color of question marks. This CG, this writing skills, you call this thing a game? Who has the author's contact info? Tell him to stop making games and go make movies. I'll give him a supplement if he doesn't make $1 billion or $10 billion. The Qin Shi Huang is quite like the founding emperor of the Daxia Empire. What a Yan Huang! What a Qin Shi Huang! You guys are blowing it out of proportion, aren't you? It's just 4 dynasties, Xia, Shang, Zhou, and Qin, only 2,000 years of history, so where do you guys get off talking about it so much? Don't forget, these days there are a lot of people who make CG games with their hearts and feet. That's right. A game is never as good as its CG, it's the game itself. Hiss. That's not unreasonable. Where's Brother Yang? What are you waiting for? Yes, yes, yes. The CG of this godly game can't be spit out, so hurry up and give us a taste of the game's flavor. If it's barely playable, I'm going to taste it just because of the CG. Looking at the pop-ups, Yu Chaoyang was dumbfounded and explained, brothers, it's not that the anchor doesn't play. It's the fact that this crap game doesn't respond. It's not responding? Wait a minute. You guys, this Godman game, you didn't just make a CG and put it up, did you? I don't know. I've seen with the heart to do CG with the feet to do the game, but this only do CG do not do the game. I'm still the first time to see. 6. God's game, God's author, God's author. Yu Chaoyang's simple sentence made the atmosphere of the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room turn straight down again. However, right at this moment, the originally dark screen once again lifted its luster. May I take the honorable title for His Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty? The name is Heavenly Khan. Chapter 4, Is This a Game? Distinctly a history. Don't stop the whine, don't stop the song, play the broken music again towards the sky. He was born with the posture of a dragon and phoenix, and at the age of only 18, he followed his father to start the army, and in every battle he always jumped on his horse and went deep into the enemy's line, and even if he was hit by a stray bullet, he also drew himself up and fought again. He only rely on the hands of 3 feet fixed Tang sword, crotch chasing the wind Zalo purple, waist 5 stone huge K-Bao, a song of the Qin king broken formation music, can be for Tang dynasty life for 30 years, leading the way and open the sky. Wuda 9 years on June 3, Qin Wang Li Shimen raid of a group of close friends, in front of the Zhuan woman to kill the second brother, the real dragon sat down to blackmail his father, forcing him to change the Prince Zen throne, and ultimately, Li Shimen ascended to the throne, was Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, the year Jingguan. 10,000 states came to the dynasty since then. Yan Huang civilization also ushered in the peak, later called by the world, the Eastern Hemisphere talker, the strongest carbon-based organisms in the 7th century. Erlang, I grant you the title of General of Tianzi. I will control the armies of the world. Li Shimen's hands clenched tightly as the empire called Tang in the picture expanded its boundaries until it radiated the entire Eastern Hemisphere. 10,000 states came to court, culture flourished like never before, and 4 large gilt characters with dragons and phoenixes appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The rule of Jingguan. As the screen hit the pause button, the live broadcast was instantly swept by pop-ups. King Li Shimen of the Great Tang Dynasty? Are you saying that my Qin dynasty has fallen? No. How could Qin Shi Huang's wail of a world dissipate into history? It must be a fake. It's a fake. Didn't the CG author say that the world will be divided when it is united? The rise and fall of dynasties is a natural law of heaven and earth? That's right. Do you think all countries are like the Xia Empire? And that every person at the helm of a country is a man from heaven? Hey! According to the CG description, there must be other dynasties in the middle of the Qin and Tang dynasties, but the author didn't finish it all at once. I'm really convinced. The strongest carbon-based organism in the 7th century and the spokesperson of the Eastern Hemisphere. That's a big name, but I don't know if the actual performance in the game can support that name. No, doesn't anyone find it outrageous? A 1,000-year-old man has to get on a horse and kill the enemy. Throughout the history of the Daxia Empire, there has never been an emperor personally present on the battlefield. In fact, I also want to spit out just now, an emperor even have to imperial army, simply outrageous. What is the difference between this and the big head soldier? Yes, think of my Daxia Empire emperor, all are not sitting in the high hall, kill the enemy in the invisible, on the horse to kill the emperor can be called the emperor? In the end, it's a game, even the emperor's personal expedition is out of the question. Funny. Is Li Shimin the king of Qin an emperor? Wasn't he the one who carved out all the territory of the Tang Dynasty? What's there to argue about? Can't you watch the CG and do it yourself if you can? Lawyer's warning. The audience in the live broadcast room used this as a spear point to divide into two camps and started a heated argument. One side believes that the immediate emperor is purely a gimmick created by the author, and that there will be no emperor at all. On the other hand, one side thinks that the author's setting is the biggest in the world, regardless of the content of the game, at least the CG is wonderful enough. Yu Chaoyang looked at the smoke and mirrors of the live broadcasting room and couldn't help but be in a dilemma. However, looking into his heart, he still slightly favored the former, as he also didn't believe that there would be an emperor who would go on an imperial expedition. This was because there had never been an immediate emperor at the helm of the Great Xia Empire. The so-called overhead history was just a magical alteration of the history of the Grand Xia Empire, so how could something beyond common sense occur? I've never seen it, so I don't believe it. After all, the author can't really make up a history worth checking out just because he's making a game, can he? However, looking at the popularity of the live room that had risen due to the quarrel, Yu Chaoyang still felt deeply gratified. He made up his mind that even if the actual level of the game was a piece of, he would grit his teeth and insist on passing. Don't ask why, the greater the expectation the greater the disappointment. Black and red is also red. It was at this time that the originally silent screen once again lifted a flash of light. Founding of the country, Great Ming. Founding of the Yuan Dynasty, Hanggu. Jia among men at the top of the mountain, the sun and moon reopened the great unified heaven. He is a beggar origin but also get the highest and most positive, no piece of tile from the body without complete clothes, to driving seal 9 or 5 to wrap up all the 8 sides of the spring, swinging 9 barbarians churned up the weekday chilling. Although he has done the monk but also kill the most, to kill in the world of chaos, from the 18 layers of hell feet on the 150,000 wreckage, hard to kill on the 33 heavy green sky. High building walls and wide grain slow king, so that he from a red scarf army, soldiers up in the left and right of the river to kill in the north and south, and finally expelled the Hu captives to restore the yellow, to be located in the Hanggu emperor. Abolition of the prime minister, punish corrupt officials, the rise of the imperial examinations, and make him body created 10 years of the rule of Hanggu, the body of the 30 years of the country, the body of the 300 years of the Ming Dynasty. Is to kill a lot of people. Feng Tian Hall is a river of blood, but our Ming world is thriving. Tell the sun to stand down, stand down. The man turned back, and a face that showed all the signs of an emperor appeared in front of him, his hands holding up to push Yan Huang's civilization to the peak once again. The scene ends with a figure hanging from a crooked neck tree on Coal Mountain. A few large gilt letters in dragon's flight appeared before the eyes of the crowd. The Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country, the king dies for the gods. As the screen returned to calm, the live broadcast fell into a 3-second-long vacuum until it erupted with a bang. The overwhelming pop-ups instantly swept the entire live broadcast room. Opening a bowl and eventually sitting on that 9-5? Nima. The novels don't dare to write like this. No wonder CG said at the beginning of the founding emperor of the Ming Dynasty, the most positive, beggar origin, hard to kill on the 9-5, indeed, the right place. Expulsion of the Hu captives to restore the Yanhuang, means in the hands of Li Shimin, Yanhuang race has been bullied and humiliated? How can that be? It was all sealed as the strongest carbon-based creature in the 7th century. There must have been other dynasties between the Tang Dynasty and the Great Ming Dynasty that led to the weakening of Yanhuang. Yes, with this dog author's piss, it must have said 3 points and left 7 points. Mad, who has the full version of this CG? This 3 words tickle my heart. The full version you're thinking about fart eating, this author is clearly asking us to explore the game. The Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country, the king dies for the gods, what a great Ming Dynasty. The pop-up swept by and suddenly came to an abrupt end. It was only because the silent image once again took on a luster. But surprisingly, this time it did not depict the history of Yan Huang in the third person again. What appears in the picture is a black and white style film that runs horizontally across the entire frame. On each frame of film, a lifelike figurine is printed, and above the figurine is the corresponding dynasty in time. Xia, Shang, Zhou, Qin, Han, 3 kingdoms, Jin, North and South dynasties, Sui, Tang, 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, Song, Yuan, Ming and Shang. One by one, the villain kept flashing through the screen until a cannon sounded and the empire blasted open the gates of Yanhuang with opium. 5,000 years of splendor in one stroke, 100 years of humiliation in 2 books. The moment the voice stopped, the film began to flow rapidly until it was fixed. An ethereal female voice appeared in the ear. A group of heroes is rising, and 3 kingdoms are in power. The dynasty you unlocked this time is 3 kingdoms. As the voice fell, Yu Qiang gulped, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes. Brothers, I apologize for my earlier remarks. Because this author, it seems, is really for this game. Compiled a history. Chapter 5 Opening Pan Feng. What the hell is this Hua Xiong? Film framing. The picture suddenly takes on a twisted vortex shape, and Yu Qiang's consciousness villain is swept up in it. The game began, and the audience in the live broadcast room once again engaged in a heated discussion. Xia, Qin, Tang, Ming. I just took a screenshot and counted, a full 15 dynasties. Nima, 15 dynasties, and you're fooling us with the CGs of 4 of them? Where's the rest? The beginning is really amazing. No one has ever compiled a history because of a game. As long as the content of this game is acceptable, it will surely be a god. Whoops, what the hell is this 3 kingdoms? Why not Qin, Tang, or Ming dynasties? Dog author. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. I hope the content of this game can support the amazing and stunning CG. No, you guys are too naive. Do you really think the author is compiling a history for the sake of a game? I'm just kidding. That's right. How vast is the workload of a history? I guess it's this author's way of tricking the players into killing the game. Whether it's true or not, just take a look at this so-called 3 kingdoms contest. Between the pop-ups rolling around, a walking text appeared on the screen. Qin sweeps the 6th Chu Han fight. Finally Han Gaozu Liu Bang won the world. After 405 years of wind and rain, the empire standing at the top of the world finally ushered in the decline. The traitor Dong Zhuo entered the capital, holding the emperor hostage and ordering the vassals. This dragon slayer boy finally became an evil dragon, triggering the dissatisfaction of the world's heroes, the 18 vassals, under the slogan of annihilating the Dong traitors and supporting the Han Dynasty, swore blood oaths at Sour Zhao Rendezvous and Bisui Pass to formally start the crusade. Please choose your character. Different characters have different storylines and endings. Monarchs, Yuan Shu, Liu Dai, Dong Zhuo, Bao Xian, Sun Jian, Cao Cao, Liu Bei. You can choose after clearing the level once. Generals, Yan Liang, Wen Shou, Zhang Yi, Gao Dan, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Xing Daorong. Literary ministers, Frustration, Tian Feng, Sun Yu, Zhuge Liang, Fa Zhang, Gui Jia, Zhou Yu. A lifelike, excellent image of the characters appear in the picture. From the monarch down to the civil officials and military generals, almost all of them are included. Yu Qiang looked at the array of choices and fell into a tangle. According to the previous text description, this so-called Great Han should be a dynasty after Qin Shi Huang's Qin Dynasty. After more than 400 years of wind and rain, ushering in the end of the road, the traitorous Dong Zhuo entered the capital to hold the Son of Heaven hostage, and the 18 vassals united to crush the thief. Yu Qiang's self-talking voice rang out, obviously already deeply immersed in the historical background of the 3 kingdoms. Since we're going to crusade against the thieves, we definitely need to go to war, so we can be the first to rule out the civil minister option, and well, the monarch column can also be ruled out. I'm 5 big and 3 thick, choosing a monarch properly wreaks havoc on the world. Now there's still the column of military generals left. Brothers, who do you think I'll choose? The pop-ups immediately gave a response, but they all held their own opinions, and the reasons for their choices were varied. Brother Yang, choose Zhang Fei. This name sounds like an iron-headed waif, it must be especially suitable for you. Then to suit Brother Yang, it has to be Wen Shou. Wen Shou must be very ugly, exactly the same as Brother Yang. Lawyer's letter warning. Brother Yang, how about Xing Daorong? After all, it's the one with the longest name. The pop-ups were flurrying, and Yu Qiang pondered for a moment before finally choosing a very smooth-looking martial artist. Pan Feng. Yu Qiang explained, brothers, Dragon Phoenix, this person with a phoenix in his name must be very strong. It doesn't matter even if the strength isn't strong, I am at least from the special forces, beating a group of ancients isn't a handful? Let's do it. Let me see how good this game is. As the character selection was completed, the screen abruptly went black. Immediately afterward, a sound of jingoistic engagements rang out, with battle flames and drums shaking the sky. When Yu Qiang's field of vision appeared to glow, he was already in the camp of the 18 vassals to discuss Dong. Life memories like a tidal wave in front of his eyes. Just a moment, Yu Qiang grasped as much as possible, cannot help but excited. Brothers, see. I told you this Pan Feng is a ruthless man. Since he was young, he was stronger than his peers, and by the time he reached adulthood, he had already beaten all of his peers, and was even used by Han Fu, one of the 18 vassals. This opening, this physical quality, together with the anchor from the army to exercise a body of kung fu, kill this group of ancient people is not when killing pigs and dogs? The pop-up screen immediately gave a response. It's broken. It seems like it's really digging into Brother Yang. What's this about the 18 vassals fighting against Dong? I think this is purely a personal stage show for Brother Yang. I'm glad I didn't listen to the screen to pick Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. One is a janitor and the other is a pig slaughterer. They're just the best of the best. According to the development of this trend, the future of the three kingdoms is estimated to be Dong Zhuo, Yuan Shao, plus Han Fu. Brother Yang's opening. Yu Chaoyang was secretly delighted and swept his eyes over the people at the scene while he began to explore the game's features. The game function was very simple, there was only one hosting and acceleration. Acceleration, as the name suggests, speeds up the flow of the game. Hosting, on the other hand, lets go of the mind and is operated by the system. Both functions are monotonous. However, Yu Chaoyang's evaluation of the game had risen by 1 point without realizing it. The graphics are excellent, the characters are full and rich, and the large territory leads to a high degree of playability. Just as he was secretly speculating, a general hurriedly rushed into the camp of the allied forces of the vassals and kneeled on one knee. Report! Report to the Alliance Lord. Hua Xiong, the vanguard general of Dong Zhuo's old bandits, led the Zhuge Liang army in front of the pass and called out, saying that whoever can cut off Cao Cao's dog's head will be spared his death. Yuan Shao sniffed, heavily slammed his porcelain bowl on the table, and said in a deep voice, "We have just gathered together and the Zhuge Liang army has come to challenge us. Are there any great heroes willing to offer the head of Hua Xiong's dog to me?" Yu Chaoyang's face was delighted, and just as he was about to open his mouth, he was rudely interrupted by a voice. The last general requests to fight. Yu Shibi stepped out, his face resolute. "Within 10 rounds, I will behead Hua Xiong's dog." "Good. Fetch some wine to fortify General Yu." Yu Shu took the bowl of wine and drank it all in one go, stepping out of the camp with a dragon's stride. Yuan Shu had a smile on his lips, obviously very confident. "Meng De, go on with your strategy." Looking at the laughing and talking 18 vassals, Yu Chaoyang could not help but deflate his mouth. "Mard. Speak slowly. I'll let that bastard Yu Shibi take it away from me." Just then, a soldier rushed into the camp again. Report! General Yu was cut down in one round of battle with Hua Xiong. Many vassals' faces were shocked when they heard this, and allied Lord Yuan Shao was even more gloomy to the extreme. Who dares to fight Hua Xiong again? Han Fu took a step forward and said in an even voice, "Lord Yuan, I have General Pan Feng, holding 100 Cadillacs that has the courage of 1,000,000 men. This man will surely be able to decapitate Hua Xiong's dog's head. Where is General Pan?" Yuan Shao swept his gaze around. Yu Chaoyang immediately looked happy and cast a grateful gaze towards his lord Han Fu. "Good guy, when sleep comes, someone sends a pillow. The old boy's gone wide. Don't worry, with this trust, I'll help you to unify the world." Yu Chaoyang took a step forward. "The last general is here." Yuan Shao towered over him and scrutinized. "Do you dare to fight Hua Xiong?" Yu Chaoyang made an album with his hands, and his pupils flashed with a hint of fervor. "My great axe has been hungry and thirsty for a long time." "Good. Fetch the wine. Brace yourself for General Pan's journey." Yu Chaoyang picked up the bowl of wine and drank it all in one go, then he slammed the bowl on the ground, lifted the 100 caddy mountain opening axe, and drove his horse out to kill. "It's bad. It's a real game for Brother Yang. Guess how many rounds it took for Brother Yang to cut down that Hua Xiong? I guess 3 rounds. Brother Yang is from the special forces, he can beat these ancient people with his hands. Don't say that, this game is really not bad, it's not some shoddy garbage game. +1, the sound of jingoistic war drums makes my blood boil. Waiting for Brother Yang to chop Hua Xiong under his horse, I'll also open a pit to go and kill Pan Feng Gaga in the opening game. Look, look, look. Brother Yang and Hua Xiong are fighting each other. Hissing. How come Hua Xiong is so strong? Can Brother Yang win? Nonsense, I'm sure. Ha! Brother Yang got his head chopped off by Hua Xiong with a knife? Seeing Hua Xiong holding the horse rope with one hand and dancing with the long sword in his hand, Yu Chaoyang was chopped off his horse in just one glance. His head flew up under the sunlight, and fell down heavily, dying without resting in peace. Hua Xiong condescended and spat. Bah! What trash! Chapter 6, Hua Xiong charges up like a 100-ton king. Hua Xiong's sarcastic words resounded in the broadcast room. As expected, the pop-up screen instantly exploded. But it wasn't because of Hua Xiong's taunts, but because of Yu Chaoyang. Didn't you say Special Forces veteran? Why did you give someone a second? Ambitious before the war, silent after. It's not right, Yang's strength is obvious to everyone, how come he can't even go 1 round? Is he not awake? No matter who you are, hurry up and get off my brother Yang. Quick, precise and ruthless, this Hua Xiong is not a simple man. Upstairs is reasonable, I am a fighting master. This Hua Xiong, whether it's the timing of the knife, or the angle, can be called tricky. It seems to be immersed in it for many years of veterans, not simple. Why is the pop-up screen getting more and more mysterious? Is it really that god? Brothers, I don't blame Brother Yang. I just chose Pan Feng and got seconded by Hua Xiong's move, too. And me. I can only say that this game is a bit of a thing, that Hua Xiong's charge with his horse gave me the feeling of an oncoming 100-ton king. My brain is dead. Hiss. Let me go find out if it's real or not. Yu Chaoyang didn't pay attention to the flurry of pop-ups, he just subconsciously touched his neck. It was as if Hua Xiong's slash across time and space had really chopped off his head. At the same time, a strong wave of incredulity rose from the bottom of his heart. Him, a veteran of the Grand Xia Empire Army Special Forces, being given a single second? Despite being very reluctant to admit it, the corpse of Pan Feng lying on the ground was the best proof. He took a deep breath, and two options suddenly popped up at the bottom of his eyes. Start over, reselect characters. Continue the deduction, view the Inferno Earth from a third perspective. Looking at the two options in front of him, he chose to start over without hesitation. Brothers, this time it's a mistake by the anchor. It's my first time playing, I don't have much experience, but don't worry, Anchor has already found the trick. This time I will definitely cut Hua Xiong down. Yu Chaoyang chose to restart, and the screen once again set off a twisted swirl-like shape. What appeared in front of him was clearly the character options from the first time he entered the game. Among the many characters, he resolutely chose Pan Feng once again. Stand up from where you fell. Last time it was Anchor who was careless and didn't flash. This time let's show everyone how Anchor took Hua Xiong's dog's head with 3 swords. As the voice fell, Yu Chaoyang reappeared in the camp of the 18 vassals' allied army. Familiar picture, familiar plot. A general hurriedly rushed into the camp of the allied vassals and knelt on one knee. Report. Report to the Alliance Lord. Hua Xiong, the old Dong Zhuo thief's vanguard general, led the Zhuge Liang army in front of the pass and called out, saying that whoever can cut off Cao Cao's dog's head will be spared his death. Allied Lord Yuan Shao's face was grim as he gazed around. We have just gathered and the Western Liang army has come to challenge us. Are there any great heroes willing to offer the head of Hua Xiong's dog to me? Without waiting for Yushu to speak out, Yu Chaoyang took a step forward. My general, Pan Feng, requests to fight. Yuan Shao was overjoyed. Men, fetch some wine. To honor General Pan. Yu Chaoyang's face was resolute and waved his hand. No need. It won't be too late to drink this wine after I behead Hua Xiong's dog's head. These bold words caused the eyes of the 18 vassals to light up on the spot. Cao Cao's eyes were even more eager as he looked at Pan Feng, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a tiger general. Unfortunately, not owned by me, Cao Mingda. Seemingly sensing Cao Mingda's longing eyes, Han Fu took a step out and blocked between the two. Lord Yuan, Pan Feng is the upper general under my command, holding 100 Catty Mountain opening axe. Tiny Hua Xiong, not worth mentioning. Come, drink. Magnificent laughter resounded in the allied camp, and at this moment, Yu Chaoyang had already driven his horse to the city gate. In the distance, Dong Zhuo's army was swarming with people, and the snorting sound of the horses under their hips sounded from time to time, and the long spears of the horses were hairy in the heart. The sound of war drums on the city wall kept ringing out, and the soldiers beating the drums shouted encouragement. I wish General Pan a triumphant return. To support the Han Dynasty. I wish General Pan a triumphant return. To support the Han Dynasty. I wish General Pan a triumphant return. To support the Han Dynasty. The killing atmosphere of Jingo and Iron Horse came to the surface, and the warlike gene hidden in the bones was stimulated almost instantly, and the body could not stop trembling. Not because of fear, but because of excitement. A man's life is nothing but military, politics and history. Nowadays, in the presence of the battlefield, and what man is not exuberant for it? Unconsciously, Yu Chaoyang's evaluation of this game in his heart has once again risen to a higher level. He took a deep breath and drove his horse to the center of the battlefield, then turned over and dismounted, shouting, Hua Xiong, little boy, can you dare to dismount and fight with Grandpa me? Ha ha ha. Magnificent laughter rang out, and a driving horse figure killed out from the army, getting faster and faster, and without the slightest intention of calling a halt. In Yu Chaoyang's eyes, the one who is coming to kill is not Hua Xiong? It is clearly 100 tons of king. The impact of the attack is not enough for outsiders to understand. But he didn't wimp out and didn't dodge, he just quietly watched as the distance between the two sides continued to close. Seeing the imminent collision, Hua Xiong violently pulled the horse rope. The front hooves of the horse suddenly raised high, actually stopped the charge. This scene immediately set off a huge wave in the live broadcast room. 80 kilometers per hour, one-handed strangulation, what kind of monster core power is this? Nima, this brother Yang is also a great artist, he doesn't even hide, I'm scared to pee through the screen. No wonder Dong Zhuo is able to command his vassals. Hua Xiong is a bulldozer on the battlefield, and he's just pushing his way through the ancient Cold War era. That's right. This Hua Xiong is simply too scary, who lets players fight the boss right after the game. Unfortunately, Hua Xiong will eventually pay for his arrogance. Yang's killing skills, honed from the special forces, are destined to be beyond the imagination of a game writer who knocks on code. As soon as Hua Xiong decided to dismount and kill Yu Chaoyang, the crowd of aquatic friends in the live streaming room pronounced the death sentence on him. After all, how can a character that is materialized by knocking codes be compared to the actual killing techniques of the army? Hua Xiong condescendingly looked at Yu Chaoyang, his eyes actually rare floating a trace of respect. Turning over and dismounting from his horse, the long sword in his hand was heavily inserted into the ground. Humph! I can't imagine that amongst the 18 rats, there are still heroes and heroines like you. This courage of yours is worthy of your grandpa Hua Xiong's proper eyes. Come. Report your name. Grandpa Hua Xiong doesn't cut down nameless people under his sword. Hua Xiong's voice was like a bell, and under his eyes was an overflowing appreciation. Yu Chaoyang similarly inserted his mountain opening axe into the ground and said tit for tat. Your grandfather's name is Pan Feng, the character Wuxuan. What a Pan Wuxuan. Wait for your grandpa Hua Xiong to see if you deserve this word. The two of them set up a stance, just like ready to fight each other in a short fist fight to the flesh. Yu Chaoyang's stance is the signature of the Gaixia Empire's military, the art of fighting and killing. Drink! Hua Xiong let out a bellowing cry and took the lead, and when his toes stepped violently, the heavy iron fist was already blasting in front of his eyes. Yu Chaoyang's face changed, crossed his arms to block his chest, but he was still staggered back by this heavy fist. But not waiting for him to stand firm, Hua Xiong's killing move came again. A flying kick that rose up in the air, kicking him straight to the ground, followed by a pair of fists the size of sandbags, coming straight for his throat. Put! Under the heavy fist, Yu Chaoyang's throat was directly burst, and blood was nourished all over the place. Humph! I thought it was some kind of tough guy. It turned out to be an empty, superficial formality-focused flowery frame of mind. You haven't even seen blood, and you dare to talk big with your grandpa Hua Xiong? Bah! Hua Xiong spat, his eyes changing from admiration to disgust. What he was most annoyed with in his life was these flowery displays. Chapter 7, Can Hua Xiong play without chipping? Died 35 times in a row. Start over or keep pushing? Looking at the option that popped up at the end of the game, Yu Chaoyang was dumbfounded. He did not expect, no matter what, that he, who had made all the preparations, would still be seconded. A punch, a kick, a jab. Just 3 moves made him drink the Northwest. The most critical thing was that in the 3 rounds of the fight, he was still on the receiving end of the entire fight, and he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Often, one move had just ended, and the next one came right after it. The power was as big as an ox, the angle was tricky and harsh, and the moves came at people's vitals, vicious and incomparable. Such an appalling sense of oppression he had never seen before. Even the laureate of the Great Xia Empire's all-army competition didn't seem to be 3 times the caliber of Hua Xiong. Just such a character who strikes hard and is top-notch in both horse and land combat. You tell him that this is a game? Don't look at him as just an anchor, but when it comes to making games, he's still slightly accomplished. Don't look at today's science as so advanced, but the game characters' every move all need human motion capture. In other words, this Hua Xiong's strong combat power is based on the game author's actual combat level. But he a stink do game, compiling 5,000 years of up and down history is just how the reality is still a practical combat master of unwilling, ashamed, angry. 10,000 emotions intertwined in his heart, causing his face to be on fire. There was no need to think about it to know that the pop-ups right now were definitely filled with ridicule. After all, 2 seconds in a row was a far cry from his Army Special Forces veteran persona. But the truth was different from what Yu Chaoyang had imagined. The crowd of water friends in the live broadcast room not only didn't mock Yu Chaoyang, but instead appreciated him to a new height. Because only those who have faced Hua Xiong directly can understand that the overwhelming sense of oppression, in the end, how heavy it is. Nima. Is this Hua Xiong a human being? He's clearly a land beast. I was just about to slag off Brother Yang, but once I got my hands on him, I realized that this Hua Xiong is a monster. No, can anyone really face Hua Xiong's charge on horseback and not change his face? I'm scared less. Brother Yang is a man who can face Hua Xiong's charge. He's a man of character, worthy of being from the Special Forces. No, this Hua Xiong can play without cutting? Is this a man who can beat this opponent? I've convinced the author of this godly game, who puts the boss first in their game. Playing the game with a smile on your face, hey, I'm playing with you. After personally experiencing 3 Kingdoms contest, this game, a group of water friends have broken the defense to curse the mother. In their opinion, this Hua Xiong is simply impossible to defeat. The opposing party brought a sense of oppression, just like a ancient general who had truly killed countless people and charged into battle. Yu Chaoyang took a deep breath and resolutely chose to start over. He did not believe it. He Hall Special Forces origin, real combat still cannot beat a string of code? Again. After regrouping, Yu Chaoyang once again returned to the camp of the 18 vassals Union Army. Without waiting for the generals to inform him, he rushed out of the camp alone. Things had developed to the point where it was more than just a game. It was about his dignity. It's about the face of the entire Gaixia Imperial Special Forces. Little Hua Xiong, do you dare to fight with Grandpa? The voice fell, a figure immediately rushed the army to kill, and between the hand and the sword, the head was already flying high. Yu Chaoyang took a deep breath and once again chose to start over. Only this time, he changed his strategy and chose to sneak attack. He rushed out of the allied camp on his horse and provoked Dong Zhuo in front of his army, and when Hua Xiong rushed out, Yu Chaoyang drew his bow and shot arrows. But what he did not expect is that Hua Xiong this goods, actually with the hands of the long knife, borne in the air to stop the arrow. With a loud shout, Hua Xiong was furious. What a treacherous villain, how dare you sneak attack on your grandpa Hua Xiong, give me death. Hua Xiong glared angrily, the long sword in his hand almost waving out stumps. Yu Chaoyang's death was extremely miserable, being dismantled by the furious Hua Xiong. Once, twice, 3 times. Yu Chaoyang mechanically clicked restart, and after experiencing 35 different ways of dying, he finally broke his defense. Nima. Can this game be played? This game, author, put a Hua Xiong here in the opening, who can beat this? I'll just put the word out, who can beat this Hua Xiong, I'll eat it directly. In front of the more than 2,000 viewers in the live broadcast room, Yu Chaoyang cursed. Obviously infuriated by Hua Xiong. It was no wonder, as he had tried all sorts of things during these 35 deaths. From the initial driving horse charging to kill, to the back of the close combat, to shooting arrows to sneak attack Hua Xiong's great anger, and Yushibi 2-1, cold arrows, digging pits, group beating. All kinds of methods he tried all over. But the result is only 2, the body and head separated, Hua Xiong rage dismantled 8 pieces. No matter how you try, the end result is a death. After swinging, Yu Chaoyang then gathered the courage to look at the pop-up screen, only that the mockery he imagined did not appear, and the atmosphere of the live broadcast room was instead cheerful. No, there's really someone who dares to fight hard with Hua Xiong? It's a character. Theory, 35 bizarre ways to die when facing Hua Xiong. Brother Yang, don't struggle, the brothers have tried for you, this Hua Xiong is not something one can fight against, just turtle honestly. Yes, this should be the author's setup to kill the plot, and so on through this period, the rate of the army can be strangled. Brother Yang, stop, there are all Hua Xiong outside. Laugh your head off, Brother Yang will sleep with Hua Xiong under his bed. Hua Xiong is furious, Yang is dead. Ha 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 ha, I'll sleep later with Hua Xiong's furious expression. Looking at the playful pop-ups, Yu Chaoyang forced a smile and pumped the corners of his mouth. Sure enough, happiness was built on the pain of others. God only knows what he went through during those 35 deaths. Looking at the 2 options that popped up in front of him once again, Yu Chaoyang didn't continue to head iron and choose to start over this time. He chose, continue derivation, which he had never chosen before. He wanted to see how the author was going to round it off by setting up Hua Xiong, an invincible enemy, in the opening scene. A blue-colored soul floated out from Pan Feng's body, and the screen turned, and the viewpoint once again returned to the 18-road Allied army camp. Woe is me. Whoa. General Pan fought Hua Xiong in less than 1 round, and was cut down on his horse. When the general brought the bad news, Yuan Shao froze. What? Beheaded again? Beheading 2 great generals, Yushibi and Pan Feng one after another. Who is this Hua Xiong in the end? Yuan Shao realized that he said the wrong thing, and quickly stopped and asked instead, is there any other general willing to go out to fight Hua Xiong? 1,000 taels of gold will be rewarded and 100 good horses will be given. Who dares to go out to fight? In the face of Yuan Shao's thousands of dollars, the 18 vassals are all eyes and nose, and they just pretend not to hear. What kind of joke is this? In 1 round, Yushibi and Pan Feng were chopped down one after another. Even if you are stupid, you know that this Hua Xiong is not an ordinary person. Who is willing to show off at this juncture? Hey! It's a pity that my favorite General Yan Liang and Wen Shou aren't here. If one of them was here, wouldn't I allow Hua Xiong to go on the rampage? Yuan Shao shook his head, and right at this moment, a figure wearing a green robe with a reddish face and 8 feet tall stepped out from the side. Horse archer Guan Yu invites to fight Hua Xiong. Chapter 8, even the horse archer dared to challenge Hua Xiong? When Guan Yu, a horse archer, requested to go to battle, both the 18 allied camps and the live broadcast pop-ups, all without exception exploded. The originally calm pop-ups immediately swept through the entire live broadcast room at a 10-fold speed. What? Horse archer? He's a horse archer who dares to challenge Hua Xiong? Is there a possibility that this man is drunk? Otherwise, why is his face so red? What kind of man can get himself drunk even when the army is about to engage in battle? No wonder the 18 vassals are sitting on chairs, but these 3 are sitting on haystacks, so they're just punks. Although I do not understand the official position of this game, but how to listen to the general than the horse archer have style. Hua Xiong one after another chopped down Yushibi Pan Feng, he a small horse archer how dare off? If this Guan Yu bag can last 3 rounds in Hua Xiong's hands, I'll eat it. Also not optimistic about Guan Yu or the 18 vassals. Yuan Shu got up, and his afterglow was tinged with sarcasm and disdain as he scoffed. What? You're a tiny horse archer and you dare to speak out of turn? Do you really think that our lords don't have a great general anymore? Fork it out. Yuan Shu waved his hand, extremely impatient. Zhang Fei let out a low cry and hurriedly jumped down from the high platform. I poo. So that you know that my second brother, the bowman, is superior to all your generals and vassals. Yuan Shu was going to say more, but was interrupted by Cao Mengda speaking out. Brother Highway. And how do you know that today's horse archer won't become a great hero famous all over the world in the future? Since he wants to try, let him try. Guan Yu sniffed, not even lifting his eyelids, proud as a pine tree faintly said, if you can't cut off Hua Xiong's dog's head, then cut off Guan Mao's head to thank you for your offense. Liu Bei stood up from the haystack, his eyes were extremely calm and said, Lu Guanzhang, 3 brothers are the same as life and death, if my second brother does not win, I will be willing to cut off my head and the head of my third brother. Zhang Fei was just about to say I'm the same, but after savoring it, he was violently wide-eyed. Not big brother, you finished my old Zhang said what? Good. Bring me some wine. I'm going to make a toast in honor of this strong man. Cao Ming's eyes glowed and he looked at Guan Yu with more fervor than even his own wife. Who would have guessed that? Guan Yu just glanced at him and said in a flat voice, wine and pour it down, I will go in return. Guan Yu arched his hand towards Liu Bei, lifted the green dragon crescent blade on one side, and drove his horse to kill. Watching Guan Yu proudly leave, Cao Mingda felt empty in his heart and could not help but let out a sigh. This man is truly a hero, eh? Guan Yu drove his horse out to kill, and the city gates opened in response. Looking at the heads that were strewn in the distance, he did not have the slightest bit of timidity in his heart, but instead, a sense of bravado rose. To build a career and support the Han Dynasty, start with Hua Xiong's head. Soon, a single rider carrying a long sword came out from Dong Zhuo's army, and it was none other than Hua Xiong, who had killed Yu Shibi and Pan Feng in a row. The two sides looked at each other across the sky, and a murderous aura swept across the entire battlefield. Dang! 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 Soldiers from both sides unanimously began to beat their drums in support. However, compared to the great sound of Dong Zhuo's side, the sound of the war drums of the 18 allied armies was much weaker. One could even faintly hear the non-committal voices of the soldiers on the city walls. Do you think that he can do it? Don't you know? The man's a little horse archer, come here to get lucky. What? A horse archer? Bow luck? The opposite side is Hua Xiong. Nowadays, in this chaotic world, are there fewer people who want to fly high? That's right, hey! Another person's head will fall to the ground. Who cares, let's beat the drum properly. Listening to the incessant naysaying coming from his ears, Guan Yu didn't say much, but only narrowed his eyes. The bird of prey would not know the will of the swan. Hiya! Guan Yu palmed his green dragon crescent blade and crossed his legs clenched violently, and the horse under his crotch scurried out like a stringless arrow. Humph! What a generation that doesn't know the heights of heaven! Hua Xiong laughed instead of being angry, carrying his long sword and charging similarly. The two of them, one from the east and one from the west, did not have the slightest bit of timidity in their eyes, and both of them charged towards each other. Soul State Yu Chaoyang quietly floated aside, looking at Hua Xiong, who was comparable to the 100 tons king, and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The onlooker is clear of the authorities. When he took a break from his engagement with Hua Xiong and watched from a third perspective, he realized what kind of monster he had been fighting before. As he watched with rapt attention, he explained. Brothers, now you can understand, it's really not that the anchor is a dish, it's that this Hua Xiong is just too ruthless. Look at this posture of carrying a sword, look at the professionalism of driving a horse to kill. I bet that without a few years of practicing day and night, you definitely won't be able to do what Hua Xiong did. And look at that muscle density, Nima. This is a human being? This is not a living humanoid 100 tons king? Right after Yu Chaoyang finished speaking, the pop-up screen immediately had a knowledgeable brother come forward to add. Just now Brother Yang and Hua Xiong close combat. I recorded the screen. I'll tell you this, if Hua Xiong is really our Daxia Empire historical figures, 100% of the history of the world, this bastard fights too fierce. Nonsense. Stop the charging horse with one hand, you can ponder over this core strength. Once you've done that, you'll never hear a peep. No one's talking about the angle of Hua Xiong's power? I've just imitated it, and it's 20% to 30% more powerful than my own. Unrivaled in horse combat, unrivaled in close combat, and if he knows how to shoot arrows, wouldn't this Hua Xiong be a proper hexagonal warrior in the Cold War era? The more you guys talk about it, the more I think Guan Yu is in danger, and I kinda like Guan Yu. Like Guan Yu? What do you think? You don't like a hexagonal warrior like Hua Xiong, but you like a little punk who can get himself drunk in a battle? Between the pop-up's diverse opinions, Guan Yu Hua Xiong's distance is already less than 10 meters. The ear-piercing sound of the golden sword of Hua Xiong dragging on the ground made every viewer's scalp numb. Just as they were guessing that Hua Xiong would take down Guan Yu in a few rounds, the next scene greatly exceeded their expectations. So much so that the entire live streaming room fell into a weird silence, with no pop-ups flashing by for a full 10 seconds. It was only when the two sides were in a short battle. Guan Yu's left hand violently pulling the reins, the right arm muscle gnarled like an old pine-coiled roots, Qinglong's sword with the momentum of 1,000 pounds high down. Hua Xiong's face changed, and he hastily raised his sword horizontally to block the chop. But before he could recover his strength, his afterglow caught a glimpse of a cold light, coming straight at his neck. When he realized the coldness in his throat, his 9-foot-long body had already collapsed like a huge tree. When Guan Yu took Hua Xiong's head and threw it to the ground, the aftermath of the war drums at the Regulus Gate was still vibrating in his ears. Cao Cao's hands of warm wine rose hot and dense. The Lords of the White Face. 5 large gilt characters in dragon and phoenix slowly appeared on the screen. Warm wine beheads Hua Xiong. The live broadcast room instantly exploded. Chapter 9, Yun Chang, do you think there is still salvation in this world? When Guan Yu carried Hua Xiong's head and threw it to the ground. Whether it was the 18 vassals, or the crowd of water friends in the live broadcast room. Without exception, all of them were dumbfounded. When the 5 guilt characters of Warm Wine Beheads Hua Xiong appeared on the screen, the pop-ups in the live broadcast instantly stagnated. After a full dozen seconds of silence, a flood of pop-ups instantly swept through the entire live broadcast room. Who said Guan Yu couldn't do it? Come out. I thought Hua Xiong was fierce enough, but there's an even fiercer one? Dan-fang eyes, silkworm eyebrows, don't be mad at little Hua Xiong. I can't believe that Hua Xiong, who is like a king of 100 tons, was chopped up by Guan Yu. Guan Yu? Show some respect for my idol, call him God. Guan Yu. Guan Yu is the real numerical monster, can we play without cutting him? You guys see? The faces of the 18 vassals are green, laughing and getting rich for me. 10 Yangs are equal to 1 Hua Xiong, 10 Hua Xiong's are equal to 1 Guan Yu, wouldn't 1 Guan Yu be equal to 100 Yangs? What's that? Pan Feng? I declare that Guan Yu is the god of gods. Warm wine beats Hua Xiong. Warm wine beheads Hua Xiong. It's awesome. Guan Yu is so fierce, how fierce is big brother Liu Bei? The 3 brothers Lu Guan and Zhang are the real big brothers, aren't they? I was wrong about the anchor. I thought Pan Feng was invincible, but he was killed by Hua Xiong a dozen times, so I should have chosen Guan Yu. Is there a possibility that it's Guan Yu who's great, not you? Looking at the pop-ups that were soaring over 100 per second, Yu Chaoyang couldn't help but take a deep breath and empathize. Even the water friends were deeply impressed by Guan Yu's warm wine beheads Hua Xiong. Not to mention the fact that he had died at the hands of Hua Xiong a full 35 times. Excitement, despondency, all sorts of emotions crossed his mind. He had to admit that the Game of 3 Kingdoms battle brought him too many surprises, greatly exceeding his expectations. The mentality also converted from the initial lethargy to the present seriousness. The flavor of that kept coming back to him in his mind for a long time. He took a deep breath and immediately withdrew from continuing to push the perspective, choosing to reopen the game. A real man has to play Guan Yu. But excited as he was, the Special Forces veteran, far more than the audience, knew the ingenuity of Guan Yu's and explained. Brothers, listen to the anchor's advice. After choosing Guan Yu, don't ever get yourself into a fight, just honestly hand it over to the system hosting. Don't look at Guan Yu easily chopped Hua Xiong's dog's head with a single slash, but there's a big deal in it. The posture of swinging the sword, the point of force explosion and the angle of the sword. It's no exaggeration to say that if I was the one who controlled Guan Yu just now, I definitely couldn't kill Hua Xiong with a single slash. I would have been killed by Hua Xiong as a dog, just like Pan Feng. Remember, it is Guan Yu who is strong, not us. Saying this, Yu Chaoyang suddenly sighed, his tone becoming extremely complicated. This is where the charm of this game lies, hardcore and extremely difficult to get started. But guess what? Just now the anchor imitated Guan Yu's power posture, as well as the angle of his sword, and found that it was sufficiently 2 to 3% better than the techniques taught in the military. Originally, a punch was only 10 kilograms, but by imitating the posture of the game character, the strength of a punch can reach 12 or 13 kilograms. It's no exaggeration to say that this quality alone destines 3 Kingdoms contest to be an epoch-making game. Because this game really teaches real things. When Yu Chaoyang's words fell, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room soared once again. I don't believe it. Why am I so unconvinced? A game is just a game, can it be this realistic? That's right. And a 20% to 30% increase. A fighter would have to go straight to heaven. I admit this game is great, but it's not as exaggerated as you make it out to be. I'm an avid fan of cold weapons, and I can only say that the angle of the swinging posture of Guan Yu, Hua Xiong and the others in the game is enough to kill all the cold weapon masters in the present world. I just tried it out, and swinging it according to the angle of Guan Yu's posture is indeed smoother than what I figured out on my own. It's like it's all in one piece. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you this, the horse riding skills of Guan Yu and Hua Xiong, without decades of experience, would never be this perfect. Blowing is awesome, it's just a crap game, why don't you say he can go to heaven? Believe it or not. The pop-ups each held their own views, splitting into 2 waves of circles, launching a passionate mutual spray. At the same time, the pop-up screen soared extremely fast, the heat of the live broadcast room also rose, and the number of people reached more than 4,000 people. This was the first time since Yu Chaoyang had been an anchor that there were so many water friends in the live room. So he didn't speak out to stop the rhythm of the live room, but let the 2 waves of people spray each other. What is this? This is all traffic. Yu Chaoyang's face remained unchanged, but inwardly, he had long been happy, and the viewpoint in front of him returned to the selection interface once again. Please choose your character, different characters, different storylines and endings. Monarchs, Yuan Shu, Lu Dai, Wang Quan, Bao Xian, Sun Jian, Cao Cao, Liu Bei. Generals, Yan Liang, Wen Shou, Zhang Yi, Gao Dan, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Xing Daorong. Literary officials, Frustration, Tian Feng, Zheng Pu, Zhuge Liang, Fa Zhang, Hui Jia, Zhou Yu.
Without any hesitation, Yu Chaoyang immediately locked onto the figure dressed in green robes with Danfeng eyes and recumbent eyebrows from amongst the many minor figures. Guan Yu.
The character selection was complete and the screen distorted up again. When his vision was restored, he was surprised to find that the place where he appeared wasn't even in the 18 Vassals Alliance camp.
Instead, it was in a downtown area.
In the midst of his thoughts, past memories surfaced in his mind like a walk in the park, and in his early years, because he was not accustomed to seeing the bullies rampaging through the countryside and oppressing the people, he got into a murder case for the sake of the people, and was wanted by the government, and had no choice but to flee to Zhuge County to sell mung beans for a living. However, with the constant natural and man-made disasters and the Yellow Turban Army sweeping through the world, how could the people have money left to buy beans? The business was very bad. But on the one side of the pork store, but is bustling, onlookers, people in 3 layers outside 3 layers, ask questions, and then learn that the original proprietor of the meat in the well, who can move away from the grinder, inside the meat will be returned to who? Guan Yu heard on the vigor, rolled up his sleeves and went forward, waist and horse in one, easy to move the stone, and even lifted over his head, the strength of the big visible. But Guan Yu got the pork, but let the butcher store fellows to the pork free to the people, but he only divided to the poor, those who want to be rich, you need to take the money to buy, and the money he received on the spot on the spread of the money to the poor. Looked at a point in front of the unsold green beans, as well as hungry rumbling belly, Yu Chaoyang was silent on the spot. In a different situation, he absolutely cannot do like about this kind of fight and goodwill. Just at this time, a leopard eyes round open bearded man is suddenly walked to him, grabbed the bag of green beans, pinched a smash. Humph! What green beans, this is clearly bean powder. That familiar face made Yu Chaoyang recognize at a glance that it was the third brother of the 3 Lu Guanzhong brothers in the camp of the 18 vassals. But before he could say anything, he saw Princess Fei shed her long clothes and rushed towards him. Pinch you a few green beans and you're heartbroken. What are you going to say when you give away a lot of my pork? Drink! Yu Chaoyang responded hastily, but Zhang Fei's fist blade knocked him backwards. Knowing that he was not an opponent, Yu Chaoyang did not bother to struggle, and immediately let go of his mind and let the system hosting operate. After both sides exchanged a dozen rounds, Zhang Fei gradually fell into the wind, but the smile on his face was even greater. It was as if this was all done intentionally. Just as the two were wrestling, Liu Bei, who was weaving mats and peddling shoes on the side, finally couldn't hold back and made a move. Liu Bei grabbed the hands of the 2 men and easily separated them. Both of you are rare and good men in the world, why do you need to fight? After Liu Bei showed his strength, Guan Yu immediately put away his arrogant nature, and Zhang Fei also revealed a smiling face and laughed. A certain well to put meat, this is to let the world's heroes to take their own, earlier this out is also just a test, a certain intention is to make heroes and heroines as friends. Today fortunate to know 2 heroes, when floating on earth a big white, go. Go to my house to drink wine and eat meat. After that, Zhang Fei grabbed Guan Yu and Liu Bei's hands and rushed to his home. At this moment, Yu Chaoyang had already remanipulated Guan Yu's body and was so hungry that he let Zhang Fei go. After all, when the 18 vassals were discussing Dong, they had already learned that the 3 were destined to befriend each other as brothers in the future. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Liu Bei held Guan Yu Zhang Fei's hand and slept against his feet. Wine gradually into the brain, drowsy, but heard Liu Bei's low uncertainty voice sounded. Brother Guan, brother Zhang. What do you guys say about this world, is it still really saved? Between the words, Yu Chaoyang suddenly felt a pair of large hands grip the palm of his right hand. The temperature of those large hands was frighteningly hot. Turning his head, he actually found 2 lines of tears hanging from the corners of Liu Bei's eyes at some point. Chapter 10, The Phantom of the Great Han first showed his power, 3 ties in the peach garden. The white moon is in the sky. The silver-white moonlight passed through the window and sprinkled on the 3 men's weather-beaten cheeks. When Liu Bei's voice rang out, Yu Chaoyang turned his head to look and froze on the spot, even the alcohol receded quite a bit. Only because in the bright moonlight, 2 lines of tears in Liu Bei's cheeks slide down. The moist tears, dripping straight down on his arm, were like a heavy hammer, instantly shattering his sleepiness. Yu Chaoyang was alarmed. Brother Liu, what's wrong with you? It is said that the quality of wine reveals the quality of a person, and after a short contact, Yu Chaoyang could assert that. Liu Bei, who has his ears over his shoulders and his arms over his knees, is by no means a sympathetic person. There must be a reason that could make him weep. Sure enough, the next second, Liu Bei's disoriented and uncertain voice rang in the ears of the 2. I was born in Zhuge County, but I am a descendant of King Jing of Zhongshan, a descendant of Emperor Shaojing. Although my ancestors' branches and leaves have fallen into the dust, I have not forgotten the bloodline of the Han family. I lost my father and mother when I was young, and my family's path was in decline, so I wove mats and peddled shoes to serve my loving mother, and every time I looked at the slanting sun of the mulberry stone, I sighed without fail. The Han Dynasty was decadent up to this point, and the spirits of the ancestors were not palpitating, but they were not in a state of fear. Now look at the collapse of the world. The Yellow Turban's demon atmosphere is not yet calm. The 10 constant squire chaotic program blinded the Son of God, the world's vassals in the back, the world's people displaced, starving thousands of corpses, the old and weak turn to the gully, the strong dispersed to the four sides. Remember last year over the Yingchuan, but see 100 miles without cooking smoke, children sucking dry bones, crone eating bark. This is not, the sky is not benevolent, it is a man-made disaster. Gaozu Chopper White Snake Uprising, 7 years to pacify the world, the people rich and well-being of a peaceful, ready-to-weave mats and sell shoes of the generation, but every food must think of the temple, lying on a straw mat at night often dreaming of flags. Today, although the throne of Han is small, but the fate of heaven has not changed, I would like to follow the ancient Shinbashu, although the 9 deaths of it still not regret, dare to follow the entrepreneurial aspirations of Gaozu, even if all the difficulties will also be going to the hay. I hope that the 2 loyal and righteous people, and prepare to help the throne of Han on the verge of tipping, and to solve the people in the downward spiral. The heart is clear, the sun and the moon can be seen. The words fell, the house instantly fell into a dead silence. Yu Chaoyang Zhang Fei ears. The only thing left is Liu Bei's words from the bottom of his heart constantly echoing. That pair of tightly clasped big hands are so hot that it is shivering. May I ask, what man could resist this scene right now? Han family members and you exchange cups and sleep against the foot, wine after 3 rounds of dishes after 5 flavors, weeping. Then clutch your hand, telling the people is not easy, the world is difficult. That droplet of tears is so striking, just one side of the friendship, but to you to reveal their hearts. If someone really has a heart of stone, can be indifferent to Liu Bei's heartfelt words, that. What about the temptation of genealogical single opening? You think a man's lifelong quest is to enjoy the world's pleasures with the left and the right, the wine and the meat? No. A man's ultimate pursuit is never these worldly things that float on the surface. Rather, war, blood. It's the fulfillment of the heart's ambition. It's to gallop through an army of 7. It is 3 or 5 friends rising from the end, hand in hand to reach the peak. The pleasure that makes the soul tremble is the ultimate pursuit of a man. So well, there's an opportunity in front of you now. A Han family member and you will exchange cups of wine and sleep against your feet, then clutch your hand tightly, weep, and reveal your heart. He invites you to work with him to clear the land and rebuild the Han Dynasty. Just ask in this case, do you agree or not? Promise. Yu Chaoyang made his decision without hesitation. Because for a man, this is never a question of choice. It's a must. Even if this is just a game, Liu Bei's affection cannot be faked. At least those words from the bottom of his heart touched him deeply. In the face of a young girl crying, the 4th heavenly tribulation was able to help without hesitation. Not to mention that the one crying was a 7-foot man. Yu Chaoyang took a deep breath, arched his hand and bowed. From now on, Mr. Guan's life is Brother Liu's life. Mr. Guan's body is Brother Liu's body. But I'll be driven, I'll never have a second thought. Zhang Fei arched his hand and burst into tears. The same goes for me. Yu Chaoyang continued, I swear to be with my brother in times of trouble. To accompany each other throughout our lives, and to accompany each other in life and death. Me too. If you have used words, heaven and earth will kill you. Me too. Liu Bei's eyes teardrops instantly burst into a torrent of tears, and he heavily gripped the hands of the 2 men. Good, good, good. With the help of the 2 brothers, this is the great fortune of Bei's life. It was night. Liu Bei has Zhang Fei on his left hand and Guan Yu on his right, and the 3 of them sleep against each other. When the day dawned slightly, the 3 appeared in a peach garden. Unexpectedly kneeling on both knees, they made an album and shouted in unison. The heavens are above, today we 3 are here to become brothers. We don't want to live on the same day, but we want to die on the same day, in the same year, in the same month, in the same year. Killing the chicken for blood, between the porcelain bowls clashing, the 3 of them drank it all in one go. Big brother. Second brother. Third brother. Ha 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 ha. As the magnificent laughter resounded throughout the entire peach garden, 5 large gilt characters with dragons flying in the air appeared in the bottom of Yu Chaoyang's eyes. 3 ties in the peach garden. In a flash, a card appeared in Yu Chaoyang's field of vision, and the pattern on it was exactly the picture of the 3 of them when they had just tied the knot. Along with the card, there were 2 brand new features. They are, achievements, and main lines. Main line, help the Han Dynasty. Quest description, to help the building to fall, to save it from collapse, please do your best to make this precarious empire rise again, and create the Han Dynasty. Time limit, none. Looking at the mission introduction that popped up, Yu Chaoyang couldn't help but freeze. This main quest was too generalized, right? Also, whose game treats the ultimate goal as a newbie quest? 3 people, 3 builds of Inferno, are you sure you're not kidding? To be honest, Yu Chaoyang prided himself on being a game veteran, having played countless games. But there has never been a game that can pull in as much freedom as 3 Kingdoms Scramble. There are no newbie levels, no newbie quests, no startup money. Nothing comes up and lets you fight 100 tons of King Hua Xiong. Either that, or I'll send you 2 sworn brothers and let you go to Sanzao Yin Han. Is this, sure it's a game that people can play?
But spiteful as he was, Yu Chaoyang didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Liu Bei's words from the bottom of his heart are still in his ears, and the picture of the three brothers' righteousness is in front of his eyes. He made up his mind, said anything to help his good brother Three made Yen Han. If once is not enough, then twice; if twice is not enough, then 3 times; if 3 times is not enough, then 300 times, 3,000 times. Yu Chaoyang took a deep breath, his eyes looking towards another feature. Achievement. Just as he thought, this so-called achievement system was, to put it bluntly, icon collection. In addition to the 3 ties in the peach garden that he had just obtained, there was also a warm wine beheads Hua Xiong of Guan Yu. Looking around, there were still hundreds of cards in the achievement system that were in an unlit state. The achievement system had long been played with and could not draw too much attention from Yu Chaoyang. What really caught his attention was the small line of words at the bottom of the achievement system. P.S. The first player to collect all the cards will receive a mysterious gift from the game maker. Yu Chaoyang nodded thoughtfully and turned his head to look at the real-time pop-up screen on the side. As he expected, the pop-ups were rolling like crazy at this moment, the number far exceeding the usual. However, to his surprise, the topic of discussion on the pop-up screen was not these 2 new features. Rather, it was the great Han Phantom Uncle Liu Bei. Nima, I know why the 2 brothers, Guan Zhang, obeyed Liu Bei when the 18 vassals were fighting against Dong. This charisma is simply unbeatable. I can't find a reason to refuse the invitation of a Han family member to sleep with you and then invite you to join me in the cause of righteousness, to be honest. The secretary let me have the scenery for 30 years, it only takes me 3 seconds to jump off the building. If reality really has such a person as Liu Huangshi, when he held my hand I would already be a dead soldier. Uncle Liu, a word, 2 horizontal and 1 vertical is dry, a force of 2 points is to do. It's a good idea to help the Han throne to fall, and to relieve the people from hanging upside down. This heart is clear, visible in the sun and the moon. Who can resist the invitation of the Han Phantom? I declare that from now on, Liu Guanzhang and I will be the 4 ties of the peach garden. Me too. Ha 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 ha, me too. Chapter 11, a talismanic water that cures all diseases? It's just rice porridge mixed with some grains. Liu Guan and Zhang are reunited in the peach garden. They decided to create 3 Yin Han and support the Han Dynasty. However, just by shouting, it is obvious that it is impossible to support the Han Dynasty, it needs money and army. But Guan Yu Liu Bei, a caretaker, a peddler of shoes and weaving mats, the pocket is cleaner than the face, and where there is money left? 2 people worried face racking their brains to find money. Zhang Fei stood out, chest beat poo-poo sound. Big brother and second brother, compared to the people of the world, what is a mere gold or silver thing? Wait. I'm going to sell my family's assets and recruit soldiers to fight for our country. Liu Bei quickly waved his hand, this huge family property is all put together by you, third brother, piece by piece, how can this be used? How can this be embarrassing for my brother? Yu Chaoyang also hastened to speak out to stop it, third brother. Don't get carried away. In a chaotic world, money is not easy to come by. If something happens on the way to the big event, won't you have to be displaced and have no place to live? This statement Yu Chaoyang really is not sympathetic. After a few days of observation, he realized that the Jiangshan society of the Han Dynasty was far more crumbling than he had imagined. Soldiers were in a state of chaos and disorder, the yellow turbans had swept through the world, and the people were living in a state of poverty. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhang Fei's current family fortune alone is enough for him to enjoy his old age in peace and be a rich man for a lifetime. In the face of the 2 men's dissuasion, Zhang Fei's attitude was resolute. Big brother and second brother need not say more, my will is decided. Compared to the kingdom of rivers and mountains, what are these Su family properties of mine? Even if something were to happen at that time, would you 2 brothers still abandon me, old Zhen? If you and I work together, what else can we not accomplish? Big brother and second brother, wait a moment, old Zhang, will be right there. Zhang Fei turned his head and left without the slightest hesitation. Not long after, the departing Zhang Fei appeared in the 2 men's field of vision, and the cloth bag he carried in his hand fell heavily to the ground, emitting the sound of gold and silver colliding. Good to call big brother and second brother to know, my old Zhang this time to sell Zhuang Tian, wine industry, slaughter store totaled 500 taels of gold. The money is a bit less, but don't worry 2 brothers, my old Zhang contacted 2 Zhongshan tycoons earlier. As long as I, Lao Zhang, rise up, they will send 50 horses, 500 taels of gold and silver and 1,000 caddies of fine steel over. The letters have already been sent, the supplies will arrive in Zhuo County by tomorrow evening at the latest, don't worry 2 brothers. Zhang Fei boldly scratched his head and continued to add, the issue of troop supply is also not something you 2 brothers need to worry about. I, old Zhang, have no other skills, but I still have a lot of acquaintances with the great and powerful township braves, all of whom are one of the best. As long as big brother raises his arm and calls out, we will be able to accomplish great things together in no time. At these words, Liu Bei Yu Chaoyang were silent. Who did not expect, this looks big and thick-tempered hot-tempered man, 4 people to deal with the world but so silky smooth, face to face. Down to the money up to the source of soldiers, and even casting weapons with fine steel. It can be said that Zhang Fei hard with his own strength helped Lu Guanzhang this small group through the most difficult early stage of the uprising. Selling his family's assets and doing his best, how could he not move the two of them? Third brother, I am afraid. Liu Bei's face is moved, firmly holding Princess Feifei's palm. What my brother did today, my brother will pay back 100 times over in the future. Zhang Fei laughed boldly. Why are you saying this? You and I are brothers, we should break the gold. Second brother, let's go, let's drink, let's drink. The three of them stood side by side, tearing the heavens with open laughter. Seeing this scene, none of the many water friends in the live broadcast room were moved. What a heart of a tiger sniffing roses, this Zhang Fei is a character. I now seriously suspect that Zhang Fei's earlier crushing of Yang's green beans was intentional, in order to test the true level. When he didn't meet Uncle Liu, Zhang Fei secretly accumulated and built up a large family fortune to make friends with the world's great masters, and when the opportunity came, he didn't hesitate to sell all his family's assets and work with Uncle Liu to raise a great thing. This execution is simply scary. Not only. Don't forget those two Zhongshan tycoons, as long as Zhang Fei started something, they would send a batch of supplies for free, thus showing Zhang Fei's influence in Zhuo County's business circle. TSK, Uncle Liu the Great Han Phantom, Zhang Fei the Angel Investor. Looking at this small group, it seems like Guan Yu is the most useless? Stop. The useless one is the anchor, not Guan Yu. You forget the 18 vassals to discuss the Dong, Guan Yu's warm wine beheading Hua Xiong? This is a proper force to bear awe. I declare that the anchor is the lying dog. Liu Bei Zhang Fei MVP. Me too. The pop-ups bustled, and the images flew by just as fast. As it turned out, Zhang Fei he really didn't talk big. Even before the next day's evening, the supplies promised by the two Zhongshan tycoons were delivered. Even more than promised. A full 100 war horses, 800 taels of gold and silver, plus 1,000 pounds of fine steel. Among them, the war horses and the fine steel are the most important. With these two things, the soldiers assembled, with a little training, could form a fighting force. The three of them didn't stay too long, and immediately threw themselves into the vast recruiting operation. With Zhang Fei as the golden signboard of Zhuo County, the recruitment action could be said to be in full swing. Often, when Zhang Fei showed his face, the heroic townsmen of Zhuo County would spontaneously and courageously defect. The smoothness of the process far exceeded Liu Bei Chaoyang's imagination, and in just a day's time nearly 500 young men were gathered. However, the three did not slack off, because the recruitment of soldiers is only the first step. The subsequent day-after-day boring training is the big head. Another 10 days passed. In these 10 days, Lu Guanzhang sleeps all night against his feet, drinking wine with each other to tell life's aspirations, drill soldiers. Three people's feelings also in the day-to-day contact with the boat high, more than a brother than close. However, as they get to know each other better, their respective shortcomings are also exposed in front of the live audience. For example, Guan Yu's arrogant superiority and goodness, and Zhang Fei's scolding of soldiers. But no one is perfect. A few shortcomings did not make the charm of a few people decline, but rather the image of the fuller and fuller. After 10 days of training, the army has begun to cone. The three hit it off, decided to respond to the call of the court, into the suppression of the yellow turbans in the momentum. Before the departure of the army, Zhang Fei killed cows and sheep, and invited the army to a banquet in his friend's manor. From the sunrise to the moonrise, he ate and drank for more than 10 hours. Early the next morning, the three of them went to Yuzhou with 500 township braves to join Liu Yu, the governor of Yuzhou. Liu Bei led his troops to join him, and with the name of Han clan, he was personally received by Liu Yu just after he arrived in Yuzhou. After a short conversation, Liu Yu recognized Liu Bei as his nephew, accepted his defection, and took full responsibility for the feeding of the 500 township soldiers. At this point, Lu Guan and Zhang's feat of creating the Yellow River has taken its first step. On this day, the three brothers Lu Guan Zhang, who had nothing to do, were wandering in the street when a noisy clamor suddenly rang in their ears. Song Tian has died and Yellow Tian is in power. Anyone who joins the Yellow Turbans will receive a bowl of talismanic water to cure all diseases and be favored by heaven. A burly man with a yellow scarf on his head was seen standing on a high platform, holding a porcelain bowl in his hand and yelling loudly. And at his feet were the commoners who surrounded him, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Heavenly Master! Give me my bowl of talismanic water, I'm willing to join the Yellow Turbans. And me. Me too. Heavenly Master, please do me a favor, my whole family is dying, just give me a bowl of talismanic water. The people who were clamoring for their lives silenced the three of them immediately. You have to realize that this is Yuzhou. The regime is still functioning normally, but there are still Yellow Turbans recruiting soldiers in public. One can only imagine what it is like in places far inferior to Yuzhou. It is no wonder that when Zhang Jiao raised his arm, the Yellow Turban army swept the world. However, Yu Chaoyang scoffed at this, but also a cure for all diseases. Even the extremely technologically advanced Gaixia Empire do not dare to make this guarantee, let alone a farming civilization? What an ignorant fool! Yu Chaoyang shook his head and immediately stepped forward to snatch the talismanic water, ready to dismantle the other party's lies. When he fixed his eyes on the talismanic water, the words in his throat suddenly got stuck. Because what the porcelain bowl was holding, which was what talismanic water, was clearly a bowl of rice soup that was so thin that it couldn't be any thinner. The yellow scarf strongman who yelled loudly patted Yu Chaoyang's shoulder and complexly said, "How in the world can there be talismanic water that cures all diseases? It's just rice porridge mixed with some grains. I don't think you're like a pool animal. Would you like to join me in the yellow turban and reopen this clear sky?" Yu Chaoyang did not speak, just stared blankly at the porcelain bowl until Liu Bei's complicated exclamation rang in his ears. "Xing, the people suffer. Die, and the people suffer." Chapter 12, Kings and Marquises would rather have seeds, rushes to the hot seat. An exclamation from Liu Bei. Like a firebrand, it instantly triggered the entire live broadcast room. The rise of the people suffers, the fall of the people suffers. This sentence is really good. Yes, I think the Gaixia Empire was founded by the people of that generation, who chiseled out the kingdom little by little. It seems that the so-called Yellow Turban Army is just a group of poor people, on the ancient level of medical care. If there is a mouthful of food, who would like to rebel? In the end, Liu Bei is a member of the Han family, and he said everything about the world in one sentence, and his writing skills are simply unrivaled. Hey! A generation has its own mission. Speaking of which, does anyone know where this quote is from? Don't look for it, I just went to Ask AI, and this quote has never appeared in the history of the Gaixia Empire. In other words, this sentence is original to the game author himself? Awesome! This isn't a game. It's clearly a mountain of gold. If I write these two sentences into this year's college entrance exam essay, won't it be a direct messy kill? The tour is rimmed with gold, and then it's time for mom to carry you with a high fever on a rainy day. Have you installed a surveillance camera in my house? This game is so playable it's scary. I really want Yang to go to the Han Dynasty's history room. I bet there will be amazing gains. The water friend's proposal Yu Chaoyang was destined to have no time to care. Because he was already deeply engrossed in the shock brought by these two words at the moment. The more he pondered over them, the more they came back to him. 8 short words that go straight to the underlying logic of how the world works. Reminiscing about his initial intention of clicking on this game, he was merely adhering to the principle of eating, then eating the most foul-smelling one. Harvest the black traffic hard. Who would have thought that this seemingly foul-smelling piece of was actually a mountain of gold? While the sense of immersion pulls full, the game character persona, the degree of exquisite graphics are full in full. This game brings him surprises, is too much. But there was one thing that Yu Chaoyang didn't figure out. In the agrarian era where class divisions were severe and ordinary people had to kneel and kowtow when they saw people in the government offices, where did a group of men of cloth get the courage to challenge the rule of the powerful and noble classes? This was the only thing Yu Chaoyang found unreasonable when he played this game. Because of the lack of underlying logic, the lack of a fulcrum to set off the action of the Yellow Turban uprising. Yu Chaoyang did not ponder alone, but threw this question to Liu Bei and the Yellow Turbans. But before that, he was mentally prepared for disappointment. In the end, it was a game, not a real history. There are holes, logic doesn't work, it's all justifiable, it's impossible for every aspect to gel and be flawless. Just when he thought that Liu Bei and the Yellow Turbans would muddle through this issue, a voice filled with fervor and yearning suddenly rang out. However, the source of the voice was not Liu Bei, but the inconspicuous yellow scarf in front of him. "Brother, have you not heard? The king and his vassals would rather have seeds? Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it, so that the powerful lords will know. When a man is angry, he can also spill blood." Boom! These words were like a thunderbolt that instantly exploded in Yu Chaoyang's sea of consciousness. His eyes went from calm to dismay, then from dismay to shock, until shocked to the core. Yu Chaoyang's pupils shrunk into pinpricks and his body trembled more than a little. It is! Everything is strung together. From the 3 emperors setting the tone of man's triumph, to the kings and queens who would rather have their own. A short sentence not only explains the Yellow Turban's uprising action pivot. More than that, it made the impression that the Yanhuang clan's people were determined to win the day deeply rooted in people's hearts. If the Yanhuang clan was merely a piece of text earlier, then the Yanhuang clan now possessed a soul. And what shocked Yu Chaoyang even more was the text itself. Kings and queens would rather have their own. 8 short words, but it made his scalp stop tingling. It was as if even his soul was trembling for it. An unspeakable emotion blossomed in the bottom of his heart, then instantly swept through his entire body. What kind of text is this? It's clearly the Bible of rebellion. I can't imagine, if these 8 words had come out a few hundred years earlier, would the rule of the Gaixia Empire have continued? Afraid not. Yu Chaoyang gulped heartily, his eyes looking towards the pop-ups on the side. It was fine if he didn't look, but this look instantly made him feel like he was struck by lightning, and his cold sweat flowed wildly. "Nima, say it again, live room to know hot. I'd rather have a king than a queen. The emperor changes every year, but this year it's my house. We should hang those damn capitalists and the rich and powerful on the street lamps. We'll use the Yellow Turban as our name. Is there anyone who wants to join me in this great endeavor? I don't know where I am, I don't know what I want to do, I just want to kill." Why are the rich and powerful inherently superior? I'm not convinced. I don't think so. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. Today, I'm going to show those drunken officials that a man's anger can cause bloodshed. Who has the contact information of the game's author? This side invites him to the capital, airfare reimbursement, one way. I'd like to invite the game's author for a meal. Nori egg drop soup, no vegetables or flour soup. Even though he knew that his water friends were playing a stunt, Yu Chaoyang still couldn't stop being horrified. A good end of a game live room hardened into a key political live room. And as the number of pop-ups soared, the topics discussed by the water friends became more and more daring. The red exclamation marks that popped up in the background of the live broadcast room were even more so one after another. Until that name appeared, Yu Chaoyang could no longer be taught. Nima, even the untouchable slide came out. What kind of game is this? He's just a stinking game player. He doesn't want to somehow reimburse a one-way ticket to the capital. Get off the air. Get off the air. In the midst of Yu Chaoyang's hand ringing, the live broadcast screen came to an abrupt end. He personally buried the pinnacle of his live broadcast, a full 13,000 online viewers. But the end of the live broadcast did not make the storm stop. The 8 words "kings and marquises would rather have seeds" began to appear in all kinds of video comment sections with an extremely uncharacteristic frequency. Without exception, when the people of the Daxia Empire first saw these 8 words, an unspeakable emotion began to bloom in the heart. It was as if some kind of bloodline had been activated. The wide frequency of circulation, the shock that hits the heart, makes the words related to it instantly scurry to the hot search. Hashtag kings and marquises would rather have seeds. Hashtag burst. Hashtag rise up the people to suffer, die down the people to suffer. Hashtag soar. Hashtag water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it, and when a man is angry, he spills his blood. Hashtag soaring. Hashtag Liu Bei and Guan Yu. Hashtag soar. Hashtag yellow turbans uprising. Hashtag soar. When the hot search swept the major platforms, firmly occupying the top 5. Released just a few hours ago, the Three Kingdoms contest successfully broke the circle. Chapter 13. Handwaving is not a refusal, it is no need for words. With the hot searches that swept the major platforms, Three Kingdoms contest successfully broke the circle. Though the reason for the broken circle was not because of the game itself, but because of the game's character jingoism. But put on a new game that was released only a few hours ago, it's amazing enough. Rao Zhou saw this hot search, all vaguely feel a little puzzled. A king's vassal would rather have a seed to cause such a big sensation. Then, when the game of the dynasties is out, Zhou takes out the wheat is ripe for 5,000 years, long live the people for the first time. How will you face it? Zhou refreshed the hot search of the major platforms while listening to the system beeps constantly. There is nothing better than peace in the years. Triggered Yu Chaoyang shock, emotion point +1. Triggers anger in Yu Chaoyang. Emotion points +1. Causes fear in Yu Chaoyang. Emotion points +1. Wang Ernio's despondency is triggered. Emotional +1. Triggers Li Zhou's shock, +1 for emotion. In just a few hours, the system's emotion points had already surpassed the 50,000 mark. With a thought, a data panel surfaced at the bottom of his eyes. Host, Zhou Yu. Physique, 52. Intelligence, 77. Charisma, 63. Emotion points, 51244. Note, every 10,000 emotion points can be exchanged for 1 attribute bonus point. Looking at the personal panel, Zhou Yu could not help but smack his lips slightly. 60 was the passing line, and with a physical value of 52, it wasn't even as good as sub-healthy. Although his physique was low, Zhou Yu did not intend to consume emotion points to exchange for attribute addition points right now. 50,000 emotion points was nothing more than 5 free attribute points, and adding them would be a drop in the bucket. It would be better to take the emotion points and continue to perfect the Three Kingdoms. Streams of water don't fight for precedence, they fight for heft. System, is there anything else the game can optimize? Ding. Correct the host, please call the game the ninth art when you're out and about. Consuming 5 million emotion points, you can replace all the characters of Three Kingdoms contest with real characters from history, greatly increasing logic, playability, and authenticity. Given that this is the host's first game, now enjoying a 0.1 discount, only 50,000 emotion points, you can replace the characters with real people from history, injecting soul. Whether or not to replace? Yes or no? Zhou Yu's hand raised in midair suddenly froze in disbelief. What? You mean, all the characters in the Three Kingdoms game will be replaced by real people from history? That is to say, the future Han Phantom Uncle Lu will be the real one in history, not a string of code? And it only requires 50,000 emotion points? The system quickly gave an answer. Yes, host. But, does that really make sense? A game that's filled with real historical characters? Waving his hand is not a rejection, but there is no need to say more. The host just frames the idea, I'll do everything. Whether to consume 50,000 mood points for character replacement? Zhou Yu slammed the table and said decisively, replace. The order was given, and the emotion points on the panel dropped rapidly. In the blink of an eye, there were 1,244 points left. However, Zhou Yu wasn't heartbroken, giving up the child to catch the wolf. After all the characters of the Three Kingdoms contest are replaced by the characters in history, I believe that it will not take long. This point of consumption of emotional points can earn him back. Ding! Replacement complete. After noticing that Zhou Yu did not have any remaining emotion points, the system was brief and concise, gradually returning to calm. Zhou Yu rubbed his face and was thinking about what he was going to do next when his afterglow quietly glanced at the bank card and keys on the desktop. Why don't we go find the little rich girl to exchange feelings? Saying do it, Zhou Yu climbed up from the sofa with a car, changed clothes, and washed up, and went to the supermarket downstairs to buy food. Soon, Zhou Yu carried a large and small bag and used the key to open the door of the room next door. A refreshing aroma immediately hit the face. As far as the eye can see are all pink, very consistent with Zhou Yu's stereotypical impression of a girl's room. But as he watched, Zhou Yu realized that something was wrong. Because he realized that Yang Li seemed to be richer than he thought. The faucet was 24K pure gold, and the furniture was of goldenrod. Even the oil paintings hanging on the walls are stunning masterpieces. At an auction 5 days ago, it was auctioned off by a mysterious tycoon at a high price of 230 million Gaixia coins. Just didn't expect. This mysterious tycoon would be this little ninny Yang Li. In the midst of Zhou Yu's dismay, the bathroom doorknob made of 24K pure gold gently turned with a crunching sound. Yang Li walked out from the bathroom and met Zhou Yu with 4 eyes. Soon, the air was filled with the flavor belonging to spring. Because. So what, why don't I go out and I'll come in when you're dressed? Zhou Yu's surface was bland, but his heart set off huge waves. With honesty, Yang Li's explosive talent jumped to his eyes. It shook and made him dizzy. It was actually bigger than he had guessed. Yang Li's face was scarlet, as if a pinch could pinch out water, shyly lowering her head, her silver teeth gently biting her lips, as fine as a mosquito voice. If brother you likes it, Ari can also not wear it. I bought the building, it's okay. It doesn't matter if it's loud. The voice got lower and lower, the head buried lower and lower into the hemispheres of the pair of things. Fingers intertwined, face hot, a look of letting you pick and pick. Zhou Yu's throat knots rolled and swallowed his saliva. You're testing the old cadre with this? Which old cadre can stand such a test? Zhou Yu rubbed his face and forced down the throbbing in his heart. It's still early in the day. Why don't we have a meal first and talk about it later? I'll cook, you go change. Saying that, Zhou Yu swept past Yang Li and walked straight towards the kitchen. When he was about to step into the kitchen, Zhou Yu suddenly stopped and adjusted his walking posture. Inwardly, his heart was racing, but it didn't affect the cooking. Soon enough, the 3 dishes and 1 soup were served on the wooden table made of goldenrod. The 2 of them sat opposite each other, but Zhou Yu could not suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. White silk, JK. Well, it fits his aesthetic. It seemed as if the tiger and wolf words he had just used up his courage, so Yang Li looked calm with his head shrugged down the entire time. Only the flushed cheeks and the quivering hemisphere of something betrayed her. She was far less calm inside than she appeared to be. Yang Li pondered for a moment and summoned up the courage to say, what are your future plans? Do you want to come to my dad's company to work? Establishment, 7 insurance and 4 gold, 10 to 4, 3 off 4. The salary gives you $50,000 a month, okay? Yang Li looked at Zhou Yu with anticipation, but saw the other party shake his head. Thank you for your kind words, but I still want to put up a fight on the game. After all, as you know, it's been my dream since I was a kid. Dream A, hell. If I didn't have the 9th art system in my hand, the game, the dog wouldn't even do it. Zhou Yu silently spat in his heart, followed by, the game is called Three Kingdoms Contest, it has been uploaded to the Third Empire Game Manufacturing Competition, you can play it when you have time. Upon hearing this, Yang Li's originally despondent look was once again happy. If it's the Third Empire competition then. It doesn't seem to be much different from working at her dad's company? Both are in the same system anyway. With this in mind, Yang Li thoughtfully took out his cell phone and clicked on the official website of the Third Empire Game Production Competition. After typing in the name of the Three Kingdoms contest game, the page that popped up made her frown slightly. Game for inciting public sentiment. Is now off the shelves? What the hell? Zhou Yu's face changed and he pulled out his cell phone, but the page he saw was the same as Yang Li's. Not only was the game taken off the shelves, but even the hot searches that swept across all the major platforms were blocked through and through. Zhou Yu searched for Liu Bei and Guan Yu and got a blank page. It was as if a pair of big hands had mercilessly erased all traces of the Three Kingdoms' struggle for supremacy. Zhou Yu trembled and his face stiffened. Nima. I should have known that I would have taken the emotion points to replace the free attribute. That said, is it too late to work at Yang Li's dad's company? Without waiting for Zhou Yu to speak, Yang Li left the table with a frown on her face. It's fine, brother Yu. You wait for me for 2 minutes. Yang Li went back to the bedroom, the door to the room closed. Since the soundproofing was excellent, Zhou Yu didn't know what the other party was chatting about. But it didn't matter. The Third Empire game competition was personally run by the cabinet of the Grand Xia Empire, with unrivaled power. Since it was done off the shelves, how could it be put on the shelves again? Isn't this a slap in the face? Although Yang Li's family is rich, it's not the same as having power. Even if they have power, what power is better than the cabinet? Unless it was that emperor of the Daxia Empire, who was known to be unrivaled throughout the ages. Just when Zhou Yu did not hold any hope, Yang Li walked out of the bedroom with a smile on her face and raised the cell phone in her hand. Here, it's okay now. Zhou Yu's pupils shrunk into pinpoints, only to see that on the Third Empire's official website, the Three Kingdoms Scramble, which was originally taken off the shelves. It was actually on the shelves again. Zhou Yu raised his head, only to see Yang Li looking at himself with eyes full of peach blossoms, the pair of small tiger teeth extraordinarily cute. I did brother you such a big favor, how will brother you repay Ali? My bedroom cat can do backflips, do you want to come and see? With pleasure. It was getting late, and Zhou Yu's exclamation of surprise was especially piercing in this building filled with dark sentries. I'm fun, your cat still wears black silk. Not only black silk, but Chong Sam's, Lolita's, and man-wife dresses? Wait. What the hell is this little whip? Chapter 14 The Heat of Three Kingdoms Contest Sword, and the 18 vassals discuss Dong. Yang Li made a move, and the originally shelved Three Kingdoms Scramble instantly swindled. Win the resurrection match and live a second life. The chain reaction brought about was even more violent than the first time the Three Kingdoms contest hit the hot search. Because the Third Empire game production competition, which was under the full responsibility of the Daxia Empire's cabinet, was something that everyone knew. May I ask what kind of monstrous energy it would take to force the cabinet to put a game involving rebellion back on the shelves? The fine print belongs on a slide that can't even be touched. Public opinion intensified, eventually forcing even the cabinet to personally step down to explain. The Three Kingdoms contest was taken off the shelves because it had been subjected to a large number of reports, and the latter temporary worker made a decision to take it off the shelves without verifying it, and the temporary worker concerned has been dismissed from his post. The general public is invited to believe in the Third Reich, believe in the Daxia Empire, and fairness will follow you. Looking at the announcement sent out by the cabinet, the people of the Daxia Empire that didn't believe a single punctuation mark. Things had developed to this point, and it was no longer just a matter of Three Kingdoms contest being taken off the shelves. Rather, it had evolved into a large-scale yin and yang scene. But there's no doubt that Triple Threat got off to a great start and the heat soared. Yu Chaoyan looked at the 99+ message alerts per second in the background, his mouth almost grinning to the back of his head. Not caring about just washing up and lying on the bed, he immediately climbed up with a carp and drilled into the holographic game cabin. Three Kingdoms Fight for Supremacy, start. Once the broadcast started, the number of people in the live broadcast room instantly soared to the 10,000 mark. Watching the overwhelming pop-ups roll by, Yu Chaoyan was excited. This monstrous wealth, it's finally my turn. Catechism, is this the live room that triggered the cabinet's confrontation with the general public? Laughing. The people are not allowed to light the fire, are they? It's obviously a deal between the rich and the powerful, but they're dumping the blame on the temporary workers, poor thing. It's a routine operation, the responsibility is the temp's, the credit goes to you all, the hot search is to be covered up, guess which celebrity will be pushed out to block the knife this time? I say you guys are too heavy on conspiracy theories, right? You'd rather believe in hearsay than the official word, right? The only person I can trust unconditionally is the emperor of the Grand Xia Empire, as for the ministers and officials down below? As for the ministers and officials below them, they're nothing more than a bunch of drunken fools. Who created the yellow turbans in this game? Is there a first view tour? I'm kinda interested in their teachings. Brother, you are really not afraid of being beheaded while still living in the past? Nowadays, the internet is so advanced that even the Daxia Imperial Court can't arbitrarily decide whether a person lives or dies. I can only say you're too naive. If the government wants to fix you, you won't even be able to make a single wave. Capital, you win. Looking at the two distinct pop-ups, Yu Chaoyan didn't dare to say a word. After all, he was warned not long ago, this time to talk again, with the initiative to seek death is no different. Moreover, both roads are not unusual goods, the network is amazingly powerful in combat, no one can afford to offend. Yu Chaoyan kept his mouth shut and pushed the main plot of the game one by one. Until a pop-up discussing the game flashed by. Host, the character Pan Feng is still too weak, is there a strong character to recommend? Seeing that the pop-up screen finally flashed a serious pop-up screen, Yu Chaoyan was so excited that he was about to cry out. Perhaps only God knows, in the 2 hours of passionate spraying between the two groups of people, how he was on thin ice, afraid that the live room would be blocked again if he didn't pay attention. He took a deep breath and firmly grasped this hard-won opportunity. Yes, brother. Yes. It doesn't matter if Pan Feng is weak in this version, the anchor is here to recommend a strong character. The second brother in the Peach Orchard Triad, the absolute core of Uncle Lu's political team, warm wine beheads Hua Xiong, the absolute force value ceiling in the Three Kingdoms contest. Guan Yu. Perhaps certain newer brothers to the pit have no concept of these sayings, but that's okay, because you're about to see the unbelievable strength of Guan Yu. In an aura of soldiering and killing, Yuzhou School Captain Zhou Jing led Lu Guanzhang, the three brothers, as well as 500 township braves. In Daxing Mountain of Zhuo County, he ran into 50,000 yellow turbans led by Cheng Yuanji. Although these 50,000 yellow turbans are just a group of crop men, with hungry faces and poor food, and their weapons are mostly hoes and sticks. But the number of people is still put there. 50,000 is a concept. Can be said that as far as the eye can see are the yellow towel army figure, the mountains. Cheng Yuanji rate 50,000 yellow turbans, is to attack Zhuo County. The two roads can be said to be not talking much, meet directly to start fighting. Deng Mao, the vice general of the yellow turbans, took the lead and killed out of the army. That Song Tian is dead, the yellow sky shall stand. The king and his vassals would rather have their own kind. Deng Mao shouted the slogan of Yellow Turban Rebellion, firstly to give himself courage, and secondly to deepen the confidence of the underlying Yellow Turban army. Seeing the opposing general killing out, Zhang Fei glared angrily, holding his Jabba snake spear in a tit-for-tat manner. The horses of both sides were like a flash of lightning, and the two of them collided straight into each other. However, the expected evenly matched scene did not appear. He only saw Zhang Fei's spear stabbing out straight, hitting Deng Mao's eyebrow, killing him instantly. General Cheng Yuanji was furious and led the yellow turbans to counterattack with a wave of his hand. Since the one-on-one battle is a failure, then I can win by many against few, right? The ending is obvious. Only to see the Guan Yu controlled by Yu Chaoyang waving his green dragon crescent moon blade to meet the battle, his warhorse on his hips like no one's business. In the midst of 10,000 troops, he cut Cheng Ziyuan, the main general of the yellow turbans, into two pieces. With the deaths of the deputy general and the main general one after another, the yellow turbans' military spirit plummeted, their formation collapsed, those who surrendered, and those who fled. Liu Bei took advantage of the victory and pursued the attack, capturing nearly 20,000 yellow turbans and winning a great victory. Too late to rest, Lu Guanzhang three brothers and successively participated in the Qingzhou Rescue War, crusade against the Yellow Turbans, General Zhang Bao War, Guanhai Yellow Turbans remnants of the Hanging War. In the world of the group of heroes, this vast Yellow Turbans revolt was finally suppressed. General Zhang Zhao, General Zhang Bao, General Zhang Liang were all killed. Liu Bei was also appointed as the lieutenant of Anqi County in Zhongshan Prefecture by the Eastern Han Dynasty for his contribution to the suppression of the Yellow Turbans. However, the postman of Anqi County tried to make things difficult for Liu Bei on the pretext of elimination and tried to frame him after asking for a bribe, so Zhang Fei angrily whipped the postman. Liu Bei then hangs up his seal and abandons his post, and flees with Zhang Fei and Guan Yu. A wave has not yet subsided, a wave rises again. In Lu Guanzhang run away, shocking news came. The warlord Dong Zhuo enters the capital and abandons the young Han Emperor Lu Defend and installs the 9-year-old Han Emperor Lu Xie as the new emperor. Powerful in the imperial court, scourging the harem of the heavenly family, and ordering the vassals with the son of heaven. For several months, the world's heroes could not stand it anymore, and rose up in anger to fight together. The 18 lords and vassals took the slogan of annihilating the Dong traitors and supporting the Han Dynasty. They met in Zazhuang and took the blood oath at the Bishui Pass to officially start the crusade. When Lu Guanzhang and Zhang arrived, Yuan Shao, who was the fourth and third duke, had already been honored as the alliance's leader. "Stop, who are you?" The guard's long gorges crossed, blocking the way of the three. Liu Bei's face remained unchanged as he rolled over and dismounted as an editor. "Please inform Lord Yuan of the alliance. Tell them that plain Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei have come to meet the alliance." The guard snorted and sneered. "Lu what Guan what? Never heard of it. Say, did General Yuan invite you guys? Do you really think that any stinking fish and shrimp can support the Han Dynasty and crusade against the Dong traitors?" Liu Bei raised his head, his eyes were calm, and said lightly, "The rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of every man. And why do you need to be invited?" The guard laughed, a loud and harsh laugh. Both their looks and eyes were filled with disdain for the three Lu Guanzhang brothers. "Inside the city gate are all group of heroes gathering, there is no seat for you, go away, go away." The guard waved his hand impatiently. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of Yu Chaoyang's eyes. I thought that when I went to Wang Situ's birthday banquet, I was also turned away because my name was too low. And how do you know that today's nobodies won't be famous in the future? 3 of you, follow me into the gate." Xiao Mingda had a kind face and took the initiative to relieve the 3 of them. Chapter 15 Liu Bei is a hypocrite? Netizen hot topic. Yu Chaoyang followed closely behind Xiao Mingda and entered the coalition camp with Liu Bei and Zhang Fei. Now he also gradually understood that when choosing Pan Feng in the weekly objective, why the 18 vassals were all entertained with good wine and meat, favoring Liu Bei's trio with only a mat of straw. There is no other reason, no power, all alone. Compared to the many distinguished and powerful nobles in the room, the 3 of them were indeed a bit inadequate. If they were only compared to their status, it would be normal for them to be laughed at. After all, when Yu Chaoyang himself chose Pan Feng earlier, he even laughed at Guan Yu, the horse archer, and Zhang Fei, the foot archer. But if you look at it from the current perspective, how are the three Lu Guan and Zhang brothers any kind of little yakuza? They are clearly three real dragons trapped in the abyss. All it takes is a chance to soar to the heavens. Undoubtedly, the battle of the 18 vassals against Dong is the best opportunity for Lu Guanzhang and his three brothers to soar to the sky. Primus Captain Cao Cao leads his family's 4,000-strong soldiers to the alliance. Amidst the soldiers' loud reports, Yu Chaoyang and his group stepped into the allied camp. Allied Lord Yuan Shao was beaming with joy and personally rose to receive them. Mengda, you finally arrived. Xiao Mao greets you. Cao Cao was unassuming. What's the point of talking about this between you and I? Come, all the generals, please sit down. Yuan Shao beckoned, and immediately an attendant led Cao Cao and his party to sit down. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but the group of lords turned a blind eye to Lu Guanzhang and skipped right over them. Zhang Fei's violent temper can tolerate this? He immediately shouted, Tai. Can't you see that my brother is here? Yuan Shao narrowed his eyes and said absently, Oh? Then may I ask what is the foot's origin? Liu Bei bowed slightly, not being humble. I am the son of Emperor Jing of the Han family, after King Liu Sheng of Zhongshan Jing. Surname Liu Bei, character Xiande. As the words fell, a cacophony of discussion erupted from the scene. Obviously none of them recognized Liu Bei as a Han clan member. After all, who's a Han clansman like Liu Bei, dressed in rough clothes? Yuan Shao frowned slightly and continued to ask, May I ask where your foot comes from and what official title you currently hold? And what is your occupation? Liu Bei arched his hand and made an album. I have lived in the countryside for a long time, and have no title, and I weave mats and sell shoes for a living. The second brother Guan Yu's character Yin Chang, a native of Xialiang and Hedong, and works as a gatekeeper and guardian. The third brother, Zhang Fei, with the word Ida, a native of Zhuozhou, Hebei, sells wine and slaughters pigs for a living. Having heard that Yuan Benshu has sent a message to the sea to gather the righteous to fight against the bandits, my three brothers have come to make an alliance. Oh? Yuan Shao flicked his long beard. How many men do you have? Including me, 3 men and 3 horses. As the words fell, before Yuan Shao could react, the vassals on one side were the first to laugh. Ha 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 ha. 3 men and 3 horses also dare to come to crusade against the Dong traders? Do you know that my 18 vassals, leading troops must be at least 15,000, a mere 3 people, also have the nerve to make an alliance with us? Ha 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 ha. Han Fu's words immediately caused the lords present to burst into laughter. The sarcastic laughter seemed like it was going to topple the roof. But in the midst of this burst of cynicism, Liu Bei still did not change his color and said without being humble. Save the country rise and fall, loyalty and righteousness first, and not in the number of people? This was said in an extremely level-headed manner, not only ironizing Han Fu's ridicule, but also binding the identity of the 3 brothers to loyalty and righteousness. Coming to save the country, this is loyalty and righteousness that had to be accepted. Han Fu's face is slightly spicy, a little bit forced by Liu Bei to get off the stage. Luckily, Yuan Shao spoke up and relieved Han Fu. Since you are descended from the imperial family, then watch the seat. Thank you for the seat. A soldier stepped out and led Liu Bei's trio towards the seat. When the additional seating seat appeared in the live broadcast, the long-suppressed pop-ups instantly erupted. Because what appeared on the screen was not a proper seat at all, but a haystack. No, this Yuan Benshu is also too unorthodox, isn't it? Lu Guanzhang and the 3 brothers at least came all the way here, and they just take a piece of haystack to deal with the problem? Not even a haystack, not even some food or wine? Joke. Just as Han Fu said, why would a man who kills pigs and sells wine as a caretaker have the right to make an alliance with them? How can he make Yuan Shao, who is the 4th and the 3rd king of the world, look at him favorably? By virtue of Guan Yu being an anchor? That's right. I was wondering how fierce these 3 brothers are, but they're either horse archers or foot archers, and their earlier bravery was just the yellow turbans being too wasteful. Is this the ceiling of force in the game that the anchor is talking about? If the guards can do it, then I'll do it. Nima. The brainless anchor, it's really bad that I trust him so much, so the yellow turbans that we fought earlier were just a bunch of novice village monsters. No, doesn't anyone think Liu Bei has an extraordinary temperament? He is not even lifting his eyelids, knowing that Yuan Shao is humiliating him by bringing out the haystacks, and still sitting down without changing his face. I don't think Liu Bei is a person of extraordinary character. I think this Liu Bei is a complete hypocrite. Sit down is just what a hard plating wave gold, after all, united 18 vassals to discuss the Dong, say out how awesome ah. Not only is he a hypocrite, he also likes to use empty gloves. Lu Guanzhang 3 not righteousness, Zhang Fei exhausted his family's wealth to help him start, Guan Yu at least can be considered a force to bear, Liu Bei only a Han clan name, the result of 18 vassals still do not recognize. No. The pop-up screen rolled on and on, just like the 18 vassals, the words were full of disdain for Lu Guanzhang's 3 brothers. Most people thought that Liu Bei was an empty glove hypocrite. There were even a lot of pop-ups questioning the force of the three. After all, the more you look at it, the more the Yellow Turban army sweeping the world looks like a small monster in a novice village. Even though the slogans of rebellion had created a huge wave in the Gaixia Empire. But it still can't change the fact that the other side is a bunch of stinking fish and shrimp. Of course, there were quite a few of Yu Chaoyang's loyal fans in the live broadcast room who knew about Guan Yu's amazing feat of warming his wine and cutting down Hua Xiong. But compared to the new influx of viewers, the number of them, the old fans, was still too small. The pop-ups sent out would be replaced by new ones in just a second. Even if you intend to defend yourself, you can't. Looking at the pop-ups in the corner of the viewpoint, Yu Chaoyang's face did not change color, and he did not let the pop-ups shake his heart in the slightest. Just kidding, is Liu Bei a hypocrite or not, doesn't he know? The three brothers traveled all over the world, eliminating the yellow turbans one after another, and is also considered to have seen the world. But if you ask Yu Chaoyang which fragment is the most profound, then his answer will definitely be the first time the three brothers had a drink and slept together. The moon was very full that night, and the hand of the elder brother. It was hot. So hot that it gave him an illusion, as if what was in front of him wasn't a game, and Big Brother 3 wasn't a string of game code. Rather, it was a living, breathing human being. A bunch of internet spammers who only know how to keep politics and have never even opened a game are worthy of calling his beloved Big Brother a hypocrite? Yu Chaoyang snorted coldly and scoffed. Zhou Yu couldn't help but smile faintly as he watched the trigger Yu Chaoyang's anger, emotion points +1, prompt that kept skipping by in the background of the system. Spray it, spray it. The more ferocious you spray now, the more you will cry when Liu Bei raises his country to avenge Guan Yu. Chapter 16, Freeing Battle Lubu, the peak of cold weapon showdown. Zhou Yu wrapped one hand around Yang Li's thin waist and held his cell phone in one hand to watch Yu Chaoyang's live broadcast. Looking at the up to 50,000 online viewers in the live broadcast room, Zhou Yu's face was rare and gloomy. Undoubtedly, in the two east winds of the Yellow Turban Rebellion slogans as well as the game off-the-shelf storm, Three Kingdoms contest is definitely the brightest one, achieving unprecedented attention. Countless people in the Gaixia Empire were aware of the game's existence and used a variety of ways to learn about it. Yu Chaoyang's live broadcast alone had 50,000 online viewers, not to mention other platforms and live broadcasts. However, water can carry a boat and can also cover a boat. Huge exposure brings not only traffic, but also almost insane harshness. As soon as the public thought that the Three Kingdoms contest was not worthy of virtue, then the current monstrous heat would become a sharp blade that would backfire in a matter of moments. It can be said that now is the time of life and death for the game Three Kingdoms contest. If it becomes a success, it will soar to the heavens. If you fail, you will be shattered. But Zhou Yu is not worried, as the saying goes, Shu Han has the romance of Shu Han, and Cao Wei has the flavor of Cao Wei. He just doesn't believe that anyone can resist the charisma of Cao and Liu after experiencing it firsthand. Not to mention the fact that there is still the trump card of Prime Minister Zhuge at the back. Do you understand the gold content of the Han Phantom? Between Zhou Yu's thoughts, the game's plot also ushered in a light-speed advancement. After Hua Xiong beheaded the two generals Yushibi and Pan Feng one after another, the 18 vassals suddenly whispered. And the mockery of Guan Yu by the live streamers also arrived at its peak at this moment. Words like what kind of gatekeeper and lowlife popped up one after another. In the face of the questioning of the water friends, Yu Chaoyang gave a response with practical action. Little Hua Xiong, why do I need to relieve myself of alcohol? Big brother, wait a moment, Yun Chang will be right back. Yu Chaoyang rolled onto his horse and galloped out of the city gates. As far as the eye could see, the situation was exactly the same as that of a week's view. The taunts of the soldiers on the city walls were comparable to that of Hua Xiong, the king of 100 tons. Only this time, Yu Chaoyang did not have any fear. Because the character he was playing, surnamed Guan named Yu character Yin Chang. Yu Chaoyang took a deep breath, clicked the hosting button on the side, and explained. The anchor is from the Army Special Forces, so as to avoid any water friends saying that the strong one is the anchor, not Guan Yu, so the anchor chose to host it. Now Guan Yu is completely manipulated by the AI. After this battle, you will know why the anchor called Guan Yu the force ceiling of this game. Yu Chaoyang was righteous, as if he was doing all this for the sake of fairness. But the hundreds of old viewers in the live broadcast room immediately laughed out loud and deducted words. The strong one is the anchor and not Guan Yu? No. How did you dare to say that? The first time I've seen someone talk about being a goon with such a straight face. On this day, the crazy imposter Guan Yu once again recalled the fear of being dominated by Hua Xiong. Guan Yu himself is 9 out of 10 against Hua Xiong, and Sunshine is equally 9 out of 10 against Hua Xiong, which, of course, means being tackled 10 times a minute. Thanks to Yang's self-awareness, otherwise a sure win game can be played as a sure loss game. The strong one is the anchor, not Guan Yu. This is the funniest joke I've heard in the 23rd century. Looking at the old audience's unflinching demolition, Yu Chaoyang's old face was embarrassed. However, these pop-ups were instantly covered by mocking pop-ups and did not create any splashes. It couldn't be helped, compared to the number of new waterbenders pouring in. These veteran viewers who had witnessed Pan Feng's 35 different tragic deaths were still too few. Without too many words, the battle was fought the moment Xiaoyang chose to host it. Hua Xiong was the first to charge out, his warhorse under his crotch was able to raise dust in the sky every time he galloped. The violent muscle lines of the warhorse are hitting the upper limit of the imagination of the water lovers all the time. But despite this, the reins were still firmly held in Hua Xiong's hands, and his terrifying core strength was simply appalling. Imagine a 2-meter-tall, 300-pound hideous man holding a long sword, charging his horse at 60 kilometers per hour. How do you feel? Under the high-speed gallop, it seems that even the earth is trembling for it. What kind of person is this? It's clearly a 100-ton king. Even if you put the screen on hold, it makes the live broadcast a crowd of water friends cold sweat, scalp numb. I don't know, you call this thing a human being? I am not looking for 100 tons of king crossdocket. I thought it was a speed bump. It's not easy for us. Talk to your insurance, we're all living hard. Not to mention, the quality of the game's graphics is really no black. To my buddy through the screen are almost scared to pee. This Hua Xiong is not a human being to tackle a 60 km per hour horse with one hand. This Hua Xiong is not a human being. He can fly out just by bumping into him, not to mention fighting against him. Those who brag about Guan Yu come out to talk. How can a janitor be called the ceiling of force? Let's see what the real ceiling of force is. The pop-ups were all over the place, sweeping through the entire live broadcast room. However, only 2 seconds had passed, and the originally overwhelming pop-ups suddenly condensed. The live broadcast room fell into a deathly silence. A whole 80,000 online viewers, but not a single pop-up was born. Only Hua Xiong, who had been blown up to the sky, was beheaded after just one fight with Guan Yu. That fast, accurate and ruthless slash was imprinted in everyone's mind in a raw way. It was like a thunderclap on the ground that did not dissipate for a long time. But Guan Yu was like a nobody, expressionlessly cutting off Hua Xiong's dead head and turning back to the allied camp. When Guan Yu threw his head to the ground, 5 large gilt characters with dragon flying in the air suddenly appeared. Warm wine beheads Hua Xiong. When the large gilt letters slowly dissipated, the live broadcast room was instantly swept by a flood of question marks. But before it lasted 2 seconds, a soldier hurriedly ran in and said urgently, "Alliance Master Yuan is not well. Dong Zhuo has personally led a large army to invade us, and has now arrived at Hudian Pass. His general Liu Fengxian is calling for battle at the city gate, saying, what bull 18 road vassals? It's clearly 18 roads of pigs and dogs." As the words fell, the joy of Hua Xiong being cut down from his horse was instantly washed away. All the lords' faces were filled with deep concern and scorn. Even Boss Cao couldn't help but exclaim, "Red hair among horses, Liu Bu among men. This number 1 general in the world has finally arrived." Yuan Shao couldn't help but take a deep breath and shouted, "If it wasn't for the absence of my beloved General Yin Liang and Wenshou, otherwise I could have taken down Liu Bu in 3 rounds. Generals, is anyone willing to offer Liu Bu's head for me?" The lords at the scene kept quiet and muttered in a low voice, "Who knows that Liu Bu is the best in the world? Isn't this going out to fight one-on-one tantamount to sending him to his death?" That's right, Liu Bu is not a man who can be defeated by human power. The lords were cowed before the battle, but the group of military generals thought otherwise. 2 shoulders and 1 head, who is afraid of who? However, the facts soon gave them the shocking news. Liu Bu, in 6 rounds, decimated 7 generals in a row. Such a feat scared many vassals who immediately closed their doors and refused to fight. Even if there are still generals under their hands who are not convinced, they will be held down by the Lord. But not fighting behind closed doors will undoubtedly greatly dampen the morale of the army, and is not a long-term solution. Yuan Shao's eyes rolled, stroking his small black beard. "Liu, General, are you willing to go out to fight Liu Bu?" Liu Bei narrowed his eyes. This move was exactly what he wanted. He rose and bowed. "If Lord Yuan ally says so, there's nothing wrong with it." "Good." Yuan Shao slammed the table. "Someone come. Add a 19th town to suppress the thieves, and the general in charge will be Liu Bei. This time, I will personally beat the drum for General Liu." At Yuan Shao's command, many vassals rose in unison and came to the city tower to beat the drums in support of Liu Guanzhang's 3 brothers. It was obviously 3 against 1, but neither Liu Bu himself nor the 19 vassals felt there was anything wrong with it. The city gate was opened wide, only to see a man with a swallow jaw and tiger beard, leopard head and eyes, voice like a huge thunder and strength like a fiery horse, hand held a spear of 8 serpents. 3 named slave. Yenrin Zhang Ida is here. Don't be wild. At this moment, the crowd of water users in the live broadcast room were blissfully unaware of what they saw next represented. The pinnacle of the ancient cold weapon duel. Chapter 17, Liu Bu is the strongest opponent I've ever met. Zhang Guanlu struck out one after another and engaged in a fierce exchange with Liu Bu. Watching the 4 of them go back and forth, the hideous sound of dingo broke through. The original pop-up screen that was trolling Guan Yu instantly disappeared and was instead covered by a screen full of question marks. Perfect. It's just too perfect. Whether it's that flowing fight scene or that peak power technique. Whether it's the ease with which Liu Bu fought the three heroes, or the exquisite cooperation between Liu Guanzhong and the three brothers. All of them are hitting the eyeballs of the audience in the live broadcast room at all times. The violent beauty that was almost about to overflow the screen, even laymen were jaw-dropped by it and felt that it was all natural. If Guan Yu's warm wine chopping Hua Xiong just shut up a bunch of hackers. Then now, it was undoubtedly a complete conquest of a crowd of water friends. They couldn't even find any words to describe this, what could be called a peak battle between the strongest forces of the cold weapon era. It was only when Dong Zhuo sounded the retreat that Liu Bu retreated, his battle spirit stirring more than just a little. It was only when 5 large gilt characters with dragons and phoenixes appeared between the images that they realized it afterward and reminisced about it. The three heroes battle Liu Bu. After the gilt letters faded into a subtle and brilliant card that lit up a column of achievements. The pop-ups that were already shuffling the screen more than just a few times instantly doubled tenfold. Warm wine beheads Hua Xiong, freeing battles Liu Bu, what a three kingdoms battle, over the top and over the top. I apologize for my earlier remarks, Guan Yunchang does deserve the title of force sealing. If Liu Bu doesn't die, Guan Yunchang will never be able to get ahead in his life. In my opinion, Liu Bu is the one who is the most despairing. Have you noticed? Neither the 18 vassals, nor Liu Bei, nor Zhang Fei, nor Liu Bu himself find anything wrong with this 3 against 1. Tisk, TSK, the world's best man deserves his name. Pop-ups as evidence, with the current trend of the game, the future of the three kingdoms to fight for hegemony is estimated to be Dong Zhuo, Yuan Shao, the Han Dynasty 3 parties, Liu Guanzhang 3 brothers are strong, but single force, destined to be a tragic figure, guest please call me a prophet. Don't wow. I still want to see the 3 Ings versus Liu Bu again. Say, is there anyone in the circle who can comment on this battle? I feel like I'm taking it too much for granted. +1, in terms of the coordination of the limbs of the 4, it doesn't look like it can be done by normal humans at all. An overhead historical game, if the game characters are beyond the realm of human limits, wouldn't that be a collapse? Nonsense. Historical games are all about realism. If no one can pull off these moves, then why don't I just go be Superman and fight monsters? Everyone, go to the top 1 of the Hot 100, a big shot in the industry has responded. The instant this pop-up came out, the number of people in the live room instantly dropped by half. Even Zhou Yu was piqued with curiosity and opened the Douyin platform. Clicking on the hot search list, he saw that the video that ranked first was none other than the 3-ing battle of Liu Bu, which could be called the pinnacle of dueling in the cold weapon era. Posted in just a few minutes, it had gained hundreds of thousands of likes. With each refresh, the number of likes increased by tens of thousands. Zhou Yu clicked on the comment section and was surprised to find the comment that was high on the list. It actually had more likes than 3-ing battle Liu Bu. Who has the contact information of these 4 people? Heavy thanks. The content of the comment was simple, but the person who posted it was not. Tang Fengsheng. Zhou Yu clicked into his personal homepage, and a column of small yellow V certified words immediately appeared in his eyes, the 34th horseback riding and slashing competition laureate. The number of fans, which was as high as 250 million, was even closer to not blinding Zhou Yu. With such a large number of fans, Tang Fengsheng had not even released a single video. Even on the internet, he hadn't made any remarks. That comment under the 3-ing battle Liu Bu video was the first time Tang Fengsheng had ever made a statement on the internet. And that was precisely why it caused such a big fluctuation on the internet. Even the 3-ing battles Liu Bu was released in just a few minutes, and it gained up to 1 million likes. Everything was because of that comment from Tang Fengsheng. And the reason why Tang Fengsheng had so much traffic was all because of the other party's status as the laureate of the 34th horseback riding and slashing contest. Since technology was overly developed and there were no external or internal disasters, it led to the people of the Grand Xia Empire having an almost maniacal pursuit of entertainment. In terms of entertainment, if games were number 1, then the horseback riding and slashing contest was the undisputed number 2. The reason is simple, because horseback riding slashing contests can kill people. The riding slash contest has the same schedule system as the third right game making contest. It is similarly divided into multiple stages such as auditions, 128, 64, and 32. But the only difference is that after entering the 128 offline race, only one person can survive after fighting against each other. It's either you or him. Then it's 64, 32, 16, and so on to decide the final laurels. You can imagine how high the gold content of the horseback riding and hacking competition is. If it is not too bloody and violent, by the Great Xia Empire official order to rectify, from the original annual session to the current 4-year session. The leading chair of entertainment, absolutely not the turn of the game to sit. Tang Fengsheng is the laureate of the most recent horseback riding and slashing contest. When interviewed, he said he would participate in the next horseback riding slashing contest. If he could defend his crown, then Tang Fengsheng would become the first horseback riding and slashing competition double champion. And there were less than 10 days left before the next horseback riding slashing competition began.
Such a critical juncture, coupled with Tang Fangxing's special status, was the real reason that made the Three Ying Battles Liu Bu video explode in popularity.
Zhou Yu had just rationalized his many thoughts when he saw Tang Fangxing's Douyin avatar flash. This was opening a live broadcast?
Without time to think, Zhou Yu subconsciously clicked into the live broadcast room. What appeared in Zhou Yu's field of vision was the game screen of Three Kingdoms battle.
The online audience was a full 100W+.
But what surprised him was that the game character Tang Fangxing chose was actually Pan Feng. The sound of Hua Xiong shouting attacked, and without any hesitation, Tang Fangxing immediately spurred his horse to kill.
Something unexpected happened to Zhou Yu. Pan Feng, who should have been killed by Hua Xiong in seconds, was operated by Tang Fangxing. It was enough to engage the other party for 23 rounds before he was cut down.
Tang Fangxing looked at the four big words restart and pondered for a long time, then with a flash of brilliance in his eyes, he chose to restart. This time, the Pan Feng controlled by Tang Fangxing lasted a full 89 rounds before being cut down.
Restart. Restart. Start over.
Tang Fangxing kept restarting, but the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter, until on the 8th restart, he managed to cut Hua Xiong down.
But before Tang Fangxing could get excited, a tall figure immediately came out from Dong Zhuo's army. It was Liu Bu, who rode a red rabbit horse and held a square sky painting halberd.
Tang Fangxing took a deep breath, restored his body's physical fitness to its peak, and resolutely charged at Liu Bu. Soon, a scene that shocked everyone happened. The two exchanged just one round before Tang Fangxing was cut down by Liu Bu. Tang Fangxing was frozen in place, his eyes staring like light bulbs, his mind filled with Liu Bu's exquisite halberd.
Because he realized. It seemed that no matter what he used, he couldn't catch that halberd of Liu Bu's.
The elegance of that halberd was like a nightmare, imprinted in his mind, unable to return to his senses for a long time. After a few minutes of flabbergastedness, Tang Fangxing rubbed his face with palpitations and said excitedly,
"This is the strongest opponent I've ever encountered since my debut. If I can learn 70% of the fur, defending the crown is within reach." As the words fell, the live broadcast instantly exploded. Chapter 18 Explosion. Once again, the fire came out of the circle of the Three Kingdoms.
What?
Fangxing said that Liu Bu is the strongest opponent he's ever encountered? Did I hear you right? You alone might have heard it wrong. Can it be that 2 million people have heard it wrong? A character in a game is just a character in a game, but even the founder god is willing to bow down? What are you talking about, newcomers? What's more ruthless than the founder god?
Liu Bu from Three Kingdoms warriors rode against the god of Feng and cut him down in just one round.
What? Are you out of your mind? Fangxing is the 34th horseback riding champion. How could he be defeated by a game character? Don't bother arguing with you, someone has already uploaded the video, go watch it yourself. Laughing, I'd like to see how a Fangxing really got decapitated in one round?
Not only was he killed in a second, but Fangxing said outright that if he could learn 70% of the tricks, he would be able to defend his crown. Even the god of Feng can kill him in seconds. A game is a game, it's not close to reality. What Lu Fengxian is, I think he's just a clown.
I think you're the clown. You're the clown. The god of Feng himself has taken the stand, why are you still so stubborn? If it's not close to reality, then why haven't we seen the founder's Mecha Gundam? Wouldn't that thing be even tougher? Wait a minute. If I beat Liu Bu, won't I be the 35th horseback riding champion? You just realized it? I'm already practicing. No martial arts.
A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. After Tang Fangxing personally came down to stand on the stage and linked Three Kingdoms scramble with the 35th riding horse/competition. The nature of this game changed instantly. Because no one can resist the lure of the laurels of a horseback riding slaying contest. It's no exaggeration to say that with just one character, Liu Bu, it would have lifted Three Kingdoms into the top 128 offline rounds of the Third Empire game-making competition. As long as the quality of the subsequent games is acceptable, it is even more certain to enter the top 10 best games of all time. It's not even impossible to make it to the top 5. Because the Great Summer Empire's horseback riding slashing competition was like the Soccer World Cup in Zhou Yu's previous life. If you have a chance to win the World Cup by playing the game at home, Zhou Yu can blow up the game. After all, who doesn't have a dream? But things are far from over. As the center of public opinion, every move Tang Fangxing made was closely watched. His last 2 sentences caused numerous marketing numbers to spread like sharks smelling blood. The titles taken were one more exaggerated than the other, and the number of likes and plays were one higher than the other.
Tang Fangxing, he's the strongest opponent I've ever met. Tang Fangxing boasts that defending the title is a piece of cake. What?
The horseback riding competition's crown has been taken away in a single slash.
Tang Fangxing, compared to him, I'm just a newbie.
These marketing numbers were clearly trying to rub off on Tang Fangxing's traffic. But it turns out that they succeeded. Countless people clicked on the posts and videos in a trend of curiosity under the headlines of the blasted hunt.
And then were conquered by the brilliant 3 Ying battle of Liu Bu. Shocked by Tang Fangxing's final submission. followed closely by the rising number of likes and plays. With the help of many parties, Three Kingdoms contest has taken advantage of the time and place. Exploded. Completely exploded. Three Kingdoms contest has instantly rushed to the top of the download list, online list, and praise list of all major games with a swift momentum. The Three Kingdoms battle for Liu Bei, as well as Tang Fangxing's last two sentences, were even edited into videos by countless marketing numbers. Topping all the video platforms, discussion platform hot search list TPO1. 5 of the top 10 hot searches are all related to Three Kingdoms contest. When people realized after the fact that the phrase "the king and his vassals would rather have seeds" also came from Three Kingdoms Scramble, it was even more of a sweep of all the hot searches. At this moment, as long as any video that was tied to Three Kingdoms contest was released, it would instantly burst into flames, reaping tens or even hundreds of thousands of likes. Nowadays, Three Kingdoms is the undisputed traffic code. And the video that Tang Fangxing had commented on at the very beginning had an appalling 93 million likes. The number of likes for Tang Fangxing's comment had even surpassed the 100 million mark. The most exaggerated thing was that every time it was refreshed, the number of likes would increase by hundreds of thousands. The comments section is even reduced to a bidding scene for businesses. Clothing industry giants were willing to bid 10 million Gaixia coins just to put their own logos on Liu Bei's armor. The wine industry giant is willing to offer 30 million Gaixia coins just to replace the wine in warm wine to kill Hua Xiong with its own white wine. The horse farm giant was willing to offer 80 million Gaixia coins just to replace the warhorse in Three Kingdoms battle with his own wind-chasing horse. The movie and television industry giant was even willing to offer 200 million Gaixia coins just to obtain the TV and movie adaptation rights of Three Kingdoms battle. One by one, familiar, stomping on the foot can trigger the entire industry earthquake of giant enterprises in the comments section as low as possible. All of this is not to illustrate the horrible heat of the Three Kingdoms contest. If we say that the first burst of fire was due to the special nature of kings and lords would rather have seeds, with a certain element of luck, then this time, the burst of fire was purely because of the hard power of Three Kingdoms. Looking at the up to 7-digit sentiment points in the system's background, Zhou Yu's mouth was grinning to the back of his head. Suddenly, a phone rang. Beep beep beep. Zhou Yu picked it up and frowned, but still connected. Hello there, is this Mr. Zhou Yu, the author of the game Three Kingdoms? You are? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Prospect Future Entertainment Film and Television Company, and I'm specially calling today in order to discuss the purchase of the film and movie adaptation rights of Three Kingdoms contest from you. Don't worry, the price is negotiable. Do you think you're free? Hearing this, Zhou Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Nima, negotiating a contract at night? I'll talk to you. Without hesitation, Zhou Yu directly hung up the phone. A few seconds later, another call came in, this time it was chasing Wind Horse Farm. Zhou Yu hung up again. But in the minutes that followed, Zhou Yu was like stabbing a telephone nest, with strange calls coming in every now and then. The purpose of the strange calls was surprisingly consistent. Either they want a piece of the action or they want to buy the adaptation rights. Until Zhou Yu put the Third Reich official website, the author's contact information is set to private, which gradually subsided. However, this dozen of phone calls brought Zhou Yu a new money-making idea. He could totally wholly fund the TV series as well as the movie of Three Kingdoms contest. With the current level of popularity and the backdrop of being tied to the ride and slash competition. As long as it gets made, it's a sure thing. But where will the startup capital come from? Yang Li seemed to be able to see Zhou Yu's dilemma and winks like silk, brother Yu. With me here, everything is fine. Chapter 19, LV Bu among men, the red hair among horses, the square heavenly painted halberd stabbing the righteous father exclusively? The moon is fading. The skyline turns a fish white. Yu Chaoyang struggled all night, but he did not see the slightest bit of fatigue. The entire person was in extreme exuberance. One reason is because the plot of the Three Kingdoms War is getting progressively more exciting. 2. It was because the number of people online in his live broadcast room had reached its peak ever. A full 270,000 online viewers. If he can keep it up, he will definitely be among the top game anchors this year. Yu Chaoyang took a deep breath and explained to the new audience. Good morning, brothers, welcome to the live broadcast room of the most respected Pan Feng in the entire network. The story of the Peach Garden and the Three Ties of Justice, warm wine and chopping Hua Xiong, and Three Ying and chopping Liu Bei is something that everyone is surely tired of hearing, so the anchor won't expound on it too much. Now the plot of the Three Kingdoms struggle for hegemony goes as follows. The 18 allied armies have broken Dong Zhuo's army, and when they should be riding on the victory, all the lords are in civil strife due to the distribution of interests first. My elder brother scolded Yuan Shao's piker and vertical son, and quit the allied army together with Cao Mingda. During that time, Luoyang, the 400-year-long capital of the Han Dynasty, was burned to the ground by Dong Zhuo, who moved the capital to Chang'an with the young emperor Liu Xia. Sun Jian, one of the 18 vassals, was ambushed by Liu Biao of Jingzhou on his way back to Jiangdong and perished. My elder brother and I, the third brother, are at this moment stationed in Pingyuan County, temporarily under the jurisdiction of Gongsun Zan. In a few words, Yu Chaoyang elaborated the direction of the game's plot in a clear manner. When the voice fell, Yu Chaoyang, however, did not choose to take over Guan Yu's body, but instead allowed Guan Yu to act on his own. The reason was simple: Liu Bu was still able to cut down Tang Fengsheng with a single slash. Guan Yu, who could fight Liu Bu for dozens of rounds, could be any worse in terms of force value? If he continued to manipulate Guan Yu, it would be a real loss of watermelon and picking up sesame seeds. If you want to watch horseback riding and hacking, water lovers can go to Tang Fengsheng's live broadcast. Staying in his live room, the concern is the game's subsequent plot direction. Facts proved that Yu Chaoyang's choice was correct, and the pop-ups in the live broadcast room instantly surged more than once. I praised Yuan Shao for having the will of a king, but he's a narrow-minded person who, for his own selfish desires, really let Dong Zhuo escape unharmed. 3 times. Yuan Shao had 3 chances to kill Dong Zhuo. It's really a case of the man who was not as good as the man who was not as good as the man who was not as good as the man. The capital of the Han Dynasty for 400 years has been burned down by a single fire. What a chaotic lord. Why did Zhang Fei call Liu Bu a slave? That's, why don't you let Brother Yang ask? Under the scrolling proposals from the pop-ups, Yu Chaoyang righteously refused. But when a Douyin one lifted off, he immediately changed his face. Okay, brother. Little brother, this will go to help you ask. Yu Chaoyang took over Guan Yu's body and found Zhang Fei, who was scolding his soldiers, and said with a slight frown on his brow, "Third brother, why are you scolding your men? Second brother doesn't know, these people are so stupid, how to teach them won't work, so they have to." Zhang Fei hemmed and hawed, full of concern. By the way, the second brother you find me what? Yu Chaoyang shook his head helplessly. After several years of contact, his third brother had this bad habit of scolding his subordinates. Liu Bei, and he repeatedly persuaded to no avail, also let him go, immediately explained the purpose of this visit. Before the tiger prison pass, second brother heard that you scolded Liu Bu. That guy is a slave of the 3 surnames, why is this? Zhang Fei glanced at Guan Yu in surprise. When did second brother also like to listen to gossip? It's a simple story. Liu Bu first recognized Ding Yuan as his righteous father in Haizhou, and then he killed Ding Yuan to recognize Dong Zhuo as his righteous father. His surname is LV, and he has recognized Ding and Dong as his godfathers, so isn't he a slave with 3 surnames? Second brother don't believe, we'll see, on Liu Bu's erratic nature. Sooner or later, he will turn his face against Dong. As if to verify Zhang Fei's suspicion, a soldier hurriedly ran into the training camp and urgently said, "2 generals, the world has changed drastically. Under Wang Yun's provocation, Liu Bu and Dong Zhuo have turned against each other. On the day before yesterday, he stabbed Dong Zhuo to death with a halberd in Chang'an City. Today, he was appointed as General Fenwo, with a fake section to discuss the 3 secretaries of departments and a title of Wenhou, sharing the imperial government with Wang Yun." What? That Dong Zhuo guy is dead? Zhang Fei stared angrily, surprised. Yu Chaoyang's face also changed drastically, realizing that the 3 kingdoms contest was about to carry out a new plot, and he hastily chose to host it. As expected, another soldier hurriedly ran into the camp, panting, 2 generals. That Cao Cao guy is leading a huge army to attack Shuzhou under the slogan "Revenge for Father." General Gong's son, General Liu, is now in the council hall and has sent his subordinates to invite the 2 generals. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei and Guan Yu glanced at each other, both sensing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Shuzhou is rich and located in the center of the Central Plains. If you send troops to reinforce Shuzhou, you will not only be able to break away from Gongsun, but also get your first base of excision. As the matter was of great importance, the 2 brothers Guan and Zhang immediately mounted their horses and galloped towards the council hall. Successive heavy news, stirring up not only the world, but also a number of pop-ups in the live broadcast. Red Rabbit among horses, LV Bu among men, Feng Tianhu specializing in stabbing the righteous father? High-risk occupation in 3 kingdoms, LV Bu's righteous father? Killing Ding Yuan first, then Dong Zhuo. This Liu Bu guy is really erratic. A woman who caused Dong Zhuo and Liu Bu to turn against each other, is she a fairy? Wait. If Uncle Liu reinforces Shuzhou, won't he have to confront Xiao Mengda? Ah. Don't do it. Liu Bei and Cao Cao are 2 of my favorite characters, don't die. I can't understand the plot. Once Dong Zhuo dies, which 3 will fight for supremacy in the 3 kingdoms? Lu Guanzhang has been displaced for several years and still doesn't have a piece of land. Can they really realize their ambitions and support the Han Dynasty? During the pop-up discussion about the direction of the subsequent game plot, the 2 Guanzhang brothers had already driven their horses to the council hall. As soon as they entered the room, they saw Gongsun Zan's light smile at the corner of his mouth. If anything, this was because Gongsun Zan and Liu Bei were in high agreement regarding sending troops to reinforce Shuzhou. As Gongsun Zan and Yuan Shao were fighting for the hegemony in the north, they had no time to look southward to Shuzhou, and sending Liu Bei to rescue Tao Qian was in fact killing with a borrowed knife. It was a way to deplete Cao Cao's strength and get rid of the growing Liu Guanzhang. Liu Bei's life is also not easy, as he is under the watchful eye of Gongsun Zan all day long, and his territory is even smaller than it should be.
By sending troops to Shuzhou, Liu Bei could not only break away from Gongsun Zan's control but also accumulate political capital by supporting the Han Dynasty, laying the foundation for his subsequent dominance.
The two sides hit it off immediately.
Before parting, Liu Bei said with a calm face, "I don't want any of General's troops or horses, I only want to borrow one person from General."
Borrow who?
Liu Bei turned his head to look at the white-helmeted general at the side, Changshan Zhaozilong.
Gongsun Zan narrowed his eyes, extremely puzzled. "Why do you want to borrow Zhao Yun alone?"
The world only knows that Liu Bu is famous all over the world, but they don't realize that Zhao Zilong's bravery is far superior to the pipsqueak Liu Bu.
Gongsun Zan's face was stunned, but he could not refute Liu Bei's face to his face, so he turned his head and asked, "Zilong, are you willing to follow Liu Bei to rescue Shuzhou?" "I am willing to go." "In that case, then you will go with Liu Bei to reinforce Shuzhou." Gongsun Zan waved his hand, signaling a few people to leave.
As soon as they left the tent door, Liu Bei immediately changed his face and clutched Zhao Yun's right hand in death. "Good.
Zilong. From now on, Lu Guan Zhang Zhao will be four brothers, what do you think?" "Thank you, Lord Xiande."
Seeing this, Zhang Fei Guan Yu, who was on the side, also expressed his joy. During the past few years in Plain County, the two of them hadn't looked for Zhao Yun to spar in private. In terms of force alone, the three of them could be said to be evenly matched.
How could the two of them not be happy to have gained a top-level general?
"What?
You're saying that Zhao Yun was borrowed and will be returned to Gongsun Zan sooner or later?"
"I'm sorry, but in their big brother's case, there's no such word as return."
"Do you know what it means to be the first phantom of the three kingdoms?" Chapter 20, 3 Resignations to Shuzhou, Lu Xiande, whose reputation has collapsed.
In the face of Liu Bei's generous favor, Zhao Yun was moved though.
However, he was still a bit puzzled by the aid to Shuzhou.
After all, Yuan Shao, Yuan Shu and other vassals, sitting on hundreds of thousands of troops, were unwilling to send troops to aid Shuzhou. Liu Bei's troops are only 2,000, and his generals are only Guan Zhang Zhao, but why would he dare to fight against Cao Cao, who has an army of 50,000 men?
To this, Liu Bei gave an answer.
That low yet emotionally charged voice resounded in the ears of Guan Zhang Zhao. "Today, the world is in turmoil with the rise of all the warlords. Although I am far inferior to the various vassals in terms of troops and horses, there are two things that they do not have. 1. I take benevolence and righteousness as the foundation of my establishment. To rule a chaotic world, I must first collect people's hearts. I must resist benevolence with benevolence and reject unrighteousness with righteousness. Secondly, as a descendant of the Han Emperor, it is my lifelong wish to get rid of the thieves and help the Han. That Tao Qian is the former emperor's own order, and has always ruled with benevolence and righteousness, and I help him is to help the Han."
A meal of top PUA, Zhao Zilong fooled a rash.
It always felt like something was strange, but he couldn't say why.
The four brothers rushed to Shuzhou City before Chao Mengde broke Shuzhou.
Zhao Yun drove his horse to be the first to kill, only to see him wearing a white robe and carrying a silver spear, with a white horse at his hip to subdue the three rivers. Not only does he wield his spear in his hands in a marvelous way, but even going in and out of the thousands of troops is like Guan Yu enjoying the flowers. Zhao Zilong, single-handedly, is in the midst of Cao Cao's 50,000-strong army like no one's business. Seeing this scene, even Boss Cao couldn't help but sigh. "I originally thought Liu Bu was already invincible.
I didn't expect someone to be braver than him. Whose ministry is this?" Xiahou Dun spurred his horse to kill, shouting loudly, "Who is the incoming general? Report his name."
Zhao Zilong stabbed several soldiers to death with his spear, and his white horse leaped up high on his crotch. "I am under General Lu Xiande's account, Changshan Zhao Zilong." With this bellowing cry, the duo of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei killed out from the back of Cao Cao's army and violently dug into Cao Cao's ditch.
Zhang Fei saw a transparent hole in anyone, and Guan Yu, wielding his greatsword, also opened up for the kill.
Also at this time, Shuzhou City Gate is wide open, the city guards a brain surge out, the momentum and Liu Bei back and forth. Cao Cao saw that the tide had turned and had no choice but to order Cao Ren to withdraw his troops for the time being. However, both Tao Qian and Liu Bei know that Cao Cao's retreat is only temporary, and when he regroups, he will attack Shuzhou again. But early the next morning, a general brought good news.
"General Liu.
That guy Liu Bu attacked Cao Cao's Yenzhou base camp, and that guy Cao Cao retreated. Assassin Tao is hosting a banquet, saying he wants to thank General Liu for saving his troops, and has sent his subordinates to invite him."
Lu Guan Zhang Zhao's four brothers all had happy faces.
On the table, Tao Qian gave Liu Bei a fierce praise, and then took out the Great Seal of Guan defense to transfer the city of Shuzhou to Liu Bei. When Liu Bei heard this, he hurriedly got up and refused. Liu Bei would never dare. Tao Qian squinted his eyes, actually for a moment did not know whether Liu Bei is a true gentleman or false benevolence, immediately tried.
Why not?
Even a treacherous man like Cao Cao was able to steal Yenzhou, and as a member of the Han family, you have the virtue and integrity of royalty.
Why can't you command Shuzhou?
Liu Bei, however, once again voiced his refusal. "I am not Cao Cao. I have come here only to save the people from the fire, and I have absolutely no intention of scheming."
Is Tao Gong's move to trap Bei an injustice?
Hearing this, Tao Qian was once again turning his eyes. "If you don't defend Shuzhou, when that Cao Cao makes a comeback, what will happen to the people of my Shuzhou?"
For the sake of the people of Shuzhou, please also ask General Liu to take over Shuzhou. Saying that, the Tao Qian warlord on the side once again took out the Great Seal of Official Defense. The Shining Jade, even the side of Guan Yu have some intention, cannot wait to receive the official defense seal for the big brother. However, Liu Bei insisted on not accepting it and showed his determination. Please rest assured, Lord Tao, when Shuzhou turns to safety, when will I retreat and leave again? 2 concessions and 2 resignations, Tao Qian no longer insisted and had to retreat to hand over Xiapi, 50 kilometers away, to Liu Bei. The two are in each other's horns, one side of the enemy, the other side can draw troops to help and promise that food and money are supplied by Shuzhou. After the banquet, the 3 brothers strolled through the streets of Shuzhou. Zheng Fei slightly sighed, hated the iron and said, "Good heart. Big brother, you are just too kind-hearted. Such a heavenly opportunity, big brother, how could you, hee hee." Guan Yu on the side also sighed repeatedly, "Yes, big brother. You and I, the 3 brothers, have been drifting and living without a fixed abode for more than 10 years now, since the 3 brothers in the Peach Garden. If we get Shuzhou, we will have a firm city to stand on, so that we can enter to figure out a great cause, and retreat to keep the peace." Liu Bei feigned anger at his words and angrily rebuked, Liu Bei, even if I were to be broken to pieces, I would not be able to perform such an unrighteous act. If you still recognize me as your elder brother, this matter must not be brought up again. Seeing his elder brother angry, Zhang Fei hurriedly smiled and rounded off the conversation. If my brother won't let us talk about it, then let's sew our mouths shut. What's a city? It's still a brother that matters. The 4 of them led 3,000 troops and stationed themselves in Xiapi, forming a horn with Shuzhou City. This stay is 5 days. At night, Liu Bei was just about to sleep against his feet with Guan Yu Zhang Fei Zhao Yun, when he heard a soldier hurriedly say, "General Liu, Lord Tao is seriously ill, quickly go to Shuzhou City." These words were like a thunderbolt from the ground, instantly exploding in the hearts of Liu Bei's 4 men. Liu Bei was sad on the surface, but in his heart there was a flash of joy. Tao Gong is seriously ill, this trip to recruit him to go, do not have to think also know what is the meaning, must be to Shuzhou entrusted to him. Liu Bei light speed dress horse rushed into Shuzhou City. When he saw Tao Qian, the other party is already a dying look. Lord Tao. Liu Bei could not hide his grief and sat on his knees. Tao Qian heard Liu Bei's voice and held his last breath trembling. Cao Cao returned to Yanzhou and defeated Lu Bu in only half a day. Now that Cao Cao has freed up his hands, I'm afraid that he will attack my Shuzhou again in the next few days. I don't have much time left, so what should I do with this huge Shuzhou city? What about the 500,000 people in the city? Liu Bei, tell me the truth, do you want this Shuzhou? Liu Bei wanted to say but stopped, all to this time, to say again do not want that is the real self-deception. He wants Shuzhou, but he prefers to stand on the moral high ground and take over Shuzhou, rather than ending up with the comment that he took advantage of the situation. Seeing Liu Bei's silence, Tao Qian immediately smiled as if relieved. It's not that you, Liu Bei, don't want to get Shuzhou. On the contrary, you want Shuzhou more than anyone else. Only you. Fame and honor, more than life. Just don't want to take advantage of my danger. Liu Bei was silent for a long time and said softly, Tao Gong there are many heroes in the world, no matter what, it's not my turn to be the Shuzhou pastor Then who else? Tao Qian was breathless. Yuan Shao has 4 generations and 3 dukes, and his reputation is all over the world. No. Yuan Shu's chest has always wanted to forge ahead into the Central Plains. No. There's also Liu Biao of Jingzhou. Liu Biao is also a royal relative. No. Zhang Fei was so anxious at the side that he stomped his feet and pulled Liu Bei's sleeve. Big brother. Tao Gong is begging you like this, but you still want to push back? Liu Bei frowned. Ada. We came here for righteousness, how can we take advantage of others? Zhang Fei glared angrily, his voice rising violently. Big brother is pedantic. The people of the Shuzhou are crying and begging for you. If you don't agree to Lord Tao, that's what's setting them up. Liu Bei bowed his head, 10 fingers clenched. Wingdi. You and my brother vowed to help the Han Dynasty. If we occupy Shuzhou, will it not be the truth of the people? Guan Yu knelt down on one knee and clasped his fists. Big brother. The Han Dynasty is in a state of decline and needs a foundation. Shuzhou is a place of utility, not for personal gain, but for the greater good of the world. The sick Tao Qian laughed 3 times and handed Liu Bei the Great Seal of Official Defense. Liu Bei. This Shuzhou, it has to be you. Seeing that his heart was in the right place, Tao Qian took his last breath. Shuzhou's crowd of native magnates suddenly resounded with mournful weeping when they chanted in unison. Please also ask General Liu to lead Shuzhou. Liu Bei let out a soft sigh, picked them up one by one, and said in a deep voice, strike. Bei takes the seal today, not for power, but only for the people of Shuzhou. If there is a virtuous person in the future, I will give up my hand. Chapter 21 Liu Bei is a hypocrite. Liu Bei's remarks might have earned him the title of benevolence and righteousness in ancient times. But in front of the crowd of water friends in the live broadcast room, it is unadulterated hypocrisy. The first thing I'd like to say is that I'm not sure I'd like to see the same thing. This Liu Bei is hypocritical. A gentleman on the surface, but a villain in reality. This Liu Bei is really good at pretending. He has to put himself on the moral high ground in everything. It's disgusting. If he can pretend for a while, can't he pretend for the rest of his life? When he can't pretend anymore, that's when he'll die. What if Liu Bei really pretends to be benevolent for the rest of his life? If he can fake it for the rest of his life, then it's true benevolence, but is that possible? Oh. We'll see. The more benevolent Liu Bei is now, the more brutal he'll be after the uprising. Poor Tao Qian, he's so blind to give Shuzhou to such a hypocrite. The crowd of water friends in the live streaming room immediately launched a fierce tirade against Liu Bei. This kind of hypocritical persona that both wants and needs to be, makes countless people nauseous in their hearts. After all, from the time Gongsun Zan sent out his troops, Liu Bei was running towards Shuzhou City. As a result, when faced with the surrendered Shuzhou City, he ended up with it instead. And also crowned what if there is a wise and capable person in the future, I will give up. This is estimated to coax the 7-year-old child. But whoever is a mature adult, who will believe Who would believe that you, Liu Bei, would surrender the hard-won city of Shuzhou? The hypocritical mask of righteous speech makes Liu Bei instantly lose all the goodwill he has managed to accumulate. The style of doing things in front of one's face and behind one's back, no matter in which era, is the most disgraceful. The Three Kingdoms contest was in the middle of the day, and there were countless pairs of eyes staring at it from behind. Liu Bei's remarks quietly rushed up to the hot search TPO10. Under the hashtag Liu Bei real benevolence or fake benevolence hashtag word discussion, the comments underneath are lopsided. Everyone was denouncing Liu Bei's hypocritical style. The goodwill accumulated by the three ties in the peach garden and weeping under the moonlight was instantly lost. What to support the Han Dynasty, what not to tolerate the displacement of the people, are just for their own selfish desires. In a large number of netizens' verbal attacks, the number of people in Yu Chaoyang's live broadcast room has risen. In one fell swoop, it broke through the 400,000 mark. Of those 400,000, at least 300,000 were there to see Liu Bei laugh. But this also indirectly reflects a problem. The production level of Three Kingdoms rivalry is really high, and the plot is very capable of attracting people. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough 400,000 people to care about the subsequent plot development. You have to know, this was still just Yu Chaoyang's one live broadcast. Looking at the pop-up screen's overwhelming skepticism, even Yu Chaoyang couldn't help but be shaken inwardly. Is Big Brother really a villain? With doubts, Yu Chaoyang continued to push the plot in silence. Early the next morning, Liu Bei organizes Tao Qian's funeral in his capacity as Shuzhou's pastor. But only just before the first ring of people kneeling, the alarm bells at the head of Shuzhou City rang violently. Liu Bei's four as well as a group of local magnates hurriedly took off their plainclothes and came to the city to check it out. Only then did they realize that the 8,000 iron horsemen in the distance were none other than Lu Bu and his group, who had been defeated by Cao Cao. After fleeing from Chang'an and losing in Yenzhou, Lu Bu and his men had run out of steam and were in desperate need of a place to settle down and prepare. It is not necessary to think that Lu Bu has come to join Liu Bei. Seeing this, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Zhao Yan persuaded him, saying that this Lu Bu is a wolf and capricious, and must not be taken in. Liu Bei thought for a moment and decided to accept Lu Bu. He placed the other army in Xiapi, forming a horn with Shuzhou City, and was fully responsible for food and wages. Lu Bu boarded the city gate and could not hide his joy. He was about to kneel down to recognize his father. Bu has been wandering for half a lifetime. I only hate that I have not met a bright master. If you don't give up, I would like to be your father. These words immediately gave Liu Bei a fright. After all, Lu Bu's reputation for stabbing his righteous father exclusively with his square heavenly painted halberd, who in the entire Three Kingdoms doesn't know about it? He accepted Lu Bu's defection only for the purpose of resisting Chao's army together, not for the purpose of being Lu Bu's righteous father. Liu Bei hurriedly helped Lu Bu up. Feng, your army will feel at ease to live in Xiapi, as for the matter of the righteous father, and allow it to be discussed later. Zhang Fei is full of disdain muttered, go to 3 surnames, when there is a difficult time is willing to worship as a righteous father, up as a great man cannot be depressed long live under people. I poo. As soon as these words came out, Lu Bu's face turned blue. However, he had to bow his head under the roof, so he could only glare viciously at Zhang Fei and leave angrily. Lu Bu was stationed in Xiapi, forming an angle with Liu Bei, quietly waiting for the arrival of Cao Cao's army. But what comes first is not Cao Cao's army attacking the city, but a message as well as an imperial decree. Cao Cao has taken Lu Xia, Emperor Xian, hostage in Luoyang and moved the capital to Xuchang for security reasons. An imperial decree is sent down to all the lords, ordering Yuan Shu to be executed for his wolfish ambition. This dragon slayer, who once called the world's vassals pikers during the 18 Vassal Dawn Crusade, has finally become an evil dragon, holding the Son of Heaven to order the vassals. This imperial decree lies quietly in front of the desk in front of Liu Bei's eyes. It was a Yang plot. A naked conspiracy. Liu Bei did not go to crusade against Yuan Shu, and his previously painstakingly built persona collapsed in an instant. Everyone will know that his so-called support for the Han Dynasty is just a slogan that he shouts, and his actual purpose is still for his own selfish desires. But if he goes, Shuzhou City will be defenseless, not to mention Lu Buzhang. Cao Mingda alone will not miss this golden opportunity and will definitely raise his troops to invade Shuzhou. After all, Emperor Xian of Han is in Cao Cao's hands, and he naturally occupies a position of great righteousness, and his division is well known. Liu Bei sat there for a whole afternoon, until just before the sun went down, when he finally made up his mind and said in a deep voice, "As a descendant of the Han Emperor, I should support the Han Dynasty and set an example for the masses of the world. If I, Liu Bei, openly refuse the decree, then who else in the entire world will have His Majesty in their eyes? So, this imperial decree has to be taken." Upon hearing this, Guan Yu's few people all heaved a sigh. In fact, as early as the moment the imperial decree was delivered, they already knew the end. How could Liu Bei, who valued his honor more than his life, openly resist the decree? But who should guard this huge Shuzhou city? Noticing Liu Bei's gaze, Zheng Fei quickly waved his hand. "Big brother, don't ask me to guard the city, my old Zheng has long been suffocating. I have to be the vanguard in this expedition against Yuan Shu." Seeing this, Yu Qiang Zhaoyan asked for orders one after another, expressing his willingness to defend the city. However, one of the two is a signature martial arts general and the other is a personal bodyguard, so one is indispensable. Liu Bei clearly wants Zheng Fei to guard the city, but Zheng Fei is unwilling to do so. Liu Bei had no choice but to use the method of excitement. No, the third brother of the temperament of irritability, impulsive in the face of things, cannot take on this great responsibility. Let's discuss this matter in the long run. Zheng Fei instantly became anxious. "What are you saying, brother? You're underestimating my old Zhang, aren't you? If I can't even defend Shuzhou, brother will chop off my head." Liu Bei looked serious as he laid down 3 rules for Zheng Fei. No drinking and indulgence. Don't be angry and capricious. Don't yell at your soldiers. Third brother, this huge Shuzhou city is entrusted to your hands. After we leave, be sure to strictly abide by it. Brother, don't worry. Zheng Fei's chest beat loudly. Chapter 22. Liu Bei lost Shuzhou for the second time, and his popularity completely collapsed. Under Cao Cao's Zheng conspiracy, Liu Bei was ordered to conquer Yuan Shu, and Zheng Fei stayed behind in the city of Shuzhou. The two paths are in sync and are thriving. It seems that supporting the Han Dynasty is just a step away. Zhou Yu smiled at this and said nothing. This is just where to where. If everything had gone according to the envisioned script, how could Shu Han have been called idealistic by future generations? Liu Bei's tenure as Shuzhou's pastor may seem like a start, but it was the pinnacle of his life for the next 10 years. Zheng Fei lost Shuzhou in a drunken stupor and was placed under the roof of Lubu, then shot his spear at the gate of the Yuan, defected to Cao Cao, and then turned to Yuan Shao, and it was only with the help of Wulong that he was able to establish a firm foothold. Liu Bei's life is only half over. Don't look at the raging public opinion now, everyone is calling Liu Bei a villain and a hypocrite. But now the more ferocious and ruthless the scolding, when Liu Bei entrusted Baidi City, the more miserable the cry. Can't a man be considered truly benevolent after a lifetime of false benevolence? Throughout the 5,000 years of Chinese history, Liu Bei was the only one who preferred not to have a kingdom or a mountain to avenge his brother's death. Of course, this is based on the premise of the Great Late. If we just look at Liu Bei's 3 concessions and 3 resignations of Shuzhou now, it is indeed hard not to call people hypocrites. Brother Yu, is Liu Bei he really a hypocrite? Yang Li was wearing a white pajamas, holding up a cell phone lying on his lap, her big eyes beering. Zhou Yu looked down, a touch of Snow White immediately into the eyes, a slight hard slightly show respect. Since you want to know, but always have to pay some sincerity, right? Yang Li's face quickly climbed a scarlet red, as if she could pinch out water. After a few days of contact, the two of them could be said to have you and me and you. With one sentence from Zhou Yu, Yang Li instantly understood the meaning. Despite being a bit shy in broad daylight, Yang Li honestly tied up her hair and slowly lowered her head to explore. Yang Pear, as his name suggests, has a body like a pear, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, and fruitful. The chest falls and trembles non-stop, looking at Zhou Yu dizziness. Do not ask why, ask is too big, dizzy nigh. Time passes slowly from 9 to 12. After entering the sage mode, Zhou Yu did not continue to linger on with Yang Li, but honestly dressed and washed up. This was the 5th day of the release of Three Kingdoms Battle, and the day he had agreed to meet with several companies. It was nothing more than adding a logo to Lu Bu's armor and stamping the general's long gauntlet with the so and so steel manufacturer's seal. That is, it won't ruin the overall smoothness of the game, nor the overall quality of the game. It is the kind of money that is given to you for nothing, so don't take it. Yang Li's smiling eyes holding up a razor to Zhou Yu shaving, and occasionally giggled too, living a demented girl look. Moo-ah. Hey, baby, you're so handsome. In fact, with her family background, she didn't even need to travel around for a living. As long as she was willing, she could have more money than she could use in 10 lifetimes. In her eyes, money was really just a string of numbers. However, since Zhou Yu likes it, all she can do is to support it silently. Baby, it's your first time negotiating a contract, I've arranged all the relevant people and cars for you. Remember to come back early. Love you.
Zhou Yu smiled bashfully and pushed the door downstairs before two men in suits surrounded him.
Hello, Mr. Zhou. This is our business card, you can ask us anything you don't understand.
Zhou Yu took the business card and his eyes focused on the identity introduction column.
Junlong Law Firm. The instant he entered his eyes, Zhou Yu's mind automatically floated out the memories that corresponded to it.
It wasn't that there had been previous contact.
It's purely because this Junlong Law Firm is so famous.
In the entire Grand Xia Empire, Junlong Law Firm is deservedly the top one.
The amount of money involved in handling cases could easily be billions or tens of billions, and the appearance fees were frighteningly high.
The total profit of Zhou Yu's cooperation this time, people can earn it back by charging 3 times the appearance fee on the top day. These two big bulls with him properly killed a chicken with a bull's knife. However, as soon as he thought of Yang Li's horrible background, he immediately relieved himself. That was an existence that even the Grand Xia cabinet would bow down for with a single phone call. Under the guidance of the two men, Zhou Yu came to the pre-prepared business car. The car was not expensive, but the license plate was a bit intriguing.
Xia.00002.
The driver on the side was very perceptive and personally pulled open the door for Zhou Yu and thoughtfully blocked the roof with his hand with an extremely respectful expression. There was not the slightest hint of the NT plot in the novel where the nostrils look at the people and then they are miserably punched in the face.
The whole process from going downstairs to getting in the car was extremely smooth. Mr. Zhou, are we ready to go?
The driver tried respectfully.
Go. The driver nodded and the car lurched out.
The two lawyers were in a different car, so Zhou Yu quickly got bored. He was interested in chatting with the driver about his family, but the other party was respectful throughout. Open mouth, you shut up you, very boring. Zhou Yu was also too lazy to waste more saliva, took out his cell phone and opened the Douyin.
Undoubtedly, the number one on the hot search list was still Three Kingdoms Contest.
The title was striking, Zhang Fei drunkenly lost Shuzhou #burst. The game's plot advanced quickly, and Zhou Yu's speed in negotiating contracts was equally fast. There's no way, there are two big bulls from Junlong Law Firm escorting the whole process.
Anyone knows that Zhou Yu's identity is not simple.
Instead of tugging back and forth on money, it would be better to finish the cooperation painfully and still leave a good impression. Often, before Zhou Yu even opened his mouth to speak, the other party took the initiative to raise the price upwards. The whole time smiling face waiting, completely missing as a businessman of every cent of the fight. After Zhou Yu made a deal with a clothing company and offered $15 million for the logo on Lu Bu's armor. The first on the hot search list became #Regular Skate Shooting Halberd #Three Kingdoms Force Sealing Lubu #explosion. After politely declining the other party's dinner invitation, Zhou Yu ran to the next agreed upon location at a rapid pace. This time, the item under discussion was a diamond factory that wanted to print its own trademark on the soldier's long gauntlet. The original bid was $20 million, but after seeing the lawyers from Junlong Law Firm, they took the initiative to raise the price to $25 million. In just 3 hours, Zhou Yu had already negotiated 2 collaborations, with a frighteningly high efficiency.
At the same time,
Douyin's hot search number 1 has also been replaced. Jianan Tu Yuanju claimed the title of Emperor #Soar. It was still early, so Zhou Yu continued to run to the next location. This time, the project was horse replacement. In the end, the two parties completed the cooperation for $30 million. It was just that it took a bit longer this time, a full 3 hours. It was mainly because of the distance traveled, but the negotiations didn't take much time. After running around for an afternoon, Zhou Yu only managed to complete half of the agreed cooperation. When he returned home, the Douyin hot search then became #LuBuDeath #burst. #cooking the wine #explode.
Liu Bei's enemy of a lifetime.
3 hot searches, respectively, dominate the top 1, 2, and 3 of Douyin's hot searches.
After 2 hours of lingering with Yang Li, Zhou Yu hurriedly went to sleep.
The next morning, Zhou Yu went out again without stopping. Still the same driver from yesterday, the lawyer.
The cooperation is going as well as yesterday.
Going out at 8 in the morning and returning home at 5 in the afternoon, what he got in exchange for running around all day was a whopping $167 million. To be honest, until now, Zhou Yu has vaguely not slowed down.
This is smooth over the top, isn't it? Mouths closed, mouths opened, and a multi-million-dollar partnership was struck?
If he had known that there was such a good thing about crossing the border, what kind of broken antiques did he still play? Just this, Yang Li are still heartbroken, tears cannot stop spinning.
It must have exhausted the baby. Pear is here to help you relax and unwind. Without realizing it, Yang Li had already tied her hair.
The cold, slippery touch instantly swept over the whole body, making Zhou Yu couldn't help but exclaim out, "Ah,
comfortable."
While enjoying Yang Li's massage, Zhou Yu opened the Douyin. After the passage of a day and a night, the plot of the game Three Kingdoms Contest took a leap. The high-hanging hot search TPO1 is still Three Kingdoms Contest. #Meikaido, Liu Bei lost Shuzhou again #explosion. Liu Bei, a complete hypocrite #soar.
Chapter 23, Guan Yu surrenders to Cao, 3 crimes and 3 theories first showing righteousness. Seeing the hot search title, Zhou Yu instantly understood where the plot had developed. After Liu Bei pitted 50,000 elite soldiers from Cao Cao and beat Yuan Shu's soul to the ground, he turned around and gutted Boss Cao's 6 counties in Shuzhou. How can Boss Cao take the heat for taking my men and beating up my cities? Immediately as the army pressure, Liu Bei beat the head scurrying, once again whisked out of Shuzhou city. Of course, running is running, after all, Liu Bei is not the first time to run. The reason why there was such a big outcry this time was because of this run. Liu Bei was the only one who ran. With his brothers separated and his troops and horses lost, Liu Bei can be said to have arrived at the lowest point in his life. At the same time, the network public opinion on his verbal attacks also rose. This is blowing up to the sky of the Peach Orchard 3 righteousness? Blessed with different enjoyment, difficult I first escape, Liu Bei really gentleman? I'm sorry. He's a hypocrite. Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei desperately cover the retreat, but Liu Bei is so good, he disappeared in a puff of smoke, and only when he's safe does he pretend to remember his 2 brothers. Liu Bei, this big-eared thief is really a set in front of people and a set after people, really disgusting. Supporting the Han Dynasty? The slogan is loud and clear, but this is probably the end of the line. Hey! It's a pity that Guan, Zhang and Zhao have joined such a hypocrite. AI. Guan Yu is probably offline, surrounded by Cao Cao's army, with no way to get to heaven or earth. Martyr. The more I think about it, the more angry I get. Brother Meng on the number, with me to beat this big-ear thief. Looking at the surging pop-ups in the live broadcast, Yu Chaoyang was silent to the extreme. In front of the iron evidence, it is as if any defense seems pale and powerless. Because the facts have proved, Liu Bei left his wife and abandoned his brother and really ran away alone. No matter if it was unintentional or intentional, this is a fact that happened like iron. At this time, Guan Yu, who is far away from Shopee, does not know the news that Liu Bei has turned to Yuan Shao. Still holding a blue dragon crescent sword, such as a statue standing in the city wall, the pair of silkworm eyebrows is the sadness that cannot be melted. Looking at the silent man in front of him, Yu Chaoyang finally sighed and did not choose to possess the manipulation. Everyone has their own destiny. He wanted to see what kind of choice this righteous Guan Yu would make at the end of this mountain. And equally curious, there are nearly 600,000 water friends in the live broadcast room. But Guan Yu waited left and right, did not wait for news from Liu Bei, but first waited for a summons. General Guan, General Liu, General Zhang, and General Zhao are fighting a bloody battle at Mangdang Mountain. General Liu summoned me to call General Guan to bring all his troops and horses to go and support him. Guan Yu's pupils shrunk, quickly gather all the cavalry. Kill with me to Mangdang Mountain. Here. 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 The sound of answering the shouts was endless, but Sun Qian on the side suddenly stopped Guan Yu, arching his hand and saying, slowly, General Guan, we should first send some fewer riders to probe the reality. It's not too late to send out troops after we've scouted out the situation. The Cao traitors are treacherous, we have to be on guard. Guan Yu is oblivious to Sun Qian's dissuasion, and asked rhetorically, what if Big Brother and Third Brother are really in a bloody battle at Mangdang Mountain? If I arrive 1 point earlier, Big Brother will be in less danger. No matter how many thousands of troops he has, I will still save Big Brother and Third Brother. If I can't save them, I'll die with them. When these words came out, Sun Qian was instantly silenced. He knew that he would definitely not be able to persuade this stubborn donkey. Looking at Guan Yu's departing figure, Sun Qian's heart rose with a mountainous respect. He would rather put his own life at risk than save his big brother and third brother, who are his sworn brothers. What loyalty and righteousness is this? General Guan, wait for me. I'll go with you. Sun Qian's face hardened as he drove his horse furiously. Soon, the two of them rushed to Mangdang Mountain at the rate of hundreds of elite riders. But in the huge Mangdang Mountain, where are Guan Yu's elder and third brothers? What Guan Yu saw was only the thousands of troops and horses that raised the banner of Cao and surrounded him. In response, Guan Yu's heart did not have many waves. Because long before he set out, he had already vaguely guessed that this was Cao Cao's plan to move the tiger away from the mountain. But he had to come. What if Big Brother and Third Brother are really in Mangdang Mountain? If you lose the bet, you'll just die anyway. Guan Yu took a deep breath and his voice was like thunder. Generals, follow me to kill down the mountain. Save the Lord. With a command, hundreds of elite cavalry immediately formed a pointed formation, aiming at a single direction and charging hard. But this ambush was carefully arranged by Cao Cao, and will not let Guan Yu easily escape? Surrounded by an endless army, Guan Yu and his party gradually ran out of steam. At that moment, a loud cry suddenly rang out. The Lord has ordered that General Guan shall not be harmed in the slightest. Zhang Liao drove his horse out from the army, and when he was still about 10 meters away from Guan Yu, he violently stopped and rolled over and dismounted. With 2 yellow gourds hanging from his waist, he arched his hand and said, "Brother Yin Chang. Farewell?" Guan Yu narrowed his eyes, crossed his sword and looked at him coldly. "Brother Wen Yuan, are you here to take Guan's head, or are you a lobbyist for Chao's thieves?" Zhang Liao smiled boldly and took down the yellow gourd on his waist and shook it. Why do you say that, brother? In the past, brother saved Liao's life at the White Gate Tower. How could Liao forget his favor today? This time I came to the mountain just to drink wine. This is a good move, Guan is thirsty. The two men from opposing camps were actually sitting facing each other at the moment, with more than a few booze sloshing noises. Looking at Guan Yu's defensive look, a touch of bitterness rose in Zhang Liao's heart. To be honest, he was truly unwilling to come and act as this lobbyist. Because as early as when he was in Xuchang, he knew that Guan Yu was extremely loyal and righteous. It is the kind of master who would rather die in battle than surrender. Even if he is covered with mouths, he can't talk to him. Even so, Zhang Liao still came. The reason is simple. His military advisor Gaixia gave him a brilliant plan that Guan Yu had to surrender. 3 sins and 3 arguments. With this in mind, Zhang Liao smiled and said, "Does Brother Yun Chang know that this wine is what the Prime Minister personally asked me to present to you?" While Guan Yu was unmoved, Zhang Liao continued, "Brother Yun Chang just left before his feet. The Prime Minister has already recaptured Shopi." The Prime Minister knew that Brother Yun Chang was not assured of the people of the city, so after entering the city, he strictly ordered the soldiers at all levels not to violate the women, and did not commit any offense in the fall. General Lu's 2 wives are even guarded by the Prime Minister himself, so Brother Yun Chang doesn't have to worry. But, Zhang Liao said, "Brother Yun Chang, let me ask you a question. Given your current situation, if the Prime Minister orders the 50,000 iron horsemen under the mountain to charge, will you be able to break the siege?" Although Guan can't break the siege and get out, but he can finish this wine and go down the mountain with his sword to take 300 heads of that Chao thief. Of course, he can also come and take my head. Seeing that Guan Yu would rather have his head than his head, Zhang Liao laughed out loud and raised 3 fingers. "If brother dies, he will be left with 3 sins. Won't the world laugh at you?" Guan Yu sneered, "Which 3 sins?" Zhang Liao stood up violently, staring straight at Guan Yu with a straight face. "First offense, where is the alliance of the Peach Garden? Ambassador Liu has not yet died in battle. If you die in battle, if you rise up again in the future, and you can't ask for your brother's help, would you not be reneging on the Peach Orchard pledge? The second offense, where is the responsibility of entrusting the orphan? Ambassador Liu entrusted his family to my brother. If my brother dies, the 2 ladies will be left alone. Will this not be a negative thing for the ambassador? The third sin, what about the Han family's righteousness? The 3 of you brothers had the ambition to support the Han Dynasty, but now the world is in turmoil in the group of heroes. But my brother died first. How can my brother go to see the Son of Heaven in the 9 springs, and how can I go to see my elder brother?" 3 sins. Guan Yu was dumbfounded and shook his head. Zhang Liao struck while the iron was hot, lowered his voice and continued. "If brother temporarily surrenders to the Prime Minister, there will be 3 advantages. First, save the lives of the 2 ladies. Second, live up to the promise of the Peach Garden. Thirdly, to save my body for the day when I can seek out my brother to accomplish great things." After Zhang Liao explained the pros and cons clearly, Guan Yu sighed with his beard and said, "If you want me to surrender to Cao, you have to agree on 3 things. If he agrees, Guan will dismount his armor immediately. If he doesn't agree, Guan would rather die with 3 sins." Zhang Liao's face was ecstatic as he nodded excitedly. With Prime Minister Chao's love for Guan Yu, not to mention 3 things, even if it was 30 or 300, he wouldn't even blink an eyebrow. "Brother Yun Chang, Liao would like to hear more." Guan Yu turned his head and said with a firm resolve, "First, I, Guan Yu, surrendered to the Han Emperor, not to him, Cao Cao. Second, make sure Cao Cao treats my 2 sisters-in-law well. Third, but if you know where your brother is, Guan Yu will leave in 1,000 miles, and Cao Cao must not push the matter." When Zhang Liao relayed Guan Yu's 3 requests to Cao Cao, Cao Cao agreed without even frowning. When Guan Yu, whose body was 9 feet long and whose beard was 2 feet long, whose face was like a heavy jujube and whose lips were like grease, whose eyes were phoenix-like and whose eyebrows were serpentine, appeared in Cao Cao's field of vision. Cao Cao was so excited that he was about to jump up and down. He quickly rolled off his horse and trotted a few hundred meters to greet him personally. "Yun Chang! My Yun Chang! Don't worry Yun Chang, I, Cao Cao, have answered all your requests. Men! Quickly pass on the orphan's decree, treat Lu's family members generously, and no one is allowed to enter except the women in the house." Several orders were issued in quick succession, but the excitement on Cao Cao's face did not dissipate in the slightest. He still looks excited and keeps circling around Guan Yu, his eyes even hotter than his own wife. Suddenly, Cao Cao half squatted and laughed foolishly. "Yun Chang, the shoelace is loose. Here, Lone come and help you tie it." Chapter 24, Why doesn't Liu Bei go to hell? How can a hypocrite be worthy of a true hero? After Guan Yu returned to his base camp in Xuchang, Cao Cao's enthusiastic solicitation continued unabated. Pass on the Prime Minister's order, grant General Guan 20 beauties to salary his left and right, and 1,000 taels of gold. Passing on the Prime Minister's order, Yun Chang has been fighting continuously, his body is weak and frail, he is hereby granted a piece of top-quality venison. Prime Minister's order, you can't eat meat without wine, reward General Guan with a jug of wine, make sure it arrives before the venison runs out. In just one meal, Cao Cao delivered venison and wine for Guan Yu. This made old generals who had followed Cao Cao for many years look on with great jealousy. But looking at the venison and wine that others begged for, Guan Yu was having trouble swallowing it and fretting. He didn't even notice Zhang Liao sneaking in.
Zhang Liao sighed heavily. Yun Chang, the prime minister is thirsty for you.
Even Liao can't help but be envious of this kind of standardized treatment. Since following the prime minister, Liao has never seen when the prime minister has been this attentive to a person. Guan Yu also sighed quietly. AI, the prime minister does treat me like a mountain. But it is this mountain that presses me to breathe.
Zhang Liao snapped. What do you mean by that? Since the return of you, the prime minister has been rewarding him with a chicken a day, a large deer 3 days, and countless gold, silver, jewelry, and mussels from the south of the Yangtze River.
Feather body without size of the merit, but there is the shame of folding the waist. How to take up the prime minister's great kindness?
Seeing this, Zhang Liao helplessly shook his head, but did not continue to persuade. Instead, he sat down on the tablet and ate the venison wine. As Zhang Liao ate, he slurred, Brother Yun Chang, the prime minister asked me to pass on a message to you that he's going to give you a big gift tomorrow.
Early the next morning,
Cao Cao summons all of his generals to travel with him on a hunting trip, except for Guan Yu, who arrives late after receiving his orders.
After some questioning, he learns that it was not Guan Yu's intention to procrastinate.
Rather, the warhorse was overwhelmed, causing the delay. Guan Yu's words can be said to have gotten into Cao Cao's heart. He was worried about what reason to use to send a gift, but it's really true that when you doze off, someone sends you a pillow. Cao Cao immediately raised his hand and whistled. Cao Pai walked slowly with a warhorse, his eyes filled with a sense of loss. Cao Cao blithely ignored Cao Pai, staring at Guan Yu with a smile on his face, and said softly, Yun Chang, do you recognize this horse? Guan Yu looked up at his words and saw a white character written in the middle of the horse's forehead, and said bluntly, how could I not recognize it? This is Lu Bu's red rabbit horse, right?
That's right.
Cao Cao laughed heartily. From today onwards, the red rabbit horse will be your mount. Is Yun Chang still satisfied?
Guan Yu's face froze, and he subconsciously flicked his beard. Is Prime Minister serious?
Cao Cao patted Guan Yu on the shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration and desire. Ever since you warmed your wine and beheaded Hua Xiong, I, Cao Cao, have known that you are the true hero of the world. The red hair matches Guan Yu, the BMW matches the hero.
A perfect match.
Hearing Cao Cao make a promise, Guan Yu couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from curling up, and no longer sympathizing, he immediately galloped towards the red rabbit horse.
Hiya!
Guan Yu let out a soft shout, and the red rabbit horse suddenly sprang out like an arrow off the string and disappeared into the crowd's field of vision. Looking at Guan Yu's disappearing figure, Cao Cao suddenly laughed 3 times with bravado.
Guan Yun Chang, truly a hero of the world, eh?
If I, Cao Mingda, am lucky enough to win this, it will be a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Although the crowd of old generals were jealous in their hearts, they had to clasp their fists in celebration.
Congratulations, Prime Minister, on gaining a Tiger General. Congratulations, Prime Minister, on the acquisition of a Tiger General.
The chants shook the heavens and the earth, and it was as if the crowd had already seen Guan Yu submitting to Cao Cao. After burning incense under the scorching sun for a full hour, Guan Yu rode his red rabbit horse back to his home.
Guan Yu rolled over and dismounted, arching his hand in thanks. Thank you, Prime Minister, for your great favor. Guan Yu was unable to return the favor.
Cao Cao laughingly helped Guan Yu to his feet and teased, I usually gift you many gold, silver, and beautiful women, but I've never seen you so happy.
Guan Yu couldn't hide his excitement. The red rabbit horse travels thousands of miles in a day. With it in my possession, once I know the whereabouts of my elder brother, we will be able to meet within a day.
When these words came out, Cao Cao's heart instantly felt like a lightning strike, and his small face turned pale. The surrounding generals were even more silent. No one expected that Cao Cao's hard work would be rewarded by giving Liu Bei a dowry. But in order to not embarrass Guan Yu in public, Cao Cao still forced a smile and said, Yun Chang in that case? Then you should return to your residence for the time being today and train Red Rabbit properly, so that you can find out the whereabouts of your elder brother, and meet again in one day. Guan Yu was silent, leading his Red Rabbit horse back to the mansion. Guan Yu walks in front, with Cao Cao following closely behind. It wasn't until Guan Yu completely disappeared from view that Cao Cao suddenly fell to the ground in a state of weakness.
Prime Minister! Prime Minister!
The surrounding generals were suddenly startled and rushed to gather around.
I'm not in the way.
Cao Cao braced himself and waved his hand, still excusing Guan Yu. I have a head cold and a splitting headache, it's none of Yun Chang's business. Looking at Cao Cao, who could not hide his loss, anyone could see that the so-called headache was just an excuse for Cao Cao. The reason for this is that Guan Yu's heart was betrayed, and he fell to the ground when his heart was exhausted.
Xiahou Dun was furious. Prime Minister, you to this Guan Yu heaven and earth grace, but he still cannot forget Liu Bei.
Su Huang fanned the flames and fought back. Yes, Prime Minister. You once said that you'd rather me lose the world than the world lose me, but Guan Yu, who has been greatly favored by the Prime Minister, knows that he's not repaying his kindness, covets his old master, and has failed the Prime Minister.
Prime Minister, I can't beat him, why don't you kill him?
Rash Su Chu was furious and raised his own long sword to take Guan Yu's head.
The generals on one side responded, reaching a size of several in a flash. None of them were famous generals under Cao Cao's command. Su Huang, Yu Ban, Li Jin, Zhao Ren, Cao Han, Xiao Yuan, Xiao Dun brothers. Stop! Cao Cao bellowed, calling off the generals who were about to go to bat for him. And as for Guan Yu's attitude, Cao Cao was both disappointed and disheartened though. However, for the sake of the white moonlight deep inside, he is willing to fulfill Guan Yu's name of loyalty and righteousness. Listen, you guys. Guan Yu's loyalty is a model for all generals. I would rather have him as my enemy than to kill him. This matter ends here, and shall not be mentioned again in the future. Cao Cao tremblingly rose from the ground, pushed away the support of a group of generals, and walked towards Xuchang City alone. That lonely, forlorn back, anyone who looks at the heart a burst of pain. As the saying goes, there is no gap without comparison. Cao Cao's move instantly reversed his public reputation on the internet. I thought Cao Cao was an uncompromisingly treacherous man, but this time I came into contact with him and realized that Cao Mengde is the #1 male lord of the three kingdoms. Courtesy, no people, use people, the body of the prime minister, can also be in full view of the Guan Yu tie shoes, I really cry to death. Liu Bei Cao Cao a comparison, high and low judgment. Isn't Cao Cao 10,000 times better than this hypocrite Liu Bei? Why won't Guan Yu surrender? It's killing me. Guan Yu's refusal to surrender is in keeping with his loyal and righteous persona. If he surrendered to Cao Cao for a few dollars and clams, wouldn't he be the next 3 surnames slave? Of course, if it were me, I would have surrendered a long time ago. I've noticed Cao Cao looking at Guan Yu in a different light since he was killed by Hua Xiong in a wine ceremony, and I've been thinking about him for a long time, so he's the right kind of guy. This Zhang Liao is also a character. After Lu Bu's death, Guan Yu looked at everyone as a pimp, but when he saw Zhang Liao, he called him Brother Wen Yuan. This Cao Cao is not a simple man. He's a capable minister in a world of chaos. Nonsense. A man who can say, I'd rather let the world down than let them down, is no ordinary man. That's right. The first time I read that, I felt numbness in my forehead, it was so shocking. I'm going to choose Cao Cao once I've cleared the level to see what's going on. Liu Bei is still alive. Guan Yu and Cao Cao are like BMWs and heroes, a perfect match. Netizens lament Cao Cao's meritocracy and ambition while appreciating Guan Yu's loyalty and pride. Liu Bei, who was in the Peach Orchard Triad, was unanimously verbally abused. There's no way around it, Liu Bei at this stage is far worse than Cao Cao. A little bit of time passed, just as netizens were discussing whether Guan Yu would surrender to Cao Cao or not. The Battle of White Horse broke out. Chapter 25 left Guan Yu, right Lu Bu, sandwich a cloud in the middle great wrath. The reason for the outbreak of the siege of White Horse is simple. Because it was located in an important place, it was the main throat connecting the north and the central plains. Controlling the White Horse crossing will cut off Cao Cao's food route and retreat. Yuan Shao sends his general Yan Liang to lead an army of 100,000 men to siege Beima with the intention of a quick victory. The defenders of Beima were only a few thousand, commanded by Liu Yan, the governor of East County. Even if Cao Cao personally rushed to his aid with his main force, he was still at an absolute disadvantage in terms of troop strength. Both sides took up positions to start the Battle of White Horse. Cao Cao leads his army on a personal expedition, while Guan Yu stands on the sidelines. Look, Yun Chang, that's Yuan Shao's army formation, look how majestic it is. Guan Yu flicked his long beard and said in a cold voice, that's just a bunch of broken bricks and mortar. Cao Cao laughed without saying anything and pointed to a figure in Yuan Shao's army. That man is Yan Liang, the main general of Yuan Shao's front army, and I've heard that his martial arts skills are not inferior to Lu Bu's. Not below Lu Bu? In my opinion, he's just inserting a label to sell his head. Cao Cao's eyes flashed with brilliance as he continued to galvanize, Oh Yun Chang, why are you so arrogant? Guan Yu arched his hand, Your Excellency, I would like to take his head. Hearing these words, a wisp of undetectable joy flashed under Cao Cao's eyes. He had waited for these words. Because if Liu Bei is still alive, then he must have thrown himself under Yuan Shao's tent. As long as Guan Yu was willing to go to war and behead Yuan Shao's general, Yuan Shao, in a fit of rage, would not spare Liu Bei? As long as Liu Bei is dead, this Guan Yu still can only obediently for him to use? This move can not only obtain the permanent right to use Guan Yu, but also take the opportunity to get rid of Liu Bei, a big problem. With this in mind, Cao Cao continued to add fuel to the fire. Take Yan Liang's head? Does Yun Chang know that there is no joking in the army? If you can't take him, what will you do? Guan Yu stood with his sword in a horizontal position, then asked the Prime Minister to take my head. Cao Cao pressed his hands firmly on his armchair and rose violently. Good. Men. Fetch the wine. I want to trample for Yun Chang. Guan Yu drove his horse away without looking back. Amir Yan Liang, why do you need to fetch wine? Prime Minister, wait a moment, I will go and come. Looking at the departing Guan Yu, Cao Cao Guijiao looked at each other and smiled. This was a nakedly masculine plot. Because whether Guan Yu kills Yan Liang or not, he is doomed to escape Cao Cao's five-finger mountain. If he kills Yan Liang, Yuan Shao will kill Liu Bei.
If he can't kill him, Cao Cao can use the military order as an entry point to completely subdue Guan Yu. Beyond that, Cao Cao couldn't think of any third answer. Even if that Yuan Benshu was as stupid as he was, facing Liu Bei's sworn brother beheading a major general in the army.
It is impossible to ignore it, right? If you really let Liu Bei go, how can Yuan Shao lead his team? How can he rally the troops?
The sound of drumming and cheering is so loud that it shakes the earth, and the mane of the red hair horse explodes into a blaze of fire in the wind. The figure of Guan Yu, carrying his green dragon sword upside down, had already swept past the 3 rows of shields. Yan Liang had just raised his hand to order the release of arrows when the red-colored horse had already swept within 10 paces.
Who's coming?
Yan Liang's golden-backed greatsword had not yet left the saddle, and his pupils reflected the cold light bursting from the tip of the green dragon blade, which had already pierced through the triple iron armor. In the sound of the horse's sadness, Guan Yu strangled the reins with one arm, and the front hooves of the red hare stood up and crushed the banner. The Yuan flag fell to the ground with a loud bang, and when Yan Liang's head rolled down to the dust, 100,000 Yuan troops were suddenly staggered in place.
Yan Liang's head is here.
Guan Yu's broken cry woke up the battlefield, and he sped back with his horse carrying the blood-dripping head in his left hand, while his right longsword swept away 7 incoming spears. The war drums of Chao's army were sounding at the right time, and Su Huang's white banner had already crashed through the eastern antlers.
Wei Jiao was dumbfounded, obviously not expecting this Guan Yu to be so fierce. The real should be that sentence, 10,000 troops from the enemy's head as a bag to pick up. Wei Jiao arched his hand and congratulated, "Congratulations, Prime Minister, for breaking Yuan's army." Cao Cao, on the other hand, never took his eyes off of Guan Yu and said with a smirk, "What's there to congratulate on breaking Yuan's army? What Feng Shao should be congratulating is the life and death of that big-eared thief." Cao Cao violently pulled out the sword of Etienne from his waist, the blade pointing directly at the 100,000-strong army that had collapsed. "Pass on my order, all troops attack." As Yuan's line was about to collapse, the sound of earth-shattering hoofbeats suddenly tore through the battlefield. The black pressurized Yuan army came from all directions, and the Yuan war flag was fluttering and rolling. Yuan Shao personally led the main force to kill.
The originally dispersed Yuan army instantly stabilized, and before Cao Cao had time to adjust his deployment, a horseman with a spear had already rushed out.
"Tai! Where is the red-faced, long-bearded rat? Come and pay for my brother's life."
This person is exactly the #1 general under Yuan Shao's command, Wen Shou, who fought 7 generals alone during the siege of Gongsun in that year, chopping off 3 and injuring 4, and who had the courage of 10,000 warriors.
"Thief generals, don't be crazy, Su Huang is here. Zhang Liao is here. Hiya!"
Zhang Liao Su Huang let out a bellowing cry and charged towards Wen Shou in unison. All 3 were famous generals of the world, and soon became entangled together. In the first 20 rounds, the 2 men joined hands to secure the upper hand, and several times they put Wen Shou Bei into a desperate situation. However, in the middle of the game, it was gradually reduced to a draw, with Wen Shou fighting Zhang Liao and Su Huang alone without losing. After 60 rounds of fighting, Wen Shou even began to vaguely occupy the upper hand, pressed Zhang Liao Su Huang 2 people to fight. It is clear that Wen Shou is a general who gets more and more courageous as the battle goes on. But this also precisely exposes his shortcomings of not being able to fight fast. Guan Yu rushed out boldly with his green dragon crescent blade in hand, joining the battlefield with a thunderous momentum, shouting loudly, "Zhang Liao Su Huang retreat. Watch me decapitate him." Zhang Liao couldn't help but warn, "Yun Chang, be careful.
This man has excellent kung fu. Tai! Red-faced thief." Wen Shou bellowed, pointing his spear straight at Guan Yu, "Give my brother back his life." "What's a Yan Liang? That's just a small test of a bull's sword, let's see me cut you down." The moment the 2 riders collided, the red hair horse suddenly stood up, its front hooves stepping heavily on the side of Wen Shao's neck. The wailed and fell over. Wen Shou rolled down when the tip of the gun into the mud to stabilize his body. But before he could slow down, a ray of coldness sprang across his vision. Guan Yu jumped up high and struck a powerful blow, directly splitting Wen Shou in half on the spot. The scene was plunged into a deathly silence. Yuan Shao's bragging words were stuck in his throat, his pupils shrunk, and he roared to the sky, "Wen Shou! No!" At that moment, the long silent live broadcast screen once again caused a ripple. Yan Liang and Wen Shao's corpses gradually converged into several large gilt characters with dragons and phoenixes flying. "Decapitate Yan Liang and execute Wen Shou." "Gulp!" Yu Chaoyang from the third viewpoint gulped, his pupils filled with disbelief. "No, this is a second? Didn't Yuan Shao brag that Yan Liang and Wen Shou were as brave as Liu Bu? How come Guan Yu was killed in a single blow? Is it true that after Liu Bu's death, everyone is as brave as Liu Bu? Nima!" Yu Chaoyang had the heart to spit, but he really couldn't find a place to put his mouth. Because of the several generals who appeared on the scene, whether it is Zhang Liao Su Huan or Wen Shou Guan Yu, even the weakest Yan Liang can hang him to fight. No! It's not just him. Even Hua Xiong, who had single-handedly killed him a full 35 times, would only be chopped up in front of these few people. What kind of person was Hua Xiong? Tang Fengxiang, the #1 horseback slasher in the Grand Xia Empire, had to battle with his opponent for dozens of rounds before he could cut Hua Xiong down. One could imagine how tough it was. And Guan Yu beheading Hua Xiong and executing Wen Shou brought the shock, not only Yu Chaoyang. The 999 million online water friends in the live broadcast room were similarly stunned beyond words. Everyone's eyes were focused on the chop Liang and execute Wen Shou guilt card. Stunned, shocked, unbelievable. All sorts of thoughts were intertwined in his mind, and even the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were stagnant, and no one posted a pop-up for nearly a minute. At this moment, they only have one thought in mind: these few people casually take out one. Is not it easy to win the 35th horseback riding slashing laurels? It wasn't that they had such an outrageous thought, it was only that these few people were just too strong. It could even be said that they were, arguably, breakneck strong. As a complex sentiment from Tang Fengxiang's live broadcast earlier. Do you know why you can't beat them? It's because these people have been killed from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A character from a game, killed out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the intersection and combination of the two could be considered to be contrary to the extreme. How could a character in a game actually kill someone? Many people thought that Tang Fengxiang was being alarmist, but it turned out that Tang Fengxiang was completely right. This was because both Hua Xiong and Liu Bei's attacks were extremely harsh, completely running towards killing people. If they could kill you with one slash, they would never make a second slash. With such a sophisticated fighting style, one would never reach this point without several years of accumulated experience. This is exactly where the doubts of a group of netizens lie. How did a bunch of game codes manage to perform better than real people in terms of skill? There were even times when the characters in Three Kingdoms didn't feel at all like raw, spiritless game characters to them. Rather, they were living, breathing people. They will cry because their friends are far away and laugh because they are happy. Maybe it's because the triple play code is good enough? There was no way around it, it was the only reasonable explanation they could think of. After all, it couldn't be that these game characters were really living, breathing people, could it? After Liu Bei's death, Guan Yu was always the one who sold his head to everyone he met. He did have the courage. A sword to kill Yin Liang and Wen Shou, before mocking me as a god. Guan Yu is a horse archer? Come out. It doesn't make sense. Wen Shou can fight Zhang Liao and Su Huang alone, how can he be killed by Guan Yu with a single slash? I know. Tang Fengxiang, the god of Feng, fought Guan Yu and said that he was tall, fast, and heavy, but only the first 3 knives were fierce, and as long as he survived the first 3 knives, he was a draw. So that's why Fengxiang was killed by Guan Yu 201 times? Tang Fengxiang, I did say that resisting 3 slashes would make it a tie, but I didn't say anyone could resist Guan Yu's 3 slashes. Laughing Rich, yesterday Fengxiang live broadcast is still saying, do a dream left Guan Yu right. Liu Bei sent her also sandwiched between a cloud of great anger, to him tortured to death. Chapter 26, Righteousness. Passing the 5 hurdles to cut down the 6 generals. Before the netizens could get out of the shock of beheading Yin Liang and executing Wen Shou, a sudden secret message broke the joy of the great defeat of Yuan Shao. It was night when Liu Bei, who was far away in Jizhou, sent a secret letter to Guan Yu. In the letter, every word is about brotherly love, and every sentence mentions the intention of the peach garden. When Guan Yu read it, he couldn't wait to fly to his big brother's side. That determined gaze made Yu Chaoyang's heart thump. He understood, Cao Cao's Guan Yu experience card had expired. As expected, the next day at dawn, Guan Yu was packed and ready to bid Cao Cao farewell. But 3 visits in a row were shrugged off by the guards at Cao Cao's door with the excuse that they were not there. Even Zhang Liao, who was close to him, was bedridden. How in heaven's name can there be such a coincidence? It's clear that Cao Cao just couldn't bear to let him go, and that's why he's pretending to excuse himself. But Cao Cao had clearly underestimated Guan Yu's brotherly love. After repairing a letter indicating Cao Cao, Guan Yu hung the great seal of the Marquis of Hanzhong pavilion on a beam and rushed to Jizhou with his 2 sisters-in-law without stopping. As soon as Guan Yu stepped out of the gate, Cao Cao received the news. Cao Cao stood on top of the attic, his eyes forlorn and complicated as he watched Guan Yu fade away. Wealth can't move his heart, titles and honors can't change his will, and life and death can't stop him. For such a man, don't say that Cao Cao. What can the heavens do about it? Cao Cao pondered for a long time and finally sighed helplessly, it's just. Yun Chang is adamant about this, so allow me to deliver it. Wei Jia frowned and reminded, then the Prime Minister must hurry up, Guan Yu will be leaving Xuchang City soon. Cao Cao's face changed, and he hurriedly descended the stairs and mounted his horse. Rushing along, he finally caught up with Guan Yu just as he was about to leave the sphere of influence under his command. Yun Chang! Yun Chang! Cao Cao panicked and ran towards Guan Yu, nearly falling to the ground several times. He clearly had 1,000 words in his heart, but when he really wanted to say something, he couldn't say anything. 1,000 words finally turned into a smile. Yun Chang, this is a long journey of over 800 miles to Jizhou, the road is windy and sunny, I have prepared a brocade robe for you. For you to shield yourself from the cold on the road. Looking at the fine brocade robes in front of him, how could Guan Yu not know what Cao Cao was thinking, and after a moment's contemplation, he cut his losses. Thank you, Prime Minister, for your kind words. Forgive Guan for not being able to dismount in Cao Cao. I hope you'll pardon me. With that, the green dragon crescent sword was picked, and the blade swung straight up to Cao Cao's eyes, signaling for the brocade robe to be placed on the upper edge. See this move, is ready to personally give Guan Yu put on the brocade robe of Cao Cao's heart a cold, such as falling into the ice valley. The hand raised in the air froze straight in place. Endless remorse instantly surged through Cao Cao's heart, eventually turning into a few loud, pretentious laughs. Guan Yu fastened his brocade robe and arched his hand to say goodbye. Prime Minister, this is goodbye. I hope you and I will meet again, Yun Chang. Looking at Guan Yu's valiantly departing back, Cao Cao's eyes instantly turned red. No longer able to care about his reserve, he chased after him all the way. Yun Chang! Yun Chang! Yun Chang! Be careful on your journey. It wasn't until Guan Yu had completely disappeared from view that Cao Cao took a sharp breath and growled in resignation. Incoming! Go and cut down that forest for me. It's blocking me from seeing Yun Chang's departing figure. Looking at Cao Cao, who was as aggrieved as a child, Yu Chaoyang couldn't help but let out a long sigh. For others, Cao Cao is a lord, temperamental and deep, a little inattentive, heads will fall to the ground. But to Guan Yu, Cao Cao is open and honest, giving almost everything he can. Even if he knew that if Guan Yu left, he would be his enemy in the future, he still chose to let him go. This shows how far Cao Cao pursued Guan Yu. Yu Chaoyang once again sighed deeply and summarized the fate of the two men in one sentence. Being in the Cao camp, the heart is in the Han camp. Lick the dog, lick until you end up with nothing. Grandpas. Why did Liu Bei, the hypocrite, meet Guan Yu first? If only Cao Cao had met Guan Yu first. It doesn't matter. Guan Yu is loyal to the Han, not Cao Cao. How do you know Cao Cao is a traitor? Cao Cao worked harder than any of his vassals in the war against Dong. One thing's for sure, Cao Cao was loyal to the Han court in the early days, but he went solo after his vassals failed to get Dong, so don't be a jerk. It's a pity that the loyal and righteous Guan Yu howled thinking about his hypocrite big brother. I'm convinced. If Guan Yu really joined Cao Boss would not appreciate him so much. The more loyal and righteous Cao Boss, the more he appreciates and admires Cao Cao. This person is too contradictory. I don't care about anything else. I just want to know when Liu Bei will die. +1, one prayer a day. Hypocrite Liu Bei, hurry up and die. The original atmosphere of a good pop-up discussion turned out to change the wind direction in an instant after the two words Liu Bei came out. Whether it was those who appreciated Guan Yu or those who lamented Cao Cao, they all switched sides and began to verbally attack Liu Bei. The curses are also more unpleasant than one another. From this, we can see that Liu Bei's reputation in the network public opinion, in fact, bad to what extent. It is not too much to say that the street rat, everyone shouted. But the views of the outside world did not affect the image of Liu Bei in Guan Yu's mind. After a long journey, Guan Yu arrived at Dongling Pass. When Sun Qian said that they were going to rush to Hebei by way of a road, the guard, Kong Xiu, stated, Yuan Shao is the Prime Minister's great enemy. You must have an ultimatum signed by the Prime Minister himself before you can be released. Guan Yu had left in a hurry, where was Cao Cao's pass ultimatum, and immediately arched his hand and said, General Kong, Guan Mao left in a hurry. Is it possible to net a favor and let Guan leave? Kong Xiu laughed out loud and acted very close to his heart. Haha, Guan Yu, allow me to say something from my heart. You killed Yan Liang and executed Wen Shao's fame. This is the passing paperwork, which still need other paperwork. Wait here, I'll come down and open the city gates for you. Kong Xiu arched his hand, but the moment he turned around, his face turned suddenly cold and ordered, someone come. Quickly mobilize 50 iron horsemen to capture Guan Yu with me. Someone on the side expressed doubt, General Kong. Guan Yu, he just beheaded Yan Liang and executed Wen Shao. He has made a monstrous achievement for the Prime Minister. Why are you? Kong Xiu sneered twice. He doesn't have a transit document, and he still has to go to Jizhou, so he must have surrendered to Yuan Shao. The rest of them suddenly realized, the moment the city gates opened, 50 iron horsemen surrounded Guan Yu. Guan Yu narrowed his eyes and reminded in a cold voice, Kong Xiu, although you are treacherous, I don't want to kill you. Just let me through quickly. Kong Xiu hilariously laughed and changed his words, you don't want to kill me, but I want to kill you to build up my merit. Kill. With a command, the 50 iron horsemen instantly launched a charge. Guan Yu's face was frozen, and the greatsword in his hand slashed down violently. With just one slash, he split Kong Xiu in half with his horse. Watching Guan Yu stand in front of him with his sword, the rest of the generals gulped and clasped their fists in salute to vacate the path, allowing Guan Yu and his party to leave in a reckless and dashing manner. After a few days of stargazing, Guan Yu and his party arrived in Luoyang. Han Fu, the governor of Luoyang, received the news early and stood in front of the pass with his gun. Guan Yu, why did you kill Kong Xiu? Because I was going to Jizhou to find my big brother, and he wouldn't let me. Jizhou? Are you thinking of going to join Yuan Shao? Guan Yu. The Prime Minister has treated you well, why are you being ungrateful? Looking at the furious Han Fu, Guan Yu sighed, I've already killed Dongling past Kong Xiu, I don't want to kill you again. Han Fu snorted coldly, you don't want to kill me, but I want to kill you for credit. Kill.
Guan Yu shook his head, his crotch red hair horse surged out, a cold light flashed, Han Fu's body was separated in an instant. At this time, a bellowing cry rang out violently.
Guan Yu.
The Prime Minister has treated you well, yet you are beneficent and hate me, die for me.
Luoyang toothed General Meng Tan killed from the flank.
But before he could get close, he felt a coldness in his neck and fell straight to the ground. But Guan Yu did not even look at him, riding his red rabbit horse in front of him to clear the way for his two sisters-in-law.
After a few more days of traveling, Guan Yu and his party arrived at the Bisui Pass.
However, Bian Shi, the guardian, did something different. Not only did he open the city gate to welcome them into the city, but he also said that he had admired Guan Yu for a long time and wanted to give him a good feast.
Guan Yu is a typical arrogant person who was proud of his superiority and goodness.
Bian Shi's horse's ass can be said to have hit the nail on the head. With a smile on his lips, Guan Yu put down his guard and followed Bian Shi into the city. After entering the city, Bian Shi arranged for Guan Yu and his party to stay at the Jingui temple. Although this operation made Guan Yu a little puzzled, he didn't care too much after hearing that the temple master was from the same hometown as himself. While entering the temple between conversations, the abbot inadvertently knocks over a teacup. Guan Yu was just about to say something, but when he looked up, he saw dark shadows surging outside the window. Guan Yu's face changed and he said in a cold voice, Bian Shi,
you fathom Hall is sinful, aren't you afraid that the blood and water will defile the sanctuary?
Things were exposed. Bian Shi didn't bother to pretend anymore, and immediately drew his sword out. Ungrateful generation, come and kill. I thought Guan Yu would be outnumbered if he was unarmed, but I didn't realize that his fists and feet were just as good. He was able to crush the soldiers as if they were little chickens, and knocked them all down in 3 tries. Afterwards, Guan Yu carried Bian Shi's head to the outside of the temple and chopped down the green dragon crescent blade. With a crunching sound, the head fell to the ground. After making sure that his two sisters-in-law were presided over and protected, Guan Yu hurriedly clasped his fists and thanked him. Master Heaven's Height's favor, Guan Yu will repay it in the future. After bidding farewell to the master, Guan Yu took his two sisters-in-law back on the road. He crossed Xingyang and beheaded Wang Ji, and fought Xiaohodun for 300 rounds at the Yellow River crossing. He killed bandits in a narrow path, met Zhou Cong, a knife fighter, and met Zhao Yun, his fourth brother. He crosses the slippery state and beheads Qin Shi, and finds Zhang Fei, the third brother who claims to be the king. Guan Yu, who had ridden thousands of kilometers through 5 passes and 6 generals, took several months to finally meet his elder brother Liu Bei in Jizhou. When several people meet, all are not red-eyed, full of tears. Thousands of words finally turned into a call, as if containing all the grievances and not easy.
Second brother.
Third brother.
Zi Long.
As Liu Bei wept, the screen suddenly appeared with 3 guild cards with dragons and phoenixes.
Righteousness.
Riding alone for thousands of miles.
5 passes and 6 generals. Chapter 27. Sir, can people like me really achieve great things? Watching 4 big men hugging each other with tears of joy. The originally caustic pop-ups actually calmed down in a rare way.
There was no mockery, no abuse, no bickering or indignation. Only to Guan Yu's single rider traveled thousands of miles, through the 5 passes and 6 generals, all along the way all kinds of not easy to sigh. I don't know why, but I hate to see Liu Bei die immediately, but I still feel touched when I see the 4 brothers gathered together. You are not touched by the gathering of the 4 brothers, but by Guan Yu's return from his bitter past.
Yes, riding alone for 1,000 miles, still in the Cold War era, what a shocking sentiment. It's no wonder Boss Cao regards Guan Yu as a moonlight. Who wouldn't be moved by a man of such loyalty and righteousness? Righteousness. Guan Yu's actions fully explain these 4 words. I wish I had a brother like Guan Yu. What kind of brother is there nowadays? It would be nice if he didn't stab you in the back twice. Women are clothes, only brothers are brothers. The gathering of the 4 brothers caused the pop-ups to change from a verbal attack on Liu Bei to a lamentation of life. Maybe Liu Bei is a hypocrite, but at least in this moment, the brotherly love between them cannot be faked. Even Yu Chaoyang, who was on the side, was rarely silent, silently gazing at the 4 brothers who were crying with joy. At this moment, he seemed to have a whole new perception of Liu Bei's character. Instead of saying that the other party was a hypocrite, it would be better to say that the other party was an uncompromising idealist? Yu Chaoyang opened his mouth, just about to state the thoughts in his mind, but on second thought, he quietly closed it again. Because he is no longer the former live room only 4 or 5,000 people small anchor. Taking advantage of the wind of being the first to discover 3 kingdoms contest. His gameplay plot drives the progress and looks out of the window at a host of fellow trackmasters. The number of people in the live broadcast room has remained at 1 million plus for a long time, and every move is watched by countless pairs of eyes. If he dares to risk universal condemnation today and whitewash Liu Bei, tomorrow he will be able to honor the hot search list TPO1 and drown in the spittle that is all over the place. Thinking for a long time, Yu Chaoyang finally closed his mouth. There is no hurry, let the bullets fly a little longer. With this in mind, Yu Chaoyang's vision once again turned to Guan Yu's 4 men. Although the 4 brothers were all together, where to go next became a big problem. Just as Liu Bei was racking his brains, the situation in the world suddenly changed. The Battle of Guan Yu broke out. Yuan Shao, who had an army of 700,000, was swept away by Cao Cao, who had only 70,000 soldiers. Not only did Yuan Shao run away, but he even lost his base camp in Guan Yu. Cao Cao's battle shook the heavens, like a tiger out of its cage, and he proudly looked down on many of the world's heroes, leaping to become the most prestigious of all the lords. But the more powerful Cao Cao became, the more fearful Liu Bei became. Because he knows that Cao Cao has always regarded him as a thorn in his side, and as soon as he cleans up Yuan Benshu frees up his hands. Liu Bei will be the next to suffer. So, where to go next? Yuan Shao? Or that tiger from Jiangdong? In the midst of his thoughts, a silhouette snapped into his mind. Liu Biao of Jingzhou. But Liu Biao is old and dim, his attitude is not clear, so going there rashly may not be possible, and he still needs to make some inquiries. But who to send out? Although his three brothers were all as brave as a million men, they were really no good with their mouths. It would have been nice to have a master of arms. Liu Bei sighed and finally spoke his thoughts. Sun Xian volunteered to give it a try. Liu Bei hesitantly nodded his head, but he didn't expect Sun Xian to really bring him back good news a few days later. Liu Biao was willing to accept them. And so, Liu Bei once again began his path of upheaval. When he arrived at Xiangyang and Jingzhou, Liu Biao welcomed him with gongs and drums and personally led the civil and military officials out of the city. Liu Bei bowed and cupped his fists. Liu Bei, the general who has been defeated time and again, is deeply grateful to brother Jingsheng for his hospitality. Liu Biao smiles and picks up Liu Bei. Shenda, I have admired you for a long time. Being of the same Han bloodline, what you have done makes me ashamed. With some false politeness between the two of them, Liu Biao had given Liu Bei enough face. Immediately invited a few people into the city to show the friendship of the landlord. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Liu Bei said the purpose of this trip. Although Yuan Benshu was defeated at Guan Yu, there are still hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses resisting to the death. Without a year and a half, Cao Cao simply cannot win. If brother Jingsheng leads a strong brigade to attack Cao Cao's capital, Shuchan, at this time, he will surely win a great victory. Although Liu Bei's idea was good, it was too hasty. Liu Bei's idea is good, but it's too hasty. When he first arrived in Jingzhou, his footing was not yet stabilized, and Liu Bei would not listen to the advice of a defeated general. In order not to hurt the peace between the two sides, Liu Biao can only use the old age and faint-heartedness as the reason. He claimed that he had long lost his ambition to dominate the world. Seeing Liu Bei lose his mind to a degree that is visible to the naked eye, Liu Biao quickly snorted and said, Xiande first arrived in Jingzhou and is in dire need of a foothold, so he will be stationed in Xianyi. Whether it's to recruit soldiers and horses, or to develop people's livelihood, it's all up to Xiande. Hearing this, Yu Chaoyang's eyes snapped wide open and the mapboard of the 3 kingdoms appeared in his mind. Xinya was located at the northernmost tip of Jingzhou, less than 50 kilometers away from Cao Cao's forces, and was the first line of defense against Cao Cao's southward advance. Liu Biao's move was a clear sign that Liu Bei was being roasted on the fire. Yu Chaoyang could not help but look deeply at the harmless Liu Biao. You call this old age and stupefaction? It's clearly an old fox that eats people without spitting. But under the roof, Liu Bei has no room for refusal. Knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain, but also have to walk towards the tiger mountain. Many thanks, brother Jingsheng. The banquet dispersed unhappily, and Liu Bei and the others stationed themselves in Xinya. As tens of days pass by, Liu Bei first waits not for Cao Cao's soldiers, but for Kaimao's siege. Fortunately, Liu Qi was able to escape with a tip-off. When the news came out, it could give Yu Chaoyang, who was far away in Xinya, enough fright. Because examples of sudden and violent deaths like this are just too common in 3 kingdoms contest. Hua Xiong was fierce, right? He was chopped up by Guan Yu. How about Dong Zhuo? He was poked to death by Lu Bu. Yuan Shao's Yan Liang and Wen Shou, who were blown away from the beginning to the end, were even killed when they showed their heads. Just like the proverb, the world's heroes are like crucians in the river. The hero who stirs up the world today may die a violent death tomorrow. So Yu Chaoyang is really afraid that Liu Bei died in the hands of those little yakuza. He was still waiting for Liu Bei to prove himself. Under the strong demands of the pop-ups, Yu Chaoyang decisively switched viewpoints. Only to see a bamboo forest hut, Liu Bei and Mr. Watermirror sitting opposite each other, drunk. After Liu Bei told the story of today's encounter, Mr. Shui Jing laughed. In the end, heaven's destiny has returned, and the coiled dragon in the stream flies towards the sky. Doesn't General Liu feel that this rhyme is exactly what you, General Liu, deserve? Liu Bei smiled bitterly, his eyes empty and lifeless, as if his essence had been drained out of his body. It has been 16 years since the peach orchard was formed. The tortures of life have gradually worn away the vows he once made. The young man who once boasted of helping the Han Dynasty has now entered middle age. He is now in his middle age, and all of his encounters with homelessness have made him wonder about the oath he made. To support the Han Dynasty, what a great goal, but he, Liu Bei, can he really do it? Sir, can someone like me really make it big? Chapter 28, Anticipating the enemy before the great battle begins, Su Shu makes his appearance. Liu Bei's eyes are confused, falling into deep self-doubt. Mr. Watermirror laughed out loud and flicked his white beard and said, "Since ancient times, those who wish to accomplish great things must have two feathers to help them soar to the sky. The two wings of the civil and military are mutually exclusive, and General Liu, you happen to be strong in the martial arts and weak in the civil arts. Guan Yu Zhang Fei Jiayun can be called the enemy of 10,000 people, but Sun Qian Jian Yongmi Feng and others are not the talent of the country to help the world. So what the general lacks is a military advisor who looks up to the world and has a bosom strategy." Hearing this, Liu Bei's originally bleak eyes gradually brightened up, as if he had seen the clouds. He hurriedly got up and saluted. "Dare I ask you, sir, where should I find a military advisor?" Mr. Watermirror did not answer directly, but gently sipped the yellow wine before smiling lightly. "For those who look up to the world, the only ones in the world are Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Daisy. One of these two can secure the world." Just then, a figure walked out from the side room. Associated with Mr. Watermirror's just pointing out, Liu Bei immediately arched his hand with both eyes glowing. "Dare I ask if your excellency is a Wulong or a Feng Daisy?" Su Shu lightly hummed and laughed without arrogance. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint General. District under me is neither a Wulong nor a Feng Bei. My name is Su Shu, my name is Su Shu, my name is Yuan Ji, and my two brothers, Crouching Dragon and Feng Daisy, are under the same name of Mr. Watermirror." The crowd picks up the firewood. Liu Bei immediately bragged, "Even if it's not Crouching Dragon Phoenix Daisy, it's certainly far better than Crouching Dragon Phoenix Daisy." Su Shu, however, laughed out loud and waved his hands. "I wouldn't dare to be worthy, I wouldn't dare to be worthy. Compared to Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Daisy, I am like a star comparing to the white moon." After some pleasantries, the three of them sat on the ground and had a long conversation. Su Shu said that he had just returned from exploring Xinye, and everywhere he went, the people were praising Liu Bei. A folk song has started to circulate in the countryside, making Su Shu marvel at Liu Bei's reputation. Whether the general is in glory or in decline, there will always be a folk song to follow. And those who can get the hearts of the people are not far from getting the will of heaven. How could Liu Bei not hear Su Shu's words? He immediately got up and fell to his knees with a thud. "Mr. Yuan Ji, Liu Bei is not talented. I would like to ask you to come out and take on the role of my military advisor so that I can be taught sooner or later." Liu Bei was so honored to ask Su Shu to come out to the mountain, but Su Shu refused on the spot on the grounds that he was not talented enough to learn. But Su Shu refused on the spot because of his lack of talent and knowledge, because he thought that although Liu Bei was benevolent and wise, his army was too small and his strength was too low to show his full of wisdom. So he had to let Liu Bei go and hire another master. But Liu Bei is thirsty for talent, so how can he give up so easily? I, Liu Bei, for more than 20 years, have been looking forward to having the help of such a high-minded person like Mr. Liu, and to meet with Mr. Liu today is like a drought meeting sweet rain. Liu Bei buckles to ask Mr. Help me. As the words fell, Liu Bei knocked his forehead heavily on top of the wooden board. Although Su Shu couldn't bear it, he still refused. "I'm touched by Ming Gong's intention, but I really don't dare to take the post of military counselor." Liu Bei's two requests in a row are rejected by Su Shu, and Mr. Watermirror on the side sighs slightly and personally intercedes for him. Since ancient times, talented people are easy to get, but it's hard to find a bright master. General Liu's 2 times of condescension is already enough to show his sincerity. You for the search for a bright master in many years without success, and then do not come out of the mountain will not waste full of experience. Although General Liu's luck is not good, but he is undoubtedly a wise master. Sooner or later will soar into the sky, into his great cause. The fact that you two met in my humble abode doesn't show that heaven's will has made it so? Mr. Watermirror's words broke the will of heaven. Liu Bei is not a small army with few generals, but the time is not good, and sooner or later he will achieve something amazing. Su Shu was instantly enlightened by his master's instruction, and immediately arched his hand. "I am grateful for General Liu's love." Su Shu is under orders. Liu Bei was in tears, holding Su Shu's big hand to death, and said with tears in his voice, "For Bei to have the help of Mr. Su, it is like Gaozu getting Zifang Xiaohe." This is something Liu Bei really didn't brag about. Since Su Shu joined, the livelihood situation of Xinye City has been rapidly improving almost to a degree visible to the naked eye. The people are affluent and living in peace and contentment. The situation was far, far better than when Liu Bei, a few brown men, governed. Even Yu Chaoyang, looking at it with modern eyes, couldn't pick any faults with Su Shu. The people's livelihood and economy are in one hand, and he is able to handle it with ease. Looking at the flourishing Xinye City, Yu Chaoyang sighed, "How can a qualified political team not have a political commissar?" With the help of Su Shu, Liu Bei is considered initially qualified to fight for the world. But before Yu Chaoyang was happy for 2 seconds, the situation suddenly changed. When Cao Cao heard that Liu Bei, a great danger to his heart, was stationed in Xinye City, he sent his general Cao Ren to lead a 50,000-strong army to conquer the city. The 8 Gates Golden Lock formation surrounds Xinye, and the tension of a coming storm pours in. People who slaughter pigs and sell wine, can you recognize this general's formation? Quickly come out of the city to fight with this general for 300 rounds, or else the city will be attacked and no chickens or dogs will be left behind. Cao Ren stood in front of the formation, his words full of sarcasm, wanting to use this to provoke Zhang Fei, a reckless man, to open the city gate. This is a simple way to provoke Zhang Fei to open the city gate, but Zhang Fei really fell for it. He glared angrily and clenched his hands. What kind of military counselor is Su Shu? He doesn't recognize Cao Ren's formation, and even if he's a shrinking violet himself, he still won't let us go kill the enemy. It really pisses off my old Zhang. Seeing the arrogance of Chao's army under the city, Guan Zhang and his team finally couldn't stand it anymore and directly found Su Shu to question him face to face. Military division. It's noon, have you come up with a strategy to break the enemy? Zhang Fei was furious. Liu Bei heard this and did not speak out to stop him, but instead looked deeply at Su Shu. He also wanted to know if this Su Shu was really as divine as Mr. Watermirror had blown it to be. Su Shu knew that it would be difficult for him to gain a foothold without showing a couple of hands, so he took out his go pieces on the spot and popularized it for them. Cao Ren. This formation is the 8-gate Golden Lock formation, one of the 10 major formations created by the Sage of War, Sun Bin. Although Cao Ren can set up the flag shape, but did not learn the essence of the formation, only need to send a general with 500 swords and axes men from the raw door to kill in to kill out through the scenic door. A snap of the fingers can break it. Guan Yu Zhang Fei looked at each other and shouted in a hurry. I'm going. I'll go. Looking at the impatient Guan Zhang duo, Su Shu, however, smiled faintly and handed over the heavy responsibility to Zhao Yun. Zilong, I've heard that your 7 iron galls and 7-foot lance are like a bag of tricks when you go in and out of 10,000 armies. Then how about I ask you to make a hard trip? It wasn't that Su Shu didn't trust Guan Yu Zhang Fei, but these two had really bad tempers. It had to be suppressed. Zhao Yun arched his hand and saluted, I will lead the way. Immediately afterward, the war drums boomed and the city gates opened wide. Zhao Yun led 500 school swordsmen to rush out of the city, heading straight for Cao Ren's general's platform with a flourish. Along the way, there were 2 or 3 small soldiers blocking the way, but they were all easily swept away by Zhao Yun's horse. Cao Ren saw at a glance that Zhao Yun was prepared and immediately waved his general's flag to transform the formation. Hundreds of shields were raised to block the enemy's advance, but Zhao Yun realized that it was the flag soldiers, so he immediately jumped on the shields with his horse breaking through the air. With the swiftness of thunder and lightning, he went straight to kill the flag soldiers and killed them on the ground with just one shot. Without a commanding officer, the military formation was instantly disorganized. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zhao Yun took advantage of the situation and started to kill the general's platform with his troops. Even though Cao Ren was still waving his order flag, he still couldn't change the decimated situation. And he himself was almost killed by the lance that Zhao Yun flung at him. Break the formation. Zhao Yun bellowed, and Guan Yu Zhang Fei led his army to kill in an instant, cutting through the already precarious 8-gate Golden Lock formation in one fell swoop. Looking at the 3 Guan Zhangzhao who were swimming in the midst of the army, Yu Chaoyang was dumbfounded and said in a daze, they are simply superhuman. The 3 of them led the army all the way to cut down the melon and cut up the vegetables, and the 8 doors Golden Lock formation instantly became a pile of broken copper and iron. Although Cao Ren was upset, he could only wipe the oil from his feet. Thus, with the advice of Su Shu, Liu Bei finally had his first victory in life. And while everyone was immersed in the joy of victory, only Su Shu was observing the sky without saying a word. Then he found Lu Guan, Zhang, and Zhao and told the speculation in his heart, although Cao Ren has folded for a while, he is not finished. If I were him, I would definitely lead my army to rob the camp tonight. General Zhang, General Zhao, you two each lead 5,000 troops and ambush the 2 ends of Snake's Mouth where Chao's army must pass. Wait until Cao Ren's army is over halfway and then take advantage of the situation to kill out. By then the head and tail can't take care of each other, it will surely be a great victory. Seeing Zhang Fei Zhao Yun receiving orders one after another, he gladly left. Guan Yu on the side could no longer sit still and rushed forward to ask, Military Master, what should Guan do then? Su Shu smiled faintly, General Guan work harder and go to Fancheng to pick Lingji. Lingji? What is the meaning of this, military counselor? Could it be that you're looking down on Mr. Guan? Su Shu lightly pressed his palm, General Guan, be at ease. Cao Ren's army is out, Fancheng is bound to be empty, and you are asked to rate 8,000 soldiers and horses to take Fancheng straight. By the way, pick back that Lingji on the city floor to make tea for the Lord. Confident. Just too much confidence. Looking at Su Shu, who was strategizing and deciding, Yu Chaoyang couldn't help but gulp deeply. No wonder Liu Bei was treated like a dog by Boss Cao before, having a wise man or not is really too important. The war has not yet begun to anticipate the enemy in the first. At this time Guan Yu instantly conquered by the wisdom of Su Shu. As Su Shu expected, Cao Ren led his troops to rob the camp that night, but Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei caught him in the act. From the beginning to the end, from dark to dawn, killed Cao Ren like a dog. It was hard to escape back to Fancheng, only to find that the city had also fallen into the hands of Guan Yu. Cao Ren's mouthful of blood gushed out and he nearly died of gas. Holding back. It's just too suffocating. It was as if one's bottom had been seen through. But things have been finalized. Cao Ren can only lead the army to flee back to Xuchang in disgrace.
On the other hand, Liu Bei was assisted by Su Shu and finally realized the joy of having a military advisor. Not only were there frequent reports of successes from all the armies, even the great Lingji from Fanchang was delivered in front of him. This made Liu Bei, who had never won a battle before, instantly burst into tears, and his heart was filled with gratitude and reliance on Su Shu. For more than 20 years since I started the army, I have lost many battles, and I have never had a great victory like today. And the one who defeated was Cao Ren, the main general of the Cao traders. Sir, you have not only brought me victory, but also confidence. Get rid of Cao's traitors and raise the Han family.
Chapter 29, The Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix Chick. If you get one of the two, you can win the world.
It is not just Lu Guan Zhangzhou's heart that Su Shu has conquered.
There is even a crowd of netizens who are convinced.
Before the battle started, the enemy was anticipated beforehand, and the heroic posture of strategizing to win 1,000 miles away was deeply branded in everyone's heart.
With just one plan, many netizens were convinced. This Su Shu is a talent. He can rule the country and the people, and he can defeat the enemy's army. Scary.
I know why Liu Bei was always treated like a dog by Cao Cao.
How can you play without a military advisor?
Hey! If Liu Bei had gotten Su Shu's help earlier, why would he have lost Shuzhou and been displaced for 20 years? No, the hypocrite Liu Bei still has people to wash him. He weeps at the slightest move, but he's just deceiving Su Shu.
Liu Bei's 3 resignations and 3 concessions in Shuzhou have made him a black man.
Hypocrite, go to hell.
That's it. Seeing Liu Bei win makes me sick. He just beat Cao Ren. What makes him stand up to Cao?
I heard you're good, Su Shu. I'm sorry, my boss Cao is Cheng Yu, Gaixia, and Xin Yu. Which one of them isn't better than you, Su Shu? No, why are you guys so malicious towards Liu Bei? As a middle-aged man, I only see the essence of Liu Bei that has fought many battles and not compromised with the world.
+1, Liu Bei made 3 concessions and 3 resignations, only because Tao Qian is a feudal official personally ordered by the Han Emperor. He is unwilling to take advantage of people's danger. Does this not reflect Liu Bei's benevolence and righteousness? Where does the hypocrite begin? Liu Bei is a mirror. A villain sees him as a villain, a gentleman sees him as a gentleman. Come on, you whitewashers of Liu Bei, get over it. If he were a true Han subject, he would have joined Cao Cao, who is also the prime minister of Emperor Xian's Lu Xie. What kind of hypocrite is Liu Bei if he's shouting about supporting the Han Dynasty, but at the same time he's fighting for Cao Cao? As the game's plot progresses, Liu Bei has clearly gained a number of loyal fans. These are mostly middle-aged people who are impressed by his indomitable spirit. But those who are willing to speak for Liu Bei are ultimately in the minority, and they are instantly lost under the overwhelming verbal attacks. Looking at the fleeting dispute, Yu Chaoyang is a deep breath, more and more certain of the heart of the speculation. Big brother him, absolutely not a hypocrite. The reason is very simple. During the period of the 3 righteousnesses in the Peach Garden, Liu Bei's weeping under the moonlight can never be faked. Those words of true love are still deeply embedded in his memory. He has the intention to do justice to Liu Bei, but he is too weak and needs to let the bullet fly a little longer. With this in mind, Yu Chaoyang once again looked toward Xinya City. Since the great defeat of Cao Ren, Liu Bei can be said to be full of vigor, sweeping away the previous melancholy. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, the 2 rash, also convinced Su Shu, such as the arm to make use of. In a time of prosperity, Su Shu was crying to find Liu Bei. And brought like a thunderbolt from the sky, let the people like falling ice valley news. My lord! Cao Cao has sent men to arrest my mother in Xuchang and put her in jail. This is the handwritten letter Cao Cao sent to me, saying that if I don't surrender to him, he'll put my mother on the stove. And roast it alive. Liu Bei sniffed, and immediately his eyes went black, and he fell to the ground with a softening of his body. Big brother! Big brother! My lord! Guan Zhangzhou was startled and hurriedly helped Liu Bei up. However, Liu Bei broke away from the 3 people's support and grasped Su Shu's hand, shivering. Yuan Ji. Although the Cao thief is treacherous, he is also a rare and majestic master. He would never put a 60-year-old man on the fire to roast to death. With this letter, Cao Cao is trying to trick you into returning to Xuchang. This is Cao Cao's trick. Su Shu smiled miserably, his eyes empty and lifeless. How could Shu be unaware of the Lord's concerns? Knowing that it's Cao Cao's treacherous plan, I have to go back. I can't let my old mother suffer in jail. Su Shu, who had defeated Cao Ren and strategized 4 days ago, was crying like a child. When parents are around, they don't travel far, they travel. Su Shu is also known as a great filial son. How would he let his old mother suffer in jail? Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety are hard to reconcile. Looking at Su Shu, who is eager to save his mother, Liu Bei doesn't know how else to keep him. He only felt that at this moment, not only did the sky fall, but his dream of revitalizing the Han Dynasty also woke up. Instead of trapping Su Shu in unfiliality and trapping himself in injustice, it would be better to let go of his dream. Liu Bei was in grief, but had to hold on. Incoming. Prepare the horses. Yuan Ji, allow Bei to lead the horse for you personally. Liu Bei forced down the crying palpitations in his heart, took the reins from the soldier's hands, and personally led the horse for Su Shu. But to send the king for thousands of miles there will be a goodbye. The two do not know whether this life can still have the opportunity to see each other, can only give vent to the heart of the unwillingness to give up under the foot. Su Shu, for Liu Bei's kindness, also made a promise at the time of parting. Please rest assured, my lord, that after I arrive at Xuchang, I will never formulate a single plan for Cao Cao for the rest of my life. After saying this, Liu Bei held back his tears and waved goodbye to Su Shu, and since then the two of them have been separated by the sky. Looking at Su Shu who was walking away, Liu Bei is devastated. Listen to the order. My lord. Tomorrow you lead the men and cut down all that forest for me. My lord, why do you want to cut down that forest? Liu Bei went limp, because it's blocking Su Yunji's figure. At this moment, a loud cry suddenly rang out. My lord. Liu Bei suddenly looked back, saw Su Shu again horseback folded back and came. The original cold heart seems to burn up again, all the way stumbling trotting to meet. Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji. Liu Bei unfolded his arms and quietly waited for Su Shu's return, also expecting that Su Shu would say to him that he wasn't leaving. However, Su Shu said that he was so confused that he forgot to recommend a new military advisor for Liu Bei. Comparing me to him is like comparing an incompetent horse to a unicorn, or a cold crow to a phoenix. This man has the talent of warping the heavens and the earth. If the Lord gets his help, it is no different from the Duke of Zhou getting Luoyang and the King of Han getting Zhang Liang. This man's surname is Zhuge, his name is Kongming, because he lives on the Wulong gang, so he is also known as Mr. Wulong. Wulong? In just a moment, Liu Bei recalled the words of Mr. Watermirror that night. If you get one of the two, you can win the world. Looking at Su Shu's back as he left again, Liu Bei bowed deeply. Chapter 30, 1,000 Years of Wondrous Strategies. Longzhong Pairing, 3 Guan Yu. Experiencing the strategizing that comes with having a military advisor. Liu Bei didn't dare to delay a moment and led Zhang Fei Guan Yu to Wulonggang. In front of the hut, a child has been waiting for a long time. Liu Bei arched his hand and looked amiable. Liu Bei has come to visit Mr. Kongming, please take the trouble to inform him. The boy arched his hand and returned the greeting. My sir knows that a nobleman will be visiting in the near future, so he has gone out for a long trip. What? Can little brother say that again? The boy was impatient. Word for word, Mr. knows that a nobleman has recently arrived, so he went out for a long trip. Hearing this, how could Liu Bei not understand that this is Zhuge Liang deliberately avoiding him? Although the heart is a little lost, but on the basis of this ability to foretell, Liu Bei even more determined that Wulong is a wizard. I'm sorry for your trouble, little brother, I'll come back to visit again in the next few days. Seeing his big brother take a hot face and stick it to someone else's cold ass, the Guan Yu Zhang Fei on the side instantly looked away. Guan Yu flicked his long sideburns. Big brother, you heard it all. Zhuge Liang knew you were coming to visit, but he deliberately went out and traveled far away. Liu Bei waved his hand. There's no harm in second brother, we'll just come back in a few days. Zhang Fei was already holding his breath, and when he heard that Liu Bei was going to come back again, he rushed straight to the front of the grass hall and cursed. Listen, I am Zhang Yida, a Yen man. When Zhuge Liang returns, immediately tell him to come to Xiang City to pay homage to my big brother. Third brother. Shut up. Liu Bei's face suddenly changed and he chided out. Seeing his elder brother's anger, Zhang Fei then smiled and returned to Xiang City. The first visit to Malu ended in failure, and in the blink of an eye spring turned to fall and winter is approaching. Liu Bei is not concerned about the news of Wulonggang all the time, and has even been close to the point of bewitchment. Often meet Zhuge Liang in his dreams. At that exact moment, the sentry rider came with a message. Your lord. Mr. Zhuge has returned from his long journey yesterday. Liu Bei was overjoyed and immediately sent someone to call for Guan Yu Zhang Fei. Listen, visiting Mr. Zhuge is a matter of great importance. You and I, the three of us, must go if we're not polite. The three brothers once again set foot on the Wulonggang, the two Gumalu. The results of a probe only to learn that the return is not Zhuge Liang, but his brother Zhuge Jun. Seeing his elder brother come out in a state of dismay, Guan Yu's dissatisfaction with Zhuge Liang reaches its peak at this moment. Big brother, if Zhuge Liang has 8 brothers, won't we have to come 8 more times? To be held in such high esteem by Su Shu, Zhuge Liang might be a great talent. But just by the fact that big brother returned twice without success, it's also enough to see that Wulong is a name-selling junta. But no matter how much Guan and Zhang persuaded him, Liu Bei was always convinced that Wulong was a national scholar and a great sage. It is our three brothers' providence that belongs to them. Must be. Another month or so passed. Liu Bei asked the sky to buy Trigram's divination fortune. I was surprised that the 6 tortoises gender unanimity, from which he presumed that today must be an auspicious day of the zodiac. So hurry to find 2 brothers, ready to go to see Zhuge Liang once again. And just less than a kilometer away from Wulonggang, Liu Bei, in order to show his sincerity in this quest for wisdom, deliberately dismounted and walked. The 3 of them arrow-stepped and hurriedly came to the hut. Learn that Wulong is sleeping soundly at the moment. Liu Bei, although impatient, but also dare not stir, so will Guanzhang. Two people sent to the side, their own in the outside of the house quietly standing. But this wait is a full hours long. From sunrise to dusk to see, Zhuge Liang is late to wake up. Zhang Fei couldn't bear it, heavy burst of sound, Zhuge Liang only sleepy and sympathetic eyes open. The great dream who first realized, ordinary life I know myself. The grassy hall is full of spring sleep, and the sun is late outside the window. But only just waiting for Liu Bei. Zhuge Liang pleasantries polite a few sentences, see Zhang Fei cursing walked in. Zhuge Liang, my brother, that is what kind of character twice 3 times to find you, but you are traveling around not return. Today can be considered to be back, and like a dead pig sleep, so that my brother was waiting for more than 3 hours. Third brother is reckless. Liu Bei's eyes crossed and he spoke out to stop. Zhang Fei, this kind of piker behavior, I'm afraid that anyone can hardly endure. Zhuge Liang instead showed no concern. Red-bellied loyalty, courage is commendable. General Zhang is a man of character. He. Zhang Fei smiled joyfully, you guy, you're a better talker than I thought. Zhuge Liang smiled without saying a word, spearhead a turn, I think this is the sealing gold, through 5 passes to cut 6 generals, righteous Guan Yu Chang Guan general, right? Hearing this, Guan Yu's heart resentment instantly reduced by half, I dare not dare. Sir, you are too kind. Zhuge Liang easily dissolved the awkward situation in a few words. Immediately afterward, he sent a child to make tea, the study room to wait for guests. 3 generals, please. The 4 of them sat on the ground, and in the middle of the conversation Liu Bei began to pour out his bitterness to Zhuge Liang, expressing his helplessness and heartache over the chaotic world. Zhuge Liang lightly shook the feather fan, flat voice, big pain must be big will, otherwise where does the bitterness come from? I would like to hear about general's ambition. Zhuge Liang, one word to break the sky. Liu Bei also no longer hide and pinch, bluntly said. Bei for the Han Emperor descendants, every time I think of the young emperor fell into the hands of Cao thieves will be heartbroken as if strangled. I don't measure my strength, I want to support the Han Dynasty to save the sky, but I am not talented and shallow, I am short of wisdom. Started more than 10 years of repeated defeats, such as the loss of the dog displaced, but the will is still not yet, please teach me sir. Zhuge Liang see its frankness relative also unambiguous, immediately to 3 points layout for its analysis of the situation in the world. Nowadays Cao Cao has millions of soldiers, holding the Son of Heaven to order the vassals' military might is flourishing, generals cannot be with the tit for tat. Moreover, Sun's clan according to Jiang Dong for a long time, the country's danger and rich people, soldiers and generals brave, generals can only be associated with the alliance, not figure to cut. Secondly, Jingxiang 9 counties in all directions, people's livelihood is rich, but its lord Liu Biao is old and dim-witted, and cannot be defended for a long time, Jingzhou sooner or later lost, this is God's gift to the general, is the general does not want to get Jingxiang? Liu Bei was silent for a long time and said bluntly, I want to, but I can't bear it. Liu Jingsheng is Bei's royal brother, and there is a great favor to Bei, why can't we bear to take away his foundation? Zhuge Liang smiled blandly, Liang night observation of the sky, Liu Biao has been sick, Jingzhou will soon be a city without a master, generals do not wait for Cao Cao to take? General Jingzhou, the next step is to avoid the central plains, waving the army to the west to attack Yizhou, Sichuan and Sichuan has been known since ancient times as the country of the heavenly capital, Gaozu because of this to become the emperor. At that time, the world land general has been based on its half, followed by the south pacification west and all the Rong outside the not sun, internal repair of the military government and people's livelihoods, to be the world has changed, can lead the male division out of the Qingchuan, to take the Xuchang extermination of Cao thieves. From now on, the general's eyes Jingzhou, meaning in the western Sichuan, the heart of the world, 10 years the world can be determined. Looking at the 12 counties of Sichuan painted countless times in front of his eyes, Liu Bei, who had fought most of his life in losing battles, knelt down on the spot with tears in his eyes. Guan Yu Zhang Fei on the side has also long been convinced in Zhuge Liang's amazing wisdom under. Not out of the cottage on the 3 worlds, every step can be said to be carefully planned, this is what kind of love talent. 3 people are convinced to kneel in kowtow, shouting, Mr. Kong Ming, please come out to help the Han Dynasty. Zhuge Liang helps up Liu Bei, Lord. Liang is willing to serve as a dog and horse. As the words fell, the screen rippled a little. Several large gilt characters with dragons and phoenixes appeared in front of Yu Chaoyang's eyes. Sanguine. 3 points of the world. The large gilt letters gradually coalesced into 2 cards that. Just as Yu Chaoyang ended this, a monologue filled with the vicissitudes of the ages suddenly rang out. Liang bowed to Plao Longmu, so as to chant for Liang father. When the full text was recited, a few large golden letters appeared above the field of vision. 1,000 years of wondrous strategies the Longzhong pair. Looking at the full text of the Longzhong pair that occupied the entire field of view, Yu Chaoyang couldn't help but gulp. He had a premonition, the 3 kingdoms contest was about to explode again. As expected, the moment he twisted his head, a flood of pop-ups swept over him. A Ranzhong pair instantly convinced thousands of netizens. Chapter 31, Kamzhang Qianqiu Guan, Cold-Blooded Lu de Ruiyun, Orphan Su Shu. Crouching Dragon Phoenix Daisy get one person, you can get the world, the name is Trua. No wonder Su Shu said Wulong's talent is 10 times greater than his. Before he left his hut, he could see the world's situation. What kind of talent is he? I've learned a lot. It's so insightful. It's not good. I was thinking earlier that this Wulong is so good at pretending, but now it seems that he's really qualified to pretend. Teaching Wulong, Feng, and Su Shu, this Mr. Shui Jing is the real big brother. 3 visits to a cottage to finally get Wulong, Uncle Lu's thirst for wisdom is no less than Boss Chow's. Guan Yu Su Shu a martial arts and literature, all seek but can't regret This Cao Cao is also a true lord, the essence of cunning is revealed, a bottom of the cauldron, almost let Liu Bei group died violently. True lords are also better than hypocrites, this Lu Huangshi is the master of moral kidnapping, opening his mouth as the people, Zhuge Liang roasted on the fire. Yes, Zhuge Liang Guan Yu Zhangfei Jiayun did not see that Liu Bei is a hypocrite, only you see it. Laughing, Shuzhou 3 resignations and 3 concessions. How to say? How to say that he abandoned his wife and brother and fled alone. What about those who whitewash Liu Bei? Keep screaming. Once these words came out, the wind direction of the original pop-ups touting Zhuge Liang's talent instantly shifted. It changed into a verbal attack on Liu Bei. Under the overwhelming crusading pop-ups, even the pop-ups that had the intention to speak for Liu Bei were stalled. There is no way, Shuzhou 3 resignations and 3 concessions and lost his wife and abandoned his brother 2 things, is indeed Liu Bei life stains. He said he didn't want to, but his body was very honest. If you want to take it, you have to say, if there is a person who is wise and capable in the future, I will give it up. Saying that the same year, the same month, the same day to die, but when the danger really comes, but run faster than anyone. The self is safe, only then hypocritically remembered a few brothers. In fact, this kind of thing in the per capita cunning 3 kingdoms is very common. Cao Boss has not seen the wind rating collapse. On the contrary, because of his bold character, he has gained a large number of admirers. Because Boss Cao never hangs on to the word benevolence and righteousness. Liu Bei shouted about benevolence and righteousness and brotherhood, but his actual actions were far from the slogans he shouted, and he did one thing in front of his face and another behind his back. This is the main reason why Liu Bei's popularity went bad. Yu Chaoyang's eyes dimmed, and for the first time, he felt what it means to have more than enough. Endure it again. All we need now is a chance, and we can turn the tide. Yu Chaoyang took a long breath, his eyes once again looking towards Guan Yu's group. A long Zhong pair, making Guan Yu Zhangfei 2 rash young people completely bowed under Zhuge Liang's wisdom. In addition to the removal of Liu Bei this big brother, the 2 most respected people. And Zhuge Liang did not live up to the respect of the 2. After arriving at Xinya city, Zhuge Liang spent only half a day mastering all the matters, big and small, within the city. He enriched people's livelihoods and prepared the military at the same time, and in just a few days, he achieved changes that were visible to the naked eye. Everything was developing smoothly according to Zhuge Liang's Longzhong pair. Just waiting for Liu Biao to die of illness, take the opportunity to clutch Jingzhou, and then annex Dizhou, that is, 10 years can be determined by the world. Looking at the military and government of Zhuge Liang, a group of water friends once again marveled at Zhuge Liang's resourcefulness. TSK, this thought Su Shu is powerful enough, I did not expect Zhuge Liang is even more fierce, God bless the big Hana. If Su Shu's overall score is 90, then Zhuge Liang is 99, the expression is just too strong. He's good at everything, he's a SSR hexagonal warrior. Calm Zhangfei, modest Guan Yu, cold-blooded Liu Bei, furious Xiao Yun, orphan Su Shu. A great cause can be accomplished. Holy, what a concept God. Liu Bei this big-eared thief life is really good martial arts of Guan Yu Zhangfei Jiayun, wins Wulong Zhuge Liang. Liu Bei had these capable ministers from the beginning? Isn't it all from one hand to another? That's right, the Han clan kneels at the drop of a hat, so why worry about the great things to come? The pop-ups sighed a lot, but did not wait for those ready to bash Liu Bei's pop-ups to send out. The plot suddenly changed. Liu Biao, the lord of Jingxiang, dies of illness, and his second son, Liu Tang, succeeds as the pastor of Jingzhou with the support of Cai Mao, Zhang Yun, and other powerful clans in Jingzhou. Liu Qi, the eldest son, was forced to retreat to Gaixia to take up the post of governor. Just as Liu Bei began to seek Jingzhou, Cao Cao himself led an army of 500,000 men to press the border. Wherever the army passed, there was not an inch of grass left, and the city was massacred. Terrified, Lu Chong surrendered without a fight, ceding the core areas of Shenyang and Nanyang to Cao Cao. After occupying most of the cities in Jingzhou, Cao Cao sent Cao Ren to attack Xinye and Fancheng with his elite cavalry. Fortunately, Zhuge Liang was so resourceful that he anticipated the enemy before the battle started and ambushed Cao Ren on the road he had to take, defeating Cao Ren's pursuers. But Liu Bei's victory is only temporary. In front of Cao Cao's absolute strength of 500,000, he has no possibility of winning. He had to retreat to Jiangxia and unite with Liu Qi against Cao Cao. But what about the more than 100,000 people in Xinye and Fancheng? Cao Cao's great slaughter of the city, the people under his command have long had their livers broken. If we leave the people where they are, they will surely die under Cao Cao's blade. Therefore, Liu Bei made a decision that shocked everyone in the world. To cross the river with the people. At the risk of being caught up by Cao Cao's army, he will also take the people of the two cities, Xingye and Fancheng, with him to retreat to Gaixia. Looking at the bloated team in front of him that marches less than 30 miles a day, Zhuge Liang can't help but sigh softly. My lord, if we continue at this pace, we will be caught up by Cao Cao's army in a matter of days. I hope your lordship will think twice. Liu Bei shakes his head and turns his head to look at Zhuge Liang. Kong Ming Ah. All generations of kings have been based on a great cause, the river and the mountain, but I have always believed that the great cause is not the river and the mountain, it is the people. As long as the people return to their hearts, the kingdom will come sooner or later. If we abandon the people and flee today, won't we be helping the Cao traders? How can I still have the heart of the people? Even if I am killed by the Cao traders today, I will never abandon the people and run away. Looking at Liu Bei's determined gaze, Zhuge Liang knew that he could not be persuaded, and immediately turned his head and said, General Guan, hurry to Jiangxia with all speed, and ask Lu Qi to send out a fast boat to meet him at Sanjin Ferry. In this way, there is a chance of survival. Guan Yu hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. Military master, it is not that Yun Chang is resisting the decree. Cao Cao's army is not far away, and my brother is in danger. How can I leave alone? Zhuge Liang sighed slightly, finally realized that Lu Guanzhong three brothers started the army for many years, why they have not been able to build anything. All by the word of benevolence and righteousness dragged ah. Zhuge Liang took a deep breath and explained, getting out of harm's way quickly is the best way to save the Lord. Yun Chang's red rabbit horse travels 1,000 miles a day, so it is not you. Guan Yu received the order and immediately galloped his horse furiously to rush to Jiangxia. Liu Bei, on the other hand, continued to escort the people slowly forward. Its speed is so slow that even Yu Chaoyang followed the heart, fearing that Chao's army will catch up. But just at this time, the wretched Mi Feng found Liu Bei, gritted his teeth and complained. Zilong he surrendered to Cao. Liu Bei's face changed. Impossible. 1,000 times true, Lord. I saw Zhao Zilong throw himself to the northwest with my own eyes. Liu Bei kicked Mi Feng to the ground and growled, impossible. Zilong has saved me from danger several times, his heart is like iron, how could he be moved by riches and honor? Looking at his furious elder brother, Zhang Fei added fuel to the fire. People's hearts are treacherous at the onset of a great calamity. He must have joined the Cao thieves to enjoy the glory and wealth. Liu Bei looked cross-eyed, word for word, his expression extremely serious. No. Can. Chapter 32 Zilong is 7 in, 7 out, he's practically superhuman. Who? That all-around bold, a white robe and silver spear shocked 10,000 troops, following Liu Bei and the weak Chanshan Zhao Zilong threw himself into the Cao? Hearing this, Yu Chaoyang, who was just about to follow Guan Yu's perspective, had a footstep. Yu Chaoyang's dark face was filled with incredulity as he subconsciously muttered, impossible. Zilong, how could he have defected to the enemy? How can it be impossible? Don't you know what it means to fly apart in times of trouble? That's right. Lu Guanzhong calls Zhao Yun his brother, but he's never considered him a brother, so isn't it normal that he's gone over to Cao Cao? If you ask me, Zilong is the smart one. He saw through Liu Bei's hypocrite face. What about those who whitewash Liu Bei? Didn't they say no one could see it? What about Zhao Yun running away? All things have their own destiny. Liu Bei's backlash is coming, this time Zhao Yun, next time it's Zhang Fei Guan Yu, Zhuge Liang. Brother against brother? I'm looking forward to it. I hope to see Yun stab Liu Bei through the head. What are you waiting for, Mr. Yang? It's the third view anyway, let's go see what's going on with Zhao Yun. With these words, Yu Chaoyang came to his senses. Not caring about Liu Bei's safety, the perspective ran wildly toward the northwest. He wanted to see if Zhao Zilong had really defected to Cao. The angle of view was constantly elevated, and everything was like a mole cricket constantly slipping through the bottom of his eyes. Suddenly, Yu Chaoyang's figure was stunned, and his gaze focused on the white-robed figure in the broken wall below. Only to see Zhao Yun with a resolute face, gently picking up young Lord Lu Zhen from the ground and then tying it to his chest in death. Turning onto his horse, the shining knight Jade Lion on his hips scurried out like a bolt of lightning and galloped furiously towards the southeast. Among the crowd of fleeing people, Zhao Yun, who was swimming against the current, was so eye-catching without the slightest hesitation. Yu Chaoyang was silent for an instant, and the live broadcast screen followed suit. At this point in time, how can they not understand that Zhao Zilong never wanted to vote for Cao from the beginning to the end? His purpose was to save Liu Bei's only heir, Lu Zhen, who was lost on the run. By taking on the life of Liu Bei, Zhao Yun proves what it means to be loyal and righteous by crossing Cao Cao's dozens of kilometers of pursuit lines. What it means to be courageous. But how could Cao's army watch Zhao Yun slip away? When the news of Xia Howen's beheading and the fall of the symbol sword into Zhao Yun's hands reached Cao Cao, Cao Cao knew that Zhao Yun could not be stopped by a handful of soldiers, so he decided to send hundreds of thousands of troops to capture him alive. With 1 million troops in front of him and thousands of elite cavalry behind him, Zhao Yun is in a desperate situation. With the huge difference in numbers, there was no way to break through. Yu Chaoyang stood by the side, his eyes more than dimmed, his heart silently sentenced Zhao Yun to death. Full of guts, his name is true. Zilong. Have a good journey. These words were like a fuse that instantly exploded the stagnant pop-up screen. But before the pop-up swept the screen, he saw Zhao Yun take a deep breath, gazing fondly at the ado in his arms, and then killed towards the encirclement of the 800,000-strong army in front of him. The moment the shining jade lion leapt high into the air, a blood-curdling monologue sounded. Blood-stained robes through armor red, who dares to contend with them in Dangyang? The 8 faces of the army are so powerful that they show their devotion to the king. The dragon fights in the wild, its blood is yellow. Amidst the dumbfounded stares of the nearly 2 million viewers in the live broadcast room, Zhao Yun drove his horse headlong into the encirclement of 800,000 Chao troops. He vowed to make a name for himself in this Changban slope 7 times. I saw Zhao Yun's crotch shining knight jade lion charging straight ahead, just like a tiger entering a dog's den, instantly making the chickens fly and the dogs jump. In addition to a long gall bright silver spear left and right, wherever he went, Chao's troops wailed repeatedly, like cutting wheat fell down one after another. Even Cao Cao, who was sitting on his seat watching the scene, couldn't help but throw down his melon seeds and get up to ask, who is that man? How dare he be so brave? Zhang Liao took a step forward, his voice like thunder. War general of the army, give your name. Yun was furious, picking off several soldiers with his spear. I am Changshan Zhaozilong. Cao Cao exclaimed, it's that big-eared thief Liu Bei again, good life and all. Pass the order down, no arrows allowed, make sure to capture him alive. With an order, Chao's army's formation suddenly changed, and the tigers looked on intently. But Cao Cao was taking things too much for granted. Since Zhao Yun dared to charge into the enemy line with his own strength, he must have been prepared to die before he could live, so how could he give Cao Cao a chance to capture him alive? Cao Cao's army is constrained by this and does not dare to make a move. Not only did the crossbowmen retreat to replace the spearmen, but even Su Huang and Xiahou Dan showed mercy many times. Coupled with the buffing of Ado in his arms, and Yun's great anger, it has undoubtedly greatly increased the likelihood of breaking out of the siege. Yu Chaoyan looked at Zhao Zilong, who had passed through the thicket of 10,000 troops without touching a single leaf, dumbfounded, and his legs vaguely softened. It's hard to imagine that this is really an operation that humans can fight. With a single man, he cut through Cao Cao's 800,000-strong army. This kind of heaven-defying feat is the reappearance of the founding emperor of the Daxia Empire, and I am afraid that it will be difficult to forget his top. Yu Chaoyang swallowed a mouthful of saliva, suddenly realized. With Cao Cao releasing the sea, Zhao Yun seems to have a real chance of killing his way out? And equally dumbfounded is Cao Cao, who is firmly ensconced on the marquee. This Zhao Zilong's martial arts are truly unrivaled in the world, I love him to death. Be sure to capture him alive, I'll keep him for great use. Zhang Liao on the side heard this, but his face was difficult, gritting his teeth. Prime Minister, I know you love talent, but have you forgotten Guan Yu? As soon as Zhang Liao said this, Cao Cao's face suddenly stagnated, and his melon seed knocking hand froze straight in the air. It is really. Which pot is not open to mention which pot ah? On the other hand, Zhao Yun is killing more and more courageous, not only chiseled through several lines of defense in succession, but also chased after Su Huang as a dog chasing. At this moment, a horselock suddenly appeared and tripped the jade lion. Zhao Yun and Ado in his arms were thrown out at the same time. After being hit, Ado cried out. Zhao Yun saw the pain in his eyes and in his heart, and his anger value shot up to the sky. Take it! At Su Huang's command, dozens of Cao troops instantly surrounded Zhao Yun. Seeing that his capture was imminent, Zhao Yun suddenly raised his head to the sky and let out a long whistle, his eyes filled with blood, and the spear in his hand waved out a staggering shadow, picking off several Cao troops one after another. A long spear emerged from a tricky angle, pointing directly at Ado in his arms. Zhao Yun was unable to dodge, and Ado was thrown into the air on the spot. Yun was furious. The lance in his hand was like a thunderbolt, instantly running through several Cao troops. Taking a brief respite, Zhao Yun sacrificed his life and flew to his rescue, grabbing Ado firmly in mid-air and landing safely on the ground. Cao Cao looked at Zhao Zilong, who was covered in blood but became more and more courageous, and shook his head in regret. It's a great pity that such a fierce general can't be used by my Cao Cao. Pass on the order to kill him on the spot. Zhang Liao received the order and immediately galloped his horse wildly. Pass on the Prime Minister's order, kill them on the spot. Kill on the spot. When Su Huang and the others heard this, they stopped holding back, and the golden spears in their hands went straight for the vitals. But now Zhao Yun has already killed Red Eyes, and will not be easily subdued? Even Cao Ren, Zhang Liao, Xiahou Dan and other dozens of famous generals to join forces and surround it, but only barely pick off Zhao Yun's helmet, a long time to attack. It was only when they were weakened after some rounds of fighting that they found the opportunity to pick Zhao Yun into mid-air. The long spear on his back was so cold and sharp that when he was about to perish, the jade lion of the Shining Knight made a fierce charge and actually crashed through the Cao troops that were surrounding him. Zhao Yun grabbed the saddle and escaped. Zhang Liao and the others felt bad and swarmed up. However, Zhao Yun, who was wielding a sword with a hanging bowl, was able to neutralize them one by one. Immediately after that, the Shining Knight Jade Lion made a flying stomp, stepping on the shields of the shield soldiers and leaping up high, successfully breaking through. Zhang Liao and the others looked at Zhao Yun's back incredulously, and realized afterward, Zhao Zilong he Actually really chiseled through the Prime Minister's 800,000 strong army by himself? Zhao Zilong rests, you and I will fight another 300 rounds. Su Huang was so ashamed that he drove his horse wildly. Returning from the dead, Zhao Yun's physical strength was exhausted, so how could he stop stupidly? Immediately, he spurred his horse to run wildly, all the way to the longboard bridge. Yu Chaoyang gulped, goosebumps erupted all over his body. Zilong, he. Simply Superman. After some emotion, Yu Chaoyang vision followed Zhao Yun. He had a premonition, if Zhao Yun really managed to escape, to be sealed as a god. Zhao Yun flew all the way, with Chao's army in hot pursuit behind him. Anyone with discerning eyes knew that catching up was just a matter of time. Because the men and horses had used up too much physical strength during the 7 entries and 7 exits of Changbanpa. Chao's army could catch up 100% if they bit Zhao Yun. But just at this moment, a figure with angry eyes and ringed eyes and inverted tiger whiskers appeared in Yu Chaoyang's field of vision. Zhang Fei Zhang Yi. Zhang Fei's voice was like thunder, his shock was overflowing. Zilong chiseled through Chao's army of 800,000, a true hero. Seeing this, Zhao Yun uttered the most cowardly words in his life, Ida help me. Brother Zilong quickly crossed the bridge, the Lord is right behind them. I'll fend off Chao's army. Zhang Fei glared angrily, crossed his spear and stood on his horse, like a heavenly moat blocking in front of the long boardwalk. One man can't stop the other. I am Zhang Ida of the Yen. Who dares to fight me to the death? Who dares to fight me to the death? Tai. Zhang Fei gave a flat roar, and Iron Guts Xiahojia instantly spurted blood from all 6 orifices and died a violent death, scaring back Cao Cao's million-strong army. So far, Zhao Zilong has made 7 advances and 7 exits on Changban Slope, and Zhang Yida has scared off 1,000,000 troops on the Longboard Bridge. One battle to seal the god. Shocking China. In a flash. Several large gilt characters with dragons and phoenixes appeared in front of everyone's eyes. All in guts. Saved by a single rider. 7 in, 7 out. Drink up Dang Yang. Looking at Zhang Fei's departing back, Yu Chaoyang was now stunned in place. His mind was filled with Zhang Fei's sudden bellow, and it took him a few minutes to get over it. These two are simply superhuman. Whoever says Zhang Fei is rash again in the future, I'll get angry with him. As Yu Chaoyang's words fell, the pop-up screen instantly exploded. Chapter 33 Zhozhou a stinky do game, Noah Hammer Liu Bei. Zhao Zilong and Changban Slope Million Army 7 into 7 out, one like a swimming dragon, like a shocking. His heroic image of loyalty and righteousness is deeply embedded in everyone's heart. Zhao Zilong is full of guts? It's just a man growing on his guts. The most cowardly thing Zhao Zilong has ever said in his life is that Ida helped me. Ado, I think back in the day, Uncle Lung and I were 7 times and 7 times out, always one position ahead of him. Case solved, Ado is the MVP, Zhao Yun is the lying dog. Tisk, TSK, worthy of being a concept god, Yun's great anger is also too scary, hard to kill a bloody road. I apologize for my earlier remarks, Zilong is a true hero, single rider to save his master is too explosive. This Zhang Fei is also a character, he knows how to use the trick of blossoming on a tree to feign an ambush and scare off Chao's pursuers. Brother Yang, quick, I want to know what Liu Bei's reaction is now. That's right. Liu Bei's face must look wonderful right now. Yu Chaoyang's face stared, and his viewpoint pulled towards Liu Bei at the speed of light. Only to see Zhao Yun carrying his young lord Lu Zhen, walking out towards Liu Bei with a firm gait, kneeling down on one knee and arching his hand, my lord. Zilong. I am fortunate to honor you. Looking at Zhao Yun, whose white robe and silver armor had long been drenched in blood, and whose body was covered with sword wounds and arrow slits, Liu Bei's eyes suddenly reddened, and he tremblingly helped Zhao Yun up. My lord, young lord has returned. Zhao Yun handed Liu Bei the adu in his arms, Liu Bei took the adu but slammed it to the ground. My lord. What are you doing? Zhao Yun's face was startled, and just as he was about to check on Ado's condition, his shoulder was pressed down dead center by Liu Bei's large, violently trembling hand. Zilong ah. For the sake of a child, I almost lost one of my favorite generals. Liu Bei's words from the bottom of his heart were extremely lethal, coupled with the 2 lines of tears flowing from the corners of his eyes, moving Zhao Yun to directly kneel on both knees on the spot. My lord is overstated. Even if Zilong's liver and brain were to be sacrificed, it would be hard for him to repay his lordship's favor. The two embraced each other tightly, looking like a wise ruler and a wise minister. And the pop-ups that saw this scene were like their wives had been robbed, instantly frantically shuffling the screen in quantities that were dozens of times far greater than those of normal days. I threw up, this Liu Bei is too disgusting. How can he be hypocritical like this? He was the happiest on the scene when Lu Zhen was rescued, yet he still had to pretend to throw Lu Zhen, completely treating Lu Zhen as a tool for political showmanship. It's not good, himself as a clay bodhisattva over the river is difficult to protect, but also dragged more than 100,000 people to retreat together, put aside this pretense to whom to see? I really can't figure out why Zhuge Liang and Zhao Yun will follow Liu Bei with all their hearts, can't they see through the other side's hypocrites' true colors? And when in stand, both to also want, look is really diaphragmatic. No, Uncle Liu is retreating with 100,000 people regardless of his own safety. Doesn't that mean he's benevolent and righteous? I think you're all crazy. What did Uncle Liu do that doesn't represent benevolence and righteousness? Heh, retreating with 100,000 people doesn't prove he's a hypocrite? What makes him a hypocrite? Did he abandon the people in the middle of the retreat, or did he burn and loot? I only saw a true gentleman who was honest and straightforward, and does what he says he's going to do. Would a true gentleman make 3 concessions? Would he abandon his wife and brother? Would he drop his own son in public to buy people's hearts? Answer me. The pop-ups were very polarized, and it could be said that each had their own opinion, with no one being able to convince anyone. But on the whole, it was still the side that supported Liu Bei that was weak. There was no way around it. The disparity in numbers was just too great. Just when the pop-up tit for tat will win by a landslide again, the insufferable Xiang finally exploded. Liu Bei, what right does he have to be labeled as a hypocrite? Shuzhou 3 concessions and 3 resignations. Did he ever take a single advantage of Tao Qian? With Liu Bei's strength at that time, he could have used force to take Shuzhou from Tao Qian, but Liu Bei didn't. For the sake of the face of the Han royal family, he did not do anything to use his power to bully others and rob by force. Furthermore, regarding Liu Bei's abandonment of his wife and brother, let me ask you, at the time when Cao Cao's army was in force, did Liu Bei have a choice? There was chaos everywhere. Where could he find his brothers? And finally, the matter of bringing the people across the river. Could it be that in your eyes, Cao Cao's slaughtering of the city is a benevolent and righteous act, while Liu Bei's carrying the people across the river is, on the contrary, the act of a hypocrite? I don't deny that Liu Bei likes to use the slogan benevolence and righteousness to glorify some of his own actions, but Liu Bei has been in the army for nearly 20 years, and which of the things he has done has gone against his slogan of benevolence and righteousness? A person who pretends to be benevolent and righteous for his whole life, is he not really benevolent and righteous? Liu Bei is a simple character. He is a mirror. A gentleman looks at him as a gentleman, a villain looks at him as a villain. Life is about liking Liu Bei as a child, liking Cao Cao as an adult, and then liking Liu Bei again in middle age. Xiang was filled with righteous indignation, and the moment he opened his mouth, he brought back the decadent battle with a thunderous force. His speech was clear and well-reasoned. Even the sweeping pop-ups lagged. But the pop-ups quickly came back to their senses and instantly sprayed back with even more violent verbal abuse. And with Xiang personally coming down to stand up for Liu Bei, this discussion that had already set off monstrous waves on the internet. It has even arrived at an unprecedented peak. The majority of netizens who couldn't find a target to spray before, such as the crucian carp over the river, flocked into Xiang's live room. On the topic of is Liu Bei a true gentleman or a hypocrite, there was an unprecedented and intense discussion. But Xiang has long since not been the small anchor he once was, with countless marketing numbers staring at his back for his words and actions. After he personally stood up to Liu Bei, countless live slices then quickly spread across all major platforms. Bagging the top 10 hot searches has long been a common occurrence, and what is even more shocking is the number of viewers behind that hot search. 970 million. The population of the entire Gaixia Empire was only 10 billion, and the 970 million viewers accounted for 1/10 of the total number of viewers. From this, it can be seen how hot the game 3 Kingdoms Scramble is nowadays. This unprecedented and powerful discussion has helped to take it to another level. Sweeping the Douyin, Red Book, Bluebird, Posting, the big and small hundreds of involved platforms. Liu Bei has a controversial point of a few slices, more back and forth play. Its heat was so high that even Tang Fangsheng had heard about it slightly, and immediately exited the 3777th battle with Lu Bu and entered the Xiang live streaming room. The number of people online in the upper right corner of up to 10 million could be described as giving him a hard look. But what surprised Tang Fangsheng even more was Xiang's terrifying combat power. In the case of comprehensive backwardness, this guy, hard by virtue of a mouth-tongue fight group of heroes, carried the banner of Liu Bei. When Tang Fangsheng saw this, he sighed slightly. Just as the saying in 3 Kingdoms contest said, water can carry a boat and it can also overturn a boat. With such a large public opinion, it is impossible for the officials to sit back and do nothing. Sealing off Xiang's live broadcasting room is harmless, but I'm afraid that the official cuts across the board and seals off 3 Kingdoms contest as well. Thinking about it, Tang Fangsheng shook his head violently. He still expects Lu Bu to take the 35th horseback slashing laurels. If the game was closed, where could he find a sharpening stone comparable to Lu Bu? Fortunately, the agent on the side gave him an idea. After all the discussion, wouldn't it be better to just ask the author of the game? Tang Fangsheng's pupils lit up. Right. Why didn't I think of that? So he slowly tapped a line on the air. Is the Third Reich game making competition official? Why don't you ask the game's author? Tang Fangsheng's dazzling pop-up stood out amongst the crowd of pop-ups, quickly causing a huge reaction. The official personnel hiding behind the scenes, who were searching for a way to close the show, also had their eyes light up when they saw this pop-up, and immediately gave a response. Okay Fangsheng, I'll contact the game's author right now. Stop arguing, the answer will come out soon. So, under the hot sun umbrella, Zhou Yu, who was interviewing candidates for roles while holding Yang Li's thin waist, was surprised and answered the phone.
Hello Mr. Zhou Yu, I am the official staff of the Third Empire Game Production Competition. I am honored to congratulate you, you passed the C selection stage. Please come to Magic City on the 19th of next month to participate in the top 128 offline tournament. Zhou Yu's face was calm, there was a break gap between the Three Kingdoms and other games, advancing was expected.
As for Shady? It's okay. You talk to Yang Li.
Just as Zhou Yu was about to hang up the phone, he heard the other party's hesitant voice ring out again.
So what, if it's convenient for you, could you explain Liu Bei as a person on the social media platform? The public opinion is pretty big right now, and it's kind of hard to end it.
Of course, if you don't have time, you can also not explain. After saying that, the official let out a long sigh of relief. In fact, given the status of the two parties, he could not have been so careful.
But who called the other party's girlfriend Yang Li? Yang, the national surname.
The official shivered deeply and hung up of his own accord. This sudden change of heart, in turn, made Zhou Yu a bit puzzled. In the past 2 days, he had been busy with the casting of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and had very little time to surf the internet.
So didn't know what was going on.
He opened Douyin, and that high-up hot search title made him instantly understand the cause and effect. After thinking for a moment, he slowly knocked down 2 lines and released the first work of his life. The work did not have a long speech, only 2 simple lines. His virtue is clear, his deeds are strong.
Liu Bei is a mirror, he's whatever you are.
The moment it was released, Douyin passed Zhou Yu's Three Kingdoms game author identity certification at light speed. The work instantly burst into flames with the help of huge traffic. However, the majority of netizens apparently do not buy Zhou Yu's account, still insist on their own views.
You a stinking game maker, no a hammer Liu Bei. Chapter 34, Changing Zhuge's surname by one's own strength, burning Red Cliff. What do you know about hammer Liu Bei?
Seeing this comment, Zhou Yu almost didn't take a breath. There was a feeling of powerlessness from being kicked violently in the good leg of a cripple. If it was before, he really didn't dare to jump to conclusions about what kind of person Liu Bei really was. But now he has a system to still do not know that is not purely retarded. Don't forget, Three Kingdoms in this game, the role of the system and the fabulous operation, can be the history of his own personal role.
What Liu Bei is in the game is what Liu Bei was in real history. So, Liu Bei, is he a hypocrite? No. I should say, is a man who has pretended to be fake benevolence all his life not really benevolent?
Looking at the many netizens who were filled with righteous indignation in the comments section, Zhou Yu helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Or that sentence, how hard the scolding is now, when Liu Bei gives up the river and mountain to avenge Guan Yu, how miserable he will cry.
Brother Yu, are you alright?
Yang Li tugged at Zhou Yu's sleeve, and in her beautiful eyes was an unstoppable worry. I'm afraid that Zhou Yu will be disheartened by the netizens' incomprehension and anger.
Zhou Yu rubbed Yang Li's head and laughed softly, what's the point?
The harder they spray, the higher the heat of the Three Kingdoms scramble. You see, just by talking, my fanbase surpassed the 1 million mark, this is all money.
Yang Li patted his chest, as if relieved, that's good. Not long after, a female auditioning for Sable walked in. Hello Mr. Zhou, my name is Guan Rong, I'm auditioning for the role of Sable Cicada.
Zhou Yu nodded slightly to signal the start. The result was fine if he didn't try, once he tried it was instantly stone cold.
The hemisphere of its stuff is not the least bit weaker than Yang Li. Zhou Yu instantly slapped the board, okay, you're it.
Guan Rong's face was happy, running towards Zhou Yu with small steps, shaking hands for a moment, her index finger gently slipped through Zhou Yu's palm, her shell teeth biting her lower lip.
Thank you Teacher Zhou.
This is my contact information, feel free to contact me if you have any questions.
Zhou Yu looked down and saw what was in his eyes, which was a hotel room card.
Combined with the other party biting his lower lip and hooking his palm, his intention is self-evident.
This is, trying to go through the back door.
Zhou Yu's face remained unchanged as he accepted the room card and then threw it into the trash can, looking up and saying, next.
Hello Mr. Zhou, I'm here to audition for Guan Yu.
The crowd of people auditioning was overwhelmed, enough to line up from the entrance to the end of the street, it was very hot. It's not surprising when you think about it, after all, just in terms of the heat of Three Kingdoms right now. As long as it is not a little cute, all know that shooting out a steady profit. Add to that a full-bodied, tension-pulling character, and who could resist? Zhou Yu is a bit interested in this instead of flat. In the end, shooting TV is just to better fill the fullness of the worldview of Three Kingdoms. The auditions lasted 2 days, and the casting of several important characters had been finalized, with only a few side characters left to be decided. Taking advantage of this hiatus, Zhou Yu summoned the system panel.
Host, Zhou Yu. Physique, 52. Intelligence, 77. Charisma, 66.
Emotion points, 617, 1244. Note, every 10,000 emotion points can be exchanged for 1 attribute bonus point. After 10 days of fermentation, the emotion points skyrocketed by more than 6 million. If redeemed for attribute points, it was enough to pull all 3 dimensions full. However, Zhou Yu did not have this intention.
This was because the later the game got, the more difficult it was to gain emotion points. Now that the top 128 offline tournament is just around the corner, emotion points have to be saved to redeem for the next copy. If you want to replace the game character with a real person from history, you will need an additional 5 million emotion points. The rookie protection period had passed, the system would not let Zhou Yu exchange copies for free anymore, nor would it discount 0.1. That's why every emotion point is important and can't be used indiscriminately. Zhou Yu's thoughts churned and his eyes focused on the charisma column, slightly surprised. Without adding any points, the charisma had actually risen by 3 points on its own. Is it because of the added status of the author of Three Kingdoms contest, or is it because of the increase in social status and wealth? But no matter what the reason was, it was ultimately a good thing. The director on the side had a fawning look on his face as he carefully said, "Mr. Zhou, all the candidates for the roles have been decided, you see?" Zhou Yu took the list of roles and scanned through it at the speed of light, then nodded and lightly smiled, "No problem. I'll trouble director Wang with the filming, just follow the game with the script lines. I still have things on my side, so I'll leave first." Wang Guan's face was joyful as he sent Zhou Yu out like he was his own father. Screenwriter plus Gold Master plus no blind involvement, which is party A. This is clearly the director's own father. Coupled with the family background of the other party's physique to the highest god, if it were not for the excessive age gap between the two sides. Wang Guan wanted to follow Lu Bu's example and recognize his righteous father on the spot. Come, today everyone take a good night's rest, tomorrow we officially start." Director Wang rubbed his face and began to issue orders, completely missing the fawning look when facing Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu got on the car and drove smoothly toward home. Although the role audition lasted for 2 days, Zhou Yu did not have the slightest bit of fatigue on his face and was very exuberant. Taking out his cell phone, he straightaway clicked on Yu Chaoyang's live broadcast. There's no way, right now this guy is the fastest game progress push, and the heat is broken. Yu Chaoyang live screen win direction, to a large extent, on behalf of the majority of netizens' public opinion evaluation. Even though Zhou Yu had expected it, the nearly 15 million online viewers in the upper right corner of the other side still ruthlessly refreshed his eyeballs. The pop-ups at the bottom of the screen were even more dazzling and chaotic. This Zhuge Liang is a human being, isn't he? He is a man who can speak with his tongue, spread his words, and borrow arrows from a straw boat, and revitalize a situation that is bound to die. I'm not going to lie, when I see the surname Zhuge, I think of Zhuge Liang, and it's almost as if I've changed my opinion of this surname. +1, when I see the surname Zhuge, I subconsciously think the other person is smart. Three kingdoms fighting for supremacy, together with Sun Xiaolu three families, thanks I thought it was Yuan Shao Dong Zhuo and the Han Dynasty. Isn't that the charm of this game? You never know what's going to happen next before you cap it off. It's not great. Who would have thought that Cao Cao, the king of chaos, was a hot-blooded young man who offered his sword to kill Dong in the early days? Cao Cao will rule the north with millions of troops and thousands of ships, how can Sun and Lu stop him? That's true, the difference in strength between the two sides is too great, except for a meteorite falling from the sky, I don't know how Cao Cao can lose. A meteorite falling from the sky? Do you really think it's a fantasy game? If Sun and Lu can win this time, I'll eat rice and share the fields. The pop-ups are filled with righteous indignation, almost as if they've decided that after this battle, Cao Cao will unify the world and achieve hegemony. Zhou Yu's face looked odd, and the corner of his mouth lifted up a meaningful bad smile. It was time to let this group of natives of the other world see the shock of burning the Red Cliff. The moment the thought fell, the originally calm river surface suddenly rippled a little. The ripples swelled and swelled, evolving into an east wind that swept across the entire river. A flash of fire suddenly appeared on the game screen. The Red Cliff blaze was short-lived, and the fire dragon warship came to meet it. Looking at the dark river was illuminated red. At this moment Cao Cao eyes empty, lost soul. Throw the firearms to ignite the fire. Huang Gai bellowed, and countless kerosene cannonballs cut through the sky. Everywhere they went, there was a succession of wailing and corpses. As the ships were connected by iron cables beforehand, the spread of the fire soon engulfed the entire Cao army, and the Yangtze River instantly transformed into a sea of fire. The fire not only destroyed Cao Cao's millions of soldiers and horses, but also burned away all of Cao Cao's ambitions. He looked at the inferno in front of him and said nothing, as if he was waiting for the fire to consume him as well. An east wind borrowed by Zhuge Liang completely destroys Cao Cao's long-cherished dream of unifying the world. No! No way! Cao Cao's face went white as he stumbled and fell to the ground. His right hand clawed at the air, as if that would blow out the fire. Heaven does not help Cao. Heaven does not help Cao. Cao Cao threw his head back to the sky, his anger so intense that a large mouthful of blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 35 I laughed at that Zhuge's lack of strategy and Zhou Yu's lack of wisdom. The fire came too quickly and too suddenly. The people present, except for Zhuge Liang and Zhou Yu, who were the masterminds, the others were buried in the drum. At this moment, they stared at the fire that spread for hundreds of miles, and for a long time they could not speak to themselves. It turns out that fighting a war can still be fought like this? Go! Zhou Yu gulped down his saliva, his gaze dead set on Zhuge Liang, who was holding a feather fan, the scorn in his eyes almost about to overflow. For Jiangdong to remain inviolate, Zhuge Liang must be killed. At this moment, a loud shout rang out violently, pulling the dumbfounded generals back. Cao Cao has run away. We've won. We won. We won. Chants rose and fell, and on the fiery red river, the generals hugged each other and wept with joy. At the same time, several large gilt characters with dragons and phoenixes appeared in Yu Chaoyang's field of vision. Fire burns red cliff. Yu Chaoyang reaction and the generals and soldiers is the same, only one idea in his mind: this battle can still be fought like this? Nima. Even the weather can be controlled, the east winds said to come. Who is the farming era, the Gaixia Empire or the Three Kingdoms? Fortunately, the pop-ups gave the answer. This east wind, not artificially controlled, was born naturally, only Zhuge Liang and Zhou Yu foresaw it. Foreseeing? A mere man of the cloth, to prejudge a natural disaster, why is it getting more and more mysterious? As long as you know the rules, you can predict natural disasters, but you need a lot of knowledge and experience to do it. Knowing astronomy from above and geography from below, and being able to cultivate government internally and fight wars externally, this Zhuge Liang is a pure octagonal warrior. The battle of the tongues, the spreading out of the world, the straw boat borrowing arrows, borrowing the east wind. How can this Zhuge Liang be so smart? The gold content of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Daisy getting one to get the world is still rising. Zhuge Liang is indeed powerful, but Boss Cao doesn't necessarily see that he will lose. Sitting on the northern base, recuperating for a few years can make a comeback. That's right, this loss will at best leave Boss Cao with broken bones, and it's far from a total loss. In response, Yu Chaoyang smiled faintly and said meaningfully, I see the brothers are saying that Boss Cao is making a comeback. But have you guys ever thought about the question, where did Guan Yu Zhang Fei Jiayun go? Master Zhuge has calculated everything, so how could he not think of it? The corners of Yu Chaoyang's mouth sketched a confident smile as his perspective jerked up and slid towards the north. Not long after, a group of people in a dire state appeared before the eyes of the live broadcast audience. At the head of the group was none other than Cao Cao, who had unified the north. Only Cao Cao didn't panic. Instead, he laughed out loud with madness and insanity. Those who didn't know would have thought that he had won the battle. This sudden laughter, to all people, looked silly. Xiang Yu was very puzzled. Why is the Prime Minister laughing? Cao Cao looked up at the sky. Why are you laughing? I laughed at that Zhuge's lack of strategy and Zhou Yu's lack of wisdom. This is a treacherous mountain, a place of life and death for soldiers. If an ambush is planted here in advance, it will be difficult for us to escape. This time, although Lu Sun was lucky to win, he is just a scholar, not enough to worry about. Xiang Yu came to a realization, and was just about to praise Cao Cao's wisdom when he heard a bellowing cry. Chan Zhao Zilong is here, why don't the Cao traitors surrender quickly? This bellowing sound was like a thunderclap, frightening Cao Cao's small face. Zhang Liao crossed his sword and shouted, there's an ambush, Prime Minister, run. The sparse group splits off a few men to hold back Zhao Zilong, while Cao Cao continues to flee, escorted by Zhang Liao and the others. When he had fled all the way for nearly 80 kilometers, Cao Cao then dismounted and rested for a moment. After looking around at the terrain, Cao Cao actually laughed out loud once again. The sound of his laughter was like a magical sound, just like the first time he laughed. Chen Yu heard a thump, look around and found no ambush, only then palpitation said, Prime Minister just laughed to attract Zhao Zilong. And now why laugh? Cao Cao's face was full of disdain. I'm still laughing at that Zhuge's lack of strategy and Zhou Yu's lack of wisdom. The terrain here is like the mouth of a gourd. If I were to use my troops, I would certainly set up an ambush here, and it would only take 500 axemen and swordsmen to bring certain death to the visitor. Zhuge Liang set up an ambush in Wulin but ignored this place, so it seems that Zhou Yu Zhuge is just a piker. Not enough to worry about, not enough to worry about. Ha 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 ha. Cao Cao was halfway through laughing when a roar like thunder resounded once more. Yanren Zhang Fei has been waiting here for a long time by order of the military master. Cao Cao quickly dismounts and accepts death. Zhang Fei's bold laugh was like a fishbone stuck in Cao Cao's throat, and he instantly turned pale. He was never expecting that the same thing would actually plummet. The generals looked at Cao Cao in unison, voiceless as if to say, my Prime Minister, you're going to have to hold your tongue or you're really going to die. The gazes were like a slap on Cao Cao's face, making his cheeks burn. Cao Cao gritted his teeth, his expression very aggrieved. Retreat. Retreat. This fleeing run lasted all night, and although he got rid of Zhao Yun Zhang Fei's pursuers, the team's numbers were greatly reduced. There were only a dozen or so personal warriors left. Looking at the Huarong Road, which was only a step away from the north, Cao Cao once again laughed madly and epileptically in front of all of his generals. Ha! Shan Yu's face stagnated as a wave of bad anticipation swirled in his heart. The Prime Minister's first laugh attracted Zhao Yun, and his second laugh attracted Zhang Fei, almost costing us our lives. I dare to ask the Prime Minister not to laugh again. Hot. Shen Yu was very tired of heart, and the bitter discouragement has not let Cao Cao converge, but has become more and more rampant. People say that Zhuge Liang is skillful in calculating, and Zhou Yu is superbly talented. In my opinion, in the end, it is incompetent. We are now exhausted. If we ambush a division here, we will all be captured. Ah ha 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 ha. Cao Cao's sneering laughter was piercing, as if he had already gotten out of harm's way in one. Laughter is suddenly ended abruptly. Only because at the end of the Huarong Road, there appeared a team of murderous generals. Its leader was none other than the righteous Guan Yu. Cao Cao's face stiffened and he couldn't wait to slap himself hard a few times. Laugh. I'm laughing at Nima. Cao Cao hits his face 3 times, and the pop-ups are joyous. It's a bit rude to laugh, but I really can't help it. Ha 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 ha. Minion, is it funny? I'm asking you if it's funny. Boss Chow, dead mouth. Dead mouth. You're laughing your ass off. Laughing and getting rich, this Boss Chow is also too funny, right? Do not laugh at nothing, have to stay here to pretend 13, pure crow's mouth. People don't come to you to laugh, really come and unhappy, I really, ha 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 ha. I declare this the best comedy sketch of the year, it's just so much fun. This Cao Cao looks like he's got big eyebrows, but I didn't realize he was also a fun guy. Laugh and get rich. Help, no one speaking up for Xiang Yu? I feel like he's going to break, ha 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 ha. Xiang Yu, next time you laugh, I'll snatch you to death with a spear. Chapter 36, Cao Cao's defeat at Huarong Road, sentence Yun Chang's soft heart. People don't share their sorrows and joys. The pop-ups laughed a lot, but Boss Chow in the game had a hard time. It is said that once again and again and again and again, he is good, 3 times in a row to pretend to be 13 or caught. Looking at Guan Yu, who is like a mote in the sky, Cao Cao feels a deep sense of powerlessness. This terrain, Guan Yu casually to that a pestle, a proper one man to be a pass, behind the 500 swords and axes. They are exhausted and defeated, how can they go through this ghost gate? Cao Cao bitterly arched his hand and said, Yun Chang, have you been well lately? Guan Yu's face was expressionless. Guan Yu has been waiting here for the Prime Minister for quite some time by order of the Military Master General. But how could Cao Cao want to be captured? Continuing, Yun Chang, from miles away, I can feel the chill on your long sword. I hadn't thought that you and I would meet again in the middle of this poor road. How could Guan Yu not know the sentiment in Cao Cao's words? However, he had already made a military order, and even though he had a lot of reluctance in his heart, he could only let Cao Cao get off his horse and surrender. Yun Chang, have you forgotten our former friendship? Guan Yu arched his hand, Prime Minister's favor, Guan Yu will never dare to forget, just beheading Yan Liang and executing Wen Shou has already repaid the Prime Minister. We met today, how can we dare to use our personal interests to cancel our public duties? Cao Cao let out a bellow and continued his mind attack, Yun Chang. Have you also forgotten about the 5 passes and 6 generals? You killed so many of my guards, yet I sent orders for you to cross the river, not to make things difficult for you, so that the 3 of you brothers could be reunited. A great man is a man of faith and righteousness. The general understands the great righteousness of the spring and autumn annals. Can he not bear to kill his former friend at this time? Cao Cao's left sentence of brotherly reunion, the right sentence of the importance of faith and righteousness, can be said to be word for word, so that Guan Yu was speechless. Cao Cao continued his attack by retreating. Although you and I sympathize with each other, we meet here because of our different ideals, and there is no greater pain in life than this. Cao Cao then drew his sword and dismounted from his horse, walking alone toward Guan Yu. To die under a great hero like Yun Chang, it's not in vain that I, Cao Cao, have lived this life in vain. I have no regrets in this life. As the words fell, the dozen or so generals behind him burst into sobs. Cao Cao let out another bellow, what are you crying for? Yun Chang is a hero of the world, if you and the others are crying like this, won't you make things difficult for the general? Cao Cao propped up his sword and drew his neck to be killed. I am unwilling to make things difficult for general, and am willing to surrender my hands. May general. Turn back to Cao Cao, tears welling up in his eyes, spare the soldiers and generals under your command, they've all followed me for years. When these words came out, not to mention Guan Yu's heart softening, even Yu Chaoyan, who was at the side, followed with hesitation. If you kill him, you'll be ashamed of Cao Cao's kindness in saving your life. If you don't, how can you face your big brother and 3 brothers? If he had a choice, Yu Chaoyang would have preferred that Cao Cao hadn't taken the Huarong Road, but had escaped by some other route. Tangled. It was really too tangled. Killed, iniquitous. If you don't kill, you're not loyal. It can be described as a dilemma, a tendon blocked at both ends, difficult to choose. Looking at the sword close at hand, Guan Yu could not help but take a deep breath, just ready to pick up, then heard a trembling cry. Yun Chang. Zhang Liao clasped his hands together and clenched his teeth, tears welling up in his eyes. Obviously just called his name, but it was more heartbreaking to Guan Yu than 1,000 words. Former friends, now crying like a child, this let Guan Yu and how to go down hard? Harm. Guan Yu sighed heavily and cocked his head to the side, as if he would kill painfully if he could not see it. When Zhang Liao saw this, 2 lines of tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. His upper and lower teeth chattered as he spat out a cry full of hopeful sadness. Yun Chang. Cloud. Long. In a flash, more than 10 generals behind him knelt down in unison, their voices tinged with sobs. General Guan. General Guan. It is said that men don't cry lightly, but the dozen or so iron-fisted men in front of them are all crying like children at this moment. Guan Yu inwardly heaven and man war, eyes sometimes closed sometimes open, face full of tangled. At this time the pop-up screen. It's over, with the second master's temperament, he might actually let Cao Cao go. The left brotherhood reunion and the right crossing the 5 gates and killing the 6 generals, every word of it is heartbreaking. If I'm sympathetic, let alone Master Guan, who's known for his loyalty and righteousness. When Yuan called Yun Chang at that moment, it was as if my heart was broken, a former friend, but crying like a child at this moment. It's a dilemma between the right and the left, between the heaven and the earth, it's really a heavenly dilemma. If the second master really wants to kill Cao Cao, then he won't be the righteous Guan Yu. It's a pity. Zhuge's brilliant plan has missed the heart of the man. No. With Zhuge's intelligence, how could he not have thought of this? Putting Master Guan Air at the end of the line is a clear sign of letting Cao Cao go. I see. This is intentional. Once Cao Cao dies, his children will surely attack the culprit frantically when they succeed him. That's why Master Zhuge arranged for Guan Ershi to guard Huarong Road, returning the favor in the process. Hiss. You don't say, you really don't say, it seems to have a few truths to it. Nima, how come I look like a fake person compared to Master Zhuge? Exaggerated. This detail is simply too exaggerated. It's not the details that are exaggerated, it's Zhuge Kongming as a person. Not only did he plan the burning of Red Cliff, but he also deliberately let Cao Cao escape in order to balance the 3 forces, and Master Guan returned the favor, so he thought of every aspect, and did everything right. Cao Cao is also a man who can give and take. Anyone else would have died a hero, and he's the king of the world. The pop-ups were sobering, and almost unanimously determined that Guan Yu would let Cao Cao go. If it were anyone else, the pop-ups wouldn't necessarily have that certainty. But the one stationed at Huarong Road was Guan Yu, the righteous Guan Yunchang. His loyalty and righteousness is well known, so how could he do anything unrighteous? Sure enough, amidst Zhang Liao's cries of Yunchang, Guan Yu, after a long period of celestial combat, violently threw his sword to the ground. Ding dang! The sword crashed to the ground with a crunching sound as Guan Yu drove his horse over his back, spread out. Cao Cao looked at Guan Yu's back, his heart complex to the core, pursing his lips. Many thanks, Yunchang. Guan Yu's eyes were tightly closed, standing like a statue on the ground. Guan Ping on one side gritted his teeth and stepped forward to remind him, Father, you have made a military order. Never let Cao Cao go. When Cao Cao and the others heard this, they froze in place, their hearts in their throats. I said Guan Yu, his eyes widening and his green dragon crescent blade knocking heavily on the ground, spread out. Guan Ping's face was torn, but he eventually stepped aside to make way for Cao Cao and the others. He kept his eyes on Guan Yu, but until Cao Cao and the others disappeared from view, there was no reaction. Guan Ping stepped forward with his head hanging down. Father, you let Cao Cao go, what will you say to the military division? Guan Yu's face was expressionless as he said in a flat voice, then a life for a life. Chapter 37, The Battle of Hanzhong breaks out. Zhao Yun is coming at me? Guan Yu stood with his sword in hand, deciding to take a life for a life. His proud image of righteousness and loyalty is deeply embedded in everyone's mind. Even the always caustic pop-ups were deeply impressed. Releasing Cao Cao is for righteousness, a life for a life is for loyalty. What a loyal and righteous Guan Yunchang. I have only one thing to say about Guan Yu, count yourself out. The so-called great man is nothing more than this, the second master urinates. The second master is pissed off. Master 2 urinates. The pop-ups were overwhelmed with emotion, and the perception of Guan Yu's level of loyalty and righteousness was taken to another level. Despite the fact that the other party had violated the military order, the pop-ups were not worried at all that Guan Yu would be disciplined. In the end, everything was a good show directed by Zhuge Kongming. And the development of the game's progress later on was exactly what the pop-ups predicted. Guan Yu apologizes, confessing that his heart was soft and let Cao Cao go, willing to take a life for a life. Liu Bei and Zhang Fei heard this and pleaded for Guan Yu. Zhuge Kongming took advantage of the situation and spared Guan Yu's punishment. In the years that followed, it became Zhuge Kongming's personal show. With his left hand, Zhuge Kongming organized the army and developed people's livelihood, and with his right hand, in the name of borrowing Jingzhou, he arranged for Guan Yu to guard Jiangling, and Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun to divide their troops to control the 4 counties in Jingnan. At the same time, he arranged for Liu Bei to actually control the military power of Gaixia in the name of assisting Lu Qi. He also prompted Sun Quan to acquiesce to Liu Bei's temporary residence in Jingzhou through diplomatic means. Thus, under the successive calculations of Zhuge Kongming, Shu Han succeeded in taking Jingliang into his pocket and used it as a base to look out over Yizhou. In the fall of 209 AD, Wei Yan Huangzhong joined the camp of Shu Han. In the spring of 210 AD, Zhuge Liang fights Zhou Yu with his tongue, causing the other party to die of rage and anger, leaving behind the hesitant last words of both Yu and Liang and dying young. In the same year, Pang Tong, the former chief of Zhou Yu and one of the Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Daisies, switched to Liu Bei's account and was listed as the general of the military division with Zhuge Liang. The addition of Pang Tong filled the short board of Shu Han's camp in the field of military wizardry. With Luoyang and Phoenix under his command, Liu Bei's group will flourish. Zhuge Liang is in charge, and people's livelihoods have reached new heights. Pang Tong is in charge of the army, and he has won many victories. In 211 AD, Ma Chao, whose entire family was exterminated by Cao Cao, went into exile in Hanzhong to attach himself to Zhang Lu, and Zhuge Liang designed to alienate Zhang Lu and Ma Chao, and Li Chou persuaded him to surrender. Ma Chao led the Western Liang cavalry to join Liu Bei's camp. In the same year, fearing the threat of Zhang Lu and Hanzhong, Liu Zhang, the shepherd of Yizhou, took the initiative to invite Liu Bei to enter Sichuan to assist in its defense after being persuaded by Zhang Song, Hua Xiong, and other insiders. Liu Bei left Zhuge Liang and Guan Yu to guard Jingzhou, and personally led Pang Tong, Huang Zhong, Wei Yan, and other generals and tens of thousands of troops into Shu. When Liu Bei led his troops into Shu, Hua Xiong openly switched to Liu Bei and was appointed General Yangwu and governor of Shu County, becoming one of the core strategists. By then, Liu Bei's power was growing. Wu had Guan Yu, Zheng Fei, Zhao Yun, Huang Zhong, Ma Chao. In literature, Zhuge Liang, Pang Tong, Fa Zhang. With both the civilization and the military, they jumped to become one of the most powerful vassals under the sky. In 213 AD, Liu Bei and Liu Zhang openly broke up, and Pang Tong proposed the upper, middle, and lower strategies. Liu Bei adopted the middle strategy, enticing Yang Huai and Gao Pei to kill them and capturing Fulching. Liu Zhang, on the other hand, sent his generals Zhang Ren and Liu Jie to defend the city to the death. When Pang Tong led his army to attack the city, he was ambushed by Zhang Ren at Lufeng Slope and was killed by several arrows because he was in a hurry and did not listen to Zhuge Liang's letters. Before his death, he said to Liu Bei, "Today's defeat is the will of God, Lord, do not think of me." After the death of Pang Tong, Liu Bei transferred Zhuge Liang, Zheng Fei, Zhao Yun into Sichuan to support. Zhuge Liang divided his troops to attack Nianzhu, Dayang. Zhao Yun cut off Liu Zhang grain road. When Liu Bei besieged Chengdu, Ma Chao led his troops to intimidate the defenders, and Liu Zhang surrendered after running out of food and support. Liu Bei was given the title of Minister of Yi Prefecture and was able to take over the two states of Jing and Yi, officially starting the era of the three kingdoms with Cao Cao, who had unified the north, and Sun Quan, who had taken over the eastern part of the Yangtze River. Overall, however, Cao Cao, who has dominated the north, has the upper hand, and Sun and Lu will need to join forces in order to resist. After 5 years of rest and recuperation, Cao Cao's army is at an all-time high. The current peace is just the calm before the storm. A great war is imminent. And at this time the pop-up screen. TSK, Zhuge Liang Longzhong pair of gold is still improving, with the same as the Nima Open Hung. If Liu Bei wants to support the Han Dynasty, Yangping Pass in Hanzhong is the most important thing. Only by occupying Hanzhong can we truly divide the world into 3 parts. How easy is it to occupy Hanzhong? Do you really think that Mr. Cao is just a fiddle? I'm realizing the truth of the saying, the people suffer when they rise, and the people suffer when they fall. How long has it been since the war stopped? We'll be fighting again soon. The people of the Three Kingdoms era are suffering from the war. It's a pity for Pang Tong, breaking the moral yoke with his own death, so that Liu Bei can seize Yizhou without fear. If Pang Tong is still around, with the trinity of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Daisy and Fa Zhang, why worry about the uncertainty of the world? Liu Bei is a hypocrite to the core. If he was half as domineering as Cao Boss, why would he let Pang Tong use his own life to knock down the door of Yizhou? Both wanting and wanting more, pure little woman's mentality, so disgusting. The Phoenix chick has fallen, the dragon has flown to the 9 heavens. Falling Phoenix slope, falling Phoenix slope. It's really hard to get even. The only one who guarded Huarong Road was Guan Yu. If it was Ma Chao, he'd have stabbed Cao Cao through 18 holes. The pop-ups are all over the place. There are those who fight for Pang Tong, those who lament the hardships of the people, and those who denounce Liu Bei's villainy. In the lightspeed screen shuffle of the pop-ups, the progress of the game also ushered in a leap. In 217 AD, Liu Bei adopted Hua Xiong's advice and led his army to attack Pingyang Pass in Hanzhong. Not to be outdone, Cao Cao sent Xiahou Yuan, Zheng Yi, Su Huang and other famous generals to garrison the pass. Both sides displayed hundreds of thousands of troops to form a confrontation, and then the Battle of Dingjianshan broke out. Huang Zhong was so famous in this battle that he beheaded Chao's commander Xiahou Yuan with his own hands. It was also the highest death position within 30 years of the game's progress. Liu Bei makes an immediate decision, ordering all 3 armies to send to Hanzhong for a showdown with Cao Cao. Cao Cao is heartbroken to hear of his brother's death, and leads his troops to battle Liu Bei in Hanzhong. Both sides have millions of soldiers, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, and all-star lineups with all their cards. The solemn and murderous atmosphere instantly swept across the entire battlefield. Even through the screen, all felt a heart palpitation. Looking at Liu Bei, whose temples were graying, Cao Cao said in a flat voice, "From whom?" Liu Bei was not timid. Liu Bei, descendant of the Han Emperor, word Xiande. You really dare to engage me in battle? Aren't you afraid of emptying your home base? Cao Cao narrowed his eyes. Liu Bei sniffed, but snorted, "You think I'm bluffing? Xiaomingde, today's battle, I've been thinking about it and looking forward to it for a whole 18 years, today next year, I'll go to your grave to pay my respects. Daring piker, how dare you shame me? Cao Cao let out a bellowing cry and turned around on his horse to return to the army. The two looked at each other across the sky, and a great battle was imminent. This is the battle of Cao Cao's 36 years of military service, but also the battle of Liu Bei's success or failure to break the boat. The two sides set up nearly 800,000 men on the banks of the Weihua River to fight for Hanzhong. Liu Bei's 5 tiger generals, except Guan Yu who guarded Jingzhou, all participated in the battle. Cao Cao is no slouch, and his 5 generals have also come out in force, ready to settle the score in one fell swoop and eradicate Liu Bei as an afterthought. Liu Bei slowly pulls out his double-stranded sword, Cao Cao pulls out his heavenly sword, and they both point their swords directly at each other's troops. Liu Bei took a deep breath and bellowed, "All generals, listen to the order, weed out the traitors and eliminate the thieves, kill. Go to war." Nearly 800,000 soldiers and horses from both sides instantly started up, with the chariot formations of both sides taking the brunt of the battle, while the iron cavalry infantry followed closely behind. Xiao and Lu's camps are not far apart, and the competition is all about hard power. The chariots collided with each other at extreme speeds, destroying people on the spot and opening the curtain for a battle that could be called a meat grinder. Immediately followed by the neighing of the horses and the wailing of the generals, the battle situation was more than miserable. This kind of killing lasted 2 days and 2 nights. Yu Chaoyang stood in the air, observing the entire battlefield from a third perspective, his expression apprehensive and complicated, not saying a word. Perhaps only the heavens knew what kind of impact the scene in front of him had brought to him. Rivers of blood flowed, corpses were strewn everywhere, as far as the eye could see, it was a hell on earth, and the wails of grief were unceasing. This is a perfect illustration of the suffering of the rising people and the suffering of the dying people and the tragedy of war. He had no intention to speak, and his perspective was pulled straight to the Cao army camp. Just as he arrived, he heard Sima Yi assert that the great battle would surely be decided before nightfall. Cao Cao rested his eyes and was not concerned about this, he was only concerned about what other great generals Liu Bei had failed to show up. Sima Yi nodded slightly, "Your Majesty, Ma Chao and Wei Yan have yet to appear on the battlefield." As soon as the words left his mouth, a general rushed into the camp, kneeling on one knee and cupping his fists, "King of Wei. Ma Chao has led more than 10,000 troops to the Wei River and captured our pontoon bridge." Cao Cao wasn't the least bit flustered when he heard this, and passed on the order, "Have Su Huang lead 10,000 of his best troops to meet Ma Chao. Report. King of Wei. Wei Yan has led thousands of war riders and has captured our army's grain camp." Cao Cao calmly waved his hand, "What are you panicking about? That's an empty camp. My son, Cao Chang, has been waiting for him there for a long time." Cao Cao strategized and thought about every aspect of it, believing that victory was assured. However, he had overlooked a ruthless character who had made 7 advances and 7 exits at Changbanpa, treating Chao's 800,000 strong army as if it were a piece of grass. And Sima Yi also thought of this tough general at this time, and quickly reminded, "Report to the King of Wei. Liu Bei, that big-eared thief, still has a great general who hasn't shown up." "Who?" "Zhao Yun." Cao Cao still had his eyes closed. "Zhao Yun? Shouldn't he be with Liu Bei and Zhuge Liang?" "Indeed, but what I'm worried about is that the King of Wei has sent all his generals into battle, so why did Zhuge Liang leave Zhao Yun unused? In other words, if Zhao Yun doesn't show up, will he suddenly appear at our weakest point?" Cao Cao was startled and snapped his eyes open, saying suspiciously, "You mean?" At this time, a general impatiently rushed into the camp, looking terrified. "Report. Zhao Yun is leading the war riders and is coming towards our camp to kill. Please, King of Wei, get on your horse quickly." Cao Cao's pupils shrunk to pinpoints and he instantly got up. "What did you say?" "Zhao Yun came at me." Chapter 38, King of Hanzhong, Guan Yu's drowning of the 7 armies shocks China. As Zhao Yun approached Chao's camp, the curtain had already fallen on this mighty battle of Hanzhong. Cao Cao fainted and fled, and Cao Cao's army was defeated. Not only did nearly 200,000 generals die, but provisions were lost. First there was the burning of Red Cliff, then there was the loss of Hanzhong, the failure of 2 consecutive wars. Cao Cao's strength has been sharply reduced, can be said to be hurt. Liu Bei, on the other hand, took the Hanzhong cities in his wake, and in one fell swoop he pacified the world and took possession of half of the country. Autumn, 219 AD. Liu Bei was elected by Zhuge Liang and the civil and military officials to be the king of Hanzhong, set the name of the state as Jihan, and established Lu Zhen as his son. He appointed Zhuge Liang as prime minister and added Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, Huang Zhong and Ma Chao as the 5 tiger generals. When the news of the victory reached Jingzhou, even Guan Yu, who had always been proud of himself, couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha, the Lord has captured Hanzhong, and has even been promoted to King of Hanzhong. The next step, the Lord will personally lead 1,000,000 troops to swing east and take Luoyang Xuchang in one fell swoop." Cao Cao's momentum is gone, within a year the world is bound to be settled. Guan Ping arched his hand and asked, "Father, how should we act?" Guan Yu flicked his long beard. "First we will meet in the north to capture Fancheng, then when Lord and I strike north and south, we will meet under Xuchang city." For a while, the voices of concurrence broke. Early in the morning of the next day, the army started from Jingzhou, with the blade pointing directly at the important town of Fanchang. Cao Cao is already hurting, but if Fanchang is not defended, the gateway to the central plains will be wide open, and it will be difficult to resist Liu Bei's northward march. Therefore, Cao Cao ordered Cao Ren to defend Fanchang and sent Yu Ban and Pang Di to reinforce him with their 7 armies. The Battle of Hanzhong had just stopped when the Battle of Fanchang started again. Only this time, Liu Bei and Cao Cao switched roles. Liu Bei has just won a great victory in Hanzhong, and his soldiers are in high spirits. Cao Cao, on the other hand, is in a state of decline, and is no longer the tiger he once was. The two armies confront each other in Fancheng, and a great battle is about to break out. However, Pound obviously did not put the famous Guan Yu in his eyes and sneered in a loud voice. Guan Yu, listen, I am here by the decree of the King of Wei to take your head. The coffin is ready for you. If you are timid, get off your horse and be bound. Saying this, a thick black wooden coffin was carried to the center of the battlefield by Chao's troops, which was very eye-catching. Guan Yu stood with his sword, those who inserted the label and sold their heads. The world's heroes hear my name without losing their nerve, but it's a pity that this green dragon crescent blade of mine beheads you, a rat. After saying that, Guan Yu is the first horse carrying the green dragon crescent blade will kill the past. Pang Di was no better, and immediately spurred his horse to meet the battle. The two men's greatswords instantly clashed together, while Pound's greatsword was cut out of a gap. Without waiting for Pound to react, Guan Yu slashed down with another heavy blade, deadening the pressure. Immediately followed by a sword horizontal slash hit Pound overwhelmed, only the power to fight, no power to fight back. After the test, Guan Yu no longer stay hands, immediately turned his horse head a horizontal chop, Pound even with the horse overturned on the ground. He thought that he had already won and lost, but Pang De, who was not a man of virtue, immediately took out his bow and arrow and aimed at Guan Yu. The arrow came through the air, and although Guan Yu raised his sword to block, he was still shot in the arm. Madman! Don't shoot cold arrows. Shameless villain, take your life. Seeing that Guan Yu was hit by an arrow, Zhou Guanping and his two men immediately led their troops to charge. The two armies soon fought together, while Guan Yu retreated under the cover of Zhou. After returning to the camp, Ma Liang was just about to call for the army doctor to come and treat his injuries when he saw Guan Yu violently pulling the arrow out of his arm and then slapping it heavily on the tabletops. Bang! Pitiful Pound unleashed a hidden arrow, vow not to kill this thief. After the wounds were simply treated, Guan Yu got up and was about to head out of the camp. Ma Liang rushed to dissuade him, but he heard Guan Yu say, I'm not going to kill him now, I'm going to scout the enemy. Soldiering with great speed, Guan Yu led several riders to the outside of Fancheng to scout the enemy. However, he found that Chao's camp was placed in a low-lying valley, and when he learned that this was the Fishnet Ko River, Guan Yu laughed out loud. Fish into the mouth of the fishnet will be captured by me. Pass on my order. The army quickly prepare the boats, and prepare the water battle gear. I want to flood Chao's army. After Guan Yu returned to camp, he again asked Guan Ping to lead his men to block the various water outlets, just waiting for the rain to fill up and open the embankment to release the water. This season, but also in the Han River Basin rainy season, successive rainstorms make the dike water level rise rapidly. When the time was right, Guan Yu gave the order to open the dike and release the water. In an instant, the Shangjiang River, like a flood beast, roared into the valley. All the obstacles along the way were reduced to smithereens under the floodwaters. Guan Yu flooded 7 armies and captured Yu Ban and Pang Di alive without spending a single stroke. He became a god in one battle. Looking at the 2 dragon-flying guild card faces that appeared in the field of vision, both Yu Chaoyang and the audience outside the screen were all frozen in shock at this moment. The mind was filled with the shocking scene of just flooding the 7 armies. I thought Master Guan Er was only a general, but I didn't realize that he was a marshal. TSK, 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 TSK. What a great move to flood the 7 armies. No one is born to be a general. Without the repeated battles and defeats in the early days, how can we flood the 7 armies today? The 3 kingdoms, Lu and Xiao fought to the death, but Sun Quan did not move at all? I always feel strange. This reminds me, Liu Bei's power is getting stronger and stronger, and he's about to unify the world, but Sun Quan hasn't reacted at all. This is not in line with his status as a vassal. I hate to see Liu Bei die, but don't forget that Sun and Lu are still in an alliance, and it's good enough that he didn't send troops to fight Cao Cao, so how dare he make a small move? This is also true. Sun and Lu's biggest enemy today is still Cao Cao. As long as Cao Cao doesn't die, the 2 families will be allied for a day, and the bloodstain that comes from uniting the north is just too thick. I'm going to have to contradict you on this one. What do you mean Sun Quan isn't reacting? He's busy fighting for power within the country. Compared to Cao Cao and Liu Bei, Sun Quan's presence is indeed a bit low. One of the 3 kingdoms, the pursuit of which is actually the acreage of Jiangdong, is really a bit of a downgrade. I can't bear to spray Liu Bei, but I'm not sure if it's just a matter of love and respect. The first time, Liu Bei was a little bit useful in the early stage of the group, with the name of the Han family to get the start of the funds, the middle and late proper tool person, no role, all rely on Guan Yu Zhuge Prime Minister to support the. Today's pop-ups are rare in that they don't verbally attack Liu Bei. A large part of the reason for this is because of the charisma of Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, Zhuge Liang, and others who love the house. Meanwhile, the game progresses by leaps and bounds. After Guan Yu flooded the 7 armies, he didn't stop for a moment, and his soldiers pointed directly at Fancheng, the gateway to the Central Plains. And after a January siege, Fancheng is already on the verge of being lost. With the lack of food and men, Xiaoren, no matter how good he is at defending the city, can't stop the Shu army, which is in high morale. Looking at the faltering Fancheng, Yu Chaoyang's mind began to imagine the beauty of Liu Bei's unification of the world and sighed inwardly. Liu Bei, you have finally fulfilled the promise you once made, to support the Han Dynasty and create the Yin Han in 3. Yu Chaoyang sighed a lot. The more he pondered over Liu Bei as a person, the more he felt admiration for the other party. With a passionate heart, he has lost many battles and lost many battles, always upholding the heart of benevolence and righteousness, and he is a martyr in his twilight years. Finally, in his later years, he achieved world domination, living up to the youthful aspirations. In his opinion, Liu Bei's charisma is far more than that of Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, Zhuge Liang's people. The same think about Liu Bei's unification of the world, or the nearly 30 million online viewers in the live broadcast. Although they have a slight criticism of Liu Bei's hypocrite behavior, and once did not spray less. But after looking into their hearts, they realized that Liu Bei really deserved the great achievements of the 3 Yin Han. As Yu Chaoyang said, a person pretending a lifetime of false benevolence is not true benevolence? Liu Bei, who started his army 30 years ago, pretended to be fake benevolence countless times, but he also pretended hard for his whole life. What else could they say? Perhaps, it was time for the curtain to fall on this epic drama with all its waves and heroes. However, it was not to be. When everyone was thinking about Guan Yu captured Fancheng, Liu Bei united the world at the time, shocking dramatic changes suddenly occurred. A Jingzhou garrison stumbled to Guan Yu and said in tears, General Guan. General Guan. Zhangdong Lu Meng led a surprise attack on Jiangling City. Mi Feng threw himself in without a fight. Jingzhou is lost. Lu Meng is leading his army towards the general to kill him. He's going to attack with Chao's army from both sides. General Guan should run. What? Guan Yu instantly stood up. His body couldn't stop trembling. Mi Feng surrendered without a fight. Jingzhou is lost? After the defenders gave their reply, Guan Yu instantly had 2 black eyes and endless remorse surged to his heart. My Guan Yu's reputation is ruined in the hands of a treacherous little man. My brother entrusted me with Jingzhou. How can I face my brother? After saying this, Guan Yu's old wounds returned and he directly fainted. Zhou Tsang Guanping panicked and took the fainted Guan Yu to start the road of escape. The situation reversed in an instant. Chapter 39. Jade can be broken but not altered in its whiteness, bamboo can be burned but not destroyed in its knots. Guan Yu would never have thought that his old brother Mi Feng, who had been together for decades and had risen to prominence at the end of the microcosm, would betray him. He surrendered without a fight, and his carelessness led to a total collapse, both before and after the attack. Zhou Tsang Guanping kills his way out of the camp with an enraged and unconscious Guan Yu. At this time, the camp is already full of Chao's troops, and Su Huang is the first to lead the camp, turning it upside down. While rushing, he also shouted that he wanted to take Guan Yu's head. Hearing this, the fainting Guan Yu woke up violently, broke free from Zhou Tsang's restraints, and rushed out of the tent with his hand-held green dragon crescent blade. The long sword dragged on the ground, making a heart-stopping friction sound, which seemed to indicate that the brave and invincible Mr. Guan would once again be able to save the day. Guan Yu rose up with one hand and swung his great sword into the ground, shouting, "Those who insert the label and sell their heads. Guan Mao here with one hand and one arm can also cut you." Unable to bear the humiliation, Su Huang immediately spurred his horse to charge, and Guan Yu directly raised his sword and slashed horizontally, heading straight for the warhorse. Su Huang lifted his horse and stood up, then returned the color, condescending and heavy chopping down. Guan Yu panicked to resist, but after all, just scraped the bone healing, with only one hand is still difficult to fight, was beaten back again and again. Su Huang's eyes lamented, "Although I did not win, but your end has come, you can't blame me." Seeing this, Guanping Zhoutsang immediately rushed up, and the two of them worked together to block Su Huang's great sword. Seeing the bad situation, Ma Liang immediately pulled Guan Yu to escape outside. After a night of fierce fighting, Guan Yu, who was seriously wounded, finally stood out, but there were only 1,000 men left around him, and Guanping and Ma Liang were dispersed and disappeared. Looking at the generals around him with their heads bowed and faces covered, Guan Yu's heart was like a knife twisting, and his eyes were tearing up. His unauthorized expedition to the north not only caused tens of thousands of soldiers to die, but also failed Liu Bei's expectations of him. Losing Jingzhou is equivalent to losing the gateway to the Central Plains. My brother's plan for the northern expedition will be lost. The huge blow, coupled with the inner torment, made Guan Yu overnight sideburns gray, the whole person emaciated more than 10 years. At this time, he was incredibly remorseful, and blamed himself for being too gullible, which led to a defeat. I blame myself for being too proud and letting Mi Feng make a big mistake by guarding Gaixia. Zhou looked in his eyes, pained in his heart, arched his hand and said, "General, victory and defeat are commonplace in military affairs. As long as we retreat to Shenyang, we may not be unable to make a comeback. Guan Yu's eyes went cold and his voice trembled, retreating to Xiangyang. How else can I retake Jingzhou? If I can't recapture Jingzhou, how can I still have the face to see my elder brother? I have sent Liao Hua to bring help. As long as we meet up with Liao Hua before Cao Sun's pursuers catch up with us, we will surely regain the mountains and rivers. Guan Yu puts his hopes on Liao Hua, seeking to turn defeat into victory to regain control of Jingzhou and then carry out his northern expedition. But the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. At this time, a small group of remnants suddenly appeared ahead, and they were none other than Liao Hua's men. Guan Yu clenched his teeth and questioned, "Where is Liao Hua?" General Liao Hua went to the upper reaches and urged Lu Fengmengde to send troops for help, but the two claimed that Junho's power was gone and refused to send troops. Hearing his last hope dashed, Guan Yu suddenly had a black eye and all thoughts were lost. As the green dragon sword fell to the ground with a muffled sound, he directly spewed out a mouthful of blood in his rage, and then fell off his horse, unconscious. Zhou Cang's heart was on fire as he hurriedly urged, "Quickly! Retreat to my Chang." That night, Guan Yu camped out at Macheng with the few hundred men left, and by now they had run out of ammunition and food. Woe betide them, as sudden shouts and roars from outside the city, the pursuers had arrived. Just when everyone thinks they are surrounded by Cao Cao, Guan Yu hears that the offenders are Jiangdong soldiers and horses. Cao Cao's army has many northern horses with light riming hooves, the war riders outside are southern horses with lagging heavy hooves. It's Lu Meng who has arrived. With those words, Guan Yu stood up trembling, making up his mind to fight to the end in blood. However, due to the pain from his old injury, he was unable to even stand up. But his prideful character did not allow him to retreat without a fight. As a great man, even if it is death. Even if he dies, he will die on the way to the charge. Follow me into battle. Guan Yu took the lead in charging out of the city, and the several hundred remnants behind him instantly erupted with a monstrous wariness, all of them launching a charge as if they didn't want to die. Lu Meng was unsteady, and really let Guan Yu charge out of the siege, but the cost was equally heavy, leaving only a mere 12 riders. Guan Yu was exhausted after running for 200 miles, but he was more worried about his horse dying of exhaustion than himself, so he ordered a rest and recuperation. But within a few minutes of resting, Wu's pursuers came roaring up. Guan Yu's heart was like water, knowing that the momentum was gone, and he stopped running and quietly waited for Lu Meng to rush close to him. Lu Meng had a light smile on his lips. "General Guan, Lu Meng has been waiting here for a long time." Zhou Guanping launched an attack with the only 10 remaining war riders, strangling the eastern Wu soldiers. Under the light of the rustling torches, the eastern Wu soldiers gathered more and more, and it was useless to let the 12 riders fight as hard as they could. As time passed by, they were soon dead and wounded, leaving only Zhou Guanping to continue to fight to the death. But two fists can't beat four hands. Under the huge difference in numbers, Guanping was the first to die, and Zhou Cang also died under the siege. The killing sound suddenly stopped. The battlefield is quiet and terrible. The mighty Guan Yu, who had shaken China, had finally reached the last moment of his life. The enemy who drove him to his death was the man he once despised, Wu Meng. Lu Meng looked serious, closed his eyes and looked up to the sky and sighed, "Great Governor Zhou Yu, Lu Meng has avenged you." Lu Meng paused and began to recount the events leading up to the incident. "General Guan, aren't you curious as to why there was no warning from the beacon towers along the river when our army crossed the river? If I don't tell you, I'm afraid you won't be able to figure it out for the rest of your life. Our army posed as merchants, crossed the river by boat, entered Jiangling in a big way, and after killing the beacon guards, we took Jiangling without spending a single soldier. Compared to your flooding the 7 armies, my white-robed river crossing is no less impressive. Ha 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 ha." And at this point the pop-up screen. Crossing the river in white? This kind of underhanded tactic, Lu Meng still has the face to brag about himself? Cao and Liu Bei fought fiercely, but they didn't pretend to be merchants to assassinate and spy. But Dong Zhuo has set a precedent for the rest of the world, and after this lesson of crossing the river in white, there's no telling how many innocent merchants will be killed, and he still has the nerve to brag about it? Not only that, we should know that Sun Quan and Liu Bei are still in an alliance. Sun Quan's backstabbing has not only caused Guan Yu's northern expedition to fail, but has also lowered the moral threshold of war. Actually, none of this is important. What is important is, why backstab Liu Bei? Although Cao Cao has lost successive battles, he is more concealed than a horse, and Cao Cao is still the #1 enemy, so it doesn't make sense that he would backstab Liu Bei at this point in time. Who knows, since the death of Zhou Yu and Lu Su, the operation of the Eastern Wu has been strange, not like a vassal that looks down on the world, but a rat that guards an acre and a quarter of land? Hey! Liu Bei hard work to fight half of the country Guan Yu once captured, do not know how much to spit out. As long as Guan Yu is still alive, everything still has a chance. After all, even more miserable will not be more wretched than carrying people across the river. Guan Yu's carelessness has finally paid the price for his pride. That said, isn't anyone worried that Lu Meng will kill Guan Yu? As soon as this pop-up came out, Yu Chaoyan let out a poof and laughed softly. Let's just say that as long as Sun Quan Lu Meng is a normal person, he would never kill Guan Yu. First, capturing Guan Yu alive can be used as blackmail to demand land, population, gold and silver from Liu Bei, so guess if Liu Bei will raise the power of his country in order to redeem Guan Yu? Second, although Dong Zhuo captured Jingzhou, the two sides did not directly tear their faces. As long as Cao Cao is still around, they are still in alliance, and Cao Cao's power is so great that it is not something a family can fight against. Saying this, Yu Chaoyang paused, his expression full of confidence. On the contrary, if you kill Guan Yu, the Sun Lu alliance will instantly fall apart, and the Eastern Wu side will forever bear the curse of betraying trust and justice. His political prestige will be sharply reduced, not to mention that it will also attract Liu Bei's national strength to attack Wu. Guess whether my elder brother will fight with Dong Wu to the end? In the end, the so-called war is nothing more than a continuation of politics. As long as Lu Meng is a normal person, he will never kill Guan Yu. Even if I manipulate Guan Yu to swear at Lu Meng right now, the other party wouldn't dare to touch a single cold hair of mine, brothers, believe it or not? Yu Chaoyang was full of confidence and said a whole lot. Just as he was about to possess Guan Yu and show it to the pop-up screen, a shocking change suddenly appeared. A bitter cold light appeared in his field of vision. That giant who was like a mountain to look up to, who made the world admire him in every way, and who was righteous, collapsed to the ground with a bang. The green dragon crescent blade that stood beside his body emitted a mournful sound, as if it was telling of Guan Yu's glorious life. The long silent screen once again rippled, and everything came to a standstill. A thick, ancient, yellowish book with the Book of History written on its cover appeared in the center of the screen. The pages of the book flipped more than once, finally settling on the page of heroic biography Guan Yu, and the voice of the narrator sounded. 9 feet long, red face, long beard, phoenix-flying silkworms, lifting the green dragon crescent sword, across the red rabbit horse, the peach orchard, swore to protect the Han Dynasty, warm wine to cut Hua Xiong, white horse to kill Yin Liang, thousands of miles of single horseback riding to protect his sister-in-law return. Defend Jingzhou, flooding the 7 armies, shocked the Chinese, scraping the bones to heal the poison, laughing and playing chess to show God's power, loyalty through the sun and moon, righteousness, Mai Cheng martyrdom, the soul returns to the sage of Wushu, 1,000 years of austerity, engraved with the blade of the spirit of loyalty and martyrdom. Jade can be broken and cannot change its white, bamboo can be burned and cannot be destroyed its section, although the body is dead, the name can be hanging in the bamboo and silk also. Its magnificent, loyal and righteous life deeply affected every Yanhuang descendant of later generations, and was later honored by the world as Emperor Guan Shang. Chapter 40, Unacceptable Way of Death, Lu Meng triggers the wrath of the crowd. In the year 219 AD, winter, the great man of the generation, Guan Yu, was killed by the Eastern Wu. At the age of 58. The mournful, magnificent voice of the narrator fell, and the stillness of all things revived once more. But Guan Yu, who fell to the ground with a crash and looked like a mountain, lost his life forever. The red rabbit horse on the side whimpered twice, and 2 lines of tears slid down from the corner of his eyes. Yu Chaoyang froze in place, his outstretched hand seemed to be frozen, stopped straight in midair, his expression filled with dismay and shock. Restart or continue deduction? Looking at the pop-up window of the end of the game, Yu Chaoyang was dumbfounded and could not return to his senses for a long time. Until Lu Meng cut off Guan Yu's head with a knife and raised it high in the air and shouted, "Great Governor, I did it! I will use Guan Yu's head to pay homage to your spirit in heaven." Looking at Lu Meng, who didn't even spare Guan Yu's corpse, Yu Chaoyang was so furious that he was trembling, his eyes spitting fire as if he wanted to eat people, gritting his teeth. Jiangdong rats, bully too much. If I don't kill you, Lu Meng, I, Yu Chaoyang, swear not to be a human being. Yu Chaoyang raised his head to the sky and wailed, his heart felt like a knife stabbing and stinging. To this day, he still can't figure out why Lu Meng wanted to kill Guan Yu. Isn't a living Guan Yu 100 or 1,000 times more useful than a dead Guan Yu? Once Guan Yu died, not only would he not be able to bring any practical help to Dong Wu, but he would also invite Chu Han's crazy revenge. So, why kill Guan Yu? Holding the same doubts, there were also the nearly 40 million online viewers in the live broadcast room. As a public figure, Yu Chaoyang's words and behavior are still a little restrained, but as an audience member of the Water Friends, the speech can be much more unrestrained. Yes, they have sprayed Guan Yu, also sprayed Shu Han, Xiao Wei. They scolded Liu Bei for being hypocritical, Cao Cao for being unkind, and Guan Yu for being arrogant and overbearing, not knowing what heaven and earth are. It can be said that there is no character in the game Three Kingdoms who has not been sprayed. But cursing is cursing, they still hold respect and even reverence in their hearts. Guan Yu, in particular, has moved countless people with his loyalty and righteousness, but he also knows that his prideful character is bound to usher in a great disaster. They could accept that Guan Yu would die of old age, illness, or battle. But the only thing they couldn't accept was his death at the hands of a traitorous little man. Especially dying in the hands of Lu Meng, the white-coated river crosser who can be called a relic of the past and treacherous beyond compare. A great man can live like a feather, but to die must be magnificent and resounding. Otherwise, how can he live up to Guan Yu's turbulent and tumultuous life? Lu Meng's move was undoubtedly a violation of the public's anger. The monstrous anger turned into lines of pop-ups, raging against Lu Meng's villainous behavior to their heart's content. Shu Han has the romance of Shu Han, Xiao Wei has the bones of Xiao Wei, and Jiangdong has the rats of Jiangdong. What a ratty East Wu. Lu Meng, your family's ancestors' graves will be dug up. Backstabbing an ally. You'll be stigmatized for years to come. You'll be a scourge to innocent merchants. You're not the son of a man. Guan Yu is a hero, but he died in the hands of Lu Meng, a treacherous little man. I'm not going to be able to get a good look at you, but I'm going to be able to get a good look at you. I Chao Nima's Lu Meng. I'm not going to be able to get the best out of you, but I'm going to be able to get the best out of you, and I'm going to be able to get the best out of you. Chao and Lu are the masters of the world, and Sun Quan is a self-appointed king. Does he deserve to be called a lord? He's a rat. I don't know where I am, I don't know what I'm going to do next, all I know is that I'm going to go on a killing spree and blitz the Eastern Wu. Yang, don't just stand there, choose to continue to deduce. I want to see Uncle Lu attack the Eastern Wu. As soon as this pop-up came out, Yu Chaoyang instantly came back to his senses and chose continued derivative, then pulled his viewpoint to Liu Bei. He realized that this would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, an opportunity to completely reverse Liu Bei's popularity. As long as Liu Bei is willing to avenge Guan Yu's death, his label of false benevolence and righteousness will be completely removed. On the contrary, he will be reduced to a laughingstock for years to come, just like Lu Meng. Even he will follow Liu Bei and be nailed to the pillar of shame forever. Don't forget, he was the first to personally stand up for Liu Bei. Even though Yu Chaoyang believed in Liu Bei's character, he still felt a little apprehensive inside. After all, throughout the ages, no one would give up a kingdom for a brother. Liu Bei, you won't let me down, right? Yu Chaoyang prayed silently, raising his heart to his throat. However, Liu Bei is far away in Chengdu, and Guan Yu has been defeated, so the news has not been conveyed for the time being. At this time, Liu Bei was in the process of correcting official documents when he suddenly felt a cool breeze blowing into the house. Vaguely, he saw a green-robed Guan Yu walk in. Liu Bei immediately got up to greet him, but while delighted, he felt a little strange and laughed softly. Yun Chang, what are you doing here if you're not leading troops in Jingzhou? Wait, elder brother is going to call out to Ida, we three brothers will have a good drink. After saying that, Liu Bei was ready to head out of the house, but Guan Yu stopped him and said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. No need brother, brother has come this time, to bid farewell to brother, brother is leaving. Go? Where are you going? In the 9 springs, elder brother, remember to avenge your younger brother. The second master then arched his hands and clasped his fists, smiling as he slowly backed away. The two were close at hand, but it was as if they were far away. Looking at the hidden Yun Chang, Liu Bei's heart was suddenly like a knife, and he felt sad and painful for no reason. Stand down Yun Chang. Brother Winged Zilong is here, where are you going? Liu Bei shouted, but Guan Yu's figure is moving away, and when he opened his eyes again, there is still Guan Yu's figure. Am I overthinking and hallucinating? Liu Bei smiled helplessly and bitterly, his heart pining for Guan Yu for no reason. This scene, however, is like a heavy hammer, ruthlessly hitting Yu Chaoyang's heart. In his field of vision, which has Guan Yu's goodbye, there is just Liu Bei talking to himself from beginning to end. Daydreaming and night dreaming, it turns out that the departure of loved ones will really be vaguely felt? Yu Chaoyang lost his mind and subconsciously muttered. At this moment, he suddenly felt incomparably heartbroken for Liu Bei. He did not dare to imagine. Liu Bei Zhangfei would be heartbroken to what extent if he were to know the news of Guan Yu's death. And at this time, the pop-up screen is even more wailing. The second master walks slowly. Good day, master. After the second master has left. The shock of Guan Yu's death came as an afterthought, and it was saddening. A cry of good day, second master, swept through the entire pop-up area. Just then, Zhuge Liang walked in with an extremely heavy heart, and with tears in his eyes, he said, My lord, Jingzhou was taken by Lu Meng. The messenger was afraid of being chastised by the lord, which is why he sought me out first. My lord, whatever you hear, you must not get too excited. After hearing this, Liu Bei subconsciously summoned the messenger to come. You quickly let him in. Zhuge Liang waved his hand violently, and the messenger fell to his knees in response, crying out in tears. Report to the Lord, General Guan and Fan Cheng and Chao's army in a fierce battle, which know that the East Wu Lu Meng suddenly attacked Jingzhou. General Guan belly back enemy by Chao's army broke through the camp. General Guan was wounded and retreated to Macheng. Lu Meng died biting. Liu Bei's heart thumped and he loudly pressed, What happened to my second brother? What's wrong? Guan, General Guan has been killed in battle. His head was chopped off by Lu Meng, and Guan Ping and Zhou Song were killed together. Liu Bei's eyes went black, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, and he subconsciously retorted, Impossible. My second brother is invincible. Only he kills the enemy, how can he be killed by the enemy? Nonsense, back off, back off. Liu Bei was like a furious lion, trembling more than a little. He twisted his head to look at Zhuge Liang, the corners of his mouth forcing a smile. Military counselor, this person lied to me, right? He must have lied to me, I just saw Yun Chang, how could? After saying that, Liu Bei's body went limp and he fell straight to the ground, fainting. Chapter 41, Hidden Copy Blitzkrieg Eastern Wu. But the effects of Guan Yu's death were far from over. Sun Quan's was led him to offer Guan Yu's head to Cao Cao as a birthday gift. He wrote to Cao Cao that if Cao Cao's army had not defeated Guan Yu head-on, nothing would have happened, so Cao Cao should take the credit. It is well known that Lu Guan and Zhang were deeply attached to each other and were bound by the same fate. This move is a clear way for Liu Bei to seek revenge on Cao Cao. But looking at the head in front of him, Cao Cao's heart was instantly stricken with grief. In the past, on the Hua Xiong road, Guan Yu's kindness of release is still fresh in his mind, and that deep friendship is still engraved in his heart, making it hard for him to forget for the rest of his life. However, the world is unpredictable. The end of the hero, now Guan Yu has been separated from him in the yin and yang. At this moment, Cao Cao's heart was in turmoil, and he had no intention of pursuing Sun Quan's petty thoughts, so he immediately ordered. Suggest to the Son of Heaven that Guan Yu be posthumously crowned King of Jing, have his body remodeled with sunken incense wood, and be buried with the rights of a vassal outside the south gate of Luoyang, the old capital of the great Han Dynasty. On the day of the burial, all civil and military officials will be present to see Guan Yu off together. Early in the morning of several days, the funeral was solemnly held. Hundreds of officials solemn, mourning music low echo, funeral solemn and sad. Although Cao Cao was old and frail, he still insisted on seeing them off in person. He gazed at Guan Yu's mausoleum in his mind, a thousand thoughts, the past, and Guan Yu's bits and pieces like a tidal wave came. Before the Bisui Pass, he became famous for his battle with Hua Xiong, and under the Hudian Pass, he won the Battle of El Vibu with the courage of the three heroes. Being in the Cao camp, he is loyal to the Han camp, and he has passed through 5 hurdles and cut down 6 generals to walk a single horse in 1,000 miles. When he attacked Fancheng in the northern expedition, he captured Yuban and killed Pound by drowning 7 troops, and his battle with God shook China. Cao Cao's eyes lamented and muttered, "What a fast knife, but why did you die in the hands of a rat? You lack nothing but a good master. If you had followed me, why would you have ended up with your head in the sand? But then again, if you had really followed me, I would have looked down on you again. Why? Because I like loyal people too." This lord of the world couldn't help but weep at this moment, and Cao Cao's true feelings moved everyone present. When Xiao Pai heard this, he hurriedly handed over a glass of wine, but Cao Cao took it and didn't drink it, instead continuing to dwell on the past. The deceased are withering away one after another, like leaves falling in the wind. Yun Chang, you should rest well. With those words, Cao Cao spilled wine over the grave, the roots of his hair at his temples having long since turned white. A martyr in his twilight years has a strong heart. When the wine was all spilled, the strong Cao Cao fell head over heels and fainted. In the spring of 220 AD, Cao Cao died in Luoyang at the age of 66. His son, Xiao Pai, succeeded him as king of Wei, and in October of the same year, he forced Emperor Xian of Han to abdicate and renamed the country Wei, posthumously honoring Cao Cao as Emperor Wu of Wei, with the temple name of Taizu. Liu Xia, Emperor Xian of Han Dynasty, did not want to live on and sank in Zhongshui on his own accord. Shortly afterward, news of Liu Xia's death reached Chengdu, where Liu Bei was still in grief over the loss of his second brother. Sun Shen broke into the house and reported everything that happened in Shuchang with tears in his voice. 400 years of the Han Dynasty, died. After hearing this, Liu Bei instantly fell to his knees as if his body had been emptied. He, who was already tormented by Guan Yu's death, could no longer control his emotions and wept bitterly. I, Liu Bei, have spent my entire life campaigning only to support the Han family, and now that the Han family does not exist, what is the use of the great cause of merit and fame? Liu Bei, forced to endure the grief, the next day held a state funeral. The entire Sichuan and Sichuan are plainclothes and haggard worship Liu Xia. The king's industry is not partial. The Han thieves and enemies. At this moment, Liu Bei has become the only spokesman for the Han Dynasty. The year after Cao Pai usurped Han and built Wei, Liu Bei ascended to the throne and became emperor in order to continue the Han Dynasty. The name of the state was established as Han. Seek to create 3 Yin Han and establish the capital of the country as Chengdu. Just when everyone thought that Liu Bei succeeded the throne, issued the first order of the Son of Heaven must be the sword pointed at Wei, unexpectedly his next words, as if a heavy bomb. Instantly let the whole world for the jaws of the eye. Today, I issue the first edict of the Son of Heaven to attack Eastern Wu on a certain date. Zhao Yun heard this and said that it was not good, so after the ceremony was over, he went straight to Liu Bei's bedroom. Your Majesty, it is not wise to attack Eastern Wu today. Right now the traitor of the country is Cao Pai, not Sun Quan. If we start a war with Eastern Wu at this time, won't we let Cao Pai reap the benefits? But at this moment, Liu Bei is still immersed in the shadow of Guan Yu's death. Facing Zhao Yun's bitter words, he blocked back with one sentence. Sun Quan killed my second brother. I can't wait to eat his flesh and skin him. The edict has been issued. Zilong, don't say anything more. At this time, Zhuge Liang shook his feather fan and walked out from the side room, taking over the topic. Emperor, naturally, it is impossible to go back on his word. The Eastern Wu should be invaded, but it can be slowed down. Today, the traitor of the country is Cao Pai, not Sun Quan. Jingzhou has been lost. Sun Quan can attack and retreat, occupying all the advantages. If we start from Sichuan and Shu to attack Wu, the total distance is up to more than 2,000 miles, and there are countless mountains and lakes on the way, so it is extremely inconvenient for the transportation of grain and ordnance. Once Shu and Wu are at war, Cao Pai will surely seize the opportunity to either take Jiangdong or Hanzhong, and the snipers and the muscles will fight to their advantage. Zhao Yun and Zhuge Liang looked at each other and bowed in unison and shouted, I hope your Majesty will think twice.
Looking at the two with resolute attitudes, Liu Bei was silent for a long time. The head of the civil ministers is the prime minister, and the head of the military generals is Zilong. Since the heads of civil and military officials are so dissuaded, let's hold off on felling Wu. As the words fell, Yu Chaoyan's loss was visible to the naked eye. The so-called postponement, but it is just an excuse. Today do not fight, in the future will be even more will not fight. After all, Sun Lu's biggest enemy is still Cao Wei's Cao Pai. And at this time the pop-up. Hypocrite. Villain. This Liu Bei is even more shameless than Liu Mang. Have you all seen Liu Bei's true colors? He's full of righteousness and morality, but he's really a hypocrite. When Liu Bei issued his edict, I thought he was really going to attack Wu, but Zhuge Liang discouraged him, and he's now on the verge of attacking Wu. I've only heard of abandoning one's brother for the sake of the kingdom, but I've never heard of abandoning the kingdom for the sake of one's brother, so this Liu Bei is just like that. Since Liu Bei won't attack, I'll attack. Brothers, get on the horn and blitz the eastern Wu tonight. Blitz attack on Wu. The pop-ups were filled with righteous indignation, clamoring to avenge Guan Yu in their own way. At this time, the appearance of a figure was what caused the situation to become confusing once again. The visitor is no one else, it is the third brother in the peach orchard, Zhang Fei. Big brother. Third brother. With their palms clasped together, Zhuge Liang instantly closed his eyes and sighed slightly in his heart. It's over. As expected, Zhang Fei tightly gripped Liu Bei's palm, his voice trembled and said, Big brother has become emperor today, and has long forgotten the peach orchard oath of alliance. Second brother's revenge, why not report? Third brother, the group of ministers admonished to block, did not dare to act rashly. Zhang Fei's panther eyes widened and his voice was like thunder. Who didn't allow revenge? Which one is blocking it? If your majesty is unwilling to send troops, I will fight to the death to avenge my second brother's death, and if I don't get this revenge, I'd rather die than see your majesty. After saying that, Zhang Fei shook off Liu Bei's palm and drew away. Liu Bei hurriedly shouted to stop. Third brother, and brother go together. Big brother. Zhang Fei burst into tears. You can lead your own troops out from Longzhong, and I will unite my elite troops to meet in Jiangzhou. Together we will conquer the eastern Wu and take revenge. I obey the decree. Zhang Fei arched his hand and retreated. Seeing that the matter has been finalized, Zhao Yun Zhuge and the two of them no longer discourage, and have ordered Destiny to prepare for the matter of troops and horses. Time flies as a few days. At this moment everything is ready, just waiting for Liu Bei's order. You can raise the power of the country, crusade against the eastern Wu. But at that moment, the shocking news came to Chengdu again. Wu Ban fell to his knees and burst into tears. The rebel general Fan Zhang Zhongdi, late last night killed the upper general and held the upper general's head to throw. Cast to Sun Quan of eastern Wu. Early the next morning, the land of Sichuan and Shu was as white as it could be. At Zhang Fei's funeral, Liu Bei pointed his spear at Sun Quan of the eastern Wu. He, Sun Quan, broke both of my arms, and I can't wait to eat his flesh and destroy his clan. To achieve greatness, I must conquer Wu. To avenge our wrongs, we must conquer the Wu. Where is Qin Mi? Draft a diatribe against Wu for me, I want to conquer Wu myself. Qin Mi stepped out and fell to the ground with a thud. I hope that your majesty will take the gods of earth and grain as the most important thing in the world and conquer Wei before Wu. Then the great cause can be accomplished, the world will be fortunate. Liu Bei's eyes are icy cold. Men. Launch the beheading. Here. Swords and axes. Men killed out and dragged Qin Mi away, while Zhao Yun stepped out and arched his hand. Although Qin Mi's words were impudent, he is loyal. I hope your majesty will think twice. Zilong, do not intercede for this man again. Whoever stops me from attacking Wu today is treating me as an enemy. Liu Bei's eyes are ice cold. I will personally write a diatribe against Wu and attack eastern Wu. As Liu Bei's voice falls, the court is silent. Guan Yu Zhang Fei died one after another. At this time Liu Bei clearly wanted to pour the country's strength to attack the East Wu. He wants his brothers to. Don't want rivers and mountains. In the next second, a quest box popped up in Yu Chaoyan's field of vision, and the voice of the narrator rang in his ears. Congratulations on triggering the hidden copy Blitzkrieg Eastern Wu. Number of people required, 130,000. Countdown, 299 minutes and 59 seconds. Note, before the countdown ends, the number of people required for the mission will be met, and the hidden copy Blitzkrieg Eastern Wu can be carried out, otherwise, the mission channel will be closed permanently. Do you accept the hidden copy? Yes or no? Looking at the options that popped up in front of him, Yu Chaoyang immediately took a deep breath and bellowed, Brothers, tonight at 8 o'clock, follow me in my Blitzkrieg attack on Eastern Wu. The pop-up screen responded frantically. Blitzkrieg on Dongwu. Blitzkrieg on the Suqiao. Blitzkrieg on Suqiao. Chapter 42, No one can resist the temptation of blitzing the Eastern Wu and making 3 Yin Han. There is no way out of the mountain, but there is another village in the darkness. Yu Chaoyang looked at the hidden copy in front of him, Blitz East Wu, and trembled more than a little. Just ask, what could be more exciting to a man than killing his enemy handily? Especially when the target is Liu Meng of the Eastern Wu, a man who has been reviled by the world for years. Backstabbing an ally and lowering the moral threshold of war is not a problem. After all, each of us has our own masters and different positions. But killing people is just a headache. Guan Yu is already dead, and his head is still being flaunted around by Liu Bang as a trophy. This move is undoubtedly a deep offense to the bottom line of Yu Chaoyang, and even many netizens.
Who is Guan Yu? A great hero who can stand up to the heavens and the earth. What are you, Liu Bang? A stinking rat in the gutter. How dare you? How dare you? So that's why when Yu Chaoyang said that he was blitzing Dong Zhuo at 8 o'clock tonight, the pop-ups were all over the place. If Liu Bang doesn't die, it's hard to get rid of his hatred. He should be executed. I apologize for my earlier remarks. Liu Bei is a true gentleman. No wonder the old thief Zhou said that Liu Bei's virtue is clear and his behavior is strong and well-deserved. Those who give up their brothers for the sake of the river and the mountain abound, but Liu Bei is the only one who gives up the river and the mountain for the sake of his brothers. I'm convinced, I'm really convinced. The last card face of the Han Dynasty, Liu Bei just rebuked Zilong Qinmi, all Nima almost scared me to pee. This is still the Liu Bei in my memory? Zhang Fei a big brother, aside the Zhuge prime minister's face instantly black, probably heart-straight cursing. I do not avenge my brother, although there are thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. Why is it precious? This sentence is really good, not worthy of letting the second master of the third master of the man to follow all his life. Guan Yu died of pride and arrogance, Zhang Fei died of scolding his subordinates, everything, as early as the peach orchard was doomed. Hey! No one is perfect. If Master 2 and Master 3 didn't have these flaws, would they have such a full characterization? Martyr, I'm so angry, I'm so pissed off. Give me back the life of the second and third masters. None of this matters. What matters is that there are only 30,000 slots for Blitzkrieg, and there are nearly 50 million people on the air, so how do we split it up? Once this pop-up came out, a gift special effect worth 30,000 Gaixia coins instantly rose into the air. Immediately afterward, a gilt-colored pop-up screen stood out in the pop-up screen area. Tang Fengsheng, want a spot? If not, I'll swipe 1,000 more. This wealthy pop-up was no one else but Tang Fengsheng, the laureate of the 34th horseback riding slashing competition. He was one of the top cold weapon fighting masters in the entire Grand Xia Empire. Faced with Tang Fengsheng's request, Yu Chaoyang agreed without any hesitation. The gift was secondary, the main thing was Tang Fengsheng as a person. You have to know, the other party is a tough guy who fought with Liu Bu no less than 5,000 times. Although these 5,000 times, Tang Fengsheng did not win once, but also enough to prove the strength of the other side. What kind of person was Liu Bu? A well-deserved force ceiling in 3 kingdoms. Liu Bu did not die. Guan Yu see people at most one sentence of piffle, madman. LV Bu died. Guan Yu see who are inserted into the label to sell the head of the generation. Even the high-minded and proud Guan Yu, in terms of force value or vaguely inferior, which can be seen, Liu Bu in the end is how fierce. If you want to support the Han Dynasty, 3 made Yen Han. Tang Feng sang and the like, the more the merrier. Looking at the screen full of gift special effects, Yu Chaoyang took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, brothers, the copy quota is limited. Those who swipe gifts can stop for a while. For this character selection, priority will be given to those with strong skills and physical abilities. Those who swiped gifts can send a private message to the anchor in the background for a refund. I'm sorry brothers. Because the anchor really wants to support the Han Dynasty and build the Yen Han. Once these words came out, the screen full of gift effects not only did not converge, but instead became more and more raging. The pop-up wind direction was even more surprisingly consistent. More is not said, less is not nagging. Yang real man, please ruthlessly give lousy blitz East Wu, cut down Sun Quan Lu Meng head to sacrifice my 2 masters, 3 masters in heaven. As Master San said, if I can help the Han Dynasty, what's a little gold and silver? I just want to see the Eastern Wu destroyed. This is a small gift. You're the fastest player on the net, so make sure you beat Wu. Brother Yang, you kill first. I'm going to start the game, and then I'm going to choose Governor Zhou so that Sun Quan can taste the taste of backstabbing. Then I'll choose third master. I'd like to see how Liu Bu can still take Shuzhou this time. I'll go for LV Bu, then I'll backstab Dong Zhuo, bring the young emperor Lucia to Liu Bei and worship him. LV Guan, Zhang and Zhao will join forces, and I'll ask who else can stop my big brother from creating the Yellow River. Han and Wei all have their own style, except for Wu, which is full of rats, so we're going to attack Wu. Attack the Wu. The pop-up discussion was in full swing. Both the Han and Wei parties had a common goal at the moment, East Wu. And with the appearance of the hidden copy, Blitzkrieg Eastern Wu, and Tang Fengsheng's public demand for a spot, the public opinion, which was already on the verge of exploding, completely swept through the entire Grand Xia Empire. Taking Douyin as an example, the hot searches from top 1 to top 10 were all wrapped up by 3 kingdoms contest. From high to low respectively. Top 1, brother and brother will go together and send troops to the East Wu. Top 2, crossing the river in white, the Guansheng Emperor falls. Top 3, Zhang Fei finally died of his own character flaws. Top 4, Cao Pai, suffering from consumption, never coughed in front of Cao Cao in order to inherit the throne. Top 5, the first hidden copy of 3 Kingdoms wore Blitzkrieg on Dong Zhuo. Top 6. From weaving mats and peddling shoes to the king of a country, the legendary life of Liu Bei, the phantom of the Han Dynasty. Top 7. What is the charm of the three kingdoms' struggle for supremacy that even the god of Feng is so addicted to it that he can't extricate himself from it? Top 8. The death of Cao Cao, the deceased dying one by one, like leaves falling in the wind. Top 9. Sir, please help me and my military advisor, the second and third brothers, save the Han. Top 10. What is so attractive about Guan Yu? What is it about Guan Yu that attracted the members of the society to build a golden body for him to worship in public? Looking at the last hot search, even Zhou Yu, who had been psychologically prepared, couldn't help but cough twice with odd eyes. Loyal brotherhood, worship cyber Guan Gong? Although this operation is very abstract, but also from the side to illustrate the degree of fire of the three kingdoms. As well as Guan Yu, Liu Bei and other in-depth and full-bodied image. That group of society boys may not know what it means to be in business and what it means to monopolize high-tech in the industry. But they surely know what it means to be loyal. To build a golden body for Guan Yu and worship him publicly, one can see through the tube how popular Guan Yu is among the people. After all, there are people who hate Liu Bei and Cao Cao, but there are never people who hate the loyal and righteous Guan Yu. A brother who can be trusted unconditionally is worthy of being sought after no matter what time period it is placed in. Zhou Yu shook his head and focused his eyes on the hot search top 5, Blitzkrieg Eastern Wu. He was thinking, should he get in on the action too? After briefly pondering, Zhou Yu instantly called up the game's background operations and then lay down into the holographic pod. What a joke! Even the natives of other worlds can't help but support the Han Dynasty, not to mention him, an authentic descendant of the Yellow Emperor. No one can resist the temptation of blitzing the Eastern Wu and creating the Yellow Emperor. No one. Chapter 43. This object is called the Fire Rope Gun. God bless the Great Han. The 300-minute time limit for the mission passed in a flash. Under the call of the two top streams, Yu Chaoyang and Tang Fengsheng, the 30,000 mission slots were quickly snatched up. There were no indiscriminate candidates, all of them were elites. The least of them are all army veterans like Yu Chaoyang. Discipline and physical fitness are full of them. The ability to have such appalling efficiency is partly related to the superior game quality of Three Kingdoms. And on the other hand, it's attributed to the officials of Douyin. The whole station's big seal push, plus the personnel assessment, are all in charge of Douyin. Otherwise, just by Yu Chaoyang alone, is to exhaust him to death, but also cannot get together. This can be called the elite of 30,000 people. Strange to say, Douyin is fully responsible by the cabinet of the Grand Xia Empire, always high up, never seen each other so concerned. Could it be because it's too influential and forced? Yu Chaoyang pondered for a long time to no avail and finally shook his head. No matter what, it was ultimately a good thing. Looking at the densely packed figure silhouettes around him, Yu Chaoyang couldn't help but take a deep breath. Conquer the Han room and create the Yen Han 3 times, it is today. Just as he was about to open the hidden copy, Blitzkrieg Eastern Wu, his originally excited expression was suddenly staggered. The finger that was raised in midair flinched straight in place. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and said in a trance, Nima, didn't I leave a spot open? How come the number of people is full? I haven't even gotten on the bus yet. Yu Chaoyang's mind exploded. Each candidate who joined the copy would be confirmed by him personally clicking on it before he could join the team. But he clearly remembered that he stopped the candidate confirmation at 29,999 people and left a spot for himself. Now what's with this extra one person? Looking at the time that was infinitely approaching the end of the countdown, Yu Chaoyang gritted his teeth and randomly kicked a lucky person out. The brother who was kicked out is Sariao. This time the anchor plays first. As the voice fell, a resentful pop-up screen instantly popped up. Chao Nima. Chao Nima. I'm going to blitz Dongwu, but you kicked me in the ass, Chao Nima. The pop-ups died in a flash, without making any waves. This was because everyone's attention was attracted by the in-game images at the moment. Hidden copy, Blitzkrieg Eastern Wu. Officially started. 30,000 elites of the Daxia Empire, replacing the original game characters, attack the Eastern Wu. In front of the oath-taking platform, Liu Bei held his sword to the sky, his voice shaking the three armies. Heaven is the judge. The promise of the Peach Garden is a promise of life and death. Now, the rats of Eastern Wu have betrayed their trust and killed my Yun Chang and my Ida. This revenge will not be shared by the sun and the moon. He swung his sword violently and cut off the corner of the case, his eyes bursting into flames. I swear in the name of the son of Han, I will break Jianya in this battle, capture Sun Quan, and drink his blood to sacrifice the flag. All my sons and daughters in Shu, follow me to crush Jiangdong and fulfill this blood debt. The armor under the stage was like thunder, spears shook the ground. Revenge. 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 The waves of sound cracked the clouds, and the waves of the river rose up 10,000 feet. The fervent and majestic hissing instantly made Yu Chaoyang and the others' scalps numb and hot blood run through their bodies. After glancing at each other, they erupted into a heaven-shaking roar. Blitz the Eastern Wu. Avenge the second and third masters. Kill all the old and young, women and children. Blitz attack the Eastern Wu. Avenge the second and third masters. Kill all women and children. Blitz attack on the Eastern Wu. Avenge the second and third masters. Kill all women and children.
Obviously there were only 30,000 people, but the hissing that added up was a step above even hundreds of thousands of troops. The slogans shouted from their mouths were even more shocking and chilling. Nima, spare the East Wu, hate Ichi. Liu Bei slogan also dared to shout to capture Sun Quan, snow this blood debt. But these 30,000 people are so good that they want to massacre the whole Jiangdong, killing women and children, young and old. Such a horrifyingly strong conviction made Liu Bei fall into deep self-doubt.
Could it be that Yun Chang'e has quietly befriended these people behind my back? It was not only Liu Bei who could not figure it out, but also Zhuge Liang and Zhao Yun on the side. Both of them glanced at each other, and their pupils both flashed a ray of shocking skepticism. The people's hearts are so agitated, could it be that the three creations of Yan Han really want to conquer Wu before Wei?
Zhuge Liang swallowed his saliva, and for the first time, he was skeptical of his own vision.
It couldn't be helped, the eyes of these 30,000 generals were just too appalling. Zhuge Liang even dared to be sure, if hit Jiangdong lair, this group of people is really capable of killing all the old and young women and children feet. Kill the entire Eastern Wu to break the generation.
The hissing continued, and Liu Bei's eyes gradually changed from dismay to exhilaration. The fact that the people's hearts were so energized undoubtedly proved that his choice was not wrong.
To achieve greatness, we must conquer Wu. And to avenge our hatred, we must invade Wu. Shine!
Liu Bei fiercely drew his heavenly sun sword, his voice was like a war drum sounding like thunder. All the generals are so, I am doubly pleased.
Feng Shi listened to the order, I appoint you as the front vanguard, Zhang Nan as the vice general.
Wu Ban is the biased general, leading the army to coordinate the battle.
Guan Bao is the vanguard lieutenant.
Liu Bei raised his arms and roared, this battle is not for my personal vendetta, but for the righteousness of the world. Anyone who beheads a general and captures the flag will be rewarded with gold and silver, and anyone who retreats in cowardice will be executed by heaven and earth.
Send orders to the three armies to start at once.
Liu Bei, clad in his armor, personally led hundreds of thousands of troops from Chengdu and headed straight to Eastern Wu by land and water. The pair of weathered cheeks, at the moment, calm and terrible, no longer see the youthful vigor. The pallor on his temples signaled that he was no longer young. But the more so, the more it proves Liu Bei's character. Obviously is the age of peace and quiet, but in order to avenge his two younger brothers, still choose to imperial chariot. What an admirable brotherly bond this is.
The army, with the stars and the moon, soon arrived at the gateway to Jiangdong. Zigui.
Although it is a small town, the strength of the garrison is not to be underestimated in the least. It totaled 50,000 elite soldiers, with Sun Hong and Zhu Ran serving as the defenders. Sun Quan's request to the two of them is very simple, not asking for soldiers to retreat from Liu Bei, but only asking to hold on for 1 month. As soon as Liu Bei's army is weakened, Sun Quan can force him to shake hands and make peace. Relying on favorable terrain, not to mention 50,000 elite troops, but even 50,000 pigs, Liu Bei may not be able to catch a month. At the same time, the traitors Fan Jiang and Zhang De were sent to Liu Bei's camp, requesting to stop fighting and make peace. Looking at the cautious trio in front of him, Liu Bei's eyes were calm. Listen to the order, take down the ambassador and behead him together with Fan Jiang and Zhang De. To honor my brother Ida's spirit in heaven. Ma Liang was startled at the words and rose to dissuade him. Your Majesty, since ancient times, two armies do not kill an envoy. I hope your Majesty will think twice. Liu Bei's brows throbbed as he said in a deep voice, my hatred for Sun Quan transcends the past and present.
Today, I'm inclined to make a demonstration.
Here. The sword and axe man arched his hand and led the way, beheading the three men.
Liu Bei paused and changed his words. Zigui city is the gateway to Dongwu. Once this city is broken, the gateway to Dongwu will be wide open, so our army can move in with cars and ships. Can there be love secretary willing to capture Zigui for me? Your Majesty. I am willing to go. Your Majesty. Please be sure to let me serve as the vanguard to honor my father's spirit in heaven. Guan Bao was red in the face and ears, and they all spoke out to receive the order. But just at this moment, a tower-like figure drilled into the tent. Kneeling on one knee and arching his hand, his tone was full of confidence. Your Majesty. I would like to make a military order to capture Zigui in 3 hours. Liu Bei narrowed his eyes and voiced out, do you know that there are no false promises in the army? And what do you have to rely on? Your Majesty, please see, this is my backing.
Saying so, a dark iron weapon with a cannon barrel in its port was presented to Liu Bei's desk. This thing is ugly, but the killing power is amazing, and one arm can be used, where within 150 feet, rubbing the person is not dead or injured.
Its name is fire rope gun.
Liu Bei's eyes widened as he drew himself to his feet, holding the fire rope gun and scrutinizing it, his voice trembling.
Good. God bless my Han. What is the name of your favorite minister?
I will reward you greatly for this marvelous thing. The tower-like figure raised his head and arched his hand, softly saying, my name is Yu Qiang. What I ask for is not for gold or silver titles, but only to support the Han Dynasty and create Yan Huang. I implore your majesty, let me lead 5,000 soldiers and horses to attack the Zigui vanguard.
If I can't take it in 3 hours, I'm willing to carry my head. Chapter 44, Soldiers approaching the national capital Jianye, the near madness of the fourth heavenly tribulation. Bang! A gunshot in the wilderness completely opened the door to a new world for Liu Bei. He, whose temples are gray, is actually excited like a child at this moment. He looked excited and frustrated. Excitement is to get this divine weapon, 3 made Yen Han is no longer a dream. Melancholy is, if earlier to get this thing.
Yun Chang'ida is not need to die? It's just that, time and fate. Liu Bei shook his head and commanded, someone come. Quickly send this to the military division, 100,000 fire cannot be delayed. Here. Zhou Yu looked at the bullet marks on the tree trunk and couldn't help but smack his lips slightly. He knew that 1 or 2 of this fourth heavenly plague thing was fine, but once there were more than 3, 100% of them would give birth to a king of ideas. This is not, in the low productivity of the 3 kingdoms era. Hard Hand rubbed a fire rope gun out. Where can you justify this? But that's about it. Fire rope rifles were the upper limit of craftsmanship in this era. If you want to continue to climb the technological tree, to create flintlock pistols and the like is tantamount to a fool's errand. A single spring steel would be enough to stop people from doing so. Not only that, without the assistance of the fourth heavenly tribulation, it would be a luxury to even reduplicate the fire rope gun with just the 3 kingdoms scramble native beings. After all, the player's ability to hand rub it out was based on a deep reservoir of knowledge and experience. But in any case, it was ultimately a good thing for the Shu Han group. But let's not forget that Chengdu still has the presence of Chancellor Zhuge, a man of almost demonic intelligence. With the presence of the sample following the gourd to draw a dipper, who knows what he will pound out. But that's all an afterthought. The immediate battle at Zigui was ultimately a battle that needed to be fought for real. Lu Sun, 2 sides of the strength of the gap is very big, and there are Yu Chaoyang and other 30,000 brave and death-defying elite soldiers. Unless Zhou Yu and Lu Su regenerate. Otherwise, Zhou Yu really didn't know what the other side could resist with. And things developed just as Zhou Yu expected. Yu Chaoyang led 5,000 elite troops and broke the 50,000 defenders of Zigui. A shot rang out, opening 2 transparent holes in Sun Heng's head on the spot, and capturing the defending General Zhu ran alive. It took 2 hours to capture Zigui and returned with a great victory. There is no skill in this battle, it all depends on the fear of life and death. 5,000 fierce and mad, charging up and defying death, who would be able to resist this? Those who know are soldiers, those who don't know think they are dead soldiers. Zigui let Yu Chaoyang great popularity, the eagerness of Zhang Zhao Guanxing and how can still hold back. Immediately led 10,000 soldiers and horses, continue to kill to the hinterland of Wu. Unauthorized mobilization of troops for the taboo, but Liu Bei learned not only not angry, but also slightly pleased. I have not yet ordered, they are impatient. Tiger father has no son, my nephew's courage is no less than his father's. Liu Bei said and began to tour Zigui. Liu Bei sympathized with the people's livelihood, rewarded the soldiers, abolished the laws and regulations of Dongwu, and did everything he could to get closer to the laws of Han Dynasty. At the same time, Zhang Bao of Guanxing received a report that he had broken through Xingcheng, and almost all of the Wu troops defending the city were wiped out. Liu Bei, as he did in the same way, made a pact to mend fences with the people and sent officials to take over the government offices to verify the tax payable by the people. Liu Bei had already treated the Wu land as if it were Han land. Sun Quan, who heard the news, was angry, shocked and furious, but could do nothing about it. The retreats on the front line had already caused him to lose a lot of people's hearts and morale. Now he desperately needed a way to break the situation, so he set his eyes on his own sister. Soon after, Zhuge Jin came to Zigui with a letter from Sun Quan begging for peace, promising to return Sun Shangxiang along with 3 counties of Jingliang as compensation. Liu Bei heard this, but his attitude was unusually firm. The 3 counties of Jingxiang can still be returned. But can he return the lives of my 2nd and 3rd brothers? Liu Bei's eyes lifted lightly and he said in a deep voice, Generals, Sun Quan is now going to seek peace with us, do you guys agree or not? Tang Fongsheng and Chaoyang glanced at each other, his voice was like a war drum and thunder, and he shouted in unison, no. No promise. Its voice was so loud that even the roof followed and trembled slightly, as if an earth dragon had rolled over. The sword is slightly sheathed, just waiting for Liu Bei's order to chop off Zhuge Jin's head. Liu Bei laughed twice, the words suddenly sank, the revenge of killing my brother is not shared, the blood debt must be paid in blood. If you want me to stop the army, you will not rest until you are dead. Neglecting the face of the military division, today I will not kill you, do not make a mistake, quickly retreat. Zhuge Jin is still reluctant, gritting his teeth, Your Majesty, aren't you afraid that Cao Pai will take advantage of the situation to use his troops? If Cao Pai dares to come. Liu Bei's expression is firm and confident, I will destroy him altogether. Seeing that the other party was not moved, Zhuge Jin could only retreat helplessly, while Liu Bei trimmed his armament and pointed his sword directly at Yiling City. Time passes little by little, and the battle situation is changing radically every moment. On this day, a messenger came with news.
Sun Quan surrendered his watch to Cao Pai and was made king of Wu, and the two families officially joined forces. Although Cao Pai did not send any troops to help, it was a relief for Sun Quan. At least for a short time, there was no need to worry about Cao Pai sending troops to attack Wu. He could let go and fight Liu Bei to the death in Yiling. Your Majesty, I request an order to attack Yiling. Zhang Bao arched his hand and requested an order. Give you 30,000 troops. Zhang Bao frowned slightly. Your Majesty, Yiling's defenders have 40,000, and the siege of the city should at least triple the enemy. If your Majesty can give the last general 50,000 elite troops, I promise to take Yiling within 3 days. Liu Bei laughed softly at his words. Who told you to take Yiling? Yu Chaoyang's eyes flashed with brilliance as he arched his hand and said, Your Majesty is trying to surround the city? Liu Bei nodded gently. Not bad. Yiling is of vital importance, and if it cannot be attacked for a long time, troops will be sent to rescue it. I am just going to let him save. I am just going to wait for his reinforcements. That way I can wipe them out in one fell swoop in a field battle. Liu Bei gave the order, and the battle advanced at a fiery pace. When the news that Yiling could not be attacked for a long time and the battle was scorching reached Sun Quan's ears, the other side reacted exactly as Liu Bei expected. Han Dang and Zhou Tai led an army of 100,000 soldiers to aid Yiling. Although Sun Quan had risen an army, he had no intention to fight Liu Bei to the death. He built a high fortress and avoided war, making it clear that he wanted to fight a protracted war. Yiling is deep in the hinterland of the eastern Wu, and the transportation of grain and grass is very convenient. Liu Bei at Zigui is not. The road to Shu is more difficult than the sky. Grain and equipment transportation is very difficult. In order to break Yiling, need to Han Dang, Zhou Tai and others to draw out. Hua Xiong volunteered to do so, explaining that he was the most famous in the entire army. If you want to lure a fish to the hook, you need to put on heavy bait. He wanted to use his body as bait to help Liu Bei break Yiling. Liu Bei couldn't help it, so he had to allow the other party. As it turns out, the name of the 5 tiger generals is still very loud. After Hua Xiong was deliberately hit by an arrow and feigned retreat, Han Dang Zhou Tai, who was eager to get credit, was instantly unable to hold back, and his army poured out in pursuit of Hua Xiong. Soldiers to the mouth of the rich pool, the ambush of the Yu Chaoyang Tang Fangxing instantly killed, wiped out tens of thousands of its army. But the battle was won. The faces of the people did not see the slightest joy, but instead a face of sadness. Because Hua Xiong was seriously injured, his life is not long. Looking at the dying old buddy in front of him, Liu Bei's eyes reddened and he held his hand tightly without letting go. Han Shang, our army won a great victory. The Wu army suffered 60,000 to 70,000 casualties. This battle should be attributed to you all. Hua Xiong smiled miserably and shook his head, bracing himself and said, I have had mediocre and sensational times in my life. My only regret is losing to Yun Chang under Changsha City. That battle. Hua Xiong was breathless, his tone full of regret. Shouldn't have lost. To be honest, even to this day, I am not convinced by Yun Chang. Then there is this defeat. Although I was defeated, but your Majesty was a great victory. I was defeated happily. When I meet Yun Chang in the 9 Springs, I will have something to say. I'll have to ask him if it was worth it for His Majesty to make me a general of the 5 tigers. Was it right? Are you convinced? Ha 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 ha. The next moment Hua Xiong passed away in his trademark laughter. It's sad to see this veteran general, who was looked down upon by the second master, end up dying on the road to avenge his death. Now that 3 of the 5 tiger generals have gone, Liu Bei put everything on Sun Quan's head and gritted his teeth. I swear to kill my way into Jianyi and dig up Sun's 3 generations of ancestral graves. Warning soldiers will win. Hua Xiong's death completely ignited the army's anger. Tang Fangsheng and the others were so enraged that they attacked Yiling in one fell swoop. After the capture of Yiling, the army continued to advance like a bamboo to break the intimidation again. The army was in full swing, pointing at Jiangling and looking at Jianya, the capital of Wu. As the survival of Wu depends on this battle, Sun Quan sends Lu Sun to defend the city to the death. Unlike the recklessness of Han Dang and Zhou Tai, Lu Sun is extremely stable. No matter what Liu Bei does, he is not out of the firm, clearly to fight a protracted war. Tang Fangsheng Yu Chaoyang is not without a strong charge, but in the Lu continuous seamless defense, ultimately useless. The 2 sides in Jiangling confrontation launched a long tug of war. But now it is the scorching summer. Under the successive exposure to the sun, the generals soon suffer from heatstroke, dizziness, and other symptoms. So Liu Bei ordered to move the garrison to the woods to shield them from the scorching sun, and wait for the weather to turn cooler before carrying out the attack. But just when the situation was so favorable that he could devour the eastern Wu in a few days, Liu Bei ordered to move his quarters to the woods to protect himself from the scorching sun. Tens of thousands of rockets were fired at the Shu army camp. The fire immediately rose up to the sky, and the dark night was suddenly turned into day, and the mountains and forests were turned into a sea of flames in an instant. The army could not even see the enemy, but was already engulfed by the fiery waves of fire. Liu Bei woke up from his sleep and looked at this huge fire in front of him, his liver and guts cracked. He never thought that the fire that Cao Cao experienced back then would happen to him one day. Decades of hard work had come to naught at this moment with the fire. Liu Bei stood frozen in place, unwillingness and remorse filled his heart. A big fire has burned out Liu Bei's ambition, burned out the 700 company camps, and even burned out hundreds of thousands of soldiers. When his life was in danger, Zhao Yun once again staged a drama to save his master and retreated to Baidi City. Chapter 45. The Peach Orchard Rebellion is still alive today, but I don't see the man who was so ambitious back then. The attack on Eastern Wu came and went very quickly. First, it was like a breakthrough, attacking several cities in a row, and the blade was only one step away from Jianya, the capital of Wu. However, Lu Xun's fire forced the Shu army into a desperate situation. The speed of the development of the ups and downs, so that countless people are jaw-dropping. How could they not expect that the Han army would be defeated so quickly and so suddenly? Obviously, the situation was great, and they were looking at conquering the Eastern Wu. How did? Yu Chaoyang looked at Liu Bei, whose face was pale and breathless, and his heart was like a knife twisting in pain. He admonished himself countless times, the old man in front of him, just a roll, a string of code. But somehow, he just couldn't help but want to cry, couldn't help but feel sorry for Liu Bei's uprooted life. In a weaving and peddling generation rose to the end of the micro, the Chengdu emperor arrived at the pinnacle of the decades of hard work lost in Jiangling. It can be said that Yu Chaoyang witnessed the whole process of Liu Bei's rise from humble beginnings to the peak. The storms of the decades had long left a deep impression in his mind. The peach orchard is still there today, but I don't see the man who was so spirited back then. A slight sob issued from his throat. Liu Bei's eyelids fluttered slightly as he awoke from his stupor and forced a smile. Xing, for the great hero of the top. Why are you sobbing? Yu Chaoyang hurriedly ran to the bed, dead-hold Liu Bei's broad palm, just like when Liu Bei dead-hold Guan Yu Zhang Fei. Obviously, there are 1,000 words in his heart that he wants to say, but when he comes to his mouth, he turns into a few words. Your Majesty, hope you take care of your dragon body. As long as your Majesty is still alive, Eastern Wu can be broken at the snap of a finger. Great sorrow, your Majesty. Liu Bei smiles bitterly and holds Yu Chaoyang's palm in return. It is I who is sorry for you. If I am not bent on having my own way, my 700,000 armored soldiers of the Great Han would not have to be buried in the fire. If I could have discovered this pearl of yours earlier, and the fire rope gun could have been introduced earlier, what would have happened to my Great Han? That's just it, the time is also fate. Xing, do not be sad for the preparation, so as not to hurt the body. Liu Bei did not say okay, this said, Yu Chaoyang tears instantly rained down like a dike. Yes, even if Liu Bei became emperor, but still the big brother in his memory. Generous to others, bold and courageous, full of Jianghu atmosphere. Even if his life is not long, did not complain about the injustice of the heavens, only regret that he was bent on burying the Han 700,000 soldiers. Regret that he is not good at reading people, did not find Yu Chaoyang this pearl earlier. There is no blame in his words, only the frankness of willingness to gamble and accept defeat. Yu Chaoyang wiped away the teardrops at the corner of his eyes and buzzed, Brother, you wait, I will go to call the Prime Minister. Looking at the hastily departing Yu Chaoyang's back, Liu Bei's heart but suddenly despondent. Since the death of Yun Chang'ida, how long has it been since no one has called him elder brother? You don't have to tell me, Yu Chaoyang's look is really quite like that incompetent brother of his. But it's not the arrogant Guan Yu, but the reckless Zhang Fei. The moment he thought of his two younger brothers, the corner of Liu Bei's mouth couldn't help but outline a light smile. It was as if everything was a dream and he was still in that peach garden. Until Zhuge Liang's voice sounded, Liu Bei then came to his senses. I hope, your Majesty will take good care of your dragon body to restore the world's hope. Liu Bei calmly shakes his head, takes out an imperial edict from under his pillow and hands it over to Zhuge Liang. His breath is like a swimmer. Prime Minister, it is I who have failed you. This is my handwritten edict. I trouble the Prime Minister to hand over to the Crown Prince Lu Zhen, and tell him not to take this as a common saying. The Crown Prince is foolish, in all matters I still hope that the Prime Minister will teach him more. Looking at the light as a feather and heavy as a mountain of imperial edicts, Zhuge Liang, and which still do not understand. Liu Bei this is in the trust of. He forcibly held back his tears and took the edict, his voice trembling, Your Majesty. The sage said, the song of a bird that is about to die is also mournful, and the words of a man that is about to die are also good. Liu Bei tone melancholy, continued, I would have liked to be with the secretary and other extermination of the Chao thieves, and help the Han family, unfortunately, the middle of the road in goodbye. Zhuge Liang's tears broke the dike and bowed his head heavily, May your Majesty rest the dragon's body. I, willing to serve the crown prince as a dog and horse in return for your Majesty's favor of knowing you. Liu Bei holds Zhuge Liang's hand, already on the verge of death. Prime Minister, before I die, I have heartfelt words to tell you. Xing's talent is 10 times that of Cao Pai, and will surely be able to settle the country and accomplish great things. If Crown Prince Lu Chan can be assisted, he will be. If the Crown Prince is not talented, the Prime Minister will take it from himself. Zhuge Liang 10 fingers tightly pinched the edict, just like by Liu Bei. This words from the bottom of his heart deeply moved, immediately fell to both knees on the ground. The voice of tears said, Your Majesty. How dare I not exhaust my strength, following the loyalty and chastity, following it to death. With my liver and brain and all my strength, I will die before I die. Liu Bei wanted to help Zhuge Liang up, but he really had the heart to do so, and shook his head with a smile. There are the ministers. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Zhao Yun, Lu Zhen, Guan Xing, Zhang Bao, Yu Chaoyang and his group entered the inner hall and knelt on the ground. Liu Bei swept his eyes from all of them one by one and held on to his last breath. All the ministers are my Han's ministers. I have entrusted the orphan to the prime minister, so that the crown prince Lu Zhen to his father. Xing and others must not be neglected, in order to live up to my expectations. Yes. Yes. With a shivering reply, Liu Bei's originally slightly opened eyelids completely closed. The arm that was raised in mid-air, trying to grasp Zhao Yun's palm, fell straight to the ground with a crunching sound. The last remaining glory of the great Han Dynasty, this man who rose to prominence at the end of his life, finally left his hand behind. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! In the midst of a mournful cry, the calm image suddenly rippled a little. A thick, ancient, yellowish book with the Book of History written on its cover appeared in the center of the screen. The pages of the book flipped more than once, eventually settling on the page Temple of the Emperor Liu Bei, and the voice of the narrator sounded. Liu Bei, Lu Shenda, the last remaining glory of the Han Dynasty. Liu Bei's success lies in his determination to set the right direction, his generous talent in employing people, and his unswerving perseverance. He from a weaving and peddling footwear of the people, to do the shoulder of the sun and moon of the Han Emperor. When the rich and noble cannot move its heart, cannot change its will, left and right is just a word of righteousness. Liu Bei can afford to say that the righteousness of the place, although 10 million people ago. Yiling's fire indeed burned out the Shu Han's family, but at the same time it also illuminated the Taoyuan love, lost the city, lost ground. The East Mountains still have the opportunity to rise again, but the arm is broken, that brother will never be reunited. His virtue is clear, his behavior is strong, after being posthumously awarded a posthumous title by his son Lu Chan, Emperor Zhao of Han. P.S. Labor over brothers to read. Writers have something to say, it's really important. Give some input, brothers. Chapter 46, Punish you to go to Hudian Pass to fight Lu Bu for 300 rounds. The sad and voluminous voice of the narrator fell. But the static game screen doesn't glow and flow as a result. A dragon chirp filled with sadness rang out, and Liu Bei's remains gradually transformed into 2 cards. The cards were black and white in color, with 3 giant golden dragons coiled around their borders. 2 of the 3 dragons are soaring into the sky, looking confident and resolute, while the remaining one is weeping, tears of discontent dripping from the corners of its eyes, signifying the failure of the Han Dynasty and the 3 Yin Han. However, if you look closely, you will find that in the lower left corner of the golden dragon that collapsed in the middle of the road, there is a small figure holding a feather fan, determinedly stepping towards the north. There were a few more mournful dragon sounds, and the characters on the card began to emerge slowly. Fire burns Eboshi. Baidi City. Looking at the 2 black and white cards in front of him, Yu Chaoyang could no longer suppress the throbbing in his heart and howled. Your Majesty, big brother. This ironclad strong man was crying like a child at the moment, saddening those who heard and shedding tears at the sight. And this emotion deeply infected everyone present, as well as the tens of millions of viewers in front of the screen. Zhuge Liang's feather fan covered his face, and his shoulders twitched. Lu Chan was lost in thought, his heart as painful as a knife. Zhao Zilong, in tears, clutched Liu Bei's hand tightly and refused to let go. The gentleman on the signs regardless of heart, on the heart of the world no perfect person, Liu Bei this life indeed afford the word benevolence and virtue, true gentleman also. Beginning with weaving and peddling, ending with Emperor Zhao of Han, it's really a magnificent life that makes people long for infinity. Red Cliff and Yiling 2 fires, the world's heroes you and I, who would have thought that the district of the East Wu rats actually burned out the 2 times the world's opportunity for unification. The time is also the fate of the. Oh, my poor big ear thief, see are dying, but still do not forget to arrange the aftermath, worry about the great Han Dynasty of the mountains and the countryside. Prince, if talent can be assisted, if not talent can be self-taken, this is how amazing conviction, even the river and mountain can be surrendered, just to support the Han Dynasty. He really, I cried F. I shouldn't say amazing conviction, I should say what kind of bright and glorious history is it that makes a man like Liu Bei see it as his life's goal. Groove of the Old Thief Zhou Yu, the game of other books are randomly read, only the history of a blank record, clearly let us slowly grow, not the son of a man. His virtue is clear, his behavior is strong, he is Han Zhao Emperor. Can Liu Bei really deserve this posthumous name? You shouldn't think about whether Liu Bei deserves it or not, you should think about whether this posthumous name deserves Liu Bei or not. There are many who give up their brothers for the sake of the kingdom, but Liu Bei is the only one who gave up the kingdom for his brothers, and you say he's not worthy of it. Okay, Liu Bei is not worthy, right? I'll punish you to go to Hudian Pass to fight with Lu Bu for 300 rounds. Although Liu Bei is dead, the Han Dynasty is still here, and Prime Minister Zhuge is still here, so it may not be impossible for him to set up the Central Plains and support the Han Dynasty, so let's see how the plot develops. Once this pop-up came out, the crowd's attention was once again drawn to the screen. It was worth mentioning that due to the 2 of them, Yu Chaoyang and Tang Fangsheng, fighting to the death to save Liu Bei, their status had now risen dramatically. Although the hidden copy has ended, the 2 are still active in the plot. However, it can also be seen that Shu Han's talent has withered to such an extent that even Yu Chaoyang's stream is given heavy use. Prime Minister Zhuge succeeded the late emperor's ambition and sent Li Yan to defend Baidi City against Eastern Wu, and Ma Chao to defend Hanzhong against Cao Wei in the north, while vigorously developing people's livelihood and economy. But this is obviously not an overnight effort. The Battle of Yiling was too hard to defeat, almost to break the generation. How easy is it to restore the former prosperity? However, when Han was in need of rest and recuperation, Ming Yu, the leader of the barbarians in the south, raised an army of 100,000 men and invaded the border. If you want to conquer the central plains in the north, a stable rear is indispensable. Zhuge Liang made a prompt decision to start a southern expedition. Above the court, Zhuge Liang was at the top, arching his hand and saying, "Your Majesty, southern disobedience is indeed a great danger to the country. I shall personally lead the army to conquer it." Hearing that Zhuge Liang wants to personally lead the army, Lu Zhen instantly panicked. No, no, no. Look at your father. There is Sun Quan in the east and Xiao Pai in the north. If my father abandons me, if Wu Wei comes to attack, what should I do? You must not abandon me. Zhuge Liang once again arched his hand. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I have already made all the arrangements. Wu Wei will not jeopardize the countryside of our Han Dynasty. I only have to pacify the south first before I can go on a northern expedition, in order to map out the central plains and revitalize the Han Dynasty. Only in this way can I repay the late emperor for his 3 kindnesses and the weight of his trust. Lu Zhen sees Zhuge Liang things are arranged in every detail, would like to directly agree to the southern expedition, but then suddenly remembered Liu Bei's dying words, "You Tang 2 people are loyal, the child can try to use one." With this in mind, Lu Chan turned his attention to Yu Chaoyang Tang Fengsheng and asked. The 2 secretaries are both ministers, I do not know, what do you think? Yu Chaoyang stepped forward and hummed softly, I think that we should settle the south first, and then map the central plains. Tang Fengsheng, on the other hand, heaved a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice, I can't read big words, everything is dominated by His Majesty's Prime Minister. Hearing the 2 reply, Lu Zhen then heaved a sigh of relief. It was no exaggeration to say that if the 2 men had uttered the slightest complaint against the Prime Minister, he would have sent his axemen to take them down in an instant. As for now, Lu Zhen only wants to sigh heavily, worthy of being recommended by his father, really loyal to the Han family. Loyalty to the Prime Minister is loyalty to him, Lu Zhen. Loyalty to him, Lu Zhen, is loyalty to the Han family. Any questions? No problem. Lu Zhen smiled sarcastically and said softly, I am young and ignorant, my Fei's father may act with discretion and discretion. The monarch and the minister were of one mind, and the plan for the southern expedition passed smoothly. Early the next morning, Zhuge Liang made Wei Yan as the general and Yu Chaoyang Tang Fengsheng as the deputy general, and personally led the army to go to the conquest. After arriving at the engagement zone, Zhuge Liang first used the counter-plan to get rid of the rebel leaders Yong Kai and Zhu Bao, and surrendered Gaoding. The army advanced into Yongchang City to prepare for the engagement with Ming Yu. It was night, and the candles flickered inside the house. Zhuge Liang looked at the 3 people in front of him, lightly shook his feather fan and said, The rising sun is born, and you 2 are the rising stars. Every big battle without leaping horse first, and have to save the emperor's work. Bright is very pleased. I don't know what the 2 generals think about this southern expedition? And how should we deal with the southern king Mengwu? Yu Chaoyang's giggling face instantly stalled, his eyes filled with dismay. No. He was just a big-headed soldier, how could he know anything about military tactics? Isn't this question a bit over the top? Looking at Zhuge Liang's hopeful eyes, Yu Chaoyang hardened his head and hummed lightly, the rear is not flat enough to level the world, so the southern expedition is imperative. As for the southern king Ming Yu, Chaoyang believes that the chicken should be killed to make an example of the southern tribes of all sizes. Zhuge Liang did not say anything, only the light in his eyes faded for a minute, turned his head and said, General Tang, what is your opinion? Tang Fengsheng scratched his head, shyness rarely appeared on his resolute face, and said with a heavy huff, I. Me too. Everything but the Prime Minister. Hearing the 2 reply, Zhuge Liang's feathered fan stalled, and he made a certain judgment on the 2. Loyal, but simple-minded and limber, can only be a general but not a marshal. Zhuge Liang's face remained unchanged and continued to ask, What about you, Ma Su? Ma Su pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, In my opinion, the king of the south needs to attack the heart as the top and the city as the bottom. Battle for the heart is the top, battle for the army is the bottom. May the Prime Minister but convince his heart for long-lasting peace and security, and then wave his army northward, and the great cause will be accomplished. Zhuge Liang nodded his head in satisfaction, the one who knows me, Young Chang, also. Chapter 47, The Haha Brothers, folding the Prime Minister's Yu Chaoyang. Looking at the 3 different replies that were worlds apart, the pop-up screen doubled over with laughter. One hum and one ha, what's the matter, hum and ha brother ah? Laughing and getting rich, it's really a case of people getting killed and goods getting thrown away. Once I compared them, I was looking for which mental hospital brother Yang and the founder god had run out of. There are no tigers in the mountains and monkeys call themselves kings. I'm convinced that Fengshen is a general, but I'm not convinced that Yang can be a general. At least Yang can fight with Hua Xiong, he still has a few brushes, but there are no hairs on the brushes. Ha 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 ha, no hair on the brush, lawyer's letter warning. Hey, the big man is really down and out. If it were a few years ago, where would Yang get the chance to be the general? If Feng Xiuji were here, why would the prime minister have to shoulder the entire Han? Yu Chaoyang looked at the mockery of the pop-up screen and grunted heavily in annoyance, deflating his mouth in defense. You're the humming brother, your whole family are humming brothers. Know what it means to have a specialty? The anchor's positioning of himself is still very clear, it's a charging war general. Besides, taking the anchor and Prime Minister Zhuge to compare their intelligence, why don't you take the anchor and the 100 tons king to compare whose head is more iron? Early the next morning, the big battle was imminent. Yu Chaoyang followed Zhuge Liang's plan to fight with Meng Yu, and after a few rounds, he feigned a fraudulent defeat and fled. All the way to the horse galloped, grey head and face, to be more woeful and more woeful. The depth of his acting skills, even Prime Minister Zhuge couldn't help but slightly smack his lips. Good. General Yu is worthy of being a member of my Han's army, why worry that Meng Yu won't fall for it? Meng Yu Masu praised one after another, except for Tang Fongsheng, who deflated his mouth and snorted inwardly. Good acting skills? If Yu Chaoyang can beat Meng, see if he's willing to be whisked away like a dog. Zhuge Liang on the other side at Yu Chaoyang's good acting skills, not realizing that he was really playing wildly with his life. It's all about life safety, can that expression not be real? Seeing his wretched appearance, Meng Yu no longer hesitated and immediately drove his horse to chase after him. With a glance from Zhuge Liang, Tang Fongsheng immediately left with his hands in the air and led his elite troops to stop Meng Yu at Jindi Mountain. Tang Fongsheng held a halberd, dominating, Meng Yu. Dismount and surrender, and I'll spare your life. Meng Yu narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, a mere nobody, how dare you come to stop your grandpa Meng Yu? Tai. Take your life. Meng Yu spurred his horse to kill and waved his axe before tangling with Tang Fongsheng. Tang Fongsheng shouldered Meng Yu's 13 axes and smacked his lips slightly inwardly. Nima, where did this monster come from? Meng Yu looked at Tang Fongsheng, who ate his 13 axes and was still alive and kicking, and was also secretly surprised. Didn't he say that there was no one left in the Han Dynasty, and where did this young general come from? Where did this young general come from? After dozens of rounds of fighting, Meng Yu felt like retreating and was just about to turn his horse around when he saw countless soldiers coming from all directions, surrounding him. Until then, his heart thumped, and he realized that he had been tricked. Two fists can't beat four hands. Meng Yu struggled to resist. Suddenly a huge force came from his waist, kicking him over on the ground. Yu Chaoyang grimaced and tied Meng Yu up, gritting his teeth and saying, chase after him. Aren't you quite capable of chasing? Meng Yu didn't say much, just silently twisted his head around with defiance written all over his face. Soon, Meng Yu was escorted to the tent. Meng Yu. Zhuge Liang lightly shook his feather fan. Today you were captured, can you be convinced in your heart? Meng Yu blared angrily, no. Zhuge Liang stopped his feathered fan and immediately signaled Masu to untie him, and return Meng Yu's weapon and warhorse, allowing him to leave. The barbarian soldiers captured a few days ago, Zhuge Liang similarly let them leave, and sent a lot of rice and grain, let them go back to accompany their families. Barbarian soldiers, a group of bottom of the hill, which has seen this offensive plan. Being moved to the ground, they frantically kneeled down to give thanks. Meng Yu went back and did not come to his senses, but instead decided to rely on the Lushui Mo to have a solid defense and fight a protracted war. This plan seemed seamless, but when Zhuge Liang viewed the terrain, immediately came up with a strategy to deal with the enemy. General Yu, you lead 500 elite soldiers to set up a raft to cross the river, thus cutting off Meng Yu's grain route. Yu Chaoyang arched his hand to receive the order, and after pondering for a moment, he still clenched his teeth. Prime Minister, your plan of attacking the heart doesn't seem to work. We let Meng Yu go, but he is ungrateful and opposes us at every turn. Why don't we chop off Meng Yu's head once and for all? Zhuge Liang sighed heavily. Feather fan gently knocked Yu Chaoyang's head. Tone complex. General Yu, there are too many schemes in this, not a moment can be clear. Why don't you cut off Meng Yu's grain route first, and then Liang will elucidate with you. Yu Chaoyang seemed to understand and nodded his head to leave, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Prime Minister Zhuge's words, why did it seem like he was scolding him for being stupid? Masu knows everything, so how come he can't say anything at all? Strange. It's really strange. Although Yu Chaoyang was puzzled, he still completed Prime Minister Zhuge's explanation. That night, he cut off Meng Yu's grain route, and his plan to hold on to his position has not yet been broken. The barbarian army was so disorganized that they took advantage of Meng's sleep to tie him up and send him to the Prime Minister. Zhuge Liang shook the feather fan, is still the same light-hearted look. Your former have said, if captured again, will be willing to surrender. What do you have to say today? Meng Yu was still unconvinced. This is not your ability, how can I be convinced? Zhuge Liang, do you dare to release me once more? Men, untie him. In Meng Yu's dismayed eyes, two soldiers stepped out from the side and not only untied him, but also gave him a warhorse so that he could return to the base camp more quickly. After Meng Yu left, the doubts in Yu Chaoyang's mind also reached its peak at this moment. When he was about to ask the Prime Minister the reason, he saw the Prime Minister running away without looking back. His speed was as fast as crossing the river with the people. Yu Chaoyang shrugged helplessly and left the camp with Tang Fengsheng. A few days later, just as Yu Chaoyang was getting more and more puzzled, Meng Yu suddenly sent a letter. The letter indicated that he had learned from his bitter experience and was conquered by the Prime Minister's deep bosom, and decided to lead his troops to join him tomorrow. Along with the letter came countless amounts of gold, silver, and livestock. That bright gold and silver flash Yu Chaoyang open eyes. The Prime Minister is even more convinced. The Prime Minister is really a brilliant plan. So this is the plan of attacking the heart. It's really wonderful, ha ha ha. Looking at the happy hand dancing Yu Chaoyang, Zhuge Liang completely gave up hope in his heart, shaking his head. General Yu's strong martial arts, charging into battle is inevitably too big to use. After tonight, we'll serve behind the bright. Yu Chaoyang's face was happy, arching his hand and saying, "Don't worry, Prime Minister. Chaoyang will definitely protect you." In his opinion, being a bodyguard for Zhuge Liang was completely a clear devaluation. After all, in the 3,000 years of history of the Gaixia Empire, every person who remained famous in history was born from the emperor's and prime minister's cronies. Having him under close protection was clearly meant to focus on cultivation and promotion. Just when Yu Chaoyang was thinking of a bright future, Meng Yu came to him uninvited in the middle of the night. With his armor wrapped around his body and his sword and axe shining brightly, where is the appearance of surrender? He was clearly using the surrender to lower the guard of the Han army and then attacked at night. Just when he was about to shout enemy attack, he realized that there was no one around him. The entire camp was dead silent. Seeing this, Meng Yu completely relaxed his guard and laughed loudly as he led his generals into the camp, his face very rampant. "Kid, you're not treated either." Before Meng Yu could finish his sentence, the open wooden door suddenly closed with a loud boom. Immediately afterward, densely packed torches lit up from all directions. Catch a turtle in a jar. Chapter 48. Can you tell Rio a little bit about what an airplane cannon is? The panicked Meng Yu, the frozen and stunned Yu Chaoyang, the breezy Zhuge Liang, and the secretly shaking head Tang Fengsheng. Looking at the four very different looks, the pop-up screen instantly roared, words full of ridicule and taunts to Yu Chaoyang. "Really laugh and get rich, on this IQ of Yang. I suspect that he was sold by the Prime Minister, and all still have to help the Prime Minister count the money. The gap between man and man is bigger than man and dog. Then again, this Chancellor Zhuge is really something. He's good at everything, livelihood, economy, military and politics, and he's also good at everything. One man shoulders the entire Han, and Yang is a drag, so I don't need to tell you what the gold content is, right? As far as Zhuge Liang's hexagonal all-round talent is concerned, even if it's placed in our Gaixia Empire, it's enough to make a name for itself in history." The pop-ups were flurrying, and the progress of the game advanced at the speed of light. Under Zhuge Liang's intentional water release, Meng Yu luckily escaped to the bank of Luoyang. "Quickly steer the boat. If you don't sail, behead them all." Meng Hu shouted in panic, but several boatmen were unmoved and laughed heroically. The boatman looked up, and a familiar face came into Meng Yu's eyes. "Ha!" Tang Fengsheng let out a bellowing cry, kicking the frozen Meng Yu to the ground, and then immediately rode on top of him and tied him up 5 times. With one hand on his neck and one on his shoulders, Meng Yu was captured for the 3rd time. After escorted to the tent, Zhuge Liang saw that he was still unconvinced and did not say too much, just waved his hand to signal for him to be untied, imprisoned in the barracks. At night, Meng Yu left without saying goodbye. He snatched a warhorse and began to gallop. But before he could run a few miles, a group of men and horses suddenly appeared in front of him. Yu Chaoyang served Zhuge Liang's left and right, pushing a 4-wheeled vehicle slowly in front of the formation, and coldly snorted, "Humph. You barbarians are so rude. My Prime Minister treated me with generous hospitality. Why did you leave without saying goodbye?" Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan and laughed softly. "The latter's mouth is straight. I hope that the southern king will not take it to heart. Since King Nan insists on leaving, Liang can't be forced to stay, please." As the men and horses made way, Meng Yu suddenly breathed a long sigh of relief and drove his horse away with a slightly shameful expression on his face. After a night of running, Meng Yu successfully arrived at his base camp in Luoyang. However, the flag planted on the city wall was a shock to him on the spot. "Meng Yu!" Wei Yan let out a soft shout and said with a smug look on his face, "I have already led my army to capture this place. If you persist and are captured by us, we will definitely break you into pieces." Meng Yu was scolded to the point that his face turned blue, and a sense of powerlessness gradually rose in his heart. Zhuge Liang's figure was like a nightmare, lingering in his mind. But he did not have the slightest solution, and only had to flee back to his lair on the silver pit in a mess. After a few more days and months, Meng Yu reorganized his army and led it to face off with the Han army at the Shire River. "Zhuge Liang, come and fight me." Zhuge Liang captured Meng Yu 3 times without killing him, because he wanted to convince his heart rather than exterminate his clan. Once the 2 sides were engaged, with the equipment of the Han army, they could slaughter the barbarians in front of them in a moment, so they ordered the whole army to return to their camp. The next morning, Meng Yu saw that the Han army was slow to move, so he sent scouts to probe. The result was an empty camp. Meng Yu led his army to rush out, then saw the neatly arranged provisions and grain, and immediately asserted, "It must be that there is an urgent matter in the country that summons Zhuge Liang to return. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Sons and daughters, follow me and kill." It was another day's raid. Meng Yu personally led his army to the edge of the hill river, when he suddenly saw the Han army's bright flags and bright lights on the other side of the river. Meng Yu expected Zhuge Liang's plan of suspicion, ordered to quietly cross the river surprise attack. However, the barbarians had only just gotten out of the water when a mountain of Han troops came out from behind. Meng Yu was so shocked that he called out that he had fallen into Zhuge Liang's trick again. With no time to think, he led 1,000 horsemen to flee to a side of the jungle. Just as he entered the jungle, a second wave of cover-ups followed. All kinds of hidden weapons were greeted as if no money was needed, and the Han troops who ambushed the place were also killed out with them. 2 strikes in a row, Meng Yu's men suffered heavy casualties, thanks to the desperate cover, which was not captured 4 times. Meng Yu led the remnants of his troops and defeated generals, and said with palpitations, "This Zhuge Liang is so cunning. He doesn't dare to get tough with this great king, and will only use some underhanded tactics. Fortunately this time, I finally escaped and was not captured by him." The corner of Meng Yu's mouth turned up in pride. This could give the vice-general on the side a silly look. "No. Have been killed and discarded armor, how come you are still complacent?" Considering Meng Yu's past prestige, the words that were spat out did not come out after all. Unexpectedly, as soon as Meng Yu's words fell, Yu Chaoyang showed up pushing Zhuge Liang's 4-wheeled vehicle. "Meng Yu, I have been waiting here for a long time, why don't you quickly dismount and take your place?" Zhuge Liang kindly discouraged, but Meng Yu was so angry that his back teeth could be gritted, and his eyes were spinning with tears. "I have fallen for this person's tricks 3 times already, 3 times I was captured and 3 times I was humiliated. Now that we meet here on a narrow road, I only ask that you all go forward with all your strength and chop the man with the car to pieces. Only then will I be relieved of my hatred." Meng Yu bellowed, shouting and killing as he rushed towards Zhuge Liang. Instead, he was greeted with a crisp gunshot. Bang! The bullet hit the horse squarely in the center of the eyebrow, blood spurting from the transparent hole, convulsing and falling to the ground. The sound of the gunshot was no less than a thunderbolt, ruthlessly opening Meng's eyes. He looked at the fallen horses, and then looked at the iron weapon with white smoke. His liver and guts wanted to be broken. 100 feet in the air to kill the horses. What kind of divine weapon is this? Until this point, Yu Chaoyang only found the superiority of modern human intelligence, coldly hummed, "You don't understand even after saying it. This thing is called a fire rope gun, not to mention 100 feet, but even if it is 200 feet, it can kill you with one blow. This time it's your crotch warhorse, but next time it's impossible to say, why don't you surrender quickly?" Fighting and unable to fight, running and unable to run away, Meng Yu was captured 4 times. Escort back to the camp on the road, Zhuge Liang sighed repeatedly. "Do not die," said, "You general, this thing you really cannot manufacture?" Yu Chaoyang's face stiffened. "Your Highness, didn't I tell you before, I obtained this item from a fellow countryman. Such heavenly artifacts, what is that person's current position and where is he?" Yu Chaoyang pondered for a moment. If we're talking about positions, it should be an 8th grade clampsman? As for himself, he was buried in that fire in Yiling. Hearing about the fire, Zhuge Liang's originally bright eyes quickly dimmed. If there was no fire, the late emperor would not have fallen ill and left his hand in Baidi City, and the Han Dynasty would not be depleted of talent. If the late emperor had survived, how would the southern barbarians have dared to offend the borders of Han? A single general could have plowed the entire southern barbarians 3 times. Zhuge Liang sighed heavily and sighed in his heart, "It's just time and fate." Noticing the prime minister's change in mood, Meng Yu clenched his teeth and saw a gap. "Prime Minister, do you still dare to release me?" Zhuge Liang was still reminiscing about the 3 brothers of the peach orchard, which had the time to care about Meng Yu's mental thoughts, and gently shook his feathered fan. "Why don't you dare? But you should be careful to care about the Book of Qing Palace Towers when you go back this time. Early there is a good strategy in the war lest again be captured, and born regret align." Then the first 3 times were captured. Meng Yu this time there is a full growth. Before leaving also know to Zhuge Liang bow to show gratitude. Looking at the Meng Yu who was walking away, Yu Chaoyang deflated his mouth as a matter of course. To this day, he still can't figure out what Zhuge Liang is playing, so he didn't bother to look into it. The next second, Zhuge Liang's light laughter sounded. "General Yu, could you tell Liang a little more about those iron weapons called airplanes and battleships in your dream?" Chapter 49, a phrase that the Southerners will never rebel again has become a reality. Meng Yu escaped for the 4th time. This time he learned a lesson from his mistakes and decided to play a handful of static maneuvers with Zhuge Liang. The weather was scorching hot, so he went directly to his friend, King Dosi's lair, the Dragon Slayer Cave, to take refuge. Although he took advantage of the terrain, the figure of Zhuge Liang's skillful calculation could not be waived in his mind. Seeing Meng Yu terrified the whole day, King Dosi comforted him, "Your Majesty, do not be anxious. There are only 2 roads leading to the Dragon Slaughter Cave, and one is the road the Great King came from, with flat terrain and thick soil and paddy fields. Although men and horses are feasible, but if the intersection is cut off with wooden and stone barricades, even if there are millions of people, they are just dirt. And the other road is located in the barbaric jungle. Not only is the road bumpy and difficult to travel, and miasma is pervasive. If the Han army walks from here, it's better than asking for death. Great King Duff flicked his black beard, his expression full of ease. But right at this moment, a panicked barbarian soldier suddenly ran in, kneeling on one knee and saying, "Great King Han, the Han army has set up camp less than 10 miles from us." What? Meng Yu's eyes widened as he stared straight toward Great King Sadeo. That calm gaze was like a slap in the face of Great King Sadeo, making his face hot. Sadeo calmed down and affirmed, "Great King, don't panic. Although the Han army is camped in front of the fortress, they must have died or been injured. Why be afraid of his front?" With a beat of his words, Great King Sadeo turned his head and said, "Men, summon the men of all caves to fight the Han army to the death." But just then, Cave Lord Young Feng led 30,000 soldiers and horses to help. Before the people arrived, the magnificent laughter came first. Why should the king worry? With you and I here, the Han army is not a snap of the fingers. Young Feng stepped into the cave with big strides, arched his hand and said, "The Han army can fight at any time, but you and I brothers are uncommon. Why don't we have a drink first?" After evaluating the strength of both sides, Meng Yu realized that the advantage was mine, so he agreed to Yang Feng's request. Several barbarian beauties danced and looked at Meng Yu Sadeo with green eyes. Suddenly, the original dancing dancers revealed their fierce faces and tied up all the frozen Meng Yu Sadeo. Meng Yu was shocked and questioned, "Young Feng, this king has never had any enmity with you, why did you do this unjust act?" Young Feng snorted coldly, "My brothers, sons and nephews are all grateful to Prime Minister Zhuge for saving their lives. You repeatedly started the war, the people are not happy. Today Taiju is to hand you over to the Prime Minister, in order to repay the Prime Minister's great kindness." As the words fell, the hissing sound of the Han army roaming the sky instantly resounded. Yu Chaoyang pushed the four-wheeled vehicle and slowly entered the cave. The two generals on his side, Wei Yan and Tang Fangsheng, watched intently. Looking at the unharmed Han troops, Great King Sadeo's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. "Impossible. By what right did you get through that miasma jungle?" Yu Chaoyang snorted lightly at his words and said with a smirk, "How hard can it be? A folded ear root down, the district miasma can be broken with a snap of the fingers." Saying that, Yu Chaoyang took out a section of the ear root from his sleeve robe and nodded on the spot. Zhuge Liang lightly shook his feather fan and looked at Yu Chaoyang with more praise in his eyes. Although General Yu's brain is not very good, he can still be relied upon sometimes. "Meng Yu, you've been captured again today, what else do you have to say?" Meng Yu still looked unconvinced and argued, "This time, I was captured because of the defection of my fellow clan members. What does it have to do with you, Zhuge Liang? Even if you capture me 10,000 times, I, Meng Yu, will not be convinced. I'll only be convinced if you can capture me in front of two armies." With these words, Wei Yan and Tang Fangsheng's two generals' patience was exhausted, and they immediately drew their long swords and were about to slash at Meng Yu's head. "General, please slow down." Zhuge Liang had expected this, called off the two men and said in a deep voice, "Meng Yu, I measure you will not be convinced. I will let you go once more today. You go back to reorganize the men and women to fight with me. If you capture again and still do not serve, will be chopped off without pardon." 2 days later, the Han army set up a formation in front of the mountain to wait for the enemy. But wait and wait, never see Meng Yu figure. Just when Zhuge Liang ordered the retreat, Dense Head suddenly appeared on the hill. Deerwood King riding an elephant slowly appeared on the scene, with his bell swinging, the earth instantly shaking the mountains. The yak beasts, which could not be seen at a glance, rushed towards the Han army as if they were mad. This kind of strange, not to mention the Han army, is Zhuge Liang has never seen. Immediately the army heart chaos. Seeing the yak broke the Han army, the time of the failure, Yu Chaoyang cold snort, against the current. Between the flashes of fire, a cylinder was thrown out by him. The moment the cylinder landed on the ground, a loud roar sounded instantly. A shallow crater was blown out of the ground, and white smoke tumbled out. The fleeing Han troops immediately stalled. Zhuge Liang's face also appeared stunned for the first time, subconsciously inquired, "You, General Yu. And what is this?" Yu Chaoyang grinned, "Prime Minister, this item is called a wooden grenade. This was developed by my minister alone since your last inquiry. All that is needed is for the artisans to familiarize themselves with the techniques, and it can be mass-produced." Good. Zhuge Liang nodded heavily with tears in his eyes. There is hope for the revival of the Han. Tang Fangsheng fiercely drew his long sword and roared, "Generals, charge with this general and capture Meng Yu alive." The routed Han army regrouped and charged towards the barbarian army. And under the sound of that huge explosion, the original frenzied yaks had long since disappeared. The Han army broke the barbarian army, only to make Zhuge Liang regret that this time did not capture Meng Yu alive. But the turnaround soon appeared. A few days later Meng Yu actually personally come to the door. Even the excuse was the same as the second time, stating that he was willing to surrender. Zhuge Liang sneered and searched 4 daggers from the two Meng Yu Zhu Rong. With the scheme foiled, Meng Yu once again played the rascal and defended. This time it was me who sent myself to the door of my own accord, and it had nothing to do with you. Zhuge Liang shook his head in disappointment. I have captured you 6 times, how can you go back on your word again this time? Meng Yu gritted his teeth. It's not that this king's words are broken, but that your lord has raised an unrighteous army. Strong words and nonsense. Zhuge Liang violently stood up from the 4-wheeled vehicle. Since the righteous division advanced south, you have repeatedly eaten your own words. Militarizing, making wolves and smoke burn all over the fertile land, trapping the barbarians in fire and water, your sins are so deep that the heavens and the earth share the same wrath. If you don't submit, what face will you have to see the fathers and mothers of Nambang? Meng Yu realized that even if his whole body is a mouth, he still can't say Zhuge Liang, so he directly kneeled down and fumed. I still have one more mark that can break the Han army greatly. If this king loses again this time, the whole family's life will be disposed of by the prime minister. Looking at Meng Yu, who was not dead until he reaches the Yellow River, Zhuge Liang closed his eyes tightly and lightly shook his feather fan to signal for release. Meng Yu, complex mood, immediately kneeling. Thank you, Prime Minister, do not kill the grace. 5 days later, Meng Yu led the lord of the Yugo kingdom and the Vine Armor army under his command to join forces. Zhuge Liang also stopped teasing Meng Yu and decided to use hard power to convince Meng Yu. Wei Yan, Tang Fengsheng, and other war generals poured out their troops, leading 50,000 troops to battle 30,000 Rattan Armor army. With many against few, and with Wei Yan and Tang Fengsheng in the battlefield, they thought they could end the battle quickly. Unexpectedly, the Han army could not win for a long time and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Zhuge Liang narrowed his eyes and concluded that the problem was in those strange Rattan armor. After sending someone to bring in a pair of Rattan armor and observing it closely, Zhuge Liang instantly discovered the problem. These Rattan armor is not simple, is soaked in oil for half a year before taking out the sun drying, and then dipping, so repeated 100 times before making the armor. Touching the smooth surface of the Rattan armor, Zhuge Liang instantly had an idea, only to see him wave his hand, use fire. With a command, a rain of fire took over the entire sky. The Rattan armor, which was invulnerable to swords and spears, was like a mouse meeting a cat when it encountered the blazing fire, and suffered heavy deaths and injuries. Wei Yan, Tang Fengsheng attacked on the left and right and captured Meng Yu in 7. Looking at the valley burning with fire and the corpses of the barbarians everywhere, Meng Yu came to his senses and hot tears flowed from his eyes. Prime Minister, the sinner Meng Yu is grateful for Prime Minister's great favor. Your Highness, by the might of heaven, the Southerners will never rebel again. With tears in his voice, the kneeling Meng Yu gradually converged into a deck. Several large gilt characters with dragons and phoenixes appeared on the card. 7 captures of Meng. At the same time, an ethereal voiceover sounded. Zhuge Liang has ensured the stability of Shu Han's rear with his superior wisdom and breadth of mind, and since then, Nanbang has paid tribute to Shu Han with a large amount of supplies every year. Just who would have thought that the playful saying that the Nan will never rebel again would really become a reality, and even after 1,600 years, the Nan still kept their promise. It's a blessing for the world to have Prime Minister Zhuge. Time stood still. Prime Minister Zhuge did not say anything, only his gaze was firmly locked on the north. Xiaoyang understood that since the southern barbarians had been settled, the next step was to wield a northern expedition to support the Han Dynasty. Chapter 50, A tiger father gives birth to a dog son. Xiaoyang hates iron and steel. As Zhuge Liang captured Mengwu in 7 and pacified the southern barbarians, the voice of the narrator fell. The pop-up screen's long silent emotions instantly exploded. All of the previous uncertainties and doubts were turned into a sigh of admiration at this moment. I was wondering when Prime Minister Zhuge had been so indecisive, but the purpose of the family is not in the overnight period. If I were in Prime Minister Zhuge's position, I would have killed Meng for the first time, and that's the difference between me and the Prime Minister. The 7 captures and 7 releases convinced not only Meng, but also the entire southern barbarians, and the saying that the southern people will never rebel again is outrageous. How come we didn't see these foreigners invading in the pre-Three Kingdoms period? Pre-Three Kingdoms invasion. Let's put it this way, in the Central Plains you can call Ma Chao a horse or a berserker, but in Xiliang, you have to call him General Shinwei Tian. Dude, you must not have seen any other Three Kingdoms contest live streams or you wouldn't ask such a retarded question. You know Gongsun Zan of the White Horse Boxers, he kills people in Luoyang, but in this part of the Central Plains, he's straight up being whisked away by Yuan Shao like a dog. Lu, Chao, and Sun, foreigners? I thought that was a source of soldiers that could be automatically refreshed. Invasion of the pre-Three Kingdoms? Do you mean when Lu Guan Zhang Zhao, Lu Bu Hua Xiong Yan Liang Wenqiu were all still around? First-rate generals fight civil wars, second-rate generals pacify civil strife, third-rate generals settle foreign troubles, and foreigners come to invade with their heads? Xiaoyang looked at the hustle and bustle of the pop-up screen, and a touch of pride actually rose in his heart. It was as if at this moment he was no longer a citizen of the Grand Xia Empire, but belonged to the children of Yin Huang. A sense of pride that was fortunate and honorable slowly spread in his heart. Already, he had completely brought himself into the world of the Three Kingdoms scramble, a world of heroes. Until Zhuge Liang feather fan gently knocked on his head, which is as if waking up from a dream. General Yu, the smiths can all still be waiting. What is the exact proportion of saltpeter in gunpowder? Yu Chaoyang looked up, only to see dozens of pairs of wolf-like eyes staring at him dead on. The look was frenzied and worshipful. Without exception, these people were all the premier artisans of the Great Han. And what he was now teaching was precisely the manufacturing process of wooden-handled grenades. In fact, in terms of process structure alone, the manufacturing method of grenades was not difficult. What is really difficult is how to carry out large-scale mass production. Unlike the Gaixia Empire, which had stepped into the industrial age, the Three Kingdoms scramble was still in the agrarian age. Each grenade required manual hand rolling. Not to mention time-consuming and slow, it is also prone to defects. But despite the difficulties, Yu Chaoyang had to do it. Because at this level of technology in the Three Kingdoms contest, the only thing that can be produced is a wooden-handled grenade. Time passed by, the sun rose in the east and set in the west, and in the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Today's explanation ends here, just as Yu Chaoyang is ready to push Zhuge Liang back to the room to rest. Ma Su ran over with an excited face, arching his hand and saying, "Prime Minister, good news." The previous rumor offensive worked. Cao Rui dismissed Sima Yi from his official position, and now the one in charge of military power is Cao Ren. Zhuge Liang excitedly stood up and paced back and forth in the room. Is the news confirmed to be true? Ma Su nodded heavily. 1000% true. Good. Zhuge Liang's eyes flashed. This is such a heavenly opportunity, we must not let it down. Tomorrow morning at the court I will go and ask His Majesty to send out a northern expedition to pacify the Central Plains and create the Yan Huang Han family. Looking at the Prime Minister who was overjoyed, Yu Chaoyang did not say a word. The more you experience, the more you understand the gap between Han and Wei. Whether it's troop strength or strategic depth, there is a world of difference between the two sides. Only sitting in Sichuan and Shu, two places of the Han Dynasty, is really a unified northern tiger world Cao Wei's rival? This question, whether it is Yu Chaoyang or Tang Fangsheng, or the audience in front of the live broadcast, cannot give a definite answer. However, this anxiety only lasted for an instant before it was put behind him. The moonlight of the night before the peach garden is still in his mind. Liu Bei's big hand was so generous and warm. As Liu Bei's sworn brother, how could he abandon his elder brother's lifelong dream? Yu Chaoyang took a deep breath, and his mind suddenly recalled a line from the CG at the beginning of the game. Man will triumph over heaven. What a man's determination, wonderful. Yu Chaoyang laughed openly, his laughter full of candor and determination. Early the next morning, the court meeting was held as scheduled. Zhuge Liang stepped forward and petitioned Lu Zhen to send troops to the north. However, Lu Zhen was distracted, busy talking to the eunuchs, and did not hear what Zhuge Liang said. Your Majesty. Zhuge Liang let out a soft cry, and only then did Lu Zhen come to his senses. What is the matter that Sagittarius' father is proposing? Zhuge Liang sighed helplessly, and repeated, I please go north to cut down Wei, and support the Han Dynasty at an early date. Lu Zhen smiled sarcastically. My father has just pacified the southern barbarians, and the soldiers are physically and mentally exhausted, so the matter of the northern expedition can be discussed later. Zhuge Liang was just about to continue to fight, when he heard Lu Zhen continue, please go back to your home early to rest, do not overwork. Zhuge Liang's heart froze in place, his eyes filled with heartache and helplessness. Lu Zhen, however, turned his head to play with the eunuchs and maids, either fighting crickets or chickens. And at this time the pop up. It is said that a tiger's father has no son, that Lu Zhen is nothing. My big brother Liu Bei is such a hero, how could he give birth to Lu Zhen? Also Shulan stay comfortable do not look at the Han Wei territory gap as how big, once Cao Rui free hand, the first to destroy is the Han. Mouse-eyed, hard to become a great man. Is there a possibility that it's because Liu Bei's fall at Changban broke Liu Chan's brain? You don't say, you really don't say. The pop-up hates the iron, and Zhuge Liang was never the same. Do not ask Lu Zhen to inherit all of Liu Bei's talent, even if it is only half. Why worry about the Han Dynasty is not emerging? Recalling Lu Zhen's appearance during the day, Zhuge Liang couldn't calm down for a long time, and softly said, General Yu. Can I trouble you to study the ink for Liang? Yu Chaoyang nodded his head and arched his hand. You're welcome, Prime Minister, this is my job. It's just that it's late at night, how come the Prime Minister still has the leisure and elegance to get up? Zhuge Liang bitterly shook his head, did not say too much, just put up his pen and wrote down 3 words. The table of the exit of the division. Looking at these 3 words in front of him, Yu Chaoyang was a bit puzzled. The Prime Minister is busy, often late at night before going to bed, not up at dawn. Why today there is still leisure to compose poetry? Thinking about this, Yu Chaoyang could not help but look forward to it. He was curious as to what kind of world-renowned masterpiece the Prime Minister would make with his talent for amazing movements. Equally expectant were the crowd of viewers in front of the live broadcast. In the midst of countless expectations, Zhuge Liang put down his pen and wrote the first line. As the ink of the words emerged, Yu Chaoyang, who had just been playfully laughing, instantly became serious. Those glaring pupils were filled with admiration and shock at the moment. The former emperor's business was not halfway through but collapsed in the middle of the road. Today the next 3 points. Ezhou is tired. This is the autumn of critical survival and demise. I am a man of cloth, plowing in Nanyang, trying to save my life in the chaotic world, not seeking to be recognized by the lords. The late emperor did not think that I am despicable, obscenity, 3 visits to me in the hut, consulting me to the current affairs of the world, and was grateful, so I allowed the late emperor to drive. The late emperor knew that I was prudent, so he sent me to the great things also. Since I was appointed, I have been worrying and sighing all the time, fearing that the entrustment would not be effective and would hurt the late emperor's wisdom. Therefore, I crossed the Lu and Mei and went deep into the barren land. Today, the south has been set, armor has been enough, when the award rate of the 3 armies, the north of the central plains, the exhaustion of the incompetent, to get rid of the treacherous, restoring the Han Dynasty, back in the old capital. Now went away, the pro forma snot, do not know what to say. The whole piece spills out 627 words, not mentioning Lu Zhen in every sentence, yet every word is Lu Zhen. Every word shows the heart of the fist. Yu Qiang looked at the exodus table in front of him, which had not yet been air-dried, could not help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva, and was once again deeply impressed by Zhuge Liang. Big brother helped Zhuge Liang once, he helped Shu Han for life. And at this time, the pop-up screen, more wailing, has long been exploded. Chapter 51, a true name in the world, who can be between 1,000 years and 1,000 years. Silence. Deadly silence. Looking at the exit table with the dragon flying in one stroke showing the sharpness, the entire pop-up screen was stagnant. Its loyalty to the emperor and love of the country, the feelings of worry about the country and the people, the loyalty and virtue, everyone was shocked. The entire text totals 627 words, with no mention of Lu Zhen in every sentence, yet every word is Lu Zhen. Zhuge Liang's image of a loyal official who was dedicated to his work and dies instantly jumps onto the paper and comes to life. The silence lasted for several minutes before the audience came to their senses. The pop-ups seemed to gush out like an open embankment flood, instantly sweeping through the entire live broadcast room. Each pop-up expressed admiration and respect for Prime Minister Zhuge. One can reward and punish clearly to settle the country, martial arts can cross the Lulu and Mei to settle the country. As a subject, Prime Minister Zhuge must be the one who scores full marks. The text mentions the late emperor 13 times, advising Lu Qian in a father and son like earnest tone, revealing between the lines the loyalty of bowing and scraping to the end of one's life, a phase father, a lifetime phase father, I really cry to death. Lu Guanzhang is an unparalleled brotherhood in the ancient times. The Prime Minister and Liu Bei are a model of a gentleman and a courtier for the ages. One sentence of I will do the work of a dog and a horse, the Prime Minister has really given the rest of his life without any reservation. That year, Liu Bei was so ambitious that he decided to take the Longzhong countermeasure and divide the world into 3 parts, and the Prime Minister carried the whole of the Han Dynasty on his shoulders, which was a bitter experience for the Prime Minister. The characterization of the Prime Minister is simply unbeatable. If the Han Dynasty gets this famous minister, why worry about the Han Dynasty not prospering? If Prime Minister looks like this, I'm sure Liu Bei will be deeply gratified in his 9th grave. That year, Lu Guanzhang was so ambitious that he said he wanted to go out and make a break for it, but the deceased died one after another as if they were leaves falling in the wind, and it was the Prime Minister who finally carried it all. The Prime Minister must support the Han Dynasty and build a new Han. The so-called Shu Han group is nothing but the final romance of a group of idealists, a tragedy from beginning to end. Prime Minister, you must reorganize the mountains and rivers and support the Han Dynasty. The pop-ups were all over the place, a sea of wolves and ghosts crying. The table of the master can still make a group of modern people cry, not to mention the more conservative thinking of the ancients. Once the table of exit masters appeared in the world, the dynasty and the countryside instantly set off a huge wave. Even old men who did not know any of the big words in the folklore could feel the fists and hearts of the people. In terms of prestige alone, Zhuge Liang, as Prime Minister, has long since shaken off Lu Qian, who was the emperor, by 100,000 miles. This, no matter in which dynasty, are properly taboo topic. But Lu Zhen is not at all concerned about this, but a look of fortune and honor. This shows that he trusted Zhuge Liang to what extent. Early the next morning, the court meeting was held again. Only compared to the hustle and bustle of the previous one, this time the court meeting was extraordinarily quiet. Many ministers looked at the handwriting of the wind dried out of the division table, ice complex, a long time cannot speak for themselves. Rao Lu Zhen followed the silence, after a long time before he snapped, saying, Father, I just want you to rest more rest. I'm afraid that you will overwork and break your body. And why should Sang Fu be obsessed with the northern expedition? Zhuge Liang heard the words, but he knelt down with a thud, and said in a deep voice, if Liang can't repay the late emperor's 3 kindnesses, the weight of the trust. Although life is especially better than death. Words to this point, spare Lu Zhen how unwilling to give up, can only follow Zhuge Liang's wish for the northern expedition. Xiang father insisted to send troops, I will follow the father's intention. Thank you, your majesty. Zhuge Liang bowed and arched his hand before turning around and starting the roll call. The civil and military officials and generals who were named stayed in the imperial capital and assisted Lu Zhen in handling the state's affairs, both large and small. Those who were not named will follow him northward to pacify the central plains. The next day, Zhuge Liang counted with his fingers and realized that the day was a great auspicious day, and immediately decided to send troops to the north. Unexpectedly before departure, nearly 70 years old Zhao Yun suddenly rushed to Prime Minister. Although Zilong is old, he still has the courage of Lianpa and the heroism of Ma Yuan, and he is the point man for the northern expedition today. Why did the Prime Minister ignore me? Zhuge Liang sighed and explained, I returned to the capital from Pingnan, and Ma Chao died of illness, which I greatly regret, as if I had lost an arm. Now the general is old. If there is a failure, will not shake a lifetime of wisdom reduce the sharpness of the Han army? Unexpectedly, Zhao Yun smiled blandly and said, since Zilong followed the late emperor, he has never missed a battle. What's more, when a man dies in battle, the horse leather wrapped in a corpse and return, hiding in the back to recuperate, that is to shake Zilong's wisdom of a lifetime. Zhao Yun gritted his teeth and knelt down on one knee. If the Prime Minister does not ask me to be the vanguard, I might as well crash and die on the steps. Zhuge Liang saw Zhao Yun's resolute attitude, and no longer stop, immediately worshipped Zhao Yun as the front vanguard, Deng Ji as a senator, leading 5,000 elite troops together in the northern expedition. Zhuge Liang sat back on the four-wheeled vehicle and was slowly pushed to the high platform by Yu Chaoyang. Below the high platform, there was a 300,000-strong army, as well as a group of familiar war generals. Zhao Yun, Wei Yan, Wang Ping, Ma Lon, Liao Hua, Deng Ji, Ma Su, Guan Xing, Zhang Bao, Zhang Dou, Zhang Yi. It can be said that these soldiers and horses in front of us are the last of Han's family. Lu Chan's unconditional trust, Liu Bei's high hopes, the heavy gaze of the generals, such as a big mountain, dead pressure on Zhuge Liang. The pressure of which is great, not enough for outsiders also. But as the Prime Minister took a deep breath, all kinds of emotions were put behind, replaced by a touch of firm determination, the hand feather fan pointing to the north. Sending troops, northern expedition. With a command, 300,000 troops marched out of Jiameng Pass, cantoned in Hanzhong, and ordered Zhao Yun, Deng Ji and Tang Fangxing to be the vanguard to lead the troops into Wei. The first northern expedition battle was officially kicked off. Chapter 52, Old General, do you know that Zheng Boyo of Tianshui is also there? When the Han army moves, the world is shocked. Xiaorui, the emperor of Wei, ordered his extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, Xiaohoxiao, to be the grand governor, and Han Di to be the vanguard, leading an army of 200,000 men to fight against Zhuge Liang's this northern expedition. In the Hanzhong camp, Zhuge Liang holds a feather fan and issues orders. Wei Army Vanguard Honda with 4 sons, an army, and horses 80,000 soldiers into Fengming Mountain, very quickly sent orders to Zhao Yun, Tang Fangxing, 2 generals. Respond to the enemy at Fengming Mountain and make sure to win. Yes. The messenger received the order and was about to leave when Wei Yan's voice rang out. Slow. Wei Yan stood up and arched his hand. Prime Minister, in terms of national strength alone, Han is far inferior to Wei, and by attacking the city step by step, we will not be a match. This battle should be decided quickly. If the Prime Minister gives me 5,000 soldiers, from the Ziwu Valley, less than 10 days to arrive in Chang'an, then the world can be determined by the front and rear attack. Zhuge Liang thought for a moment, and finally rejected Wei Yan's proposal. If it was 5,000 ordinary soldiers, it would be just fine, but 5,000 elite soldiers is equivalent to draining a third of the Han army's elite in one fell swoop. And the mountains are high and the roads are far away. Once something bad happens, it will be another devastating blow to the Han Dynasty. The risk is too high for the Han to gamble. Wei Yan still wanted to continue to persuade, but was toppled by Zhuge Liang's sentence. My mind is made up, there is no need to say more. At the same time, Zhuge Liang's instructions were conveyed to the vanguard camp of the army. Zhao Yun, Tang Fangxing received the order and brought enough troops and horses to kill towards Fengming Mountain. As the two armies faced each other, Zhao Yun stood in front of the battlefield with his gentian spear in hand, accompanied by Tang Fangxing. Although Zhao Yun is in high spirits, his hair has long been covered with silver, and the years have left deep grooves on his face like a knife. Who is in front of the formation? Quickly report your name. Han's eldest son, Han Ing, has come to see you off to heaven. Zhao Yun was furious at these words, and just as he was about to ride his horse out to kill, he noticed a sharp wind blowing by his side. Madman! How dare you insult General Zhao? Kill! Tang Fangxing led the way, the halberd in his hand shining coldly. Han Ing was good with her mouth, but her hands were a bit less impressive. After only 3 rounds, she was cut down by Tang Fangxing. Tang Fangxing sneered and spat heavily. Do you really think I'm made of clay? If I can't beat Lu Bu, I can't beat you. Tang Fangxing was able to fight Lu Bu for hundreds of rounds, so he obviously had 2 skills. He might not be able to beat Lu Guan, Zhang Zhao, Zhang Liao, Xiahou Dun and other famous generals of the world. But he'd still have no problem beating Han Ing. At that moment, an angry bellowing voice rang out. Thief General, return my big brother's life. Kill. The oldest for Han Chi was furious, indignantly raised his sword to fight, and was chopped off his horse in just 2 rounds of illumination. Tang Fangxing, hand halberd blood dripping, shouted, this kind of martial arts can also be on the battlefield without a general? With these words, the remaining 2 sons no longer hesitated and simultaneously drew their horses to kill.
Tang Fangsheng fought 1 against 2, and still had the upper hand. This could make the old father Honda, who was watching the battle, anxious, and immediately took his bow and shot arrows, which broke through the air towards Tang Fangsheng. Zhao Yun was furious and pulled out his sword and threw it at the arrow. With a crunching sound, the arrow snapped. Despicable thieves and bandits, using all sorts of underhanded tactics, take your life. Zhao Yun was furious, his lance shook Honda's eyes, but he left his 2 sons and fled back to the camp. The next day, the 2 armies of Wei and Han again drew up in battle at Fengming Mountain, with Wei's Grand Commander Hua Xiong personally supervising the battle. Honda, in order to avenge the murder of his son, carried a big axe and personally killed the enemy, but this time Zhao Yun did not let Tang Fangsheng experience the battle, but personally answered the enemy. After only 3 rounds of fighting, all 5 members of Honda's family died under Zhao Yun and Tang Fangsheng. The Wei army was greatly disorganized after their general was killed, while Zhao Yun led his troops to pursue the attack and defeated Cao Wei. Hua Xiong was scared out of his wits by the bravery of Zhao and Tang, and led the remaining remnants of his army to flee to Nan'an County, where he died in defense. The Han army failed to attack for a long time, and Zhuge Liang was worried that the Wei army would divide their troops to attack Hanzhong over time, so he wanted to pretend to burn Nan'an County to lure the Wei army in Tianshui and in Ding counties to come to rescue. In the necessary road to bury an ambush, then the 3 counties are within reach. Facts have proved that Zhuge Liang's plan is successful. When Shui Lang, the governor of Anding County, heard that Hua Xiong was surrounded by fire, he immediately counted the soldiers and horses in the city and rushed to support him. However, Shui Lang had just left the city gate for tens of miles when he was attacked by Guan Xing and Zhang Bao on the left and right. Shui Lang knew that he had been tricked and led his army back, but the flag on the city wall had already been replaced by Wei Yan's banner. Shui Lang was attacked from the front and back, and he was desperate to surrender. Knowing that Shui Lang was on good terms with Yang Ling, the governor of Nan'an County, Zhuge Liang sent him to persuade him to surrender. Shui Lang promised to do so, but as soon as he arrived in Tianshui County, he turned against Zhuge Liang's plan on the spot. The 2 together, ready to come to a fraudulent surrender, catching turtles in a jar. But how can such a rudimentary ruse be hidden from Zhuge Liang? Zhuge Liang made use of the trick and not only killed Yang Ling Shui Lang, but also captured the great governor Xiahou Sidonia alive. On the other side, Ma Zun also succeeded in his plan and led the Tianshui soldiers and horses to rescue the besieged Xiahou Xiong. Unexpectedly, he is stopped by Jiang Wei with his troops and reveals Zhuge Liang's plan of transferring the tiger away from the mountain. Ma Zun was puzzled. Why do you say that? Jiang Wei arched his hand and said, Duke Xiahou is trapped in Nan'an, and the water is not enough for him to escape, so how could anyone be able to kill their way out of the siege and come to ask for help? What's more, the person who broke out was a nobody, how could he break out alone? A flash of fear rose from Ma Zun. Then what should we do next? Jiang Wei smiled calmly. Taisho, don't panic, I have a mark that will surely capture Zhuge Liang alive. I wish to hear more. As Jiang Wei's scheme was revealed, Ma Zun's expression was instantly replaced by a flash of excitement. Wonderful! Wonderful! On the other hand, Zhao Yun Tang Fangsheng, who did not yet know that the plan had been exposed, led his troops to the bottom of Tianshui city. Tang Fangsheng was proud of himself with a fierce look on his face. Your Taisho has been caught in my prime minister's plan to get rid of the tiger, so if you offer up your city early, you will be spared from death. The words fell, the originally empty city had suddenly people surging, a heroic laughter rang out. Ha 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 ha. What an arrogant and ignorant junior, let's take a look behind you. Tang Fangsheng frowned and turned to look. Only to see a large army holding the Zhang martial flag high above the flat grasslands appear in view. A young man stood in front of the Han army on a horse, his gaze skimming over Tang Fangsheng and locking straight onto Zhao Yun. Old general, do you know that Tianshui Zhang Boyo is also? Not waiting for Zhao Yun to be furious, Tang Fangsheng was the first to shoot his horse straight at Jiang Wei. But in a flash, Tang Fangsheng's face changed, secretly alarmed. Where is this monster from? After more than 10 rounds of fighting, Tang Fangsheng's face was like an iron blue. He understood that he was not the opponent of the youth in front of him. After decisively drawing back, the battle-hardened Zhao Yun instantly topped it. Looking at the 2 people who were having a hard time separating, a huge sense of loss filled Tang Fangsheng's heart. How could he reign as the champion of the horseback slashing competition when he couldn't even beat a nobody? Tang Fangsheng shook his head and couldn't help but think back to his fight with Liu Bu. The reason he was able to fight Liu Bu for hundreds of rounds without losing. The fundamental reason for this was based on the experience of more than 5,000 battles. Liu Bu's every move and style was clearly understood by him, which is why he was able to not fall behind. But once a different person fought, those experiences of his would be useless. Just like in front of Jiang Wei, if this is a horseback hacking competition, he asserts that he will be chopped by Jiang Wei in 50 rounds at the most. The experience of the ruthlessness, the angle of the tricky, so that Tang Fangsheng is difficult to believe that this is a game character. Instead, it was more like a teenage hero who killed his way out of a mountain of corpses. Chapter 53 Zhuge Liang sprays Wan Lang wildly, Ma Su guards the street pavilion. Unsurprisingly, with Jiang Wei's intervention, Zhuge Liang's plan to outsmart the 3 cities failed.
When Zhao Yun resumed his duties to convey the news, Zhuge Liang was slightly startled. What kind of person can recognize my mystery? Since I came out of the mountain, I have not yet encountered such an opponent. Tang Fangsheng heaved a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice, Prime Minister, this person is young and highly skilled in martial arts. His surname is Jiang Wei, his name is Bo Yao, and he is from Jixin County in Tianshui. Zhao Yun exclaimed in an exclamatory tone, that person's marksmanship is extremely good and different. Zhuge Liang narrowed his eyes, and the idea of taking in Jiang Wei sprang up within him. Being able to recognize his schemes as literature, and being able to fight with Zhao Yun as martial arts, both literature and martial arts, is exactly the most needed talent in Han nowadays. So he decided to meet Jiang Wei in person. On the following evening, Zhuge Liang came to Tianshui in a four-wheeled vehicle, looked at the small city in front of him and ordered his army to surround the city on all sides, and to start attacking the city early in the morning. Unexpectedly that night the camp was attacked by the army. Zhuge Liang immediately realized that he was trapped in the plan. A slight sigh, I am in Jiang Wei's plan also. Under the protection of Yu Chaiyang Tang Fangsheng, Zhuge Liang protruded from the siege, looked back at the mountain Jiang Wei dispatching, his eyes glowed straight. This kind of unicorn sun, if cannot be used for the great Han, when the waste. So Zhuge Liang puts out false news to attack Jixin County, learning that his mother is under siege. Jiang Wei is anxious to borrow 3,000 elite soldiers from Ma Zun, and returns to help at a rapid pace. Jiang Wei just as soon as he left, Zhuge Liang's counterplot, divisive ploys and succeeded in making Tianshui Taisho Ma Zun suspected. Then he sent someone to pretend to be Jiang Wei to besiege Tianshui County, and Ma Zun took a look at it. He did not expect that Jiang Wei would really join Shu Han. Jiang Wei was trapped in Jixin County for several days. The city has long run out of food. Zhuge Liang deliberately sent people to transport grain, luring Jiang Wei out of the city to rob food. Jiang Wei really fell for it, and the Shu army that transported the grain was instantly routed and returned home fully loaded. Just when Jiang Wei was complacent, thinking that Zhuge Liang is no better, the army suddenly killed out of the forest. After a fight, Jiang Wei managed to escape back to Jixin County, only to find that Wei Yan had already occupied the city. Jiang Wei had no choice but to return to Tianshui, but Ma Zun, the governor, would not trust him again. Looking at the rain of arrows in the sky, Jiang Wei can only drive his horse towards the path, while Tang Fangsheng behind him is in hot pursuit. After traveling to a mountain forest, was Zhang Bud Guanxing blocked the way. Seeing that there was a blockade in front of him and a pursuing army behind him, Jiang Wei sighed that it was not enough to die, only that he could no longer serve his aged mother, and with a sigh, he was going to commit suicide by waving his sword. Although I die today, I can't rest in peace. At the critical moment, a shout interrupted him. Veer, Veer. The visitor was no other than Jiang Wei's old mother. Looking at his worried mother, Jiang Wei wept like rain. My son is now desperate and defeated, so I have to cut my own throat to avoid being humiliated. I didn't expect that my mother would also be captured by the Han army and suffer disaster. Jiang Wei regrets it. Jiang mother holds Jiang Wei's hand and explains what happened. It turns out that Zhuge Liang occupied Jixin with the people after the fall without offense, but also the people in the city to send clothes and money. In the mother's persuasion, Jiang Wei decided to submit to Zhuge Liang. Jiang Wei, willing to surrender to the prime minister. Zhuge Liang gave a rare laugh. Please rise quickly. Since I came out of the hut, all over the sage, want to pass on what I have learned in my life. Now I have Bo Yu, I wish to fulfill my wish. The prime minister laughed heartily, and the Han troops around him similarly empathized and laughed out loud. Yu Chaoyang even felt a lot of emotions. Zhuge Liang as a military advisor laughs every day, when the prime minister is worried every day. How long has it been since I've seen the prime minister so happy? Jiang Wei offered a counterplan after his return to China, helping the Han army to conquer Tianshui and Shanwei in a row. The Han army became so famous that all the way to Zhou County surrendered. Zhuge Liang's troops left Xishan Mountain and approached the Weishui River, pushing Chang'an directly. Cao Rui was shocked and ordered Cao Zhen to be the governor and Wang Lang to be the military counselor, and raised an army of 300,000 men to fight against the enemy. That night Wang Lang made a military order, tomorrow only with 3 inches of tongue can make Zhuge Liang retreat without fighting. The next day the war began in Weishui. Yu Chaoyang pushed Zhuge Liang's four-wheeled vehicle and slowly made his entrance. Wang Lang surveyed for a moment and took the lead. Is the visitor Zhuge Kongming? Exactly. Wang Lang saluted first and then followed by a sugar-coated cannonball. I have heard of Gong's great name for a long time, and I am honored to meet you today. However, if you know the fate of heaven and the time, why do you want to raise an unnamed force to violate my rigid boundary? Zhuge Liang lightly arched his hand towards the blue sky. I am under the order to suppress the thieves. What does it mean to be nameless? The Cao traitors have usurped the Han Dynasty and overrun the Central Plains, so we Han ministers should sweep away the traitors and support the Han Dynasty. Seeing that this road does not work, Wang Lang immediately reversed the direction. Today, the public contains great talent to hold a large tool. Since the Guanzhong Lui, why do you have to act against the reason of heaven and human nature? Don't you hear the ancient saying, those who go with the sky will prosper, those who go against the sky will die? Now I have 1,000,000 armors and 1,000 good generals. How can the fluorescent light of the floating grass compare to the white moon in the sky? Zhuge Liang laughed loudly. From the four-wheeled vehicle stood up, words ridicule. I originally thought that you as a Han Dynasty veteran, came to the front of the battle, facing the two armies will be high. I did not expect to say such vulgar words. Up to this time of national difficulties, what does Wang Situ do? Wang Sit is life. I have always known, you live in the East China Sea, out of filial piety into the civil service, should be to help the king to support the country in Han Xinglu. Why do you need to help the traitors with the conspiracy to usurp the throne? The crime is serious, heaven and earth cannot be. You. Wang Lang was so angry that he was trembling. Zhuge Zuanfu, you dare. Shut up. Zhuge Liang let out a bellow, directly interrupting Wang Lang and continuing to start his verbal output. Shameless old thief, don't you know that everyone in the world would like to eat your flesh alive? How dare you spare your words here? How head of the old man, pale-bearded old thief, your life is about to return to the 9 springs, when you have the face to see the 24th generation of the late emperor of the Han Dynasty. Wang Lang was incoherent. Two ministers and thieves. Zhuge Liang again bellowed, you live in vein 76, life has not made an inch of success, will only be shaking lips and drumming, to help Cao for abuse. A dog with a broken spine, still dares to bark earnestly and furiously in front of our army. I've never seen such a brazen person. The moment the words fell, Wang Lang violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood and rolled straight to the ground. He was scolded to death alive. Zhuge Liang waved his feathered fan, weed out the traitors and strangle the evil, and restore the Central Plains. Kill. Cao's army was defeated, and the Han army advanced at a high pitch. The successive defeats made the Wei emperor panic all day long, and he had no choice but to reactivate Sima Yi. As soon as Sima Yi assumed the position of Grand Governor, he asserted that if Zhuge Liang wanted his troops to reach Luoyang, he would surely split his army into 2. After first sending his men to hold down the key boundary, he then decided to sneak into Hanzhong with Xiang Yu by another path straight through Yangping Pass. In this way Zhuge Liang must abandon his car and return to defend Hanzhong. Since Sima Yi can think of it, how can Zhuge Liang not take precautions? He looked at the people under the tent and said in a deep voice, Generals, who dares to lead the troops to guard Jieting? Prime Minister. Ma Su is willing to go. Chapter 54, The Empty City Retreats. Sima waves tears and beheads Ma Su. The importance of Jieting needs no introduction. It is the food route for the army's northern expedition, and if it is not defended, the expedition will not only be ruined, but even Hanzhong may be lost. There is no general in the army, Liao Hua is the vanguard. Ma Su guards Jieting, Zhuge Liang is still relatively assured. I'll give you 25,000 troops and horses, and allocate another general to help you, so there shall be no mistakes. Ma Su arched his hand, by the Prime Minister's order. Zhuge Liang pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, Wang Ping, you and Ma Su will jointly guard Jieting, and the lower fortress should be at the main road, so that the thieves and soldiers cannot pass through. After setting up camp, quickly draw 4 to 8 graphic books and send them to me to read. Wang Ping nodded, here. In order to ensure that Jieting was foolproof, Zhuge Liang gave Gaixia another 10,000 cavalrymen to head to the path northeast of Jieting to canton the troops. Also let Wei Yan rate this part of the troops to go to Jieting after camping. In this regard, Wei Yan vaguely feel dissatisfied, such as if you cannot go to the front line to kill, how to get credit. Zhuge Liang looked serious. I ordered the general to meet the Jieting, guarding the throat of Hanzhong. Non-generals cannot take this important task, is not a position of leisure? General cannot be idle. A flurry of rainbow farts instantly gave Wei Yan a happy smile. Zhuge Liang also ordered Zhao Yun and Tang Fangsheng to each lead an army to guard the Ridge Valley, shouting, I will lead my own army, with Jiang Wei as the vanguard, and march into the ancient city of ancient China from the Ridge Valley, and Chang'an can be broken. All the generals shouted, restore the Central Plains and support the Han Dynasty. Restore the Central Plains and support the Han Dynasty. Restore the Central Plains and support the Han Dynasty. However, Zhuge Liang never thought that he had greatly underestimated Ma Su's ego. When the two of them arrived at Jieting, Ma Su carefully observed the geographical situation and decided to set up camp on the mountain. Wang Ping, on the other hand, was adamantly opposed to this and insisted on camping at the general intersection of the 5 roads as instructed by Zhuge Liang. Bitterly persuaded, if the Wei soldiers break my way to water, the military will be disorganized without a battle. Ma Su interrupted Wang Ping's persuasion and resolutely decided to camp at the top of the hill. When Ma Su's doings, as well as a map of the surrounding terrain, were sent to Zhuge Liang's tent, Zhuge Liang angrily stood up from the 4-wheeled vehicle and slapped his palm heavily on the tablet, his liver and gall blazing. Ma Su cantonied on the mountain and did not set up his fort on Dangdao. If Sima Yi's troops arrive to encircle the mountain, and then cut off the way to accumulate water, in less than 2 days, our army will be disorganized without a fight. Zhuge Liang's 2 eyes black, body can't stop softening. If it is along the mountain to light a fire siege, then my army will not. Zhuge Liang knows that the momentum has gone, but still holds a hint of luck, and urgently orders Yu Chaoyang to send his letter to Ma Su. When you rushed to Jieting, there were no Han troops around. There are only corpses everywhere, as well as the pungent smell of smoke from the burning fire. Looking at the tragic situation on earth in front of him, Yu Chaoyang's scalp was numb and his eyes were black. The loss of Jieting means that the bloodshed of 300,000 Han troops, as well as the efforts of the Prime Minister over the past 6 months, have all gone up in flames. When Yu Chaoyang brought back the news of the loss of Jieting, Zhuge Liang knew that the tide had turned and ordered Guan Xing and Zhang Bao to take 3,000 soldiers and horses each to the Wugong Mountain Trail to buy time for the army to return to Hanzhong. Also ordered Jiang Weima Dai raid of the troops and horses to break the back, and notified the officials and civilians of the 3 counties of the stability of Tianshuinan, and all withdrew to Hanzhong. Zhuge Liang will be around, all the military generals all transfer away, only left Yu Chaoyang close protection, less than 3,000 troops in the city. Zhuge Liang was arranging for his subordinates to transport grain and grass to Hanzhong when a panicked voice rang out. Sima's army of 150,000 men is running westward. The grain official was so frightened that he didn't know what to do, and the account book in his hand fell straight to the ground. Yu Chaoyang's pupils suddenly shrunk, and he hurriedly asked for orders. Prime Minister, that old thief Sima Yi must be running towards you. Prime Minister, quickly retreat, I'll break the back. Zhuge Liang, however, shook his head and painfully said, our army is already short of provisions. If we retreat this time, we will no longer have the strength to fight in the north. The two of them ascended the city, only to see the Wei army's dust rushing to the sky, and the soldiers killed in 2 ways. Zhuge Liang ordered, pass on my order to hide all the flags, and if anyone speaks in a loud voice, he will be beheaded immediately. Although Yu Chaoyang was puzzled, he still conveyed the order. Zhuge Liang returned to the tent and began to think about the strategy of retreating from the enemy. The feather fan in his hand inadvertently slipped, emitting a light and crisp sound of the zither. The original bleak eyes gradually have a bright, already have a strategy to deal with the enemy. Tairuan Natural Road. General Yu, please also carry the 7-string zither to the city for Liang. Yu Chaoyang arched his hand and received the order, and quickly carried the zither to the city head. See Zhuge Liang standing on top of the city wall burning incense and playing the qin. The city gate is wide open, the people sprinkle the streets. Sima Zhao see this is very puzzled. Zhuge Liang make this attitude, I think it is better to kill into the city. Sima Yi heard the words but narrowed his eyes, refused the proposal, and summoned the 3 armies. Do not move rashly. Looking at the figure burning incense and playing the zither, the corner of Sima Yi's mouth lifted up a sneer. Han army general's movements he knew exactly. He concluded that Zhuge Liang behind the city is an empty city, and the troops and horses are only 3,000. Zhuge Liang is emboldened, but in the fraud in just waiting for his order. The Wei army can attack the city and capture Zhuge Liang alive. But once Zhuge Liang is captured alive, Han will no longer be a threat, and his identity of this great governor and where to go from here. Zhuge Liang's today is Sima Yi's tomorrow. So knowing that there is an empty city in front of him, he had to order the rear team change to the front team. Troops retreat to the North Mountain. Sima Zhao arched his hand. Father, why are the troops retreating? If my troops enter the city, they will be caught in their trap. Retreat. With an order, Cao Wei withdrew his troops at a rapid pace. Looking at the dusty Wei army, but Zhuge Liang cannot be happy. Sima Yi alone can top an army of 100,000 men. Cao Wei already has a strong army, and with Sima Yi in command of the 3 armies, the road to the north is undoubtedly much harder. In the Yu Chaoyang support, Zhuge Liang slowly stood up. The rate of the city's troops and horses' grain and grass fire quickly retreated to Hanzhong. And not far away Sima Yi, it is hard to wait for all the people in the city are retired, only then led the army slowly into the city, pretending to say, repent. This is an empty city, Zhuge Liang swindle me. The moment the voice fell, the calm screen rippled a little. Several large characters with dragons and phoenixes appeared in the center of the screen. Empty city. Zhuge Liang is safely returned to Hanzhong, though his mood is equally low. Ma Su lost the jetting, resulting in the failure of the first northern expedition. He looked at Ma Su, who fell to his knees, and said bitterly, my 300,000 strong army was almost lost to you, and when you received your orders, I repeatedly urged you to camp on the road to block the Wei army. You insist on not listening. You think you are well read and familiar with the art of war. You have to camp on the mountain. General Wang's bitter advice. If you can listen to half a sentence, how can you break into such a big trouble? Zhuge Liang life rule of law, in order to maintain the authority and dignity of the law, ordered to push out the beheading. The generals bitterly pleaded for leniency, all that Ma Su was not guilty to death. But Zhuge Liang's determination has been set. If not chopped Ma Su, how to serve the general? How can the souls of the dead Han soldiers rest in peace? And how can we stop the world from talking? So even if Zhuge Liang heart has all kinds of reluctance, but also had to order beheading. Ma Su was sent to the execution ground with his hair scattered, regretting that he did not listen to what Zhuge Liang said, but there is no medicine for regret in the world. When Ma Su's head fell to the ground, Zhuge Liang sobbed uncontrollably. The death of Ma Su not only made the first northern expedition end in failure, but also made the already depleted Han Dynasty more and more strained. The calm screen rippled a bit, and several large characters with dragon flying appeared in the center of the screen. Zhuge Liang waves tears and beheads Ma Su. Chapter 55 Fei's father, take care, 6 out of Xishan. Looking at the retreating Hanzhong, the first failure of the northern expedition, the whole day depressed Prime Minister Zhuge. The pop-ups empathize and all follow the hard feelings. However, the disaster is not alone. Just when Zhuge Liang learned that Liu Xin defeated Cao Hui in Ing, and was ready to make another move to the north, Zhao Tong Zhao Guan came to see him in his morning clothes, and with tears in his voice, he brought the shocking news. Zhao Yun, Zhao Zilong died of illness. The sudden change of heart caused the second northern expedition to end before it even began. Zhao Yun's passing meant that the 5 tiger generals who had followed Liu Bei in the beginning were all gone. That group of like-minded comrades is now left with only him, Zhuge Liang, struggling to hold on. The whole day worry and labor make Zhuge Liang's spirit lightspeed decline. Head full of gray hair, no longer see the year when the Luoyang when the spirit of the wind. Yu Chaoyang see in the eyes, pain in the heart but not enough. And at this time the pop-up. Ma Su lost Street Pavilion, Guan Yu lost Jingzhou, Liu Xin burned Liu Bei's 700 company camps, the Prime Minister this life bitter off. If only Pang Tong, Hua Xiong, and Su Shu were still around, how great it would be. I scolded Wang Lang to death in front of the battlefield, captured Governor Xiao Sidoniel alive, and scared off Sima Yi by the empty city trick, but the great situation has been lost in the end. Before Liu Bei entrusted his son with the throne, he specifically said that Ma Su was over-exaggerated and could not be reused. If Prime Minister Zhuge had listened to him, why would the northern expedition have failed? Correction, it's not that Prime Minister Zhuge had to use Ma Su, it's that Ma Su is the only one left in the entire Han Dynasty. After all, you can't ask Yang to guard the Jieting, can you? You don't say, you really don't say. Yang won't necessarily lose the pavilion. The talents of the Han Dynasty are withering. Zhao Yun died of illness, and Wei Yan is the only general left who can take out his hand, and it hurts the Prime Minister. I think Jiang Wei is not an ordinary person, he may come with a surprise. Jiang Wei? If he's so talented, why was he so unknown before? If Lu Guanzhang was still around, do you think the Prime Minister would look at him? There's no general in Hanzhong, Liao Hua is the vanguard. Your Highness, you're tired. Although Zhao Yun died of illness, the northern expedition must continue. In the 6th year of Jianqing 228, winter. After half a year's rest and recuperation, Zhuge Liang began his second northern expedition, with his troops pointing directly at Qinsong. Wei Hao zhao more than 10,000 troops to defend Qinsong. Han army siege equipment is insufficient, a long time to attack, siege more than 20 days after the food retreated. The second northern expedition failed. In the 7th year of Jianqing 229, in the fall, Zhuge Liang began the third northern expedition, even under the Wudu, Yingping 2 counties, then due to Zhang Fei's son Zhang Bao died of illness, the defense gap, Zhuge Liang grief withdrawal of troops. The third northern expedition failed. In the 8th year of Jianqing 230, in the fall, Sima Yi, Zhang He, and Cao Zhen divide their armies into 3, each leading 100,000 troops to attack Hanzhong. Zhuge Liang decides to take a preemptive strike, with himself, Jiang Wei, and Wei Yan each leading 1 road of troops to ambush the 3 armies. However, due to months of heavy rain, the trestle road was cut off, and the Wei army retreated on their own initiative, and the Han army returned without any success. The fourth northern expedition failed. Spring of the 9th year of Jianqing 231. Zhuge Liang's soldiers surrounded Hao Chang, Sima Yi firm defense. After Li Yan falsely claimed that the eastern Wu sent troops to attack Hanzhong, Zhuge Liang had no choice but to retreat. Afterwards, it was found that the eastern Wu did not come to attack, but Li Yan did not raise enough food, so he lied to the Prime Minister, and Zhuge Liang was heartbroken and demoted him to the common people. The fifth northern expedition failed. In the 12th year of Jianqing 234, in the fall. It has been more than 3 years since the last northern expedition. Now that the provisions are ready and the troops are strong, Zhuge Liang has decided to go on his 6th northern expedition. He vowed to sweep away the treacherous party and recover the central plains. But Lu Chan believes that the world has become a tripod. Do not want Zhuge Liang again labor, why not enjoy peace? 5 times the northern expedition failed. Zhuge Liang has long been physically and mentally exhausted. The years in his face left a deep groove. In the face of Lu Zhen's persuasion, he could only helplessly sigh. I was treated by the late emperor's kindness, dreaming of the Wei Xing Han thing. Doing my best to restore the central plains and revitalize the Han Dynasty for His Majesty. I wish it. Unexpectedly, just after the words fell, Woodcutter Joe stood out to oppose. I watch the sky at night. I am afraid that there are ominous signs, and marching at this time may be unfavorable to our army. Dong Yun, the counselor, also disagreed with another northern expedition. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister's 5 northern expeditions have all been unsuccessful, indicating that the time is not yet ripe for Han to destroy Wei. Why don't we build up our troops and horses, wait for a good opportunity, and then wait for the opportunity to move? Lu Zhen gently nodded, looked at Zhuge Liang, carefully opened his mouth. Fei's father, Dong. Hearing this, Zhuge Liang frowned tightly, silent for a long time. How could he not know that it was not a good opportunity to attack Wei at this time? But what can be done? 5 unsuccessful northern expedition, consumed not only the Han soldiers and horses' grain and grass, but also his 10,000 times heart and soul. He is very clear about his own physical condition, very sick, life is not long. If you can't succeed in cutting down Wei even if you're alive, what about after you're dead?
Jiang Wei is a great talent is not false, but the Shu Han talent withered, only Jiang Wei alone, ultimately is difficult to support.
He's 6 out of Xishan, at least Jiang Wei, Wei Yan, Tang Fangsheng 3 available, not hopeless. However, Zhuge Liang did not state his physical condition as he knew.
Once the ministers knew that he was dying, the entire Han would quickly fall apart, and Wei Yan would immediately stand up and jump against them. Therefore, he had to change his set of words.
Your Majesty, I am entrusted by the late emperor with the weight of the orphan. When I do my best to repel the bandits, even though 9 deaths will not be shaken. If I stay in Shu and wait for Wu and Wei to enter Sichuan, how can I face the late emperor in the 9 springs? Lu Zhen finally agreed to the northern expedition because of Zhuge Liang's sincerity. Let's follow my father's advice and send out troops for the northern expedition.
Zhuge Liang cowed out heavily, his voice trembled and said, I, this time again out of Xishan, vowed to do my best to eliminate the Han traitors, restoring the central plains to revive the Han family.
The next morning, Zhuge Liang again ascended to the point of view, 6 out of Xishan.
At this moment, he has long lost the first northern expedition when the vigor, pale temples, pale and powerless face, as if an old man with a broken candle in the wind. But just when the army is about to pull out, shocking bad news again attacked.
Guan Yu's son, Guan Xing, died of illness.
The words were like a bolt from the blue, and the feather fan in his hand slipped. Until Yu Chaoyan will pick up the feather fan, Zhuge Liang only then slowed down, eyes red, said, General Guan have last words? An onyx soldier burst into tears. General Guan's dying words, can no longer follow the prime minister to kill the enemy and overcome the central plains, die with a grudge. Zhuge Liang shook his head in sadness, pity the loyal and righteous man, heaven will not live.
Just then, a cry of alarm suddenly rang out. Sagittarius father.
Lu Zhen, a suit of plain clothes, trotted to Zhuge Liang in front, dead hold his hand, face father, this out of Xishan must be very careful
I don't want a Jiangshan, also don't want a virtuous name, as long as the Fei's father returns safely. Sang Fu, take care.
As the voice fell, the surrounding ministers and generals all kneeled on one knee and shouted, take care, Prime Minister.
Take care, Prime Minister. Take care, Prime Minister.
The sadness of his voice and the heaviness of his words caused Zhuge Liang to instantly burst into tears. Mouth open and closed, but frozen did not say a word. Just silently turn around, feather fan pointing to the north, start the 6th northern expedition. Looking at Zhuge Liang who was walking away, Lu Zhen instantly reddened his eyes, and only silently prayed for the other party in his heart, returns safely
Xiang father. Chapter 56 Wooden Bulls and Quicksilver Horses, the tricked Sima Yi.
Zhuge Liang reorganized his army and led 340,000 troops in 5 ways and 6 out of Xishan. Those who were ordered to come to resist were still the great governor Sima Yi, and the 4 sons of Xiahou Yuan.
To prevent Zhuge Liang from blocking the long road, Sima Yi had 9 pontoon bridges built over the Wei River.
He also ordered Guo Huai and Sun Li to set up camp north of the Weishui River with Yongliang's troops and horses. Zhuge Liang sees the move and decides to feign an attack on the North Plains to lure Sima Yi to the rescue, and then he can secretly sneak into the Weishui.
This battle must be won.
If this is the case, then our army can approach Chang'an.
After Zhuge Liang made his pre-war mobilization, the several armies immediately went their separate ways. However, in the face of the eager 3 armies, Sima Yi has long seen through Zhuge Liang's scheme. When Wei Yan Tang Fangsheng feigns to attack the northern plains, he is instead wrapped up in Sima Yi's dumplings. Looking at the panicked Shu army, Sima Yi looked disdainful. Wei Yan, Zhuge Liang painstakingly designed and ordered you to feint an attack on my fortress, and secretly sent people down the water to burn the pontoon bridge. Ming for messing me after, actually for attacking me before, this plan can hide from others, how can it hide from me Sima? Why don't you quickly dismount and surrender?
At Sima Yi's command, the Wei army surged towards the Shu army from all sides.
Wei Yan and Tang Fangsheng refused to be tied up and killed their way out of the siege. Wu Ban Wuji was ordered to burn the pontoon bridge, was also ambushed by the Wei soldiers, was killed by arrows on the spot, the rest of the Shu army dead routed. Wang Ping, Zhang Ji, Zhang Wei, Ma Zhong and Liao Hua went to attack the camp of Wei army, but they were ambushed one after another and fled. The stooped Zhuge Liang looked at the direction of the Wei River from afar, and the grave color on his face reflected the uneasiness in his heart. Standing all night, Zhuge Liang finally waited for the dawn, but waiting for the news of the defeat of the whole Shu army.
Looked at the front of the many soldiers who escaped death and grey face, Zhuge Liang is deeply ashamed. You and other hard work, quickly get up and go back to camp to rest.
My miscalculation, I am ashamed of all the generals.
Zhuge Liang fell into deep self-reproach, his tightly locked brow not relenting for a moment. Only one night Shu army lost more than 10,000 people, which makes Zhuge Liang how to accept? His lonesome back is deeply imprinted in everyone's heart, which makes people feel a lot of emotions in complicated mood. Suddenly, the stumbling Zhuge Liang feet soft, fortunately Yu Chaoyan quick to assist, which allows Zhuge Liang did not fall to the ground. Prime Minister, I will send you back to the camp to rest.
I'm sorry to trouble General Yu. Yu Chaoyang assisted Zhuge Liang's arm for a moment. His heart was very unfavorable.
Thin bones, eyes sunken, like a candle in the wind.
Which still have the first fledgling, pointing to the mountains when the spirit of the wind.
6 out of Xishan first battle suffered a crushing defeat. Back to the 10th, Zhuge Liang realized that the Shu army alone is difficult to destroy Wei. So he sends Fei Yi with a letter to the eastern Wu, and Sun Quan realizes that this is an opportunity and orders Lu Sun to lead the army to attack Wei. In the face of Lu and Sun's two-sided attack, Cao Wei did not panic at all. Today is not the same as in the past. A unification of the north and a few years of rest and recuperation of Wei has long been unafraid of the two-joint attack.
Sima Yi camped on the Wei River to defend against Zhuge Liang and Sichuan and Shu.
Cao Rui, Emperor of Wei, goes on an imperial expedition to face Lu Sun of the eastern Wu directly. Zhuge Liang, who lost the first battle, was not devastated, and in order to solve the problem of grain transportation, Zhuge Liang made the craftsman build a divine car according to the drawings.
Its name, Wooden Ox Flow Horse. This cow neither drinks nor eats food, crosses mountains as if it were walking on the ground, and can also run for 12 hours without stopping. Sima Yi heard about this thing was shocked. Immediately people robbed a dozen back. After experiencing it personally, Sima Yi appreciated it even more.
This thing is very wonderful, very wonderful.
Ha 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 ha. Since Zhuge Liang can use this method, can't my Wei army?
Quickly order the artisans in the camp to imitate it, more is better. When Zhuge Liang learned that Sima Yi used imitation wooden oxen and horses to transport grain, he instantly swept away the previous shade and was very happy. In the face of the general's doubts, Zhuge Liang explained, Sima Yi only knows the spiritual changes of the wooden oxen and horses, but does not know the wonders of the wooden oxen and horses.
There is a mechanism in the mouth of the wooden ox flowing horse. If you twist the tongue, the wooden ox flowing horse cannot walk. Sima Yi didn't know about this device, but used it to carry the army grain, which is exactly what I planned. As the words fell, the general's tightly locked brows gradually lowered, and they let out a magnificent laugh. This plan was not only able to wear down the living forces of the Wei army, but also relieved their immediate needs. Lack of grain and grass.
On the following day, Tang Fengsheng led his troops to rob the grain, and the unsuspecting Wei army was killed and scattered. The defeated soldiers informed Guo Huai of the news of the Han army's grain robbery, and Guo Huai hurriedly led his troops to support them. When Tang Fengsheng saw the Wei army coming after him, he immediately turned his wooden oxen and horses and withdrew behind his tongue. Subsequently, no matter how the Wei army tapped, the wooden oxen flow horse just did not move, so angry Guo Huai cursed.
At this time, Jiang Wei Yen led the army to kill.
Guo Huai had to give up the wooden oxen and horses to retreat. After the Shu army turned the switch, the wooden oxen and horses, which were still dead and motionless just now, began to walk normally again. This action directly to the distant Guo Huai looked dumbfounded, severely slapped himself twice and said, "There are ghosts. There are ghosts."
Sima Yi learns that the provisions have been robbed, so he personally leads his troops to try to recapture the provisions and the wooden oxen and horses.
Zhuge Liang had anticipated this and ambushes came out from all sides, and Sima Yi was shocked. Under the desperate protection of his two sons, he fled single-handedly towards the dense forest, with Jiang Wei in hot pursuit behind him. At this time in front of Sima Yi has a left and a right two roads. After thinking for a moment he intentionally threw his helmet to the side. The person also fled towards this road. When Jiang Wei arrived, he mistakenly thought that it was Sima Yi's plan to escape from his shell, so he drew his horse and chased him to the other road. Jiang Wei pursued him to no avail, and Sima Yi was lucky to recover his life. Although he failed to capture Sima Yi, he captured 10,000 quintals of grain and grass from the Wei army, which greatly alleviated the problem of lack of food for the Shu army. Jiang Wei lost his soul and arched his hand. I set up an ambush according to the Prime Minister's plan to hunt down Sima Yi, but unfortunately I let him escape and only obtained Sima Yi's golden helmet. I hope the Prime Minister will forgive me.
After hearing the entire process, Tang Fengsheng sighed heavily.
If he were to go, with his intelligence, he would not have fallen for Sima Yi's trick of doubting the troops.
Also regrettable is Yu Chaoyang, one of the two Haha generals.
Zhuge Liang did not have much reaction to this, but only ordered Wei Yan to bring a golden helmet to the front of the camp tomorrow to scold the battle. But just ate and ambushed Sima Yi, at this moment as if the birds of prey, no matter how Wei Yan's scolding, are not moved. A few days in a row are no success. Zhuge Liang also gradually dispelled the idea. In order for the Shu army to be able to stay in Xishan for a long time, Zhuge Liang ordered the generals and local people to work together to plant fields. The army took up 1 point and the people took up 2 points, and they did not violate each other. But distant water cannot quench the thirst of the near. Sima Yi's dead not out to make the Prime Minister ahead and too big. The whole day in front of the map wandering back and forth, sighing again and again, the essence of the eye visible degree of lightspeed declined. It was night. Yu Chaoyang brought in the meal and placed it on the tablet silently, calling out softly, "Prime Minister, Prime Minister."
Zhuge Liang holds up an oil lamp, scrutinizing the map in front of him, and doesn't turn his head back. What is it? It's time to eat.
Yu Chaoyang carefully took out 2 eggs from his arms and looked up, still seeing the Prime Minister not moving.
Looking at the Prime Minister's thinning back, Xiang choked up as if he thought of the final end of Shu Han. Zhuge Liang slowly turns around, his lips pale and eyes deeply concave. General Yu, what are you? Xiaoyang's voice trembled with tears. Prime Minister, you are old and not in good health, and then you don't eat or drink like this. The three soldiers, what can be done? If the late emperor finds out, he will scold me for not taking care of you. How can I face the late emperor? Prime Minister, take care of your health. Chapter 57, Burning Sima Yi, Rain in the Valley Above. Xiaoyang's choked words caused Zhuge Liang to fall into silence on the spot. His lips trembled, his fingers shook, and he didn't know what he was thinking. It took a long time before he focused on the meal in front of him. After sweeping it all away, Zhuge Liang sat on the four-wheeled vehicle and was slowly pushed out of the tent by Xiaoyang. Think of their 6 out of Qishan but not an inch of success. Think of their own labor people hurt money militarism. Think of the shoulder is also burdened with the weight of the first emperor's trust. Looking at the tent over the restoration of the Central Plains flag, Zhuge Liang's eyes drenched in tears. In a trance, Guan Yu Zhang figures surfaced before his eyes. Second general and third general, I hope that the two generals will secretly help Liang in the underworld, so that Liang can overcome Sima Yi's march into the Central Plains and achieve greatness early. It is also good to console the late emperor's spirit in heaven. The white moon was hanging high, and the wind was piercing the bones. Zhuge Liang this day is a whole night. As the saying goes, planning is in the people, accomplishing is in the sky. Zhuge Liang, who knows that his days are numbered, decides to fight for his remaining life, and once again performs the burning of the Vine Armor Army in the Valley of the Snake. Without the slightest respite, the genius has just turned white. Zhuge Liang ordered Wei Yan to lead 5,000 soldiers to the Wei camp to discuss the war. Zhuge Liang held a white handkerchief with blood flowers, and emphasized bitterly, this battle is only allowed to fraudulently lose, not to win. All you need to do is to draw Sima Yi's troops to the valley above, and that will be a great achievement. Hearing another call for battle, Wei Yan instinctively wanted to refuse, but Zhuge Liang didn't give him a chance at all, saying again, Tang Fengsheng, Gaixia. Prime Minister, please command. The two arched their hands and stepped out, their expressions serious. The two of you make the wooden oxen and horses go back and forth on the grain road to attract the Wei army to take the bait. Here. After the two men received their orders, Zhuge Liang turned his attention back to Liao Hua and Zhang Yi. Xishan will be guarded by the two generals. The matter is important, remember not to take it lightly. After everything was arranged, Zhuge Liang took a deep breath and solemnly said, Generals, this battle is of great importance. If we want to recover the Central Plains and reach Chang'an, then we must be in the upper valley. Burn Sima Yi. With a command, all the generals acted in accordance with Zhuge Liang's scheme of fire. Wooden cattle and horses in the grain rode back and forth. A few days later, Sima Yi can no longer resist the heart palpitations, led the troops came to rob grain. He took away the wooden oxen and horses and captured the grain team, and then learned from the Han army that the grain was destined for the upper valley. Sima Yi concluded on the spot, Zhuge Liang, by stocking grain in the upper valley, must be trying to fight a protracted war with our army. Where is Zhuge Liang's army now? A Wei soldier on the side arched his hand. Zhuge Liang's army has set up camp 10 miles west of the upper valley. 10 miles? Sima Yi's eyes lightly raised, a plan quietly surfaced in his mind. This plan is called Sound East, Strike West. Let the generals under his command attack the Qishan camp, while he led his troops to the upper valley in person and burned the grain silo of Shu Han. Completely cut off the Han's hope of a northern expedition. When the Wei army attacked the Qishan camp, news came. Zhuge Liang's eyes shine brightly, heavy slap. Good. Good. Sima Yi has indeed fallen for the plan. Men, follow my troops to the upper valley and capture Sima Yi alive. At this time Zhuge Liang's body cells beating madly, as if seeing the dawn of the northern expedition right in front of him. And at this time Sima Yi has led the army to the upper valley outside. Looking at the Han army in the valley, the head of the army surging towards the direction of Qishan wildly, Sima Yi cannot help but flick the white beard. Zhuge Liang really hit the plan. After I burn your granary, let's see what you take to resist the Iron Horseman. Kill. With a command, the army holding up the sea banner frantically killed its way towards the valley above. Seeing Sima Yi's arrival, Wei Yan feigned a fraudulent defeat to lure him into the upper valley. Looking at the granaries spreading over the mountains, Sima Yi charged in with his troops in a single bound. But only just entering the valley, there was a sudden burst of magnificent laughter in his ears. The laughter was penetrating and piercing, full of fastidiousness and hatred, echoing continuously within the valley. Sima Yi fixed his eyes on it, and his originally excited heart instantly fell like an ice cave. The one who let out a loud laugh was no one else but his old rival, Zhuge Liang. In just a moment, Sima Yi's face changed drastically, realizing that he had been caught in Zhuge Liang's scheme within a scheme. Sima Yi, your time to die has come, don't try to escape. Today, I will let you perish in the valley above. The moment the words fell, Tang Fengsheng led a group of men to kill from the rear, cutting off Sima Yi's path of retreat. Immediately afterward, an oval-shaped throwing object was scattered from the top of the valley. The moment it hit the ground, a huge explosion rang out. Boom! The Wei troops within a few feet of the square were dead and wounded, and their deaths were extremely miserable, with more than just a grimace. This sudden change, making the already trembling Sima Yi is even more gutsy, and hastily exclaimed, "Come on! Quickly come and surround this governor!" A wall of people with no dead ends surfaced around Sima Yi, followed by dozens of grenades being thrown down. Although half of them were duds, the accumulation of several years was enough for the Wei army to drink a pot of water. Explosions were heard one after another, and the Wei troops were like ants on a hot pot, fleeing back and forth in the valley, fearing that the next explosion would ring out above their heads. Looking at the surrounded Sima Yi, Zhuge Liang showed ferocious face, feather fan light swing, thousands of bundles of firewood from the top of the valley rolled down to the valley. Immediately after that, rockets, torches and grenades came one after another. While the sound of explosions was incessant, a blazing fire spread instantly in the valley, and the flames were overwhelming the sky. Even the white clouds were reflected in blood red. The entrance to the valley was also heavily guarded by Tang Fangsheng. At this time Sima Yi can be said to have no way to heaven and no door to enter the ground. Wei army screams one after another, living a human purgatory. Looking at the Wei troops, Sima Yi was overwhelmed by fear and came out from the protection of the human wall, losing his mind. "Father, my son covers you, go quickly." "Yes, father, as long as you're alive, the Sima family will never die." Sima Zhao was like ants on a hot pan, reaching out to tug and pull. But no matter how hard they try, Sima Yi is not moving, like an old tree with roots. Just eyes staring blankly at the fire in front of him, tone of remorse, "If I'm a little more careful, how could I be in Zhuge Liang trick? Now there is a wolf in front of us and a tiger behind us, where else can you and my father and son survive? I have dragged my son down." Sima Yi's eyes were red and he shed 2 lines of tears. "Father! Father!" Sima Zhao was equally disoriented. The father and son 3 hugged each other tightly and lost their voices. Zhuge Liang sitting on the 4-wheeled vehicle, cold eyes, not moved. Between the light lifting of the feather fan, more than 1,000-foot archers had drawn to the full moon, their arrows emitting a biting cold light in the daylight. Just when the arrow left the string, Sima Yi drew his sword and killed himself in the nick of time. Heaven and earth suddenly changed. The wind was fierce, the clouds were dense, and a loud thunderclap ran through the entire valley above. Just a split-second's effort. Raindrops the size of soybeans poured down. Zhuge Liang's pupils shrunk into pinpoints, and he violently stood up from the 4-wheeled vehicle. "Release arrows! Release arrows!" A rain of arrows wrapped in water droplets poured down from the sky, making it impossible to tell whether it was arrows or rain. Under Yu Chaoyang's command, a grenade was also thrown in Sima Yi's direction. But the desperate thing was that neither the rain of arrows nor the grenades caused any casualties to Sima Yi. It was as if there was a wall in the underworld that blocked everything. The sudden downpour of rain doused the fire in the valley above, and also doused the last glimmer of hope in the Prime Minister's heart. The Prime Minister closed his eyes tightly, his pale lips trembled constantly, and he felt deep despair and unwillingness in his heart. It was no longer possible to tell whether it was rain or tears that flowed on his cheeks. He had been a godly calculator all his life, but he had only failed to calculate this heavy rain in the upper valley. Put! A mouthful of black blood gushed out from his mouth. This Chancellor Zhuge, who had lifted up the entire Han with the strength of one shoulder and captured Mang in 7 and Xishan in 6. Just like a leaf in the wind, fell straight to the ground. While fainting and dying, a bellowing cry rang in Zhuge Liang's ears. "Yu Chaoyang is here! Sima, old thief, don't go!" Yu Chaoyang rode alone with 10 grenades strapped to his waist, like a sharp knife, heading straight for Sima Yi, who had escaped with his life. Chapter 58. Zhuge expected me first, but I wasn't as good as he was. Sima Yi escapes from death and wants to go back to his camp to recuperate. But when he looked up, the martial flag on the city wall had long been replaced with the Jiang banner. It turned out that Jiang Wei took advantage of the fact that the Wei army had poured out to fight the Qishan camp and sneak attack the Weinan stronghold. Sima Yi looked at Jiang Wei with a resolute face and could not help but let out a long sigh, sincerely admiring Zhuge Liang. "Zhuge is expected before me. I am not as good as also. I'm not as good as you." In a tone, Sima Yi ordered again, "Burn the pontoon bridge, and set up camp on the north bank of the Wei River." "Here." Sima Zhao arched his hand and received the order, and immediately ordered dozens of generals to go and burn the pontoon bridge. However, just at this moment, a single rider's surging figure suddenly appeared from the end of the pontoon bridge, like a thunderous roar ringing in Sima Yi's ears. "Yu Chaoyang is here! Sima, old thief, don't go!" Yu Chaoyang's horse's veins rippled, the lance in his hand emitted a biting cold light, and his face was as fierce as an evil ghost. From the upper valley, he finally caught up with Sima Yi at the last moment. Sima Yi's face suddenly changed, his arms couldn't stop trembling. "Stop him! Stop him!" Sima Yi was greatly alarmed, and the reason for this was naturally not the single, second-rate martial level Yu Chaoyang. What really frightened him was the oval-shaped grenade in his opponent's hand, called a grenade. He had personally experienced the power of a grenade. Once it landed and exploded, all living things in a few feet radius would be destroyed. If it wasn't for the thunderstorms in the valley above, plus the gusty winds whistling more than once, greatly affecting the accuracy of the arrows and grenades. If he had 10 lives, they wouldn't be enough to kill him. One can imagine what kind of shock Yu Chaoyang gave Sima Yi when he came at him with a grenade strapped to his body, charging forward. Even the most terrifying thing in the world is nothing more than this. The front line turned into the back line, and the dense crowd surrounded Sima Yi, forming an impenetrable human wall. However, just at this moment, a violent shout rang out again. "General Yu, I've come to help you." In Sima Yi's despairing eyes, the originally closed city gates suddenly opened wide. Jiang Wei led more than 100 elite horsemen to run out of the city, like a sharp knife, straight into the impermeable wall of people, hard to tear out an opening. Reveal hiding in the center, panicked Sima Yi. Prime Minister Zhuge fainted and died in the valley above, injuring his body and spirit, making his already weak body even worse. When he woke up again, it was already 3 days later. The lips are pale, the shape is as withered, the breathing is if anything, as if even getting up has become a luxury. Yu Chaoyang had gone after Sima Yi and his whereabouts were unknown, so Tang Fengsheng took over the responsibility of taking care of Prime Minister Zhuge. Seeing the Prime Minister wake up, a flash of excitement appeared on Tang Fengsheng's cheeks as he carefully helped him up. Zhuge Liang weakly waved his hand and hurriedly inquired, "General, you went after Sima Yi. Is there any whereabouts now?" Tang Fengsheng's body stiffened in silence. According to the ventilation of the pop-ups, Yu Chaoyang was probably in dire straits. Its screen ends with the figure of a man who pulls a grenade and resolutely rushes towards Sima Yi. The scene ends abruptly here, without even the option "continued deduction" appearing. So Tang Fengsheng didn't know whether Sima Yi was dead or not. Everything would have to wait for Jiang Wei to return before the truth would come out. But for Zhuge Liang, Tang Fengsheng's silence was the answer itself. Come to think of it, with Yu Chaoyang's personal force, how could he accomplish the feat of taking the head of an enemy general from an army of 10,000? Even with the help of a grenade, it was impossible. Everything was just the last fluke in his mind. Thinking of this, Zhuge Liang sighed heavily, emotional and righteous. General Yu is truly a hero of the world. It is Liang who dragged him down. Prime Minister. Tang Fengsheng's lips trembled, wanting to comfort something, but he couldn't get the words out of his mouth. After a long period of silence, Zhuge Liang once again inquired, "Is there any progress on the East Wu side? If Lu Xun breaks through Hannan and attacks on the left and right, our army may not be unable to regain the mountains and rivers." Tang Fengsheng shook his head once again. Lu Xun of Eastern Wu is no match for Cao Rui, and has withdrawn his troops on all fronts. The Eastern Wu troops have now all withdrawn to Jiangdong and can no longer pincer attack Cao Wei with our army. Zhuge Liang could not hide his loss. The time is also fate, AI. General Tang should step back for now. Liang would like to be alone for a while. Tang Fengsheng's eyes turned red, kneeling on one knee and arching his hand heavily. "Prime Minister, take care of your health. The last general is right outside the tent, just lightly call out if anything happens." Zhuge Liang nodded especially feebly, his eyes were very lifeless, obviously still immersed in that heavy rain in the valley above. Heaven's destiny. Its fate. Is the 400 years of Han's national fortune to be broken in Liang's hands after all? How can I face the late emperor? The moment the voice filled with endless unwillingness rang out, Tang Fengsheng, the Iron Man, instantly burst into tears. His right hand was clenched tightly above the hilt of the sword, his eyebrows and veins bulging, and he had already cried into tears. This heavy rain came too suddenly, too violently, and brought too heavy a price. What the rain extinguished was not only the fire, but also the Prime Minister's lifelong dream of creating 3 Yanhans. How unfair the heavens are! And the pop-ups at this time were even more wailing. Red Cliff borrowed an east wind, the upper valley returns a heavy rain, the heavens are unfair. A downpour has extinguished the Han Dynasty's 400 years of national fortune. Heavens can't be changed by manpower. If the Prime Minister can calculate the fog in 3 days and borrow the east wind, how can he not calculate the rain? It's the will of heaven. The Prime Minister's lifelong endeavors have been wiped out by this rain. Your life is a bitter one. The Prime Minister's northern expedition is against the will of heaven. I hope the Prime Minister will get up soon and not fall apart, so that he can lead the 2 generals to continue to support the Han Dynasty. Great joy followed by great sorrow, and the Prime Minister has been overworked for years. How can you easily get through this? What's going on with Brother Yang? Is Sima Yi dead or not? If Sima Yi is dead, the Prime Minister may not be able to return to his senses and continue to support the Han Dynasty. Speaking of which, I'm angry. At this critical moment, Brother Yang's side has gone black, and I don't know what's going on. Black screen. I know, as long as the game character faints or passes out, the viewpoint will go black and will only be restored when he wakes up. I really vomited, early not black screen, late not black screen, but this time black screen. This is not purely hang people's appetite? You should be satisfied, at least you can still watch the live broadcast of the God of Feng, otherwise it would be called real despair. I don't want to support the Han Dynasty, I just want the Prime Minister to get well soon. Even in his old age, the Prime Minister's life is too bitter. Yes, your life has been too hard. The snow in Miqing, the fire in Yiling, the heavy rain in the valley above, half the biography of Shu Han, the whole history of the three kingdoms, the top intention is hard to be pacified. Chapter 59 Liang, and then can no longer be on the verge of discussing thievery. The Prime Minister has been ill for a long time and his health is declining. In order to find out the whereabouts of Yu Chaoyang, as well as the death or survival of Sima Yi, Zhuge Liang once again sends his men to the front of the battlefield to call for mercy. With his parents as the radius and 18 generations of ancestors as the diameter, Tang Fengsheng launched a cordial greeting to Sima Yi. But strangely enough, no matter how Tang Fengsheng screamed and cursed, the Wei army camp did not move at all. Only dense heads walked back and forth within the camp, making it difficult to understand the reality. Tang Fengsheng screamed and cursed for the third time to no avail. Zhuge Liang's frown tightened 1 point deeper. Gently coughing twice, a smear of blood was spilling out from the corner of his mouth. He looked back at Wei Yan, who had a shadowy look on his face, and without moving, he wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and commanded, "Wait for General Tang to return to the camp. Tell him to come to my tent at the first opportunity, I have something important to tell you." After delivering his instructions, the Prime Minister slowly walked towards the tent with the support of the medical officer. His eyes were glazed over, and his gait was light, as if he was on the verge of reaching his physical limit. In the face of the doctor's kind words of comfort, Zhuge Liang just shook his head, knowing that the end is near, do not want to say more. Not long after, a disoriented Tang Fengsheng walked in, kneeling on one knee and arching his hand. "Prime Minister, I've let you down. The last general failed to force Sima Yi out, please be punished. You are not to blame for this." Zhuge Liang waved his hand. After the battle of Shongshan Valley, Sima old thief has long since become a scared bird. How easy is it to force him out? Liang time is running out. 3 made Yan Han's banner still need you and Jiang Wei to carry. This is Liang life written military law as well as gossip array formation. Also hope that the general well practiced in order to support the Han. Looking at the book of war in front of him, Tang Fengsheng instantly thought of Liu Bei who entrusted the orphan in Baidi City. This moment is just like the other moment. Light as a feather, yet heavier than Mte Tai. He kind of understood why Zhuge Liang would keep hanging on to the weight of Liu Bei's trust. It was trust, it was a trust, and it was an inheritance. It is not enough to tell others about the heaviness of the emotions involved. Order Tang Fengsheng strictly guarded, not to leak the wind of his illness. Zhuge Liang passed out again. This coma, it is another 2 days and nights. During this period, Tang Fengsheng was like a door god, blocking the front of the tent to death. On this day, Wei Yan, who had visited him 3 times without success, got really angry and asked, "Tang Fengsheng, are you trying to rebel? Today, the frontline war report is urgent, the opportunity will be gone in a flash, can you afford the consequences of this?" But no matter what Wei Yan said, Tang Fengsheng didn't budge an inch, his right hand gripped tightly on the hilt of his sword, with the demeanor of chopping whoever dares to force his way in. With one side not letting in and the other side wanting to enter, the situation was suddenly tense. Wei Yan was inwardly annoyed, but there was nothing he could do about it, because forcing Tang Fengsheng, this iron-headed child, into a hurry. He really dares to chop. As he was burning, a slight shout rang out. "General Tang, Liang has woken up, let General Wei come in." Tang Fengsheng's face was expressionless as he stepped aside. Wei Yan stepped inside with a cold snort. Looked at just woke up on busy criticizing the political affairs of Zhuge Liang. Wei Yan one knee kneeled down and said, "Yan follow the first emperor to fight in the east and kill in the west, and then with the prime minister to fight in the north and south, a long time through the battlefield know the art of war. Today, the prime minister's body is not well, still stay in the camp to endure the pain of the wind and frost. Yan's heart really can't bear it, so I took the liberty of asking for help in order to fulfill the prime minister's long-cherished wish as soon as possible." Wei Yan tearful, left intolerance right first emperor, the surface of the body for Zhuge Liang, but secretly it is thought of military power. Zhuge Liang knows this well, so the excuse to show the son of heaven and then reply. Wei Yan still want to say more, but see Zhuge Liang don't open the head, only lost to leave. After Wei Yan left, Zhuge Liang slowly walked outside the camp with Tang Fengsheng's support. Looking up at the sky, he found that the guest star was bright and the main star was dim, and he understood that his time had come and his life was not long to come, and inquired, "Can there be the whereabouts of General Yu, General Jiang, and the 2 of them?" Tang Fengsheng shook his head, silent in response. The Prime Minister sighed and shook his head, his pace heavy as he returned to the camp, and only just laying down on his bed. Fei Yi and the others arrived one after the other. Looking at the pale and weak Prime Minister, Fei Yi suggests using the method of praying for sacrifice to renew his life. Looking at the 8 words on the wall, bow to the best of your ability and die before you die, the Prime Minister gets up with great difficulty and decides to change his fate for the sake of the Han Dynasty. Then ordered Tang Fengsheng to pick 49 armor, each holding a soap flag wearing soap clothes around the tent. If the main lamp does not go out within 7 days, then add 12 years of life. If the main lamp is extinguished, the will of God is difficult to disobey. To prevent anyone from breaking into the altar by mistake, Tang Fengsheng, Fei Yi, Zhang Wan, and other mainstays of the organization took turns to stand guard. In their hearts, they prayed every moment that heaven would bless the Prime Minister to get through this. In the blink of an eye, the Prime Minister's prayers were just one day away from being completed. Now that the main lamp is bright and shows no sign of going out, Zhuge Liang can't help but sigh with emotion. I've been praying to the stars for 6 nights, but fortunately the main lamp is still bright. It seems that the heavens are merciful and my life is hopeful. The few people outside the tent understood that they had reached a critical moment, so they raised their spirits and looked around at everything around them. However, just at this critical moment, the shouts and killings outside the camp suddenly shook the sky, and the Wei army attacked at night. Tang Fangsheng's face suddenly changed, immediately into the tent to the Prime Minister to report the situation, but looked at the eyes-closed Zhuge Liang, and too hard to hold back. However, Wei Yan cannot care about this 3721, screaming and forced to break into the inside. The left and right arms were hanging Fei Yi Jiangwan, pulling cannot be pulled. A strong wind also blew into the tent with Wei Yan, the main lamp instantly swaying more than. Tang Fangsheng, who understood that something bad was happening, hurriedly used his body to protect the fire, but it was ultimately a step too late. Under the strong wind, the flickering flames finally went out. Sima Wei Yan. How dare you step on a horse? Tang Fangsheng's liver and guts were about to split Wei Yan alive as he drew his sword. Stop. Zhuge Liang closed his eyes and sighed long and hard. My life is over. It is not Wen Chang's fault. The gusty wind whistled more than once, and Tang Fangsheng's palm-length sword crashed to the ground with a crunching sound. Prime Minister. Wei Yan fell to his knees with a thud, not knowing whether it was intentional or not. The last general did not know. Please forgive the Prime Minister. Zhuge Liang shook his head and said softly, there is no point in talking more, and lead the troops to meet the battle. A few people point all the troops and horses against the gale out of the tent, but as far as the eye can see, and where there is still the figure of the Wei army? Until the sentry reported, they learned that the Wei army suddenly appeared. Its target is not the Han camp. It was just that the other side was chasing someone and happened to be passing by. Listening to this highly dramatic and absurd scene, tears of remorse and unwillingness flowed from the corners of Zhuge Liang's eyes, and he raised his voice to the sky. I am destined to do this. My life is like this. Another mouthful of blood spurted out, only this time the Prime Minister didn't faint to death, but instead braced himself to put pen to paper to write the last sermon to Liu Zhen. Until the last outline was completed, the Prime Minister only then closed his eyes as if he was relieved. During this time, the Prime Minister had a dream. He dreamed that Ma Su did not lose the street pavilion, that it did not rain in the upper valley, and that the northern expedition was really successful. I dreamt that Liu Zhen succeeded to the throne smoothly and Xiao Rui and Sun Quan bowed down to the throne, and I dreamt that my long-cherished wish of restoring the Han Dynasty was finally realized. Just as he was wearing a smile on his face and discussing with the civil and military officials about when to pay homage to his ancestors, he realized that the hall was empty and everything had disappeared. After all, it was just a dream. And the first thing the Prime Minister did when he woke up was to send Tang Fangsheng to secretly summon Ma Dai and whisper a few words into his ear. And then call to Yang. Everything explains. After I die, Wei Yan will rebel. When he rebels, you can open this capsule before the battle. Then there are people who chop Wei Yan. After the army generals finished explaining, Li Fu also hurriedly came. Zhuge Liang asked him to convey to His Majesty. The old system of the country must not be easily changed, and the people used must not be easily abolished. Liang has already passed on the art of war to General Tang, and if Jiang Wei survives, these two may carry on my legacy. Li Fu's face was sad and heavy as he inquired in a low voice, Prime Minister. His Majesty inquires, who can succeed the Prime Minister after 100 years? Jiang Wan. What happened after Jiang Wan? Fei Yi. What happened after Fei Yi? Zhuge Liang closed his eyes tightly and shook his head, shedding a rather profound tear. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west, and the Prime Minister's lifespan comes to a close. Tang, General Tang. Could you push Liang out for a walk? Liang still wants to meet the generals of the 3 armies. Tang Fangsheng nodded with tears in his eyes and picked up Zhuge Liang, who was as shapeless as a withered man, carefully placed him on the 4-wheeled vehicle and slowly walked out. Zhuge Liang looked at the drill of the 3 army generals, tears in the eyes kept spinning, for the first time felt that the autumn wind is actually so harsh. Everything seemed to be hinting to him that the fate of the Han Dynasty would be over. Looking at the Prime Minister's eyes gradually closed, Tang Fangsheng could no longer suppress the emotions in his heart, immediately kneeled down and shouted heartbreakingly. Prime Minister, take care. This shout was like a fuse, and the 3 generals who had just been drilling knelt down in unison. Prime Minister, take care. Take care, Prime Minister. Take care, Prime Minister. The shouts were like layers of waves that resounded between heaven and earth. Intermingled with the roiling shouts, a song suddenly rang in the ears of the live broadcast audience. The rain stops between the skies, like tears circling the eyes. This may be the last time we meet. Along the way passed by the former, it is too late to repeat, the embrace has long been quietly cooled, the sound of the sea tide drowned out the dusk of the parting, leaving behind only the body temperature of the unwilling. Under the starry sky, embracing the fast fading warmth, love can only be complete in the memories, want to hold you tight inside the body, do not dare to let you see, the corner of the mouth that did not fall tears. If this is the last page, before you leave, can you let me rewrite the story? Looking at the banner of the restoration of the Central Plains, the Prime Minister turned all his unwillingness and regrets into one last tear, and between his lightly lifted lips, an endlessly saddening voice rang out. Rio, no longer can you crusade against the bandits. The long, long sky, why is it so thin on me? Chapter 60-100 Articles of the General History of Yin Huang, Zhuge Liang alone. As the feather fan slid down, the Prime Minister stayed in Wu's Hangyuan forever. This slim old man, who had captured Meng Yu 7 times and left Xishan 6 times, and who had lifted up the whole Han with his own strength, closed his eyes forever. The choking sound was like a windmill, constantly resounding in this wilderness. A person who had killed from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a man of iron, was crying like a child at this moment. Their livers and guts were broken, their hearts were torn apart, and they were pounding their chests and stomping the ground as if their souls had been drained away. The sun was setting, the autumn wind was blowing, and in the midst of all the sadness, a pained cry rang out. Prime Minister! Only the gray-headed Jiang Wei gradually appeared under the remnants of the sun. His hands were holding a strong man covered in blood, and a cloth bag the size of a human head was tied around his waist. Looking at the feather fan that slipped to the ground, Jiang Wei seemed to have been drained of all his strength, and every step was extremely difficult. After walking in front of the Prime Minister, Jiang Wei fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling. Prime Minister! It's Boyo who's late. Let this head be a sacrifice to your soul. Jiang Wei removed the cloth bag from his waist, and the head of the dead Sima Yi was presented in front of everyone's eyes. The expressions were horrified, and the pupils shrunk to pinpoints, as if they had suffered an extremely horrifying scene in life. And being held in Jiang Wei's arms, that strong man covered in blood was no one else. It is Yu Chaoyang who was riding alone after Sima Yi. Tang Fengxing took a step forward, his expression instantly silent. He sort of knew why the other party's live room had been blacked out. It was because there wasn't a single part of the other party that was intact from head to toe. Densely iron pieces deep into the flesh, a hideous wound through the entire back, limbs are either cut by knives or stabbed by guns, blood and flesh is very scary. Injuries are grievous, but also in the low level of medical care in ancient times. To be honest, this did not die, simply a miracle. And Tang Fengxing also learned about the development of things from Jiang Wei's mouth. On the banks of the Weishui River, although the two men combined their efforts to behead Sima Yi, they were also subjected to the frantic retaliation of his son Sima Zhao. The Wei army chased the two of them for 8 days and 8 nights, from the head of the Weishui River to the end of the Weishui River, and even the horses died of exhaustion more than a dozen. The Wei army chased Jiang Wei, and also with Yu Chaoyang. This burden can be said to be on the sky into the door, several times or close to death. Until last night, it was close to the Shu army camp. Who expected Sima Zhao had prepared, an ambush killed, and chased him for another day and night. It was not until an hour ago that Jiang Wei completely got rid of the Wei army, so he hurriedly brought Sima Yi's head to see the Prime Minister. Who would have thought it was still a step too late? Looking at Jiang Wei, who was pounding his chest and stomping on the ground, Tang Fengxing, Fei, Jiang Wan, and the others glanced at each other, a trace of intolerance flashing across their faces. If Jiang Wei knew that it was because of the appearance of that Wei army yesterday that indirectly caused the Prime Minister's main lamp to go out and his life renewal to fail. With Jiang Wei's nature, he was afraid that he would live in guilt for the rest of his life. A few people shook their heads in understanding and decided to conceal the truth. Let us call it a good-intentioned lie. Jiang Wei sobbed uncontrollably, and the ghostly cries continued. Suddenly, the unconscious Yu Chaoyang's fingertips moved, and his body snapped up like a spring. Sima, old thief, take your life. His eyes were round and he was panting heavily, and after seeing the sobbing Jiang Wei, his heart instantly thumped. The line of sight slowly slid upwards until Prime Minister Zhuge, who had his eyes tightly closed, came into view. Boom! Yu Chaoyang was struck by lightning, his eyes rapidly reddened to a degree visible to the naked eye, and his body could not stop trembling. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but when the words came to his mouth, they turned into a silent choking. Tears the size of soybeans slid down his cheeks as he knelt on both knees and moved forward one step at a time. Shocking bloodstains surfaced. Until he gripped the Prime Minister's bony, jagged palm that did not have the slightest bit of warmth, Yu Chaoyang's suppressed emotions instantly broke through the dike. A grief-stricken, heartbreaking cry of pain resounded. No! Prime Minister! Prime Minister! Yu Chaoyang's tears fell like rain, and a scene from the past surfaced in his mind. Grass hot when the spirit of the wind, Baidi City, when the pain of the orphan, 7 captured Meng Wei when the worry, 6 out of Xishan when the sadness and determination. The northern expedition began in the spring of 228, and ended in the winter of 234. 7 years of spring and fall, totaling 2,492 days and months, he pushed the 4-wheeled vehicle for the Prime Minister for a full 2,492 days. Once Sima Yi was dead, the 3 creation of Yanhan was just around the corner. Who would have thought that the Prime Minister fell before the dawn, with a lifelong wish, regret and death? How can Yu Chaoyang accept this? How can he be willing to do so? His eyes were red, his organs cracked by inches, and the wounds on his body violently collapsed, turning him into a bloody man in an instant. Then his eyes went black, gradually losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground with a bang. But despite this, Yu Chaoyang clutched the Prime Minister's hand without letting go. The image, too, was frozen at this moment. There was no continued deduction, no restart, only 4 big words. Game over. Looking at the 4 big words on the screen, Yu Chaoyang turned a blind eye to them, obviously still not out of the death of the Prime Minister. Just lost in thought and muttered, "It's over, everything is over." As Tang Fangsheng was kicked out of the game, 2 large, black and white characters with dragons flying appeared in the center of the screen. Final chapter. A thick, ancient, yellowish book with a cover that read the Book of History appeared in the center of the screen. The pages of the book flipped more than once, finally settling on the page of heroic biography Zhuge Kongming, and the voice of the narrator sounded. Since ancient times for the strategist must have 3 blind mountains difficult to cross, respectively, for their own strategy, but he can stand proudly on top of the 3 mountains, laughingly talking about the world as just a chess game in the palm of the hand. Since his birth, he has always been appointed on the occasion of the defeat of the army, ordered in the midst of danger, but every time and can borrow the plan instead of the army, to a corner of the force against the calamity of the 9 states to a body of his own to shine through the night. With only 1 seat of the Longjong pair, he split the territory of the 9 states into 3 parts of the chessboard with only 1 leaf of light boat carrying turbid wine. He could collect 100,000 arrows in the midst of the fog with only 1 handle of the 8 treasures of the sharp sword. He could crush the 7 stars of the astral dipper. And called the east wind to burn all the buildings and ships of the Red Cliffs in the course of 3 days and 3 nights. He was in Shu Han when the life is at stake, the empty city as a crossbow, to shake the Qin as an arrow, only with a song Guangling San straight in the face of millions of troops. The song did not end people scattered. He has also been in the death of the late emperor, light up a number of long bright candles, want a lamp swing 7 stars to ask God, borrowing the order of the northern expedition to Angwobang. He knew that the fate of heaven cannot be disobeyed, but still bowed to exhaustion until death, vowed to fight in the north and the south, back in the old capital. Power to protect the 54 years of spring and autumn, show Yen Han's long bright, so that 24 generations of the king's industry is not isolated in one corner, so it will not live up to the late emperor's trust, and even more not to live up to the prime minister's word of the deep meaning. Yen Huang General History of 100, the 3 kingdoms accounted for 3, Zhuge Liang exclusive 1, the 3 kingdoms era the only man to enter the martial temple 10 philosophers, after being Yen Huang children honored as Marquis of Zhongwu. Chapter 61, I have a plan to bring back the Han Dynasty's ghost. The moment the narrator's voice fell, 5 large gilt characters with dragons and phoenixes appeared in the center of the screen. The autumn wind of Wu's Hangyuan. The large letters were in the shape of a whirlpool and gradually began to twist until they were engraved on the achievement system card. The card was in black and white, bordered by a crane soaring in the sky, with the prime minister leaning against the 4-wheeled vehicle, looking up. There is a yearning longing for the crane in his pupils, but more than that, he is determined. Firmness towards the 3 creation of Yen Han, the northern expedition. As the Prime Minister fell, the game's weekly program came to an end, and the number of people online in Yu Chaoyang's live broadcast once again broke through the peak. A full 70 million plus. This appalling audience was a completely broken existence amongst the crowd of 3 Kingdoms contest game anchors. No, it should be said that among all of Douyin's live broadcasting rooms, it was a breakneck level of existence. It can't even be described as a firestorm to describe the 3 Kingdoms contest, but rather a phenomenal level. What is phenomenal? It's when even if you haven't played it, you've definitely heard of it. 3 Kingdoms is such a phenomenal game. And Yu Chaoyang is the lucky one who took advantage of this win to soar to the sky. Perfect game plot, full of characterization, plus wise choice. The party has accomplished his popularity as a breakout starter. If the system was not allowed to host Guan Yu, there would not have been the latter's passing of the 5 hurdles and the 6 generals, nor would there have been the fire in Yiling as well as the rain in the upper valley. It was because of his wise choice that this scene, which earned enough tears, was presented to all. His choice, cast in advance Guan Yu's loyalty and righteousness of the golden body, want brothers do not want to Jiangshan Han Zhaolai Emperor, and the perfect image of Chancellor Zhuge bowing down and dying to carry the entire Han with one shoulder. And the 3 Kingdoms battle for supremacy has not failed to live up to his choice. The snow in Macau made the number of people in his live broadcast exceed 30 million. The fire of Yiling, let him live room number exceeded 50 million. The autumn wind in Wu's Hangyuan has made him a Douyin break level anchor. Although the game ended at this moment, but all people are still immersed in Shu Han's regret. The pop-ups were shuffling around so fast and in such numbers that none of them felt sorry for the Prime Minister. Whoa, Prime Minister, my Prime Minister. An east wind and a rain, the 3 created Yen Han finally became empty. It's hard to get even. His posthumous name is Zhongwu, it's a top-notch posthumous title, Prime Minister deserves it. Shu Han, the ultimate pursuit of a group of romantics. The romance of Shu Han lies in the fact that even if I enter the game 1,000 times, 1,001 times I will choose the Shu Han camp. Shu Han has the romance of Shu Han, Xiao Wei has the bones of Xiao Wei, and Dong Wu has the rats of Dong Wu. Take care, Prime Minister. Take care, Chancellor. Take care, Prime Minister. A red pop-up screen appeared in the center of the screen, the number of which could be described as overwhelming. Even the cards of the Wu's Hangyuan Autumn Wind were almost obscured. Yu Chaoyang watched in a daze and did not make a sound to stop it. Because he knew that this was the audience sending off the Prime Minister in their own way. This spectacular scene would surely become an insurmountable monument in the history of the game. Even if 10 years or 100 years have passed, there will still be people who remember that Autumn Wind in Wu's Hangyuan. Even in the past 10 years or 100 years, there will still be people who want to help the Prime Minister fulfill his long-cherished dream. Zhou Yu quietly watched this scene, the corners of his mouth gently rising. It was proven that even the natives of the other world would likewise experience mood swings due to the fall of the Prime Minister. Even if the history of the two sides was irrelevant, they would do everything they could to help the Prime Minister create Yan Han and support the Han Dynasty. But for Zhou Yu, these were not enough, far from enough. The real killer is still at the back. In the next second, the card in the center of the screen gradually dissipated, turning into a small red dot on the achievement system. Immediately afterward, a wave of ripples began to surface on the screen, and an ethereal voiceover sounded. Congratulations to the player who witnessed the achievement, Autumn Wind in Wu's Hangyuan, now triggering the hidden CG. 7 out of Qishan. The three kingdoms return to Jin. Is the hidden CG playing? Yes or no? Looking at the word 7 out of Qishan, Yu Chaoyang's lost pupils gradually gained a glimmer of light. Immediately shivering with excitement, his eyes were as brilliant as the sun. 7 out of Qishan, does that mean Jiang Wei and the others have really fulfilled the Prime Minister's long-cherished wish of creating 3 Yan Han? Thinking about this, Yu Chaoyang couldn't help but take a deep breath, his finger slowly pointing to yes. Everyone held their breath, and the pop-up screen that was spreading across the sky also stagnated. On the screen, Jiang Wei, the unicorn son who was highly desired by Prime Minister Zhuge, carried the banner of the Northern Expedition. Since Prime Minister Wu's Hangyuan's autumn breeze, a total of 11 northern expeditions have been carried out. With the failure of each expedition, Jiang Wei's appearance would age by 1 point. The people watched Jiang Wei change from a handsome young man to a veteran with grey temples and a long history of battle. Age is like a knife, sketching out deep grooves on his face. But in the face of 4 times the resource gap of Cao Wei, Jiang Wei did not give up, and his pupils flashed with the madness of breaking the boat. I have a plan to bring back the Han Dynasty's ghost. The soldiers under his command fought to the death, but his lord Lu Chan surrendered to Wei first. Swords and swords, schemes and calculations, but to no avail. Facing the Wei army that surrounded him, even Jiang Wei, such a character, could not help but look up to the sky and sigh. There is no master behind us. Even if we capture the 9 fortresses of Qishan, what will we do? I'm looking forward to a deadly battle. Why did your majesty surrender first? My plan did not work, it is the fate of heaven. The moment the curtain fell on the 7 exodus from Qishan CG, several large gilt characters with dragons and phoenixes appeared in the center of the screen. A blow to harm the 3 wise men. The cards quickly dissipated, but the ripples that the screen set off didn't end there. An unfamiliar face appeared in the center of the screen, but the honored seat on his hip and the dragon robe he wore were a clear indication of his true identity. It was none other than the Wei Emperor Cao Feng. As the monarch of Wei, who had swallowed the world, Cao Feng did not see the slightest bit of spirit on his face, but only a deep fatigue. It was also at this time that a sudden change occurred. A group of soldiers and horses surrounded Cao Feng, and Cheng Ji, armed with a lance, committed regicide in the street. Although it was done by Cheng Ji, Sima Zhao's heart is known to all. Everyone knew that it was Sima Zhao behind the scenes. And the next development was just as the audience expected. In 265, Cao Huan abdicated and Sima Yi ascended to the throne, changing the name of the country to Jin. All of a sudden, a shadowy and dark card appeared in the center of the screen. 3 kingdoms returned to Jin. Violating the Luo River Oath, he killed the king in the street and took away Chao's kingdom. The Sima clan's popularity has slipped so fast that it compares favorably to even Lu Meng's crossing the river in white. Although they are both notorious, when you think about it, the Sima clan is still more furious with the people of heaven and earth. After all, that's regicide. It's regicide in the street. The pop-ups were emotionally charged, spraying Sima Yi, Sima Zhao, and Sima Yen with the most vicious words. It was also at this moment that a cry of alarm suddenly rang out. Only to see Yu Chaoyang trembling and looking excited. You mean, the reward for collecting all the achievement cards? It's the ability to choose a game character at random from the current progress of the game and open the second cycle with the memories? That is to say, this time, the Prime Minister who died of illness in Wu's Hangyuan can return to Luoyang with his life memories and start to support the Han Dynasty for the second time. Yu Chaoyang swept away his previous disheveledness, and his entire body became excited to a degree visible to the naked eye, dancing with his hands. A word suddenly surfaced in his mind. Conceptual God hindsight. Chapter 62. For the past 2,000 years, people still want the Prime Minister to win. Zhou Yu looked at Yu Chaoyang, who was weeping and excited like a gyroscope in the screen. Finally revealed a satisfied smile. And picking a game character and starting the second week with the memories is his ultimate killer. I mean, who wouldn't feel sorry for one of the characters after a full playthrough of Three Kingdoms? No one. Because history has long since given the answer. Just like Zhou Yu's previous life, Earth. Even though it was already the 21st century, even though 2,000 years had passed, the people still wanted Shu Han to win, and the Prime Minister to win. Shu Han was destroyed in 263, and it took half a lifetime to travel from Chengdu to Wuhuo in the Central Plains. In contrast, in later times, it took only 3 hours to travel from Chengdu to the Central Plains, and its ticket price was exactly 263 yuan. This shows how great the Prime Minister's personal charisma really is. Even after 2,000 years, the descendants still remember the Prime Minister and pay tribute to him with the romance that belongs to the children of the Yellow Emperor. This is also the reason why Zhou Yu made it a killer. Because as long as you play Three Kingdoms, you're bound to have regrets. And regrets that will motivate the player to start the second cycle, wanting to change the original regrets. The reincarnation of Zhuge Liang and others with their memories raises that ceiling considerably more. As an example, taking a father, mother, brother, and friend who died with a grudge, and returning to a spirited age. Who could resist this highly seductive and fulfilling scene? This is a set of combination punches, the seeds of which were planted by Zhou Yu as early as when players first entered the Three Kingdoms era. And Zhou Yu's set of combinations proved to be a perfect success. The audience's motivation was instantly galvanized, and pop-ups swept through the entire live broadcast room like a locust transit. It's too late to mourn for the Prime Minister of the week, now out comes the top concept god of the Three Kingdoms hindsight. A 20-year-old Prime Minister, 60 years of experience, military, political, economic, and livelihood all at full level, and the ability to lead troops and fight battles topped the entire era. Ask such a Prime Minister, who else can stop him? The regrets of my last life will be made up for in this one. Who else would be the Prime Minister? I am a pure Cao Wei fan. I only have one idea now, to pass the Three Kingdoms, and then bring Chao's boss to be reincarnated. Boss Chao's reincarnation is not good, Sima Yi is in danger. Sima Yi, you mean Cao Cao told me to bring my whole clan and go to the schoolyard to get my pay, and I don't have to bring my armor? Sima Yi, Cao Cao is leading Duan Wei and Su Zhu to me? Martyr, the author of this game is a genius. I can't wait to start the second installment. He, I want to see Yang start the second cycle now, and then meet up with Prime Minister Zhuge. Just thinking about it makes me excited. +1+1. Nima, what are you staring at, Brother Yang? I want to see the Prime Minister. Can't you do it faster? Yu Chaoyang looked at the pop-ups that kept urging, a bitter smile spreading at the corner of his mouth as he explained. I know the brothers are in a hurry, but brothers really don't rush. The Three Kingdoms contest was released for 20 or so days, during which time the anchor didn't eat or drink, wholeheartedly livering the plot and the progress of the game. If it wasn't for the nutrients hanging onto the anchor's life, I'm afraid the anchor would have already gone down to see the two milk. Although the holographic game pod can replace sleep, it can never replace real sleep. Don't believe brothers, look. With that, a small window appeared in the live broadcast. In the window, Yu Chaoyang's eyes were sagging and green, and his pupils were filled with shocking blood. Lips shivering, shoulders cannot stop trembling. The poor state of his body was no less than the bowing Prime Minister Zhuge. It was as if he was going to die suddenly in the next second. Without giving the audience any time to react, Yu Chaoyang hastily showed his face and then quickly chose to go off the air. There is no way, if you open the second weekly program in the current state. I'm afraid that before Prime Minister Zhuge can support the Han Dynasty and create the Han Dynasty, he himself will have to go down to see his wife first. The live broadcast screen suddenly blacked out, leaving more than 60 million viewers wide-eyed. Only then did they gradually come back to their senses. A screen full of question marks swept across the screen, very angry. Nima, I'm still waiting to see the second weekly program Prime Minister. You wonder what broadcast ah? The host can sleep happily, but what about me? Who can sleep here? I'm not the son of a man. I'm not the son of a man. Brothers, Brother Yang is on the air to kick some ass. I'm going to go around to other live rooms. I'm going to the other live broadcasts. I'm going to go to the other live broadcasts, and I'm going to go to the other live broadcasts. Report. Fengshen was cut down by Liu Bei for the 6001th time. Fengshen doesn't fight anyone, he just stares at Liu Bei and does it. I'm crying my eyes out. As the saying goes, when a whale falls, everything grows. Yu Chaoyang's off-air broadcast not only did not affect the heat of the Three Kingdoms contest. Instead, the crowd picked up the flame and once again pushed the heat to a new height. More than 60 million online viewers flooded into one Three Kingdoms battle live broadcast room after another. The number of people and the amount of pop-ups in each live room ushered in a surge. The comments section of the related video was even more of a disaster site. Frantic discussions were going on about everything related to Triple Triad. Just the topic of discussion, and Zhou Yu's previous life is not very different. It was just about who among the many generals had the best personal force and who had a better ability to lead troops. Apart from Liu Bei, the well-deserved overlord, the discussion of the second and third place was particularly heated. Zhang Liao, who broke 100,000 in 800, Guan Yu, who drowned 7 armies, Zhao Yun, who saved his master on a single horse, and Dianwei Su Chu, who was Boss Chao's personal bodyguard. It can be said that the public has a reason, the mother-in-law said that the mother-in-law said that the reason, each holds its own view, no one can persuade anyone. But thankfully, there is still the game of 3 kingdoms in. Players can take control of the game's characters and fight other generals to determine the order of ranking. The rankings of the generals are hard to distinguish, and the discussions among the civil officials are equally heated. But as with the military generals, the discussions were pretty much all about where the second and third places belonged. Prime Minister Zhuge ranked first, and deservedly so, no one could shake it. Aside from the delightful character rankings, other aspects of the discussion centered on Jiang Wei and Sima's clan. The appearance of the egg CG, 7 out of Xishan, makes Jiang Wei instantly harvest a number of die-hard fans. Photos of him fighting with Zhao Yun and "It is heavens will that I fail to plan" swept across the internet like locusts. Seeing the transformation from a handsome youth to a veteran with grey temples. Obviously, even Liu Bei has not seen, but hard to renew the life of Shu Han for dozens of years, it is saddening. However, Sima Yi, who is also the subject of discussion, does not have such a favorable reputation. The entire Sima clan, one by one, were all nailed to the pillar of shame. The public's distaste for the Sima clan was even greater than Lu Meng's crossing of the river in white. They usurped Xiao's kingdom, violated the Luo River Oath, and killed the king in the street. Any one of the above 3, taken out at random, would be enough to fight with white clothes crossing the river. Not to mention the 3 sins in one. It can be said that the appearance of the egg CG, 3 kingdoms return to Jin, offended almost all fans of Cao Wei and Shu Han. It's like eating a fly at dinner, it doesn't kill you, but it can diaphragmatize you. What? Why do you think there are only Cao Wei fans, Shu Han fans, and no East Wu fans? I'm sorry, although the human Sima clan has usurped the throne, their goal is at least the whole world. What face does the Eastern Wu, which lives in a remote area and has only Jiangdong in its eyes, have to accuse the Sima clan? The discussion is intense, the heat is steadily rising, a piece of steam at the time, a hot search is in a lightning-fast momentum, Lightspeed topped the hot search list top 1. Zhou Yu? A thief who steals others' achievements. Chapter 63 Heads Up, God. Zhuge Liang. Zhou Yu is eating outside with Yang Li. When he saw this hot search, he almost didn't spit out the rice in his mouth. Stealing? Thief? He searched his mind to see how he could be related to stealing when he wasn't a schoolgirl and didn't steal alien locks, imperial belts, or anything else. With doubts, Zhou Yu clicked into this hot search. After quickly scanning through the small essay, it was only then that he realized. It turned out to be a backstabbing of his good brother Chen Bufan, as well as his ex-girlfriend who was treated as a treasure by his predecessor. Red-eyed at the explosion of 3 kingdoms, they teamed up with Void to slander Zhou Yu, wanting to get a piece of the pie. The 2 men's little essays were tearful, first explaining their relationship with Zhou Yu, and then saying how difficult it was to make 3 kingdoms contest. In the end, he accused how Zhou Yu kicked the 2 out and monopolized the whole process of the 3 kingdoms contest. The core tenet of the whole article is clear, namely, one person simply can't develop a game like 3 kingdoms scramble, so the game was developed by 3 people. As outrageous as the reasoning is, it doesn't stand up. But in the large-scale washing down of the water army, public opinion really slowly became subtle. 3 people become a tiger, the mouth of the people. If Zhou Yu was just an ordinary person, he might have been caught in the self-certification fiasco. Because by common sense, a world-renowned masterpiece such as 3 Kingdoms contest really can't be accomplished by just one person. Is Zhou Yu an ordinary person? He is. But Yang Li isn't. Do you know what it means to have the gold content of a national name? He had almost forgotten about this pair of dogs, but it turned out that instead of raising their hands in surrender, the enemy dared to return fire on me. Nima, really do not step on the sewing machine 2 years uncomfortable. Noticing Zhou Yu's gloomy eyes, Yang Li's hand raised in midair suddenly froze, her brows slightly knit. Brother Yu, is this what happened? Here, Zhou Yu shrugged and handed Yang Li his cell phone, look at it. Yang Li took the phone, and after merely scanning it, her face turned icy cold to a degree visible to the naked eye. Swept away the previous day's soft image, face like frost, very imperial sister model. Temperament change fast, let Zhou Yu cannot help but slightly smacked his lips. In the end, it's a national name that has seen the world, this temperament is simply unrivaled. After Zhou Yu lamented twice, he saw Yang Li pick up her cell phone and dialed a number. The phone was answered in seconds, and a very flattering male voice rang out from the other end of the phone. Miss, what are your orders for the old minister? Yang Li's face was unchanged, she just said lightly, Uncle Li, please find me 2 people from the archive room. One is called Chen Bufan and the other is called Lu Ruyan, then send me their recent internet traces, word for word. Later on, I'll go give Uncle Wang a shout out, and the 2 of you will work together to bring out the rats hiding behind me. Since you like to be a rat in the shadows, you have to be prepared to be fertilizer when you're caught. With Chen Bufan Lu Ruyan's 2 people's energy, it was by no means possible to set off such a large public opinion storm. So behind the scenes, there must be other organizations and companies pushing the issue. The overwhelming number of sailors is the best proof. In the Daxia Empire, the citizen's personal file only government offices have the right to check. If other people encountered this matter, really mute to eat Huanglian, can't say bitter. But still, Zhou Yu is an ordinary person, but Yan Li is not a. One call down, not only can you get Chen Bufan, the dog couple, to step on a sewing machine, it can also root out the forces behind it. Yang Li did all this without any ripples in his expression, as simple as eating and drinking with the common people. She spat out her tongue, revealing 2 cute tiger teeth, and carefully handed the cell phone to Zhou Yu, smiling like a flower. It's okay. Let's continue eating. Zhou Yu nodded, with only one thought inside, no wonder men like to eat soft food. This soft rice, it smells so good. Right at this moment, an extremely untimely and beaten sneer sounded. Yo, it's all a big mess, and you two are still eating? The moment the voice fell, several figures appeared beside the two. When Zhou Yu looked up, 2 familiar faces instantly came into view. It was none other than his good brother Chen Bufan as well as Lu Ruyan. The two of them towered over Zhou Yu with a superior expression, watching Zhou Yu as if they were looking at prey. Zhou Yu could not help but sigh slightly at the sight. Living this long, this is really the first time I've seen someone rushing to step on a sewing machine. Zhou Yu is too lazy to say anything more, and Yang Li looked at each other and then walked out of the room with an understanding. Not even a glance. Chen Bufan's sneering smile instantly stiffened, and his hand raised in mid-air flinched straight in place. Lu Ruyan was equally unbelievable, looking at the departing figures of the two in a daze. At this time, the man in the suit behind them couldn't stand it anymore, and reminded with an iron color, "What are you two standing there for? Why don't you hurry to catch up? It's clearly written in black and white, if we can't get half of the copyright of 3 Kingdoms Scramble, the two of you will have to compensate our company $10 million in compensation. Don't blame us for turning our backs on you at that time." Hearing these words, Chen Bufan shivered deeply as a flash of panic surfaced in his pupils, which was quickly replaced by insane greed. As long as he could force Zhou Yu to give in, not only would he not have to pay the compensation, he would also be able to get half of the copyrights of 3 Kingdoms Scramble along with it, thus becoming rich overnight. It was this huge benefit that led him to take the risk of agreeing to work with the others. Void fabricated evidence, then slandered Zhou Yu and stained the copyrights of the 3 Kingdoms Scramble. Chen Bufan and Lu Ruyan glanced at each other and immediately chased towards Zhou Yu and his duo. However, they had only just reached the main entrance when a group of vicious thugs stopped the two of them. Before they could react, their eyes suddenly went black and they were directly carried into the car. Immediately afterward, a yellow cordon instantly surrounded the restaurant, and a group of government officials with real guns broke into it. Looking at this big battle in front of him, the suit man's heart thumped, suddenly felt that the big thing is not good. But before he could react, he was forcibly escorted to the car. When it became clear what was going on, the man in the suit instantly had his sky fall. Nima. Bind extortion and blackmail for half a day. Blackmail to the Great Summer Empire princess to go. The man in the suit's face was ashen, and in his heart he hated both Chen Bufan and Lu Ruyan. If he had known that it was the princess and the emperor's son-in-law, he wouldn't have dared to go and extort money even if he was possessed by Lu Bu. This public opinion storm came and went quickly. Under Yang Li's iron fist, all related people, companies and organizations were uprooted and jailed. Without the black hand behind the scenes to fuel the public opinion naturally dissipated. It was night. There was a knock on the door. The two Chen Bufan Lu Ruyan, who were cloaked in hair, covered in black and red, and suffering from the great memory recovery technique, fell to their knees with a thud. Deadly hugging Zhou Yu's thighs, his voice in tears, "Brother Yu, Master Yu, I beg you to look at the past love, spare us a horse, okay? Wrong, we really know we're wrong." Zhou Yu turned a blind eye and closed the door instantly. The miserable screams of the two instantly rang out. Immediately afterward, he snailed on the sofa and clicked on Yu Chaoyan's live broadcast. A voice filled with excitement and familiarity followed. "Good evening, brothers, welcome to the live broadcast room of the most respected Pan Feng in the entire network. It's too late to mourn for the weekly program Scheming Zhuge, which is now coming our way. Fire burned Bawangpo, the straw boat borrowed arrows 100,000, borrowed the east wind fire Cao Cao millions of troops, a life of ingenuity and planning, the left arm of the Han Phantom Lu Xuanda, 1 man to carry the entire Shu Han, 7 captured Meng Yu 6 out of Qishan, with the memory of the reincarnation of the rebirth of the title of Marquis of Zhongwu. God. Zhuge Liang. Chapter 64 Liang, again, is able to crusade against thieves on the battlefield. Yu Chaoyan was glowing and greeted with a spring in his step. And as he started broadcasting, the number of people online in the upper right corner instantly began to skyrocket. In a short blink of an eye, it broke through the 100,000 mark, and it didn't stop at all. Yu Chaoyan is not in a hurry, just quietly watching the number of people rise, until after breaking through 7 figures, he then cleared his throat and continued. "I know that the brothers are in a hurry, but really don't be in a hurry. Before we start the second weekly program, I'll introduce a heavyweight guest to all of you. His identity is the 34th Writing and Slashing Laureate, nicknamed the God of Feng Tang Fengshan." Hearing this, there must be brothers who are curious. Anchor, isn't 3 Kingdoms contest a standalone game? What is Feng doing here now? Aren't large group books only for hidden copies?
Yu Chaoyang paused and didn't directly state the reason, but instead sold a secret. Heaven's secrets can't be divulged.
You guys will know when you see the back.
Yu Chaoyang took a deep breath and slowly tapped his finger towards the game icon of the Three Kingdoms contest that he had once spat at and ridiculed. The screen suddenly went black, and an out-of-this-world but familiar CG appeared in the center of the screen. Among them were Niuwa mending the sky, Daiyu ruling the water, King Qin's sweeping of the six hordes, Li Shimon's control of the world's troops and horses, and the Ming Dynasty's heavenly sun guarding the country's gates, and the king dying for the altars of the earth and the countryside. The heroes of the world flashed across the screen like crushing carp in a river, and the passionate words kept ringing in our ears. Even though Yu Chaoyang had already seen it once, when he watched it again, he would still be entertained. And the feeling in his heart, compared to the first time to watch more than a point, and even have a hidden hint of pride. As if these heroes and heroines are really his forefathers. And the reason for these feelings to appear was simple, because he had thoroughly subbed in.
Yu Chaoyang shook his head in a complicated manner, and the scene came to an abrupt end here.
A black and white style film that ran horizontally across the entire picture appeared. The film flows more than once until it freezes and an ethereal female voice sounds. The group of heroes will rise up, and the Three Kingdoms will be established.
The era you unlocked this time is Three Kingdoms.
A walk-through text appeared on the screen. Qin swept the six. Chu and Han competed with each other, and finally Han Gaozu Liu Bang took over the world. After 405 years of wind and rain, this empire standing at the top of the world finally ushered in the decline. Dong Zhuo, the traitorous hero, entered the capital and held the emperor hostage to order his vassals. This dragon-slaying boy finally became an evil dragon, triggering the dissatisfaction of the world's heroes, and the 18 vassals, under the slogan of annihilating the Dong traitors and supporting the Han Dynasty, met in Zazwan to take a blood oath at Bisui Pass to formally start the crusade.
Please choose your character. Different characters have different storylines and endings. Monarchs: Yuan Shu, Liu Dai, Dong Zhuo, Bao Xian, Sun Jian, Cao Cao, Liu Bei. Pass to choose.
Generals: Yan Liang, Wen Shou, Zhang Yi, Gao Dan, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Xing Daorong.
Literary ministers: Frustration, Tian Feng, Cheng Pu, Zhuge Liang, Fa Zhang, Hui Jia, Zhou Yu. Yu Chaoyang looked at each name in front of him and once again fell into a memory kill.
Thinking back to the first time he played Three Kingdoms, none of the characters on it were ones he recognized. But now, when he looks at it again, it is doubly familiar, and the pile of deeds are as if they were his family's favorite.
It's like revisiting the old country and returning to your alma mater. It's very intimate.
But looking at it, the sharp-eyed netizens soon realized that something was wrong.
Because underneath the character's selection, a new option appeared. Online mode.
The title was easy to understand, and when combined with Feng Shen's sudden addition, a speculation instantly surfaced in the minds of the crowd.
Could it be that? Yu Chaoyang smiled blandly and took over the opening soul. The brothers thought right. After Three Kingdoms Brawl starts its second weekly installment, it's ready for online mode.
The number of people in online mode is capped at 30,000, but the number of people doesn't matter. What matters is the reincarnation rebirth feature and the matching of the online mode.
Imagine when all the brothers start the N weekly program with a reincarnated and reborn character. What a spectacle it will be then. Great Fury Yun, Cold-Blooded Liu, Modest Guan, Aftermath Liang, Long Live Zhou Yu, Sun Ce.
When a single conceptual god comes together, that's the true era of the Three Kingdoms of gods and immortals.
As the impassioned words fell, the live broadcast room instantly boiled over. Zhou Yu old thief is really an old cell wearing a bra, one said after another. Nima, the second weekly program can only start the online mode. One person Blood Book weekly program should also have this feature.
I have to say, the person who invented the online mode is a genius. The online mode is not a genius, but the one who invented reincarnation is a genius. When the two intersect and combine, it's like stepping on the left foot and the right foot to get to heaven.
I want to laugh when I talk about this. DreamWorks has the nerve to say that Zhou Yu's old thief stole their game. They are a bunch of garbage handheld game makers. They are also worthy of making a world-class masterpiece such as Three Kingdoms Contest. They really think we're retarded and will follow the rhythm? Don't even look at your own weight. That's right, touching the old thief Zhou Yu. What do they think? Can you tell me that he is a thief when he can say that his virtue is clear and his behavior is strong? Isn't this rubbing our intelligence on the ground?
Praise the great Zhou Yu old thief. The wise are still spraying furiously. The fools have already gone to pass the weekly program. The game can be played at any time. The Prime Minister to help the Han Dynasty just this once. Are you sure you don't want to see it?
Anyone who can resist watching the second week of the Prime Minister's program has a lifetime.
Yu Chaoyang looked at the reactive pop-ups. The corners of his mouth rose slightly before decisively choosing the online mode.
In the next second, a prompt appeared.
The number of people in online mode is capped at 30,000, and no monarchs, military generals, or civil ministers can be selected, and the choice of identity has been changed to random.
Shall we continue? Yes or no? Yu Chaoyang did not hesitate and chose yes.
Because he had mapped this out long before the live broadcast, he wasn't surprised.
Come to think of it, if they could all choose their own identity, let alone Guan Yu, even Xing Daorong, Pan Feng, and Lu Sanjiu would have been looted. Of course, there is no intention to belittle Pan Feng here, because the entire network knows that he, Yu Chaoyang, is the anchor who respects Pan Feng the most. The online mode was turned on, and 10,000 people flooded in an instant. These 10,000 people were the ones he had found in advance in conjunction with the official Douyin. Some of the fields involved were agricultural experts, 8th grade pliers, military industrialists, management talents, and small inventors in all kinds of fields. The reason why there were no players who led soldiers into battle was because Yu Chaoyang had seen and understood one thing. With his energy connections, the ones he can reach are a bunch of half-ass levels, and the real tough ones are all in the government offices, so it's impossible to come with him to support the Han Dynasty. Even if you come, not necessarily better than Wu Zhuge, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, as well as 18 vassals, these fought a lifetime of war characters. Instead of playing a big sword in front of Guan Gong, it would be better to change direction and specialize in people's livelihood and economy. At least in this regard, the Great Summer Empire can strike a downward spiral. Seeing the sudden influx of 10,000 people, the audience in the live broadcast instantly became anxious. I didn't realize that the thick-eyed Yan was also a black-hearted player, playing shady, right? I'm going to knock you out. You're a rat, is this how you support the Han Dynasty? Get your money back. No, you're treating us like rats. The pop-up screen was agitated, very dissatisfied with Yu Chaoyang's approach. After all, this is the second weekly program's literary and martial arts god. Prime Minister Zhuge, who doesn't want to catch a glimpse? In the face of the pop-up screen's exasperation, Yu Chaoyang smiled blandly. I can still have 20,000 spots here. I'll give you one more chance. Who the hell is the Dongwu rat? The voice fell, and the pop-up screen instantly changed its face. I'm a rat from the East Wu, Brother Yang begs you. I really want to support the Han Dynasty and attack the East Wu. Choose me. How dare you? Who said my great brother Yang is a rat from the Wu? You'll be punished to fight Lu Bu at the Tiger Palace Pass. If you don't abandon me, I'd like to worship you as my father. I'll do the same. Me too. The pop-up screen changed like the speed of light. Yu Chaoyang didn't even react. However, he didn't continue to tease the pop-ups, but honestly announced the link to the online mode. In just a split-second's effort, the number of people reached 30,000. The pop-ups were another wave, with those who got in by flute dancing and those who didn't, pounding their chests and stomping the ground. And Yu Chaoyang did not delay any longer. With 30,000 people, officially opened the second weekly program, Three Kingdoms. At the same time, a prompt box appeared in the center of the screen. Detected as a second week player, do you carry a character reincarnated and reborn? Yes or no? Yu Chaoyang chose yes, and then again, amongst the crowd of game characters of all shapes and sizes, he instantly found the young man in white clothes, holding a feather fan. Player's character of choice this time is Luoyang Zhuge Liang. The moment the tone fell, the screen suddenly went black, setting off a little ripple swirl. When he opened his eyes again, he had already entered Three Kingdoms. 30,000 players were randomly distributed all over the place, starting their new lives. However, neither Yu Chaoyang nor the viewers in the live broadcast room bothered to spit out the setting, because their attention was all on a man at the moment. Although that man didn't have white clothes and didn't hold a feather fan, that familiar aura still made the crowd recognize him at a glance. It was the Prime Minister of Shu Han, who was missed by everyone and lamented by countless people, and who died in Wu's hanging, earning a lot of tears. Zhuge Kongming. Although the Prime Minister is not the original face, Yu Chaoyang is. Zhuge Liang looked at the reddened eyes of Yu Chaoyang, similarly followed by red eyes and a sour nose, trembling. General Yu. Is you? I didn't expect to meet with General Yu in the Netherworld. I don't know if it's lucky or unfortunate. Hearing this, Yu Chaoyang quickly reacted that the Prime Minister's memories were still stuck in Wu's hanging. There were no memories related to the second cycle. Instead, he thought that the two were in the Netherworld. This made Yu Chaoyang torn. How should I open my mouth? Just pick up on the fact that it's a game, or that it's a virtual world? But no matter what, Yu Chaoyang was a little bit reluctant to do so. Because the Prime Minister's life was too bitter. After much thought, he decided to tell a lie. A kindly big lie. He paused and said softly, Prime Minister, this is not the underworld. Rather, we have been reincarnated and reborn. I only woke up a day before you did, so if you don't believe me, go out and look. The words fell. Zhuge Liang's face suddenly stiffened. The moment he pushed open the window, blinding sunlight sprinkled all over the house. The sound of vendors, the sound of children's playfulness, the sound of women's jostling, a brain surge into the cochlea. The picture was so real that the Prime Minister instantly believed the rhetoric. Immediately afterward, a faint sobbing sound rang out. Only the Prime Minister's shoulders trembled slightly, and clear tears flowed from the corners of his eyes as he wept with joy. The long and deep heavens have been generous to me. Rio, again, I can crusade against thieves on the battlefield. General Yu, are you willing to push the cart for Rio once more to save the Han from falling? Yu Chaoyang took a deep breath, gripped those hands in death and wept. Though 10 million people, I will go on. The last general is willing to go. Chapter 65. My Zhuge Kongming's sword is not unfavorable. The two big men hugged each other tightly and wept. Conversation words have joy, also have feelings, but more, or a kind of other country meets the confidante's sense of solidity. Two like-minded people, with the regret of the previous life together, reincarnation, rebirth, rewrite history. What a blessing! And the water friends in front of the screen were equally excited beyond belief. Century in the same frame, century in the same frame. I declare this scene the best picture of the year. The heavens are so generous to me, this summary by the Prime Minister is so spot on, I want to cry. It's obviously something to be happy about, but why can't I stop my tears from falling down? It's all reborn, but the first thing the Prime Minister said when he opened his mouth was still Shu Han. I'm crying to death. Bow and spare no effort until death. The Prime Minister's charisma is no weaker than Emperor Zhelia's. The Prime Minister's two short sentences were called a tear reaper, and the pop-up screen cried wolves and ghosts. I don't know how many people shed tears for them. Xiaoyang then took advantage of the situation and the Prime Minister to talk about what happened after the autumn wind 5 Zhanyuan. Upon learning of Sima Yi's death, the Prime Minister claps his hands. When he learned that Jiang Wei carried the banner of the Northern Expedition and renewed the life of Chu Han for dozens of years, but ultimately ended up with it, my plan did not work, it is the destiny of heaven, and cut his own throat. Zhuge Prime Minister inviolably silent, after a long time before lamenting, there is no great general in Shu, Liao Hua for the vanguard, but it is hard this Yun Lin. When Yu Chaoyang said that Sima's clan boiled down Chao's 3 generations and successfully usurped Wei to establish Jin to unify the world. The Prime Minister's reaction this time was greater than any of the previous times. A catapulted start, pacing back and forth in the room. How dare he violate the Luo River Oath and commit regicide in the street? 1,000 years of tradition ruined, this is going to leave a stench for the ages. Prime Minister Zhuge's face turned blue, itching to eat his flesh and drink his blood. But then, as if he thought of something, he suddenly calmed down and finally shook his head, his tone very emotional. Why was Sima's clan able to usurp Chao's kingdom? It's simply because Cao Cao died too early. If Cao Mingde were still alive, he wouldn't have dared to spy on Chao's kingdom even if he had lent him Sima Yi and Sima Zhao Ten Zhao's Ilongs. If the civil and military are not able to, may as well change the idea, as long as you can boil the death of the same generation, the same can help the Han. So, learning literature can't save the world. I, Zhuge Kongming, will practice the 5 animal play daily from today onwards, and I will boil to death everyone. A trace of perseverance flashed through the Prime Minister's pupils, as if he had determined the direction of his life. After the exchange of information was completed, the two walked out of the room side by side. The first order of business was to determine which city and era they were in. But for the Prime Minister, with his 60 years of experience, this was a piece of cake. Finding a random vendor, he poked around. The city is the capital city of Luoyang. The date is September 189. Emperor Ling of Han dies. Dong Zhuo leads the Xiliang army into Luoyang and takes control of the imperial government. Dong Zhuo's subsequent fire caused the Han Dynasty to fall apart completely. Everything was because of Dong Zhuo's fire, so the timing was critical. Thinking of this, Zhuge Liang's face suddenly stagnated, leading Yu Chaoyang to run towards Wen Ming Yuan. If he remembered correctly, today was the day when Dong Zhuo feasted the 100 officials and proposed to abolish the young Emperor Liu Bei and establish Chen Lu King Lu Xie as the emperor. Although the two of them alone cannot change the situation, it didn't stop him from going to brush up on his reputation. With the rise of the heroes, the world is full of heroes, and a good reputation is better than 100,000 strong armies. If Cao Cao hadn't offered a sword to Dong, how would Sun Yu and other Han loyalists have joined him? The two of them rushed through the moon and stars, finally arriving at Wen Minjuan before noon. The guards took a step forward and blocked straight in front of the two. If there is no invitation from Master Dong, you may not enter. Not waiting for Yu Chaoyang to open his mouth, Zhuge Liang immediately scolded, daring. Do you know who I am? I'm Zhuge of Luoyang, Mr. Watermirror's great disciple. My father Zhuge Gui is the county chancellor of Taishan County, my uncle Zhuge Xian is a family friend of Liu Biao, and my eldest sister's husband's clan is the Shangyang Kuai clan, so not to mention you as a small guard, even if Elder Master Dong meets me, he will have to treat me with respect. With these identities, I can enter? The guards had fawning faces, sweating as they made way for the two. Zhuge Liang talked a lot, but the guards know in their hearts, these titles are nothing more than a false appearance. If you really want to be serious, it is impossible to let the two inside. But he only has a few taels of silver a month, what's the point of playing with his life? Although the above relations cannot help Mr. Dong, but to clean up his a big head of soldiers, or a hand holding the pinch. The two of them had just entered the Wenming garden when they heard a fierce quarrel ringing out. Today, the court is in its infancy, summoning you and others to the capital thinking to assist the Son of Heaven and stabilize the common people. And yet you have, several times and thrice, presumptuously proposed to abolish the firstborn in favor of the concubine. Is it not a deliberate plot to rebel? The affairs of the world are in my hands. If I do it today, who dares not to obey? The affairs of the world are in the emperor, in all the loyal ministers, you. are just a usurper. What are you going to do? Do you want to try whether my sword is sharp?
Prime Minister Zhuge's face suddenly changed as he kicked open the locked door and smoothly drew out the sword at Yuan Shao's waist, pointing the blade straight at Dong Zhuo.
Clang! Han traitor Dong Zhuo, so that you may know. My sword is not unfavorable. Chapter 66, the divine Zhuge teaches the lesser Zhuge, and the two Zhuge combine. Gulp!
Boss Cao swallowed his saliva, his eyes were rounded and stared dead at Zhuge Liang, who stood with his sword drawn.
There was only one thought in his mind. How can people have the balls to be like this?
That's Master Dong Zhuo, who controls the court and has warlords like clouds under his command. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be stunned.
Yuan Shao looked at the empty scabbard at his waist and had quite an indescribable feeling in his heart.
It was as if he had lost an important thing in the underworld.
But what immediately followed was an unstoppable admiration and appreciation. Daring to confront Dong Zhuo with his sword drawn, what kind of heroism is this? If the world is full of such characters, why worry about the rise of the Han Dynasty? Yuan Shao immediately took a deep breath, pupils full of determination. This person. Yuan Shao guaranteed.
In contrast, there was Dong Zhuo with a shadowy face and an ironclad countenance.
What's the difference between Zhuge Liang's move and slapping him in the face in public?
With a look from him, Liu Bei, who was eyeing the tiger, immediately took a step forward, and the square heavily painted halberd in his hand was pointed straight at Zhuge Liang.
Its intention is self-evident.
But Yuan Shao will not sit back and do nothing. He stood beside Zhuge Liang with a steady gait, his eyes like electricity, his voice like cold iron. Dong thief.
Do you really think there is no one in Han?
With Yuan Shao, who was the fourth and third male, taking the lead, Lu Ji, Bo Xian, and so on responded.
Silently got up and stood behind Zhuge Liang, showing their attitude with their actions.
At this time Zhuge Liang, just like not just a person this simple, but a flag-clear banner. A flag that the world has suffered Dong Zhuo for a long time. Looking at the crowd of people with the same enemy in front of him, Dong Zhuo's face was hard to see the extreme. Looking at Zhuge Liang's eyes were more eager to swallow him alive. But in Li Ru's eyes, in the madness of the hint, even if the humiliation, he had to bite his teeth into the stomach.
Because now, it's not the time to completely turn the other cheek. Dong Zhuo snorted coldly, looked at Zhuge Liang and gritted his teeth. Do you dare to leave your name under the foot? Zhuge Liang cross-eyed, surname Zhuge, name Wu, word Wulong. Dong Zhuo nodded his head viciously. What a Zhuge Wu, what a Zhuge Wulong. Today's insult, I'll remember it.
After saying this, Dong Zhuo waved his sleeves and left the field in anger.
And with Dong Zhuo's departure, the banquet naturally dispersed unhappily. For a time, Zhuge Wu instantly became the center of attention. Appreciative, admiring, and appreciative gazes constantly landed on him. Yuan Shao even did not hide his intention to recruit him and said bluntly, I, Yuan Benshu of the Yuan clan of Runan, your excellency's grandeur is admirable. Tonight would you like to drink with me? Zhuge Liang shook his head decisively and refused Yuan Shao's solicitation. Yuan Shao lamented inside softly, but still promised that as long as he wanted to come, the door of the Runan Yuan clan would be open for him at any time. Seeing this, the others also dismissed the idea of solicitation. Even Yuan Shao could refuse, not to mention them, who were far inferior to Yuan Shao. There was no need to make a fool of themselves. But no matter what, Zhuge Liang's reputation is considered to be completely played out. One sentence, my sword is not unfavorable. I don't know how many people clapped their hands and rose to fame. Two people in Yuan Shao and other people's help quietly left the capital city Luoyang. Until now, Yu Chaoyang still feel a burst of fear. Prime Minister's move, it's too bold, isn't it? Isn't Prime Minister afraid that Dong Zhuo will be so furious that he will completely tear his face off with Yuan Shao and the others and take you down as well? Prime Minister Zhuge stopped at the words, and while playing five animal play, he blandly said, if I didn't have full certainty, wouldn't I have risked my life? I don't trust Dong Zhuo, but I do trust Li Ru. With him around, Dong Zhuo will definitely not flip out at this time. Zhuge Liang talked and laughed, oblivious to the fact that he had just walked in front of the ghost gate. Yu Chaoyang sighed and shook his head, secretly said, worthy of being a god after 60 years of wind and rain. Zhuge Liang, proper big heart player. Sighing at the same time, Yu Chaoyang also keenly aware of the Prime Minister's style of action, compared to the previous life to be much bolder. In his previous life, the Prime Minister had always been a 3-point force to stay 7-point, planning and deciding, and would never try to risk his own life. But in this life, the Prime Minister dares to confront Dong Zhuo with his sword drawn. Yu Chaoyang did not know whether this change was good or bad. Seemingly seeing Yu Chaoyang's doubts, Prime Minister Zhuge suddenly fell silent and said in a complicated tone. If I had taken Wei Yan's Ziwu Valley stratagem when I first left Xishan in my previous life, would the ending have been different? So people, there are times when you have to be bold. Yu Chaoyang nodded thoughtfully and continued, Prime Minister, then where are we going now? Is it to find the Lord? Or choose a city to bide our time? Zhuge Liang shook his head, it's still too early to go to the Lord. You and I have just offended Dong Zhuo. If we go to seek the Lord at this time, we will only add to his harm. The most urgent thing is to bide our time and choose a good opportunity to come out again. But before that, we still have to make a trip to Langyangdu. Langyangdu? Yu Chaoyang frowned. What's the point of going to that place? At this moment, a flash of light suddenly slipped through his mind, and then he jerked his head up. The Prime Minister's intention is. Little Zhuge Liang. Prime Minister Zhuge gave Yu Chaoyang an approving glance. A child can be taught. In this life, I will personally teach Zhuge Liang. I will personally build the cornerstone of the Han Dynasty for the ages. Looking at the Prime Minister's confident and resolute face, Yu Chaoyang deeply shivered. To be honest, if the Prime Minister didn't mention this matter, Yu Chaoyang was about to forget about the little Zhuge in this life. It was only after a careful thought that it dawned on him. Although the Prime Minister was reincarnated and reborn with his memories, but what's it got to do with the little Zhuge of this life? After all, technically speaking, the reincarnation and rebirth of the Prime Minister was a magpie's nest, not a new life. Naturally, it wouldn't affect the original timeline's little Zhuge. Thinking of this, Yu Chaoyang gulped and felt sad for the other vassals. God Zhuge teaches little Zhuge, double Zhuge combined, and there is still the memory advantage. To be honest, he really didn't know how to lose. Yu Chaoyang arched his hand and said, "Time is precious, let's get going." "There's no rush." Waved Zhuge Liang's hand. "There's still someone who hasn't arrived." "Who?" As the words fell, a shout suddenly rang out. "Sir, wait a moment." Only to see Cao Mengde riding alone, panting and running, obviously having chased him all the way. When Yu Chaoyang saw this, he subconsciously crossed his sword before reacting to the fact that the current boss Cao had not yet risen. Cao Cao rolled over and dismounted, and just as he arched his hand to say something, he was interrupted in advance by Chancellor Zhuge. "I already know what Mengde came for, so there's no need to say more. This brocade pouch can solve your confusion. I still have important matters to attend to, so I will leave you here." In Cao Cao's confused eyes, Prime Minister Zhuge and the two of them immediately drove their horses toward the north. It was as if the other party had stopped here specifically to wait for him. After opening the pouch and witnessing the words in it, it even confirmed his guess. Looking at the backs of the two men as they left, Cao Cao couldn't help but deeply lament. Wulong's wisdom is astounding. With such a character, why worry about the great Han not prospering? Cao Cao returned to Luoyang and followed the plan on the brocade pouch to find Situ Wang Yun. An assassination attempt against Dong Zhuo begins. Yu Chaoyang, who has been with the Prime Minister for a long time and has learned from his mistakes, has some vague guesses about the Prime Minister's move. Apart from the 30,000 gamers, the Prime Minister's greatest advantage was profit memory. One needs to know that a butterfly can cause a tsunami with a slight flap of its wings. What they had to do now was to try as much as possible not to affect the world's momentum. Bide their time and choose a good opportunity, and then settle the world in one fell swoop. Chapter 67. Just wanting the great Han to be great again, Sun Yu comes to the casting. The two of them traveled all the way by starlight. Finally, at the end of the month, arrived in Langyangdu. After a month of fermentation, the heroic deed of Prime Minister Zhuge confronting Dong Zhuo with his sword drawn had already spread throughout the north and south of the Yangtze River. Not only has his reputation risen, but he is also regarded as a role model by the literati of the world. So the two caused a huge sensation as soon as they arrived in Langia. Zhuge Shan led a group of clansmen and warmly entertained the two, being extremely careful throughout. There's no way, although Prime Minister Zhuge has a great reputation, there are many who see him as a thorn in their side. The Luoyang Zhuge clan's small arms and legs cannot dare to get involved in it. Looking at a familiar face, the Prime Minister has a lot of feelings, and the other exchange of conversation. But the exchange is not good. This exchange instantly makes Zhuge Xian sigh in awe. He really can't believe that those who have a unique insight into the world situation, the vision is tricky and ruthless and smooth speech, is actually from a 20-year-old young man's mouth. After a conversation, not only did Zhuge Xian open his eyes, even Xiao Zhuge was astonished. The watery pupils flickered with admiration. Before Prime Minister Zhuge could take the initiative to mention the true purpose of this trip, little Zhuge jumped the gun and wanted to worship Prime Minister Zhuge as his teacher. As little Zhuge threw himself into the ground, Zhuge Xian followed suit and said, "Mr. Xian's great talent is the only thing he has ever seen in his life. As we are both Zhuge clan members, our destiny is destined by heaven. Xian hereby begs Mr. Xian to accept Kong Ming. Great kindness, the Zhuge clan of Luoyang will never forget." After saying this, little Zhuge raised his head, wanting to speak again and again, his eyes full of hope. After Prime Minister Zhuge nodded his head with a smile, little Zhuge burst into an excited cheer. Zhuge Xian was so pleased that he immediately wanted to spread the invitations widely and organize a glorious master worship banquet, but was politely refused by Prime Minister Zhuge. Little Zhuge saw the needle, 3 worship 9 Cao, and brought a bowl of worship tea. "I Zhuge Liang will regard Mr. as my father, accompany him for life, and never say anything when I work hard. Mr. above, please drink this tea." Prime Minister Zhuge smiled with the corners of his mouth, contentedly receiving the tea and taking a light sip, bringing this trip to a successful conclusion. Early the next morning, Prime Minister Zhuge bid farewell to Zhuge Xian and the others, and headed south to Jingzhou City. The purpose of going to Jingzhou City was simple: Su Shu and Pang Tong. When he thought of Su Shu leaving because of his mother and Pang Tong dying at the fallen phoenix slope, the chancellor felt a vague twinge in his heart. Heaven have mercy, Yuanji's shock, Shi Yuan's hatred, let Liang rewrite it. The prime minister took a deep breath and led the two out of Langia. Unexpectedly, just out of the Luoyang city gate, the prime minister was shocked by the scene in front of him, eyebrows and eyes full of consternation. Only to see the city gate on both sides. Luoyang stood a group of people. Zhuge prime minister once showed up. Loud sky and earth cheers instantly rang. Mr. Feet, we are in awe, we would like to follow Mr. Left and Right. We are in awe of Mr.'s feet and would like to follow him. Looking at the more than 100 young men in front of him, the prime minister decisively refused. I have no intention to jouir the central plains, I am afraid I have to disappoint you all. A man stepped forward, arching his hand and saying, we are not ambitious people, we just want to find a safe place in this chaotic world. I have an ancestral craft that can double the yield of rice, called hybrid rice. As the words fell, another voice rang out. Don't worry sir, we don't eat for free, I also have an ancestral craft that can make iron hardness skyrocket. I also have a craft called fire rope gun that I would like to offer to sir. And me, I am well versed in arithmetic and would like to do the work of a dog and horse for the first. The green men were very enthusiastic, so enthusiastic that the prime minister felt vaguely helpless. But there was no doubt that each of the 100 or so young strongmen in front of him was talented and had a skill. It was an existence that no matter where it was placed, it would be regarded as a guest of honor. But the prime minister's expression remained hesitant for the simple reason that he couldn't afford to keep more than 100 young men, not to mention their salaries, are a problem to eat. As if they could see the prime minister's tangle, the young strongman took a step backward in understanding and shouted in unison, Sir, we brought our own dry food, no need to worry. The prime minister's face stalled, and he was just about to say something when he was interrupted once again. We don't want food, nor do we want salaries, we only wish to accompany Mr. Right and Left, and serve our dogs and horses. When these words came out, the prime minister's face instantly stiffened and his brows knitted, but there has to be a reason, right? The reason is simple, we can't bear the displacement of the common people and the easy child. We want to make the great Han great again. Having said that, how could the prime minister have any reason to refuse? The entourage skyrocketed to more than 100 people and set off towards Jingzhou with great vigor. And the number of people in the entourage skyrocketed with each city. Without exception, all of them brought their own crafts and did not need to be paid to eat. By the time they approached Jingzhou, the number had come to as many as 2,000. This made the prime minister both excited and puzzled. The excitement was, with these 2,000 men around, it would greatly improve the chances of making 3 yin huangs. Doubtful, this group of youths would pop out some strange words from time to time. Something like finally seeing a live one, he's so handsome and graceful. The prime minister couldn't understand it, but said he was greatly shocked. Looking at the Jingzhou city that was close at hand, little Zhuge suddenly breathed a long sigh of relief and showed an expression of relief. Perhaps only the heavens know what devastation he suffered during the journey from Langia to Jingzhou. Every day, not only did he have to complete the task set by Zhuge Wu, but he also had to answer those uncle's thousands of strange questions. What pi, what xy, obviously unheard of, but he had to learn. If that's all there is to it, the questions are a bit tricky, but at least the progress is visible. The most unacceptable thing for little Zhuge was that Zhuge Wu also asked him to practice the 5-animal play every day. As a result, not only did he not lose weight, but he grew a lot of tendon meat. Where can this be justified? Of course, after vomiting, little Zhuge is still very grateful to Zhuge Wu and his party. Because there was something that they were really teaching, and there would not be a situation where the taught disciple starved to death. And the arrival of Chancellor Zhuge and the others was met with the same warm hospitality from King Hai, the Chancellor of Jingzhou. There was no other reason for this, as Prime Minister Zhuge's reputation had grown ever higher since he drew his sword and confronted Dong Zhuo. The world's literati regarded him as a role model, and if Wang Hai dared to act perfunctorily, he could be drowned in spittle alone. On top of the banquet, the prime minister instead found an unexpected character. Hua Xiong, who was in his prime. But then he thought about it and was relieved. Now in 190, the 18 lords and vassals are fighting the war against Dong, and it won't be long before Wang Hai, the pastor of Jingzhou, will be replaced by Liu Biao. As soon as Liu Biao took office, Hua Xiong defected to the other side, proving precisely that Hua Xiong was on Jingzhou territory. So it was not surprising to find Hua Xiong at the banquet. Yu Chaoyang and the prime minister glanced at each other, both swallowing their saliva, not hiding the desire in their pupils at all. Hua Xiong, who was nearly 60 years old, was still able to fight Guan Ershi, so the young Hua Xiong, what kind of inhuman monster should he be? After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, the banquet gradually dispersed. Yu Chaoyang and Prime Minister Zhuge split into 2, one way to find Hua Xiong, the other to find Su Shu and Pang Tong. However, to the prime minister's surprise, did not wait for him to find Su Shu Ji Pang Tong first, but was first approached by others. Sir, Wenruo can finally find you. Standing in front of the prime minister was no one else but Sun Yu, who was known as the talent of the king in Zhuo, with the word Wenruo. Sun Yu's intention to visit late at night is self-evident. For Sun Yu's defection, the Prime Minister appeared to be very surprised, just ready to say something, so a doorguard rushed in, then kneeled down on one knee arching his hand and said, "My lord, specially let the small man to report to Mr. all the lords to discuss the Dong won a great victory." A red-faced man warmed his wine and beheaded Hua Xiong, and a good man named Tang Fengsheng even fought Liu Bei for 200 rounds without losing. Bang! The porcelain cup in his hand slid to the ground with a crunch, and the Prime Minister had an incredulous look on his face. Who? Tang Fengsheng, General Tang. Chapter 68, It's either wind or rain to fight a Haning. When he heard that Tang Fengsheng fought Liu Bei for 200 rounds without losing, Prime Minister Zhuge's first reaction wasn't shocked that the other party had also been reborn. Rather, what's this guy doing here in his past life? Let him play Menghua Haning, it's either windy or raining all day. As a result, when he met Liu Bei, who was several times the size of Menghua Haning, he struck out with a heavy blow. He fought with Liu Bei for 200 rounds without losing. Is this still the Tang Fengsheng he remembered? To know this period of time, Liu Bei has not been wine and color empty body, can and its battle 30 rounds is the world first-class general. But Tang Fengsheng is good, full of 200 rounds. But if he had been half as good as he is now in his previous life, would his path to the northern expedition have been so arduous? And would there be no great generals in Shu, and Liao Hua as the vanguard? The Prime Minister was depressed, as if he had been stabbed in the back, and his heart could not be calmed for a long time. But no matter what, it was good after all. With the help of General Tang, the Lord will certainly be able to walk more smoothly than in his previous life. The Prime Minister shook his head and raised his eyes to Sun Yu in front of him. "Brother Wen Ruo, please." "Sir, please." Sun Yu was flattered and lagged behind the Prime Minister by one body position as he walked toward the house. However, it was obvious that Sun Yu was a bit distracted, and was obviously also surprised by the 200 rounds of battle with Liu Bei, secretly. The world is in turmoil, heroes are rising up, to be able to fight Liu Bei for 200 rounds is simply inhuman. "Zhuge Wulong, let me see if your talent, virtue and wisdom are worthy of aiding me." Prime Minister Sun Yu drinks tea and discusses the Tao, expressing his own unique views on the world's situation. This debate encompasses a wide range of Sun Yu's life, and lasted a full hour. Sun Yu also from the beginning of the arrogant and unyielding, into the current phase full of conviction. When the two of them pushed open the door to their room and came out, they realized that the doorway had already been filled with people. Xiao Zhuge was mesmerized and completely engrossed in the debate between the two, and Pang Tong Su Shu, though half understanding, said he was greatly shocked. Although Huang Zhong is a military general but comes from a family, the basic literary literacy is still there, and he is now looking at the eyes of the Prime Minister, like looking at ghosts, dumbfounded. Jingzhou Chancellor Wang Hai was even more impressed, convinced by the deep accumulation of knowledge of the two men, and respectfully arched his hand. The talents of the two gentlemen are the best that Hai has ever seen in his life. Admirable. Admire. With the moon in the sky and a rare opportunity, it would be impossible not to have a drink. At Wang Hai's bidding, the banquet that had just ended was served twice. The crowd drank to the moon. Looking at Wang Hai, who kept getting closer, a plan suddenly surfaced in the Prime Minister's mind, and just as he was about to explain it to Sun Yu, he heard a naive voice ring out. "Sir, this wine is senseless to drink, come drink mine. Home brewed, the degree is not high, don't worry." The Prime Minister looked up and recognized the other party at once. It was one of the 100 young men who had followed him since Langia, and the reason why he was so impressed was because the other man carried a tile jar on his back at all times. Every day is a treasure, who touched with who anxious. He thought it was a family heirloom or something, but it's brewing. Thinking about this, Prime Minister Zhuge instantly laughed. Who was Wang Hai? He was the governor of Jing Prefecture, who was in charge of a state. The banquet he arranges must be one of the best in the world. But now, you're telling him the wine is senseless to drink? As expected, Wang Hai's face instantly turned blue when he heard this. With one hand, he snatched the tile jar from the other's hand, poured a large cup full, and drank it all in one go. The moment the drink hit his stomach, Wang Hai felt a sudden spinning of the sky and landed straight down on the tablet. Hiccup, I'm not getting drunk today. Why do I have two left hands? No sooner had Wang Hai finished his sentence than a grunt snapped out. A very peaceful sleep. Hiss. Seeing this, Huang Zhong couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, and unbelievingly poured himself a bowl as well. All of a sudden, like a thunderous grunt sounded. Yu Chaoyang shook his head and lamented, young Huang Zhong's body is just fine, falling asleep. Huang Zhong's successive collapses not only didn't make the crowd treat him like a tiger, but instead jumped up and down. If the wine was just good, they laughed it off. But to say that one sip would put them to sleep, the highs and lows would have to try the depths. Soon, the sound of snoring resounded in the courtyard of the house. As far as the eye could see, all of them, excluding Prime Minister Zhuge, were sleeping very peacefully. He looked at the sleeping Sun Yu, but inwardly more and more missed the Lord, 2 generals, 3 generals, a few people. The curtain falls on the discussion of Dong. The Lord's next step is to enter the Lord of Shuzhou. Perhaps, it's time to meet up with the Lord.
With this in mind, the Prime Minister put pen to paper and wrote down a brochure, the entire text totaling hundreds of words. After checking for errors, the bag was stuffed into Sun Yu's sleeve. Immediately afterward, he rubbed his face and slapped Xiao Zhuge, Su Shu, and Pang Tong on the head. The three little guys opened their eyes in a daze and then began to pack their bags. Taking advantage of this lull, the Prime Minister woke up Yu Chaoyang again.
General Yu, the time has come, it's time to go find the Lord.
Hearing this, Yu Chaoyang, who had just been sleepy, instantly took off in a catapult. Just as the sky turned white, the five of them were already on their way to Shuzhou. When Sun Yu woke up, it was already 3 rods in the morning, and when he saw the brocade bag in his sleeve robe, he let out a heavy sigh.
Crouching Dragon's talent, I'm not as good as that. Upon arriving in Shuzhou, Prime Minister Zhuge was equally warmly received by Tao Qian. Sun Yu's remark, I am not as talented as the Wulong, made Zhuge a famous scholar in the world. Together with the military general Tang Fengsheng, he is one of the most hotly debated figures of the moment. So when the Prime Minister revealed the purpose of his trip, Tao Qian agreed without a second thought. He set aside the small city of Shopi for the purpose of settlement, and promised that all matters within the city could be decided by himself. The Prime Minister thanked him and rushed to Shopi city without stopping. By taking root in Shuzhou, he has already accomplished a large part of his plan, and all he needs to do next is to wait for the Lord to complete his training and take over Shuzhou from Tao Qian, and the world will be settled in no time. In the following time, under the governance of the Prime Minister, Shopi city is in a peaceful state. The 3 little ones thrived, and although they were young, they were already well known far and wide. Under the brilliant plan of the Prime Minister's brocade bag, Sun Yu, with the help of Hua Xiong and 2,000 players, also succeeded in overriding Wang Hai and becoming the secret master of Jingzhou. Although he was hollowed out, it was at least a better ending than being killed by Sun Jian and Liu Biao taking over Jingzhou. And after 3 years of development, Shopi city is likewise seeing rapid changes. Excluding the 2,000 professionals from Jingzhou, the remaining 8,000 people were almost all in Shopi city. With the help of their unheard-of ancestral crafts, the rice paddies were fertile for thousands of miles, the army was forbidden, and the fighting force was extremely strong. Because of the introduction of white wine and soap, the economic development of a small Shopi city was even better than Shuzhou city. The night is not closed, and every household is full of happy smiles. This was a miracle in the war-torn year 193.
Tao Qian looked in his eyes and worried in his heart.
Hand over the city of Shopi was thought to be a beautiful story, but I did not expect to give birth to a real dragon.
He really couldn't imagine why the development of Shopi had changed so much in just 2 years.
Compared to Shopi, his Shuzhou city was like a doghouse.
However, Tao Qian is pleased that Zhuge Wu has always been very peaceful. It is clear that he can change the flag of Shuzhou in a matter of moments, but he has never made any transgression.
Always in that 1 acre of land in Shopi city.
Chapter 69. For the sake of General Tu's ambition, Liang is willing to serve as a dog and horse. Schoolyard. The nearly 20,000-strong army carried out day after day drills, which were loud and extremely spectacular. And behind these 20,000 people were 2,000 musketeers dressed in iron armor and armed with fire rope guns. But whether it was Prime Minister Zhuge, or Little Zhuge, Su Shu, or Pang Tong, all of them had already seen it. Although they were equally amazed when they first saw the fire rope gun. But no matter how rare a thing is, it can't stand up to seeing it every day.
Prime Minister Zhuge led Little Zhuge and Su Shu, practicing the 5 birds opera.
Pang Tong, on the other hand, chased after a man who behaved strangely and kept asking questions. Sir, forgive Shi Wan's stupidity, could you please explain the principle of hybrid rice to Shi Wan again?
And the sacred thing called potato in your hometown, can it really produce 2,000 pounds per moo? And how does the gentleman know that the world is a sphere and not the circle of heaven? And, what does gravity mean?
Looking at Pang Tong, who was like a curious baby, the man looked pained. He had never hated the authenticity of Three Kingdoms contest as much as he did today.
Those who knew he was playing the game, those who didn't thought he was teaching kindergarten. Torture, it's just too much torture.
And right at this moment, a guard suddenly ran in hurriedly, kneeling on one knee and saying, Sir, Cao Cao is attacking Shuzhou city with an army of 50,000 men.
Shall we send troops to the rescue?
Hearing this, Prime Minister Zhuge's pupils flashed with brilliance, and he strongly suppressed the throbbing and said, The ship will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridge, there is no need for rescue.
You and others can just live as usual.
The guard nodded his head, and although he did not know the reason for this, he chose to believe it unconditionally due to the Prime Minister's prestige. And the subsequent development was exactly as the Prime Minister had predicted. The 5 brothers, Lu Guan, Zhang, Tang, and Zhao, drew troops from Gongsunzan to rescue the besieged city.
It was night.
Zhang Fei arrived first with a silk book and a jade wall, sounding like a tiger and a leopard. Zhang Yida, under the command of Han's left general, by order of the Lord, respectfully asks Mr. Wulong to be at peace. Zhang Fei thrust his Jaba snake spear upside down into the ground and arched his hand in a military official's salute. A few moments later, Guan Yu drove up, with a full crown and a voice like a bell, under the command of Han's left general, Sima Guan Yu, by order of the Lord, I respectfully ask for Mr. Wulong's peace.
Guan Yu thrust his green dragon crescent moon sword upside down into the ground and arched his hand in a military official's salute. Liu Bei then got out of the car and walked several hundred paces, extremely respectful in both action and speech. Han left General Liu Bei, I have long heard of Mr. Wulong's name, and I have taken the liberty of visiting today, and I hope that Mr. Wulong will not forsake my meanness, and will give me a plan to pacify the people. Bei, I am grateful. Inside the room, Prime Minister Zhuge, who witnessed the entire process, instantly wept. The benevolence and virtue of the Lord has never changed, and in this world, although there is no grass hut and 3 visits, there is also the gift of 3 honors. Wipe away the tears in the corners of his eyes, the Prime Minister pushed the door to welcome. A few little ones followed closely, pupils full of curiosity about Liu Bei. They were curious to know what was so attractive about Liu Bei, whose ears were above his shoulders and whose arms were above his knees, that Zhuge Wulong praised him so much. Crouching Dragon has long heard of General's benevolence and virtue, and has been longing for it, but now that General has condescended to come in person and make the humble abode shine, Crouching Dragon is terrified. The Prime Minister's demeanor is elegant, and his words are gentle, like a spring breeze, which makes people feel good. Although it is polite words, but fell in Liu Bei's ears but as if old friends reunion, joyful self-generated. Guan Yu and Zheng Fei as a glance at each other, secretly sighed, worthy of being the 4th brother of the character of the highest esteem, today I see, really is the name. After exchanging pleasantries, the people sat on the ground. Liu Bei, after some sighs, directly opened the door. The questions asked are no different from those in the grass hut, feeling confused about the future and worried about the Han. The Prime Minister took a deep breath, excited inside. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Come on, review. He took down from the wall the sketch map of the Han states, which he had been pondering day and night, and spread it out on the couch, saying in a deep voice. Yuan Shao of Hebei, who has been a public official for 4 generations, although his disciples and officials are all over the world, but he is lenient on the outside and jealous on the inside, and is indecisive, and condones his children's struggles for power, so he will surely be defeated by Cao Mingda's hands. General is the descendant of the emperor's family, the faith and righteousness is famous in the 4 seas, the total collection of heroes and heroines, think of the virtuous as thirsty. If you take advantage of Hebei's emptiness, drive straight in, protect its dangers, pacify all the who, external ties with Wang Hai Sun So, internal cultivation of politics and human harmony, when the world has a change, you can gather Hebei's crowd to go south to pacify the disaster. True so, the world can be fixed, the hegemony can be accomplished. Liu Bei was instantly astonished after hearing these words. Taking advantage of Yuan Shao and Cao Cao's stranglehold and the emptiness in their rear, to drive in and capture the land of the Central Plains in one fell swoop? This is a bold plan that he wouldn't dare to dream of, let alone think about. Crazy. It's just too crazy. Lu Guanzhang, the 3 brothers, were all shocked by this crazy plan. But after careful consideration, they realized that it was not impossible. The room fell silent, but Prime Minister Zhuge had a bemused look on his face. Because he knew that Liu Bei would definitely agree. Even if he doesn't agree now, he will still agree after seeing the nearly 20,000 elite soldiers in Shopee. Besides, this plan may seem crazy, but it was thought through by him for countless days and months. Liu Bei is in his prime, the text has, Zhuge Wu, Zhuge Liang, Su Shu, Pang Tong, Sun Yu. None is the world's top strategist. Not to mention the martial arts, the 3 brothers Guan Zhangzhao, plus Huang Zhong who was in his prime, and Tang Fengsheng who fought Lu Bu for 200 rounds. Not to mention the killer weapon of the musketeers. The generals are gathered, the strategists are like a sea, and the soldiers are strong. With this lineup, unless Guangwu Emperor Lu Xiu is reborn, he can't think of a reason to lose. Since the northern expedition couldn't penetrate into the Central Plains, he would use artillery to penetrate into the Central Plains. If you want to fight, fight for the strongest in the world. To fight, fight the pinnacle tournament. Looking at Prime Minister Zhuge's firm gaze, Liu Bei pondered for a long time and rose with a long bow, his tone sincere. A great man in a chaotic world should establish a worldly achievement. How can he live a life? Cao Mingda is not as powerful as Yuan Shao, not as famous as Yuan Shao, but he still dares to show his sword. How can I not be as good as him? Mr. Talent, for the preparation of life only see, although the preparation of the rise in the end, but the ambition of the world, want to help the Han room. Sir, please help Bei and the 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 4th brother, and 5th brother to save the Han from falling. Conquer the Han Dynasty and create the 3 in Han. The Prime Minister burst into tears and rose solemnly. This was a scene he had waited for too long, too long. The phrase, do not abandon your despicability, and the phrase, only seen in my life, allowed Prime Minister Zhuge to feel Liu Bei's sincerity that came from the bottom of his heart. If you treat me as a national scholar, I will not fail you. The regrets of my previous life, let's make up for them in this life. Prime Minister Zhuge's hands trembled more than once, and he was unable to pay his respects with a long seizure. This worship is the previous life of the White Emperor Zhao Lai, also in front of the magnificent left general. For the sake of General Tu's ambition, Wulong is willing to serve as a dog and horse. Chapter 70, Wulong recognizes his master and marries his wife, Lu Lingqi. The Prime Minister's bowing demonstrates his determination to do his utmost before he dies, as well as the richness of his charisma. Even if he lives again, he will not change his will. The name Zhuge not only represents wisdom, but also loyalty. And the pop-ups at this time are even more emotional. At this time, Liu Bei does not seem to know what this bow from the Prime Minister means. This bow represents 20,000 elite armored soldiers, weapons far beyond the current era, several first-rate strategists, and the three creation of Yan Han. This is the Prime Minister. Obviously he could easily take over the world, yet he still chooses to assist Liu Bei. Admirable. Isn't this precisely the charm of the Prime Minister? If he chooses to start a new family, is he still the same Prime Minister we remember? None of this is crucial, I just want to see Liu Bei's surprised face when he sees the musketeers now. The pop-up screen had just appeared when a sucking sound that pierced through the eardrums violently rang out. Hiss! Zhang Fei glared angrily, slapped himself hard twice, and said incredulously, "Now Nyang. Warlord, these are your men?" The tendon-fleshed Prime Minister nodded, as good as fake. At these words, Liu Bei and the others instantly fell silent. But the further they went down the street, the more shocked a few people became. Zhang Fei was dumbstruck, and the exclamations of shock from his mouth never stopped. Turtle, it's nearing the hour of midnight, but this street is still so lively? Wait, this white wine called Tai Mao is also our liquor store? No, why are all the doors open? Aren't you afraid of thieves? Zhang Fei's shouting attracted many local residents to look at him cross-eyed, but when they saw the accompanying Prime Minister, their eyes instantly mildened again. They all bowed from the bottom of their hearts and bowed in a respectful tone, Mr. Luoyang. Liu Bei was once again silent and was just about to open his mouth to say something when he heard a thump 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 thump. Fixing his eyes on it, his pupils instantly dilated, incredulously saying, across hundreds of feet, accurately hitting the target, killing people invisibly. Warlord, what is this? Without waiting for the Prime Minister to answer, the equally tendon-fleshed little Zhuge grabbed the first reply, "My lord, this item is called the fire rope gun, and it is the ancestral craft of the King's Smith. Within 150 feet, it grazes and kills, and is incredibly powerful." Liu Bei's eyes flowed back and forth between little Zhuge and the Prime Minister, but he did not speak again. Because the shock along the way was just too much. Compared to the outside, Xiapi City was simply another world. Even if someone was flying in the sky right now, he wouldn't be shocked. Just as the thought fell, an excited cheer rang out from above the heads of the crowd. Woohoo, Master Dao, I've become a success. I've become a success. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the silhouette that flew higher and higher, Liu Bei's jaw was about to pestle to the ground. It's not him. Just to give an example. How the hell is it that there are still people who can fly? Little Zhuge's ghostly voice rang out, "My lord, this object is called a hot air balloon. It is a product from the Technology Tree Workshop." The Prime Minister looked at the wide-eyed few, and a strong sense of pride rose in his heart. The smile at the corner of his mouth seemed to be saying, "My lord, these are the mountains and rivers that I have built for you." But what puzzled the Prime Minister was where had Tang Fangsheng gone? Since he and Liu Bei were worshipped as brothers, it's impossible that he didn't come to Shuzhou. However, what the Prime Minister didn't know was that Tang Fangsheng had already led 500 axemen to ambush Han Xian Emperor Lu Xie on Mangdang Mountain, the road he must take to escape from Luoyang. You think he's here to rescue Lu Xie? Wrong. He's here to kill Lu Xie. The reason is simple: if Liu Bei wants to claim the throne, Lu Xie is a big mountain he can't step over. If Lu Xie doesn't die, Liu Bei will always have a bad name. Although according to the plot development, Lu Xie will eventually die indirectly at the hands of Cao Wei. But, can we really wait until then? As far as Liu Bei's current strength is concerned, the three creation of Yan Han will only take 10 years at best. What should Lu Xie do then? Instead of making things difficult for the Prime Minister and Big Brother, it would be better to do Lu Xie, once and for all. Tang Fangsheng's face was resolute, hidden in the shadows like a viper. Soon, a sound of soldiers and horses rang out, and the Son of Heaven's seat slowly emerged from the end of his vision. The accompanying ministers looked flustered, their steps were frivolous and feeble, just as if they had been tortured by Li Ju and Guixia. After the caravan advanced for a certain distance, Tang Fangsheng's face suddenly turned cold, and with a command, 500 axemen rushed out and surrounded the caravan. Although the visitor is not good, but Lu Xie still forced to calm down and said, "Aiching, you are here to save the king. Right?" Tang Fangsheng smiled morosely and gave an answer with the long sword in his hand. Amidst heart-rending screams, Lu Xie, along with a group of ministers, was killed on the spot. The scene was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Only after making sure that there were no survivors at the scene did Tang Fangsheng take advantage of the moonlight to leave again. When the news of Lu Xie's death spread, the world was shocked. The already turbulent social environment was completely collapsed and the world was in chaos. Liu Bei wept bitterly and felt deeply saddened by the death of Lu Xie. Only Prime Minister Zhuge quietly looked at Tang Fangsheng and looked away with a slight sigh. "General, what is the reason for this?" The Son of Heaven was brutally poisoned, and this shocking news made Tao Qian's body weaker and weaker. He then sent for Liu Bei and entrusted Shuzhou to him. On his deathbed, Tao Qian painstakingly reminded, Wulong is very human, Xian still needs to be more vigilant so as not to, lest this great city of Shuzhou fall into the hands of others. After saying this, Tao Qian died on his bed. Liu Bei was silent for a long time, and on the next day, he led his ministers to organize a grand banquet, and the whole Shuzhou city was onyx. When Wulong appeared at the funeral and addressed Liu Bei as his lord, the officials of Shuzhou city realized it only afterward. It turns out, Wulong has recognized his lord. When this news came out, all the heroes in the world were stunned and shocked. Cao Cao, Sun Yu, Wang Hai, and others had long been known for their talent. The saying, whoever wins the Wulong wins the world, has even been compiled into a folk ballad that no one knows. Now that the Wulong has recognized its master, how can the world's heroes not be shocked? Although Liu Bei has only one state, the world's vassals all coincidentally regard him and Yuan Shao as the same level of hegemony. A few days later, Liu Bu defeated Cao Cao and came to Shuzhou to ask Liu Bei to take him in. Liu Bei chose to take Liu Bu in even though he had a large army today. It was night. The prime minister summoned Yu Chaoyang and opened the door. General Yu, what do you think about taking in Liu Bu? Yu Chaoyang pondered for a moment and said decisively, I think that this is a curse. There is bound to be a big war between Chao Yuan. At that time, we will drive straight into the center of the country, our troops will point directly to the center of the country, Shuzhou's guards will be empty, it is inevitable that the regret of the past life will occur. I thought that I should lead 500 axemen and take down Liu Bu in the name of a banquet. The prime minister sighed slightly and shook his head. Unfortunately, I was hoping that the general and Liu Bu's daughter would tie the knot. I've heard that the Lu Lingqi has a closed moon and is a beautiful woman, with a look that is no less than that of Daochan. Since the general feels that it should be eliminated afterward, then kill it. Hearing this, Yu Chaoyang changed like a face and immediately knelt down on one knee. For the sake of ending the bond between the two families, I would like to take Lu Lingqi as my wife. Forget it, we can't force the general's wish, Liu Bu should be killed. Yu Chaoyang instantly became anxious. Prime Minister, Liu Bu's future is my father-in-law, he can't be killed. Chapter 71, Chang'an proclaimed emperor, Han Zhongzu Zhaowu emperor. Actually, there was Tang Fengsheng, Liu Bu's nemesis. The threat of Liu Bu was nowhere near as great as it was in his previous life. The reason why Yu Chaoyang was allowed to marry the other party was to put on another layer of insurance. The second is, naturally, to expand the territory. The craftsman who built the hot air balloon was able to see it clearly when it ascended into the sky. On the other side of the ocean, there was a fertile land not inferior to the Central Plains. It would be a waste not to take what God has given us. The two of them hit it off and decided to sell out the color of Yu Chaoyang to secure the bomb of Liu Bu. When Liu Bei hears about this, he personally goes to matchmaking for the two of them with a heavy gift. After much deliberation, Liu Bu finally agreed to the marriage. A few months later, the Battle of White Horse was fought. Cao Yuan and Cao Yu's two armies were deployed at Beima and engaged in a grueling short-armed battle. Cao Cao defeated Yuan Shao and won the battle. But both sides know that White Horse is just a prelude, and the real showdown has yet to begin. Liu Bei is also not idle, frantically deploying troops and generals, just waiting for the two sides to break out in a big battle, straight to Yuan Shao's lair. A few months later, the Battle of Guan Yu, which decided the trend of the world, was fought. The two sides were out in force, and the generals were gathered. Yan Liang, Wen Shou, Su Hua, Xiahou Dun, a familiar generals assembled in Guan Yu. Whoever wins will occupy the Central Plains and take the initiative. It was at this time that Liu Bei led a 100,000-strong army from Shuzhou, with the blade pointing directly at Yuan Shao's lair, Yicheng. Tang Fengsheng, Liu Bu, and Su Shu, on the other hand, guarded Shuzhou so as not to be countered by a stolen home while waiting for an opportunity to move. The army was divided into three directions, crossing mountains and water, destroying all the obstacles in front of them with a destructive force. Liu Bei arrived in Yicheng, Hebei province, before Cao and Yuan could decide whether to win or lose. The shield soldiers were at the front, and the musketeers were at the center of the formation, with tongues of fire constantly spewing out from their muzzles, firing wildly at point-blank range. And with every round of unison fire, the defenders on the city walls fell in pieces. The appearance of the fire rope guns had undoubtedly changed the battlefield situation. If that is all, the defenders can still barely arrive, the big deal is not to leak, relying on gold juice and rolling wood defense. However, the appearance of hot air balloon is to destroy the last fluke in their hearts. A kerosene shell wrapped in blazing fire fell from the sky, and in an instant, the city walls were turned into a sea of fire. The temperature was so high that no flesh and blood could gain a foothold. Without the interference of the city wall guards, Liu Bei's army was like no one's business, and after several impacts of the chariots, the city gates let out a loud boom. Guan Yu, carrying his green dragon crescent sword, rushed into Yicheng ahead of the others, and a thunderous roar followed. Yu and the others who inserted the label and sold their heads, who dares to fight with a certain person? Zhang Fei glared angrily, and his horse jumped up high. Tai. Yanren Zhang Fei is here, who dares to fight me to the death? Zhao Zilong's white armor and silver spear, his voice was like frost. Zhangshan Zhao Zilong is here, why don't you surrender quickly? Looking at the three people who chopped people like melons and cut vegetables and swam in the crowd, the defenders were completely scared out of their wits. Their arms couldn't stop trembling, their weapons fell to the ground, and they all knelt down to surrender. Only after making sure there was no danger whatsoever did Liu Bei ride slowly into the city to take over Yicheng. But the pace of the war did not stop there. After a day's rest and reorganization, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Jiayan each led 20,000 elite troops towards Liang, Handan, and Julu and Jizhou to kill them respectively. With a large number of soldiers and high morale, the three cities were easily taken under their command. Since then, 4 of the 6 counties in the Central Plains have been captured. But how could Prime Minister Zhuge be complacent? He sat at the center, dispatching well, and the expansion was still proceeding at a frantic pace. By the time the news of Jizhou's loss reached Yuan Shao's ears, all the cities in the Central Plains had already hung the Liu banner. Such shocking news made Yuan Shao's eyes instantly black, his body could not stop trembling. Liu Bei, this big-eared thief, where did he get the guts to spy on my Jizhou? Su Yu on the side couldn't help but complain, Wulong's talent is known throughout the world. Long ago let the Lord you more defense, but you are several times belittled, otherwise why become today's situation? Yuan Shao's eyes filled with blood, dead hold Su Yu's hand, heart remorse incomparable, military division, but now how to be good? Su Yu gritted his teeth and arched his hand, with Wulong's talent, Lord Jizhou will definitely not be able to get it back. Now the only way to gain a foothold is to break the cauldron and break Cao Cao to take Yanzhou and Yuzhou. Cao Cao. Yuan Shao's face was cloudy, obviously not absolutely sure. But the current situation leaves him no choice. Just as he was pondering over the situation and summoning the 3 armies to go for broke, a guard ran into the tent in a panic. Not good. Guan Zhao, leading an iron cavalry, is killing towards the army camp. What? Yuan Shao was shocked, running towards me. Cao Cao, who was at war with Yuan Shao, was feasting at his camp, and from the slightly upturned corners of his mouth, it was clear that he was in a very good mood. The reason was simple, he knew about the news that Liu Bei had stolen his home. Yuan Shao's frontal battlefield was already no match for him, and now that he has been attacked from the back, his army is in turmoil, and the tide is turning. However, just at this moment, a guard ran into the tent in the same panic, kneeling on one knee, Lord, it's not good. Jingzhou Sun Yu and Hua Xiong have risen up from Gaixia and are heading straight for Xuchang. Cao Cao was unperturbed, calmly eating his meal. What a fuss, would I be unprepared? Lu Jin, Xiaoren, and Jia Diao have long been cantonied here, no need to be alarmed. Before the words left his mouth, a guard rushed into the tent once again and impatiently said, My lord. Lu Bu and Tang Fangsheng are leading an army of 10,000 men towards the camp to kill. When Cao Cao heard this, his face suddenly turned blue and he angrily covered his rice bowl on the tabletops. You mean? The first and second in the world are running to me. Shuzhou is empty, and he, Liu Bei, is not afraid of Eastern Wu. Halfway through his sentence, Boss Cao suddenly fell silent. Instead of believing in Dongwu, he should believe that Caos can fly. With Liu Bei's sudden intervention, what was originally a showdown has turned into a 3-way melee. And what shocked the two was that Liu Bei's overall strength was even greater than the two combined. Especially the fire rope gun that kills invisibly and sounds like thunder, it really made the two suffer a lot. Often, before they had even met each other, the troops had already suffered heavy deaths and injuries, and the heart of the army was in turmoil. But the point is, they haven't had any countermeasures. Being beaten up by Liu Bei, they lost their armor. And also feeling equally depressed, there was Lu Bu. He looked at Tang Fangsheng, who was being chased by Su Huang as a dog, and couldn't help but furrow his brows. He killed Su Huang like a dog, but Su Huang was able to chase Tang Fangsheng like a dog. But the strange thing is that Tang Fangsheng, who was whisked away as a dog, was able to fight with himself for 200 rounds. What kind of strange restraining relationship was this? Lu Bu pondered for a long time to no avail and didn't bother to look deeply into it, immediately waving his square sky-painting halberd to join the battlefield. Under the siege, Boss Cao was defeated in Yuzhou and was beaten by Huang Zhong and Jingzhou and retreated to Yizhou to form an alliance with Liu Zhang. The road to Shu is difficult. Tang Fangsheng decisively stopped pursuing, like a door god, guarding in Hanzhong the Sichuan throat. This tug of war lasted more than 2 years. However, unlike in his previous life, this time it was Liu Bei who unified the north and Cao Cao who occupied the land of Shu. Faced with the world close at hand, Liu Bei was not in a hurry. He cultivated internal politics and human harmony, and externally attacked Xinbei Goguryeo in the north, Xianghu in the west, and Shan Yu Jiangdong in the east. Prime Minister Zhuge, who was full of tendon flesh, led his army southward and captured the barbarian King Mengwu with one arm. Looking at the Prime Minister, who was even bigger than himself, Meng Yu was stunned. This is the ING military commander? How is it even stouter than me? After the world was pacified and there were no more hidden dangers, the army set out from Hanzhong, with the blade pointing straight at Yizhou. Cao Cao looked at the army in front of him, which could not be seen at a glance, and fell silent in a rare way. He really couldn't imagine why the world had changed so quickly in just 2 years. Was it Shuzhou's problem, or was it Wulong's? Before Liu Bei entered Shuzhou, he was still living a life of upheaval, but as a result, once he entered Shuzhou, it was as if a real dragon entered the sea and a bird flew into the air, and the world was pacified in just 5 years. But how would he easily admit defeat? The so-called man's will to win is to know that you can't do something but to do it. A great man in the world, even if it is to die, must die with a bang. Cao Cao took a deep breath and decided to go for broke. But just then, the single-handed, tendon-filled prime minister slowly arrived under the city and shouted, "Cao Cao, do you know why your nightmares are frequent? Because a young man who calls himself Zhou, armed with a short sword, vows to kill all the Han traitors in the world. My lord is a descendant of the Han Emperor, and it is the destiny of heaven. If you persist in this, how will you have the face to meet the 24 Han Emperors?" The voice was like a thunderbolt from the ground, exploding straight inside Cao Cao. Looking at the hopeful gazes of the strategists and generals at his side, Cao Cao was silent for a long time, and the heavens and the earth were at war. A few moments later, the gates of the city opened wide, and Cao Cao, holding his sword in both hands, fell to both knees. "I, Cao Cao, am not surrendering to him, Liu Bei. Rather, it's the 400 years of the great Han's kingdom." The following year, under the persuasion of the ministers that the country cannot be without a king for a day, Liu Bei proclaimed himself emperor in Chang'an, changed the year to Zhongxing, and his honorific title, Emperor Jiawu of Han Zhongzhou. He appointed Zhuge Wu as the prime minister, Pang Tong and Zhuge Liang and Su Shu as the three dukes, and Guan Yu as the great general. Appointed Cao Cao as Hussar General of the West. What is a general of the West? Going west, returning east, crossing mountains, flowing water, that's what. General of the Western Hussar of the Great Han Dynasty. Chapter 72 Yan Huang Universe, Mythological System First Envisioned. Liu Bei was proclaimed emperor in Chang'an, the state name was Han, and the year was Zhongxing. Honorary title, Emperor Jiawu. Temple name, Han Zhongzhou. The Shu Han group of the Second Weekly Order finally accomplished its lifelong wish of supporting the Han Dynasty. The process was silky smooth, and the world was pacified with little effort. All of this is inextricably linked to Prime Minister Zhuge. The layout of Jingzhou, the acceptance of Pang Tong and Su Shu, the marriage to Liu Bu, and the strategic vision of the new Longzhong pair. But the bigger reason was the help of Yu Chaoyang Tang Fengxing's 30,000 modern people. Hybridized rice, fire rope guns, hot air balloons. An item far ahead of its time appeared in the Three Kingdoms, making Shu Han a descending blow. It made it easy for Liu Bei to equalize the world. 3 people can randomly generate a king, let alone 30,000 people. However, this was a wake-up call for Zhou Yu, and the later dynasties must be guarded against. Otherwise it would not reflect the heaviness of history and the respect of knowing that it is not possible. But if climbing the tech tree is forbidden, it will greatly reduce the playability of the game. There is still a need to think of a middle-of-the-road method to do this. Zhou Yu narrowed his eyes, his mind churning with thoughts, and suddenly had an idea. Since the players were open, wouldn't it be good for him to open up for the historical figures as well? Take for example the mighty and loyal Guan Air Master of China. In the Three Kingdoms, he was the second brother of Liu Bei, the Guan Yu who crossed the 5 hurdles and defeated the 6 generals. But in mythology, he is the Taoist Three Worlds Voodoo Emperor, the Buddhist protector of the Dharma Garland Bodhisattva, the Confucian sage of martial arts, and the folk god of martial arts and wealth. In this way, i.e., the fairness of the game can be well balanced. It can also bring out the Yanhuang mythological system without a trace. You build artillery and fire rope guns, so it's not too much to ask for Liu Xiu, the son of heaven's destiny, to summon a few meteorites, right? If you cultivate immortality and build aircraft carriers, it's not a problem for the 4 members of the fetching scripture to return to the Great Tang, right? What? Do you think history will fall apart if you do this? It's Sun Desheng who's looking for you, what's it got to do with me, Li Shimen? Instead of making the game fall apart, the presence of mythological stories will greatly increase the playability of the game. Because real history and mythology just go hand in hand. Zhou Yu would like to call it the Yanhuang universe. In the Yanhuang universe, the player can play everything he wants. Dynasties with orderly inheritance, glorious and grandiose myths. Of course, the birth of the Yanhuang universe could not happen overnight, it was destined to be a long process. Thinking of this, Zhou Yu suddenly had an idea for the next game dynasty. He took a deep breath and summoned the system panel. Host, Zhou Yu. Physique, 52. Intelligence, 77. Charisma, 73. Emotion points, 461712444. Note, every 10,000 emotion points can be exchanged for 1 attribute bonus point. Emotion points had skyrocketed from over 6 million 20 days ago to 46 million today. A full 40 million points had increased. The charm attribute on the panel had also increased by 6 points on its own. As the saying goes, money makes the devil work. The explosion of Three Kingdoms contest brought more than just a massive amount of emotion points to Zhou Yu. There was even more social fame, money. With both added to the mix, it's hard not to grow in charisma. And as Zhou Yu's mind moved, the mood points began to plummet. Due to the long span of time for the new dynasty, this game switch had cost a full 15 million emotion points.
Subsequently, Zhou Yu injected the game character into his soul, spending another 10 million. With 25 million spent, the amount of emotion points came to over 21 million. Although the spending was huge, Zhou Yu thought it was worth every penny. Compared to the fledgling Three Kingdoms, the new Dynasties game is more complete in every way. New mode, new experience. After copying the game in the cloud space and double-checking that there were no errors, Zhou Yu then shifted his attention back to the system panel. 20 million emotion points was enough for him to pull up the 3D by several levels. The first thing that came to mind was the physique column. With a physique of 52, not even as good as sub-healthy, Zhou Yu had been upset for a long time. With a thought, the emotion points began to fall once again. In the blink of an eye, the amount in the physique column came to 80, raising the physique by 28 amounts. A total of 280,000 emotion points were spent. The physique pulls up again to 81, yet this time it costs 100,000 emotion points. Below 80, 10,000 points, and above 80, is the consumption tenfold? Zhou Yu narrowed his eyes and quickly relieved himself. Thinking about it, no matter what it was, the further one advanced, the harder it became. 100,000 mood points is just a drop in the bucket. As his thoughts flowed, his physique once again took a leap, arriving at the amount of 90. If one were to ascend further, the amount of emotion points spent would have to be double tenfold again, reaching 1 million 1-point physiques. Zhou Yu merely pondered for a moment before starting to raise it again. It was only a million, it wouldn't take long to earn it back. With Three Kingdoms contest in hand, earning mood points was as simple as eating and drinking. The amount in the physique column quickly arrived at 100, reaching the peak human level. However, Zhou Yu was surprised to find that it could still be raised. With only 100 million emotion points, one could break the human genetic limitations and arrive at a 101 physique, transformed. Zhou Yu was kinda curious about what would happen to his body after his physique reached the 101 amount. But it was only curiosity, the emotional points were in an emergency, and his heart was in the right place. Looking at the 9.8 million emotion points left, Zhou Yu did as he had done, pulling his intelligence to 90 and his charisma to 97. With a massive amount of emotion points smashed down, his personal panel immediately took a qualitative leap. Host, Zhou Yu. Physique, 100. Intelligence, 90. Charisma, 97. Emotion points, 791244. Note, every 10,000 emotion points can be exchanged for 1 attribute bonus point. I'm a little superhuman in this big and small way, aren't I? Zhou Yu's eyes were like torches, feeling better than ever. The original chaotic and confusing mind, as if suddenly equipped with a CPU, running silky smooth. Before a lot of things that do not understand, all instantly figured out the key to the problem. In just an instant, he had figured out several unreasonable aspects of the new game. Just as he got up and was about to go make the changes, his hands gently braced on the desktop. The fragile glass desktop suddenly shattered with a sound. Large and small glass crumbs spread all over the surrounding golden wood floor. Hearing the noise, Yang Li, wearing a snow-white hidden apron, ran out of the kitchen with a shovel in her left hand and a spoon in her right, her small face full of panic. What's wrong? What's wrong? The next thing she knew, she saw glass slivers all over the floor. Almost instantly, Yang Li's face became gloomy, and without a word, she pulled out her cell phone and dialed. What are you guys doing for food? How dare you send tables of this quality to my house? Are you challenging my patience level with your own lives? The man on the other end of the phone was coy, not even daring to breathe a single breath. After hanging up the phone, the man's anger erupted like a volcano. Now immediately, go and invite the relevant person in charge to come to Imperial City for tea. Zhou Yu looked at Yang Li, whose chest was stumbling. He didn't need to think about it to know that someone's head would definitely fall to the ground because of this. Zhou Yu thought twice and persuaded, it's none of their business, it's my own carelessness. Give them a chance. The great master of Qing Tian was kind-hearted and could not see the poor suffer. Chapter 73, the widely circulated Bible of the Three Kingdoms. The interlude passed by in a flash. Only after making sure that Zhou Yu was not injured did Yang Li return to the kitchen again in high spirits. Zhou Yu, on the other hand, took advantage of this hiatus to go and fix a few loopholes in the new game. By the time he finished modifying them, Yang Li also happened to finish making dinner. Just bar. Zhou Yu looked at the dark and slimy mass in front of him, and inwardly he couldn't help but question, can this thing really be eaten? Seemingly seeing Zhou Yu's doubts, Yang Li's face was embarrassed, her cheeks climbed up with a touch of redness, and she carefully explained, it's my first time to cook. Not quite skilled yet. But don't worry, brother Yao, it's just a little bit hard to eat, it won't kill you. Under Zhou Yu's questioning eyes, Yang Li picked up a piece of food that he couldn't tell if it was charcoal or meat and brought it to his mouth. In just an instant, Yang Li's delicate features became hideous and ran to the toilet to learn a dragon's cry. Vomit. Vomit. The sound of dry retching was incessant, causing goosebumps to grow wildly. Zhou Yu shook his head helplessly, removed the apron hanging on the wall, turned around and stepped into the kitchen. Although it was also his first time cooking, he was under the weight of his intelligence of up to 90. It was similar to Tang Fangxing's great battle with Liu Bei.
There is no technique, it all depends on rote memorization.
Preparing the food, starting the fire, and burning the oil, Zhou Yu proceeded in an organized manner. Yang Li, on the other hand, quietly leaned against the wall of the kitchen doorway, not saying a word, staring straight at Zhou Yu.
That eyes, hook thick and all. Of course, it's not just the eyes that are thickening, but also the.
It wasn't long before the 3 dishes and 1 soup were brought to the new table that had been urgently delivered. Other than that, just the appearance of the food was far superior to the previous one.
At least you can tell what the food itself looks like. Zhou Yu sighed and said helplessly, "Can you always get off of me now?"
Yang Li hung on Zhou Yu like an octopus, shaking her head madly. "Brother Yu, you smell so good."
"I'm not coming down. If you don't come down, you won't get a reward at night."
Faced with the naked threat, Yang Li's face suddenly turned white and she reluctantly came down from Zhou Yu. To have no reward tonight was no different from killing her. Zhou Yu's body lightened up and pulled out the holographic projector, and among the many dazzling movies and TV shows, he caught a glimpse of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which was high on the top list. With the AI as well as money that didn't count the cost, it only took more than 20 days for the Romance of the Three Kingdoms to be made. Thanks to the huge popularity of the Three Kingdoms War, Romance of the Three Kingdoms dominated the top of the relevant list as soon as it was released. With other TV series, there is a gap between the break level.
The costumes and plots in it are almost similar to the old Three Kingdoms of the previous generation. After clicking into the first episode, the overwhelming pop-ups instantly filled the entire holographic projector.
A few large words with dragons and phoenixes appeared in front of Zhou Yu's eyes.
The Peach Garden.
Zhou Yu watched the TV series while feasting on the food with great relish. On the other hand, Yang Li's attention was not on this. Her hands were resting on her chin, her head was lightly tilted, her smile was like a flower, and her big eyes were blinking with buring. Her attention was on Zhou Yu, and she even giggled from time to time, a real idiot girl.
"Hey, brother Yu has become handsome again.
If we could stay together for the rest of our lives, it would be no problem to give him 10 sons.
Suck it up, he.
After dinner, Yang Li consciously took on the task of cleaning up the dishes. After putting them into the dishwasher and cleaning them, and then arranging them neatly, Yang Li changed into a robe that made people's blood spurting, and spat out her tongue.
"Although I'm full, but my sister is still hungry. You see?" The words had been said to this point, what else could Zhou Yu say? Carrying Yang Li on his shoulders, he headed for the bedroom. And for days to come, the pace of life didn't change much. Eating and sleeping, catching up on the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, exchanging feelings with Yang Li, and proceeding to push for the launch of Three Kingdoms. That's right, it's the card version of Three Kingdoms Kill that was steaming with favorable reviews in his previous life. Although this world is technologically advanced, the Three Kingdoms Kill may not necessarily be able to achieve the same success as in the previous world. But there is a huge user base of Three Kingdoms in Cha. Small money is still no problem. Of course, it doesn't matter if it's money or not. The main thing is that Zhou Yu thinks that if the Three Kingdoms theme does not have the Three Kingdoms to kill, there is always something missing. It was never because he had been tortured by this ditch game in his previous life, leading to an imbalance in his heart, so he wanted to torture these natives in turn. Never. No. Was. After Zhou Yu consoled himself, he opened the Three Kingdoms with great interest. Steam. A few minutes later, Zhou Yu's face reddened and warmed up to a degree visible to the naked eye, and he slammed his fist on the solid wood dining table in front of him. Steam, I'll steam you ma. Is this a game that people can make? No. The game author seems to be myself? It's okay then. But with those words, Zhou Yu did not have the urge to continue playing any further. He rubbed his face and got up to go downstairs with Yang Li. The reason for going out today was simple, because tomorrow was the top 128 offline matches of the Third Empire game-making competition. Zhou Yu was in desperate need of emotional points, so naturally he wouldn't give up this biggest promotion platform. The driver downstairs waited for a long time, waiting for the two to get on the car, and then drove towards the airport in a fourfold manner. After arriving at the airport, the two people unhurriedly walked toward the plane. Until the two people sat firmly, the plane slowly lifted off. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhou Yu took out his cell phone and began to browse the recent situation of Three Kingdoms contest. What, you said you can't play with your cell phone on the plane? I'm sorry, he's on a private plane. You can't play with cell phones on a regular plane. What's that got to do with my royal jet? Zhou Yu looked indifferent, his eyes focused on the cell phone screen. And the image presented on the screen was almost exactly as he had expected. The Three Kingdoms contest still occupied the top 5 hot searches. Since the kings and marquises would rather have seeds came out, the Three Kingdoms contest hasn't fallen out of the hot searches, and so far, it has lasted for more than a month. And after this month of fermentation, and the development of the game, many familiar stems from the previous world were unearthed by the natives of this world. For example, the 8th hot search, Cao Wei loves his lover's wife, Dong Zhuo controls Lolitas, and Shu Han is all. Another example is the 4th hot search, Cao Cao's rice bowl, why is the prime minister laughing? Occupying the 3rd of the hot searches, Guan Yu, when he married in the Peach Garden, who did he worship? The second of the hot search is even more intriguing, Liu Bei, a man who killed the double champion Feng 8,600 times. That's right, after being stabbed to death 8,600 times by Liu Bei's square halberd. Tang Fengsheng finally won the 35th horseback slashing crown, the first double champion since the advent of the horseback slashing competition. It could be said that there was no one before or after him, and on the day he won the championship, the entire internet was set ablaze. The post-match interview after Tang Fengsheng's reign as champion was even more violent to the point of pulling full stop. The reporter asked what he felt about winning back-to-back titles. Tang Fengsheng replied, "Thanks to the empire, thanks to the people, thanks to the support." The reporter asked again, "I heard that you were abused by many game characters in the game Three Kingdoms, is it true?" Tang Fengsheng instantly became anxious, replied, "You fart. I can't beat Guan Yu, Zheng Fei, Zhao Yun, Huang Zhong, Ma Chao, Zhang Liao, Xiao Dun, Su Hua, Dian Wei, Su Chu, Yan Liang, Wen Shou. Only. I can fight Liu Bei for 200 rounds, can they? Answer me." At that time, this scene gave many viewers a laugh and was known as the Bible widely circulated on the internet. "You say that Fengsheng can't ride a horse and slash the competition," he nodded calmly, indicating that you are right. "But if you want to say that Fengsheng's Three Kingdoms contest game technology is no good, he is really angry with you. Left Liu Bei, write 200 rounds, just about to write a word post dipped in the brain." Rao Zhou didn't hold back a belly laugh when he saw this Bible at that time. There was no way, it was just too abstract. Zhou Yu shook his head with the corners of his mouth rising as his eyes focused on the #1 hot search. Zhou Yu Old Thief's new work, The Great Han The Legend of Chu Han, will be released soon. Chapter 74, Legend of Chu Han, launch. The top 128 offline tournament is just around the corner, and as the audition tournament rides on the back of the Three Kingdoms contest, Zhou Yu, the author of the game, has always been in the spotlight. The launch of Romance of the Three Kingdoms as well as Kill of the Three Kingdoms completely pushed Zhou Yu to the center of public opinion. So when he sent out an announcement and came up with the name of the game, it instantly set off the entire internet. It deservedly topped the hot search top 1. Clicking on the first of the hot searches, what appeared in front of Zhou Yu's eyes was precisely his Douyin personal page. There are only 2 videos on his personal page, but he has wildly gained more than 30 million fans. The first video was Liu Bei's "His virtue is shining, his actions are strong," and the number of likes surpassed the 100 million mark, which was more than his fans. The second video, on the other hand, was the promotional content for the new game. It says it's a game announcement, but the video reveals very little. Nope, instead of a video, a graphic would be more appropriate. After clicking in, a picture with a black and white line drawing style came into view. There were no names, no buildings, no scenery. There is only a single figure that occupies the entire frame, from left to right. The character's expressions are either bratty, gentle, calm, or confident, and they come to life. Above the character is the name of the game. The Great Han The Legend of Chu Han. On the accompanying text below the graphic, Zhou Yu was even shorter to the extreme, using only 4 words to describe it. Change of dragon and snake. There's no rousing music, no high-flying graphics that make you passionate, and no introduction to the game. In a crowd of other games moving axis 10 minutes, hate to stuff all the eggs in the game promotion, Zhou Yu's promotion content is pitifully small. So much so that it can be said that there is none. But it was a game promotion that amounted to slightly nothing that gained the kind of heat that other game makers can only dream of. With just one image topping the hot search top 1, I ask who else can do it? However, Zhou Yu is not complacent, because history has proved countless times, water can carry a boat, but also can overturn the boat. But the quality of the game does not meet the public's psychological expectations, now the overwhelming appreciation will become a sharp knife. But thankfully, Zhou Yu was not worried about this. Are you kidding me? Little phantom demon Liu Bei could make a player cry his eyes out. Not to mention Liu Bei's ancestor, Liu Bang, who single-handedly started the 400-year-old Han Dynasty and is known as the Great Phantom. Other than that, in the area of charisma, the old Liu family has never lost. Don't you know that the Emperor's Heart technique is automatically unlocked when you reach adulthood? In the middle of thinking, the special airplane had arrived at the city where the offline tournament was held. Opening the cabin door, a hot wind greeted him. The temperature was so high that it was no less than that of Sichuan in Shu, which was known as the furnace in his previous life. The next thing you know, there is an endless stream of fans holding all kinds of neon signs. Even if you put an egg on the ground, the weather can be baked, but a group of fans turned a blind eye, screaming as if they could pierce the sky. To be honest, whether it is in his previous life or in this life, Zhou Yu cannot understand the brain circuit of this group of people. Isn't this purely spending money to look for a crime? Of course, if the plain noun is J when he did not say. Zhou Yu rubbed his face and held his head high, ready to face his fans with perfect posture. Stepping out of the cabin, the overwhelming scream suddenly rang out. Ah! Fengsheng! Fengsheng! Brother Yang, remember to succeed the Prime Minister's will to support the Han Dynasty. Fengsheng smiled at me, is he interested in me? No good, Brother Yang waved at me too, it's true that being too good is also a pain, who should I choose?
The screaming sound entered his ears, and the smile on Zhou Yu's face instantly stiffened.
Nima, don't bring this kind of face slapping, right?
Tears wet the pig's feet and rice, vowing to make a name for himself. Zhou Yu shook his head and left in the car, his heart more or less rippled. But after a careful thought, it was relieved. It was also true that he had never appeared on the internet from beginning to end, and because of Yang Li's family background, his whereabouts were always kept top secret. How could anyone recognize him? However, Zhou Yu was not much surprised by the appearance of Yu Chaoyang as well as Tang Fangsheng.
As two of the hottest new stars on the internet right now, they are inextricably linked to Three Kingdoms battle. It would be really strange if these two things didn't come.
With this in mind, the corner of Zhou Yu's mouth suddenly rose, looking at the big bald Tang Fangsheng playfully.
I heard that you like to fight and are a combat freak?
Very well, then we'll arrange for you kid to go to the Han camp and face the charging chiseling formation of Overlord Xiang Yu. Zhou Yu took out a USB flash drive and inserted it into the port, entering Tang Fangsheng's personal code. Looking at the large words "modification successful" on the screen, he nodded his head in satisfaction. At this moment, Tang Fangsheng, who was wearing a big bald head and had a friendly face to take a photo with his fans, was still unaware that his fate had been sealed at this moment. As the car sped along, Zhou Yu arrived at the offline tournament venue and was warmly received by the official staff. After handing over the USB flash drive loaded with game data to the staff and exchanging pleasantries for a while, Zhou Yu took off and returned to the hotel to stay. The main event wouldn't start until tomorrow, so there was no rush.
It's night.
Zhou Yu, who had just prepared to go out for dinner, heard a knock on the door. Opening the door, a big shiny and incomparable bald head immediately came into his eyes.
It was none other than Tang Fangsheng and Yu Chaoyang.
Yu Chaoyang looked excited and hastily stretched out his right hand. I can see a live one today.
Brother Yu, I'm an avid fan of yours, this game of Three Kingdoms is really great.
Really, I haven't seen a game with such full characters since I was a kid, it's simply awesome. Stretching out his hand, Zhou Yu similarly stretched out his right hand. Standing on the shoulders of giants is just a matter of praise. Yu Chaoyang shook his head with emotion. Otherwise, I wouldn't say that you can write a character like the Prime Minister. Opening your mouth is a golden sentence. What a way to stand on the shoulders of giants, admirable. After a bout of commercial mutual admiration, Zhou Yu then shifted his gaze to Tang Fangsheng. It was just that compared to Yu Chaoyang's excitement, Tang Fangsheng was much more bland, but there was still a hint of shock in his pupils. There was no other reason, Zhou Yu was simply too young. It would be hard to imagine a young man in his early 20s writing about Liu Bei, the Prime Minister, Cao Cao, Guan Yu and Jiang Wei, all of which have unique images. In his conception, Zhou Yu should be an old man with gray hair who had experienced great ups and downs and possessed rich life experiences. But the facts proved that he was not only wrong, but also extremely wrong.
I, old Tang, am a rough man, and I don't know how to boast in heavenly splendor.
When I generally describe someone as awesome, I only use two words, awesome.
Zhou, you are awesome.
Tang Fangsheng laughed nervously and stretched out his right hand, only it looked grim from years of practicing martial arts. Zhou Yu suspected that the other party was cursing him, but he had no proof. The moment the two sides shook hands, Tang Fangsheng's face suddenly changed drastically, his pupils filled with unbelief. Because he realized Zhou Yu's strength was actually 1 point greater than his.
A person who was doing the game had more strength than him. Was this a human being?
Tang Fangsheng's pupils were horrified. He swallowed deeply and pulled his palm out without moving. A tingling touch spread all over his body along his palm, causing his scalp to tingle and goosebumps to erupt. Fortunately, the two of them came here just to get acquainted, and did not exchange too many pleasantries and courtesies. Once the small smoke was dispersed and the small wine was drunk, the three people who were still slightly raw just now instantly became good brothers who hooked up with each other. Men's friendship always comes so suddenly. With business tomorrow, none of the three men drank too much, and after a couple of drinks they went to their respective rooms.
The next morning, the top 128 offline matches opened. The Han Legend of Chu Han is synchronized and uploaded on all platforms. Chapter 75. What, 7 feathers and 8 feathers? Never heard of it. The so-called offline tournament was actually much the same as the audition tournament. The only difference is that the game writers went from home to offline. During the offline tournament, authors are not allowed to leave their current city, and all daily expenses incurred are covered by the official. There was no audience, no playing field, and no overwhelming chance, only a holographic electronic screen that stood in the center of the city. The screen was lined with 128 games and updated in real time according to the current level of heat. The heat level is calculated in a simple way, i.e., number of people currently online plus number of people talking about it on the internet. The sum of the two is the heat that determines the ranking of the game. As implausible as it sounds, other game makers can buy traffic to increase the heat ranking of their games. In reality, this was not the case, as the Third Empire game competition was under the full responsibility of the Gaixia Empire's cabinet. All data anomalies or sudden heat spikes were available in the background of the cabinet. Once an irregularity is identified, it's a minor case of withdrawal or going in to step on the sewing machine. Under the Iron Fist, no game factory dares to go against the wind. Zhou Yu stood in front of the window, his eyes looking towards the center of the city. A column of rows interspersed with numbers instantly jumped before his eyes. 128, Goblin Empire, Reproduction Heat, 172, 8991. 76, StarQuest, Civilization Heat, 741, 2356. 32, Star Wars 7 Heat, 179874416. 3, Battleship Commander Heat, 288974415. 2, Origins of Civilization Heat, 321856447. 1. The Great Han, The Legend of Chu Han. Hottest, 999, 999, 9999. Undoubtedly, in the heat of the piece, The Legend of Chu Han and other games have a break-level gap. There's no way 3 Kingdoms is just too hot. The word Han alone could make countless players rush for it. They desperately wanted to know what kind of charisma was possessed by Liu Bang, who was always on the lips of Prime Minister Liu Bei and who single-handedly created the 400-year Han Dynasty. And exactly what kind of flourishing dynasty is it that would lead to the fact that after 400 years, Prime Minister Liu Bei is still thinking of supporting the Han Dynasty and creating the Han Dynasty? All of this is slowly presented to the world with the opening of Yu Chaoyang. Yu Chaoyang took a deep breath and tapped his finger to the game icon. In the next second, a face that had endeared itself to countless viewers appeared in the lower left corner. Good morning, brothers. Welcome to the live broadcast of the most respected Pan Feng on the net, the loyal servant cluster of the great Han Dynasty. Meet the old thief Zhou Yu himself. More or less, the legend of Chu Han. Launch. The screen suddenly went black, and a flood of pop-ups instantly swept through the entire live broadcast room. Here it comes, Chu Han legend, he's finally here. The Prime Minister burned Chao's boss's millions of soldiers with a snap of his fingers. I hope the legend of Chu Han won't let me down. What's that saying? You can question the character of the old thief Zhou Yu, but you must not question his ability to tell a story. The Chu Han saga packs a wonderful punch. The change of the dragon and the snake, these 4 words alone are enough to make people daydream. Brother Yang rushes and rushes. The pop-up group was agitated, but then it jerked. The calm screen rippled a little, and 6 large gilt characters with dragons and phoenixes appeared in the center of the screen, and the voice of the narrator sounded. Prologue, The Dragon in the Abyss. Liu Ji, the 3rd son of Liu Taigong, later renamed Liu Bang, from a farming family, his nature is bold, do not like the production of things, good to make friends with the heroes, the body does not have an inch of gold and silver, but the famous family to keep the doorkeeper thing. Therefore, although he is Pei County Surabaya Pavilion chief, life is extremely miserable, rely on the whole day on the relief of Liu Taigong, dabble with food and drink for a living, 46 approaching the age of life, but nothing, squatting in front of the village door to watch the dog all day. Every time the voice of the narrator sounded, the corresponding images would emerge one by one. In 3 words and several images, the outline of the image of an idle landlubber hooligan was quietly sketched into shape in Yu Chaoyang's mind. Looking at Liu Bang in the screen, Yu Chaoyang frowned lightly, really unable to connect with the Prime Minister's mouth of Han Gaozu Liu Bang. A big old man of 40 years old, even if he has nothing to do all day to nibble on his old age, he still dabbles in food and drink, and his biggest preference is to make friends with the great and the powerful and the village gate to watch the dogs? No dude, is this thing really Han Gaozu Liu Bang who started the Han Dynasty? He's out of line. No wonder Yu Chaoyang questioned it, only that Liu Bang was too abstract during this period. Anyone else would not be able to connect Liu Bang, the ruffian who likes to watch the dog at the village head, with Liu Bang, the Gaozu of Han Dynasty. The pop-ups were a little better than Yu Chaoyang, but not much better. Although the old thief Zhou Yu gave Liu Bang the evaluation of the change of the dragon and snake, but this has not become too hard, right? This is a snake, it's clearly an earthworm. 40-year-old Liu Bei's ambition is hesitant to support the Han Dynasty as his own responsibility, while 40-year-old Liu Bang is watching the dogs in the village, living one day at a time. Is this really the Han Gaozu that the Prime Minister has been so highly praised? Brothers, don't rush, the preamble is very clear. The submerged dragon in the abyss of the dragon and snake change. You cannot believe in Liu Bang, but you must believe in Zhou Yu, old thief. Seemingly to verify the pop-up's conjecture, several large gilt characters with dragons and phoenixes once again appeared in the center of the screen. Prologue 1, the ancestral dragon dies and the world collapses. In the same year, the first emperor, Ying Zhang, made an eastward tour, with a great deal of fanfare, accompanied by 10,000 people, and Liu Bang couldn't help but feel that a great man should be like this. In the year 209, the first emperor, Ying Zhang, died and his son, Hu Hai, succeeded to the throne. However, without the suppression of Ying Zhang, the people of the world, who had suffered from the Qin dynasty for a long time, rose up, and Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, with the words, "A king's vassal would rather have his own seed," started a vast peasant uprising. The fire of a star started a prairie fire in no time. Liu Bang beheaded the white snake at Dangdang Mountain, killed the magistrate of Pei County, conquered Feng and other places, organized Pengyu and other displaced people's armies, and gathered a crowd of 9,000 people, calling himself the Duke of Pei. Yu Chaoyang looked appalled and was just about to open his mouth when the screen suddenly changed again. Prologue 2, the change of the dragon and the serpent.
A thin camel is bigger than a horse, and although Shi Huangdi died, the Great Qin Empire did not die out, and Zhang Han, the last general of the Great Qin Empire, began a several-year war of suppression with the prisoners of Mount Li as his army. In 208, Liu Bang led a group of people to defect to Zhuge Liang, the anti-Qin ally, and was named Marquis of Wuhan. He became a brother of Xiang Yu, who was capable of lifting a tripod, and combined their forces to defeat Zhang Han's Qin army. In 207, Liu Bang was ordered by King Hua Xiong to go west to exterminate Qin. Liu Bang went north to capture Chunlu Granary, broke Wuguan in August, reached Ba in September, and surrendered to Qin Prince Ying in October. Liu Bang's occupation of Guangzhou triggered Xiang Yu's suspicion, and he set up the Hongmen banquet to lure Liu Bang into the game, which was later resolved through Zhang Liang and Fan Kuai's mediation. In February 206, Xiang Yu appointed Liu Bang as the king of Hanzhong, with the jurisdiction of Bashu and Hanzhong. Liu Bang seized Guangzhou by trickery, but he knew very well that there could only be one king in the world. In March 205, Liu Bang, in the name of Xiang Yu's killing of Emperor Yi, united with Wei Bao, Shenyang and other 5 vassals, gathered a crowd of 560,000 people and issued a diatribe to denounce Xiang Yu's treachery and lawlessness, thus occupying the moral superiority. Peng Cheng was lost. Xiang Yu, who was far away in Qi, led 30,000 troops to return with fire, and the Chu Han War was officially started. The narrator's voice fell in large gilt letters floated in the center of the screen. Final chapter, the Battle of Chu Han. Yu Chaoyang gulped and was just about to open his mouth to speak when a prompt box popped up in front of him. Please choose your camp, Chu or Han. Note, this copy can be opened in online mode. In online mode, the number of people in Han camp is 2,000, and the number of people in Chu camp is 1. Once opened, the choice of camp will be randomized. Is it opened? Yu Chaoyang didn't hesitate and immediately chose the online mode. In just an instant's effort, the number of copies reached the upper limit. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the middle of the game. Great Han Dynasty, Yu Chaoyang, have come, jia. Wait, this white helmet, this face, isn't this Thomas Xiang Yu? I'm a loyal traitor of the Han Dynasty, how did I get into the Chu camp? After seeing his surroundings, Yu Chaoyang's mind instantly exploded, wanting to cry without tears. After all, it is a person who knows that in the battle of Chu and Han, Shu will be defeated and Han will take over the world. What's the difference between joining the Chu camp at this point in time and Jiang Wei's 7 trips out of Xishan, huh? He will die sooner or later. And similarly mind-blowing, there was also Tang Fongsheng who was in the camp of the Great Han. At this moment, there was a quest box in the lower right corner of his head. The requirements of the quest were simple, only 3 words. Survive. Tang Fongsheng instantly threw the quest prompt out of his mind after looking around at the 2,000 excited strong men. Then he heavily thrust the Liu Big banner into the ground, indignant. 30,000 against 560,000, the advantage is mine. What's more, my status is still a big banner soldier, and beside me are 2,000 good soldiers for the Banner Protection Battalion, all of them are the best in the army. What 7 feathers and 8 feathers, I'd like to see whether his head is hard or my halberd is hard. This configuration Lu Bu would have to kneel if he came, Xiang Yu? Never heard of it. Chapter 76, why don't you ask Xiang Yu if he fears me? The god of Feng is right, 560,000 against 30,000, it's a sure win game any way you look at it. Don't you guys think that this mission requirement is hilarious, living? Did old thief Zhou Yu send the wrong camp? It's 100% that old thief Zhou Yu drank fake wine. How do you look at it? It's only right to let players from the Chu camp live. I remember that there is only 1 player slot in the Chu camp, who is so unlucky. It's Yon, the loyal traitor of the Great Han Dynasty. Brother Yang, that's unlucky enough. The 2,000 players from the Standard Protector Battalion gloated and felt pity for Yu Chaoyang. There was no way around it, the existence of Uncle Liu and the others had long proved that it was the Great Han who had taken over the world. Today, it is again 560,000 fighting 30,000, the difference in strength is more than 10 times. Spare the 3 countries war-sealing Lu Bu came, have to kneel down and call the righteous father. Not to mention Xiang Yu who is bound to fail. Who is Tang Fongsheng? That's a man who can fight Lu Bu for 200 rounds. If he is as powerful as Xiang Yu, how can he be as powerful as Lu Bu? How about blowing awesome? Tang Fongsheng's interest was flat, feeling no challenge, looking at the 2,000 players around him, he suddenly had a plan. What do you guys say, what if we take the initiative? Take the initiative? The big banner is in the center of the army, isn't it too risky to take the initiative? What do you care if it's risky for 560,000 to fight 30,000? If you don't take the initiative, you won't get any credit, I'm in favor of Fengshen. If the advantage is great, you have to be ruthless on the mouth. Agreed. With Tang Fongsheng, the king of ideas, fanning the flames, the 2,000 Standard Protector Battalion players quickly reached a consensus. Take the initiative to attack. The other side. Xiang Yu, who is only 100 kilometers away from Pengchang, is doing a pre-war mobilization. He is seen riding on top of a steed, and the Overlord gun in his hand, which is made from a meteorite from the sky, is flashing with a biting cold light.
It was clear that there was a huge difference in strength between the two sides, but there was no timidity on his face, only deep anger. Sons of Jiangdong. This Liu Bang villain has betrayed his trust and taken advantage of our army's attack on Qi to capture Pengcheng. He is despicable to the extreme. He, Liu Bang, has an army of 500,000 while we only have 30,000, and he can drag us to death, so we only have one shot. But one chance is enough. I, Xiang Yu, will take you all home. Kill! Kill! The 30,000 Shu troops immediately erupted into a heaven-shaking roar, charging towards Pengcheng in unison. Even the earth trembled under the galloping of the war horses. Among the crowd of maniacal-looking Shu troops, Yu Chaoyang's deeply saddened face was especially striking. In his heart, he didn't even know how many times he had sighed. The reason for his sighs was simple, because he could not see any hope of winning. Although in the Three Kingdoms period, Zhang Liao's 800 Yuban defeated Sun Quan's 100,000-strong army and shook the promised land. It is known as the classic case of winning many with few. But, it also depends on the opponent. Who is Zhang Liao fighting? It's those rats from Jiangdong. Who is Xiang Yu fighting? It's Liu Bei's ancestor, Liu Bang, who single-handedly created the 400-year Han Dynasty. Although Xiang Yu and Zhang Liao are both fighting with less, the gap between the two opponents is vastly different. Besides, Zhang Liao is a man who has to call out to his brother Wen Yuan when he meets the arrogant Guan Yu. How can Xiang Yu be compared to Zhang Liao? All the reasons, plus the stereotype of Jiangdong rats added to it, that's why it caused Yu Chaoyang to sigh repeatedly. There are some wars that are over before they even start. It's night. The 30,000 troops that are waiting to be ready to attack arrive at the city. Xiang Yu is doing his final command. Jibu, you lead 10,000 troops to feign an attack west of Pengcheng. Jibu arched his hand, here. Zigui, you lead 15,000 troops responsible for protecting Jibu's flanks. The remaining generals follow me to attack east of Pengcheng. Zigui frowned slightly. The terrain to the east is rugged and there are many depressions, so it's impossible for the army to march. Xiang Yu smiled contemptuously. Liu Bang thinks the same way. There is no way to unfold the army there. And why do I need to bring a large army? 5,000 soldiers will do. After saying that, Xiang Yu raised his overlord spear high and his voice was like thunder. Sons of Jiangdong, kill! Kill! The 30,000-strong army transformed into zero and quickly formed 3 square formations, launching an attack towards Pengcheng according to Xiang Yu's plan. At this time, something unexpected happened. Only to see Pengcheng's tightly closed city gates issued a creaking sound, a scale of 2,000, holding high the Liu Big banner army from the city gates to kill out. Brothers, a great man should make an unrivaled achievement. Xiang Yu is right in front of us, we'll come out and capture him alive to offer him to the King of Han. Kill! Tang Fangsheng thrust the big banner towards the ground and charged out first with his halberd in hand. But as he charged, he realized something was wrong. This was because he realized that apart from the 2,000 players from the Standard Protector Battalion, Liu Bang's 560,000-strong army is actually not moving at all. Turning his head to look, the expressions of the soldiers on the walls froze him in place on the spot. There was no excitement, no encouragement, and no cheering from this group of soldiers. What there was just deep shock and despair, as well as the fury of wanting to eat its flesh and drink its blood. That pair of desperate eyes was like a heavy hammer, causing Tang Fangsheng's heart to shake. A similar look he had only seen when Pan Feng looked at Lu Bu. Could it be that this Xiang Yu is an absolute fierce man no less than Lu Bu? There is no turning back. Tang Fangsheng is still undeterred. Brothers on the city wall, what are you waiting for? The title of Marquis is just around the corner. Why don't you come with me to capture Xiang Yu alive? Hearing this, the generals on the city wall instantly red-warmed and cursed. I Chao Nima, you still have the nerve to ask us what we are waiting for? We are waiting to die. Quickly, close the gates. When the messenger conveyed the news to the Pengcheng residents, Liu Bang, who had just been in a drunken stupor, instantly sobered up and catapulted to his feet. What? Are you saying that Xiang Yu guy led 30,000 troops and killed back from Qi? And then those stupid pigs from the Standard Protector Battalion even took it upon themselves to open the city gates to fight Xiang Yu? Are you sure it's Xiang Yu who's coming and not Jibu, Zigui? The messenger's liver and voice trembled. They are all here. Boom! Hearing this, Liu Bang immediately went black and almost lost his breath. Huh? How did he dare? And on the other side, looking at the slowly closing city gates, Tang Fangsheng clearly hadn't regained his senses. He did not understand. 560,000 to fight 30,000, the advantage is in me. Why the Han army will avoid the battle, as if destined to be doomed. But it doesn't matter. Xiang Yu has 1 head and 2 arms, and he, Tang Fangsheng, likewise has 1 head and 2 arms. Why don't you ask Xiang Yu if he fears me? He took a deep breath and led the 2,000 players of the Standard Protector Battalion towards the Chu army to kill them. As long as he can hold out for a few minutes and the Han army comes to his aid, this battle will be won. It was at this moment that a heavenly roar suddenly sounded. It was as if even the earth was trembling for it. A flash of white quietly appeared at the end of the vision. Its leader was a gnarled bearded man with a length of more than 8 feet, a tough face, a tiger's back and waist, and naturally heavy pupils. With just one glance, Tang Fengsheng recognized the other party. It was none other than Xiang Yu, the king of Xiang, who was known as the Overlord. Taking the initiative? Just in time.
Tang Fengsheng's feet were rooted to the surface of the ground, his hands gripping his halberd in a death grip, like a sharp knife leading the standard protector battalion to root here, and immediately afterward, a roar rang out.
Xiang Yu! Do you recognize me, Tang Fengsheng?
The roar resounded through the sky, but Xiang Yu didn't even look at it, staring deathly at the city gates that were about to close. Xiang Yu's legs clenched violently and his warhorse let out a neigh, like a bolt of lightning scampering across the battlefield. Looking at Xiang Yu, who was close at hand, Tang Fengsheng decides to make a preemptive strike and stabs the halberd heavily in his hand. Xiang Yu's face did not have the slightest fluctuation, his hand's overlord spear slapped horizontally, straight against the halberd. When they touch, Tang Fengsheng's face suddenly changes, a huge force spreads along the arm to the whole body, and the tiger's mouth is numb to the extreme. The halberd that he held with all his might was actually instantly dislodged under Xiang Yu's gentle slap. Immediately following the long drive of the overlord's spear, stabbing into his chest cavity, Xiang Yu let out a bellowing cry, his right arm started firing and heaved upwards.
Woohoo takes off. Chapter 77. No? Is this Xiang Yu a human being?
Under Xiang Yu's divine power, Tang Fengsheng was directly flung 10 meters. Not 10 meters horizontally, but 10 meters vertically.
It's like a bird, soaring freely in the sky.
Only the bird was autonomous and he, Tang Fengsheng, was passive.
Looking at the ground as if he were slicing and dicing Xiang Yu, Tang Fengsheng only had one thought in his mind,
Single person, single arm, flinging a 200-pound strong man 10 meters high.
Buddy and Lu Bu fought 200 rounds of players, let Xiang Yu as a soldier to make up for it? Is he a human being?
This horse is clearly a human locomotive traveling at 300 kilometers per hour. Hua Xiong Lu Bu's stream can still be, in the case of the two sides of the power gap is not big, through the accumulation of experience, slowly wipe out the gap between the two sides of the skills.
But what about Xiang Yu?
A random blow from others is comparable to a locomotive with a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, so take your head to the top? I've seen people fight with tigers and bears, but who dares to fight with a locomotive?
In the face of absolute strength, any skill will pale in comparison. What's more, Xiang Yu's skills are equally peaked. One man can't stop the other. So how exactly did Liu Bang beat Xiang Yu, a non-human being?
He kind of knew why the group of soldiers on the city wall were showing desperate eyes. With their backs to the city wall and gates, there was still a glimmer of hope for survival. But if Xiang Yu gets close to him, he will be a sheep in the wolf's mouth, with no chance of survival.
Thinking of this, a touch of happiness rose within Tang Fengsheng.
Fortunately, the army didn't rush out after him, and fortunately, the defenders reacted quickly and ordered the city gates to be closed at the first opportunity. Tang Fengsheng crashed heavily to the ground with a loud bang, and his internal organs had long been shattered beyond recognition. While he was dying, he once again saw a scene that he would never forget. He only saw the Overlord Xiang Yu let out a roar to the sky, and the Overlord's spear, weighing 81 pounds in his hand, was thrown out by him with great effort. The Overlord's spear cut across the battlefield, its head plunged straight into the ground and stuck to the city gate like a pillar in the sky. Obviously, there was only one last gap to completely close the city gate, but this gap was like a heavenly moat. Even though the soldiers' faces turned red and they exerted all their strength, they were unable to push the gate for a moment. The Chu army's morale soared, their roars shook the sky and the earth, and they surged towards the city gate like a tidal wave. Yu Chaoyang's face is excited, following Xiang Yu as he rushes around, his mouth never stops talking.
Is this still the Jiandong rats in my memory? Where did this horse me? But what's with this awesome feeling that goes straight to the sky? How come Xiang Yu's war is different from the Prime Minister's? Shouldn't we be fighting and scheming? So cool. What 7 Hans and 8 Hans, never heard of it, now please call me Xiang Wang's personal guard. Xiang Wang, don't worry about charging, the rising sun will follow you forever, ow.
Yu Chaoyang was oblivious to the fact that he had never been as hardy as he was at this moment in the battlefield as he was charging from left to right and from side to side. It can't be helped, Xiang Yu, this humanoid locomotive is too fierce.
Don't know how to fight? Wait for Xiang Yu to punch. Don't know where to break through?
Wait for Xiang Yu to rush.
The enemy is 10 times stronger than me?
Wait for Xiang Yu to charge. As long as Xiang Yu rushes, everything can be easily taken care of. If the Prime Minister had Xiang Yu as a fierce general in the first place, why would he have to go out of Qishan 6 times? One wave would have flattened Cao Wei. He kind of knew why none of the generals present trembled in fear after hearing about the attack on Pengcheng. There is such a great man in front of the top, brainless follow the charge on the line. The Chu army's charge continued, and the 2,000 Standard Guard Battalion also all died at this moment. In the next second, a pop-up window appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Main quest, stay alive. Failed. Han camp players zeroed in. Game over. Looking at the pop-up window in front of him, Tang Fengsheng was silent for a moment. His mind was filled with the scene where Xiang Yu threw out his overlord gun.
Nima. Throwing an 81 Catty iron weapon as a javelin, is this a human being? You don't even throw a javelin like this, do you? Silence. Deadly silence. Looking at the four big words game failure in front of him, Tang Fangxing couldn't return to his senses for a long time, his pupils filled with afterthought. But soon, this fear was replaced by determination. This time it was his carelessness that didn't flash. 30,000 to fight 560,000, the advantage is still in Han. As long as he holds out, Xiang Yu takes the head and fights in. After firming up his thoughts, Tang Fangxing directly made a call to Yu Chaoyang. This pair of humbugs entered the same room and began the second battle of Pengcheng. Please choose your side, Chu or Han. Note, this copy can be opened in online mode. In online mode, the number of people in Han camp is 2,000, and the number of people in Chu camp is 1. Once opened, the choice of camp will be randomized. Is it opened? Tang Fangxing decisively chose to open it, and the number of copies filled up instantly. Surprisingly, Yu Chaoyang once again came along to the Chu camp. Since it was the second time that the copy was opened, there was an additional skip function in the upper right corner of the opening CG screen. After clicking on it, the player's eyes suddenly went black, and when they opened their eyes again, they had already appeared in the game. The might of the king is still fresh in our minds. Tang Fangxing did not dare to have the slightest delay, and immediately gave orders. Brothers, go a few people to inform King Liu Bang of Hanzhong. Tell him Xiang Yu has led 30,000 troops to kill back from Qi. The rest follow me to the east side of Pengcheng. I'd like to see how Xiang Yu will fight his way in this time. With a command, the players moved quickly, and when Tang Fangxing and the others arrived at the east side, a roar that turned the sky and the earth suddenly rang out. The sound of warhorses neighing and the shouts of the Chu army followed. Tang Fangxing subconsciously trembled, just as if he had been beaten out of his psyche by Xiang Yu. Soon, the Chu army began to attack the city. Blood, screams became the main theme of the battlefield. Under the impact of the chariots, the tightly sealed city gates let out an unbearable roar. After dozens of impacts, the wooden boards shattered in response. Tang Fangxing's face changed drastically. We can't let Xiang Yu rush in. Brothers, come with me to the top. Players swarmed up, replacing the wooden planks with flesh and blood and pressing against the city gates to the death. However, manpower will eventually run out of strength. Even if Tang Fangxing exerted all his strength, he couldn't stop the gap from widening. With his teeth clenched, he couldn't help but question, where's Liu Bang? Didn't I have someone go and inform? Why hasn't the support arrived yet? The scene was silent, no one answered because the player who had gone to inform had not yet returned. A few minutes later, the city gates shook. The player who had gone to ventilate the city finally rushed back. Tang Fangxing's face was joyful, thinking that Liu Bang's reinforcements had arrived, but unexpectedly the player brought him desperate news. Fangxin is bad. Liu Bang, he ran away. What? Tang Fangxing's face stagnated, dumbfounded. That bastard Liu Bang ran away? Nima. Escape really is the old Liu family ancestral skills chant? Liu Bei always running away, his ancestor Liu Bang also running away? Tang Fangxing almost spat out blood, having been thunderstruck by Liu Bang's maneuvers. If you want to escape without a fight, you should call me to join you. But now, Tang Fangxing has no other way to retreat but to defend Pengcheng. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly sounded. You guys get out of the way, I'll do it. The familiar voice made Tang Fangxing instantly think of Overlord Xiang Yu, and he couldn't help but gulp and look out along the doorway. Thus, the scene that he would never forget happened. He only saw Xiang Yu sinking his feet into the ground, his face filled with perseverance. Then he took a deep breath and violently charged towards the city gates. Iron. Mountain. Leaning. A huge force spread all over his body in an instant along the city gate, and Tang Fangxing was dumbfounded. He was in any case did not expect, the charging car for a long time cannot hit the city gate. It was actually crashed open by Xiang Yu with his flesh and blood. But soon, the image that once again made him dumbfounded happened. He only saw that Xiang Yu did not stop because of this after crashing through the city gates. The charge still continues. His arms transformed into the hardest shield, his feet transformed into a horsepower engine, and his entire body was like a locomotive, charging through the crowd. Xiang Yu pushed out a dozen meters against more than 10 people. You have to know that the ones who resisted the city gates with Tang Fangxing were not the old and weak, but the good fighters of the Standard Protector Battalion, one heavier than the other. As a result, you are now telling him that Xiang Yu, the locomotive, pushed out a dozen meters against this group? Nima. Is this a human being? Not waiting for Tang Fangxing to slow down, an angry roar that was like thunder from a flat earth exploded in his ears. The West Chu hegemony is here. Sons of Jiangdong, follow me, kill. Looking at Xiang Yu who was swimming in a dragon in the crowd, Tang Fangxing was dumbfounded. The remaining 800 players were desperate, and Yu Chaoyang followed and killed with pleasure. The pop-up screen, however, exploded. Chapter 78, Old Liu Family's Ancestral Skills. Xiang Yu, the god of heaven, descended from the earth. With his left hand overlord spear and right hand ebony steel sword, he opened his bow on the left and right side of the Han army, killing the four directions like no one else's territory. His face is resolute, his pace is steady, and he can take away several people's lives with a single blow, just like a locomotive charging across the road. Yu Chaoyang's hearty epileptic laughter resounded off screen, but the pop-up screen had no reaction, only dead silence. Until the 2,000 players from the Han camp died out and the 4 big words game over appeared on the screen. Only then did they come to their senses, followed by pop-ups pouring out like a snowy mountain collapsing. An overwhelming number of question marks instantly dominated the entire pop-up screen area. This Xiang Yu is a person. Nima, 1 person against a dozen strong men to charge forward. This horse is a person I eat. 1 blow sent the founder god flying 10 meters high. What kind of horrible core power is this? Breaking down the city gates with his bare hands, tackling a strong man with 1 hand, killing the Feng is easier than killing a chicken. Is this the overlord Xiang Yu? 1 man against 10,000. I kind of know why there was no pre-frontline one-on-one battle in the early Han Dynasty. Who dares to go in this nasty? I thought LV Bu was already invincible, but I didn't realize Xiang Yu was even fiercer than LV Bu. Is this a creature that humans can defeat? Laughing my ass off, you guys look at Feng Shen's expression. He's so beaten that he's almost skeptical of life. Can you not be skeptical? When Feng Shen met Lu Bu for the first time, he was able to get through at least 2 moves, but when he met Xiang Yu, he instantly wilted, and his power was reduced to 10, which is simple, brutal, and unresolved. So, who's better, Xiang Yu or Lu Bu? Look at you, the same human battle ceiling. You should ask how long Lu Bu can last in Xiang Yu's hands. I think it's a 30-70 split. Xiang Yu can split Lu Bu into 7 pieces with 3 strikes. Don't you guys see a paradox? In online mode, you have to survive in order to advance the plot of the game, but Xiang Yu is such a humanoid locomotive, how can you survive? If you are an ordinary soldier, you can still escape, but the player is also a standard guard battalion, and will be targeted by Xiang Yu. Being stared at by Xiang Yu, turtle, my feet are starting to get soft. Looking at the pop-up's worries, Tang Fengsheng followed suit and pondered. But no matter if he thought left or right, he couldn't think of a way to break the situation. It seemed that the Chu Han saga in online mode had become a dead game. If you want to push the game forward, you have to survive Xiang Yu. Survive from Xiang Yu. Just thinking about these few words alone, Tang Fengsheng felt a wave of powerlessness. To be honest, not even Lu Bu had ever given him such a great sense of powerlessness. Just thinking about that lanky man born with heavy pupils, he couldn't stop his feet from weakening. The gap between the 2 sides was just too great. It is no wonder that Liu Bang pulled his legs out and ran away without bringing his head back down when he heard that Xiang Yu had returned. In his place he would have run too. Xiang Yu, the humanoid locomotive, just isn't something humans can overcome. So, how to break the game? Doubt lingered in his mind for a long time, until a pop-up flashed by. Feng Shen. Protest method to live. As long as you follow Liu Bang and run away together, you can run out of Pengcheng, but be careful of Liu Bang this 13 screwing you. I was just looking at escaping from life, but it turned out that Liu Bang kicked me off the wagon, and I was killed by the Chu army that was chasing after me. Cam. Seeing the pop-up screen, Tang Fengsheng came to his senses. Yeah. Since you can't run away by yourself, wouldn't it be better to follow Liu Bang? Old Liu's family's running skills were recognized by countless people. From a certain point of view, it can even be equalized with Xiang Yu, Lu Bu and others. As for being pitted by Liu Bang, that would be a better solution. As long as I don't get on the wagon, what's he going to kick me with? After making up his mind, Tang Fengsheng opened the 3rd battle of Pengcheng with fire. The player match was instantly full and entered the game. However, it was regrettable that Tang Fengsheng Yu Chaoyang, the pair of humbugs, were still divided into different camps. Looking at the overlord Xiang Yu, who was born with heavy pupils in front of him, Yu Chaoyang's face is almost smiling. Is this the son of heaven's destiny? Awesome. Tang Fengsheng, who was in Pengcheng, on the other hand, took a deep breath and led the players to lean towards Liu Bang's residence. Who fights with brute force these days? Do you know what it means to have brains? What? You said the leader is Xing Daorong? Tang Fengsheng, who's a good man who fights with his head? Fetch my sword. At this moment, Liu Bang is still in the joy of entering Pengcheng, singing and dancing in his mansion, not realizing the coming danger. Until the Chu army rushed into the city, the mountains of shouting and killing sound, Liu Bang only after the realization, and hastily bring people out to check the situation. With just one glance, he saw Tang Fengsheng holding a big banner and forced himself to calm down. What happened? What's this shouting and killing? Are the other lords in civil unrest? Tang Fengsheng arched his hand. No, it's Xiang Yu leading his troops to kill back from Qi. What? Liu Bang's eyes went black. Xiang Yu, that reckless man, came back? Too late to think too much. Liu Bang turned his head and ran without the slightest hesitation. Xiang Yu hates me to the bone. I must not be blocked by him inside the city. Run! At Liu Bang's command, Fan Kuai, Zhou Bo, Guing, Zhang Liang, and the others pulled their legs and ran. With an army of 560,000 in hand, dozens of times more than the Chu army, they did not have any intention to resist. From this, it can be seen what a psychological shadow Xiang Yu has created for them. Counting the 2,000 players of the standard protector battalion, the number of escapees was a full 2,000, so how could the Chu army let them go? Unsurprisingly, Liu Bang and the others were blocked in an alleyway, unable to fly with their wings, and were in a sorry state. One should know that he was still the supreme commander of the 560,000-strong army during the day, but now he had become a fish on the chopping board. Facing this heavenly discrepancy, Liu Bang quickly calmed down. Tang Fangsheng. In. Protect the subroom. Here. After arranging a personal bodyguard for Zhang Liang, Liu Bang immediately took a deep breath and said aloud, "Brethren, stay alive, we'll see you at Shima Slope. Dead, then I'll see you in the next life." Clang! Liu Bang angrily drew his sword and charged towards the Chu army in front of him. The narrow alleyway instantly flowed with blood, and there were corpses everywhere. Under the huge individual strength gap, 2,000 standard protector battalion players were soon 9 out of 10, and were buried here. Rationality was plentiful, but the reality was very hard to feel. Liu Bang, who was ambitious just now, is now like a dead dog, being suppressed on the ground by Ding Gong, the general of Chu. The sword is only an inch away from Liu Bang's throat. At this critical moment of life and death, Liu Bang behaved calmly and said in a complicated voice, "At that time, when I captured Shui County, the first thing I thought was that you were not a pool animal, so I let you live. Now we meet again, but we end up in a situation where we are fighting each other with swords and daggers. Will the two wise men be at odds with each other? Why should heroes make things difficult for heroes?" Liu Bang's flurry of words instantly pulled Ding Gong's thoughts back to 4 years ago, when it was indeed Liu Bang who let him off the hook. Thinking of this, Ding Gong's taut body gradually loosened up, and then he closed his eyes and chopped his head off. "Liu Bang, this time you and I are even. If you fall into my hands next time, you will be chopped off without mercy." Seeing this scene, Tang Fangsheng was dumbfounded. "Nima, is it really the old Liu family's ancestral skills? Escape, charm, start with nothing. Liu Bang is not weaker than Liu Bei at all." No wonder when Liu Bei said he was a Han clan member, the lords of the world were convinced. Whether or not it is Liu Bang's descendant can be seen at a glance, simply more accurate than a DNA test. Duke Ding closed his eyes and let Liu Bang escape from under his hand, until after an incense burn, he let out a bellow. "Incoming! Han King Liu Bang is running towards this place, chase after him." Chapter 79, Crotch Humiliation. How can Han Xian be a great general? The killing continued throughout the night. At noon, the defeated Han army was forced to jump into the Surabaya series, while the rest of the remnants of the army fled towards the mountains in the south. The Chu army was not letting go, and chased them to Sui Shui. When the Han army retreated, they were squeezed by the Chu army, and were mostly killed, and more than 100,000 Han troops fell into Sui Shui. More than 100,000 Han troops fell into Sui Shui. The number was so large that even Sui Shui was stagnant. Jibu led his troops to surround the remnants of Liu Bang's army in 3 layers, and just as he was killing them in anger, a gust of northwestern wind came violently. Flying sand and stones uprooted the trees. The Chu army was immediately defeated. Liu Bang took this opportunity to lead more than 10 people to break through the siege and fled. Just escaped from life, not waiting for Tang Fangsheng to catch his breath for a moment, Liu Bang's voice rang in his ears. "I told you how the Chu army is biting us. Why do you carry the big banner with you, and why do you still carry this piece of? Throw it away." Liu Bang gasped and sat down unimaginatively in the mound, his pupils filled with afterthought. Almost died. Had it not been for the sudden gust of wind, he would have been designated to die in sway water. When Tang Fangsheng heard this, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. One should know that during the Three Kingdoms period, Boss Cao had valued big banners more than his life. Even when he was defeated at Huarong Road, he did not forget to send someone to hold the big banner when he was dying. But Liu Bang called the banner a piece of? He frowned and arched his hand. "King Han, if the big banner doesn't fall, the heart of the army won't fall for a day. Are you sure you want to lose this big banner?" Liu Bang waved his hand unconcernedly. "Throw it away, what a piece of." At this time, Luo Ai, who was on the side, sighed heavily. "This is a real loser to lose, and a loser to escape, in short, a loser to the home." Igua Guangying also saw the needle in the eye. "In my opinion, this is Han Xian's fault. If he hadn't taken the liberty of transferring all of the city's elite, would we be in such a sorry state?" Fan Kuai glanced at Liu Bang and saw that he didn't react, then he fell on his sword and said, that's right, and you're still a great general. I think he's just good at plotting and scheming. Once he touches a tough battle, he wilts. In the end, he still has to rely on us old brothers. If I were to go, I could at least hold out for a while." Zhang Liang opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, he did not utter a word to stop him. Han Xian, but an obscure person, after Shout he valued, overnight fly on the branch into a phoenix, became a great general, commanding the 3 armies. How can these old brothers of Liu Bang be convinced? After losing a battle, there is always a vent, isn't it? Zhang Liang turned his head away and looked away. Instead of having his thoughts disturbed by the defeat and the gossip of those around him, Liu Bang calmly made a self-criticism. "This has nothing to do with Han Xian. He warned me and I didn't listen to him. It's because I took Xiang Yu too lightly. I didn't expect him to bring troops from Qi to kill back." Luo paused and continued to gossip about Han Xian, but was instantly rebuked by Liu Bang. "I said I don't blame him. The defeat was also on me. What does it have to do with him? Whoever brings this up again, don't blame me for turning the other cheek."
30,000 men beat our 560,000 army to pieces. It's me, Liu Ji, who was incompetent and led the army poorly.
Smarty pants, deserve to lose.
Hearing this, Tang Fangxing couldn't help but glance at Liu Bang, vaguely sensing where Liu Bang's reasons for taking over the world lay.
He has his own opinion, he won't listen to slander, he won't throw away the pot, and he has a great ability to run away.
In ancient times, this was already a rare template for a wise lord. However, a hint of curiosity rose in his heart towards Han Xin.
What kind of person was it that made Liu Bang defend the other party even at the expense of rebuking his own group of old brothers?
After a short rest, Liu Bang led the remnants of his army towards Pei County, ready to pick up his family.
Tang Fangxing, on the other hand, quietly approached Fan Kuai with doubts. General Fan, who is this Han Xin? Why does the King of Han defend him so much?
Fan Kuai raised his head to look at Liu Bang in front of him, seeing that he did not notice the two of them, before he lowered his voice and narrated. Only the sneer on his face could not be concealed.
I remember that you are also an old brother who started from Mangdang Mountain with us. How come you don't even know about Han Xin?
But it doesn't matter if you don't know, you just need to know that Han Xin is a man who doesn't even want his dignity in order to live.
If he wasn't valued by Lord Shao, he would be worthy of being a great general? I pooh. Tang Fangxing was puzzled and said archly, you don't even want dignity in order to live?
Please also ask General Fan to know everything.
Fan Kuai hooked Tang Fangxing's shoulder and whispered, not many people know about this, so don't spread it out.
When my King of Han had not yet risen up, Han Xin was once made difficult by hooligans on the street, and in order to get rid of these hooligans, guess what he did to Han Xin? In full view of everyone, he drilled through the hooligan's crotch. For a man, this is simply a great shame. That's even if it's not enough. On the contrary, Lord Shao still holds him in the highest esteem. One has no military achievements and the other has no notable battle results, and as a result, he shifted overnight. From in charge of the army's grain and grass, corn captain, into a general in charge of the three armies.
Tell me, Brother Tang, can you be convinced if this were you?
A trace of consternation flashed across Tang Fangxing's face, his insides swept away by this sea of information.
What did he say, Fan Kuai? A man who has been humiliated by his crotch and has never had any experience in commanding an army in battle has been promoted overnight from corn lieutenant to great general? No. Is Shao He crazy or Liu Bang crazy? Or is the world crazy?
Spare Liu Bei and Guan Yu, these military wizards, are all taking one step at a time, slowly accumulating experience. From stumbling when commanding 1,000 people in battle, to commanding 10,000 people in battle as if they were waving their arms.
However, you can only command 10,000 people in battle, and once you exceed that limit, you will become bloated, not caring about your head.
You know, large regimental combat military discipline to be strict, and especially consume brainpower, energy, a little carelessness will tsunami battalion, military heart collapse.
But he Han Xin what virtue and ability?
With no experience and no military achievements, he became Liu Bang's general.
He can't be a military genius who is at the top of his game without having to fight, can he? Is that even possible?
As expected, the pop-up screen instantly exploded when Tang Fangxing spoke his inner thoughts. They reacted in the same way as Tang Fangxing, questioning Han Xin. Only Zhou Yu behind the screen smiled bashfully. The great yellow 5,000 years, the world heroes and heroes like the stars in the sky are numerous.
Coincidentally, the pop-up questioned Han Xin, it is a teacherless, on the hand is the pinnacle of the military genius.
A man who lived to be 35 years old, created 34 idioms, was the second of the 10 philosophers in the Temple of Martial Arts, and was recognized by countless descendants as
Soldier Immortal. Chapter 80 Liu Bang's charming moment.
Fan Kuai's words made Han Xion's name emerge in the public's view, and also completely pushed him to the tip of the wind and waves. When it was learned that Han Xion had changed from being the lieutenant of the cornucopia to a great general, the pop-up screen instantly exploded. A flood of skepticism swept through the entire live broadcast room.
A man who drilled his crotch to stay alive has become a great general in command of the three armies? And he's personally recognized by Liu Bang? Sure enough, the world is a huge grassroots organization.
1 has no experience, 2 has no military honor, this Han Xion he will fight, I'll eat it straight away. If you ask me, this Liu Bang is far worse than Liu Bei, at least Liu Bei wouldn't have done this kind of Shirley's operation.
What is the equivalent of Han Xion being a great general?
It's equivalent to Li Xingyu becoming the chief of military department of our Daxia Empire.
He's my classmate who didn't even graduate from elementary school. Is there a possibility that Xin is a 1 in a million military genius? Do you really think it's a novel? With the rigor of Zhou Yu's old thief, he would never make such a low-level mistake. If you don't believe me, you'll see, if this Xin can fight, I'll cut off his head and use it as a urinal. The pop-ups bickered, but then suddenly stalled, their attention attracted by the screen. Only to see a scattering of footsteps ringing out from the screen. Although it was tens of meters away, the white color could not be concealed. Liu Bang stopped, his arm gently raised. There are Chu troops in front of us, let's go around. Fan Kuai and the others immediately bowed and moved slowly, but Luo was a cry of alarm at this time. King Han. The Chu army is escorting what seems to be Luoyang and Lu. Liu Bang stopped and was instantly dumbfounded after fixing his eyes on them. It's still true. After determining that the number of the other side is not much, Liu Bang violently pulled out his sword. Brothers, charge. With a command, dozens of war horses immediately charged down. The escorting Chu troops took a look and thought they had encountered a large Han army, and were instantly frightened and threw away their armor. Father! Father! Luoyang Lulu cried with joy and ran under Liu Bang's arms for comfort. Tang Fengsheng, on the other hand, looked at the routed Chu army and arched his hand. King Han, are we chasing or not? For Liu Bang, the top priority was to get out of danger, so in the face of the Chu army's escape, he did not choose to chase after them. No chase, go back to Pei County. Liu Bang pulled his son and daughter and headed for the carriage. But just then, a large number of Chu troops emerged from behind. Even at a distance of hundreds of meters, Liu Bang could feel the bright chill of the swords and gorges. Fan Kuai, however, sucked in a deep breath. Tang Fengsheng, you protect King Han to retreat. The rest of you join me to block the Chu army. Kill. Fan Kuai let out a bellowing cry and personally led his troops to kill the enemy formation, buying time for Liu Bang to escape. Tang Fengsheng, on the other hand, rolled over to the back of his horse, and with a heavy throw of the reins in his hand, the carriage suddenly sped off. After half an hour of running, Liu Bang, who was still not satisfied with the speed, hurriedly asked Tang Fengsheng to pull over and stop. Immediately afterward, carrying Luoyang and Lu off the carriage, he pointed at the village in the distance and said, the child is like this, if we go together, we all have to die. You guys find a house in the village to hide in, father will send someone to rescue you. Luoyang's little face instantly turned white. The Chu army pursuers are right behind, isn't stopping at this time just waiting for death? Don't! Daddy, don't abandon us! The two children cried and clamored, but it didn't move Liu Bang at all. Instead he chided, go! Only by walking separately will we have a chance to survive. Liu Bang was righteous, just whether he was afraid of dragging the child down or whether the child would drag him down, I'm afraid only he himself would know. Looking at the determined Liu Bang, Tang Fengsheng was once again dumbfounded. Later there is Liu Bei dropping a dough, today there is Liu Bang losing his children. It's really an ancestral skill of the old Liu family. Looking at the aggrieved Luoyang, Tang Fengsheng couldn't bear it and hurriedly jumped off the carriage to pull up the hands of the two children. Children, don't be afraid. Come on, come with me. Liu Bang, however, stopped dead in the doorway of the car. They can't come with us. We can't take them with us, or we'll all die together. Liu Bang stomped out, once again kicking Luoyang Lulu off the carriage. Now, whether it was Luoyang Lulu, Tang Fengsheng, or the crowd of water friends in the live broadcast room, all of them were dumbfounded. Nima, a tiger's venom still eats its children. Luoyang and Lulu are Liu Bang's own children. What kind of father would do this to his own child? But when you think of Liu Bei's style, everyone is relieved. For the old Liu family, this is just a routine operation, no need to make a fuss. The footsteps of the Chu army gradually approached. Tang Fengsheng gritted his teeth and once again stuffed the two children into the carriage. Who would have thought that Liu Bang would kick again, but once again, he kicked the two children out of the carriage. Luoyang was depressed with a lifeless face, as if he had been kicked out of his psyche. Tang Fengsheng was indomitable and once again stuffed Luoyang Lulu into the carriage, and to prevent Liu Bang from leaving the two children behind again, he also sealed the doorway with a shield. Then once again, he rolled onto his horse and began to run for his life. Its speed was so fast that even Liu Bang couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Slow down, slow down. Watch out for the rollover. A life-threatening mad dash down, Tang Fengsheng finally got rid of the Chu army's pursuit with no danger. Even Liu Bang couldn't help but look up and praise, you can, Fengsheng, I didn't expect you to hide this hand. This horse-driving skill is much better than Fan Kuai and Luoyang's rough men. Tang Fengsheng, on the other hand, smiled awkwardly. You think he was born with strong horse control skills? No, it's actually Lu Bu who is strong. It's well known that Lu Bu is invincible in horse combat, and he's only stolen a few tricks. King Han is joking, the last general is just picking up the pieces of wisdom. If you are fortunate enough to meet Lu Bu, only then will you know what it means to control a horse superbly. Lu Bu? Liu Bang frowned lightly, never heard of it. It seems that the heroes of this world are truly like the carp in the river. In the past, it was I, Lu Ji, who was blind to the fact that I was not aware of Mutai, and I have wronged you by letting you be the grand banner bearer. Will you accompany me and protect me? Tang Fengsheng arched his hand, thanks to King Han's love, I am willing to go. The conversation came to an abrupt end, and the atmosphere was vaguely icy. Liu Bang knew that Tang Fengsheng was harboring grudges over what happened just now, so he explained, I kicked them both off the carriage, and when they fell into Xiang Yu's hands, they could live instead. If they flee with us, they may instead be killed by random arrows. You don't know Xiang Yu, this person has a woman's heart, he hates me and won't do anything to the child. It's me who dragged you brothers down, I don't know how Fan Kuai Zifang and their situation is. AI, it's me, Lu Ji, who is incompetent. Liu Bang was vocal, knowing that he was excusing himself, but Tang Fengsheng just couldn't help but want to believe the other party. It was like casting a spell. He knew that this was the old Liu family's ancestral skill unleashed. It is also like when Liu Bei wept under the moon and bolted Yu Chaoyang, a modern man, overnight. Today, Liu Bang's 3 words caused Tang Fangxing's blood to spurt, and he could not wait to sell his life to the other party. Chapter 81 Xiaoji came out of nowhere, and there was no more rhetoric after Luo Xingfu. Liu Bang can't get enough of Fan Kuai Lu Oai Zhang Liang, his old brothers. But the surprise came soon. On the necessary road to Pei County, the 2 waves of people successfully met. After sighing that it would be a blessing if he did not die, Liu Bang led the crowd back to Pei County. When Liu Bang saw the situation inside the city, he felt both pity and gratitude. It was a pity that what was once his homeland had been ransacked by the Chu army and left in such a state of disrepair. And thankfully he didn't happen to come back before the Chu army left. All in all, as long as the people were fine, that was the best outcome. Afterwards, Liu Bang came down to the county office again, led by the guard Elvise, and looking at the familiar scene in front of him, he couldn't help but feel emotional once again. It is I, Liu Ji, who was incompetent and failed to protect my homeland. It is I, Liu Ji, who has harmed you all. Liu Zhe's heart was in a bad mood, and he said in a deep voice, Liu Zhe's defense of the city was unfavorable, so I hope that the great king will punish him. You are not to blame for this matter, it is me who underestimated Xiang Yu. Liu Bang did not have the slightest intention to blame. His words changed. How many soldiers and horses are still under you? How much grain and grass? Liu Zhe arched his hand. There are less than 100 soldiers, and the food is enough for 3 days of expenses. Hearing this, Liu Bang's heart immediately sank. What is 3 days of grain enough for? It would be better to go back home to Feng, at least there is land to plant and wild fruits to pick. Without a word, Liu Bang turned around and left. Zhang Liang looked at Liu Bang's back as he left, and a touch of worry could not help but rise between his brows. In the Battle of Pengcheng, what Xiang Yu eliminated was not only more than 100,000 troops, but also Liu Bang's ambition. King Han, you must pull yourself together. As expected. After seeing his old home in Feng similarly ransacked, Liu Bang completely lost heart. In the time when I was a pavilion chief, how good the brothers were then, how happy they were, with wine and meat, eating and drinking without worry. Thinking back to a month ago, I was still the king of Han with an army of 560,000 in my hands, towering above the rest. But now it's only been a few days. Not only do I not have many soldiers around me, but I also have to flee around and be scared all day long. After thinking back to the good times, and then looking at the current situation, Liu Bang really can't bear this kind of blow. In the future, don't call me King of Han either, better call me Liu Ji. Seeing Liu Bang getting more and more paranoid, Zhang Liang felt bad and quickly consoled. King Han beheaded the white snake and revolted. This is the destiny of heaven. Why should heroes judge success or failure on the basis of the moment? Today's shame, King Han will be able to return it to Xiang Yu sooner or later. We still have the land of Guanzhong, as well as Han Xian's troops and horses, so please do not degrade yourself, King Han. In the face of Zhang Liang's bitter persuasion, Liu Bang shook his head. Xiang Yu's 30,000 soldiers and horses have beaten us to death. We are destined to defeat Xiang Yu. He, Xiang Yu, was born to be a king, and I, fated to be a man of cloth. No matter how Zhang Liang, Luo and others persuaded, Liu Bang could not raise the slightest interest. He only wanted to be like before, carefree every day, and then finish the rest of his life in Pei County. Tang Fangsheng looked at Liu Bang's back, his heart vaguely empathized with him. To be honest, if not for the existence of Liu Bei and the others, he designated that he was even more desperate than Liu Bang. Because Xiang Yu, the humanoid locomotive, was just too strong, so strong that he could not even see the slightest hope of winning. 30,000 people chiseling through an army of 560,000 is simply appalling. Based on this bravery alone, plus a military advisor who could look the part, Tang Fangsheng couldn't find any winning angle. Unless, Xiang Yu's side doesn't have a single military advisor. But, is that possible? Even Han Fu and Bo Xian had no shortage of capable and wise men following them, not to mention Xiang Yu, who had unrivaled bravery. It is important to know that there is no shortage of gamblers in the world. Time passes in an instant. Liu Bang has been lying flat for more than half a month, whether it is Luo persuasion or Zhang Liang persuasion, all to no avail. Chen Ping and Zhang Liang see in the eyes, anxious in the heart. Although the two are top strategists in the governance of the country, to offer advice is very good. However, there was nothing they could do about Liu Bang's stubborn character. Because the current Liu Bang, who had long been defeated by Xiang Yu, was so demoralized that he could not listen to any persuasion at all. In the face of the negative Liu Bang, Zhang Liang had already sent his men to Xingyang to ask Xiao He to come to relieve the siege. When Xiao He rushed to Pei County, Liu Bang was still hugging a young woman and spending his days drinking, the main fight and uninspiring. Just as he was further studying the word Kuan, Xiao He kicked open the door of the room. Liu Ji, come out. Faced with the sudden appearance of Xiao He, although Liu Bang was surprised, he still followed out with his ass. In order to rekindle Liu Bang's fighting spirit, Xiao He also stopped being respectful to him and issued the 4 questions of the soul in the manner of a teacher and a friend. Is the gentle land fast? Yes. Had a nice rest, did you? Yes. Did you eat well? Yeah. Did you sleep well? Yes. Tang Fangsheng looked at Liu Bang, who looked like a dead pig, and felt a pang of forbearance. Never seen such a brazen person. How did Liu Bang become Gaozu?
Seemingly noticing Tang Fengsheng's eyes, Liu Bang's old face blushed and he hurriedly said, "Nah, Fengsheng, you go out first, I'll talk to Lord Xiao about something. By the way, tell the brothers not to think too much." Tang Fengsheng nodded and left the room, closing the door in the process.
As soon as he came out, Fan Kuai-Lua and the others rushed to gather around and asked, "Brother Tang, what are King Han and Minister Xiao talking about? Has the King of Han changed his mind? I'm so anxious."
Tang Fengsheng was just about to reply when a violent quarrel resounded within the room.
Fan Kuai's neck shrank and he obediently took a few steps back, not daring to continue prying.
However, the bickering in the room did not stop because of this. A full incense stick later, the quarrels within the house came to an abrupt end, followed by a clanging sound.
"Today you, Lu Ji, will not pick up this sword. Tomorrow the one who holds the tip of the sword to your neck will be Xiang Yu." Silence. Deadly silence.
The whole room was silent, but a group of old brothers outside the door had their hearts in their throats.
They understood that whether Liu Bang could survive or not depended on this. Half an hour passed in a flash, and when the door was pushed open again, Liu Bang had already regrouped. At this time, he was wearing a king's sword and was glowing, completely fading away from his previous depressed face. But soon, something unexpected happened. Only to see Liu Bang fall to his knees with a thud, fiercely smacked himself, and said aloud, "Brothers, I, Liu Ji, am demoralized and far less ambitious than my brothers, and I almost misplaced a great thing. Here, I apologize to the brothers. I would like to ask the brothers if they still have confidence in defeating the Chu army, defeating Xiang Yu, and fighting for the world." The crowd looked at each other and their voices were like thunder.
"Yes."
"Good."
Liu Bang nodded heavily. "Pass on my order to head to Xingyang early tomorrow morning.
I will fight Xiang Yu to the end."
The determination in Liu Bang's eyes moved Tang Fengsheng, and he gazed towards the lower left corner to see what kind of reaction the pop-ups were. As a result, he realized that the pop-up screen's mind was blissfully absent from it, and the overwhelming discussion was all about Three Kingdoms contest.
Luo Shenfu? Chao Ji? 7 steps to poetry? What the hell is all this? Tang Fengsheng couldn't help but frown. Chao Ji he knew, Cao Cao's son. But the Luo Shenfu and 7 steps to poetry at the back he had never even heard of. Following the command of the pop-up screen, he hurriedly cut out the Douyin platform in the background and clicked straight to the first of the hot searches. Chao Ji came out of nowhere. There is no more rhetoric after Luo Shenfu. What other treasures are hidden in the Three Kingdoms rivalry? At this time, Tang Fengsheng did not yet know what he saw next represented. He would not have thought that the immortal Chao Ji's Luo Shenfu would overshadow the later literary world for hundreds of years. He would not have thought that the Luo Shenfu in front of him would open up a treasure trove of culture for him. Until its shape also, fluttering like a shock, while like a swimming dragon a few big words appeared in front of his eyes. In just a moment, his pupils shrunk to the tips of needles, and he could no longer extricate himself. Chapter 82 7 Steps Poem Guan Kanghai was released, the pinnacle of literature. The shape of the poem is also as graceful as a stunning flower and as graceful as a swimming dragon. Rongyao autumn chrysanthemum, Huamao spring pine, as if Ruoshi light clouds of the moon, floating in the air as if the flow of the wind back to the snow. Looking from afar, bright as the sun rises in the morning sun forced to check, burning as lotus flowers out of the strain, flora and fiber to get the right, short and slender to fit the degree. The shoulder is like a chisel, the waist is like a veil. The shoulders are like chiseled shoulders and the waist is like a thin waist. The glance of the flowing essence, light and moist jade face. The words are not yet spat out, the gas is like an orchid. The gracefulness of her face makes me forget to eat. So the back of the mausoleum high, foot to the god to stay. I am left with my imagination, looking at the sadness. The whole text spills out a total of 984 words. After Tang Fengsheng read every word, his body is like touching the high-voltage electricity, tingling. Scalp numbness, eyes staring like a cow, like a statue, frozen place for a long time cannot return to God. Even a rough man like him can feel the beauty of the article and the florid rhetoric. Those words seem to be full of magic, actually really sketched out a dancing fairy in his mind. This sentence building, this vocabulary, is this surely something a human can write? Should I praise old thief Zhou Yu for being in B, or Chao Ji for being in B? Kneeling, my old Tang is really kneeling. Tang Fengsheng muttered to himself in a daze. His heart was like a flat thunderstorm that could not be calmed for a long time. To put it without exaggeration, on the Luo Shenfu in front of him, even if he gave him a lifetime, 10 lifetimes are unforgettable its top. The entire text was 984 words, a large portion of which were unfamiliar idioms. It is clear that I know every word, but when combined together they are doubly rusty, but this does not detract from the beauty of the diction. It is the pinnacle of Gaixia Empire literature in recent years. Tang Fengsheng trembled as he clicked on the comments section, and the comments that topped the list were even more astonishing. Is this year's perfect score essay for the college entrance exam? I'm impressed, I admire it. A perfect score essay from the college entrance exam? Tang Fengsheng frowned. Didn't it say the author was Chao Ji? With doubts, Tang Fengsheng clicked to see more, instantly realizing. Crack the case, this composition is copied from the Three Kingdoms contest, at the expense of me thinking that the Gaixia Empire is going to produce a literary saint. Tang Fengsheng looked into the east and west and finally figured out what happened. It turned out that the senior high school student who wrote the Luoyang Fu was an avid fan of the Three Kingdoms scramble. During one of his excursions, he accidentally chose a personal guard, and at that time it was close to the college entrance exam, so fortunately, he didn't quit. He cut the background to review while choosing to host the character and let the game drive the process on its own. Until Luoyang Fu was released. At that time, the students were astonished, but did not make a sound, which led to the birth of the later full-score composition of the college entrance examination. This time the college entrance examination essay proposition is loyalty. Luoyang Fu was not at all related to the proposition, but it still got full marks. There's no way around it, the diction is just too beautiful. It even gave birth to a whole new idiom of double tens in one fell swoop. At that time, it was called the top of rhetoric by a group of literary leaders, and it was even asserted by many people that there would be no more rhetoric after Luoyang Fu. The time, place, and people all occupied, which had the Luoyang Fu's explosive fire out of the circle, overturned the whole Gaixia Empire. Tang Fengsheng's eyes were stagnant, unable to calm down for a long time, but the pop-up screen was rolling over. In front, there are golden sentences coming out frequently, and after that, there is Luoyang Fu coming out. How many treasures are hidden in the Three Kingdoms contest in the end? I'm not afraid of you laughing. When I saw the Luoyang Fu, I directly knelt down. I can't believe that this is the rhetoric that human beings can create. Martyr, why wasn't it me who discovered the Luoyang Fu? It's a perfect essay. I'm KAM. If I had known that the Three Kingdoms competition could take the top 3 essay scores, why would I have enrolled in cram school? It's not good that I chose to study when I should be playing games. I'm stupid. The pop-ups were all over the place, either talking about Luoyang Fu or Three Kingdoms. Tang Fengsheng, however, stumbled violently, his eyes focusing on a single pop-up screen. The Three Kingdoms scramble had wrapped up the top 3 essay scores? Wasn't there just one Luoyang Fu, and what happened to the other 2? Tang Fengsheng frowned tightly, immediately checking out this session's college entrance exam essay. In the next second, the top 3 awards suddenly appeared before his eyes. Full score composition for the high school entrance examination, The Fugue of Luoyang, The View of the Sea, 7 Steps to a Poem. Looking at the 3 titles in front of him, Tang Fengsheng was dumbfounded. Wasn't this year's college entrance examination essay topic loyalty? Do these have anything to do with loyalty? With doubt, he clicked on the second-ranked Viewing the Sea. In the next second, a poem filled with grand ambitions and political ideals appeared before his eyes. East to Gaixia, in order to view the ocean. The water is tranquil, and the mountains and islands are horrified. The stars are brilliant, if they are out there. Fortunately, I even sing to sing. Does this poem have anything to do with loyalty? No, it doesn't. But does it affect how awesome this poem is? Doesn't affect it. Although the proposition of the college entrance exam essay is loyalty, you've written an heirloom masterpiece, so what can it do if it's off topic? It's like the last big question in a math test, where you got the process all wrong and the answer all wrong, but figured out how perpetual motion machines are made. Do you think it matters whether the answer is correct or not at that point? We've already built a perpetual motion machine, why do we need a bicycle? What surprised Tang Fengsheng was that this poem was born from Cao Cao's mouth. But on second thought, he was relieved. As the Three Kingdoms in the fight for fame after Liu Bei said, I'd rather I lose the world, do not teach the world to lose me, of the flourishing ministers, the chaotic world lord. Boss Cao he deserves it. Tang Fengsheng clasped his head with both hands, his insides stone cold, unable to speak to himself for a long time. He is even more stupid also understand, with the Luoyang Fu and the introduction of Songhai, the Three Kingdoms has long ceased to be a game that's simple. Even the teaching materials have to make changes with it. He is now witnessing history. With apprehensive excitement, he clicked on the third-ranked 7 Steps poem. In the next second, 3 lines of poetry appeared in the bottom of his eyes. Boil beans and hold them for soup, strain beans for juice. Beanstalks burn under the kettle, beans cry in the kettle. They are born from the same root, so why are they so anxious to fry each other? Born from the same roots, what's the rush for each other? Why is it too urgent? Tang Fengsheng muttered, suddenly falling to his knees with a thud, his mouth so open that he could stuff a light bulb. Convinced. I, old Tang, am completely convinced. Awesome. The veins between his eyebrows rippled, and he was caught up in a monstrous shock. Although the lines are based on the theme of stalks, the whole text expresses helplessness and pain, as well as the cruelty of the struggle for imperial power. The word beanstalk is used throughout the text, but there is no contradiction at all, which is the pinnacle of borrowing objects as a metaphor for human beings. But not waiting for him to come back to his senses, a hot search will be in a lightning-fast speed top, the hot search top 1. All of the electronic products, at this moment a pop-up window popped up. The text in the pop-up window was small, but the publishing party was thunderous, and the content inside was even more shocking. After discussion by the cabinet of the Daxia Empire, it was unanimously decided to include the Seven Steps poem and the view of the Canghai Sea in the elementary school textbook, the table of the master in the middle school textbook, and the Luoyang Fu in the high school textbook. As soon as this notice came out, the entire world instantly set off monstrous waves. The stone broke the sky. Chapter 83, Wuhou Shrine established, game comes into reality. This sudden news blew everyone away. They stared at the announcement in a daze, their pupils filled with disbelief. The textbook hadn't changed in how many years, 10 years, 50 years, or 100 years? Today, however, the content of the textbook has been changed for the first time in history. And the first shot is for, including elementary school, middle school, high school, 3 whole stages. When the people of the Gaixia Empire realized that all these changes came from a game, they were instantly dumbfounded. They were the ones who had an almost maniacal pursuit of games, novels, TV shows and movies, and other forms of entertainment. But just because it's based on the emotion of letting yourself relax doesn't mean that gaming can replace all of life. Not to mention the fact that because of a game, even the textbook changes with it. It's unheard of and appalling. Even if they hadn't played the game Three Kingdoms, they had more or less heard of it. Understanding that it was a phenomenal game with a massive following. But a game is a game, and even if it's hot, it's still ultimately virtual. How can a national treasure like textbooks be changed by a game? The internet exploded, and a flood of invective swept across the entire internet. It's just that the target of their attack wasn't the Three Kingdoms competition, but the cabinet of the Gaixia Empire. Has the cabinet group been kicked in the head by a donkey? How can the weight of the nation be changed at will? Martyr, this Zhou Yu old thief is not some kind of heavenly dragon man, is it? This is too outrageous. Do you guys still remember the first time the Three Kingdoms War was taken off the shelves? The first time it went off the shelves, it went back on the shelves at light speed in just a few minutes, and I ate it straight away without any context. No, have you spammers ever read the original text of the 7 Steps to Poetry and the Sea of Canghai? What's wrong with including these articles in the textbook? Is there any need to read it? A person who stinks of making games can still write a masterpiece that will be passed down to the next generation. That's right. I hope the cabinet gives us a satisfactory answer, even if it's a temporary job. Even a game player can be included in the textbook. If the late emperor had been in power, all of them would have been beheaded. Bunch of brainless bastards, I don't want to waste my breath with you, go and read the original text first. Do you really think that all the literary leaders in the cabinet are just cuties? Read the original article before you spew it. It's really stupid. Internet opinion is very polarized, and most people don't even read it before they start spewing heaven and earth and complaining about it on the internet. Thankfully, there are just as many rabid fans of Three Kingdoms. With a great deal of vocal criticism, this group of people who had never even seen it held a critical mindset and clicked on the 7 Steps poem, viewing the Canghai Sea, Luoyang Fu, and Table of the Exodus, respectively. They wanted to see if these articles were worthy of bragging rights or not. When the articles were presented in front of their eyes, the big spammers, who had just been complaining, were instantly bowled over. They stared dumbfounded at the line of poetry in front of them, their hearts stoned. They then realized that they were not only wrong, but extremely wrong. Any one of the above 4 lines would be enough to be passed down through the ages, an unquestionable heirloom masterpiece. What they couldn't believe was that these 4 lines came from a game, from one person's hand. The originally polarized public opinion was instantly reversed and changed to appreciation. Corresponding to this, the number of people online soared in Three Kingdoms Battle, Chu Han Legend. The 2 games siphoned off all the players on the market, riding high in terms of heat and discussion, and the number of online players even broke the 100 million mark for the first time in history. Appalling. On top of that, all the videos and live slices related to the Three Kingdoms battle likewise saw a spike. The number of likes and comments was ushering in an increase of several thousand to several hundred thousand almost every time it was refreshed. The 2 graphic articles that Zhou Yu had posted had even surpassed the 1 billion mark in terms of the number of likes combined. I don't know how many people came and grouped together in the comment section to hit the mark. Taking advantage of this wind, romance of the Three Kingdoms and kill of the Three Kingdoms soared into the sky, achieving breakneck levels of success in their respective fields. The deeds of Zhuge Prime Minister Guan Yu and others are also known by more and more people. Its ups and downs and magnificent life, I do not know how many people wept. As the previous Hot Search Top 1 said, the Three Kingdoms fight for what treasure is still hidden. The more you dig down, the more shock it brings to the people of the Daxia Empire. The heat that swept the entire internet lasted for more than 2 days, and as the heat dropped, a heavy bomb was thrown out again. Throw this heavy bomb is a place of culture and tourism official number. The news was released, instantly rushed to the top 10 hot search. The world's first Wuhou shrine is completed, and the majority of netizens are welcome to follow the stars offline. In the video, a golden statue is situated in the center of the Taoist temple, which holds a feather fan and has eyes that hide the stars. On the door plaque are the words, Wuhou Ancestral Hall. That doubly friendly face, so that the majority of netizens instantly recognized that it was the Prime Minister of Shu Han in the Three Kingdoms contest. The Zhuge Kongming. While the netizens were shocked, they couldn't help but have a touch of doubt rise in their hearts. To build a shrine for a game character, wasn't this move too bold? Would anyone really pay for this? With doubts, they clicked on the traveling app and were struck by lightning. Sold out. Sold out. Still sold out. As long as the destination is the city of Wuhuzi, all the air tickets, suspended high-speed rail tickets and boat tickets are swept away. Even the bus tickets for the far-flung means of transportation, which dogs don't even ride, were shown to be sold out. But before the general public could catch their breath, local officials broke another set of figures. The data showed that in the next 7 days, 10 million people would arrive in the local city. If each person spends $100 Daxia, that's $1 billion in GDP generation. If one person consumes 1,000, that's a $10 billion level of GDP generation. The key point is that this is not a one-shot deal, but a monstrous and ever-flowing deal. It can be said that a Wuhou ancestral temple brings revenue, can be worth several listed companies. The city's influence is multiplied by soaring. Wuhou ancestral temple of the explosion of fire, and how can not let the other city officials read? They have followed the example of the gourd, and a shrine has risen up. Guanxing Jun Shrine, Han Zhaolai Shrine, Zhongwei Shrine, Cao Cao Shrine. All over the cultural and tourism means frequently fancy whole living, ruthlessly to the people of the Daxia Empire opened the eyes of the wave. Even Tang Fangxing could not help but wonder. Ever since the introduction of the Luo Shenfu and the Seven Steps poem, he knew that the influence of the Three Kingdoms contest would see a surge. However, the latter development of things was still greatly out of his expectation. Not only was it included in the textbooks, but even related shrines continued to spring up like rain. The true meaning of the game came into reality. Thinking of this, Tang Fangxing couldn't help but take a deep breath, his eyes looking towards the screen in front of him. A Three Kingdoms scramble had benefited the Daxia Empire endlessly, so what kind of surprises would the legend of Chu Han bring? He cancelled the character hosting and his consciousness began to manipulate the character. When he figured out the situation at hand, his entire body instantly froze and jumped 2 meters high. What? King Han is letting 30,000 recruits go to fight Zhao, who has a 200,000 strong army. And Han Xin is leading the troops? Isn't this a pure send-off? Chapter 84 Killing Han Xin the Soldier Immortal. As one of the northern vassal states, Zhao is a force to be reckoned with as it is allied with Xiang Yu. By attacking Zhao, Liu Bang cut off Xiang Yu's strategic support and prevented him from joining forces in the north to attack the Han army. At the same time, Zhao is located in the north of the Central Plains, and controlling Zhao can open up the northern passage and form an encirclement of Xiang Yu, as well as eliminating the hidden dangers on the flanks of the Han army. It can be said to be a multi-purpose move, and had to be fought. As for why Zhao is so important, Liu Bang only allocated 30,000 troops to Han Xin, and these 30,000 are still new recruits. Naturally because the Chenggao defense line is the main battlefield between Liu Bang and Xiang Yu, and the elite Han army needs to concentrate on defending against the main force of the Chu army. A victory for Han Xin would expand his territory, while a defeat would deplete the main force of the Zhao army and create conditions for a subsequent attack. Liu Bang had the mentality of playing 2 shots with or without jujubes, but Tang Fangxiang, Gaixia, Chaosun and Zhang Er, who set out with the 30,000 strong army, suffered a lot. It is said to be assisting Han Xin, but the discerning know that this is Liu Bang is afraid of Han Xin's self-importance, specially sent 4 people to supervise just. Only Han Xin did not seem to notice Liu Bang's scruples. He stood quietly in front of the sand table, frowning tightly. It was as if he was really thinking about how to beat 200,000 with 30,000 people. After a full incense burner, Han Xin took a deep breath. Tang Fangxing thought he had some good advice, but the result was that Han Xin opened his mouth, but the words were shocking. Send orders to the 3 armies, tomorrow at dawn to cross the river, back against the Myanmar water to defend. General Tang, you wait for the enemy to launch a full-scale pursuit, then immediately lead 2,000 light cavalry around the east of the defile, straight into the enemy camp, and change all the flags back to the Han flag. Hearing this, Tang Fangxing's face immediately stagnated. Although he was a big man, he had been fighting with the Prime Minister for many years, so he knew a little bit of common sense about the art of war. But what he didn't understand was why Han Xin would let his army fight with its back to the river. Isn't this breaking his own back? This kind of tactical layout not only violates the great taboo of the military, but is also unheard of. Fan Kuai is right, this Han Xin is just a flamboyant man. Fighting with his back to the water? He's clearly lining up to die. Tang Fangxing frowned and arched his hand. Great general, with all due respect, can we win the battle by changing the enemy's flag? The last general has never heard of that. Faced with Tang Fangxing's question, Han Xin didn't explain too much, but just faintly said, you won't understand even if I tell you, you just need to carry out the military order. If you miss my big event, military justice will be served. Mad. It's just too crazy. The last person to speak to him like this was Prime Minister Zhuge. But the Chancellor's wisdom is unrivaled in the world, and Tang Fangxing is convinced, but who are you to say that? Is the ability to lead an army better than the Prime Minister's? Tang Fengsheng was indignant and was just about to continue speaking when he saw Han Xian raise the Han King's sword in his hand.
Seeing this sword is like seeing the Han King.
General Tang, are you trying to disobey the Han King's orders? The atmosphere of the tent suddenly condensed, Tang Fengsheng puffing and panting, obviously infuriated.
In fact, there was nothing wrong with what Han Xian said, but that condescending attitude really made Tang Fengsheng unable to accept it. Emotional intelligence is zero, and there is no political mind. It is no wonder that Liu Bang is scorned but does not know it. He is not the only one who feels indignant. The sight of the irrigation baby, Cao Cao, Zhang and other people are also ugly.
You cannot say, can also pretend not to hear, but this public insult is a bit excessive, right? What's the difference between this and stepping on Tang Fengsheng's face in public? Tang Fengsheng's teeth clenched, his chest heaving. What kind of person was he? It's Iron Brain. It's the Rash. A true man who has won 2 consecutive horseback hacking crowns and can fight Lu Bu for 200 rounds, how can he not have pride in his heart? If this game was reality, he might have treated Han Xian's words as a fart and pretended not to hear them. But this was a game, and he was the 4th heavenly tribulation of the 100th heavenly tribulation. How can this spoil the emotionless Han Xian? The answer is naturally. It won't. If I can't beat Xiang Yu, I can't beat you, Han Xian?
In Han Xian's dismayed eyes, Tang Fengsheng made a flying leap and straightly pounced Han Xian to the ground, followed by a punch towards the left side of his opponent's face.
Bang!
There was a muffled sound, and the camp was silent.
Han Xian was confused, Guing was confused, Cao Cao was confused, and Zhang was confused.
Zhou Yu, who was hiding behind the screen, was also confused.
What the overlord Xiang Yu couldn't he do? You kid did it? You killed Han Xian, the soldier immortal, in the Han camp. If I remember correctly, it seems that Han Xian hasn't lost a battle since he became a general, right? Then is this move by Tang Fengsheng today considered to have made history? Even if he kills Han Xian alone, it's still in the Han army camp.
Zhou Yu was at a loss for words, and slowly spat out 2 words, bull, cow. The stagnation of the crowd in the screen fleetingly passed, and they hurriedly pulled Tang Fengsheng and Han Xian away. Tang Fengsheng held his head high, like a general who had won a battle.
Han Xian, on the other hand, was gray and embarrassed. Like to pretend? I'll beat you up every time you pretend from now on. Come on, kill me. Tang Fengsheng drew in his neck, ready to die.
But to his surprise, Han Xian did not kill him for this reason, but only heavily inserted the Han King's sword into the ground and gritted his teeth.
I, Han Xian, am not as narrow-minded as you think. The heavens sent me down here to show you stupid pigs what the art of war means. If tomorrow you jeopardize my Han Xian's great event, I will report to the King of Han and execute your 3 clans. I hope your performance tomorrow will be worthy of today's arrogance. With those words, Han Xian angrily left the field. Just as he was about to step out of the camp, his footsteps suddenly stalled, and he said in a deep voice without looking back. 30,000 to fight 200,000, the enemy and I are vastly outnumbered, the defile is not Julu, and we are not the Chu army, but there is a way to fight with fewer soldiers. Tomorrow at dawn the army starts, each person is allowed to bring only 1 ration. Tell all the generals that when we break the Zhao army, we'll drink freely for the rest of the day and night. The generals looked at each other and bowed their heads, here. After Han Xian walked away, the camp erupted in cheers. Guing tightly hooked Tang Fengsheng's neck, his face was very excited, well played. Dragging his face all day long, the whole thing makes me look like I owe him silver. Cao Cao saw the needle in the eye, who says it isn't, relying on the Han King Xiao Cheng's favor, all day long taking the nose to look at people, I bah. Zhang on the other hand, pressed his hand with a calm face, all keep your voices down, we have to work together in the future, don't make the relationship too stiff. However, Zhang slightly raised corners of his mouth could not be suppressed. Looking at the scene in front of him, Tang Fengsheng suddenly realized, I'm afraid Han Xian's emotional intelligence is even lower than he thought. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so bad that there were 3 people, but none of them spoke for him. Thinking of this, a flash of guilt suddenly rose within Tang Fengsheng. Because he realized that Han Xian's loneliness wasn't directed at him alone. On the contrary, Han Xian is a very pure person, so pure that there is only generals in his eyes, only victory. Other than that, he could not care about anything else. For example, the crotch humiliation in the past, or the public swinging of his fists today. Tang Fengsheng sighed heavily and said in a complicated tone, Gentlemen, it's getting late, rest early. There's still a tough battle waiting for us tomorrow. Looking at Tang Fengsheng's departing back, Irrigation Infant scratched his head and wondered, what's he smoking? He's the one who beat up Han Xian, and he's also the one who spoke in favor of Han Xian, can't figure it out. Chapter 85, Fighting with one's back against the wall, putting one's life on the line. Dawn of the next day. A large army of 30,000 recruits crossed the river on time in accordance with Han Xian's orders. With their backs to the river, they set up a fish-scale formation and brought only 1 day's rations with them. When Xiang Yu, the commander-in-chief of the Zhao army, learned of the news, he burst into a magnificent laugh. Is this the Han Xian who destroyed the dynasty and surrendered to Wei in the dark? In my opinion, it's just Cao Cao who talks about war on paper. Defending by the river? You're cutting off your own back, you're looking for death. In this regard, strategist Li Zhuge has a very different view. The army is placed behind the water. This move is tantamount to seeking death. As the commander of the Han army, Han Xiong has never lost a battle since he came out of the mountain. How could he make such a low-level mistake? I hope that the general will be clear about this, for fear that Han Xiong will commit fraud, and there must be a killing trick in it. Killing move? Xiang Yu disdainfully smiled. Then please, General Zhuge, tell us what Han Xiong's killing move is. Li Zhuge was silent on the spot. If he could figure out what Han Xiong was thinking, why would he be living at a snail's pace in the tiny state of Zhao? Xiang Yu's move was a clear indication that he didn't trust him. Seeing that Li Zhuge was silent, Xiang Yu sneered, and his tone was very cold. Do you know why Han Xiong made this low-level mistake? Because he, Han Xiong, didn't even look me in the eye, thinking I was a straw man like Wei Bao. General Zhuge, do you think we can let go of such an out-of-sight guy? Hiss. You don't say, you don't say. Han Xiong's arrogance is well known to the world, and he might have made such a low-level mistake because he despised the Zhao army. However, Li Zhuge still felt uneasy and said, Han Xiong will pay the price for his arrogance. Just. The other side is in the end the mighty and famous Han Xiong. General must not be careless. Why don't we first send out a force of soldiers and horses to intercept its grain route, and when the Han army's military heart is in turmoil, then we will attack it together. What does the general think? Xiang Yu lightly glanced at Li Zhuge. The so-called speed is precious. What if we send out men and horses to frighten the snakes? Han Xiong has no one in his sight. He should pay for it. General Zhuge doesn't need to say much. My mind is made up. Clang. Xiang Yu drew his sword and said in a loud voice, pass on my general's order, open the city gates, and form up the entire army. Surround the Han army. Meanwhile, Han Xiong was likewise giving a final pre-battle pep talk. The combined army was 30,000 strong, of which 15,000 were left on the shore to build up their strength. He, on the other hand, personally led 10,000 troops to drive toward the Zhao army as a decoy. There were two keys to this battle, one of which was that the decoy he led must retreat while fighting without breaking down. This move seemed simple, but it was an extreme test of the commander's control of the army. One mistake and the retreat will turn into a rout. A typical example of this is the overlord Xiang Yu's 30,000 strong defeat of Liu Bang's 560,000 men. When Xiang Yu made a charge, the army was instantly in turmoil and fled in rout, not forming an effective battle force at all. It can be said that if Han Xiong can ensure that this decoy retreats while fighting without collapsing, he would have surpassed 99% of the generals of all times. Knowing that it was difficult, Han Xiong chose to personally cloak himself and lead the charge. As for the second, it is naturally to encourage morale. After all, the gap between the enemy and us is too large. If there is no faith, even if Han Xiong has 3 heads and 6 arms will not help. Thinking of this, Han Xiong took a deep breath and said aloud, Generals of the Han army, do you have fathers and mothers, wives and children in your hearts? You all have loved ones and attachments, while I, Han Xiong, have none. If I die in battle and don't even have someone to pay my respects to, someone will surely say that it is precisely because you, Han Xiong, have no attachments that you dare to fight to the death. Wrong. A man without attachments is like a blade without a hilt. How can you fight with him? But I, Han Xiong, have people I care about, and the people Han Xiong cares about are you, my brothers. If you want to live, you have 1,000 ways to convince yourselves. You can comfortably say that you're new recruits, untrained, and haven't fought in a war, but it's too late today. Because we broke our back, there's no way to retreat. The only chance to survive now is to use our own sharp swords and courage to fight against Zhao's army. Only by defeating the enemy army will we have a chance to survive. Please hold the sharp swords in your hands and use them to tell the enemy that you may be able to take my life, but you can never take our courage, and make your fathers, mothers, wives and children proud of you. Kill. Kill. Han Xiong a flurry of words, the army put to death and then, adrenaline instantly full. In the choice between life and death, they showed amazing survival instincts, even in the face of 10 times the number of Zhao's army, but also not the slightest fear, fight to kill the enemy. Because they understood that only by defeating the Zhao army could they have a chance to survive. The fight lasted for several incense sticks, and after realizing that it was almost over, Han Xiong hastily ordered a retreat. In order to lure out all the Zhao troops, Han Xiong even cut down his own banner with his own hands, thus making the rout look more realistic. On the sand field, when the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies died, the generals did not always know it. But if the big banner falls, the generals will flee in an instant. But the amazing thing was that, even though Han Xiong's banner had fallen, the army did not show any sign of routing and continued to retreat in an orderly manner. Tang Fangsheng was dumbfounded by this scene and realized for the first time that Han Xiong was extraordinary. The big banner fell but the formation didn't fall. This Han Xiong had 2 brushes, but there was no hair on either brush. Because there is still an essential gap between the 2 sides. So what if the formation is not scattered? A single charge from Zhao's army can slaughter 3 or 4 of them. Unless the Zhao army does not attack. But the Zhao army is not a little cute. They are in a good situation, so how could they be disorganized? Thinking of this, Tang Fongxing suddenly froze, staring tightly at the 2,000 Han army flags fluttering in the wind. If all the flags of the Zhao army's camp were replaced with Han flags, the Zhao army's military center was bound to be in turmoil. With a little more fanning of the flames, the Zhao army will surely think that their rear is lost and the tide has gone out. As long as one of them escapes, the 200,000 strong army will be turned into a rout in no time. Thus, it will not be broken. After figuring out the key to this, Tang Fongxing's pupils shrunk into pinpricks as he stared dead on at Han Xian, who was commanding the retreating army. How is this some kind of empty show? This is clearly a military psychological warfare master, military power and strategy form master. Not only to the military family and the water camping and the dead use of live, the control of the hearts and minds of the people is even more breathtaking. He kind of knew why Han Xian refused to tell the key reason yesterday. Because once the wind is leaked, the army will flee on the wind. They are already new recruits with low mental capacity, so if they are not pushed to the brink of extinction, how can they stimulate their survival instincts? To survive, you need to be in a place of death before you can survive. Boom! Tang Fongxing was enlightened and looked at Han Xian as if he was admiring a mountain. What a battle with the water behind him, and what a way to survive until he dies. He was convinced. Awesome. Chapter 86, The Fall of the State of Zhao. Han Xian sealed the god in one battle. Undoubtedly, in the piece of military psychological warfare. Han Xian is the existence that can be called the ancestor. The control of the human heart can be said to be the pinnacle of excellence. As expected, Xiang Yu, the commander-in-chief of the Zhao army, immediately ordered the whole army to pursue the attack after seeing the rout of Han's army. As the army poured out, the Zhao camp was suddenly defenseless. Tang Fongxing seized the opportunity and flanked from the east, attacking the Zhao camp directly. 2,000 Han flags fluttered against the wind, whistling in the gale. After an extremely fast run, the 2,000 Han troops led by Tang Fongxing arrived at the Zhao army camp. Seeing this, some of the remaining Zhao troops mistakenly thought that it was the main force of the Han army that was attacking, and instantly fled in all directions with their guts in their mouths. Amidst the sounds of fighting, the Han army easily occupied the camp and replaced the flag. Tang Fongxing climbed up the watchtower and looked into the distance from above, taking in the entire battlefield. With just one glance, Tang Fongxing couldn't help but praise it again. Surrounded by mountains on two sides, the terrain is narrow, and although Zhao's army has an army of 200,000, it can't be utilized at all. The Han army, and because there is no way to retreat, backwater, a group of new recruits is even more ruthless than the veterans out. The time, place, and people, the Han army accounted for 2 out of 3, the Zhao army has lost its momentum. Mard, what's in this Han Xian's head? Why can't I think of this tactic? Tang Fongxing felt deeply frustrated and couldn't help but lament that the gap between man and man was even greater than man and dog. And the subsequent development was just as Tang Fongxing had expected. The Han army fought with their backs to the water, putting life and death at risk, with extraordinary valor. And because of the terrain, resulting in the Zhao army's numerical advantage is gone, the two sides fought for half a day, the Zhao army did not get the slightest advantage. Even though Xiang Yu was very reluctant, he had to order to withdraw to the camp. Just compared to the Han army's well-organized, the Zhao army's retreat seems to be very panicked. It was only one step away from collapse. What is even more incomprehensible to Xiang Yu is that he has already retreated, but Han Xian is actually still biting like a mad dog. The Han army not only didn't retreat, but also dared to return fire on me. Good. Xiang Yu gritted his teeth, like to chase right. If you have the guts to chase for a while longer, when the soldiers reach the plains, let's see if I kill you back. Compared to Xiang Yu's indignation, Li Zhuge looked extremely uneasy, his eyebrows wrinkled into a Sichuan character. Because of the short contact down, he found that Han Xian is absolutely not a winebag, whether it is the control of the battlefield or the control of the army, all belong to the world's first-class martial arts generals. The Han army occupies the geographical advantage as only a tie with the Zhao army, not to mention the open position, the plains against the enemy. The Zhao army can drown the Han army with a mouthful of spittle. So where did Han Xian get the guts he had to dare to pursue them so closely? Out of his mind? No one in sight? Li Zhuge was puzzled. Just as he was wondering, a flash of red color suddenly broke into his vision. That direction is the Zhao army camp. Not good. Li Zhuge's face suddenly changed, and he was just about to open his mouth to speak, when a hissing sound that overturned the sky sounded. Tang Fongxing led 1,000 light cavalry and crashed head-on into the retreating Zhao army, and his slogans were even shouted loudly. The main force of the Han army is here, why don't you surrender quickly? The main force of the Han army is here, why don't you surrender quickly? It was said that it was the main force, but the strength was just 1,000 or so, but at this point in time, no one was bothered about the amount of strength. Because Zhao army camp did lose. On all sides were red-colored military flags waving in the wind. Coupled with the light cavalry that crashed head-on, all signs point to, the main force of the Han army is here. Boom! Under the front and rear attacks of Han Xian and Tang Fongxing, the 200,000 Zhao troops were instantly routed like water breaking the dike. Even though Li Zhuge cried out indignantly, saying that Han's army only had a few thousand soldiers, and that the great power was still in Zhao's army, it was of no help, and the army was defeated like a mountain. In this critical moment, Xiang Yu, as the commander-in-chief, but once again gave the Zhao army a fatal blow. In the face of Han Xian Tangfangxing's front and rear attack, he actually left his soldiers and horses, driving a carriage to run away alone. Once the big banner fell, there was no turning back. Li Zhuge looked at the back of Xiang Yu fleeing for his life, a mouthful of blood gushed out. My great plan of Zhao, ruined by the hands of one person. Eagle. Vertical sun. Xiang Yu had gone completely insane in order to stay alive. Facing the congested road, he directly drew his sword and slashed, not caring that these Zhao troops were once his men. In the face of Xiang Yu's ruthlessness, the Zhao soldiers who were already dissatisfied with him are now even more resentful. After all, if it were not for Xiang Yu, who was so happy to have a great success, he came out of the nest, how would they have lost today? Accompanied by the outbreak of long piled-up grievances, in an instant, Zhao soldiers have mutinied. Xiang Yu was furious. What are you doing? I am the commander of the three armies, are you guys trying to rebel? And in response to Xiang Yu, there were hundreds and thousands of spears. Not waiting for Xiang Yu to react, on the spot was stabbed into a hedgehog. The scene was extremely appalling. Although Xiang Yu died, but the advance of the Han army did not stop. After a short rest, the Han army started to pull out, and the soldiers pointed directly at the capital of Zhao. Under the command of Han Xian, the Han army pushed forward like a bamboo shooter, with more and more soldiers and horses, and more powerful soldiers. In October 204, Han Xian led his army to break through Xindu, captured King Xie of Zhao alive and surrendered all the remnants of Zhao's army. Thus, the unrivaled state of Zhao fell. On the other hand, Han Xian, with 30,000 soldiers and horses, defeated 200,000 Zhao troops and was crowned a god in one battle. As Zhao King Xie was personally escorted onto the carriage by Tang Fangsheng, the calm scene rippled a bit. Several large gilt characters with dragons and phoenixes appeared in the center of the screen. Backwater. Death's the only way to live. As soon as the achievement came out, the pop-up screen instantly boiled over, and a flood of question marks swept across the entire pop-up area. Whoever said that Han Xian is a paperwork florist, step forward and let's see if I'll beat you up. This Han Xian is a bit too fierce, not to mention the fact that his first hand is a peak match, but he really won. Nima, I suddenly realized that all the generals in the early Han Dynasty were so fierce. Before there was the king of the hegemony who broke 560,000 by 30,000, and after there was Han Xian who broke 200,000 by 30,000, this is a human being. What makes me tremble is not his ability to win with few, but his control of people's hearts. Xiang Yu was played in the palm of his hand, scary. If you give Xian 30,000 Shu soldiers, he'll be able to defeat Liu Bang's 560,000 troops, but if you give the king 30,000 new recruits, he won't be able to defeat 200,000 Zhao soldiers. It's funny, a wave of charging by the king can scare the piss out of Xiang Yu. One is good at using force to break the situation, and one is good at using wisdom to win. Their fighting styles are very different, there is nothing to argue about. Let's see how the plot develops. Xiang Yu and Han Xian's summit showdown? I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 87, Depressed Chu Army, Strongest Logistics Xiaohe. When Han Xian's 30,000 defeated 200,000 and the news of Zhao's demise spread, the whole world was thus set off by a monstrous wave. Xiang Yu, who was in the hostile camp, was the first to gather his generals and start discussing strategies to deal with Liu Bang. Due to the fact that Liu Bang is defending Xingyang, Fan Zhang knows that if he wants to conquer Xingyang at the least cost, he must first take Aotsong, the place where food is stored. When Fan Zhang speaks out his plan, Xiang Yu nods heavily and looks at Yu Chaoyang on one side, who is defending Aotsong now. Yu Chaoyang thinks for a moment and arches his hand. War General Fan Kuai. Long Yi heard this and immediately arched his hand and stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have fought with this person before. He is a fierce general with the courage of 1,000,000 men. To deal with this person, can never fight head-on, need to take advantage of the night sneak attack, hit him by surprise. And at the same time in many places to attack, so that Liu Bang cannot feel our main attack direction, followed by the main force will be hidden behind the feint troops. When the enemy is busy running for their lives, the defense is negligent. Commit absolute troops to cut off the canal and take Aotsong in one fell swoop. Long Yi is so righteous and organized that Xiang Yu doubly agrees with him and immediately ordered Zhongli to lead 40,000 soldiers and horses to cut off the canal, and ordered Long Yi to lead 40,000 soldiers and horses to penetrate straight into Aotsong. As for this king, he will personally lead his army to attack Xingyang. Xiang Yu gave the order, and the Chu army was instantly running. Zhongli with his army directly ran wildly to the Han army's canal position with the momentum of a cover-up, cutting off the connection with Aotsong. Long Yi, on the other hand, launched an attack on Aotsong at the same time. Due to the sudden appearance of the Chu army and its unparalleled valor, the Han army, which was tired of fighting, was totally inadequate. In just half a day, the tunnel was cut off and Aotsong was occupied by the Chu army. When the news reached Liu Bang, he didn't have the slightest worry, but just faintly ordered, give a letter to Xiao Chang, informing him that the grain and grass are in danger. Xiao He was in charge of the rear, not to mention the loss of a granary, even the loss of 10 he was not afraid of. He is only afraid that Xiang Yu will attack Xiang Yu during Tang Fangxing's absence and die on the way. It can't be helped, after seeing Tang Fangxing's godly horse control skills, it's hard for others to get into the picture. Zhuge Liang couldn't help but roll his eyes after hearing Liu Bang's broken thoughts. Within this month of Tang Fangxing's absence, Liu Bang had collectively shouted the other party's name 756 times. 755 of those times were in his sleep, so frequent that even Lu Qian could not hope to catch up with him. Thinking of this, Zhuge Liang could not help but shake his head and say, "King Han, be at ease. General Tang has already rushed to Xinjiang with Zhao Wangxie in his custody, and according to the time projection, it is estimated that he will arrive by this evening." Before the words left his mouth, a guard hurriedly ran and knelt down on one knee. "Report King Han. General Tang escorting Zhao Wangxie has arrived in Xinjiang and is now resting in his residence." Liu Bang was overjoyed, pulling Zhang Liang and running towards the mansion. Pushing open the gate, Liu Bang swept straight past Zhao Wangxie and held Tang Fangxing's hand tightly. "Brother Tang, you've finally come back. I, Lu Ji, have missed you a lot. Men, pass on my order to bestow the fastest horse in the army on Brother Tang." After having Tang Fangxing protect him every inch of the way, Liu Bang's entire being brightened up. Zhang Liang, however, sighed quietly. "King Han, since the Chu army has already broken through Aotsong, their next step must be to attack Xinjiang. A gentleman does not stand on a dangerous wall. Why don't we avoid the Chu army for a while and retreat to Guangzhong?" Lu Oai also seconded. "What Mr. Zifang said is very true. Now in the Chu army hard to touch, only a dead end." Liu Bang sneered. "I avoid him? I say you two discuss how to live more and more small. Today I Lu Ji will put the words here, inches will not be moved. Because I promised Han Xian, here to be Xiang Yu's bait, he went to clean up the various vassals. You guys don't worry, when the situation is really urgent, General Han will definitely lead his troops to come to the rescue. Besides, with Brother Tang here, who in the world can keep me?" Seeing Liu Bang's iron will to stay, the crowd stopped discouraging him. Instead, Tang Fangxing's opinion of Liu Bang increased a few more points. "You say that Liu Bang is afraid of death, but he dared to face Xiang Yu's army directly in Xinjiang. If you say Liu Bang is not afraid of death, he can kick his own son and daughter off the carriage on the way to escape." Like Han Xian, Liu Bang is a contradictory person. As Zhang Liang predicted, Xiang Yu led his army to the city and decisively ordered a strong attack on Xinjiang. However, under the command of Liu Bang and Zhang Liang, all the Han soldiers were able to withstand the fierce attack of the Chu army with their strong will. This fight lasted for several months. The Chu army was unable to attack for a long time, and the two armies had to start a confrontation in Xinjiang. And at this moment, the Chu army camp was horribly quiet, and everyone was gloomy. Because they couldn't figure out why the other side still had an unending supply of grain and grass even though they had clearly destroyed more than 10 of Liu Bang's granaries. If it wasn't for the fact that the captured grain and grass were all under their noses, they were afraid that they would really have to wonder if they were breaking into a ghost. There was no way, it was too damn evil. Obviously there was only one Guangzhong region, but there was so much food that it was as unceasing as occupying the whole world. Tang Fangxing Yu Chayan live streaming back and forth scurrying audience, but this is well aware of. Because they know that it is not Liu Bang who opened the grain unlimited hang. Rather, it was the man Xiao He who opened the hang. This guy sitting in the rear is like releasing a cow into the prairie, eating grass and milking it. It can always turn rottenness into magic, constantly squeezing out grain and grass to supply the front line in Xinjiang. Of course, if they were rating the people's fat and wealth, the pop-ups wouldn't be saying that Xiao He was open to the world. There was one time when grain was transported, it was Tang Fangxing who personally traveled to Guangzhong, but he was surprised to find that under the constant supply of grain, the living standard of the people in Guangzhong area did not decline at all. It's even better than it would have been if the war hadn't started. Where the hell can we argue with that? Countless people are puzzled, only to attribute to Xiao He opened unlimited grain hanging, and crown Xiao He the strongest logistical title. With the military genius Han Xian on his left hand, the strongest logistic Xiao He on his right hand, and a conspicuous strategist Zhang Liang in the middle, is this the ancestral chimera attribute of the old Liu family? The Prime Minister looked at Xiao He and thought about it all night, but he couldn't figure out where the grain came from. This Xiao He is too scary, pure infinite grandma mom, no wonder to the overlord Xiang Yu are whole depressed. Han Xiaozhang can be called the three masters of the early Han Dynasty, the world's vassals who get the three masters of the early Han Dynasty who get the world, the real I'm on me too. You can do it? Do you have Liu Bang's mindset of taking what you can afford and letting go, appointing people on the basis of merit, and using people without doubt or suspicion? Funny. Without Liu Bang's unique charisma, why would the three heroes of the Han Dynasty be devoted to you? Liu Bang is the only one who dares to make a man who has never fought a battle and has only read military books become a general in command of the three armies overnight. That's true, but Liu Bang is still in a bad position. Even if Xiao He can milk the cow, he will be milked dry one day, so Liu Bang has to think of a way to break the situation. Just when the pop-up screen for Liu Bang exhaustively think of ways to break the game, Jinping is suddenly looking for Liu Bang. I have a plan to centrifuge Xiang Yu's monarch and ministers. King Han only needs to give me 10,000 gold. 10,000 gold? How much are you sure of? 2 or 3%? What if it's 20,000 gold? 50%. What about 40,000 gold? 10%. Liu Bang narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, I'll give you 80,000 gold. Tang Fengxiang was dumbfounded. What godly boss? Chapter 88, The Chu Army, which is shrouded in rumors. Chen Ping was dumbfounded. Looking at the 8 gesture that Liu Bang had compared, he subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Heaven and earth, he thought that Liu Bang would be able to give him 10,000 gold and that would be the top of the sky, but he didn't expect that this amount would be a whole 8 times more. It came to an appalling 80,000 gold. A soldier dies for a friend, and in the face of Liu Bang's unconditional trust, Chen Ping bowed his head in obeisance. Ping, I will fulfill the trust of King Han. And at this time the pop up. Nima, what kind of godly boss is this Liu Bang? Chen Ping asked for 10,000 gold, but Liu Bang gave a full 80,000 gold. Who wouldn't die for that? When I see Liu Bang I think of my boss, a monthly salary of 3,000 but asking me to do a job with a salary of 30,000, I really laugh. The company gives you the opportunity to sharpen, young people have to suffer more, you are still young, this project counts me, you do not do, there are people to do, young people do not be in the blessed, do not know the blessing out. Liu Bang and other bosses are different, he draws a big cake, he is really give. The pop-ups used the matter of Liu Bang to frantically bash a bunch of capitalists in the real world. As the saying goes, there is no gap without comparison. Once Liu Bang appeared on the scene, he instantly pulled away from the other bosses. But 80,000 gold is not a small amount after all, the matter is important. Chen Ping immediately got up, one by one, the whole plan. Although the Chu army is powerful, but there are 3 fatal weaknesses. One is the dragon and Zhongli, these several generals, they have great achievements in battle, but in the official title than Zigui, Yu Chaiyang, but far worse. They are not rewarded for their achievements, so they must have some grievances in their hearts. The second is the composition of the Chu army. There are many Qin generals among them. These people in Xiang Yu's eyes there is no trust to speak of. When Xiang Yu killed 200,000 Qin soldiers, I don't know how many Qin people are disgusted. Of course, if these 2 points alone are not enough to disintegrate the Chu camp internally, but if we add Xiang Yu's suspicious nature and his conceited and invincible character, it will surely cause the Chu camp to fall into turmoil. People will have suspicion, and this suspicion is the poison that my subordinate has given to the Chu army. Liu Bang's face changed from careless to heavy, and in the end, he even stood up, very excited. This plan is wonderful. I wonder if there is a target candidate. Chen Ping smiled sinisterly, very venomous. The Chu army has many soldiers and generals, but only a few strategists. Ping thought that this plan should focus on targeting Fan Zhang. It's best if we can get rid of this right-hand man. Even if we can't, we still need to centrifuge the 2 officials. Hearing these words, Tang Fengxiang could not help but suck in a breath of cool air, and his eyes towards Chen Ping brought a hint of horror. He had never thought that the seemingly kind-hearted Chen Ping was the most vicious one in Liu Bang's group. Fan Zhang's name is as famous as thunder, both as Xiang Yu's subfather and Xiang Yu's only top strategist. If Xiang Yu is compared to a strong horse, then since Xiang Liang's death, Xiang Yu's strong horse has lost its reins and no one can dissuade it anymore. Fan Zhang belongs to the saddle, although he cannot control Xiang Yu's horse, but he can control the general direction. But Fan Zhang was abolished, Xiang Yu will no longer have checks and balances. To the other side of the headstrong and self-opinionated nature, it is unlikely that he will do anything against the sky. This plan is so insidious and chilling. With so much at stake, Chen Ping got his hands on 80,000 gold and took action at the first opportunity. Tang Fengxiang, on the other hand, was arranged by Liu Bang to assist on the side. Said to assist, but the discerning person is clear, this is Liu Bang assured. After all, 80,000 gold is too much, almost emptied Liu Bang's family. Chen Ping is happy to see this, accompanied by Tang Fengxiang as his personal bodyguard, and also to avoid other people using this to criticize him for enriching himself. Soon, Chen Ping found the soldiers from the Chu camp cast over the ruminant, after some interrogation of the root of the matter, to determine the other party is a sincere defection, rather than spies. Chen Ping took a deep breath and opened the door. Go and select dozens of smart, strong, loyal and reliable good hands from among all the soldiers who have thrown themselves over from the Chu camp. This group of good hands are fully under my command, you will do whatever I tell you to do, can you understand? Ruminant Dog nodded heavily, here. I'll do it now. Ruminant Dog was very efficient, and in just a short while he had selected 50 good men. All of them are strong and powerful, not to mention that they have a deadly grudge against Xiang Yu. Chen Ping was very satisfied, and immediately afterward, all the 80,000 gold allocated by Liu Bang was packed and mentioned in front of the soldiers. As the cloth bag was lifted, the bright golden light instantly flashed so brightly that everyone could not open their eyes. The scene is very quiet, only the sound of gulping constantly resounded. Everyone stared at the gold and silver things, pupils full of greed and yearning. In the next second, Chen Ping's devil-like voice sounded. I know that you all have your own close friends in the Chu camp, so King Han has come to send you money. All you need to do is sneak back to the Chu camp and send the gold and silver treasures in front of you to your former comrade brothers. If you succeed in pulling one person in, you will be rewarded with 10 gold, and if you are unfortunate enough to be killed, then the King of Han will double the gold and send it to your homes. Your mission after arriving at the Chu camp is very clear, that is to make Zhong Liang and also Jibu, these generals, feel that they are not Xiang Yu's close confidants, and that only Xiang Zhuang, Xiang Bo, and Yu Chaoyan, these family members' hairdressers, are Xiang Yu's close confidants. After giving the task, Jinping also said not to be stingy with the property, must be generous, shedding the child's set not the wolf. Then also said that do not be afraid of things to be made big, on the contrary, the bigger the better, be sure to let the whole Chu camp every corner, all spread these rumors. Brothers, do you understand? The group of good men at the bottom glanced at each other, arched their hands and shouted, "Here!" The plan was finalized, and the crowd immediately took action. Along with the decreasing gold and silver, a stream of gossip gradually circulated in the Chu army camp. Xiang Yu did not take these words to heart at first, and only regarded them as rumors caught in the wind. However, Yu Chaoyan frowned, vaguely sensing that something was wrong. Because he realized that these rumors were not catching the wind, but that someone was pushing behind the scenes. This familiar feeling instantly reminded him of the scene when Prime Minister Zhuge slandered Sima Yi, as well as Jia Dang, who was known as the poisonous scholar. When he told Xiang Yu about the speculation in his heart, Xiang Yu waved his hand without any concern. "Chaoyan, you and I grew up together since we were young. Please believe in Big Brother and also believe in these generals under you. Don't worry, as long as Big Brother is still around, they won't dare to mess around for a day." Xiang Yu is very confident and can even be said to be conceited. But he ultimately overestimated himself, and he was not the first emperor who overpowered the world. As time festered, the entire Chu army camp was caught in the grip of rumors. Among King Xiang's generals, Long and Zhongli had the most credits, but they could not crack the land and claim the throne, so they agreed with Liu Bang to besiege Xiang Yu together. 3 men make a tiger, and all the people are hardy. Under the rumor attack and brainwashing throughout the day, Xiang Yu's firm heart began to waver. He became suspicious of Long and Zhongli, and others. Chapter 89. Sure enough, hearts that play with their brains are dirty. Xiang Yu is confident in a good way, conceited in a bad way, and headstrong and bent on having his own way in a worse way. He is as skeptical as Mr. Cao, but he does not have the mindset of Mr. Cao to appoint people on the basis of meritocracy. Obviously laid down a huge territory, would rather rot in the hands, but also refuse to share out, typical of cronyism. In his eyes, only Yu Chaoyan, Yu Zigui, Xiang Bo, these relatives hair small, only worthy of being called his own people. As for Long and Zhongli, who were so successful in battle and who had fought and died together with him, they were just underlings. When suspicion comes together, it will be hard to eliminate, and the consequences will be even more disastrous. Xiang Yu not only did not call them to discuss the military situation, but even handed over all the military power of a few people to Yu Chaoyan without any notification. Although he is trusted by Xiang Yu, Yu Chaoyan understands very well that he can't play with these armies. Handing over the military power to him is just like Meng Yu and Prime Minister Zhuge, destined to be captured 7 times and released 7 times, being played by the Han army in the palm of their hands. Great King, Chaoyan has something to say. Xiang Yu did not raise his head. "You say. Yu Chaoyan is terrified. You gave me all the military talismans of the battalions, what about General Long, General Zhong and the others? Military affairs are like fire and water, do they need to consult me when they mobilize their troops?" "Right." Xiang Yu smiled calmly, "All actions in the army must be authorized by you. Without your permission, no one can mobilize a single soldier. I'd like to see how they can come and attack me with Liu Bang without military power." Faced with Xiang Yu's arrangement, Xiang Bo offered his opinion. "Your Majesty's move will surely cause dissatisfaction among the generals, and even internal division and fighting. The biggest enemy today is Liu Bang. I hope that the Great King will withdraw his order." Xiang Zhuang saw the needles. "I support the Great King's decision. Chaoyan grew up with us and will never harm us. On the contrary, Long and Zhongli have too much power and sometimes pressurize you, Great King. The unauthorized killing of Liu Bang's family before is the best proof." Hearing this, Xiang Yu, who was already suspicious, started to become even more suspicious. In spite of Yu Chaoyan and Xiang Bo's dissuasion, Xiang Yu was bent on collecting the military power of all the generals, and also sent his close friends to act as deputy generals beside Zhongli, Jia and others. On the face of it, it is to transfer a helper, but in reality, it is used to monitor. In the face of Xiang Yu's various operations, Long and Zhongli were aggrieved and had to find Fan Zhang to complain about their grievances. In order to avoid further fermentation, Fan Zhang assures everyone that he will personally go to Xiang Yu to explain this matter and return a clear sky to everyone. But before Fan Zhang could find Xiang Yu, Jinping started his next plan. Although the rumors have caused panic among the Chu army, they have not caused any actual harm. In order to completely set this fire, Jinping changed his target and pointed at Sima Yi, the representative of the surrendered generals of the Qin dynasty. Xiang Yu was naturally distrustful of the Qin people, so Jinping ordered his men to secretly send a letter to Sima Yi, fabricating a false impression of collusion with Liu Bang. He also chose a dead soldier and ordered him to dress up as a spy of the Chu camp and went to see Cao Gui, who was guarding Chengao together with Sima Yi, in the night. Say that Sima Yi and the King of Han have been exchanging letters, and that there is a messenger from the King of Han to meet Sima Yi this very night. It was night. Faced with the sudden arrival of the messenger, Sima Xian did not overreact, but with a calm face ordered the messenger to be handed over to Cao Gui to deal with. As soon as the words left his mouth, Cao Gui came uninvited and chopped off the messenger's head with his sword. This move can give Sima Xian anxious. The messenger is dead, then he really is the yellow mud into the pants pocket, not as also. However, Cao Gu said calmly, this person is a dead soldier of Liu Bang. Even if he makes a fuss in front of the king, he will still say that you are a spy. Instead of being passive, why don't you kill him in one stroke? When the great king asks, I will testify for you. Cao Gu was righteous, his words filled with trust in Sima Xian. Sima Xian was touched by this, and immediately handed the letter to Cao Guan. Brother Cao, my brother's life is in your hands. Cao Gui arched his hand and smiled, don't worry, I will not let brother Sima down. In Sima Xian's moved eyes, Cao Gui turned to leave. In the next second, Cao Gui appeared in front of Xiang Yu and knelt down on one knee. Your Majesty, Sima Xian, a surrendered general of the Qin Dynasty, has conspired with Liu Bang and wants to do something untoward. Great king, please look. Saying that, Cao Gui took out the letter and handed it to Xiang Yu. Fan Zhang on the side immediately arched his hand. Your Majesty, this is Liu Bang's plan to disassociate, do not believe it. Xiang Yu believes Sima Xian on the surface, but in his heart, he has already planted the seeds of doubt. In order to find out the truth, Xiang Yu sent Xiang Bo and Xiang Zhuang to Xingyang under the pretext of making peace. However, he did not know that Qin Ping had already set up a dragnet. Before the two sides could talk for a few sentences, a messenger rushed into the residence and knelt down on one knee. Lord Chen, Sima Xian has sent a secret letter. Looking at the secret letter presented by the messenger, Qin Ping was furious. Who let you in? Can't you see that I'm in the middle of a meeting? Get off! Seeing Qin Ping so agitated, Xiang Zhuang and Xiang Bo glanced at each other, certain of his heart's guess. The two immediately stopped communicating and found a random reason to leave Xingyang. The two of them ran furiously all the way and eventually intercepted the messenger sent by Qin Ping. Your family, King Han, asked you to deliver a letter to whom? The messenger, faced with a forced question, decisively ended himself. The two fumbled around for a while and found a secret letter on the messenger's body, the contents of which shocked the two. They returned to the camp and reported the letter and what they saw in Xingyang to Xiang Yu. But before Xiang Yu could check, Peng Yu took advantage of Xiang Yu's expedition against Liu Bang and not only captured Peng City and 17 cities in Liang, but also cut off the food route of the Chu army. Xiang Yu was furious and immediately led his army to conquer Peng Yu and ordered Cao Gui to guard Li Chang. Fan Zhang is not at ease with Cao Gu, so he calls Sima Xian and hands him a secret letter to stop Cao Gu from making a mistake at the critical moment. He thought it was safe, but the reckless Cao Gui ignored Fan Zhang's advice and ordered him to face the attack of the Han army. Pass on my general's order, leave 500 soldiers to guard the city, the rest of the men and horses follow me to battle. Capture Zhou Bo alive. But what Cao Gui didn't know was that the reason why the Chu army swept across the world was all because Xiang Yu was sitting there. Xiang Yu is not here, the fighting power of the Chu army is going to drop by more than a few levels. Not only did all the soldiers that Cao Guan brought out die in battle, even he himself died on the battlefield, and Chestnut City was then lost. Liu Bang did not hurry to enter the city, but waited for Sima Xian to escape before entering the city slowly. The play, naturally, should be a full set. The news spreads quickly, and when he learns that Chestnut City has lost its defense, Xiang Yu can't care about chasing Peng Yu, and he directly leads his army to kill back. The reason is very simple, Yu Ji is still in Li Chang. Xiang Yu was in charge, and the Chu army quickly recaptured the city, but he did not find Yu Ji, only an abandoned robe. A bad thought immediately surfaced in Xiang Yu's mind. After all, Liu Bang's special fetish is well known. Fortunately, Yu Ji was not robbed by Liu Bang, but secretly hidden. Xiang Yu was relieved and turned his attention to Sima Xian. As the same general defending the city, Cao Go died in the battle, but Sima Xian is still alive, and when thinking about the two previous letters, Xiang Yu is immediately sure that Sima Xian is a spy of the Han army. However, Fan Zhang is a loyalist and believes that Sima Xian is loyal to the Han army. Sima Xian is a loyal and bold person, with courage and resourcefulness. The king must not be recklessly jealous. Xiang Yu agreed on the surface, but privately he took the initiative to summon Sima Xian. Mr. Fan Zhang gave you a secret order to make Cao Gui listen to you at critical moments, is there such a thing? At this time, Sima Xian did not know that Fan Zhang and Xiang Yu confessed, and he decisively denied it out of his protection of Fan Zhang. Really no? Your Majesty, there really isn't. Seeing Sima Xian's mouth full of lies, Xiang Yu is even more certain of his inner conjecture and sneers. Good. Then you will write down every single thing that happened since the surrender without any details. No matter who you've spoken to or what you've done, as long as you remember it, write it down word for word. When these words came out, the already tormented Sima Xian was instantly chilled. Since returning to the throne, I have been loyal to the great king and have been born into death for many years. Even if there is no merit, there is still hard work. Why do you need to humiliate me like this, great king? Xiang Yu chewed his beans without lifting his head. This king neither suspects you nor humiliates you. Just asking you to write it all down one by one. What, are you illiterate, or do you have a ghost in your heart? Don't dare to write? Having said this, Sima Yi no longer defended himself, but only sullenly bowed his hand and retreated. It was night. Sima Yi laughed miserably and stuck his chopsticks hard into his heart. So far, Sima Yi, who was loyal to Xiang Yu, did not die on the sands of battle with the Han army, but died under Xiang Yu's horrible suspicious heart. When the news came out, Tang Fengsheng stared at the bland Chen Ping in death as chills swept through his body. Poison. Chen Ping is too poisonous. As the saying goes, only the enemy knows how wronged you are. From the beginning to the end, this was nothing more than a play put on by Chen Ping. Without wasting a single soldier, he made Sima Yi commit suicide with injustice, and made the whole Chu camp panic. Its effect is even better than that of thousands of troops and horses. Chen Ping's figure gradually overlapped with Jia, causing him to take a deep breath and sigh heavily. Sure enough, these brain-playing hearts are dirty. Chapter 90 External Brain God. Zhuge is online. Sima Yi's suicidal move not only failed to clear his name. On the contrary, it also made Xiang Yu more and more sure of his inner guess. If it is not a spy, why would he commit suicide? The reason why he committed suicide was just to harbor other accomplices. With his suspicion magnified indefinitely, Xiang Yu decisively ordered a thorough investigation of all Qin Dynasty surrendered generals. He also inspired his generals to raise their hands, and was bound to find out all the Han spies. This order, the whole Chu camp up and down the wind instantly, fear and trepidation, triggered a series of chain reaction. Because they all know that Sima Yi is loyal, the reason why he ended up like this, all from Xiang Yu's terrible suspicion. In order to avoid getting into trouble, most of the generals wrote letters to report other Qin generals. The number of people involved was so large that even Yu Chaoyang couldn't help but feel scared, fearing that the entire Chu army would fall apart if they continued. Your Majesty, do we really need to continue to investigate further? If I don't investigate, I'll go down with a fire and burn it clean. If I investigate, many people will die because of it. Xiang Yu patted Yu Chaoyang's shoulder and smiled faintly. Those who die are enemies, isn't that good? Yu Chaoyang is silent for a moment and finally nods. Okay, I understand. As soon as the order for a thorough investigation was issued, the Chu army camp was suddenly in a state of panic. Anyone who was once a Qin general, or even had contact with a Qin general, was basically called by Xiang Yu for questioning. If they do not cite anyone suspicious, they themselves will be judged as spies. In order to stay alive, they can only point to people to get them killed. After Xiang Yu's operation, all the surrendered generals of Qin became spies of the Han army. Long Yi could not bear this ridiculous behavior and immediately went to Xiang Yu to discuss the matter, but he was stopped by Zhongli Zi. You want to die? Want to be hanged alive like a traitor? Long moreover's eyes were red and his body trembled. Then should we watch our fellow comrades die with injustice? They are warriors, they should die on the sands, not in. Zhong Lijun was silent. Why didn't he know that these people were wrongly accused? But at this time, Xiang Yu has long been eroded by suspicion and lost his mind. Whoever dares to jump out and oppose at this time, no matter how iron the relationship was before, will be considered as a traitorous accomplice. By nightfall, all of the hundreds of identified Qin surrendered generals were dragged to the execution ground to be beheaded in batches. As the swords in axemen's hands rose and fell, a dead head rolled down, and the blood eroded the earth. Zhang Li couldn't stand it anymore and broke down, shouting, Yuziki, our enemy is the Han army on the other side. It's the Han army, not our brothers and fellow soldiers. In the face of Zhong Li's collapsing shouts, Yuziki could only persuade him bitterly, this matter is the great king's intention to stop the rumors from spreading at all costs, and it is better to be killed by mistake than to be spared. General Zhongli, your status is sensitive, it is better to avoid danger. Zhongli glared angrily, I was born and died with the king, my loyalty can be seen by the sun and the moon. Your Highness, he still doubts me. Yuziki opened his mouth, but ultimately did not speak. Now these people died, which is not in Xiang Yu together with the birth of death over, not the same with the injustice of death. The king has completely killed his eyes, will he care about this? If he really cared, he wouldn't have killed these people. 1,000 words finally turned into a sigh. The next day, when news of Zhong Li's disobedience spreads, Xiang Yu immediately loses trust in him and puts him on the investigation list. Fan Zhang, who was in frequent contact with Zhong Li Qi, also got into trouble. Xiang Yu not only lost his trust in him, but also distanced himself from him and did not even call him to discuss military affairs. But despite this, Fan Zhang only thought Xiang Yu was playing a childish tantrum, and for the sake of Chu's hegemony, he still came to the meeting spontaneously with his walking stick. But as he listened, a sinister laugh suddenly rang out. Why is the military commander sneering? Naturally, because it's funny to laugh. Listen to you guys discussing here, it's like a child learning to talk. It sounds like human language, but it's actually not human language. Seeing Fan Zhang's mouth full of eccentricity, Xiang Zhuang, who was already not dealing with him, quickly warned him to pay attention to his words, but Fan Zhang not only didn't restrain himself, instead angrily rebuked them for being half-assed. If they continue, they will lose the war sooner or later. Xiang Zhuang instantly red-warmed and started an argument with Fan Zhang. But Xiang Yu, a military general, would not be Fan Zheng's opponent and was soon sprayed with blood. In anger, Xiang Yu pushed Fan Zheng hard, and Fan Zheng came back to his senses and hit Xiang Yu with his walking stick. However, no matter how hard he tried, the cane did not move, and he turned his head to see that Xiang Yu was holding the cane. Although Xiang Yu did not say anything, the meaning of favoritism is obvious. Seeing this, Fan Zheng was immediately disheartened. After giving Xiang Yu a lifetime of schemes, he did not expect that he would become an outsider instead. In the night, Gaixia took the initiative to approach Fan Zheng and complained, since Xiang Yu came back from Liu Bang, everything has changed. Fan Zheng shook his head bitterly, thinking he is wise, even believed in this little trick, pitiful, sad and hateful. That's just it, my position as a military advisor is famous but not real, so I'll retire. Seeing Fan Zheng budging retired idea, Zhongli instantly panicked, he is too clear Fan Zheng's role in the Chu army. It's no exaggeration to say that Fan Zheng alone can be worth 100,000 soldiers. Zhongli Biao flung himself to his knees and arched his hand. Please think twice before you act, the king is only blinded by Liu Bang, as long as you are willing to talk to the king carefully, the problem will surely be solved. For the sake of Chu's hegemony, Fan Zheng lamented and decided to bow down to Xiang Yu. But what he didn't expect was that he stood in the wind and snow for the whole night without seeing Xiang Yu. Dawn came and the sky turned up a touch of fish belly white. Fan Zheng did not insist on meeting Xiang Yu, but quietly packed his luggage and left the Chu army camp without a word, deciding to go into seclusion. As the saying goes, it is only after losing that you will cherish it. When Xiang Yu learned of Fan Zheng's departure, he panicked as far as the naked eye could see. He just wanted to suppress Fan Zheng, he never suspected Fan Zheng, not to mention letting Fan Zheng leave. At the time when he was at 6s and 7s, Xiang Yu subconsciously found Yu Chaoyang, his tone was terrified, Chaoyang. Yafu, he's gone, what should we do? Yu Chaoyang took a deep breath, now you know you're afraid? Yesterday, the military master stood in the wind and snow for the whole night, don't you know that? What? Yafu stood in the wind and snow for a whole night? Xiang Yu's expression is flustered, I spent last night with Yu Ji. If I had known, would I have let Yafu stand for the whole night? Yu Chaoyang interrupts Xiang Yu's speech, none of this is important, the priority is to chase the military division back. Yes, chase Yafu back. Xiang Yu's eyes were glowing and he summoned Yu Ziki to order him to lead his elite cavalry to recover Fan Zheng. Meanwhile, the Chu army camp started to kill cows and cook sheep, and Xiang Yu was ready to apologize to Fan Zheng with the highest standard. But human calculation is not as good as heaven's calculation after all. Fan Zheng is already very old, and recently he has frequently attacked his heart in anger, plus he stood in the wind and snow for the whole night, his body is already on the verge of limit. So when Xiang Yu saw Fan Zheng again, the other party had already lost his vital signs. No, Yafu. Xiang Yu is in pain, and the Chu army is all white onyx. Liu Bang is smiling and the Han army is rejoicing. I didn't realize that Fan Zheng, the old thief, really died, but it was a good death. Once Fan Zheng dies, Xiang Yu, the piker, will only have courage left. Good death, ha 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 ha. While Liu Bang laughed heartily, Xiang Yu was chopped liver and desperately whacked his head. He thought of the first time he met Fan Zheng, and then he thought of the time he asked Fan Zheng to come out in his hut. This old bone of mine doesn't have much time left, so I'll add some firewood to you, so that the fire of restoring Chu will burn all over the world. Let you go farther and farther, more and more stable, this is my ambition. The more Xiang Yu reminisced, the more he could not stop his tears, and in an instant, he cried into tears. Chaoyang, without Yafu, what should we do? What should we do? Looking at Xiang Yu, who was crying into tears, Yu Chaoyang's heart felt bad. Although Xiang Yu is a bit suspicious, he really has no words for him. When there is something good, he will always think of this hairy guy of his in the first place. But the key is, he's got no moves. As a military general, he couldn't beat Fan Kuai, Han Xian, Chao Sun, and even Tang Fongxing could rub him on the ground. As a strategist, he couldn't count Zhang Liang or Qin Ping. The only thing worth bragging about was pushing a four-wheeled cart for Prime Minister Zhuge for 7 years. Prime Minister Zhuge, wait. If that's the case, then why don't we let Prime Minister Zhuge help with some advice? He doesn't have a brain, but Prime Minister Zhuge does. Moreover, this Zhuge Prime Minister is not an ordinary Zhuge Prime Minister. Rather, it's the god of the second Shomo, both civil and military, and the third creation of Yan Han. Zhuge Liang. Thinking of this, Yu Chaoyang switched backstage at fire speed and clicked on Three Kingdoms Battle. After realizing that the archive was still there, Yu Chaoyang couldn't help but take a deep breath with an excited expression. Because he knew that Overlord Xiang Yu's external brain is online. Chapter 91 Hanging. There's hanging. As for the matter of letting the Prime Minister give advice, Yu Chaoyang did not have any psychological burden. It was not true that he was a loyal fan of the great Han. But the loyalty is to the three brothers Lu Guan and Zhang, and the Shu Han fought by Chancellor Zhuge, not Han Gaozu Liu Bang. What? You said Liu Bang is Liu Bei's ancestor. Isn't this too treasonous?
Come on, it's the 20th century, it's common for fathers and sons to kill each other, let alone Liu Bei and Liu Bang, who have been out of the five suits for many generations. If the Prime Minister, who looks down upon the world as a man of letters, had known that he could fight with the three masters of the early Han Dynasty, he would not have refused to do so.
Of course, these are just excuses Yu Chaoyang made for himself.
The main thing is that he wants to know if with the help of the Prime Minister, Overlord Xiang Yu can change history or not.
As well as wanting to witness a battle between top strategists spanning hundreds of years.
Yu Chao Sunshine was feeling a burst of excitement at the thought of it, so he no longer hesitated and immediately entered into Three Kingdoms battle. Waiting for the field of vision to restore the light, has entered the game. What met his eyes was a large tree with yellowed and constantly falling leaves, as well as a middle-aged man covered in tendon flesh. The man was covered in white hair and carried a round boulder in each hand, securing around 30 pounds. Although time had passed and spring had passed, Yu Chaoyang recognized this middle-aged man at a glance.
It was none other than Prime Minister Zhuge of the second week.
Noticing that there was an additional person in the courtyard, Prime Minister Zhuge, who was a military general, immediately changed his face. Turning around for a split second, two stone piers came calling straight to Yu Chaoyang's head.
Until bang!
The stone pier crashed to the ground with a loud bang, and the Prime Minister's trembling voice rang out.
You, General Yu? Is it really you, or is Rio dreaming again?
Yu Chaoyang's nose was sore and he tightly held the Prime Minister's big hand. It's me. Chaoyang has come to push your four-wheeled vehicle again. When the Prime Minister heard this, his eyes instantly turned red and he could not be calmed for a long time. Since Liu Bei's claim to the throne of the three creation Han, the vast majority of the capable men and women, including Tang Fengsheng Yu Chaoyang, had all strangely disappeared. Even after turning over the entire Jihan, he hadn't been able to find a few people. This is a peace of mind for the Prime Minister, who expected that today the other party is again appeared out of thin air, as that day disappeared out of thin air. All sorts of miraculous, making the Prime Minister more and more sure of the heart of the guess, but he did not directly demolish, but no head asked a sentence.
This time back, still go? Yu Chaoyang was silent for a moment and nodded slightly, to leave, but the end will come back to see you.
The Prime Minister's flesh-eye visible loss up, a full incense stick before slowing down, followed by picking up a single coat and casually draping it over his body, and walked straight towards the house.
General Yu, please. Prime Minister, please.
The two of them entered the house one after the other, a few green smoke rising with them, and sat on their knees looking at each other. After a short period of recovery, the Prime Minister once again restored the former radiance, eyes like a torch, as if everything is under control. General Yu's visit today must be something to ask, please speak freely. Looking at the Prime Minister who made tea, Yu Chaoyang could not help but shake his head. As expected, no matter what time of the day it was, the Prime Minister would always be that Prime Minister, smart to the core. Without waiting for him to speak, he had already guessed 9 times out of 10.
There's no rush.
Yu Chaoyang lightly sipped the hot tea and didn't open the door, instead chatting with the Prime Minister about the changes in recent years.
After Big Brother's 3 creation of Han, is there still war in the world?
The Prime Minister shook his head. The whole is thriving, but there will inevitably be small-scale riots, but there is no harm. Yun Chang'e Zilong is in his prime and has a strong army.
Yu Chaoyang nodded and asked, has Cao Cao returned from his western expedition?
Our great Han general of the Western Conquest returned from the East in December of last year, taking a combined total of 11 years and 3 months, and bringing back potatoes and sweet potatoes and all sorts of divine things. Today the people are rich, and every house is not closed at night. It is a time of prosperity that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. The Prime Minister's mouth corner contains a smile, very proud. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, continued, General, you can know the other side of the ocean is what kind of scene? You can't imagine, a group of blonde hair and blue eyes, a group of hair and blood drinking and unenlightened savages, has occupied nearly 90% of the world's land.
It would be foolish not to take the gift of heaven, and His Majesty has scheduled the beginning of spring next year to officially open the great age of sail. You are not aware of Yin Chang and Fengxian. They are about to fight over this, ha ha ha. The Prime Minister's tone was agitated, and the excitement was visible to the naked eye. Under the grand goal of unifying the world, what was the Han Room? What was the 3 creations of Han? He wanted to plant the Han flag all over the world. Let the world from now on have only one color and one language. He will make the sun of the Han Dynasty hang high in the sky and never fall. Yu Chaoyang looked at the excited Prime Minister, his heart equally doubled with excitement and relief. The two of them took advantage of the hot tea, had a long hours of pleasantries and conversation, until dusk fell and still felt that they could not get enough of it. After a few moments of contemplation, Yu Chaoyang took a deep breath and finally revealed the true purpose of this trip. Prime Minister, may I ask how I should help Xiang Yu defeat Liu Bang and take over the world after Fan Zhang's death? The Prime Minister's eyes flashed with brilliance, secretly saying that this is indeed the case. In the face of Yu Chaoyang's question, the Prime Minister did not answer directly, but corrected himself. General Yu, what you and I are discussing is not for you to help Xiang Yu defeat Han Gaozu Liu Bang. Rather, we are reading history and discussing how Overlord Xiang Yu should defeat Han Gaozu Liu Bang under a hypothetical premise, right? The Prime Minister lightly shook his feather fan and opened his mouth with a smile. Yu Chaoyang slowly nodded. What the Prime Minister said is right. General Yu is quite a bit smarter, that's all, and allow Liang to fetch the map. The Prime Minister got up and pulled out a map from a shelf of books with precision and laid it flat on the tablet. As the brush in his hand continued to wave an outline, a clear and lucid map of the strategic layout was suddenly presented to everyone's eyes. The Prime Minister paused and looked up to ask, which camp is General Tang in? No. In your hypothetical, which camp should General Tang be in, and what position does he assume? Han, Liu Bang's personal guard. The Prime Minister nodded, and instantly there was another wave of outlining. After an incense stick burned, a map of Chu Han strewn with words appeared in the center of the screen. After reading the characters above, Yu Chaoyang's pupils suddenly shrunk, his heart was stone cold, and the pop-up screen was instantly boiling. Hanging. Hang. Chapter 92, A Diatribe Against the Han, 2 Discussions on 10 Strategies. The map of Chu Han is labeled with large and small arrows, as well as relevant matters that need attention. At first glance, it looks dazzling, but if you look closely, you will feel the details, because it is too comprehensive. On the strategic system reconstruction, to the distribution of personnel, down to the logistical handling of transportation, almost all aspects. It is no wonder that the pop-ups are astonished, calling Prime Minister Zhuge open. Nima, there is a Fan Zhang, but there is a God Zhuge, what else can Liu Bang play? The Prime Minister may not be as good as General Xian or Xiao He in logistics, but he's a good generalist. Prime Minister King versus Liu Bang, is this the right way to open the game? I'm looking forward to it. Even with the help of the Prime Minister, Overlord may not be able to win. The battlefield is ever-changing, and it's not as good as Han Xian's ability to make timely adjustments. What do you need to adjust when you've got the king in charge? Just close your eyes and follow the charge. What the king needs is a military advisor who can control the overall direction. If he had listened to Fan Zhang, he would have pushed the world 5 years ago. Why would we be in this situation now? He is headstrong, bent on having his own way, and is overconfident and even conceited. The reason why the king doesn't listen to Fan Zhang is because he joined in the middle of the road, but Yang is different. With the identity of his younger brother, he is not afraid of the king's suspicion. Han Xian, Zhang Liang, Xiao He and Liu Bang take a deep breath. This is the summit match. Yu Chaoyang's request for help with the Prime Minister's operation has undoubtedly opened the door to a new world for many aquatic friends. It also greatly improves the playability of the game as well as the ceiling. There's no way around it, both Three Kingdoms and Legend of Chu Han are too hardcore. The war can't be fought by military generals, the calculations can't be done by civil servants, and any armorer can rub them on the ground. After Yu Chaoyang's operation, the deadlock is undoubtedly completely broken. They could totally double up and go for other game characters to come up with ideas, and then feed the main play's game plot. Of course, this would take a lot of time. Without the 1-week program that pushed a 4-wheeler for 7 years, there wouldn't have been a 2-week program of God Zhuge pouring in. The Prime Minister lightly shook his feather fan, his expression glowing with confidence. In order to avoid Yu Chaoyang's inability to understand the meaning, the Prime Minister decided to break it up bit by bit. He only saw him sitting on the 4-wheeled vehicle with a smile on his face and said softly, "Dusk is approaching. Would the general be willing to push the vehicle for Liang once more?" Yu Chaoyang put away the map and firmly grasped the grip with both hands. Prime Minister's love, the last general is willing to go. Orange sunlight sprinkled down through the clouds, covering the two with a layer of golden straw raincoat. The sounds of vendors, children playing and women talking went on, but without exception, they all stopped and nodded in respect when they saw the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister immediately got to the point and said, in the hypothetical, if we want the king to defeat Han Gaozu, the transportation of the canal from Pengcheng to Chenggao front is the most important thing. Mobile grain stations can be established similar to the wooden oxen and horses system, with specific reference to the Shaohe grain transportation method implemented by Han Gaozu in Guangzhou. Second is the power structure of the decentralization reform, can be ordered to Zhong Lili in charge of cavalry, Long in infantry, you are in charge of logistics, the king of the supreme command. The three powers are divided into mutual constraints and can also guarantee the synergy. In addition, you can utilize the geographic advantage of Wu Zhong's talented children to implement the policy of farming and warfare as one in Jiangdong to improve the notoriety of massacres. The Prime Minister put forward 3 spot-on guidelines, giving the existing strategic system of the Chu army a wave of bloodletting. If they can be implemented without compromise, they will surely usher in a rebirth. However, with the overlord's nature, even if Yu Chaoyang is the other party's youngest child, there is no 100% guarantee that the other party will listen. After pointing out the 3 guidelines, the Prime Minister did not speak again, but waited for Yu Chaoyang to finish digesting before continuing. Gaining much help and losing little help, after the power structure is adjusted, then we should start to counteract the Han Gaozu alliance. We can follow the strategy of alliance with Wu against Chao and send Xiang Bo to contact Yingbu's old troops, promising them the fiefdom of Huainan in exchange for their second rebellion against Han.
At the same time, we can lure Zhang Han's remnants to counterattack the Han army's flanks with the offer of dividing Guangzhou. Subsequently form a special squad to storm the Han army's canal supply line, giving pressure on Han Gaozu's main forces grain and grass. In addition, in terms of reputation, you can have the overlord personally write a diatribe against the Han, counting the 10 major sins of Liu Bang, such as abandoning his father and killing meritorious ministers, to break Han Gaozu's golden body of benevolence and virtue. Press the military genius of the Marquis of Huayin to death in the Huainan Rebellion, besieged the main force of the Han army in Guangwu Mountain, presenting the situation of Chu attacking Han and defending it, so that the two sides are in opposition to each other, and when the time is ripe the world can be finalized in a single battle. A word out, all things stagnate. Whether it was Yu Chaoyang or Bouncer, they were all completely immersed in the Prime Minister's strategy, unable to return to their senses for a long time. This is not helping the overlord to unify the world, it's clearly taking Han Gaozu Liu Bang to his death. Especially that diatribe against Han is even more sinister to the extreme. You should know that the biggest gap between Liu Bang and Xiang Yu now is neither the strength of the army nor the strength of the country, it is precisely the reputation of this presentation side by side. Though Liu Bang's reputation accumulated over the years could not be destroyed by the Han diabolism alone, it could at least narrow the gap between the two sides. Combined with the implementation of the policy of integrating cultivation and war in Jiangdong to improve the bad reputation of massacre, it is still uncertain who will take over the world in the future. Of course, this is all based on Xiang Yu's trust in Yu Chaoyang and the fact that the world must be unified. Although rationality is beautiful, in the end, it is still a matter of practicality. With the grand strategy finalized, the Prime Minister pondered for a moment and continued. Fan Zhang died of illness. Chu army as much as White Onyx, the so-called Morning Army will win, can let the king take Xinjiang with a bang. In addition, cannot let Han Xian undistracted to expand the territory, need to send on the generals and armor 10,000 dead stare, with the constraints, Han Xian will not come out of the nest. Remember, Han Xian is good at guessing psychology, can break out in skirmishes, not a large army pressurized battle, staring at death can be. The Prime Minister shook his feather fan, as if he thought of something, added, the king's army is approaching Xinjiang, with the style of Gaozu will find an opportunity to escape, you need to carefully screen. If we can trap and kill Gaozu in Xinjiang. The Prime Minister waved his feather fan heavily, his words were very confident, the lords of the world can be broken at the snap of a finger. After saying this, the Prime Minister looked up at the sky and realized that the sun had long since disappeared and the full moon was hanging high in the sky. General Yu, it's getting late, you should go. Liang's hut in Luoyang will always be open for you. The Prime Minister gently patted Yu Chaoyang's shoulder and turned to walk into the darkness, then suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he said in a loud voice. If you have a chance to see General Tang, please help Liang bring a message to him. Just say. Fighting a war just by rote memorization is useless, you have to be able to shift flexibly. Feng Xian he personally wrote a halberd law, contains a lifetime of learning, let him have time to come back to see. Yu Chaoyang's nose was sore, with a trembling voice aloud, Prime Minister, I don't have it? You? Grind it out for another 10 years before you say it, ha 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 ha. In the sound of cheerful laughter, the Prime Minister's figure completely disappeared into the dark shadows. Yu Chaoyang, on the other hand, took a deep breath and returned to Legends of Chu Han once again with the Prime Minister's 2 treatises and 10 strategies scheme. Chapter 93 Zhan Liang, This Peak Match. Return to the Legend of Chu Han. At this moment, the Chu camp is still everyone's white onyx, and the mood is a million times lower. Yu Chaoyang took a deep breath and searched for Xiang Yu in the Chu camp, and finally found Xiang Yu who was drunk alone in the house where Fan Zhang lived before. The pungent odor of alcohol permeates the entire house, and the ground is sprinkled with manuscripts and bamboo tubes. Xiang Yu's hair is disheveled, his cheeks are red and his eyes are confused. Where is the appearance of the former overlord? Yu Chaoyang hated Xiang Yu, took the wine cup from his hand and slammed it on the ground, and said, Liu Bang is singing and dancing in Xinjiang, but you are drunk here. Is Fan Zhang your subfather or Liu Bang's subfather? Can you stand up to the military division's spirit in heaven? Xiang Yu hiccuped, who did I think it was? It turns out to be Chaoyang coming. Come, accompany my brother to have a drink, hee, where is my king's wine cup? Xiang Yu shook himself up and prepared to take another wine cup, but Yu Chaoyang directly clutched the other party's collar and rammed straight into it. Bang! A muffled sound was emitted from the collision of foreheads. Xiang Yu didn't have a thing to do, but on the contrary, Yu Chaoyang grimaced in pain. Seeing that Xiang Yu was still not awake, Yu Chaoyang again thumped 2 muffled sounds. Hiss! What's gotten into you, Chaoyang? Xiang Yu covered his head, his expression slightly pained. Yu Chaoyang snorted coldly and asked rhetorically, Am I the one going crazy or are you, my lord, going crazy? Have you not reacted yet, great king? The reason why Yafu died was all because of Liu Bang Qinping's divisive plan. You should chop off Liu Bang's head to honor Yafu's spirit in heaven, instead of torturing yourself by drinking mulled wine here. The burdens of millions of people in Chu are on your shoulders, how much longer will the great king fall? Yu Chaoyang's words were so heartbreaking that Xiang Yu bowed his head in shame, his fists clenched tightly, and his pupils burned with the rage-cold vengeance.
Now immediately pick up your weapon and use war and blood to honor the heavenly spirit of Yafu. Yu Chaoyang struck the iron while it was hot and walked over to the overlord's spear, ready to lift it up and hand it over to Xiang Yu. His right hand exerted a fierce force, and as a result, the overlord gun did not move at all. Yu Chaoyang's face was embarrassed, his hands gripped and exerted force once again, who expected that the overlord gun just shook slightly. The atmosphere of the scene was immediately awkward. Ha! Undeterred, Yu Chaoyang stuck out a standard horse stance with his legs and used his milk strength. His eyes almost popped out, and the kingpin gun only hung in the air for a few centimeters, and then crashed heavily to the ground with a loud bang. Nima! This thing is a human weapon? No is the king's gun, do not know is 100 tons of king it, in no limit belongs to is. Yu Chaoyang face hot, do not dare to look back at a glance, after all, belongs to a little shame. At the time of the stalemate, a powerful arm straight out, thick 5 fingers tightly hold the gun, with the arm a little force, the king of the gun instantly suspended in the air. At the same time, an arm that weighs as much as 1,000 pounds rests on his shoulder, and Xiang Yu's firm voice rings out. Thank you, brother, if it wasn't for you, I don't know how much longer my brother would have to get drunk. You're right, blood debts must be paid in blood. Are you willing to accompany my brother and cut off the head of the old thief Liu Bang to honor the spirit of Yafu in heaven? Xiang Yu opened his arms, the corner of his mouth was filled with a confident smile, once again restoring the king's charisma. Yu Chaoyang nodded heavily, I am willing to go. The embrace passed in a flash. Xiang Yu walked out of the tent with his overlord gun and said in a cold voice, notify all levels of generals to come to the camp for deliberation. The guards arched their hands and nodded, here. With Xiang Yu reorganizing his army, the entire Chu camp has improved to a degree visible to the naked eye. Soon, generals at all levels arrived at the camp. Only Xiang Yu, with his head wrapped in a white band and bloodshot eyes clearly visible, admitted his mistake to the generals. Because of his own suspicion, he caused the death of the generals and even Yafu. After saying that, the overlord's spear heavily pestles the ground with a boom. Xiang Yu fumed, Yafu urged me to attack Xinjiang many times during his life, although he cannot see my final victory now. But I want you to pay your last respects to Yafu with the roar of the whole army charging at the time of attack. I want to use the head of the old thief Liu Bang to pay homage to Yafu's spirit in heaven. Brothers, can you do it? Long and Zhongli Yuziki and the others looked at each other and roared in unison, yes. Chop off Liu Bang's head and sacrifice it to honor the military master's spirit in heaven. Very well. Xiang Yu nodded heavily and walked out of the camp with his overlord lance, followed by a group of war generals, completely kicking off the curtain of the attack on Xinjiang. The next day, led by Xiang Yu, the Chu army launched a fierce attack on Xinjiang. The departure of Fan Zhang greatly increased the fighting strength of the Chu army in a short period of time. Under several days of fierce attack, the impregnable city of Xinjiang was already shaking, and the people in the city were in great disorder. At the moment of life and death, Liu Bang puts his hope on Han Xian, expecting him to come with troops to help. However, 2 letters were sent in succession, and all they got in return was a refusal to send troops. Fan Kuai, Luoyang, and others denounced Han Xian as a white-eyed wolf, and their complaints were endless. But Liu Bang did not let Han Xian's refusal to send troops disturb his thinking. He summoned all the generals to the council hall and inquired about the subsequent solution. There are now 2 paths before us. One is, hold on to Xinjiang and urge Han Xian to bring troops to break the siege. The second is, to lead the elite troops to break through the siege. It says 2, but it's really just 1. Because the way things are going, Xinjiang can still hold out for 2 days at most. In 2 days, unless Han Xian's army is given wings, it will not be able to make it. Liu Bang said he was asking for advice, but Tang Fengshang, who was inching along at his side, represented a choice in itself. Zhang Liang Chenping looked at each other and immediately advised Liu Bang to abandon the city and flee. Liu Bang, with his left mouth on the people of the city and his right mouth on the soldiers, could not abandon the city and run away no matter what. Liu Bang accepted the offer only after he had made 3 concessions and 3 resignations. It is I, Liu Ji, who am incompetent and have dragged the people of the city down with me. At the end of the council, Chenping Zhangliang teamed up to find Liu Bang, proposing to use the Golden Cicada Shell Theater, and brought Gaixia, who was 7 times more like Liu Bang, to act as bait. After finalizing the details, Gaixia retired. It was night. The closed gates of Xinjiang suddenly opened wide, and a carriage drove out from it. Liu Bang is here, Chu army suffer death. Liu Bang is here, who dares to make trouble? Seeing Liu Bang drive out, the Chu army swarmed like sharks that smelled blood. Xiang Yu's face is even red and his eyes are filled with madness. At this critical moment, Yu Chaoyang is pulling Xiang Yu to his death. Great king, calm down. Liu Bang is so afraid of death, how could he risk his life? There must be a trick in it. Why don't you let General Long go after him? We can just attack Xinjiang step by step. Xiang Yu instantly calmed down after hearing this, but at this moment, a shout sounded again. Xiang Yu, are you afraid of me, Liu Bang? The day I captured Chestnut City, Yu Ji tasted so good. Hearing this, the originally calm Xiang Yu instantly became furious, breaking away from Yu Chaoyang's restraints and chasing straight towards Gaixia. Old thief Liu Bang, you deserve to die. Looking at Xiang Yu, who was riding on the back of a horse, Yu Chaoyang had to shake his head. Xiang Yu is still the same Xiang Yu who explodes at the slightest point. However, it is worth rejoicing that Xiang Yu has kept Long Yi. Gaixia attracted the attention of the vast majority of the Chu army, and at that moment, two sneaky figures appeared in view. Fixing their eyes on them, they were none other than Liu Bang and Tang Fengsheng. What a golden cicada! Yu Chaoyang's eyes flashed with brilliance. Luckily, the Prime Minister anticipated the enemy first. After saying that, Yu Chaoyang violently drew his sword, and a violent shout sounded like thunder from the ground. Liu Bang, today you are dead. General Long, join me in capturing Liu Bang alive to offer to the king. That's exactly what I want. Long moreover gave an order, and hundreds of elite riders immediately chased wildly towards Liu Bang. Liu Bang was shocked, his face was pale. Fortunately Tang Fengsheng reacted in time. A whip down the carriage instantly ran wildly. It had to be said that the old Liu family's escape skills were indeed fully lit, coupled with Tang Fengsheng the equestrian master. Liu Bang had actually escaped from the pursuit of hundreds of elite horsemen in a hard way. This makes Yu Chaoyang very remorseful. If Xiang Yu is not impulsive, how will? Hey! After a heavy sigh, Yu Chaoyang immediately began his next plan. 2 days later, the critique of Han came out. The whole text was word for word heartbreaking, counting the sins of Liu Bang. Liu Bang, who escaped from death, was instantly furious after hearing about this. His face was blue and he was trembling. Little Xiang Yu, how dare he, how dare he! Zhang Liang Chenping, on the other hand, glanced at each other and unanimously gulped his saliva, with horror in his eyes. Didn't you say that after Fan Zhang's death, Xiang Yu only has courage left? What the hell is this diatribe against Han? For a while, the two men's pressure skyrocketed, and they straightened out this pinnacle match. Chapter 94 He, Xiang Yu, has even become a great benefactor who saves the world? Although the number of words in the diabolism against Han is small, but the words kill Liu Bang, hitting Liu Bang's key points. Lord Xiang's military advisor, Chen Yang, has been ordered by heaven to inform the three armies and the heroes of the four seas. I have heard that a king is benevolent to the grass and trees, and a hegemon is righteous to the world. Now there is Liu Ji from Pei County, a humble disciple and the head of the Surabaya Pavilion, who has formed an evil gang and is stealing the territory of Guanlong. His people jackal and wolf, snake heart and scorpion nature, it's for the crime of one. He broke the Treaty of Hongou, destroyed the alliance of Emperor Yi, took advantage of King Xiang's northward attack on Qi, crossed the Chensong in secret, attacked Pengcheng and killed women and children, and all the 100 miles of the Chu capital were scorched earth, which is also his second crime. The second sin was to let Xiaoyi strip Guanzhong, and to let Han Xian slaughter Daizhao, so that Yan and Zhao's young and strong people were corpsed everywhere, and the old and weak people in Huasi and Surabaya wept blood in the gully, and the third sin was to do the same. On the other hand, I, the king of Western Chu, killed the tyrannical Qin in Julu, and saved all the people from the fire. He released Zhang Han and saved all the Qin soldiers, pardoned Tian Rong and comforted the Qi people, and his benevolence and virtue were comparable to that of Zhou Wu. Receiving the Jiaozhang River and settling the 100 Yu, and tuning the Pengcheng city and distributing Sultan iron, the government and orders were far better than those of the Shang ruler. Meeting the lords at Hongmen, feasting on Xianan, and surpassing Qi Huan in courtesy and righteousness. Contempt. The way of heaven is clear, and the world is hereby informed. Anyone who sacrifices Liu Bang's head will be granted the title of Marquis of 10,000 houses. Whoever brings the Hanzhong household register to surrender will be exempted from taxes for 3 years. Those who help the Chu army to break Luoyang will have their land divided and sealed. What does it mean to turn black and white? It's called inverting black and white. In the diatribe against the Han Dynasty, Liu Bang has turned into a villain, and he, Xiang Yu, has transformed himself into a great benefactor who saves the world. There is no mention of the massacre of Xianyang and the burning of a Feng, the killing of Ziying and the looting of treasures. He made no mention of the 200,000 dead souls of the Qin army. It can be described as evasive and insidious to the extreme. It is no wonder that Liu Bang, who is known for his benevolence and virtue, became furious. Once the diabolical attack on the Han Dynasty came out, his Liu Bang's reputation was bound to be greatly diminished, and it was completely running towards the root of his life. If that's all, Liu Bang is not so furious, really let him horrified, is being implemented in Zhengdong farming war system. This also means that there is a top strategist next to the king who is no less than Fan Zhang. His position in Xiang Yu's heart even far exceeds Fan Zhang, or else he would not have been able to make the Han critique as well as the plowing war in just a few days. Who the hell is it? Liu Bang frowned, but after thinking about the many generals in the Chu camp, he didn't think of a corresponding figure. Chen Ping and Zhang Liang also did not think of this character. With such talent and trust from Xiang Yu, how could he be unknown before? I can't figure it out, I really can't figure it out. The three of them were anxious, walking and stopping along the way. All their attention was attracted by the sudden emergence of the strategist. Because in their opinion, the loss of Xingyang is not a big deal, and losing a battle is as rare as eating and drinking water. It is far less important than the sudden appearance of a top strategist who was trusted by Xiang Yu. The two are like Liu Bang getting Xiaoyi, Zhang Liang and Han Xian. It's a complete winged leap forward. In the midst of a crowd of emotional downturns, only Tang Fongsheng looked calm. This was because he already knew the entire process under the prompting of the pop-ups. That top strategist who suddenly drilled out was none other than his old acquaintance, Yu Chaoyang, who had worked together to build Yan Han 3 times. He was equally aware of the 2 theories and 10 stratagems given by the Prime Minister, but he had no intention of telling Liu Bang. The reason is simple, he also wants to see if Xiang Yu can change history and overthrow Liu Bang to unify the world under the Prime Minister's advice. It's interesting, isn't it? To be honest, when Tang Fongsheng saw this news for the first time, he also felt a gust of scalp numbness. Not to mention give him 10 years, is to give him to change into the Prime Minister brain, also do not seek and come up with double open this kind of outrageous operation. It's simply genius. But what shocked him even more had to be the fact that the Prime Minister had revealed their player identities with a single word. As well as the halberd method that Lu Bu had customized for him. It was no exaggeration to say that the improvement that this halberd art brought to him was no less than 10 years of hard practice. It was a true masterpiece of mastery, so subtle that it was unforgettable. So much so that the Prime Minister and the others represented more than just a string of codes in his mind, but a living person with flesh and blood. While wielding his halberd, Tang Fongsheng recalled the scene where he had just double-opened 3 kingdoms. Aside from getting the halberd technique from Lu Bu, who had killed him over 8,000 times, he likewise went to the Prime Minister and others to exchange pleasantries. But surprisingly, the Prime Minister refused to advise him in a rare instance. Xiao Zhuge, Sun Yu, Pang Tong, Su Shu, and Fa Zhang likewise spoke up and refused. One person's refusal is accidental, but several people's refusal is not as simple as accidental. In order to confirm his suspicions, he found a player who also had the archive to test. The result was the same. So he quickly came back to his senses and figured out what the reason for this was. In the case of double opening, if you want to get the game character's counseling, there is a definite prerequisite. Namely, the character must be a 2-week-old. Yu Chaoyang passed the 1-week program 3 Kingdoms Scramble and chose the Prime Minister to reincarnate with his memories and establish a deep bond with him, so this is why he got the Prime Minister's help. Understanding the reason for this, Tang Fongsheng had no intention of clearing the weekly 3 Kingdoms contest. According to the development of the current situation, short for 3 or 5 days, long for 10 days, Shu Han legend will come to an end. Time is too short, completely too late. However, the 2 theories and 10 strategies cannot be revealed, but the Master of Council can still be revealed. Tang Fongsheng stopped and arched his hand. King Han, the last general, knows who this person is. Liu Bang froze and stopped to ask, "You recognize?" Tang Fongsheng nodded slightly. If I were to say it in a hard way, the last general would barely be able to call this person an old townsman. Old hometown? Zhang Liang pondered, does the general know his name? Surname Yu is Chaoyang. Yu Chaoyang, so it is him. Qin Ping mulled over the name and suddenly his pupils glowed. If we plummet, can we separate him from Lord Xiang? Tang Fongsheng shook his head. This man is no better than Fan Zhang. He is a hairdresser who grew up with Xiang Yu. Sort of one of the few people Xiang Yu trusts the most. The difficulty is high. Zhang Liang also saw fit to say, what Fongsheng said is very true. Even if Xiang Yu is brainless, he wouldn't fall in the same place twice. Now disassociating will only backfire and inspire Xiang Yu's rebellious mentality, causing him to trust this Yu Chaoyang more and more. Zhang Liang paused and asked with a slight frown on his brow, Fongsheng, do you know how this Yu Chaoyang acts? Tang Fongsheng pondered for a moment. He himself is cautious by nature and does not have the ability to lead an army alone. Its strategic thinking is good at enduring consumption. Well, not necessarily, sometimes it will also perform impulsive actions. This word Tang Fongsheng did not say nonsense. If it is a weekly prime minister, the style of action is bound to be cautious to the extreme, steady and stable. But the divine Zhuge of the second weekly program is not necessarily. Daring to confront Dong Zhuo with his sword drawn is not associated with caution by any stretch of the imagination. At these words, Zhang Liang's tightly locked brows gradually calmed down. It was normal to be impulsive once in a while, as long as you weren't impulsive all the time. After all, Xiang Yu's tactical preference for frontal attack is bound to clash with Yu Chaoyang's strategic thinking of enduring consumption. It may not be obvious in January or February, but sooner or later, differences will emerge. I am not afraid of Xiang Yu a crazy critic, but I am afraid that this top strategist is also a crazy critic. Things have come to a head, let's take a step forward and see what happens. A few people regrouped, once again set off to Han Xian's camp. At this time, Han Xian was still asleep, and was unaware of the arrival of several people. It was only when Liu Bang took away the seal of command that Han Xian suddenly woke up. No, where is my marshal's seal? And, where are the recruits I just trained? Han Xian looked at the camp with only 2,000 soldiers left, as well as the empty seal boxes on the tabletops, with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Until Liu Bang's voice sounded outside the tent. Don't move, great general, you do have a knack for training new recruits. This can train this group of people into a tiger and wolf division. Soldiers I take away first, leave 2,000 for you, and you recruit some new ones, attack Qi in a few days. Rest.
Liu Bang came and went in a hurry, taking all the generals under Han Xian's command in a single tea break. He stood frozen in place, unable to cry. Tang Fengsheng, on the other hand, hemmed and hawed and said in a very beatific manner, "Told you not to bring troops to relieve the siege, now you're dumbfounded. Only the king of Han cherished talent, if anyone else would have killed you 800 times.
The corners of Han Xian's mouth twitched as he kicked Tang Fengsheng in the ass. Still talking smack here, get lost. Chapter 95, you can't even copy the answers, what's the point of playing? Han Xian broke the defense, but the pop-up screen laughed like crazy. A good move to take the payoff from the bottom of the cauldron, giving Han Xian a face that is crooked with anger. 100,000 troops have disappeared in the space of one night's sleep. Who wouldn't break their defenses? It's not easy, it's not easy.
It turns out that Hansen has his mood swings too.
If you ask me, you can't really blame Liu Bang for this. The boss is under siege and Han Xian doesn't save him, so it's really generous of Liu not to strangle him directly.
Han Xian's lack of political acumen is not just for a day or two, this bastard has only war in his eyes, and will never send troops without 100% certainty, and is a natural military commander. It should be said that the Prime Minister is still ruthless in his diatribe against Han, directly silencing Zhang Liang and Chen Ping. Everyone hates Fengshen, everyone envies Fengshen, understand the gold of memorizing the table of moves no numerical value no maneuver, only skill to the heartache of experience. At this time, Zhang Er found that the army was mobilizing, he immediately asked Han Xian if he was going to rescue the King of Han. And when he heard that the King of Han took away all the troops and left them only 2,000 recruits to attack Qi, Zhang Er couldn't tense up.
2,000 recruits to fight Qi? King Han, is he?
There are more than 70 cities in Qi then, one mouthful of spittle from each of them could drown us.
Han Xian laughed bitterly, still immersed in the army he was being led as well as the seal of command. Without a seal of honor and without an army, what kind of a great general was he? Just then, he suddenly saw that Liu Bang did not take away the Han King's sword, and he got up to pick up the sword. When he thought that the King of Han had asked him to regroup his troops and attack Qi, it meant that at this moment, he was still the great general. Zhang Er, on the other hand, thought that attacking Qi with 2,000 new soldiers was a complete fantasy. Han Xian's gaze was far away and his mind was racing, pass on my general's order for all soldiers under my command to return home. Zhang Er was dumbfounded, let them go home? Great general, you're out of your mind, aren't you?
Han Xian didn't answer the question, just said to himself, give them enough money for the journey and stipulate that they must return within 15 days. Tell them that if a man brings back 5, I'll promote him to the rank of sergeant, if he brings back 10 I'll promote him to the rank of Shirshu, and if he brings back 100 I'll promote him to the rank of centurion.
Hearing this, Tang Fengsheng, who hadn't gone far yet, stiffened and stared at Han Xian in dismay. Why was this promotion mechanism so familiar? Wait a minute, this is not the usual trick of the pyramid scheme. The only difference is that a pyramid scheme only paints a big picture, while Hansen really gives. It is to be expected that the army taken by Liu Bang will soon be replenished under this special promotion program. Combined with Han Xian's unique way of practicing, it wouldn't take long for it to be another army of tigers and wolves. However, what makes Tang Fengsheng puzzled is, how come there is no movement on Xiang Yu's side? Shouldn't it be logical to take advantage of the victory and whisk Liu Bang away like a dog? How come there was no movement after the release of the diatribe against the Han Dynasty and the implementation of the one farm, one crop policy? What he doesn't know is that Yu Chaoyang is equally anxious at this time. Your Majesty, Gaixia cannot be killed.
Yu Chaoyang stood in front of the sizzling frying pan, protecting Gaixia, who was tied up in 5 pieces behind him, to the death.
Xiang Yu glares angrily, why can't you kill? He insulted Yu Ji, deceived this king, and treated my Chu soldiers like pigs and dogs, he deserves to die. Brothers, don't be kind to women, if we don't put this man to death, how can the people of the world still regard our Chu army as wolves and tigers? In a chaotic world, heavy punishment should be used. Yu Chaoyang did not show any cowardice and said tit for tat, is Gaexian's life and death important or your reputation, great king? The critique against Han has just been circulated, this is the perfect time to buy people's hearts and minds, your majesty wants the world to know that you have made a change and are a benevolent and righteous ruler. So not only should this Gaixia not be killed, but he should also send someone to take close care of him and set up a flagging example for the world. The voice is ear-shattering, Xiang Yu looked at the serious Yu Chaoyang, and rarely fell silent, as if he is really thinking about the pros and cons of it. Gaixia, however, is staring at Yu Chaoyang, his pupils full of scorn. Because compared to the brainless Xiang Yu, this young but insidious military advisor is more of a threat to King Han. Therefore, the other party must not be allowed to succeed in his scheme. Behind the frying pan bubbling, Gaixia is not afraid, to Xiang Yu provocative, so you are Xiang Yu also not imagine that so mighty and tall. The world says you are decisive, but in my opinion, you are just indecisive and a woman's way of doing things. Come on, kill me if you can.
Gaixia had a death wish and was crazy for death, and with one move of provocation, Xiang Yu was instantly infuriated and his eyes seemed as if he could eat people. Yu Chaoyang suddenly felt bad, and quickly had someone use a coarse cloth to block Gaexian's mouth, then arched his hand and said,
Great king, do not be impulsive. The more the enemy opposes, the more it means we're doing the right thing, and the fact that the enemy doesn't say a word means we're doing an impeccable job. Great king, trust me, the sunrise will not harm you. Hearing this, Xiang Yu's face plummeted in anger and waved his hand impatiently, out of sight, out of mind. In a violent struggle, Gaixia was pressed down by both hands, knocking on his shoulders. Yu Chaoyang took a deep breath of relief. Fortunately, this time Xiang Yu is not impulsive, otherwise it is really the first emperor's business is not half in the middle road collapse. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Only to see Gaixia struggling to break away from the guard's restraints and slamming headlong into the hot frying pan. The moment his skin and flesh touched the surface of the frying pan, a chilling zipping sound instantly resounded. In just a few moments, one of Gaexian's faces was scalded to a bloody pulp, covered in soybean-sized blisters. Under the high temperature, the tightly blocked coarse cloth also loosened, mixed with the blood and water was spat out together. Jisen's face was grim as he roared something in a loud and angry voice, but it wasn't very clear due to his tongue being burned. Xiang Yu frowned. Men, go listen to what he is saying. The guards who escorted Gaexian looked pale, afraid that Xiang Yu would blame him, so they hurriedly put their ears close. In the next second, the guard fell to his knees with a thud, trembling as if he had heard some extremely horrible words. Tell this king, what did he say? Don't worry, this king promised Chaoyang that he wouldn't kill him, so don't worry and speak boldly. The guard raised his head to look at Xiang Yu, then his forehead hit the ground heavily and his voice trembled. Gaexian, he said. Yu Ji's taste is very good. He also said that Yu Ji himself said that he is better than you, my lord. Boom! As soon as these words came out, Xiang Yu's pupils instantly filled with blood and he became furious. Die. Must die. I'll cook him myself. Yu Chaoyang's heart and soul were shaken and he hastened to stop it, but Xiang Yu, who was overwhelmed by anger, did not even look at him. Xiang Yu's hand slightly exerted force, Gaexian's whole body was lifted up and thrown into the boiling hot frying pan. But surprisingly, Gaexian did not wail in pain, instead, he laughed happily. Ha 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 ha. Xiang Yu, although I don't know where King Han has gone, I know that when he reappears, he will behead you. I forgot to tell you, Yu Ji even said that Long and Zhongli are better than you, you can't even take care of your own woman, you're a waste. Ha 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 ha. While the laughter is getting smaller and smaller, Xiang Yu's face is getting darker and darker as he viciously squeezes out a few words from between his teeth. Fish him out after an incense stick, chop him up and feed him to the dogs. When these words came out, Yu Chaoyang suddenly had black eyes and felt a burst of heart fatigue. The answer is in front of the face. Do not know to copy, this also play a set of trade? Chapter 96 Xiang Yu's User's Manual. Looking at the furious and fierce Xiang Yu, Yu Chaoyang felt very tired. Xiang Yu is impulsive to put it nicely, but brainless to put it bluntly. The stakes are clearly explained to him. But once he was on top, he still chose to kill Gaexian. Killing a man is not a headache. Xiang Yu favored and chose to cook him in oil with extreme cruelty. Even if the oil cooking, but also to be chopped up and fed to the dogs, it is really heinous. Once the news spreads, the reputation of the Han criticism just turned around will be reduced to nothing in an instant. However, what he can do is to cover up for Xiang Yu as much as possible. Luckily, the Prime Minister anticipated the situation and told him the solution to this situation early on. Yu Chaoyang took a deep breath and said aloud, Gaexian is of high moral character. He was unwilling to live when he fell into the enemy camp and willingly threw himself into the frying pan to save his name. Admirable. Pass on my order. Gaexian will be given a generous burial, and his children and grandchildren will be named Marquis of Righteous Martyrdom, and Gaexian will be posthumously recognized as the city god of the city, and will be worshipped by the incense of the Chu land for generations to come. Such a loyal and righteous man, but the old thief Liu Bang didn't see the slightest intention to rescue him, and abandoned him as if he were his own, pitiful, sad, and lamentable. Your Majesty, do you think Chaoyang is right? When these words came out, the generals at the scene were instantly dumbfounded. Xiang Yu was even more dumbfounded, palpitating and swallowing his saliva, his eyes full of unbelief. Whoever you are, get off my brother right now. Is this still the hairy kid I remember? How come once Yafu died, he was like enlightened, completely changed? But should not say, this upside-down black and white feeling is really cool. Ahem, Xiang Yu coughed twice and said in a flat voice, what brother said is very true, everything is according to what you said. Gaexian's loyalty and righteousness is admirable, Liu Bang's old thief is spurned, this king does not share the same fate with him. Seeing Xiang Yu cooperating, Yu Chaoyang was relieved. He was really afraid that Xiang Yu would be stubborn and would not want to do this thing of turning black and white upside down. Now it seems that Fan Zheng's death has more or less changed Xiang Yu. The plan to turn black and white was successful, but Yu Chaoyang was not complacent. Because he knew that the next scheme was the top priority. Distributing power from Xiang Yu. Reforming the existing power structure, the three powers are divided while guaranteeing synergy. Thinking of this, Yu Chaoyang gave Xiang Yu a look and left the oil cooking scene. As the two of them stroll through the empty streets, Xiang Yu looks excited, as if he is still immersed in the scheme of turning black and white upside down.
Chaoyang, your hand inverting black and white is marvelous. Not only did you take out the bad anger for your elder brother, but also preserved his reputation. Your talent and wisdom is enough to be compared to Jiang Shang of the Zhou Dynasty. The two of us brothers join hands. Why worry about that Liu Bang old thief? It's a pleasure. It's a real pleasure. Xiang Yu laughed heartily, experiencing the feeling of IQ crushing for the first time. The two of them are not brothers, but they are better than brothers, and he is genuinely happy for Yu Chaoyang. Yu Chaoyang stopped and said with a serious face, "Does the king want to take over this world? Do you want to be the same as the first emperor, the king who overpowers the world?" Seeing that the other party does not seem to be joking, Xiang Yu held his breath and said in a calm voice, "My brother wants to take over the world, but does not want to become the same king as the first emperor. Because history has already proved that the county system is a failed system, only the feudal system is what the people want. Whoever learns from Qin Shi Huang will die." The concept of the feudal system has already been engraved into Xiang Yu's soul and will not be easily changed. Fortunately, Yu Chaoyang didn't expect to change Xiang Yu's mind right now. He only paused and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty and Chaoyang coincide with each other, only since it is a division, then why not give Long and Zhongli a few generals, some titles? You can order Zhongli to take charge of the cavalry, Long and unify the infantry, I am in charge of logistics, you are the supreme commander, the three powers can be divided at the same time can also be mutual constraints, greatly improve efficiency, why not?" Hearing this, Xiang Yu's face immediately sank and he rejected with a firm voice, "No. The hearts of those who are not of my clan are bound to be different. Long and Zhongli and the others are not of my Xiang clan. If the king gives a big commendation, how should the clan look at the king? Ing Bu defected before, if they also betrayed the king, wouldn't they be lifting a rock and stoning their own feet? The knighthood is a big matter, how can it be decided so easily? It's not right or proper. If you don't say that history has similarity." Looking at Xiang Yu in front of him, Yu Chaoyang thought of Yuan Shao in his later years without any reason. The same headstrong and short-sightedness. The same pre-tigers who look down on the world and then get kicked to death as a curb in the later stages. Xiang Yu at this time is similar to Yuan Shao 400 years later. But if he could listen to a little bit of words, where is the present Han King Liu Bang? Yu Chaoyang shook his head, did not dwell too much on this issue, turned to say, "The title is a big thing not to be lightly sealed, still understandable. But does your Majesty know why talents such as Han Xian, Chen Ping, etc. would abandon your Majesty? If you want to take off Liu Bang's head, a clear system of merit assessment is essential. In this way, the bottom soldiers can see the hope, will be more hard for the king to kill, the able to the top, in order to alleviate the brain drain." Seeing Xiang Yu's hesitation, Yu Chaoyang continued, "Your Majesty, you and I grew up since we were young, Chaoyang will not harm you. Western Shu is terminally ill, if we don't take measures, we will surely perish in history. Chaoyang is willing to follow Shang Yang's example and scrape the bones of Western Shu. If Yafu is still alive, I think he will also support Chaoyang. What do you think, Your Majesty?" Xiang Yu heard this and his inner ice shook instantly. Fan Zhang's death was the pain of his life. What else can he say when he has moved out Fan Zhang? Of course, the main thing is still because of Yu Chaoyang hair's small identity, if not this layer of identity, is the lips say through also useless. Brother painstakingly insisted, for brother if refused, is not hurt you and my brother feelings. This matter, then let my brother handle it with full authority. My brother will back you up, and I don't need to worry about offending anyone, there is nothing to worry about. Xiang Yu lightly smiled and patted Yu Chaoyang's shoulder, his brows full of trust. Although Xiang Yu is a nepotistic person and treats his subordinates with extreme meanness and harshness, there is nothing to say about him, Yu Chaoyang. The sun is fading and the full moon is hanging high. The two of them were speechless for a while, walking quietly above the empty streets. The people in the neighborhood looked at Xiang Yu as if he was a snake and scorpion, avoiding him. Before parting, Yu Chaoyang revealed his last scheme. Han Xian has conquered the land of Zhao, his next target will be Qi. For you, the great king, and Liu Bang, whoever controls the Qi land will sway the victory of the war. Does the great king have a plan? Xiang Yu nods, I have already sent people to monitor the Qi land, just wait for Han Xian to attack Qi, then Long Yi can bring 200,000 elite troops to break its back and trap Han Xian, the traitor. Rationality is plentiful, reality is very bone-skinny. In the mouth of the Prime Minister, Long in this trip not only failed to kill Han Xian, but was instead killed on the spot by Han Xian's hand flooding, becoming another stepping stone to fame. Seeing that history is about to repeat itself, Yu Chaoyang hurriedly stopped. No, although General Long has been in the battlefield for a long time, he has a fatal weakness of being overjoyed. Han Xian is good at guessing the psychology of enemy generals. If we send General Long there, I'm afraid the odds are against him. Xiang Yu laughed lightly and said confidently, Chaoyang has underestimated Long and he has been fighting with my king in the south and north. Will he not be able to defeat Han Xian? Han Xian is famous, that's because he didn't run into this king and Long and head-on. The Battle of Pengcheng where my brother broke Liu Bang's 560,000 with 30,000 is enough to prove that Han Xian's name is worthy of his name. Don't worry, my brother is sure of himself. The corner of Yu Chaoyang's mouth twitched. If Fan Zhang hadn't attracted the main force of the Han army from the front during the Battle of Pengcheng, would he have won so easily?
Xiang Yu has just ignored this and attributed the credit to himself. However, in order to take Xiang Yu's pride into consideration, Yu Chaoyang did not pick it out directly, but persuaded him in a different way. The situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly. Do you want to gamble? Fear not the 10,000, fear not the 10,000. Does the great king really want to put the fortunes of the Western Shu kingdom on General Long? Xiang Yu knew that this was a plot, so he tightly hooked Yu Chaoyang's neck, a light smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. There is both scheming in your heart, and you are still teasing my brother like this. Don't tell me quickly. Send Xiang Bo to contact Ingbu's old troops, promise them the fiefdom of Huainan in exchange for their second rebellion against the Han, and at the same time lure Zheng Han's remnants to counterattack the Han's flanks by dividing Guanzhong. In this way, Han Xian will definitely retreat from Qi to pacify Ingbu, while Liu Bang will be attracted by Zheng Han's remnants and will not care about his head. And my Chu army can rest and recuperate, as well as capitalize on the momentum. Xiang Yu sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Yu Chaoyang with eyes full of shock. Is this still my hairy little friend? Strange. It's just too damn strange. Xiang Yu knows that this is a good plan, but after thinking about it for a while, he still rejected it. This plan is slightly inappropriate. The world knows that Ingbu has rebelled. If my brother is to draw him in, won't it prove that my brother was wrong earlier? My brother's face is the face of Western Shu. This move is detrimental to the face of the country. It's not right. Also please brother again to find a good plan. Xiang Yu speaks in a grandiose manner as if he is really thinking about the whole of Western Shu, but Yu Chaoyang, who is familiar with him, knows it well. But Yu Chaoyang, who is familiar with him, knows that it is not true that it concerns the face of Western Shu, but it is true that it damages Xiang Yu's face. Bringing Ingbu together is tantamount to proving to the world that Xiang Yu was wrong earlier. Xiang Yu is a man who loves face, so it would be better to admit his mistake to Ingbu than to kill him directly. The situation is stalemated and Yu Chaoyang feels a liver pain. He knows why Fan Zhang died suddenly. Staying beside Xiang Yu every day, even if he is not sick, he will get sick. Seeing Yu Chaoyang's silence, Xiang Yu asked, Why are you silent? Why are you silent? Do you have a good plan to offer to my brother? The world hates that the division list is too long, but only Lu Zhen hates that it is too short. Why the silence? Because it was not written in the 2 theories and 10 strategies given to him by the Prime Minister. At this moment, Yu Chaoyang is not an alternative Lu Zhen? With a slight sigh, he arched his hand and said, Great King, rest early, Chaoyang will give you advice tomorrow. After the two parted ways, Yu Chaoyang double-opened the game at fire speed and found the Prime Minister for advice. After hearing the whole process, the Prime Minister's face flashed a trace of consternation. The world says that the king loves face more than the life of the river and the mountain, and Rio thought there was a fictional component to it. I didn't expect it to be true. That someone would really give up a kingdom that's within his grasp because of face. The Prime Minister didn't understand, but said he was greatly shocked. The two sat down on their knees and had an all-night conversation about Xiang Yu's own character flaws. That is, until a book came out with a few large dragon and phoenix characters written on its yellowed cover. The Xiang Yu User's Manual. By Luoyang. Chapter 97, Han Xian, what? Xiang Yu is coming at me? Armed with the Xiang Yu User Manual, Yu Chaoyang returned to Chu Han Saga once again and accomplished his goal with just one sentence. Is the reason why the great king refuses to appoint Ingbu as the king of Huainan because of fear? Fear of not being able to suppress him. Joke. Xiang Yu laughed back in anger. This king would be afraid of him, Ingbu. Let alone one Ingbu, even if there are 10 or 100 of them, what does this king have to fear? My brother will show you who is afraid of whom. Xiang Bo. Xiang Yu gave an order and immediately ordered Xiang Bo to go out to Ingbu and use the king of Huainan as an advantage to tempt the other party to rebel against Han again. However, due to time constraints, it was obvious that he could not arrive before Han Xian conquered Qi. With this in mind, Yu Chaoyang had a plan in mind and respectfully said, The world says that Han Xian is an extraordinary genius, and his ability to lead troops far exceeds that of your majesty. In my opinion. After a flurry of words, Xiang Yu was once again provoked to rebel and lifted his overlord spear and walked out of the camp. Han Xian? Repeatedly inactive generation. Wait for this king to personally defeat him and prove it to the world. Xiang Yu's chest seems to be spewing fire, and he immediately started to order his troops, vowing to prove to Yu Chaoyang as well as the world who was the top contemporary soldier. Xiang Yu himself, the Qi land should be foolproof. Yu Chaoyang lightly smiled and arched his hand. My brother and General Long are waiting in Xingyang for the great king to return from his great victory. If the city is lost, I'll bring my head. Xiang Yu hummed lightly, his tone rare and gentle. If the city is lost, then lose it. My brother is mainly concerned with saving his life. When my brother cuts off Han Xian's head, then I will come back to make decisions for my brother. Xiang Yu threw out his sleeve robe and wrote his Wu Jue to lead 20,000 elite soldiers to kill towards Qi. For others, these 20,000 elite soldiers may be very few, but for Xiang Yu, these 20,000 elite soldiers are enough to bulldoze all the enemies in the world. Xiang Yu is walking away, but Long Yi is unable to return to his senses for a long time, his gaze shifting back and forth between Xiang Yu and Yu Chaoyang, followed by a heavy sigh. Sir's talent can be compared to Zhang Xiang of the Zhou Dynasty. I admire you. Long, and this is really not flattering. Following Xiang Yu all the way to the south and north for so long, this is the first time he has seen Xiang Yu being so obedient. Let what to do, simply outrageous. Yu Chaoyang subconsciously waved his palm and realized that there was no feather fan, so he let out a light laugh and said, General, raise your love. Chaoyang is just standing on the shoulders of giants. The matter of defending the city, can we rely on the general? No problem. Long Yi's armor clapped loudly. General Zhongli has 100,000 troops to defend Shanggao. I, Long Yi, have 280,000 troops to defend Xingyang. If Xingyang is lost in my hands, I'll cut myself down here without Mr. Long's asking. Yu Chaoyan left with a bow of his hand, while Long Yi stared at the other party's back and once again sighed. Having the help of a military advisor is better than 1,000 armies. Incoming. Kill the green peacock in this general's home, take its feathers and find the best craftsman to make a feather fan out for the military division. A sight of the guards looked difficult. Hesitation. General, that is the lady's favorite pet. Really want to kill to give the military division? Long Zi looked at the other side and said excitedly, when the king takes over the world, not to mention 1, even 10 or 100 would be like a bag of gold. You just go ahead and do it, ma'am. That's for this general to talk about. 2 days later, Yu Chaoyan looked at the colorful peacock feather fan and couldn't help but spread a bitter smile. General can cause me pain. Xiang Yu's departure was like a stone falling into the sea, failing to set off any ripples, silently. Liu Bang, with the army taken from Han Xian, builds a new defense line based on Gongxian and Luoyang, both of which are in the form of horns to defend Xingyang. Thanks to the circulation of the diatribe against Han, and the system of farming and warfare implemented in Jiangdong, as well as Xiang Yu's posthumously conferring the title of Marquis of Righteousness and Capital City God on his descendants after Jisun's death, Liu Bang was able to create a new defense line based on Gongxian and Luoyang. As a result, Xiang Yu's original brutal reputation began to gradually turn back, and the world rarely entered a period of peace. Until Li Shi traveled to Qi. The king of Qi promised to unite Han against Chu, and as a sign of sincerity withdrew all the generals on the front line. The gates of the city were open wide to welcome Han Xian into the country. Han Xian would not let go of the great credit that was at his fingertips, and pretended to be unaware of the news, and resolutely attacked Qi with his newly trained army of 100,000 men. The army was so powerful that it broke through several cities in a row and was only one step away from the capital of Qi. At this moment, a close friend hurriedly ran into Han Xian's camp, his tone terrified. General, it's not good. Xiang Yu, he is leading an army of 20,000 troops towards the back of our army to kill. Our soldiers and horses have already fought with him in a short battle and it is difficult to get away. Xiang Yu himself is leading thousands of elite cavalry towards your tent, great general. What? Han Xian's pupils shrunk into pinpoints. Xiang Yu is coming at me. Where is Tang Fengshan? Reporting to Great General, General Tang has returned to Luoyang with King Han. Han Xian's eyes went black and he hurriedly removed the King of Han's sword from. Then why are you still frozen? Run. Chapter 98, Foolish Gram Masters, this king avoiding his sharpness? Facts prove that Han Xian's choice was incomparably correct. After hearing that Xiang Yu was arriving with his army in person, Han Xian did not want to prove himself and fight the other side. Instead, he ordered his troops to shrink and retreat towards Handan, the old capital of Zhao, at the first opportunity. Despite the quick reaction, they still lost 30,000 soldiers in the raid, leaving only 20,000 remnants. You can imagine what would have happened if Han Xian had hesitated a little bit. If he hesitated a little bit, he would have ended up with the loss of his whole army, or he would have died on the battlefield. However, what made Han Xian feel lucky was that on his way back to Handan, he met Tang Fengshan, who came to meet him. Han Xian's gaze was like a torch, and his look was uplifted. Where are the troops you brought with you? Quickly hand them over to this general. I want to flood Xiang Yu and Weichui. The corner of Tang Fengshan's mouth twitched furiously. King Han sent me here because he sensed the abnormalities of the Chu army specially to receive you, not to let you duel with Xiang Yu. Even I totaled a single person riding alone. Stupid. Han Xian was bitterly disappointed, a heavenly opportunity wasted in vain, stupid. Seeing this, Tang Fengshan couldn't help but deflate his mouth. If Han Xian wanted to flood the others, then he, Tang Fengshan, was designated to be convinced. But if the target was Xiang Yu, there would be a question mark. That is Xiang Yu, who broke 400,000 with 50,000 at the Battle of Julu and 560,000 with 30,000 at the Battle of Pengcheng. It's a humanoid locomotive that's even more ruthless than Lu Bu, the peak representative of the soldier situation. Han Xian is of course very strong, also the peak representative of the military power and strategy, but mainly in the power and strategy, soldiers are not too deceitful, rather than the front chiseling array. Both sides have 100,000 soldiers as the boundary, the more powerful Xiang Yu, extreme to 1v1 can kill Han Xian. Similarly, the more soldiers and horses, the more powerful Han Xian. A variety of ambushes to lure the enemy cannot be defended, the ultimate to millions of can easily kill Xiang Yu. Both sides are extremes in their respective fields. These are not his subjective speculations, they all come from the mouth of Zhang Liang Chenping.
Including this time the Chu army abnormal, he came to meet Han Xian, also from Zhuge Liang's plan. In fact, in Liu Bang's field of vision, the Chu army was fixed in Xinjiang and did not make any military action at all. But for Zhang Liang, no action is the biggest action. Otherwise, with Xiang Yu's impulsive character, how would he settle down in the face of Liu Bang, who was only tens of kilometers away? Not to mention sending troops to attack, not even skirmishes. So Zhang Liang concluded that the Chu army must have made a big move. The situation is clear, and the only one who can deal a heavy blow to the Han army is Han Xian, and King Yingbu of Zhejiang. So he was sent to receive Han Xian, while Zhang Liang went out to Yingbu single-handedly to stabilize the other side. And the facts proved that Zhang Liang was not calculating. By sending him alone, he was able to save Han Xian's life and not inflate him to fight Xiang Yu. His ingenuity is breathtaking, and in Tang Fangxing's mind is enough to rival the prime minister. The atmosphere stiffened, and Han Xian gritted his teeth with an extremely unwilling expression. Since his debut, except for the time when he was single-killed by Tang Fangxing, he had no more defeats. How could he be willing to have a big wave pulled out of his ditch by Xiang Yu today? After thinking for a long time, Han Xian's gaze suddenly firms up and turns his head to ask, "Take this general with you, do you have the confidence to escape in Xiang Yu's hands?" Tang Fangxing held his head high and was very proud. "You can say that I can't beat Xiang Yu, but you can't say that I can't run away from Xiang Yu. I escaped from Xiang Yu 3 times enough, who are you looking down on?" The corners of Han Xian's mouth twitched slightly. "Nima, what's there to be proud of after being chased by Xiang Yu as a dog 3 times? His mouth is almost lifting up to the sky. "Those who don't know would think that you've whisked Xiang Yu as a dog 3 times. Han Xian just ready to speak out ridicule, the mind suddenly thought of being single-killed that time, and swallowed back hard. Foolish afraid of rash afraid of life-threatening. To Tang Fangxing this rash young forced eyes, he has really dared to play life dry you. Seeing this scene, the pop-up screen instantly turned to the sky with laughter. A single look scares off Han Xian. Xiang Yu has to learn from his master when he sees him. I'll see who dares to say Fangxing can't do it. Han Xian, I have no emotional intelligence, but it doesn't mean I'm not afraid of death. Foolish Grand Master, the name is true. It's bad. In the future, Fangxing will have something to brag about. He killed Han Xian in a big battle with Liu Bei, and a look scared Han Xian so much that he didn't even dare to speak. Fangxing, Han Xian? Hands on hips, do you think he dares to talk to me out loud? Nostrils look at people. Ha 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 ha, give me a snotty laugh, a bunch of talent. Looking at the pop-ups, Tang Fangxing similarly felt unable to hold back his laughter. In order to verify what the pop-up screen said, he took a slight step forward, and Han Xian was immediately like an enemy, hastily backing away, more afraid than seeing Xiang Yu. What are you going to do? I didn't provoke you. King Han uses the law to rule the army, you can't mess around. Tang Fangxing didn't say anything, just took another step forward. Han Xian instantly exploded and drew the King Han sword at his waist. Don't think you can mess around just because you don't have a brain. I, Han Xian, am not a vegetarian either. Saying so, but Han Xian's violently trembling shoulders had long betrayed him that his heart was far less natural than it appeared. It was as if he had been psychologically shadowed by Tang Fangxing's previous punch. Tang Fangxing smiled twice, the corner of his mouth smiling. Great General misunderstood. I'm not a good fighter, I just want to remind a word that it's time to run away. Han Xian was slightly relieved, but still gripping the Han King's sword, his eyes locked on Tang Fangxing's head and said, "Send people to the upper reaches of the Weifang River to block the river, and the entire army is in a defensive posture to rest and recuperate on the spot. This general will also let Xiang Yu taste the taste of defeat." Han Xian is good at making water combat. Blocking the upstream is nothing more than trying to flood the Chu army, just as Guan Yu flooded the 7 armies. But Xiang Yu is a man. From the south to the north of the battlefield of the world's most experienced generals, the slightest breeze will cause alarm, will not be easily fooled. In the face of Tang Fangxing's puzzlement, Han Xian still grips the Han King's sword and explains with his eyes like electricity, "Although I don't understand your brain circuits, I understand Xiang Yu. Understand what goes on in the mind of an ever-victorious general. As long as I use my body as bait, Xiang Yu will charge regardless even if he knows there's a trick ahead. But Xiang Yu can't be judged by normal people. If he fails, this general's life will be in your hands." Han Xian's tone is gentle, rarely like a person. Tang Fangxing naturally won't continue to sing the opposite tune, and immediately nodded his head heavily. Getting a promise, Han Xian breathed a long sigh of relief. The great king of escape is here, and there is no more fear for his life. As long as we can hit Xiang Yu hard, it will be worth it even if we have to fight all our remaining 20,000 soldiers. The Han troops set up their meals on the spot and create a new defense line, and the water in Weifang drops at a rate visible to the naked eye. The next day, in the midst of a warhorse neighing, a flash of white gradually appeared in the field of vision. Its leader was a gnarled man with a length of more than 8 feet, a tough face, a tiger's back and a bear's waist, and naturally heavy pupils. 30,000 men have defeated 560,000 men, crashed into a city gate with his bare hands, lifted a tripod with his strength, a humanoid locomotive, and a representative of the pinnacle of the military situation. Xiang Yu.
With just one glance, Tang Fengsheng was once again reminded of the fear of being dominated by Xiang Yu. The gap between him and Xiang Yu was like Xing Daorong and Lu Bu, separated by an unattainable moat. Han Xian, on the other hand, is eager to try and looks full of excitement as he and Xiang Yu look at each other across the river. One side knows that there is a trick ahead, and the other side also knows that the other side knows that there is a trick ahead, so the fight is who is better. Coincidentally, both Han Xian and Xiang Yu are extremely confident military leaders. Han Xian took a deep breath, drew out the Han King's sword and said in a loud voice, "Tyrannical Chu is right in front of us. The Han King has ordered that the one who takes his head will split the land and be crowned as a marquis. Brothers, glory and wealth are right in front of you, line up to kill the enemy." The hissing of the Han army resounded through the heavens and the earth, and their battle intent was more than high. Xiang Yu's voice is like thunder, he said aloud, "Jiangdong's sons and daughters, the Han bandits are right in front of us, pass on my order, kill 2 people to be a sergeant, kill 5 people to be a sergeant, and kill 10 people and I will promote them to be the head of 100 households. So what if there is an ambush ahead? Fetch my king's spear. I'll do it myself." The Chu army sharpened their swords, and the battle intent in their eyes could be described as maniacal to the extreme. At Xiang Yu's order, the Chu army instantly set off, vowing to cross the Weifang River to capture Han Xian alive. Until, boom! With a loud bang, the Han army opened the floodgate, and the Weifang water that had been stored for half a day swept madly toward the Chu army like a prehistoric beast. Xiang Yu secretly said that this is really the case, but his expression did not change in the slightest. He just roared to the sky, "The king is here, who dares to stop me? Brothers, this king will take you home, kill." In the raging Weichui River current, Xiang Yu was like a mountain dead-rooted, not wobbling for a moment, not even lowering his speed. With a cold light emanating from his overlord's spear in his hand, he rides towards the Han army. Behind the Chu army saw this, morale instantly skyrocketed, shouting and killing. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Yu has already charged to reach the shore, and then hardened himself to tear out a gap from the impermeable defense line. Han Xian's eyes are horrified, gulping his saliva and palpitating. This Xiang Yu is simply inhuman. "Let's go, we've already lost." "Lost?" Tang Fengsheng frowned, "Our army only just had a short encounter with the Chu army, and this is a loss?" Han Xian glanced at him in a very tired manner. "Then let me ask you, are you preparing to use the same amount of troops to defeat Xiang Yu in a frontal battlefield? The reason why I flooded is because I want to disintegrate the heart of the Chu army with this. Xiang Yu will break the game alone, how can I still have a chance to win? Or, are you going to go arm wrestle with Xiang Yu?" Arm wrestling with Xiang Yu? Me? Tang Fengsheng summoned up the courage to look at Xiang Yu, the god of heaven, then shook his head like a rattle drum. "There's only one life, if it's gone, you'll make it up for me, ah? I'll make a fight with him, whoever wants to go, I'm not going anyway." Han Xian huffed, this battle wasn't a crushing defeat, at least it wiped out thousands of troops from the Chu army. If King Han gives me another 50,000 soldiers and horses, what worries? Where are the people? Nima, ditch Tang Fengsheng, running away without calling me. Chapter 99, when Wu Xing descends to the earth, the Gaixia twins. The Chu army ran for thousands of miles and finally managed to stop the Han army before Han Xian broke the capital of Qi. After 2 battles, the combined annihilation of more than 40,000 Han troops. When the news was spread, the world suddenly set off a huge wave. It was just that the shock was not that Xiang Yu had won yet another battle, but the shock was the extent of Liu Bang's shamelessness. Formerly, he sent Li Shi on a mission to Qi, and the king of Qi promised to join hands to fight against Chu and withdrew his frontline defenders. As a result, he turned around and sent Han Xian's army to press the city and broke several cities of Qi. If Xiang Yu had not come to his aid, Qi would have perished in history. With Yu Chaoyang's push, the news instantly spread all over the country. Xiang Yu became a great good man who repaid his grudges with virtues, and Liu Bang became a sinister and cunning villain. On the contrary, the matter of Xiang Yu defeating Han Xian head-on is seldom mentioned. To the world, what is so shocking about Xiang Yu's 20,000 defeating 50,000? Isn't this a routine operation? There is no way. The battle of Julu and Pengcheng was in front of us, and people have long been used to Xiang Yu's winning with less. Liu Bang looked at the strange eyes of his generals, and even though he was thick-skinned, he felt a burning sensation. But on the contrary, he couldn't find any reason to retort yet. It was his order to have Han Xian attack Qi, and it was also with his consent that Li Shi was sent out to Qi. What he never expected was that in just half a month's time, Han Xian's army had skyrocketed from 2,000 to 50,000 soldiers. It also coincided with the king of Qi's promise to join forces against Chu, and then he was hit by a wave of Han Xian to his hometown. This is the reason why Lu Ji can't be reasoned with, who knows that he can gather 50,000 troops in half a month. If he had known that, he would have been crazy to let Li Shi go to Qi. Gathering 50,000 troops in half a month and training them to be tigers and wolves, who on earth is the phantom of Han? Liu Bang was so angry that he almost lost his breath. But he quickly calmed down and ordered, "Pass on my order, the whole army attack Xingyang." "You like to run around, don't you? I'd like to see who can stop me in Xingyang without Xiang Yu to guard it." At Liu Bang's order, generals such as Fan Kuai, Guing, Zhou Bo and others responded by dividing their troops into 3 directions and launching an onslaught towards Xingyang. Later, Xiaohoing was ordered to lead the Huban army to cut Qinggao fiercely, interfering with the transportation of Chu army's grain and grass. He also sent secret envoys to contact Peng Yu, promising to return Liang land to Peng as a condition, and launched the Hanai-Suoyang guerrilla war to increase the capacity of destroying grain routes. While Liu Bang was attacking, Han Xian led the remnants of his troops to retreat to the Zhanghe River, while Zhang Er guarded Handan and Minister Chen protected the Dai land, following the wall tactics of the Battle of Jiulu to rebuild the defense. At the same time, Xiao Yu was urgently deployed to deliver grain and grass from Guangzhou, while Yan's salt and iron resources were intercepted, and Zhao's rangers were recruited to replenish the cavalry. After a period of intensive operation, this was able to gain a firm foothold, but the situation was still not optimistic. There was no way to win against Xiang Yu, the pinnacle of the soldier situation, and the only way to win was to crush the opponent in terms of strength. With 100,000 as the boundary, the lesser the troops on both sides, the greater Xiang Yu's chances of winning. To stop Xiang Yu with a few tens of thousands of new recruits is just like a fool's dream. So far, the world has been divided into 2 battlefields. One is the battlefield of Xingyang where the main forces of both sides are gathered. The second is the Handan battlefield where Han Xian and Xiang Yu faced each other. Although the main forces of the 2 sides were gathered in Xingyang, anyone with a discerning eye knows that the real winner lies in Han Xian and Xiang Yu. Whoever wins will sweep the world. Just to Liu Bang's surprise, Xingyang, which he thought could be easily captured without Xiang Yu's presence, was repeatedly attacked. The 280,000 troops with the same weight, no matter how much he feinted defeat, never stepped out of Xingyang half a step, iron-hearted dead guard not attack. This made Liu Bang very annoyed. Attacking the city is already difficult, and both sides have very little difference in strength. The Chu army stubbornly defending not out really made him difficult. Long and is so happy, our army feigned defeat, how can he turn a blind eye, should not awe? Liu Bang can't figure out what to do, he can only put his hope on Xiaohoing. As long as he breaks the food route of Chu army, he won't worry about the Chu army to hold on to Xingyang. Even if they are starving, they can starve the Chu army to death. Until Xiaohoing appeared in the Han army camp with a grey head. What? Liu Bang jumped 3 meters high. Not only did you fail to cut off the Chu army's grain route, you were also killed by the Chu army. Xiaohoying's face reddened and his teeth clenched. Reporting to the King of Han, the Chu army's military advisor Yu Chaoyang created a divine object called wooden bulls and quicksilver horses, which in the hands of the Chu army is like walking on the ground, but in the hands of our army, it doesn't move at all. The last general could not bear to abandon the grain and grass, and as a result, he was surrounded by Yu Ziqi's army and escaped with his life. The last general's errand was unfavorable, so I asked King Han to chastise him. Yu Chaoyang. It's this Yu Chaoyang again, where the hell did this bastard come from? Liu Bang was enraged and slapped the tablet to a buzzing sound. After a brief loss of temper, Liu Bang quickly calmed down again. Before figuring out the principle of the wooden oxen and horses, the interception of grain routes is not necessary for the time being, and the Chu army is stubbornly defending itself. After a short period of thinking, Liu Bang focuses his attention on King Yingbu of Zhejiang, as well as the attack of civil opinion. The 2 major battlefields are in a stalemate, so we have to look for external breakthroughs, and Yingbu, who previously rebelled against Xiang, is undoubtedly a force that cannot be ignored. Zhang Liang himself should not be a big problem. Thinking of this, Liu Bang called Qin Ping, and after a long discussion, they launched a public opinion campaign. The left mouthful of Xiang Yu slaughtered Qi, killed and maimed the wise generals revisited Xiang Yu's old case of regicide against Emperor Yi. On the right, the ballad "I'd rather be a dog of Han than a tiger of Chu" details Xiang Yu's brutality. Yu Chaoyang saw this, but just coldly grunted. You can't win the war, so you're playing with public opinion, aren't you? Do you understand the gold content of spraying Wang Lang to death? One day later, the diatribe against Han 2-inch came out. In the text of the left mouth of brazen, right mouth of the old bearded thief, to Liu Bang angry face red, hate to eat its flesh. Both sides of you back and forth, in the public opinion under the offensive are under the hard work. Correspondingly, Yu Chaoyang's personal popularity has risen. Especially in the Jiangdong region, Yu Chaoyang's popularity is comparable to Xiang Yu. The 2 of them are known by the people of Jiangdong as Wen and Wu Chu Xing, the 2 heroes of the world. And just then, the already large number of pop-ups suddenly welcomed a surge. Yu Chaoyang and Tang Fanxing fixed their eyes on it, and a few large, brightly colored words instantly jumped into their eyes. World's First Pass. The only ending to the legend of Chu Han in standalone mode. Chapter 100, 28 Horsemen chiseling through 5,000 Han troops. Looking at the title that rushed up to the top one of the hot search, Yu Chaoyang was confused. No buddy, we are in the middle of a hot water fight here, and you passed the level on your side? You can't get through it that fast, can you? Yu Chaoyang face skin slightly pumped, clicked into the relevant hot search the most popular video. At first glance, he saw the copy under the video, and then clammed up again. 48 years old to watch the dogfight, 54 years old to ask the world. A group of fox and dog friends shifted to become the king of the kingdom, to a county to fight the world, on male frequency before and after the span of how big? Looking at the video of Liu Bang who ascended to the throne and showed his dragon face, Yu Chaoyang subconsciously thought of Liu Bei. The same as from nothing, the same as the late success, the only difference is that one person ascended to the throne of the emperor, a dream broken raising. As for Liu Bang to a county to fight the world to rule the world, but not many people questioned the attitude of puzzlement. Because even to the present, to a county to fight the world to rule the world are not difficult. What's really hard is to meet a meritocratic leader like Liu Bang, who doesn't dump pots and pans, as well as a chance to soar into the sky. As the saying goes, as long as you stand on the wind, even pigs can take off. Yu Chaoyang shrugged his shoulders and clicked on the video of the Battle of Gaixia, which was ranked first in the hot search. Then, a few large, black and white words in dragon's wings appeared in the center of the screen. Yu's divine courage, unrivaled in the ages. In the video, the cloaked and wretched Xiang Yu slowly appeared in view. Corresponding to this, there is an endless Han army, with the three heroes of the early Han Dynasty all present, Liu Bang sitting in the middle of the army, with Fan Kuai, Xia Hoing, Chao Xin and other world-famous generals standing on his side. Dust filled the sky, wind and cranes sounded, and a thick killing wind swept over the entire battlefield. Time passes by and Xiang Yu's side soldiers and horses gradually start to appear. Looking at the very contrasting troop strength comparison, Yu Chaoyang unbelievably rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, "What kind of joke is this? 28 riders facing off against 5,000 Han troops, is this a human being?" Yu Chaoyang had thought that it was an evenly matched battle, but the picture presented in the video was a shock to him. 28 riders front hard chiseling 5,000 Han troops, simply unheard of, unprecedented. The difference in strength between the two sides even came to an appalling 200 times. 200 times the difference in strength, what kind of concept is this? To be honest, unless all 28 of these people had the bravery of Zhao Zilong, he couldn't see any hope of standing out. And these 28 Zhao Zilongs couldn't be just any Zhao Zilongs, they had to be the god who had ridden single-handedly to save his master and chiseled through hundreds of thousands of Cao Cao's troops with his own strength. Zhao Zilong. Or the peak Lu Fengxian of the Hu Jingwen period, who hadn't yet emptied his body of booze and sex. Other than that, he couldn't think of a third possibility. The ones who were also shocked by this were also a group of water friends who hung around his live broadcast at all times. Looking at the Chu army compared to the Han army is like a drop in the ocean, they are equally surprised by this. But not waiting for the Han characters knocked out, the screen in the picture suddenly moved. Xiang Yu led the 28 riders behind him and charged head-on at the 5,000 Han troops. Everyone has the determination and courage to break through, vowing to cut through the Han army head-on. In Yu Chaoyang's pupils, both sides collided in an instant, and the battle instantly turned one-sided. But unexpectedly, the one-sided situation is not the Han army, but There are only 28 riders in the Chu army. Under Xiang Yu's leadership, these 28 riders are like gods descending from heaven. Zhao Zilong and Lu Fengxian possessed. In the 5,000 Han army, they are crazy traveling dragons and killing gods. Looking at this shocking and even frightening scene in front of their eyes, Liu Bang, Xiaoyi, Zhang Liang, Han Xian, Yu Chaoyang, Tang Fengshang, and the tens of millions of viewers behind the screen were all dumbfounded. Their eyes were as wide as a bull's eye, their mouths seemed to be able to fit a light bulb, and their eyes were focused on the figure with heavy pupils, and their hearts were shocked to the core. This Xiang Yu Tama is a human being. Yu Chaoyang subconsciously gulped down his saliva, his pupils filled with horror. He's practically a Superman. The pop-up screen gave a frantic response, and a screen full of question marks swept across the entire live broadcast room. After a long fight for an incense stick of time, the Chu army managed to break out at the heavy cost of losing 2 riders. And at this time, Liu Bang in the screen has long been shocked speechless, dead staring at the back of the Chu army breakout, unable to extricate themselves. Xiao He, on the other hand, swallowed his saliva and asked, "Your Majesty, do you really want to compile this scene into a book? I'm afraid this will be detrimental to our army's reputation." Although Liu Bang's eyes were filled with horror, he still nodded his head resolutely. "Why don't you write?" "Write. As long as someone writes, I, Liu Ji, will dare to recognize it. Pass the order to the 3 armies, those who take Xiang Yu's head will be rewarded with 1,000 gold and be given 10,000 vassals." The Han army instantly surged towards the Chu army like crazy. But at this time the Chu army has already reached the Wujiang River. Across the river is Xiang Yu's base camp Jiangdong. Just when Yu Chaoyang was watching the movie with great interest, the picture suddenly stopped and came to an abrupt end. For subsequent content, players are requested to unlock it in online mode. It's gone? This is gone? Yu Chaoyang was dumbfounded. Dude's pants are down and you're showing me this? Although he didn't want to believe it, the brightly shining words in the screen were more real than any words. But on second thought, it wasn't that surprising. After all, according to the game's plot in the screen, although Xiang Yu can successfully cross the Wujiang River and then use the land of Jiangdong to restart the stove, but the end is bound to be the same as Shu Han. How hard would it be to fight Liu Bang, who occupies the whole world, with Jiangdong? Xiang Yu does not have any internal affairs talents like the Prime Minister, so Liu Bang can consume Xiang Yu to death. The next episode will be a complete garbage time, just the length of time Xiang Yu lasts. The tide has turned. The plot stops here in standalone mode, providing players with unlimited space for imagination and preserving the last vestige of face for the king. Xiang Yu, the king of the world, who is the bravery of the god of Yu, how would he want to show the scene of his wretchedness and despondency? But in online mode, it's a different story. With the help of the players, Xiang Yu will be able to learn from his shame, and it's really hard to tell where he'll end up. Yu Chaoyang turned his head to look at the pop-up screen, and as he expected, the pop-up screen also created a huge stir. I have to say that the old thief Zhou Yu does have a hand in making games, and the ending is fixed here, which is considered to have preserved the last trace of the overlord's face. It's not good, with the degree of good face of the king, designated unwilling to put their own down scene presented, broken here is also exactly in line with the character. Or that, you can question the personality of Zhou Yu old thief, but cannot question his tears and do the level of the game, was Hangyuan's autumn wind lifetime pain. After the Prime Minister 6 out of Xishan, guess how many out of Jiandong after the king lost Wujiang? 28 riders chiseled 5,000 Han troops, and really chiseled through, guess how many Xiang Yu will be out of Jiandong? I can only say that there is Liu Bang's headache in the back. Other than that, just 28 riders hard chiseling 5,000 Han troops did give buddies look silly, this Nima per capita single rider to save the Lord Xia Yun'a. This Liu Bang is also a man of God, as long as someone dares to write his Liu Ji will dare to recognize, the vastness of its bosom is simply the same as Liu Bei, worthy of being Liu Bei his ancestors. So now the question comes, please calculate how big Liu Bang's inner shadow mask was when he saw Xiang Yu chiseling through 5,000 Han troops. Are you serious? Looking at the bustling pop-ups, Yu Chaoyang took a deep breath and once again returned to Chu Han legend. Now it seems that he still greatly underestimated Xiang Yu's military level. All 28 riders chiseled through 5,000 Han troops, so 28,000 riders chiseled through Han Xian should not be a big problem, right? As the saying goes, those who can do more will do more, big brother. Ready to be whipped? Chapter 101. Fei was furious and raised his sword to kill him. Yu Chaoyang's perspective returns to the Chu Han saga. He took the time to look at the number of online viewers in the upper right corner and was relieved after realizing that it still remained at the 10 million level. This was because unlike the obscurity of the Three Kingdoms contest when it was released, the legend of Chu Han caused a huge sensation just after it was released. A large number of famous anchors and players scrambled to play. While expanding the game's cake, it also lowered his ceiling. Unsurprisingly, the tens of millions of online viewers during the time of the live broadcast of the Three Kingdoms will thus become extinct, and it is difficult to hope for its back. However, he has been contented to know in the Three Kingdoms before the battle for supremacy, he is only a daily live room, only thousands of second-rate anchor. Now not only has he jumped to become a pillar of the Douyin platform, the live room resident 10 million popularity, but also in Tang Fongsheng such characters as brothers and friends. What is there not to be satisfied with? Yu Chaoyang laughed nervously twice and focused his attention on the Chu Han saga once again, and incidentally hung up the phone of his girlfriend who had asked him to dinner. The rivers and mountains are like pictures, and the heroes are like pride. How can a mere pink skeleton affect the bond between him and Overlord? What a joke! After snorting coldly, he got up and walked out of the mansion, ready to climb up the city wall to see what was going on, but ended up bumping into Xiang Bo, who was on a mission to King Ingbu of Zhejiang. The corners of his mouth were smiling and he was happy, obviously about 8 or 9 times. Can Ingbu promise to rebel against Han? Xiang Bo arched his hand, very excited. If I, Xiang Bo, go out, how can I return empty-handed? Well, tell the military division to rest assured, Ingbu has promised to rebel against Han for the second time, and has now led his troops to Xingyang, and will arrive in a few days. Yu Chaoyang is slightly stunned. With Ingbu's geographical location, the optimal solution should not be to attack Chuanyang Zhai, disintegrate the defense system of Nanyang Basin at the same time, and the Chu army back and forth pincer attack Luoyang. He would also hit Nanyang Wancheng, and then move westward to analyze the county, and pummel Liu Bang's ditch. What is he doing in Xingyang? Does he want to defeat Liu Bang himself, or is he afraid of our army's backstabbing? Yu Chaoyang briefly pondered over the question and then instantly put it behind him, and immediately immersed himself in great excitement. Who cares, as long as you are willing to fight Liu Bang together, that is your own brother. On the other hand, Zhang Liang, who was on a mission to Ingbu, also returned to Luoyang camp. Just like Xiang Bo, Zhang Liang also had a smile on his face, plotting something in a low voice. Time passed in a flash. The main force of the Han army and the main force of the Chu army were still facing each other in Xingyang. The situation is very stalemate as one side can't stop attacking and the other side is holding fast. Yu Chaoyang also made rapid progress during this period of time, from the beginning of the internal affairs of the three do not know, and gradually become more and more skillful. There's no way, with the Prime Minister, the SSR internal affairs master personally teaching him, it's hard not to make progress. His image as a military advisor holding a colorful feather fan has also gradually gained popularity, leaping to become the number 2 figure after Xiang Yu. The situation seems to be great, but Yu Chaoyang's frown is getting deeper and deeper. This is because Xiang Yu's reputation is even more rotten than he imagined.
Under the attack of the Han army's ballad of "I'd rather follow Han's dogs than Shu's tigers," Western Shu's economy is nearing the brink of collapse. As the capital of Western Shu, the merchants of Pengcheng even took the lead in refusing to accept Shu coins. The official currency of a country can be resisted by the people to such an extent, which shows how bad Xiang Yu's reputation was earlier. As the saying goes, Xiang Yu is good at fighting to get cities and pawns, while Han Yu is good at scheming to win the hearts of the people. The stereotype of Xiang Yu's brutality has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts, which can't be changed by a few words. Losing the hearts and minds of the people is the same as losing the qualification to fight a prolonged war. The more we delay, the more difficult it will be, so now Yu Chaoyang is in a hurry. Good thing Xiang Yu didn't let him down either. With the main forces of both sides nailed down in Xinjiang and Luoyang situation, Xiang Yu got a lot of good news. The Chu army led by Xiang Yu was invincible, consecutively attacking Han Dan, Minister Chen, and Nu Dai, etc.
It only took half a month to cut through the defense line built by Han Xin.
Once Han Dan was lost, Han Xin was defeated from Zhao, and with the remaining remnants of his army, he was stationed in Gaodu and Luoyang, just 100 kilometers away from Liu Bang's Luoyang, separated by the Yellow River. The 2 defeats in a row made Han Xian's face very disgraceful. Although he was reluctant, he had to admit that he was not Xiang Yu's opponent when both sides kept their strength at a few tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. He used all the dangerous and strange moves, and whenever the Chu army was about to be defeated, Xiang Yu would always kill a bloody road and then break the game alone. To defeat the Chu army, you have to press Xiang Yu to death first. As to how to press Xiang Yu to death, Han Xin said, "I would have lost Han Dan if I had known. If not for Tang Fangshan, the king of escape, who brought him out of danger several times, he would have lost not only Han Dan, but also his life." Thinking of this, Han Xian's gaze softened for once in a rare moment, arching his hand and saying, "Many thanks, General Tang." Tang Fangsheng looked excited, still in the great shock of Xiang Yu's 28 riders breaking 5,000 Han troops, and waved his hand indifferently.
Still the same sentence, if I can't beat Xiang Yu, can I still not run away from Xiang Yu? If you really want to thank me, write a book of war and send it to me.
After experiencing the great improvement brought about by the halberd technique written by Lu Bu, Tang Fangsheng rightfully set his sights on the thick leg of Han Xian.
If you don't pull the wool at this time, when will you wait? Do not seek to learn to Han Xian 10% of the power, can learn a 3 or 5%, he will be satisfied. The corners of Han Xian's mouth were wildly drawn. In fact, he wanted to say that even if he wrote it out, you may not be able to learn it. Because this thing called talent really isn't for everyone.
It's like the same Chinese character, some people can only use it to speak, while others can write poems and books.
Also, what do you mean you're all excited when it's obvious we lost the battle?
Without spitting it out, Han Xian was just about to spit it out, but he suddenly swallowed his words when he reached the edge of his mouth.
He may have to rely on this guy to run away, so bear with me. Zhang Er and Li Zuoche next to him were instantly dumbfounded.
Strange, just too strange.
The Han Xian, who has always had low emotional intelligence and has always looked at people through his nose, still has the day to be soft? Whoever you are, get off the proud and arrogant Xian now.
The two of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly, and just as they were about to speak, the ground trembled violently. In the next moment, a flash of white appeared at the end of the field of vision. Its leader was none other than Overlord Xiang Yu, who had defeated Han Xian twice and whisked them away like dogs. Brothers, follow the king to take down Gaodu, move south to Wild King, and meet up with the military division at Luoyang. Kill 2 men to become a sergeant, kill 5 to become a sergeant, and kill 10 and I'll promote him to a centurion. Kill. Xiang Yu, holding his overlord's spear, is in the lead. His look of excitement is hard to hide, while the Chu army behind him is equally energized by the battle. There is no way, the battle merit rating system that Yu Chaoyang came up with is just too damn good. With a clear promotion system in place, the soldiers simply fought harder than he did, charging faster than one another.
Do you think he rushes the front of the line to boost morale and lead the way? Because if he rushed a little slower, he would be overtaken by the generals behind him. Looking at the ferocious and evil soldiers in front of him that looked as if they were rushing out from the underworld, Han Xian shivered deeply and drew his Han King's sword. Meet the enemy. Although the Han army has lost to Xiang Yu one after another, the one in command is ultimately called Han Xian.
In Han Xian's frequent troop movements, both sides fought from dawn to nightfall, and Xiang Yu finally called for a retreat. Although he did not capture the city in one go, everyone knew that if he gathered his troops and attacked 3 or 5 more times, Gaodu would be broken. The reason is simple, because the one leading the charge is called Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu, the one who is capable of lifting the tripods with his strength, the one who can lift the mountains with his strength, and the one whose bravery is unmatched in all ages. While the situation is going well, a messenger rushed into Xiang Yu's tent in a hurry. Xiang Yu looked up and laughed lightly. I recognize you, you are my brother's personal guard. Coming in such a hurry, do you want to tell my king that my brother has joined hands with Yingbu to break Liu Bang's Luoyang turtle shell? The messenger trembled and said with tears in his voice, Your Majesty.
Ing Bu and the military division turned against the army during the attack on Luoyang city. General Long died on the spot, and the military division was seriously injured. Now. Boom! This news is like a flat thunderbolt exploding in Xiang Yu's mind. He dabbed up and clutched the collar of the messenger's coat, the blood in his eyes bursting out. What happened to my brother? What happened to him? Faced with a furious overlord, the messenger wet his pants and cried out on the spot. The military master was seriously injured and defeated under the cover of General Zigui, and now his whereabouts are unknown. Ah! Ing Bu! I, Xiang Yu, vow not to kill you. Xiang Yu's veins rippled, his face was fierce like an evil ghost, and the bronze cup in his hand was instantly pinched and deformed. In the next moment, a roar containing endless anger rang out. Pass on my order, the three armies will immediately cross the river back to Xingyang. This king will personally take off Ing Bu's head. Upon hearing this, the personal guards on the side turned pale and persuaded, Your Majesty must not. Military master, he is fortunate, this calamity will surely turn out to be a blessing. Xingyang has not been lost yet, we should attack Gaodu and Wild King, and then join forces with the garrison of Xingyang and Luoyang, then we can win the world. Yu was furious and raised his sword to kill him. If I don't take this revenge, it's hard to get rid of my heart's hatred. Whoever dares to oppose again is an enemy of me, Xiang Yu. Chapter 102. It's not just the northern expedition, he's familiar with it. Xiang Yu is furious and leads his army to cross the river and speed back to Xingyang. Yu Chaoyang, on the other hand, slowly opened his eyes amidst a chorus of insects, a stabbing pain spreading down his chest to his whole body. Looking down, an egg-sized wound instantly jumped to his eyes. Although it had been bandaged urgently, one could still feel the blood constantly encroaching out. When he looked up again, he saw Zigui with tear stains hanging from the corners of his eyes and bloodstreaks rippling under his eyes. Cough. After 2 weak coughs, Yu Chaoyang asked, General Yu, where are we now? Zigui's dejected face instantly rejoiced, and hurriedly helped Yu Chaoyang up, as if he had found his backbone. Warlord, you have finally woken up, is there any discomfort in your body? You hold on a little longer, we'll be at Chu pedestrian soon. Despite Zigui's gentle movements, it still hurt so much that Yu Chaoyang sucked in a breath of cool air, his features wrinkling into a muggle. But before he could say anything, there was a sudden burst of light trembling from the ground, and Zigui's face changed drastically. No matter what, directly threw Yu Chaoyang toward the horse's back, followed by a heavy jerk of the reins in his hand. The crotch of the warhorse instantly scurried out. The bumps spread all over the body along the belly, making the already festering wounds more and more swollen. The pain Yu Chaoyang heart straight to shout Mom help. At this rate, he was not killed by Ing Bu, but to die on the way to escape. Of course, saying that, Yu Chaoyang still clenched his teeth and tried to lighten Zigui's burden as much as possible. Running back to Chu pedestrian would not necessarily result in survival, but falling into the hands of Ing Bu's pursuers would definitely result in death. He was still able to distinguish between the lesser and the greater. It was fine if he didn't want to, but the moment he thought of Ing Bu's thick-browed face, Yu Chaoyang hated his teeth. He was not expecting in any way that this guy Ing Bu had played the hand double agent for him. On the surface, he promised Xiang Bo that he was willing to rebel against Han and fight against Liu Bang, but in private, he was also eye-to-eye with Zhang Liang. When the two sides were fighting, Ing Bu turned against Xiang Bo and led his army to fight against the Chu army. He himself even knows that capturing the thief first captures the king. Leading hundreds of elite cavalry went straight to Yu Chaoyang. Suddenly, Yu Chaoyang did not have time to prepare, was caught by surprise by Ing Bu. If not long in cover, he had to lose his life. Although he barely escaped from the hands of Ing Bu, but Long in order to cover him died on the spot. Once the commander-in-chief died, the big banner collapsed, and once the big banner collapsed, the Chu army fell like a mountain. If not for the timely arrival of Zhongli, who was stationed in Changao and gathered the defeated troops to retake Xingyang, the situation would have collapsed in an instant. But despite this, the situation is still not optimistic. Xiang Yu led his troops across the river, which was equivalent to Han Xian in the northern battlefield, and the land of Zhao and Wei that had just been conquered had to be sent back again. Once Han Xian devours the whole north and makes a good response, it will not be easy for Xiang Yu to recapture it again. There is no way. Once Long died in the battle, it is equivalent to breaking Xiang Yu's right and left arms. He must manage Liu Bang in the front battlefield. Thinking of the difficult situation nowadays, Yu Chaoyang could not help but sigh slightly, feeling a wave of physical and mental exhaustion. Western Shu, although fierce, but more concentrated in Xiang Yu one person, the lack of Shu Han 5 tigers General Cao Wei 5 sons of good generals such as the mainstay of the gradual decline. Today, although the territory of Western Shu is large, but the lack of relevant talent is difficult to govern, the rush is not a good choice. The big deal is to lose the Wujiang River and rise again with the land of Jiangdong. Develop for 5 or 10 years, and with the courage of the overlord, it may not be impossible to compete with Liu Bang for the world. A glint flashed in Yu Chaoyang's eyes, as if he was already planning for his defeat in Jiangdong. It is not just the northern expedition, he is very familiar with it. Of course, the prerequisite is to escape from Ing Bu's pursuers first. What a treacherous villain! Zigui seemed as if his heart was dripping blood. When Lord Xiang comes back, he will have to take off your head and drink it. Giddy up! The other side. Xiang Yu led his army across the river and finally rushed back to Xingyang at noon on the following day. As soon as I entered the city, the wailing sounds kept pouring into my eardrums like a tidal wave, and as far as I could see, there were all the injured people. The atmosphere was extremely low. On the city wall, Zhong Lijia was the first to discover Xiang Yu and ran to him with great strides, then kneeled down on one knee and said with tears in his eyes, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. General Long and he is dead. Died at the hands of Ingbu. Your Majesty, you must avenge him. Xiang Yu forced himself to hold back his grief and tremblingly lifted the white cloth, only to see a bloodied face, with not a single part of his body being human. The tragic death of Long Yi is like a heavy hammer hitting Xiang Yu's heart, making him almost lose his voice and his knuckles turn white. It was only after a full stick of incense that he managed to get over it. Thick burial. I, Xiang Yu, will not be a man until I kill Ingbu. Xiang Yu was so weak that he almost slipped on the ground, but fortunately Zhong Lijia was quick to assist him. Zhong Lili supported Xiang Yu's arm and walked towards the mansion with hobbling steps until no one was around. Then Xiang Yu said with a trembling voice, My brother. Is there any whereabouts? Hearing these words, Zhong Li's face suddenly changed, so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. If Ingbu hadn't turned against him in the battlefield, would Long Yi have died in battle? Would the military counselor be alive or dead? The original good situation would not have collapsed. All of this is because of Ingbu's double-crossing villain. Zhong Lijia forced down the tears in her eyes and lowered her head in shame. At that time, our army was defeated, and there were routed troops everywhere, so I could only watch as General Yu fled with his military advisor in the direction of Tsu Yue. After sending people to chase after them to no avail, I only picked up this. After saying that, Zhong Liqi pulled out a feather fan with only 3 or 5 feathers left from his bosom. The footprints on it were clearly visible, and it was also stained with some shocking bloodstains. What is this? My brothers? Zhong Li nodded heavily. Since you led your troops to aid Qi, General Long killed the only peacock in his family, took its feathers and sought out the best craftsman to build it, and then gifted it to the military counselor. The military counselor loved it so much that he never left it for a moment. Xiang Yu carefully received the feather fan, then painfully closed his eyes. His mind can't help but conjure up the Long and Yu sunrise appearance. Xiang Yu just held the feather fan and let time pass until after an incense burner, he then slowed down his eyes. The already divine heavy pupils are now as hideous as they can be, the blood filaments are clearly visible, and his eyes seem to want to eat people. Send orders to all levels of the Chu land governor, county magistrate, anyone who finds my brother, this king will have a heavy reward. At the same time, you proceed with the plan to attack Luoyang and see if the military division has fallen into Ingbu's hands. This king is sleepy, wait until this time tomorrow to attack Luoyang. Xiang Yu pushes away Zhong Li's assistants and staggers back to his residence. Suddenly he looks like he thought of something and turns his head. I remember that eunuch Liu is in the back, right? Send someone to fetch him. I don't believe Liu Bang he can sit back and watch Liu Taigong die in front of his eyes. Chapter 103 Chu River and Han Boundary, Hongo Pact. High-end business battles often employ the most rudimentary means. With war, the same argument applies. The Han army that originally attacked Xingyang fiercely suddenly turned into a shrunken head turtle after seeing Xiang Yu's return, remaining indifferent to any provocation from the Chu army. As the saying goes, the way is the simple way. Facing the Han army which is as steady as an Tai, Zhong Li chose the most simple method. Cursing. Only to see hundreds of Chu troops holding torches, lined up in formation, with their parents as the diameter and 18 generations of ancestors as the radius, they launched a bird-like cordial greeting to Liu Bang. The sharpness of their words and the roughness of their content, even Zhong Li followed a burst of blush, 10 fingers tightly pinched. Difficult to listen to, just too difficult to listen to. It can be said that no man can accept such insults. Zhong Li stared at the city gates with a deadly gaze, waiting for Liu Bang to open the door to fight the Chu army. But wait and wait, the city gate is not open, but the city wall is rustling a few silhouettes. Taking a good look, it was Liu Bang, Zhang Liang, and Chen Ping who had a funny look on their faces. General Zhong Li, is your Chu army all a bunch of women? Why are your voices getting lower and lower? Liu Bang placed his hands in a circular shape on his lips and continued aloud, the king will eat immediately and must not stop. As the voice falls, a guard carries a tablet and sets it down, quickly piling it full of delicacies. Liu Bang greeted the crowd and took their seats, and even started to eat along with the shouts and curses of the Chu army. The corners of his mouth were smiling, as if he was not affected at all. Although Zhang Liang has long been accustomed to Liu Bang's hooliganism, at this moment, the corners of his mouth are still wildly pumping. King of Han, do we need to look for some divine archery to drive these Chu troops away? Chen Ping said, what Zifang said is very true, it is hard to avoid damaging the Han king's face in front of everyone. Then what? Liu Bang looked indifferent, let him curse if he wants to, can I lose 2 pieces of meat or what? If I can curse for a night and cut down the Chu army by nearly 100 troops, why not? You two are just too concerned about face, if Feng Shang were here, he would be even more indifferent than this king. I don't care about him, eat food. Liu Bang ignored the shouts and curses of the Chu army and feasted on the food, while Zhang Liang and Chen Ping glanced at each other, the corners of his mouth lifting up a touch of bitterness. There are only a handful of people in the world who can do what Liu Bang did. No wonder he was able to rise from the bottom of the heap and swallow the world. I admire him. The parties involved do not care. Zhang Liang Chen Ping, naturally impossible to transgress, immediately put the mindset of sitting on the ground to eat up. This can give Zhong Li angry enough, a jump 3 meters high. If he had been scolded like this, he would have given his head a dipper on the spot. Not a man. This Liu Bang is simply not a man. Even though Zhong Lijian was unwilling, there was nothing he could do, so he could only put down a harsh word and left with his troops. Like turtles? I hope you're still stoic when Tara Lu shows up tomorrow. Early the next morning, a frying pan was set up 20 kilometers away from Luoyang city, followed by an old man with white hair being pushed in front of the frying pan. Looking at the trembling Lu Taigong, Xiang Yu ruthlessly said, "Send someone to send a message to Liu Bang. If you don't hand over Ring Bu and my brother, even if I, Xiang Yu, am scorned by the world, I will cook eunuch Lu in oil today." The messenger nodded heavily and was just about to leave but was stopped by Zhong Li Zi. He looked at Xiang Yu and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, this move is detrimental to your reputation, it's better to let me do it." Xiang Yu's eyes are like torches and he decisively refuses. "It was me, Xiang Yu, who was unfavorable to you earlier. I am the king, how can I bear the thought of you taking the blame for me? As long as I can get my brother back, even if I have to be scorned by the world, I, Xiang Yu, will accept it. Light the fire." With a command, the fire instantly sprang up, roasting the frying pan and causing it to bubble. The heralds, on the other hand, rushed towards Luoyang city at a fast pace. Time flew by, firewood was added again and again. Just when Xiang Yu's patience was about to wear out, Liu Bang's figure finally appeared and led his men down to the front of the 3 armies. Liu Bang looked at the pale-faced Lu Taigong and his heart was full of surprise. He did not expect Xiang Yu to use underhanded tactics no matter what. After thinking for a moment, Liu Bang became furious. "Xiang Yu, we are brothers, right? Since we are brothers, then my father is your father. Do you want to cook? Good. Remember, after you cook it, share a cup of my food." After a volley of curses, Liu Bang ran back to his barracks without looking back. Looking at Liu Bang's faraway figure, Xiang Yu froze in place without saying a word, his face as gloomy as if it can drip water. Immediately, he crossed the steps step by step and came in front of Lu Taigong. Lu Taigong's eyes were tightly closed, already ready to die. Just when everyone thought Xiang Yu was going to cook Mrs. Lu, he slowly loosened the rope for Mrs. Lu and took a deep breath. "Elder eunuch Lu, your son is unkind, but I, Xiang Yu, cannot be unrighteous. It's me who was overwhelmed by anger and shouldn't have transferred my hatred towards Liu Bang onto you. This time you go back and tell Liu Bang that I am willing to exchange my brother with Liu Pheasant. If I still don't see my brother's whereabouts after 3 days, I'll take off his head even if I have to die." Xiang Yu turned around and left while Lu Taigong was escorted by Xiang Bo back to Luoyang city. That night, Xiang Bo brought back news. "Your Majesty, Duke Pei says he admires your character and he would like to draw the boundary with you at the Hongo, with Han to the west of the Hongo, and Chu to the east of the Hongo, and from then on the world will be equally divided, and there will be no aggression against each other. Duke Pei said as long as you agree, 3 days later you can sign the Chu River Han Boundary Covenant in and send the whereabouts of the military division. What do you think, great king?" Xiang Yu subconsciously wants to refuse. After all, in his memory, Liu Bang is still the defeated dog during the Hongmen banquet period. If not for him extending a helping hand, would there be a Hanzhong king now? But when the words came out of his mouth, what came into his eyes was a face full of fatigue and hope. They were all tired from the years of war with Liu Bang. Xiang Yu closed his eyes tightly and sighed heavily. "Let's just draw the river. As long as I can get my brother back, it's all worth it." 3 days later, Xiao He and Xiang Bo met at the Hongo and formally signed the Hongo agreement to delimit the river. At the moment the agreement was signed, Xiang Yu spoke impatiently. "Liu Bang, now that the agreement has been signed, where is my brother's whereabouts?" Liu Bang did not answer but asked, "Where are my family members you promised me?" Xiang Yu snorted coldly. "I am not a treacherous villain like you. Your wife is now on her way back. You will meet them when you return to Luoyang. Lord Xiang's righteousness is admirable. I, Liu Bang, am also not a man of bad faith. It's just that your brother is really not in my hands. You have to go to Yingbu for this. But for the sake of you releasing my father back, I can show you a clear path. East City." East City, Wujiang. The light in Xiang Yu's eyes flashed, and his piebald jumped up heavily on his crotch, immediately turning his horse's head and heading straight to the East City. Pass the order to the 3 armies, anyone who meets Yingbu's men, kill without pardon. Amidst the hissing sound, the Chu army gradually moved farther and farther away, but unexpectedly, the Han army didn't retreat there, but rather, they were dead rooted in the chasm. Until a large army holding the banner of Han appeared. "Is Peng Yu available?" Han Xian, who has been chiseled through Xiang Yu's front twice, is no longer arrogant, nodding his head heavily. "King Han, just waiting for our troops to move out. Peng Yu will immediately move out to attack the Chu army from both sides." The light in Liu Bang's eyes explodes. "Great general, you can deploy your troops as you like. The king only has one request, to completely eradicate Xiang Yu." Can you do it?
Han Xian took a deep breath, the joints pinching on the Han King's sword were almost purple. A full 600,000 troops, if I, Han Xian, can't take down Xiang Yu.
I wish to carry my head to meet you. That's good. Liu Bang retreated behind Han Xian, looking like he was at will.
As for whether it would be psychologically burdensome to just sign a covenant and then tear it up,
Liu Bang said, "You want to talk about credibility with a gangster?
With his credit score, it's hard enough to sweep a rechargeable battery, so instead of expecting him to honor the covenant, you should expect a Cao to climb a tree." When the soldiers and horses had all entered their designated positions, Han Xian took a deep breath and his voice was like a thunderclap. "Armies, start." Tang Fengsheng was trembling, so excited that he couldn't take care of himself. Because he knew that a famous scene that he had watched over and over again would happen next. 28 horsemen chiseling through 5,000 Han troops head-on.
Chapter 104, Shouldn't You Die For Me? The reason why Liu Bang delayed the signing of the Hongou Covenant for 3 days was simple.
It was to wait for Han Xian, who was stationed in Xindu, to rush to the main battlefield. Because he thought that facing Xiang Yu, a fierce general who was not like a mortal, he could never defeat him by himself. He must gather all his strength to have a glimmer of hope of victory. To this end, he first followed Zhang Liang's advice and pushed for the conclusion of the Hongou Pact to lower Xiang Yu's defenses.
He then informed Yu Chaoyang of his whereabouts so that he could point his finger at King Ingbu of Zhejiang.
On this basis, Liu Bang also gave Peng Yu dozens of cities, large and small, in the land of Liang, and enthroned him as the king of Liang. He marched westward from Chang'e and attacked Huang and Xixian to cut off the grain route of the Chu army. As the saying goes, planning is in the hands of man and accomplishing is in the hands of heaven. Liu Bang has done everything he can, and is begging to wipe out the Chu army in one fell swoop and return peace to the world.
And Han Xian did not let Liu Bang down. After taking over the command of the Han army, Han Xian immediately ordered the army to split into two.
One way is led by Han Xian in Guing with 150,000 troops to encircle from the north road and attack Xiang Yu's right flank. One way was led by Liu Bang, Fan Kuai, Tang Fengsheng, Zhou Bo and Xiaohoing with an army of 200,000 out of Gaixia to pursue the Chu army. With Tang Fengsheng, the king of escape, he was not afraid that Liu Bang would be killed by Xiang Yu in the battle. He only needs to hold back the Chu army, and when the right flank and the rear troops arrive, Xiang Yu will only have one way to retreat to the east.
And Gaixia is Han Xian's customized burial place for Xiang Yu.
Soon after, Liu Bang's striker Fan Kuai won the raid on the rear ranks of the Chu army at Guling.
The pace of the Chu army, which was eager to go east to find Yu Chaoyang and attack Ingbu,
came to a sudden halt. Xiang Yu was furious. "Going back on your word will make the world laugh."
Passed the order that the whole army stops and deploys at Guling.
This king has always wanted to have a duel with Liu Bang, but never had the chance. This time he took the initiative to send him to the door. This king will have to take off his head. Zhongli Ban's face suddenly changed. "Your Majesty, there is no danger to defend here. We should lead our army back to Pengcheng first, and send someone east to retrieve the military advisor as the best strategy."
Xiang Bo also arched his hand and said, "Your Majesty, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Liu Bang is obviously jumping over the wall. Why don't we annihilate this villain in one fell swoop? Liu Bang is just a fleeing general. He has lost many battles. What is there to fear?"
Facing the two men who have their own views, Xiang Yu took a deep breath and made a final decision. When the Chu army fights, only the enemy army escapes. There is no such thing as the Chu army escaping.
Passed the order for the rear team to become the front team and meet the enemy. With a command, Xiang Yu personally led the main force to turn back and counterattack.
He was the first to lead the troops and charged into battle, and the exhausted Chu army that had been running around for a lot of time suddenly exploded with amazing fighting strength. The 200,000 strong army led by Liu Bang was once again routed by Xiang Yu.
Luckily, Zhou Bo stepped forward at this moment, and he fought out his 20,000 troops to cover the retreat of Liu Bang's main army into Yangxia City.
Inside Yangxia City, a group of corps generals were reviewing the defeat according to the old rules. Tang Fengsheng leaned on the threshold, his heart already numb.
How many times has Liu Bang lost at the hands of Xiang Yu? He couldn't remember because the number of losses was just too many.
Since the Battle of Pengcheng when Xiang Yu's 30,000 defeated 560,000, Liu Bang was either on the run or on his way to the run. He himself is even more miserable. In the Three Kingdoms period at least is also able to fight with Lu Bu 200 rounds of players, the results to the Chu Han legend, directly transformed into a fugitive king. All day either take Liu Bang to run away or take Han Xian to run away. Running skills are almost catching up with actual combat skills. He is the double champion of horseback hacking, single-killed General Han Xian, and Lu Bu battle 200 rounds of fierce man. Running all day long is nothing.
The man is to fight.
What? You said the one walking head-on was Xiang Yu. Well, it doesn't have to be a fight. Running away is actually quite good. This time, although the battle was lost, but the expression on the faces of the people on the scene was extremely optimistic, and Liu Bang even said in an uncharacteristic manner, "We have to continue to fight this battle, prepare food, and fight with them. We've lost so many times, we don't care about this time, just win once. Winning once will completely eradicate the Chu army."
Zhang Liang nodded heavily. What King Han has said is absolutely right. Xiang Yu's situation is different from ours. As long as we hold on and wait for the right flank and rear army to be in place, the situation will definitely be reversed. As expected by Zhang Liang. Now that the grain and grass are in emergency, Xiang Yu was anxious at this moment. I thought that the two sides were pulling back to have a big battle to decide the belonging of the world. As a result, the two sides were engaged in the battle for only 30 minutes and fled back to Gaixia city. How is it? If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't catch up with that Tang general, he would have flayed Liu Bang alive. While Zhong Lijian once again suggested Xiang Yu to retreat back to Pengcheng at this time, and then send his troops eastward to look for his military advisor again. Xiang Yu once again rejected Zhong Lijian's suggestion, thinking that this time he would definitely take down Liu Bang's head to pay tribute to Fan Zheng's spirit in heaven. Zhong Lizi was confused. Your Majesty, are you joking or serious? With today's food emergency, you wouldn't be unaware that this is asking for death and generating unnecessary casualties, would you? As the words fell, Xiang Yu laughed violently. The laughter was gradual, getting louder and louder until the entire tent was covered by this laughter. Xiang Yu's heavy pupils were somewhat distorted and deep-set, his face was hideous to the extreme, and his voice was hoarse and full of magnetism, as if a beast was roaring low. From the day they chose to follow me, they have already decided their fate. Is it not fitting to die for me? Pass on my order, the army will storm Gaixia. A flash of horror flashed through Zhong Li's pupils, and he was forced to arch his hand and leave. In the blink of an eye, the two sides began their confrontation in front of the formation once again. In order to stall Xiang Yu, Liu Bang has put in a lot of blood, frantically provoking, "Brother, what's the reason for you to hit Gaixia city? Do you want to take off my head, or do you want to talk to me? If it's to take off my head, I advise you to die while you still can. If it's to talk to me, I'll talk to you my ass. Ha 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 ha." Zhou Bo, Xia Hoing, and the other military generals immediately erupted into sneering laughter. Looking at Liu Bang, who was only 100 feet away, Xiang Yu could not wait to charge at once, but after seeing the Tang general beside Liu Bang, he dismissed the idea. Faced with Liu Bang's crazy provocation, Xiang Yu suddenly thought of Yu Chaoyang. If my brother were here, what would he choose to do? He would feign anger and then take advantage of it. Xiang Yu's pupils flashed with a hint of realization as he slowly turned his back. Liu Bang saw this, but he mistook it as Xiang Yu being agitated by him and was doing a pre-war mobilization. Send orders to the army to prepare to meet the enemy. Fangsheng, my Luji's life is in your hands. After seeing Tang Fangsheng nod his head, Liu Bang was relieved and then continued to speak out to mock Xiang Yu. Brother, originally I thought you were okay, now it seems you're nothing to me. Ha 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 ha. Liu Bang laughed heroically, yet Xiang Yu turned around violently at this moment. He is holding the overlord bow made of basalt iron, drawn to the full moon, with the arrow emitting a biting cold light. Liu Bang's face changed greatly, just ready to duck his head to avoid. The arrow was like a thunderbolt instantly sprang out, accurately hitting the chest position. Tang Fangsheng's face suddenly changed, and a roar like a thunderstorm suddenly rang out. Brothers, kill! In the midst of the sky-turning shouts and killings, a humanoid locomotive holding the overlord lance came straight at Liu Bang. The scene came to an abrupt end, and the screen rippled a little. A card outlined with large gilt characters of dragon and phoenix appeared in everyone's field of vision. The king is missing the king. Chapter 105, Ambush on 10 Fronts. Looking at the cards in the center of the screen, the audience didn't even have the heart to send out pop-ups. Their attention was drawn to the plot of the game. Because since Yu Chaoyang double-opened and found God Zhuge, this external brain, the entire plot of Chu Han contest has been changed to a mess. According to the plot in standalone mode, the normal should be that Han Xian swept the north, and then was made king of Qi by Liu Bang, which led his troops to come and surround Chu. The arrow that should have been shot at the Hongo was delayed until Gaixia. They were incomparably curious as to whether Xiang Yu could change his fate against the heavens with the help of God Zhuge's help, whether Xiang Yu could change his fate against heaven or not. And with Xiang Yu charging into the Han army ahead of them, their hearts were instantly in their throats. Looking at Xiang Yu, who was like a mountain pouring in, Tang Fangsheng is like an enemy, carrying Liu Bang and turning on his horse to run away. But since Xiang Yu knew Tang Fangsheng's existence, how could he not be prepared? Only to see him holding a gun in his left hand and a bow in his right hand, biting an arrow to place the bowstring, his neck tilted back instantly. The overlord's bow was drawn to the full moon. Shoo! The arrow shot out, precisely hitting the galloping warhorse. The horse let out a whimper and fell straight to the ground. Liu Bang was thrown straight down, and his chest hurt so much that he grimaced. But he cared more about the speeding Xiang Yu than the physical pain. Forcibly enduring the physical pain, Liu Bang tremblingly got up, and when he stood up, his originally trembling body violently tensed up and loomed large. Generals, this king is unharmed. Please take up the swords in your hands and fight to kill the enemy. Wherever the big banner is, that's where the king is, kill. The Han army looked at the figure that stood tall like a pine, and immediately let out a roar that resounded through the sky, colliding with the Chu army that poured in. Xiang Yu's face was grim, his eyes staring at Liu Bang. He clearly saw that the shot was hit. How could it be nothing at all? But it doesn't matter, such a close distance is enough for him to catch up with Liu Bang. Hiya! With a loud shout, the Wu Jue instantly scurried out like an arrow off the string. But in the face of Xiang Yu, who was close at hand, Liu Bang turns around and doesn't even look at him. Because he knows that he can't show his cowardice now, let alone showing his injured posture. As long as he, Liu Bang, is still standing unharmed, someone will be there to block Xiang Yu. And the truth was just as he expected. Seeing Liu Bang unharmed, the Han troops, who were originally still cowering, instantly became fearless. Immediately after that, a tower-like strong man killed out from Xiang Yu's right side. Don't be wild, Fan Kuai is here. Xiang Yu turned a blind eye and backhanded a shot across the board. Bang! With a loud bang, Fan Kuai was directly smashed out several meters away even with his weapon, and his internal organs felt like they were being trampled like a heartache. Xiang Yu, on the other hand, did not even look at him from the beginning to the end, as if he had done a trivial thing. In his field of vision, there was only that back figure that was forcibly composed. Kill! Xiang Yu's momentum is high, but the distance between him and Liu Bang is getting farther and farther away. It can't be helped, the Han army is just too much, so much that even he can't help but tremble. The densely packed Han army was like a tidal wave, deadlocking him in place, unable to advance a single bit. Liu Bang, however, walked farther and farther away from him as he watched, until he was sitting on top of the king's chauffeur. Generals, this king is here to watch you kill the enemy. Kill! As a wave of chicken soup went down, the Han army got excited to a degree visible to the naked eye and desperately tried to kill the enemy. The originally tilted situation was actually leveled out, and the two armies were once again caught in a scorching heat. This can give the side of the Tang Fengsheng look stunned, looking at Liu Bang's eyes full of unbelievable. Is this still the fleeing general Liu Bang in his memory? Xiang Yu's arrow hit or not, other people don't know. As a personal guard, is he still not clear about it? He saw clearly that the arrow hit Liu Bang's heart. With that amount of bleeding, it would have been a problem for anyone else to even speak. However, Liu Bang had gritted his teeth and pulled through. Not only did he speak out to inspire the generals, but even his attempts to assist him were stopped by a stern voice. Don't come over. The king must not show his cowardice, let the generals see him. Thus, Liu Bang dragged his seriously injured body and walked towards the king's whiskey step by step, and the firmness of his eyes could be said to have ruthlessly refreshed Tang Fengsheng's cognition. When he was a coward, he could let the Chu army abuse him and watched Xiang Yu cooking Lu Taigong in oil. Ruthless, he can use his body as bait, dragging the body of a serious injury without changing color. Able to bend and stretch enough to be ruthless. He understands why Liu Bang took over the kingdom. Xiaohoing hurriedly ran up to the king's whiskey and was just about to open his mouth to speak when he saw Liu Bang's shocking wounds. His face changed in shock and his tone was terrified to the extreme. King Han, are you alright? Liu Bang's lips trembled, waving his hand without any concern. Can't die, something to say. Reporting to King Han, Pang Yu's army has detoured to the rear of the Chu army, and its grain route has been cut off. The great general is leading his army, and it is estimated that they will reach Xiang Yu's center flank by nightfall. Xiaoyi's pupils flashed with a hint of worry when he heard this. With just one Pang Yu, I'm afraid that he won't be able to stop Xiang Yu. Or else we retreat west first? Liu Bang decisively refused. Retreat west? We can't go. We have lost more than once, and we don't care about this time. If I leave, Xiang Yu might withdraw to Pengcheng. Only if I am here, Xiang Yu will not withdraw. Tell the generals to wait for darkness and wait for the great general. After saying this, Liu Bang violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale and pale. King Han! King Han! Xiaoyi Zhangliang's face suddenly changed. The worry in his pupils could not be suppressed. He was just about to come forward to assist him, but was once again rejected by Liu Bang's strict orders. Don't come over, don't let the generals worry. Liu Bang wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, his body standing tall like a cold pine. And right at this moment, an army holding the banner of Han violently appeared on the flanks of Xiang Yu's center army. Its formation was so subtle that everyone present could tell at a glance that it was Han Xian's handiwork. The army, which had been expected to arrive only at nightfall, arrived ahead of schedule. The Chu army was flanked by the enemy, and the battle situation was instantly reversed. A heroic figure ran up to the king's whiskey, kneeling on one knee and arching his hand. Han Xian came late to save the king, please pardon the king of Han. Seeing Han Xian's arrival, Liu Bang's tense heart instantly felt relieved, and he tremblingly took out his seal and handed it over to Han Xian personally. My great general, I'll leave the rest to you. After saying that, Liu Bang's originally straight body fell to the ground with a loud bang, completely fainting. Zhang Liang Xiaoyi Xia Ho Ying's pupils shrunk to the tip of a needle, and hurriedly greeted the doctor to come forward. However, Han Xian still knelt down on one knee and bowed heavily to the unconscious Liu Bang. King Han's generous favor. Han Xian, I will not dishonor you. Clang! Han Xian got up and drew the Han King's sword, the blade pointing straight at the Chu army. 600,000 fighting 100,000, the advantage lies with Han. Pass on my order. Kong Shi's army and Chen He's army will encircle on both flanks to cut off the retreat route of the Chu army. Zhou Bo and Cao Cao will block off the northward peripheral defenses, Lu Jiao will block off the southward direction, and Peng Yu and Guoyang will block off the southeastward and southwestward directions respectively. Apply kites with bagpipes at high altitude to create a dismal sound and drain the fighting spirit of the Chu army. Set traps and ambushes on the ground to entangle the Chu army. This general will personally lead an army of 300,000 men to face the main force of the Chu army directly. Han Xiong created a multi-layered encirclement net by virtue of his 10 directions: east, south, west, north, northeast, southeast, northwest, southwest, up, and down. The encirclement net was divided into 3 layers: frontal consumption, flanking strangulation, and peripheral blockade. Multi-layer force deployment and psychological tactics are combined, and the direction of attack covers 8 horizontal directions and 2 vertical directions. It can be described as, there is no way up to the sky and no door to the ground. With the Han army's encirclement getting smaller and smaller, the screen suddenly stopped, and the sound of jingoistic killing resounded throughout the live broadcast. Immediately after, a delicate card appeared in the center of the screen. 10 ambushes. Chapter 106. History books will record Xiang Yu's great victory at Gaixia. The card body is black and white, surrounded by a border inlaid with a handle of swords, and halberds. The picture on the card is a dense silhouette that can't be seen from the edge, representing Han Xiong's ambush on 10 sides. In the center of the image was a white snake about to turn into a dragon, and a fierce tiger with angry eyes. Although the tiger is the king of all beasts, but under heavy siege, it shows exhaustion, representing Xiang Yu's beast of prey. Haji Yu, even with the help of God. Zhuge help, but still can't do it? Tang Fengsheng looked downcast, feeling intolerant for what happened to Xiang Yu. According to the plot of the standalone mode, after Han Xiong was ambushed on 10 sides, Xiang Yu was defeated on Wujiang River. The fierce tiger that swept the world was finally driven to Jiangdong by the white snake, no longer in the past. Looking at the card shows the disheveled tiger. The pop-up screen also sigh. Hockey tiger, even with the help of the prime minister, but still can't do it? The prime minister is certainly strong, but in the end, I'm not the one operating it, and Yang is still almost meaningless. That's true. If the chancellor himself were here, how could he not see Ying Bu's double agent scheme, and how could he have buried a good situation? Xiang Yu lost because he was too strong, so strong that he didn't bother to use any stratagems and look down on anyone as an equal, and that's why Han Xiong and Chen Ping defected to Liu Bang. Liu Bang is also ruthless enough to wait for the arrival of Han Xiong before fainting with an arrow wound. He can bend, he can stretch, and he has a thick skin. No wonder he can be the emperor. The more I see of Xiang Yu, the more I feel he is almost fighting against all the heroes and heroines in the world with his own strength, which is really inhuman. I would call the overlord the ultimate heroism. The gold content of water can carry a boat, and it can also overturn a boat is still rising. The overlord has not lost to anyone, but only in the hearts and minds of the people, so let's go back to Jiangdong and fight again. The king, the god of the second generation purpose, is not proud of himself. Zhuge, the show has just begun. At this moment, Han Xiong Peng Yu's army has formed a closed circle around the Chu army, and no matter what direction Xiang Yu runs in, he cannot break through the Han army's encirclement. Seeing that the encirclement is getting smaller and smaller, Xiang Yu had no choice but to lead his army to a valley, wanting to reproduce the battle of breaking the cauldron. At this time, the Chu army has long been no food to eat, 3 or 2 huddled together in a ball, boiling ice to feed their hunger. Xiang Yu see in the eyes of the pain in the heart, these soldiers are not what Qin pawns, but the authentic Jiangdong children. They are the sons of his 7 great aunts and 8 great aunts, and they are his cousins. He forced tears from his eyes and said aloud, "Brothers, hold on a little longer. As long as we get to Pengcheng, we'll make sure to let you eat your fill and burst your stomachs." While Xiang Yu is mobilizing, the scouts come to report, "Your Majesty, Han Xiong's 300,000 men have already moved south and Peng Yu's men have suddenly appeared around us. Han Xiong's Peng Yu vanguard has surrounded Pengcheng. We can't retreat anymore." Xiang Yu closes his eyes and realizes that the back road is broken and the nearby Pengcheng can no longer be returned. "Where is my brother? Is there any news about my brother?" The scout slowly shook his head. "Your Majesty, there is no news of the military division's whereabouts." The scout retreated with his hands. Xiang Yu and Zhongli stopped walking until no one was around. Xiang Yu said in a deep voice, "You go and find a suitable terrain for the army to fight. I want to perform the feat of Julu again and break the Han army." Zhongli arching his hand, "I have already figured out the terrain around me. Now I am in a position where there are cliffs in front and behind me for 100 miles. Xiang Yu takes a deep breath, but his pupils do not show any concern, then arrange for the generals to camp on the spot. As long as Han Xiong dares to attack, this king will surely be able to lead his generals to kill their way out of the siege. Here. Looking at the terrain in front of him, Xiang Yu asked again, "What is the name of this place?" Gaixia. Gaixia. Xiang Yu's eyes are like torches and his tone is extremely confident. History books will record Xiang Yu's 100,000 enemies against 600,000 at Gaixia, a great victory. Time passes by. After a night's run, the Han army's 10 ambushes were in place. The 600,000-strong Han army is waiting in the camp, and Han Xian makes a final pre-war mobilization. He waved his hand and the drumming stopped instantly. Strangle Chu's army, Suishi rendezvous. All flags of the people will be changed to the Great Han flag, and I will be known as General Han Xian. As the voice fell, a heavenly roar erupted from underneath in an instant. Great General Han Xian. Great General Han Xian. Great General Han Xian. Han Xian's valor flourished as he fiercely unsheathed the Han King's sword. The rear ranks turn into the front ranks. The army is on the move. Xiang Yu's gaze is like electricity. His voice is like thunder on the ground. This king will bring you home. Chisel through the Han army. With a command, the two groups of men ran towards each other to kill each other, and the peak battle between Han Xian and Xiang Yu started in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the two armies came together. Xiang Yu, holding the overlord's spear, led 50,000 soldiers and horses to lead the way, holding Han Xian's 300,000 main force at bay. The Chu army, led by Zhongli and Jibu, took the opportunity to charge straight into the Han army's center battle formation, with their eyes firmly set on death. Seeing this, Fan Kuai directly put all of his main forces on the battlefield to stop Zhongli, Jian, Jibu, and the others. And this was just what Han Xian wanted. He was to use a roundabout tactic to divide the Chu army into several battlefields and then surround and annihilate them. There was no way, although the Han army was in absolute strength advantage, but Han Xian was not sure that he could definitely defeat Xiang Yu. The plan is in the hands of the people and the success is in the sky. He only had to be careful and cautious on top of the 10-sided ambush, in order to be foolproof. The Chu army led by Xiang Yu showed amazing battle power. They broke the Han army line many times, but there was no help for the Han army's strength. Wave after wave, it is completely impossible to kill them all. The long sword in Jibu's hand had already had a gaping hole in it, and he himself was dyed red with blood, his face as fierce as an evil ghost. After a day of fierce battle, Xiang Yu led the rest of his men back to the camp. Tiredness swept through his body and Xiang Yu fell asleep. But his eyes were only closed for not more than 2 minutes when a loud shouting noise woke him up. The Han army was attacking at night. Xiang Yu's pupils are bursting with blood and he is panting heavily. Despite being physically exhausted, he still picked up his overlord's spear and killed his way into the formation. Brothers, the Han army is coming to sneak attack. Let them have no return, kill. Seeing Xiang Yu's appearance, the night-attacking Han troops instantly retreated without the slightest thought of killing. The Chu camp restored tranquility and the soldiers fell asleep. After an incense stick was burned, the shouts of the Han army resumed. Xiang Yu woke up from his sleep and lifted up his king's spear to rush out of the tent, but the Han army retreated again. As the saying goes, the enemy advances, I retreat, the enemy retreats, I advance. This move of Han Xian has deeply realized the essence of guerrilla warfare. Under the continuous night attack, the Chu army was busy running for their lives, which made their health condition decline more and more. And this kind of interference tactics, the Han army continued for a full night. By the time dawn broke, the Chu army camp was already littered with corpses, and everyone's faces were covered in deep exhaustion, their pupils shrunk to pinpoints, and blood was clearly visible. Their gazes were like falcons, staring around vigilantly. Any breeze would cause yelling and screaming, their mental state infinitely approaching the edge of collapse. And what made Xiang Yu most desperate was that Han Xian knew that the Han army could not possibly encircle the Chu army in one fell swoop, so in yesterday's night attack, their main objective was to burn the remaining rations of the Chu army. Looking at the granary collapsed in the ruins, Xiang Yu did not say a word, his 10 fingers clenched tightly and turned green, then he sighed heavily and long. If my brother is still around, how could I fall for this treacherous little plan? He walked despondently down the general's platform, then picked up the fallen big banner and smoothed out the folds on it before saying in a loud voice, Generals! King Liu Bang of Han has reneged on his promise and used treachery to gain a temporary victory, but this heartless man will surely be destroyed one day. I, Xiang Yu, swear that as long as I am here, I will never let the Han army succeed and I will bring you all home. Jibu pulled out his open-mouthed stumpy sword, kill out. Kill out. Kill out. Kill out. The Chu army roars to the sky, their morale is once again galvanized, only because their king's name is Xiang Yu, a force to be reckoned with. Xiang Yu. Chapter 107, Psychological Warfare Jedi, Chu Gu on all sides. Although Xiang Yu has boosted the morale of the three armies, he no longer has the arrogance of the past. He knows that what he can do now is to lead those who are alive to kill their way out. But how easy was it to break out of Han Xian's 10-sided ambush, which could be called a dragnet? Xiang Yu's every move inside the camp has long since been relayed by the scouts to Han Xian. When night fell, Han Xian changed his tactics from yesterday and instead organized an army of 10,000 men to rush and shout at the Chu camp. Han Xian knew it very well. If he wanted to crush the Iron Army led by Xiang Yu, it would be the best strategy to disintegrate the will of the Chu army from the psychological level. On the other hand, Guoyang advocated to take the initiative to attack. He did not understand why Han Xian only beat the drums and shouted, wasting manpower and material resources for nothing. Han Xian laughed and was just about to reply but saw Tang Fengxing on the side and turned to say, General Tang, haven't you always wanted my book of war? You answer this question to general irrigation, and if you answer correctly I'll write a book of war and give it to you. The light in Tang Fangxing's eyes exploded. Is this true? You can't just take a book of war to fool me. I want your life's work written by the book of war. Han Xian laughed heartily. You have saved me from fire several times. What is the harm of your life's learning? I, Han Xian, am not a stingy man.
Looking at the two men who were singing in unison, Guang was dumbfounded. Nima, answering a question can get Han Xian's lifelong learning of the Book of War. How come this kind of good thing can't come to me?
General Han Xian, look at me, I want your Book of War too. Guang inwardly roared madly, itching to smack himself two big mouths. I told you to talk too much, I told you to talk too much. As the saying goes, I'm afraid that my brother is having a hard time, but I'm also afraid that he's driving a Land Rover. Guang can be said to have displayed this saying to the fullest. But after careful thought, he gradually put his heart down again. Who is Tang Fangxing? The Han army is famous for its rashness. When he fought in the backwater, he killed Han Xian in public, typical of a man with a brain full of muscles. With his IQ, it was categorically impossible for him to see the mystery. Noticing Irrigation Ying's eyes filled with contempt, Tang Fangxing smiled blandly. He really didn't know why Han Xian was beating his drum and shouting at the Chu camp, but bouncer no ah. The legend of Chu Han in standalone mode has long been cleared, and several of Han Xian's classic battles have been explained frame by countless people. Which naturally includes this was born under the 10-sided ambush, by countless people called the psychological warfare absolute top 4-sided Chu Gu. In the face of Han Xian's test, the pop-up screen gave a frantic response. In just a few seconds of work, the cause and effect of the 4 sides of this before and after the song was clearly articulated, and also incidentally spoke of tomorrow's arrangement of the formation. Looking at the screen full of answers, Tang Fangxing smiled confidently. If the last general is not mistaken, the song that the great general has sent out is a Chu song. The Chu army is now cut off from food and grass, and has been repeatedly attacked at night, physically and mentally exhausted to the extreme. The sound of the Chu Lan song will surely cause the Chu army's homesickness, thus deeply disintegrating the will of the Chu army. Once the Chu army is attached, it will no longer have the will to die rather than surrender. When these words came out, Han Xian's expression instantly stiffened, and his eyes were filled with dismay as he looked at Tang Fangxing. Today's Tang Fangxing was a bit unfamiliar. Guang was even more directly dumbfounded and dazed. Wasn't it said that Tang Fangxing was a reckless man with muscles growing in his brain? Rumors misrepresent me. Han Xian pursed his lips and applauded, just about to praise but heard Tang Fangxing continue. After dismantling the will of the Chu army, we will proceed to deal with Overlord Xiang Yu. In my opinion, after dawn, we should send the left and right flanks to make a feint attack. Xiang Yu will attack the left flank will withdraw, and the right flank will attack. Xiang Yu will meet the right flank will withdraw, and the left flank will attack. Just let Xiang Yu be exhausted for one day, then there will be no more threat to speak of. The voice fell and the scene was dead silent. Even Zhang Liang Chenping's eyes were filled with dismay when he looked at Tang Fangxing. There was only one thought in their minds at the moment: no matter who you are, get off the escape great king right now. Han Xian was the first to come back to his senses, then he laughed magnificently and heavily bumped Tang Fangxing's shoulder. Good boy, deep in hiding. Pass on my order, tomorrow's action will be as General Tang said. On the other side. Listening to the drumming and shouting of the Han army, Xiang Yu held his head and pondered. At this time Jibu walked out with rice porridge. Xiang Yu saw that even he has to eat porridge and soup as food, so he can imagine what the generals are eating every day. He immediately got up and walked out of the tent to visit the generals, but what came into his eyes was an eye full of tears. Why are you crying? The subordinate listened to the Chu songs resounding from all sides, and for a moment it was difficult to suppress the homesickness in his heart, so he wept. I also asked the great king to forgive me. Xiang Yu was silent for a long time before he suddenly shouted to the generals present, brothers, please believe in my king. This king will definitely lead you to kill your way out of the siege and bring you home. The Chu army quietly looked at Xiang Yu, who raised his arms and shouted. His pupils lit up with the flame called vengeance. The full moon fades and the sky turns white. Almost at the same time, the Han army launched a new round of offense towards the Chu army. Compared to the previous battle losses, this time the Chu army suffered extremely heavy casualties. With no food to eat and a succession of killings, both psychologically and physically, the Chu army was on the verge of its limit. Under Tang Fangxing's tactics, Xiang Yu was even more exhausted and was played by the Han army. After a day's battle, Xiang Yu was exhausted and realized that, to continue like this is tantamount to chronic death, he must break out. When he thought of this, he sent someone to summon Zhong Lijian, and the two of them whispered and plotted something. One incense stick later, under the cover of the night, the two big banners broke out in opposite directions. When Han Xian got the news that the Chu army had split up to break out, he laughed disdainfully and saw the mystery at a glance. If the remaining sunrise is still there, I may still have to hurt a few brains. As for Xiang Yu, who can't support himself, humph. To the north is the main force of our army, it's like asking for death. On the other side is the Huaishuwei, beyond which is the Wu River, and to the south of the Wu River is the Jiangdong territory. Want to run? General Cao, you lead 10,000 soldiers to Wujiang River to block Xiang Yu's retreat. A few moments after Cao Shan arched his hand and left, a scout hurriedly came to report, Your Excellency, Xiang Yu has broken through our defense line and is running towards Huaishuai. Han Xin narrowed his eyes, successful breakout? How many troops does he have left? 28 horsemen. 28 horsemen? Han Xin heaved himself up, good. The 5,000 troops led by King Han have been waiting at the Huaishuai for a long time, and will surely be able to stop the Chu army from continuing southward. Pass on my order, the army will start off and capture Xiang Yu alive in Huaishuai. Chapter 108, Even though I die today, I am still the king of Western Chu. Xiang Yu led 28 horsemen and rushed towards the Huaishuai at fire speed. His face was conflicted with both relief and remorse. Relieved because, under his use of his body as bait, the large troop led by Zhong Li managed to break out of the Han encirclement. The reason for his remorse is that only 28 of the thousands of generals who followed him and used their bodies as bait are now left. Looking at the faces of those who felt close to him, but were ready to die, even Xiang Yu, who is as hard-hearted as he is, couldn't help but feel a softness in his heart. He raised his arm, and the 28 horsemen stopped in an instant, ordering the order to be carried out. Dust filled the sky, the wind whistled, the Xiang character big banner whistled in the gale, and time seemed to have stopped at this moment. In the howling gale, Xiang Yu softly spat out name after name, Xiang Yin, Xiang Lan, Xiang Feng, Xiang Shuwen, Xiang Qixia, Xiang Lisin, Xiang Yu, Xiang Lin. All of you are members of the king's clan, the king's great-aunt, second-aunt, uncle, great-uncle, and second-uncle's son. They believe in this king, so they chose to hand you over to him, and ahead of you is the last line of defense of the Wu River stationed by Liu Bang, with a full 5,000 soldiers. I know you guys are scared, but it's okay. Because, Xiang Yu paused and raised his overlord's spear to raise his arms, because this king will lead you guys to kill your way out. Take you all home. When the long blade points, the four directions will submit, and no one will be able to defeat it by splitting the world. Xiang Yu's left arm slammed heavily on top of the silver helmet with a dull sound. Bang! The 28 riders did not say anything, they just looked at Xiang Yu adoringly as their left arm kept smashing on top of the silver helmet that symbolizes honor. Bang! 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 They didn't have words, they just pounded their chests, but it was worth 1,000 words. And just then, an excited shout suddenly rang out. Great king! The crowd followed the sound and saw two riders slowly appear in view. Their familiar faces made the crowd recognize them at a glance. It was Zigui and Yu Chaoyang. Xiang Yu's expression froze and was then covered by ecstasy. My brother. Zigui. Xiang Yu galloped his horse furiously towards the direction where the two of them were, with the 28 riders following closely behind. When the distance between the two sides is still 100 feet, Xiang Yu rolled over and dismounted, spreading his arms and using his feet instead of his horse. The remnants of the sunlight cast a golden veil over the earth, and the three of them hugged each other tightly, their noses souring. Xiang Yu looks at Yu Chaoyang, whose chest is wrapped in bandages, his voice faintly trembles. Brother, it is my brother who is useless. Not being able to personally handily kill Ing Bu and avenge my brother's death. It doesn't matter, brother is already satisfied. If brother had not led his troops across the river to help and scared off Ing Bu's pursuers, General Yu and I would have lost our lives in Chu pedestrian long ago. Zigui is covered with wounds, but he pretends to be relaxed and says, You don't know, your majesty, that Ing Bu thief was scared to death when he heard the news that you came back to support him. He didn't even want his troops and horses to run away, afraid that he would be captured by you if he ran late. Awesome, so damn awesome. Saying this, Zigui suddenly reddened his eyes, perhaps only heaven knows what exactly they encountered on this run. Xiang Yu was speechless for a while, he heavily gathered Zigui into his chest. Good brother. The two embraced each other in an instant. Xiang Yu turned his head around and said, Chaoyang, what should we do next? Including me, you can do whatever you want, as long as you can bring the brothers home. Yu Chaoyang used his sword as a brush and scribbled on the sand. Today, Han Xian is ambushed on all sides, and there are pursuers everywhere. If you want to live, the only way is to go south. Cut through Liu Bang's 5,000-strong Han army head-on, then cross the Huaishuai, cross the Wu River, and as long as we get back to Jiangdong, brother will help you return to the top of the world. Yu Chaoyang didn't say this nonsense. During the time he was on the run, he was soaking in that grass hut of the prime minister almost every moment of the day. On to the reorganization of power, talent training, across the board, down to the people's livelihood and economy, reputation reshaping, army structure, all round let the prime minister advice all over the place. Sichuan and Shu is a northern expedition, Jiangdong is likewise a northern expedition, and the prime minister said that he is familiar with it. Xiang Yu's mouth smiles as he rolls over and mounts his horse, chiseling through 5,000 Han troops head-on. My brother took it. Brothers, do you have any confidence? The 28 horsemen roared up to the sky. Yes. Ha 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 ha. Xiang Yu laughed up to the sky. To be able to fight side by side with you guys is the greatest honor of my life, Xiang Yu. The words change, all troops line up, protect Chaoyang and Zigui in the center, follow my king. Kill. Kill. The 30 horsemen moved at the sound of the voice, following closely behind Xiang Yu over one sandy field after another until Liu Bang's 5,000 Han troops came into view. Xiang Yu stood tall and paused for just a moment before resolutely launching his charge. A great man in the world, even if he dies, he can only die in battle. Xiang Yu is the first to charge into the Han army, with the 30 riders behind him in a triangle formation, following closely behind. All of them are brazen and fearless, plowing back and forth in the Han army under Xiang Yu's leadership. The shouts, wails and sounds of pain seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. Liu Bang, whose face was pale and whose chest was wrapped in white cloth, sat in the middle of the army, his face appalled, his pupils full of scorn. Xiao Yi couldn't help but worry. King Han, the body is important. You have not yet recovered from your serious injury, so why do you need to go to the front line yourself? Ahem. Liu Bang coughed out a mouthful of blood, but his tone was extremely ferocious. My life will be rested. If Xiang Yu doesn't die, my heart can't be at peace. I want to see Xiang Yu die in front of my eyes. Pass on my order. Those who take Xiang Yu's head will be rewarded with 1,000 gold and be given 10,000 vassals. With the heavy reward, there will be a brave man, and the Han army keeps surging towards Xiang Yu like a madman. But at this time Xiang Yu has long been killing red-eye. Come on, he killed one. Come a pair, he killed a pair. Under the operation of great personal heroism, Xiang Yu successfully cut through Liu Bang's center army and went straight to Wujiang River. Seeing this scene, Liu Bang's right hand clenched his fist and smashed it heavily on the king's chew, and he couldn't stop blood from dipping out from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Yi's heart jumped when he saw this, and he couldn't help but sigh. The king of Han is not going to live long. Where should the world go from here? Could it be that the world is destined to fall deep into war? Xiao Yi was worried inwardly, and the road ahead seemed dark. Although the Chu army had chiseled through 5,000 Han troops at the heavy cost of losing 2 riders, its situation was equally bleak. Because they got lost. It sounds unbelievable, but reality is so ed up. History books, the author isn't making this up. Well, that's when an elderly local man gave the crowd hope. Xiang Yu drove his horse forward and arched his hand. Old man, which direction should the Wu River go? The old uncle gave Xiang Yu a wary look and asked in return, are you the troops of King Han or under the command of Overlord? Xiang Yu nodded his head. This king's line does not change his name and his name is not changed. West Chu hegemony King Xiang Yu is also. Wow, so it's hegemony King Xiang Yu. The old man's cloudy pupils are turning around, and he smiles. Wujiang River is in the north, so you can go there. Thank you, old. Xiang Yu arched his hand and thanked him, but before he could finish his sentence, he heard a bellowing sound. Treacherous villain, why did you deceive my king? Clang. Zigui angrily drew his sword on the old man's neck. I just fled from the north. That land is clearly where the Pengyu army is. You and I have no grievances. Why did you lie to me? Xiang Yu became furious and lifted the old uncle like a chickadee. You and I have never met. Why did you lie to my king? Ha 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 ha. Seeing that things were revealed, the old man simply unloaded his disguise and laughed out loud, then spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva towards Xiang Yu's face. No offense, never met? Joke. It's a big joke. When you, Xiang Yu, killed those 200,000 surrendered soldiers, did you ever think about the fact that there is no injustice or enmity? When you massacred the city, did you ever think that the people had no grudges against you? I hate to eat your flesh, sleep on your skin, drink your blood, and pull out your tendons. Xiang Yu. The old man's face is hideous, his pupils seem to be popping out, his mouth is full of blood. You shall not die. Shall not die a good death. Ha 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 ha. Unbridled. Zigui let out a bellowing cry of rage, raising his long knife and slashing at the old uncle. Xiang Yu's face is calm and he straightly reaches out to hold the long knife, blood dripping down the blade. Great king? Zigui looked stunned, obviously not understanding why Xiang Yu would hold his long sword with his bare hands. Xiang Yu did not reply, he just loosened the collar of the old man's coat and rolled onto his horse without a word. Let him go. Great king. The king said, let him go. Harm. Zigui threw down his long sword heavily and rolled onto his horse. After this change, the entire team became silent, and Xiang Yu was even frowning in pain. Fortunately, the appearance of a river briefly washed away the pessimism. The Wu River. Looking at the Wujiang River, which is close at hand, Xiang Yu's face has no expression and is so calm that it makes people's hearts tremble. His big, broad hand rests heavily on Yu Chaoyang's shoulder, the corner of his mouth squeezes out a smile and says, the raft is small, you and Zigui will go first, my brother will break the back for you. Yu Chaoyang looks at Xiang Yu whose face is calm, he feels vaguely uneasy inside, but he can't tell why, so he can only leave first with a silent refusal. Xiang Yu, on the other hand, rubbed his face, forehead to forehead, and said softly, you and Zigui are seriously injured, being here will only slow us down. Obey. The uneasiness in Yu Chaoyang's heart grew stronger as he shook his head in rejection once again. Seeing this, Xiang Yu directly slashed at his neck, and Yu Chaoyang instantly fainted. He assisted Yu Chaoyang and twisted his head. Zigui, my brother will be handed over to you, this king will come later. Zigui also wanted to refuse, but after meeting Xiang Yu's unquestionable eyes, he helplessly arched his hand. My lord, I will fulfill the trust of the great king. The raft drifted farther and farther away, and the figures of the two disappeared from view. Xiang Yu turned around and said in a deep voice, "Brothers, unload your armor. The raft is small, the only way to carry everyone is to discard the armor." The generals gritted their teeth and said, "Without armor, what if we encounter Han soldiers?" Xiang Yu's eyes suddenly calmed down and his voice softly said, "There will be no more wars in the future. At the beginning of the Huiji uprising, this king led the Chu people to sweep the world lords, today to die this king, but you are innocent, and go back to Jiangdong." The generals were instantly in tears, they knelt down and hissed, "Great king! Take us back to Jiangdong to reorganize our troops and fight Liu Bang again." "Right! Fight Liu Bang again! Fight Liu Bang again!" Facing the emotional generals, Xiang Yu smiled pale. "Maybe that old man is right, the people of the world are looking forward to a peaceful and prosperous world. If I go back to Jiangdong to reorganize my army, how long will this battle last? Although Liu Bang is treacherous, but he is not bad to the people, maybe he can be a good emperor. If the people of the world can live in peace and work happily, I, Xiang Yu, will be able to die a good death. Jiangdong is my hometown and everyone's hometown, our hometown must not be spoiled by anyone. If Liu Bang gets the world, if he's not a benevolent lord, greedy for pleasure, promise me, he must take up arms again and protect my people of Jiangdong. Go back, your mother, father, wife and children are all still waiting for you at home. Lord Xiang! Lord Xiang!" The generals instantly broke down in tears and boarded the raft one by one under Xiang Yu's gaze. After sending off the generals, Xiang Yu stroked his horse. He told Wu Jue, "From now on, you are free, so go." The piebald sobbed and wept, and then jumped into the river to be martyred for Xiang Yu. Looking at the gradually losing breath of the piebald, Xiang Yu smiled freely. Maybe death is not a bad place to return to? At this moment, Xiang Yu's heart is incredibly calm. He walks along the Wujiang River expressionlessly, quietly waiting for Liu Bang's arrival. He knows that only if he dies in front of Liu Bang with his own eyes, he can be spared from the war in Jiangdong. Walking all the way, Xiang Yu finally stopped by a crooked neck tree, and as far as his eyes could see, there was an endless Han army. With just one glance, he saw several familiar faces. Zhao Yi, Zhao Sun, Zhang Liang, Chen Ping, Fan Kuai, Xia Hoing, Zhou Bo. The Han troops, holding long gorges, surrounded him, but they all gulped and none of them went forward, looking tense to the core. Time passed, from noon to dark, but still do not see Liu Bang appear. Han Xian, sitting in the army, said aloud, "The king of Han has ordered, those who take his head will be rewarded with 1,000 gold and be granted the title of Marquis of 10,000 households." The Han army was not moved, still staring at Xiang Yu nervously, fearing that he would rise up and hurt someone, so Han Xian had to repeat, "King of Han's order, those who kill Xiang Yu will be rewarded." The Han army is still stiff, hundreds of thousands of troops are on the side, but still no one dares to go forward. Xiang Yu snorted and said in a loud voice, "Liu Bang, why don't you dare to see the king? Is it because of fear?" Xiang Yu stepped forward, and wherever he went, the Han troops made way. "Liu Bang, this king is here. Liu Bang." Xiang Yu kept roaring, but he never saw Liu Bang. And with every roar of Xiang Yu, Liu Bang, who was hiding at the back of the army, would have his heart trembling. That arrow from Yangxia hurt him fundamentally, and he will not live long today. Looking at the blurred Xiang Yu figure, Liu Bang said breathlessly, "Feng Shang, this king will not go to the front line this time. Order on behalf of this king, kill him." Tang Fengsheng nodded his head and immediately said aloud, "King Han has ordered, kill. Kill." The Han army summoned their courage and launched a frantic attack towards Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu, armed with the king's spear, stabbed the Han troops like a gourd with a hole in it and killed them on the spot with just one shot. In the face of these weak opponents, Xiang Yu puts away his killing heart and only strikes but does not kill. "Lighter, lighter, are you not eating? Wrong angle, go back and repractice. Is this how your great general teaches you to fight?" Xiang Yu disguised himself as a husband, softly pointing out where the attacking Han army is broken. Until a doubly familiar face appeared in front of him. Yang Shi? Looking at his former subordinate, Xiang Yu's heart is doubly crossed. Suddenly putting down his hands over Lord Gun, he laughed openly. "Liu Bang rewarded 1,000 gold and sealed 10,000 households to ask for my head. Today you and I meet, it will be counted as a generous gift from our acquaintance. You and I are from the same hometown, and we are old friends, so let the old friend take my head and go get the reward. But remember, Xiang Yu will never put down his weapon in life or in death." After saying that, Xiang Yu drew out the long sword from Yang Shi's waist and set it on top of his neck, and when he looked back, he suddenly saw Liu Bang's king's chauffeur living in a snail's pace on the mountainside. He laughed out loud in the sky. "Liu Bang, you are finally afraid. Ha 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 ha. Today, even though I am dead, I am still the king of Western Chu." Chapter 109, thinking of Xiang Yu to this day, refusing to cross the Jiangdong River. Xiang Yu's hand raised his sword. Blood slowly dripped down the sword, and its mountain-like body collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. Almost at the same time, a mournful tiger's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. All of the Han army's warhorses were frightened and let out terrified whimpers. The game screen suddenly stopped, and the painting style changed to an ink landscape painting. Immediately afterward, several large black and white characters with dragons and phoenixes appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Luoyang cut your own throat. The large black and white letters gradually distorted and eventually turned into a card that flew to the achievement system. But the changes didn't stop there. As a drop of golden water dripped down, the game screen suddenly set off monstrous waves. A thick, ancient, yellowish book with "The Book of History" written on its cover appeared in the center of the screen. The pages of the book flipped more than once, eventually settling on the page of the Emperor's Chronicle, Xiang Yu's Chronicle, and the ethereal voice of a female narrator rang out. Xiang Yu, a man who is not an emperor but has been written into this chronicle. At the age of 24, holding a tiger's talisman, he stepped out of the river with 8,000 children of Jiangdong. At the age of 26, holding a king's spear, he broke the boat and carried the water to the battlefield, and finally belonged to Chu at the 102 Qin passes, and was victorious in 9 battles and 9 victories. After this battle, the vassals kneeling, do not dare to look up. Pengcheng battle can be called to less than the top of the victory, 30,000 versus 560,000, only half a day on the collapse of the allied forces of Liu Bang, the command of the battle to the extreme, but also exposed its pride and arrogance of the character. The later comment, cannot learn from the name of the king of the hegemony, for Gaixia buried the ambush. 30 years old, Gaixia sad song, Han Xian commanded 600,000 Han troops ambushed the king of the 10 sides, sang the song of Chu in the night, resulting in the disorganization of the Chu army. But even so, Xiang Yu still with Jiangdong children chiseled the array, breaking through the 5 lines of defense, only 30 riders left to break through to the banks of the Wujiang River, send off the armored soldiers, cross swords and cut his own throat. The bravery of his force, the attainment of the military situation, no one in the later generations can compare to his left and right. The name of the overlord has been passed down through the ages. Yu's bravery is unmatched throughout the ages. To this day, Xiang Yu refuses to cross the Jiangdong River. The moment the narrator's voice fell, the stagnant screen began to rotate once again. The Han army swarms over the body of Xiang Yu, the king of the Han Dynasty, and wants to be rewarded with the title of Lord. Tang Fengxing quietly looked at Xiang Yu's corpse. His mood was so low that he could not return to his senses for a long time. Xiang Yu is such a hero, and his life is so magnificent, almost with his own strength to press all the heroes in the world to fight. But this is such a character, in the game official records of the history, but only left a few lines of text. A hook and a stroke. Is Xiang Yu's magnificent life really saddening? The heavy sense of history comes to him, making him almost suffocate and feel like a drop in the ocean. At this time, the pop-up screen, but also fell into a frenzy. They couldn't figure it out and couldn't accept it. Obviously crossing the Wujiang River would allow them to return to the Jiangdong base camp and rise again in the east. Why did Xiang Yu stop his life here, voluntarily give up the hope of survival and cut his own throat with his sword? I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. Dad? Mayu's bravery is unmatched in the ancient world, and Xiang Yu, the overlord who can lift the tripod and pull down the mountains, has died just like this. No, why? Why did Xiang Yu choose to cut his own throat? Is it really because of the old man's words? But Xiang Yu's ability to bear it doesn't seem to be so weak. Zhou Yu, do you even know how to play the game? You're giving me back my king, Xiang Yu. Martyr, does anyone know the address of Zhou Yu? I'm going offline to get real with him. All the games this guy makes, all the ones with high personal charisma end up dead. Prime Minister, Lu Guanzhong, Cao Cao, Xiang Yu. Groove of the old thief Zhou Yu, return my tears. I'm still waiting for God. Zhuge and Xiang Yu to join forces in the northern expedition, and now they're dead? Bad. When Brother Yang regained consciousness must not be dumbfounded on the spot, soaked in the Prime Minister's hut for several days and months. The result is that Big Brother died? I don't know, but I know Brother Yang will cry, and whoever dies, the unlucky one is undoubtedly. Xiang Yu draws his sword and cuts his own throat. The legend of Chu Han is undoubtedly rotten, completely unable to compete with the 3 kingdoms. I suspect that the old thief Zhou Yu forced the arrangement of the plot to kill, or else abstaining from Manic Xiang Yu, Liu Bang to take the head to fight? Full score 10, the 3 contenders full score. If Xiang Yu does not die barely can have 9 points, but Xiang Yu a death directly 5 points. Bad Tail serious, Zhou Yu old thief Jianlang exhaustion. Why do you have such a big controversy about Xiang Yu's death? I feel that Xiang Yu's suicide is the finishing touch. Today I will give you a disc from the psychological level why the king will choose to cut his own throat on the Wujiang River. The old man's word for word did have a certain impact on Xiang Yu, but the impact is very limited. At least the king is also from the mountain of blood to kill out of the sea. It is impossible to shake the heart because of a few words. The root cause, but also the group of Chu army. We thought the Jiangdong 8,000 soldiers are Xiang Yu soldiers. In fact, Xiang Yu's 9 families look up to see their own blocking the knife as a cousin, under the feet of his brother's broken hand, desperately covering the nephew's 2 nephews. Xiang Yu's pride, he simply have no face to go back to face the sisters of the father and mother of the Jiangdong. After crossing the Wujiang River, he is the defeated Xiang Lang, but after crossing the Wujiang River, he is the king of Western Chu. Hiss. It seems kinda like the same thing if you look at it from this angle. You don't say, it seems to make sense. I'm still thinking about Xiang Yu and refusing to cross the Jiangdong River. This is what it means, I'm kneeling down for you. I'm sorry, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it.
Yang immediately to Jiang Dong, let's go to see in the end is the big brother said right, or Zhou Yu old thief Jianglang exhaust rotten tail. The pop-ups are moving, a brain surge into the Yu Chaoyang live room. Only to see Yu Chaoyang in the screen, with a disoriented face, red eyes and white face, obviously knowing the news of Xiang Yu's death. Under the pop-ups running summons from both ends, it is hard to not know. He sat dumbfounded by the raft, letting the river wash over his legs, his brow filled with regret. Great king, why do you refuse to cross the Jiangdong? As long as you cross Jiangdong, D can really help you return to the top of the world. Why do you, why? As his mind recalled the scene with Xiang Yu, Yu Chaoyang could not help but weep. Whether Xiang Yu is tyrannical or suspicious, he really has nothing to say about him. Zigui looks at Yu Chaoyang who was sobbing alone, his heart is like a knife. Chaoyang, the dead can't come back to life. You have not recovered from your serious injury, pay attention to take care of your body. Millions of people in Jiangdong are on your shoulders. The 26 riders who came up later also arched their hands, their shoulders trembling as they sobbed. Yes, military division. The great king could not bear to see Jiangdong affected by the war, so he drew his sword and killed himself, but he also had a last word to leave behind. If Liu Bang is a good emperor, he will be an ordinary Jiangdong citizen. If Liu Bang he is greedy for enjoyment and disregards the people of the world, we will rise up again with our swords to overthrow the great Han Dynasty and protect my people of Jiangdong. As you know, we are a group of brown men who only fight and kill. If you die, who else can lead us? The king will not rest in peace. Including Zigui, all the Chu armies gaze towards Yu Chaoyang is full of worry, obviously taking him as the backbone to take Xiang Yu's place. When Yu Chaoyang heard this, his eyes gradually brightened up. The brothers were right. We can't let the overlord die in vain, he has to carry on Xiang Yu's legacy and guard the land of Jiangdong. Once there is a change in the Han Dynasty, he will resume his sword to recreate the glory of the Chu army. Thinking of this, Yu Chaoyang slowly got up, rubbed his face vigorously, and regrouped. But when he looked up, he froze in place on the spot. Only to see the other side of the river, standing densely crowded eagerly waiting. Most of them were old men, women and children, and only a few were young and strong. Obviously there are still hundreds of meters, but he seems to have seen the crowd that eye-to-eye eyes. These eyes were like a slap, slapping him hard in the face, making him instantly red-faced and ashamed. To this day, I think of Xiang Yu, refusing to cross the Jiangdong. At this time, this sentence is perfectly interpreted. Chapter 110 Though my son is dead, he is brave and courageous. Almost at the same time, everyone lowered their heads in shame. The look was either red, white, bitter, or tangled. The face of the mixed feelings, then the defeat of the war have over and no worse. When 30,000 fought against 560,000, they did not retreat. They didn't flinch when 100,000 hit 600,000 either. When 8,000 beat 300,000, they still didn't flinch. Even when they fought 5,000 men head-on with 30 men, they still didn't retreat. But when faced with hundreds of folks on the other side of the river, this group of hardened men retreated. Their faces red, 10 fingers clenched white, ashamed. At this moment, they were incomparably remorseful as to why they did not die in battle on the sands, why they did not die in Gaixia or Luoyang. Why were they the ones who were lucky enough to survive to face the folks of Jiangdong? This was simply 100 or 1,000 times more unbearable than even killing them. Clang! 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 The sound of long swords coming out of their sheaths broke without end, and many people were ready to follow the example of the overlord in cutting his own throat. Because they would rather sink into the Wujiang River forever than face the hopeful eyes of their parents and relatives. In the nick of time, Yu Chaoyang bellowed, "Stop it!" His face was hideous, spittle flying wildly. You'd rather cut your own throat than face the elders of Jiangdong? Good. Since we're going to die, let's die together. And then wait for the iron hooves of the Han army to trample wantonly on the land of Jiangdong, brutally murdering your wives, children, and parents. Come. Die, all together. Clang. Yu Chaoyang drew his long sword and feinted to hold it on his neck. The generals instantly panicked. Military master, you can't die. Yes, if you die, what else will Jiangdong take to resist the iron hooves of the Han army? Yu Chaoyang sneered. Don't, if we're going to die, let's die together, let's go together to accompany the overlord. Zigui took a deep breath, slowly took away the long sword in Yu Chaoyang's hand and threw it into the water, then turned his head and said aloud, "Brothers. We not only represent ourselves, but also represent the hopes of our dead brothers. If we pull out our swords and cut our own throats, what face will we have to face our dead brothers in the 9 springs? Do you want to say that we are afraid to face the elders in Jiangdong, so we pull out our swords and cut our own throats? This is the real laughing stock. Only with the responsibility of our dead brothers and sisters, facing the elders of Jiangdong directly, can we reduce our sins, even to the 9 springs. The king of Xiang will pat your shoulders, and then give you a thumbs up and say, brothers, you are all good." Once these words came out, the 26 horsemen who were already ashamed have choked out their sobs. Each and every iron-willed man is crying into tears at this moment. Although they were still holding their long swords, the meaning of the representation changed from cutting one's own throat to guarding. The raft was windless, and no matter how much the people dared not and did not want to, there was always a day when it would dock.
Yu Chaoyang's eyes were ashamed, his face reddened, and he took the lead in stepping off the raft, followed by Zigui and the 26 riders. But without exception, they all lowered their heads so low that they couldn't wait to pestle to the ground. Until... bang! With a muffled sound, Yu Chaoyang knelt on both knees, his forehead pressed against the ground, his voice agonized. Fathers and folks, it is Chaoyang who is useless and lost to the Han army. Bang! 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 The sound of kneeling on the ground was broken and uninterrupted. The remaining 27 people fell to their knees as much as they could, their voices carrying a sobbing tone, but gritting their teeth. Fathers and mothers, it's us who are useless. Folks, we're useless. Voices rose in waves, hundreds of Jiangdong fathers and mothers reddened on the spot, and sobs continued to ring out. But they did not blame Yu Chaoyang, nor did they question why the one who survived was not their own son. It was just a small cry to express the wrenching pain in their hearts. An old crone who was over half 100 years old with pale hair and beard tremblingly came forward, as if her withered arm was on Yu Chaoyang's shoulder and gently patted it. The crone was obviously already in tears, but she still uttered a voice of comfort. Because the crone knows, compared to their pain of losing their son, in front of this group of surviving Hanzi, the heart is more painful than anyone else. Great king, there is no need to blame yourself, it is my son, he did not have this blessing. Wronged any of you? The old crone's words woke up the remaining Jiangdong fathers and mothers, who came forward to help the kneeling crowd up. You are all good, a great man in the world, dying in battle is already the best place to go, no need to blame yourselves. Don't cry. You didn't cry in the face of the Han army, why are you crying in the face of us? Are we even scarier than the Han army? That kid from Yu's family, be in good spirits, don't lose face. The more the Jiangdong fathers and elders comforted, the more the 27 horsemen were saddened, their teeth were clenched, but their tears were like breaking the dike, and their whole face was written with pain. The old woman's skin and bone hand clenched the remaining sunrise, suddenly as if thinking of something, trembling from the sleeve of his coat took out a ball of linen cloth. Layer by layer, the hemp cloth was lifted by the old woman, revealing the hot pancakes inside. The old woman subconsciously swallowed her saliva and handed the pancake to Yu Chaoyang with her skinny hand, squeezing out a forced smile with her sparse toothbed. Great king, hungry? Eat while it's hot, the old crone branded it herself, I guarantee you'll want to eat it again. Yu Chaoyang and Hua could not bear to take the pancakes, but the old woman's thin body but at this moment erupted into a powerful force, as if the withered fingers like iron hoops, so that Hua could not draw back the palm of his hand. Flapjack temperature along the palm, slowly spread to the whole body. It was food, but also the crone's concern, and the trust of the elders and fathers of Jiangdong. Seeing that Yu Chaoyang still refused to eat, the old woman's heart was hardened and she forced him to say, does the king think that the crone's pancakes are hard to eat? Or are you so used to eating mountain delicacies and seafood that you can't look down on the flapjacks? No. Yu Chaoyang was flustered and denied it in a hurry, but when he looked up, he saw the old crone's cunning gaze. Since there isn't, then eat quickly. Only when you are full, great king, can we eat and we can rest easy? The old woman stood on her tiptoes and passed the pancake to Yu Chaoyang's mouth. The fragrance came to his face, Yu Chaoyang gently bit into the pancake and then ate it with a big mouthful. As if to swallow all the aggression and shame into the belly. The old woman's face was kind and her eyes were full of softness when she looked at Yu Chaoyang, as if she was looking at her own son. With the constant trembling of the old crone's arms, she finally asked the doubts trapped in her heart. My son, Xiang Lan, has he ever held back the great king? Never. My son, Xiang Lan, has he ever made the great king angry? Never. The old woman took a deep breath, her voice trembling, then my son Xiang Lan. Brave or not? When these words came out, Yu Chaoyang was instantly struck by lightning, and soybean-sized teardrops continued to drip down. But he did not dare to look up at the old woman, because he was afraid to hold back his tears, only dead low brain, eating hard because of the tears-soaked and soft pancakes. Until the pancake reached the bottom, Yu Chaoyang did not answer the crone's question. Because he didn't dare and didn't know what way to answer. Until met the serious and determined eyes of the old crone. Yu Chaoyang realized that to the old woman, whether her son was brave or not was more important than life and death. He took a deep breath, his expression solemn, but the tears in the corner of his eyes cannot be stopped. Your son Xiang Lan, young, courageous. The crone broke into a laugh, her tone both relieved and pained, so, very good. Bravo. Though my son is dead, he is brave, and he is brave. Ha 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 ha. In the old woman's laughter that sounded like a blower, Yu Chaoyang slowly closed his eyes, his heart like a knife. To this day, Xiang Yu refuses to cross the Jiangdong. To this day, Xiang Yu refuses to cross the Jiangdong River. Brother. You left a great puzzle for bro. Chapter 111, Wealthy people do not return to their homeland, it's like traveling at night in brocade garments. With Yu Chaoyang arriving in Jiangdong and after facing his folks. The reason why Xiang Yu refused to cross Jiangdong was finally found. The pop-ups look at the picture of the father and mother of Jiangdong who are full of hope, pain and struggling faces, weeping. Why did Xiang Yu refuse to cross Jiangdong? Because he doesn't dare, because he doesn't have the face to face the elders of Jiangdong. Buddy, just looking at it, I feel a pang of heartache and shame. If I have to face it myself, I might as well die. Death is not scary, but the disappointing and hopeful gazes of the elders and fathers of Jiangdong. To be honest, I can understand Xiang Yu. I lost my business a few years ago, and I haven't been back home yet. Why? Because I don't have the face to face my parents. The thought of my parents' disappointed eyes is simply more heartbreaking than killing me. I really can't imagine. The three kingdoms Jiangdong and Chu Han. Jiangdong is actually a place. 8,000 Jiangdong children step out of the river. 9 battles, 9 victories. What a great ambition. How do the three kingdoms period into the Jiangdong rats it? Jiangdong children of a lifetime of wisdom, destroyed in the hands of Sun Quan. If the king knows, must be torn. Sun Quan cannot. The king's suicide by cutting his own throat on the Wujiang River was the perfect finishing touch. I'm still thinking of Xiang Yu. I won't cross the river. A song for the ages. Facts have proved that Zhou Yu Old Thief is still the same Zhou Yu Old Thief. You can question his character, but you can't question his level of game making, and the skill of cheating. Tears, admirable. An autumn wind in Wu's Hangyuan and a refusal to cross the Jiangdong River, these two scenes can be called the most tear-jerking scenes in the history of the game. Brothers don't cry at the grave first. It seems like Liu Bang is dying too. Liu Bang is also dying? Don't I remember the Prime Minister saying that Liu Bang lived for a few more years after he was crowned emperor? There's no need to think, it must be because of Brother Yang that the timeline is confused. Hey, interesting, I'd like to see how this will develop. The pop-ups caught wind of the situation and poured into Tang Fangxing's live room in another brainstorm. With just one glance, I saw Liu Bang lying on the bed, his face pale and pale. After the doctor took his pulse, he couldn't help but look shocked, and quickly prostrated himself on his knees. Xiang Yu's arrow injured his heart vein. If Han Wine recuperates, the disease can be cured. Once this word came out, Shaoyi Zhang Liang Chen Ping Lu Xiang and other people suddenly breathed a long sigh of relief. As long as it can be cured, it's fine. Liu Bang, however, smiled miserably. His own family knows his own business. Can he not be clear about his own physical condition? He has a premonition that it will be half a year long or a month short. He will die. But in the face of the doctor's deception, Liu Bang did not become furious, just gently waved his hand. I take the world with a cloth coat and a 3-foot blade. Is this not the fate of heaven? Fate is in heaven. What good is it to be a magpie? No need to cure, reward you 50 gold, and go. King Han. King Han. Zhang Liang Xiao. He wanted to stop Liu Bang, but he met Liu Bang's determined eyes. Liu Bang forced his body to sit up, his eyes focused on Han Xian, and if he had a point, he said. A great man in the world, life can be like a feather, but death will be as heavy as a mitai. Heaven has authorized me, Liu Ji, to take over the world, so I can't give up halfway, and now Qi, Zhao, and Chu have not yet been pacified, so I won't waste my last moments on my couch. Before Ji returns to heaven, the world must be unified. The Huns in the north are eyeing. The world can no longer have war. Great general, what do you say? Han Xian was single-killed by Tang Fangxing and lost twice to Xiang Yu, long ago no longer in the past. Bratty heard Liu Bang point himself. He immediately kneeled down on one knee and bowed his head and arched his hand and said, the king of Han has the favor of knowing and treating Han Xian. Xian is willing to sacrifice his life for the king of Han and serve him like a dog or a horse. Liu Bang nodded slightly, but inwardly he was full of distrust towards Han Xian. After his death, if anyone is most likely to overthrow his kingdom, it will be Han Xian, and even Jiangdong's Yu Chaoyan will have to take a back seat. The reason is simple. Han Xian is too good at fighting. As long as he dies, there will be no one can suppress Han Xian again. If Liu Ji still has 3 years to live, he will definitely remove Xian's military power at once, and then slowly clean up the vassals, so as to eliminate future troubles. But now he can't. He not only can't take back Han Xian's military power, but also have to rely on each other more. Because he clearly knows that as long as he dies, the world's vassals will rebel. And among the many military generals, only Han Xian had the ability to quell the rebellion in the world. But the price for doing so was equally not small, namely, Han Xian was so powerful that he might usurp Han and establish Qi. But still, he had no time to live. If he wanted the world to be unified, he had to rely on Han Xian. Even if in the end, Han Xian usurps Han and establishes Qi, he can only recognize it, at least. The world is still unified after all, isn't it? Undoubtedly, this is a gamble, a shocking gamble that presses on the rivers and mountains. But Liu Bang had no other choice. Only to gamble. The worst result is just Qi usurping Han. As long as the world is united, what is this? At least, the people of the world will not have to suffer from the scourge of war. And all he had to do now was to ascend to the throne and become the emperor, and then live as long as possible to let the concept of great unification take hold in people's hearts. 3 years? But if you give me Liu Ji for 3 more years, I wouldn't have to do this. Liu Bang's thoughts were as numb as a hemp. Even though his heart was filled with all kinds of unwillingness, there was nothing he could do. After taking a deep breath, Liu Bang's complex pupils suddenly became calmly creepy. Pass on this king's order, seal great general Han Xian as the king of Qi, Peng Yu as the king of Liang, King Wu Rui of Hengshan is changed to the king of Changsha to establish the capital of Linxiang, and the original title and fiefdom of King Xian of Han, King Yan, King Zhangtan of Zhejiang, King Yingbu of Zhao, King Zhangyao, will remain unchanged. Seal Yu Chaoyang as king of Chu. Except for the fiefdoms of the 8 kings of the world, the county system shall be implemented in all other territories. Liu Bang paused when he said this, and his tone became ruthless. This king has decided to claim the title of emperor in Luoyang 3 days from now, and establish the country's name as Han. You guys pass a message to the 7 kings of the world on behalf of this king. I, Liu Ji, don't have long to live. If anyone dares to disown the Han and question its legitimacy, I, Liu Ji, even if I have to give up all my flesh, I will drag him to be my companion on the road to the Yellow Springs. When these words came out, the room was instantly icy cold and creepy. Whether it is Zhang Liang Xiaoyi, or Lu Pin Tang Fong Shang, or the indignant Fan Kuailua, all fell to their knees, cold sweat. Because they know, this is the last madness of Liu Bang before his death. The great unification is inevitable, no one can stop it, and whoever dares to stop it will be crushed to death by the rolling wheels of the Han army. Han Xian's forehead pressed tightly against the ground, not daring to show the slightest hint of transgression or discontent. Because the current Liu Bang is really daring to kill him. When Liu Bang's order was spread out, none of the kings in the world were scared, and each of them buried their heads low to be a human being, for fear of being dragged by Liu Bang to be his companion. On the surface of the world was peaceful, but behind the scenes, there were dark currents, and the winds were shrieking. As the source of the storm, Liu Bang led Tang Fongshang, Han Xian, Zhang Liang, and Xiaoyi to Huayin County, the hometown of Han Xian. The people on the streets fell on their knees, and the afterglow watched in fear as the king's Chu disappeared from view. King of Qi, Han Xian, was dressed in brocade and luxurious clothes, more glamorous and gorgeous than the Han Emperor Liu Bang. Your Majesty, a bitter smile spread across the corners of Han Xian's mouth. Why are you going to such great lengths? Liu Bang nibbled on a large melon and said in a serious tone, not returning to one's hometown when one is rich and powerful is like traveling in brocade clothes at night. You are a great general of my Han, any platitude is worth it. Turn around and let me take a look. Tisk. Liu Bang touched his chin, it always feels like something is wrong somewhere. Liu Bang's frown gets deeper and deeper, and then suddenly calms down. I know what's wrong. A poor belt. Liu Bang's big hands stained with melon juice wiped casually on the dragon robe, then removed the jade belt around his waist and personally put it on Han Xian. After observing for a moment, Liu Bang smiled, not bad. Go, great general. With mixed emotions, Han Xian arched his hand in silence and left, then came to a wooden door. After exchanging glances with Han Xian, Tang Fongsheng slowly pushed open the gate. What met his eyes were 3 prostrate figures, a man, a woman, and a toddler. Tang Fongsheng gazed at the 3 people, and memories related to them began to surface. The woman's name was Ji Tao, Han Xian's first girlfriend. The man's name is Kuei Ran, a butcher who once subjected Han Xian to crotch humiliation. Nowadays, Ji Tao Kuei Ran is married, and the little guy kneeling down is their son. First girlfriend married to an enemy? What a bloody plot. Tang Fongshan leaned against the threshold, his eyes odd. Herborist Kuei Ran pays his respects to King Qi. Heretic Jitao pays his respects to the King of Qi. The husband and wife shouted in unison, their bodies unable to stop trembling. Han Xian stared intently at Jitao as he stepped closer and whispered, is there any food? I'm hungry. Okay, Han, King Qi. Jitao turned to leave. Kuei Ran mistook Han Xian's detachment of Jitao for a good reason to kill himself, and instantly panicked. King Qi came back this time to kill me? Back then, it was the little one who insulted the King of Qi by having no eyes. I still ask the King of Qi to spare the little people once. Han Xian faced the tearful Kuei Ran with silence and turned to walk into the house. Then suddenly stopping and turning around, he said, I will give you a local errand with no worries about food or clothing, make your children literate, and treat your woman well. These words, the room immediately resounded with the crunching sound of porcelain bowls crashing to the ground, and the sound of sobbing followed. Kuei ran angry and shocked and afraid and ashamed, mixed feelings. After burning incense, Han Xian walked out of the house with a calm face, ignored Kuei Ran who was still kneeling on the ground, and walked straight to the king's chu. This time, but also to clear his heart. As soon as he got on the king's chair, Tang Fongxing saw Liu Bang, who was winking at him and obviously wanted to eat this melon. Zhang Liang Xiaoyi Chen Ping was calm on the surface, but similarly sidled his ears. Tang Fongxing couldn't help but deflate his mouth and laughed softly with a small hand, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you all. Our great general, not only did he not kill the butcher, but instead, he even bestowed him with an errand with no worries about food and clothing. TSK, the depth of affection puts me to shame. Being exposed, Han Xian's face instantly darkened. What do you know? When is the time to pay back for grievances? I am the king of Qi. Is it possible that I have to compete with a butcher for jealousy? Are you in a hurry? The king is not. No, what are you retorting? Tang Fongxing narrowed his eyes and said idly, you're just in a hurry. Han Xian's old face reddened, anxious, I'm in a hurry. Ha 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 ha. The king chuffed and a loud roar erupted, and Han Xian's face grew redder and redder. Liu Bang laughed and laughed, but he coughed violently, a mouthful of blood gushed out, and his originally rosy face instantly paled. The cheerful atmosphere suddenly stalled. Under everyone's worried gazes, Liu Bang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth without a care in the world and feigned great anger. Do you know why I vomited blood? It's because our great Han general didn't bring me food. He ate it all himself and patted his ass and left. How could he think of me as an old man with serious injuries? Liu Bang's jocular words lightened the atmosphere on the surface. But whether it was Zhang Liang Xiaohe or Qin Ping Tang Fangsheng, their pupils were filled with lingering worry. Both worried about Liu Bang's health, but also worried about the people of the world. Only Han Xian touched the jade belt around his waist, and his heart was torn. Liu Bang stared at Han Xian, his voice like a knife cutting. My body won't last long enough to return to Luoyang. Go back to Pei County. The carriage bumped along the way. Liu Bang's body turned sharply, and when he left Huayin, he was still able to speak and eat. But when he arrived in Pei County, he was already in the wind, and even his food needed to be fed. Just as everyone was about to step down from the king's chauffeur, Liu Bang spat out a sentence that terrified everyone present. Tonight will be the night of my death. Chapter 112, a jade ribbon to bind Han Xian's bossy horse. Liu Bang's tone was flat, but the content of his words was chilling. Almost at the same time, the entourage members all knelt down on both knees, their foreheads were deathly close to the ground, and their bodies were trembling. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Xiaohe Zhang Liang looked panicked and wept. This emperor who rose to prominence at the end of the microcosm with the body of a man of cloth is finally coming to a moment of closure. But if Liu Bang dies before the world is pacified, what will happen to all the people? Can this domineering and arrogant horse, Han Xian, really be relied upon? Compared to the two worried men, Liu Bang is much more open-minded. I rose from the bottom, why fear a death? This advance notice, but let you be mentally prepared just, why make a woman gesture crying? I return to my home in honor, is a great joy, not allowed to cry, not allowed to cry. After Liu Bang finished speaking in a breathless voice, he slowed down for a long time before helping the kneeling people up one by one. First was Han Xian, then Xiaohe Zhang Liang. When Liu Bang's rough hand rested on Tang Fangsheng's shoulder, Tang Fangsheng's heart trembled. That palm was cold and soft, otherworldly. Saving me from fire and water many times, hard work. Liu Bang lightly patted his shoulder and turned towards the next one. Tang Fangsheng looked at his hunched back and was stunned. Only when everyone got up did Liu Bang take a deep breath and slowly stepped into the Pei County city gates. Behind him was a group of civil and military generals and strategists. The full moon hangs high, and the autumn winds are sluggish. When Liu Bang, who was dressed in crimson and Shen crimson, wearing a crown of 12 tassels, stepped into Pei County, the soldiers on both sides of the street kneeled down on one knee and hit the ground with the handle of their spears. Bang! Bang bang! Behind the armorer, the people of Pei County knelt down on both knees, their foreheads pressed against the ground, and chanted in unison. Greetings to His Majesty for returning home. Long live your Majesty! Long live your Majesty! The people were loud and fervent, and their cries seemed to pierce the sky. No one had ever imagined that Liu Bang, a ruffian who had watched the dogfights in the village 8 years ago, would turn into the Emperor of Han, who created a great unified dynasty. The change of identity was so great that the people of Pei County had a dreamy feeling of being separated from the rest of the world. Fan Kuailua looked at Liu Bang, who was showing his dragon appearance and imperial dominance, and laughed nervously and scratched his head. See, our big brother is great, the Emperor A. Xiaohe, on the other hand, looked relieved, with a rare vacant look in his eyes. He vaguely remembered Liu Bang's line during the first Emperor's Eastern tour, a great man should be like this. Only at that time, no one took this jokingly ambitious remark seriously. Time has changed, and at the age of 56, Liu Bang has finally realized what was once a joke. With a body of cloth and a 3-foot blade in his hand, he really created the Han Dynasty, in which the world was unified. In a short period of 8 years, he did what countless people could not accomplish in their whole life, which is really admirable. Liu Bang looked into the distance and said aloud, "Today, the Pei Palace will set up a banquet. All the old fathers and mothers of Pei County can come and enjoy themselves. Let's not get drunk. Ha 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 ha. Wealthy people don't return to their homes, like a brocade coat at night." Liu Bang returned to his hometown with the body of the emperor, but he showed his bold posture, and he did not see the emperor's high and mighty frame. Its unconstrained and open-minded temperament, is placed in the 3,000 years of history of the Gaixia Empire, are equally unique. As the saying goes, there are great horrors between life and death. Liu Bang, an emperor, can frankly face death and refuse medical treatment, rare in the world. Perhaps this is the gap between people. If I were in Liu Bang's position, I would have to press his head if the doctor didn't want to heal him. The king is strong, but the defeat in the hands of Liu Bang does not appear to be abrupt. Strong charisma, extremely free character, repeated defeats of the tenacious fighting spirit, the wise eye to recognize the people to know the people to make good use of. You're right, this is the single-handedly created 400 years of the Han Dynasty foundation of the Han Gaozu Liu Bang. Liu Bang is really a great man who does not stick to his identity, who laughs, smiles and curses, and who is quick to honor his enemies. Don't look at the internet, but if you really want to travel to the legend of Chu Han, you'll be hugging Liu Bang's leg and begging him not to die. Overlord's charisma is also top-notch, but if I have to choose between Han Gaozu and Overlord, I'd pick Liu Bang without a thought. Just kidding, who wouldn't want to follow a boss like Liu Bang? Political wrist pull full, military level is second only to Xiang Yu Han Xian, rewarding things without taking money as money, and willing to face humanoid train wreck Big Daddy Xiang Yu by himself when fighting a war, letting you fight other people to get military honors, and he's really... I'm crying. With Liu Bang in front and Liu Bei behind, this is the chimera attribute inherited from a long line of the old Liu family. The pop-ups were diverse, and the view of Liu Bang was vaguely improved. When the eyes turned to the screen, Liu Bang had already led the crowd to Pei Palace. Although it was night, under the light of the fire, it was bright as far as the eye could see. The banquet was divided into two areas, one was for the civil and military officials and the old fathers and mothers of Pei County. In the other area, there were only 3 people, Liu Bang, Han Xian, and Tang Fengsheng. The 3 of them sat on the ground, and there was a joyful atmosphere outside the room, but a dead silence inside, which was very depressing. Liu Bang looked at Han Xian and took the lead in breaking the dead silence. You should know what is in my mind, are you dissatisfied? Han Xian stares at the jade bottle of wine and slowly shakes his head. I did before, but not after your majesty personally put on the jade belt for Xian. Once I'm dead, the world is just within your reach. Is there really no dissatisfaction? Han Xian took a drink from his jade bottle and laughed lightly. Your majesty, do you remember what Xian said when you made me a great general? You said that you were born only to fight, only to show this group of pigs and dogs in the world what the art of war is. What war is? Yes. Han Xian blushed scarlet and hiccuped, and fought to unify the world, and was made king of Qi again. Xian, to be honest, when you refused to be healed, I did raise the thought of usurping Han and establishing Qi. But after going back to Huayin and meeting Jidao, I suddenly realized one thing: there are countless forks in the road in life, so how do you know that the other road will definitely be filled with flowers and beauty? If I had chosen to stay in Huayin, would I have become the Han Xian of today? If His Majesty hadn't made me a great general in the first place, would there be a king of Qi today? His Majesty has been so kind to me, and treated me like a brother. If Xian had usurped the Han Dynasty, would he not have been spurned for generations to come? It's fate. Han Xian's tone was both depressed and frank, but Liu Bang drank the wine in the bottle in one go and laughed heroically. The sound of laughter was so unrestrained that it seemed to overturn the roof. With Han Xian's promise, Liu Bang's tense heart finally breathed a long sigh of relief. However, this is not enough. Liu Bang understands the human heart and knows that human desire is like a rolling stone in the mountains. Once it starts, it can never be stopped. On top of that, he had to put a few more layers of shackles on Han Xian, binding him firmly to the battlefield of the Han Dynasty. Staring at Han Xian, who was drinking alone, the corner of Liu Bang's mouth lifted up an arc and said softly, "Fair Ingerier, come out and call for someone." The curtain lifted and 20-year-old Liu Fei led 8-year-old Liu Ying and 7-year-old Liu Rui to the joint. Liu Fei and Liu Rui were dressed in python robes with jade belts around their waists, showing the demeanor of a heavenly family, and in turn, they arched their hands and bowed their heads, King of Qi. When it was the turn of the little glutinous rice ball Liu Ying, Tang Fengsheng gently coughed twice. The sound was small, but it was piercing in the room where a needle could be heard. Han Xian, who had been eating a chicken leg with his head down, stalled and looked up at the young boy. When he saw that the other party's waist was empty, Han Xian's eyes froze and he laughed softly. The 3 of them focused their gazes on Liu Ying, whose face suddenly turned white, recalling the memory of being kicked off the carriage by Liu Bang 3 times. Out of the desire to survive, Liu Ying subconsciously knelt down and heavily kowtowed. If King Qi does not abandon me, Ying would like to worship King Qi as his subfather. When these words came out, Liu Fei Liu Rui immediately stared at Liu Ying with wide eyes, looking at Liu Ying's full of dismay. It seemed like they were backstabbed. Han Xian was similarly frozen in place, unable to return to his senses for a long time, that grease-stained palm waving in the air over and over again, at a loss for words. In the crowd of stunned and confused expressions, Liu Bang took the lead and laughed freely. Ha 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 ha, cough, ha 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 ha. Good. I agree. I wonder what the King of Qi thinks. Facing Liu Bang's aggressive eyes, Han Xian shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. I don't dare to disobey. Good. Liu Bang coughed violently while getting up to help Liu Ying up. His eyes looking at the other party were even more full of relief. Worthy of being my Liu Bang seed, not being petty and thick-skinned enough. Good, so good. After the coughing stopped, Liu Bang tremblingly drew out one of the 3 edicts from his sleeve robe and said in a loud voice, "Pass on my decree. This day, Liu Ying is established as the crown prince, and Han Xian, king of Qi, is his second father. All the princes, nobles, and commoners of the world are not allowed to wear jade belts, only the king of Qi is allowed." Chapter 113. A great wind rises and clouds fly. Once the imperial decree came out, Liu Fei Liu Rui, who was already pale, was even more miserable and reddish, shivering all over. By now, how can they not know that the reason why Liu Bang delayed the establishment of the crown prince is waiting for today? Whoever can get Han Xian's support will be the crown prince. Liu Ying's cry of subfather caused them to lose touch with the crown prince position. Regret, unwillingness, resentment, all sorts of thoughts and emotions intermingled in their hearts. However, the imperial decree had been issued. Even though how they were unwilling, they could only stifle their grievances and lower their heads to say through gritted teeth, "Greetings to the crown prince." This sudden surprise, directly to Liu Ying, smashed dizzy. And also dizzy, there is the king of Qi, Han Xian. At this moment, Han Xian's attention was drawn to the second paragraph of the edict. All the princes and nobles of the world and all the people are not allowed to wear a jade belt, but he alone can. What a great honor is this! Even though he knew that instead of binding a jade belt he could also bind a cloth belt, a rope belt, or a gold belt, and even though he knew that Liu Bang was buying a horse's bones with 1,000 pieces of gold, but Han Xian was willing to do it. Han Xian's eyes are red and his nose is sore, deeply impressed by Liu Bang. Just as he is about to kneel down to thank for his generous favor, Liu Bang holds him up. "I promise you to add 9 tassels, crown 10 tassels, enter the court without tending, praise and worship without name, and go up to the temple with your sword." Having said that, Liu Bang focused his eyes on Han Xian's waist and wondered, "Where is the jade belt I gave you?" Han Xian held back his tears and took out the jade belt from his sleeve robe. "I thought I would drink and eat later, so I didn't tie it." Liu Bang took the jade belt and laughed softly. "Then please turn around for our great general of Han and allow me to tie it on you for the last time." 2 lines of tears slipped from the corners of Han Xian's eyes, and he stiffly turned around, his arms heaving. Until the jade belt, the only one of its kind in the world, was slowly girded around his waist. Feeling the tightness of the waist, Han Xian could no longer suppress the emotions in his heart and broke down and cried out in pain. Corresponding to this, the corner of Liu Bang's mouth is rising higher and higher. At this time, the originally quiet outer room suddenly became noisy, and the sound of drums could be faintly heard. Liu Bang touched his chin. "What is this going on outside?" Liu Ying bowed his head and arched his hand. "Your father, I think it's the old fathers and mothers singing a social opera." "Social theater?" Liu Bang listened carefully, listening to this voice. "It's not a social opera either." "Huh, I'm going to die, why don't I go and see for myself?" Fertilizer ear, go out with the father, and allow the great general to slow down. "Here." Lu Rui's face became even more rigid, saying that he was letting Han Xian slow down, but anyone with a clear eye knew that he was letting them deepen their feelings. After Liu Bang left, Tang Fengsheng got up and patted Han Xian on the arm, his eyes full of contempt. "The stupid child is still crying apart from here, being sold without knowing, tisk tsk. Tang Fengsheng secretly shook his head, inwardly full of sympathy for Han Xian. When he passed Liu Ying he suddenly stopped, his eyes playing with flavor. "Little fellow, if I hadn't saved you at that time, you would have died under the iron hooves of the Chu army. Why don't you worship me as your subfather?" Liu Ying raised his head, his big watery eyes buring. His tone was very innocent and childish. "But when you saved Inger, you were already Inger's subfather. Could it be that the subfather is dissatisfied with Inger, so he made this remark to clear the relationship with Inger?" "Yafu, don't." Liu Ying opened his arms and ran over with hobbling steps to hug Tang Fengsheng's thighs. "One voice subfather, one life subfather. Subfather, don't abandon Inger, okay? Otherwise, if father kicks Inger again in the future, no one will be able to save Inger." Tang Fengsheng's face stagnated, and he instantly froze in place. Family members who understand Who understands the gold content of a soft little child hugging your thigh and begging you not to abandon him? Once you call him Yafu, even a king would dare to protect him with his sword. Tang Fengsheng dotingly rubbed Liu Ying's head and said gently, "Who told you to say that?" A hint of cunning flashed in Liu Ying's eyes, beckoning Tang Fengsheng to squat down, and then placing her hands in a circle under her chin, she whispered close to her ear. "It's mother who taught me to say that. Mother also told me not to tell anyone, but Inger once swore that she wouldn't cheat Yafu, so Yafu has to keep the secret for Inger. If Yafu gives it to anyone else, Inger will never ignore you again." Liu Ying wrapped her hands around her chest and stared at Tang Fengsheng with a feigned ferocity. Looking at the angry glutinous rice pills, Tang Fengsheng's heart melted, and his mouth even grinned to the back of his head, unable to stop it. This is a conspiracy, naked conspiracy, but he is willing. For sincerity is the only surefire way to kill, and who can bear to blame a soft, glutinous rice ball? Gooding air. Gooding air. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the giggling Tang Fengsheng, Han Xian deflated his mouth, his eyes filled with pity. Poor stupid child, being sold without even realizing it. Still has the nerve to laugh here, poor. Tang Fengsheng immediately disliked back. "So what? I'm happy to. I see you weren't crying quite hard just now, why don't you keep crying, keep crying." Han Xian was furious and anxious. "So what, this king is happy to." The two bickered and walked out of the room hand in hand. As far as the eye could see, there was a lot of singing and dancing, all of them staggering around with torches. With the foot on the ground as the beat, they beat the percussion and dance, hold hands and sing, which is called tap song dance. In the crowd, it is Liu Bang who dances happily and forgetfully. They held hands, sometimes spinning, sometimes turning, sometimes swaying left and right, showing all the joy and at the same time full of murderous spirit. Great General and Feng, why don't you come and dance with me? With the addition of Han Xian and Tang Fengxiang, the screen froze in silence at this moment, the line of sight rising ever higher as everyone was presented in it. A line of large black and red letters appeared along with the singing and dancing crowd, and an ethereal female voice of a narrator followed. Liu Bang returned to Pei County at the end of his life, and sang and danced with the townspeople and sang the Song of the Great Wind. The glazed tiles of the Luoyang Palace do not reflect the reflection of the traveler, and the vermilion bird street of the city of Luoyang is not a place for the sound of footsteps in the fields. When Liu Bang struck the building and sang the Song of the Great Winds in front of the fathers and mothers of the people of Peixian County for the first time, the cloth-clad Son of God removed the imperial crown and exposed the nostalgia that was hidden in the marrow of his bones. This kind of nostalgia for the native land, in the successive emperors in the genealogy of a unique, those born to sit on the 9 tripods of the emperor, their nostalgia stops at the ritual provisions of the registration of the field ceremonies, only from the strata out of the cloth between the Son of God will be in the success of the emperor, but still to the hometown to keep the love of the red sun of a deep love. Surabaya Pavilion chief bamboo leather crown once stained with dew in the field, Mangdangshan on the road to escape still echoing the village voice of Feni, Liu Bang's growth trajectory, the hometown is not the coordinates on the map, but into the bloodstream of the mark of life. Fan Kuai's butcher's knife has never cut off the fireworks of the dog meat stalls, Xiaoyi's calculating chip has always dialed the beads of the grain silo in Pei County, and when the Song of the Great Wind song resounded, the figure of the emperor and the pavilion chief of Surabaya overlapped in the firelight. Liu Bang's request that Pei County have nothing to do with the world is not so much an imperial favor as it is a wandering son feeding back to his mother, and this kind of emotional gift that transcends political considerations is a masterpiece in the history of emperors and kings. The narrator's voice is long and crisp, full of emotion while evocative. Liu Bang, holding the hands of the townspeople, sang and danced, and the figure of Liu Bang was forever imprinted in the hearts of all the people. A great wind rises and clouds fly. The might of the sea returns to the homeland. A fierce warrior defends the 4 directions. The curtain fell on Liu Bang's high and majestic words, and the 3 words of the Song of the Great Winds were slowly presented before everyone's eyes. His life also came to an abrupt end at this moment. Chapter 114, The Black Dragon and the Evil Phoenix, the beginning of the 8 Kings' Rebellion. In the midst of the laughing and stepping dance, Liu Bang's thin body collapsed to the ground with a bang, ushering in the end of his life. The scene is frozen at this moment, and the pop-ups pour out. This dance is too powerful to watch. Color. I'd give it a 5 if it was just a dance, but with the unique narration, I'd give it a full score. Full failure. The wind rises and the clouds fly, and a fierce warrior defends the 4 directions. These 2 phrases are a perfect match for Liu Bang. Martyr, this weak 2-year-old thief writing dead people as a Han, and again to buddies he cried, a king and a Liu Bang, 2 people almost bear all the tears of the legend of Chu Han. Born in Peixian rise in the end of the micro, 9-5 plus body died in Peixian, Liu Bang this life is not weak in the slightest Liu Huangjuna. Don't blow to Uncle Liu's black, Liu Bang's political skill, military level is not much stronger than Uncle Liu. If you put it in the 3 kingdoms, you'll be able to make the Han Dynasty in 10 years. That's right, Liu Bang is a pure political machine, even to his death, he is still setting a trap for Han Xian. Liu Bei lost to Suzhou crying, Liu Bang wouldn't even bat an eyelid. I think if you really want to compare, you shouldn't compare Liu Bang and Liu Bei, you have to compare whose opponent is stronger. Xiang Yu will meet Liu Guanzhang and his 3 brothers, and he will be able to skewer them into sugar gourds with a single shot, don't you think so? Sugar gourd is usually 5, Liu Guanzhang 3 brothers which enough, the tiger prison pass Lu Bu single rider to save the Lord Jiayun also counted it, understand the content of the ancient no tu ah. I really laughed, but also won to fight 5 it, Xiang Yu first shoulder through the Guan Air Master before the first 3 knives say it. Not a brother, are you serious? Tang Fengxiang looked at the arguing pop-ups, the corners of his mouth twitching furiously, even the sadness from Liu Bang's death washed away quite a bit. It couldn't be helped, that pop-up screen was just too abstract. What do you mean Xiang Yu first carried Guan Yu first 3 knife Xiang Yu a gun can give Guan Yu poke 3 transparent holes is more or less the same, pure inverted antipodes. Guan's charisma is undeniable, but if you want to talk about force with Xiang Yu, it's more or less an insult to Xiang Yu. This is really not something Tang Fengxiang is blowing off steam, because he has actually experienced it himself. When he was at Tiger Prison Pass, he not only fought with Lu Bu more than 8,000 times, but also fought with Liu Guanzhang and the 3 brothers. Although he hadn't won once, he was still able to go at least a few rounds. During the period of the Prime Minister's northern expedition, he followed the Prime Minister in his southern and northern campaigns, with battles of all sizes, and could barely be considered a number 1. But what about in the Chu Han saga? Seconds. It's still seconds. This Xiang Yu is simply inhuman, a gun to pick him flying more than 10 meters high picture with the horse dream, still unforgettable. So much so that the latter side of the complete swing incarnation of the escape king, all day either on the run or on the way to the run. You think he likes to run? That horse is not no way out of it. Bump into Xiang Yu, you do not run, you are this, Xiang Yu can let you live, he is this. Tang Fengshan lost his smile and shook his head, leaving this argument behind. At this moment, the calm screen lifted a little ripple, and a thick, ancient, yellowish book with a cover that read history book appeared in the center of the screen. The pages of the book flipped more than once, finally settling on the page of the Emperor's Chronicle Gaozu Benji. It was just compared to the massive amount of text depicted and recited at the deaths of Liu Bei, the Prime Minister, Guan Yu, and Xiang Yu. Liu Bang's Gaozu Benji records but very few words, not even read aloud interpretation, very bland and tasteless. Although the recorded words are few, the meanings expressed are not at all small, and can even be said to be stone-cold shocking, subverting the pop-up shallow perception of Liu Bang nowadays. Han Gaozu Liu Bang, a native of Pei County, the eternal and unchanging soul of the Yanhuang race, the descendants all call themselves Han people. Looking at the two lines of text in the screen, the pop-up screen suddenly fell into a death-like tranquility, without any pop-ups floating by. It took more than 10 seconds for them to come back to their senses, and then they poured out like water from a dike. No, is this Liu Bang so cruel? A big Han Dynasty even makes the descendants call themselves Han Chinese? I remember in the opening CG of Three Kingdoms, the map boards of the Ming and Tang dynasties are much bigger than that of the Han Dynasty, so why not Ming or Sugar? What do you keep staring at the size of the territory? It will alienate people's pay understand, not to mention, alone would rather die to unify the world is worthy of this honor. When he was dying, he not only didn't unload the military power of Han Xian, the world's first military god, but also let the crown prince Luoyang worship him as his second father, making it clear that he wanted to unify the world even if he had to give up the countryside and the gods of the Han Dynasty. But it must be said that Liu Bang's political skill is really scary. A jade belt in the name of his father completely welded Han Xian to the chariot of the Han Dynasty, and as long as Han Xian dared to rebel, he could be drowned in the mouths of the world's people alone. This is not the most horrible. The most horrible is Han Xian no Liu Bang is in 1,000 gold to buy a horse bone, but still willingly put on the jade belt. Liu Bang's attainments of the human heart simply make people look and sigh. Liu Bang's mastery of the human heart is simply marvelous. A jade belt with a cry of Yafu tethered the domineering horse Han Xian, which is the greatest manipulator of this century. Didn't you talk about LV Qian? I feel that she is also very scary. A little trick to get Fengshan cried bitterly, hate to sell Prince Luoyang. If not Luoyang took the initiative to put forward, I am afraid that Fengshan will be in the dark for the rest of his life. So how did the black dragon and evil phoenix give birth to Luoyang, the little glutinous rice ball? Is it possible that it was kicked in the head by Liu Bang's kicks? The pop-ups were divided, marveling at Liu Bang's ruthless political maneuvering while vaguely understanding why later generations would refer to themselves as Han Chinese. But what to say? It just doesn't feel right? Because from the revealed background of the game, it is known that Liu Bang was not the first founder of the Great Unification Dynasty, there was also the first emperor who swept the 6 kingdoms before him. If it was all about unification, Liu Bang wouldn't have been the first to do so. I can't figure it out, I really can't figure it out. Tang Fengshan shook his head, putting this question behind him. And in the meantime, the game's plot likewise saw rapid progress. Liu Bang princeling, only 8-year-old Luoyang inherited the reign, although young, but thanks to the political team left behind by Liu Bang, no one dares to take it lightly. Wu had a subfather, Han Xian, Tang Fengshan, Fan Kuai, Guing, Zhou Bo, and a host of other uncles. In literature, there are in God. Zhuge Liang, who is not defeated in a fight, Shao He, who has the logistical ability to pull up all the milking cows, and Qin Ping, who is a poisoner who separates Xiang Yu and Fan Zhang. In the court, there is also the evil phoenix Liu Pheasant to control the general direction. This set of political team of the court, not to say it is exactly the same as Liu Bang's, at least it is the same. But the one who sits on the seat of the 9 and 5 is not Liu Bang after all. Among the kings of the world, King Zhangtan of Yan was the first to rise up against the Han Dynasty, and by the time the news reached Luoyang, the Daiji land had already fallen. The Han Dynasty, which was founded less than a month ago, saw its first challenge. Chapter 115, The Great Han Dynasty That Can't Lose Even Once. There was a dead silence above the court. Luoyang, who is only 8 years old, is sitting on top of the dragon chair, with a stagnant and ignorant expression, not knowing why there is such a mobilization. In his opinion, is not fighting a very normal thing. Father was alive, not off in 3 days a small fight 5 days a big fight, what is worth the surprise? In this regard, Tang Fengshan gave an easy-to-understand explanation. The world is a huge steamed bun, your father fought the war in order to collect all the buns, and then leave you and your mother to eat slowly. So now you can eat 2 steamed buns a day, while King Zhangtan of Yan fought the war in order to take the steamed buns away from you. Are you willing to have the steamed buns in your hand snatched away by him? Luoyang seems to understand, breaks his fingers and starts to calculate. If there are only 2 steamed buns a day, Inger and mother will eat 1, and the 2 subfathers will eat 1. If King Zhangtan of Yan snatches away the steamed buns, then won't Inger and mother's wife have to go hungry? After calculating the result, Luoyang's little face suddenly turned white, her head shaking like a rattledrum. No, we can't let Zhangtan snatch the steamed buns, or Inger will go hungry. Luoyang gulped and continued, so not only can we not let Zhangtan snatch away the steamed buns, but we also have to snatch Zhangtan's steamed buns, so that Uncle Xiao Uncle Zhang can also eat steamed buns. Luoyang's big watery eyes buring stared at Tang Fengsheng and spoke in a glutinous manner, Yafu, do you think Inger is right? Ha 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 ha. The courtroom instantly roared with laughter. Everyone was impressed by Luoyang's childish words, even Han Xian couldn't help but laugh at this. Zhang Liang looked at the young figure, his face full of gratification and remembrance, and laughed softly. Since your majesty doesn't want Zhangtan to snatch away the steamed buns, who does your majesty think should be sent, and what exactly should be done? Luoyang bites his index finger, his little face is full of thoughts, then he says word by word, Inger thinks, when send the great general to go. Because father had told Inger that the great general is the most powerful person in the world today, and no one is a match for him. In fact, Inger didn't want to snatch Zhangtan buns, but Inger preferred not to let Uncle Zhang and Uncle Xiao go hungry, so there was no way. Luoyang's gaze gathered on Han Xian, his eyes full of worshipful hope. Yafu, you will defeat Zhangtan and snatch back the steamed buns, right? Han Xian couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart as he met Luoyang's eyes full of expectation. What could he say? What else did he need to say? At this point in time, how could he refuse, and how could he endure the disappointment of glutinous riceball Luoyang? Two eyes closed, dry on the end of the matter. Han Xian took a deep breath, arched his hand and said, I am willing to lead the troops to pacify the rebellion and snatch back the steamed buns for your majesty. Amidst the chorus of civil and military officials, Luoyang's first great Han Dynasty meeting came to a close. As the saying goes, there is a general meeting for small matters, a small meeting for big matters, and no meeting for major matters. The general meeting of civil and military officials came to an end, but the small meeting that really determines the direction of the Han Dynasty has just begun. Just after Han Xian returned to his mansion and burned incense, a group of figures pushed their way in one after another. Respectively, Xiao He, the Prime Minister of the 100 officials, who was in charge of the world's livelihood and economic logistics. Zhang Zifeng, the wise counselor, who served as the chief strategist and was able to strategize and win over thousands of miles. The evil phoenix Liu Pheasant, who controlled the strategic direction of the Han Dynasty. As well as Tang Fengsheng, who escaped from Xiang Yu several times. 5 people standing in the empty house, completely disappeared when the court talk and laugh, only lingering worry. Zhang Liang sighed, the matter of Zhangtian is not a big enough concern, but I am afraid that it will cause a chain reaction. The Han Dynasty is now settled, when the rest and recuperation of the people's livelihood cannot afford to be tossed. Xiao He nodded, what Zifeng said is right, now I am afraid that other feudal lords will catch wind of the situation and rebel one after another, then the war will blossom everywhere. Han Xian's pupils flashed with a cold aura, his left hand holding the jade belt and his right hand holding the sword, his voice was as cold as frost. So this Zhangtan must not only be killed, but also killed in a big way. The worse Zhangtuan dies and the faster he loses, the deeper the concerns in the hearts of the other kings will be. Lu Pian took a deep breath and said softly, later I will report to His Majesty and decree that Zhangtan's 9 clans be executed, please don't have any concerns in your heart, great general. A few people finalized the matter of Zhangtan's pacification of the rebellion in a few words, but the expressions on the faces of a few people did not have any relief, and they were still frowning tightly. The room fell into dead silence at the same time, a young figure quietly surfaced in the minds of several people. Compared to Zhangtan's rebellion, this one was their biggest problem, and was also the main target of their meeting. Zhang Liang rubbed his temples and broke the ice again, gentlemen, there is no time for us to waste. What should be the solution to the Chu King's remaining sunrise? When these words came out, the room instantly fell to a pin drop, and a few people's brows furrowed to the point that they could pinch a fly. Xiao Yi smiled bitterly and said, how easy is it to deal with the Chu King's remaining Chaoyang? After collecting the remnants of Zhongli Xuan's army, the Chu army has a guaranteed number of 50,000 people, all of which are elites who have experienced the baptism of war. But these are not the key is that we can't lose even once now, as long as we lose once, the kings of the world will rise up in rebellion. If the great general personally marches, I believe that solving the other side is not a difficult task, but the key is, what reason should be used? What Shanghua said is very true, this is exactly what I am worried about. Zhang Liang took over the topic and said in a deep voice, the king of Chu is at peace with himself today, and has not made the slightest transgressive move on the surface. Our division has no name, but once we take the liberty of attacking Chu, the kings of the world will inevitably be saddened by the death of the rabbit and fox, thus setting off even more turmoil. Moreover, the most urgent task is not the king of Chu, but the king of Yin in the open. This battle is related to the subsequent direction, for the sake of infallibility can only let the great generals to go out. But if at this time, the king of Chu to take advantage of the opportunity to rebel, who has absolute certainty to be able to quell the rebellion of the remaining Sunrise Zhongli plus 50,000 elite Chu army? Once our army is defeated, the situation will definitely take a turn for the worse. Two people sing and harmonize, the situation in the world on the surface, but a big circle, and back to the starting point of the problem. Chu King Yu Chaoyang how to solve? Or rather, in the absence of Han Xian, who can be sent to beat Yu Chaoyang, Zhongli Jia, and the 50,000 elite Chu army 100%? Looking at the entire world, no one dares to pat themselves on the back. Of course, there is certainly no problem with Han Xian stepping in, but the crux of the matter lies in the premise that Zhangtan has already rebelled. It is impossible for Han Xian to let Zhangtan go without a fight and turn his head to fight the peaceful Chu King Yu Chaoyang, right? This is not pure nonsense, let the world look at the joke. Candlelight flickering, dark and light slap in the face of all the people, the room a dead silence. Today's stalemate was the very reason why several people's brows were furrowed, because the current great Han Dynasty can't afford to lose even once. Losing once is an abyss of 10,000 feet. Chapter 116, Ordained by Heaven, both longevity and eternal prosperity. Lu Pian clenched her silver teeth and said tentatively, I heard that the king of Chu is not yet married. Why don't we look for a princess to marry in and tie the knot between the two families? No. 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 Han Xian Zhang Liangshao he decisively refused. The king of Chu is only 18 years old and has exceptional talent. Once the bloodline of the celestial family flows out and gives birth to a male heir, he will have no more worries when we die. Marrying the Han bloodline to the king of Chu would be the same as giving the king of Chu an excuse to usurp the Han empire in name only. Never. After Zhang Liang made such a point, Lu Pian's face suddenly turned white as she thought of the serious consequences. In fact, with her talent and political skill, she would seldom say such brainless words, but she was really forced by Yu Chaoyang to have no choice, so she made this stupid move. Even the evil phoenix known as LV Qian is still so, can imagine how difficult the situation in the end. At this time, Tang Fengsheng, who hadn't said anything, opened his mouth and went straight to the core of the problem. Why do you all think that Chu King Yu Chaoyang will definitely rebel? Among all the kings of the world, there is no doubt that the king of Chu is the strongest, but this is thanks to the legacy left behind by the overlord, and the king of Chu who inherits the legacy will surely inherit the legacy of the overlord. I.e., His Majesty today may rebel if he is greedy for pleasure and the people are not happy, but on the contrary, he will be a citizen of the people. I am an old countryman with the king of Chu, and I quite understand his character. In my opinion, he will follow the legacy of the hegemony, and will not easily rise up in arms, so all of you can rest assured. Once these words came out, the room that had just been so heated once again returned to calm, and everyone's face flickered with a color of contemplation. Han Xian looked up with burning eyes and said, So, you want to put the kingdom of Han in the hands of the king of Chu's whim? You're going to gamble that the king of Chu will follow the legacy of the hegemony by taking the countryside of Han and the gods of the land and the earth to bet on the king of Chu's will. Tang Fengsheng calmly shook his head and said in a deep voice, It's not a gamble, but an exposition of facts. Yu Chaoyang, he, will not rise up in rebellion. Han Xian wanted to get up and say more, but was stopped by Zhang Liang who pressed his shoulder and slowly shook his head. Do we have any other way? General Tang's words are assured, then why don't we follow this method, and you can also focus on pacifying Zhangtan, without having to worry too much about the land of Jiangdong. Xiaobi motionlessly nodded towards Han Xian and continued, If the king of Chu rebels, it will be nothing but the worst possible outcome. If he doesn't rebel then everyone will be happy. As Zifang said, we don't really have any other way, acting accordingly can at least garner psychological comfort. Seeing that the matter was finalized, Lu Pian immediately breathed a long sigh of relief and lightly smiled. Since Shanghua and Taifu are both in favor of this course of action, I will go and ask His Majesty to draw up a decree. Is there anything else that Great General would like to add? This is a big matter, let me think about it. Han Xian's eyes were tightly closed, and his fingertips kept tapping on the tabletops, emitting a very rhythmic crunching sound. After an incense stick burned, Han Xian snapped his eyes open and said in a flat voice, You can't pin your hopes on others. Order Fan Kuai to lead 100,000 soldiers and horses to be stationed in Xinqing, and keep an eye on Jiangdong. Order Luoyang, Zhaosun, Xiaohing, Li Zuoche, Zhou and Guing to each lead 30,000 troops and horses stationed near the remaining 6 kings. Tell them that they can only keep an eye on the defense on this trip, and not to attack rashly, and once the kings make a move, immediately write to this general. After saying this, Han Xian arched his hand towards Lu Pian. Battle matters change rapidly, so I'll trouble the Empress Dowager with this matter. Great General, wait a moment, I'll be right there. The room returned to calm, and the remaining 4 people closed their eyes tightly and deduced the situation of the whole world in their minds, checking for gaps as much as possible. Thinking about it, Tang Fengsheng suddenly opened his eyelids and said urgently, Our army has a total of 300,000 soldiers and horses, and the 7 kings of the stakeout will occupy 280,000. Then wouldn't the soldiers and horses you brought to quell the rebellion, Great General, only amount to 20,000? Han Xian glanced at him breathlessly and said in a flat voice, I can't beat Xiang Yu with 20,000 soldiers, but can't I still clean up Zhangtan? The district Zhangtan, 20,000 soldiers and horses are enough. Noticing Han Xian's breathless gaze, Tang Fengsheng awkwardly scratched his head. He had been beaten up too hard by Xiang Yu before, causing him to almost forget Han Xian's heroic deed of defeating Zhao's 200,000 with 30,000 at the mouth of the well path. In the area of winning many with few, Han Xian's achievement is not weaker than Xiang Yu's at all, and he is a resounding tough guy. With Han Xian's ability, 20,000 soldiers and horses are indeed more than enough to clean up Zhangtan. An incense stick later, Lu Pian entered the room with Han Emperor Luoyang, and in his arms were the holy edicts piled up into a small mountain high. Just to Tang Fengsheng's surprise, there is also a part of him in these imperial decrees. Tang Fangxing is very strange to look at the imperial decree in front of him, playing for so long the Three Kingdoms, Chu Han legends. This is the first time he received an imperial decree. Into the hand, cold, smooth, soft, seems to be very big but is very light, almost feel the weight. With curiosity, he slowly spread open the imperial decree. A word square font suddenly jumped in front of eyes. When his eyes focused on the lower left corner, his originally relaxed body suddenly tightened, and his pupils shrunk into pinpoints. He clutched the imperial decree so tightly that his joints turned blue without even realizing it, as if the only words left in heaven and earth were those 8 big words that showed the sharpness of the dragon and phoenix in one stroke. By the mandate of heaven, both life and eternity. Chapter 117, The Charm of the Heirloom Jade Seal, Crazy Pop-Ups. Hiss. Tang Fangxing looked at the 8 big characters in front of him, which showed the sharpness of the dragon and phoenix, and subconsciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air, making an indelible contribution to the warming of the planet. At the same time, an indescribable throbbing emotion swept through his entire body, making him unable to stop his body from burning and his scalp from tingling, as if there were only these 8 big words left in heaven and earth. Ordered by heaven, both longevity and eternal prosperity. The more Tang Fangxing pondered, the deeper the throbbing in his heart became, his pupils shrinking into pinpoints, unable to return to his senses for a long time. This unusual movement naturally attracted the attention of others. Luoyang tugged at Tang Fangxing's pants leg and tilted his head. "Yafu, what's wrong with you?" The strange movement of his pants leg caused Tang Fangxing's heart to tremble and he regained his focus. Facing the puzzled stares of several people, he pondered for a long time. Finally rubbing his face, his voice trembled as he said, "Inger, the jade seal you stamped, can you show it to your father?" As soon as these words were spoken, Tang Fangxing instantly regretted them. Although Luoyang had called him his father, the relationship between the two of them was ultimately that of a ruler and a subject, and proposing to view the jade seal was undoubtedly well beyond the scope of a subject's duties. This alone is punishable by death. But he really couldn't hold back his curiosity. He really wanted to know what the state seal with the majestic 8 characters of ordered by heaven, both life and eternal prosperity, actually looked like. When the voice resounded in the room, Zhang Liang Xiaohui's expression suddenly changed, and he subconsciously took 2 steps backward, lest he would stir up fire. Only Han Xian, holding the Han King's sword, immovable, stood behind Tang Fangxing, then gently pounded each other's backs and laughed softly. "I said it's just a piece of broken stone, what's there to see? Looking at that thing is better than looking at my Han King's sword. A great man must play with weapons." Han Xian's move, on the surface, is to ridicule Tang Fangxing's heart without great ambition, but in fact is in support of him, and with the help of weapons subtly implied that Empress Liu, they are just a Qiu Biao, and does not mean anything else. Tang Fangxing, back to God, has long been drenched in cold sweat. Understand that he walked in the ghost gate, hastily smiled and said, "Harm, I've never seen this, a little curious." This word out, just the cold atmosphere is considered to be uncovered. Zhang Liang Xiaohui face also once again put on a light smile. But did not wait for them to laugh for a long time. Luoyang some childish words, is to make the 2 smiles on the spot stiff in the face. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint your father," Mother told Inger. "The jade seal of transmission can't be shown to any." Luoyang made some remarks, directly turning the spearhead to Lu Qian. Her face was cloudy and anyone could see the irritation in her heart. After pondering for a while, Lu Pin squeezed out a forced smile and said, "The young emperor is still young and childish, so please don't take it to heart, General Tang. The jade seal of state is not to be taken lightly by outsiders, but General Tang is Inger's subfather, so naturally he is not among them. Just wait, I'll go get it." The moment Lu Pian turned around, her originally amiable face was instantly gloomy, and the cold aura in her pupils was like a poisonous snake that made people tremble. Damn! Damn it! Deceiving the young emperor's youth, deceiving the fact that there is no one behind me. If the late emperor was still alive, how dare you do this? Han Xian Tang Fangxing, I'll take note of this matter, and when the rebellion of the kings is pacified, I'll take my time to settle the score. Lu Pian roared madly inwardly, but she was forced to go get the jade seal of transmission. Because Lu Ying's words can be said to have pushed her to the brink of extinction, but if she acquiesces, it will make the ruler and ministers centrifugal, and she will become an evil queen who wants to monopolize the dynasty by isolating the inside and outside. In addition, now the Han Dynasty, there are all the kings of the rebellion, outside the Xiong Luoyang, but also need to Han Xian-led troops to calm down, far from tearing the face of the time. The 2 Zhang Liang Xiaohui, who had been paying attention to Lu Pian, looked at each other without moving, and their hearts were in an uproar. Tian Jiaowik LV Fez in so low voice, but the situation reversed, today because of the future will end up in bad consequences. Perhaps, it is time to find a reason to retire? With their minds made up, the 2 of them arched their hands and said goodbye as they left. Not long ago, Lu Pheasant holding the wooden box containing the seal of state returned, completely disappeared when turning around the gloomy cold, a face of amicable and cordial. She lifted the wooden box to reveal the state seal inside and said softly, "General Tang, please see, this is the state seal." The jade seal was crystal clear, emitting a fluorescent light, and just a glance at it would make people's moods impassioned and surging, unlike anything on earth. Looking at the jade seal close at hand, back to God's Tang Fangxing avoided like snakes and scorpions, hastily glanced at it and then withdrew his gaze. But at that moment, an arm was straightening up and grabbing towards the jade seal. When I looked up, it was really Han Xin, a politically clueless imbecile. Obviously, he had just spoken out to remind him and hint to Lu Qian, but as soon as he saw the jade seal of transmission, the whole person looked like he had lost his mind. He even tried to pick up the jade seal of state in front of Luoyang, Lu Pian, and play with it. This horse is to be beheaded. Tang Fangsheng was horrified in his heart, and grabbed Han Xian's arm before he could do so, and hurriedly arched his hand towards Lu Pian. Empress Dowager, we are terrified. Since the holy decree has been issued, I won't delay much. I will leave first and hope that the Empress Dowager won't be offended. After saying that, Tang Fangsheng grabbed Han Xian's arm and headed out of the house. When he was about to step out of the house, he turned his head to take a look, but it wasn't so bad if he didn't look. This look. It almost didn't scare him to pee. Only to see the cold murderous intent deep in LV Qian's eyes flashed by, turned to be worried and hopeful in anticipation. She crossed her fingers and placed them on her abdomen, looking worried about the country and the people and the world, nodded and said softly. Waiting for the general to return in triumph. Luoyang modeled, Inger wait for Yafu's triumphant return. Evil Phoenix. Evil Phoenix. Tang Fangsheng was trembling, pulling Han Xian and running out of the mansion without looking back. Only after no one was around did he tell Han Xian what he had just seen and heard in his head. Han Xian snorted and said without a care in the world, I'm an important official entrusted by the late emperor, how could Empress Lu harm me? Besides, the late emperor didn't even dare to kill me. Han Xian, how dare she, a woman, you're looking at it wrong, aren't you? Han Xian patted Tang Fangsheng's shoulder, telling him not to think too much, and then regretfully said, the jade seal of transmission is so beautiful, it's really mesmerizing. Unfortunately, it's not meant to be with me, Han Xian. Han Xian looked regretful and shook his head as he walked towards the schoolyard. Although he cannot be the emperor who lives high in the 9 heavens, it is not bad to be the virtuous minister who has been passed down through the ages in the talking books. History books will record that Han Xian, the Han general, saved the Han Dynasty from destruction, and his loyalty and righteousness are admirable. Looking at the back of Han Xian's departure, Tang Fangsheng stopped in place and was secretly mesmerized. Could it be that he was really mistaken? He shook his head and focused his eyes on the pop-up in the lower left corner. One person could be wrong about it, but millions couldn't be wrong about it, could they? But when the pop-up screen came into his eyes, he then realized that he was not only wrong, but also terribly wrong. Because none of the pop-ups in the sky noticed Lu Qian's eyes, they were all attracted by the square jade seal of state. It was as if it was filled with some kind of magic. Ordained by the heavens, both life and eternity, these 8 words make my scalp tingle. No wonder Yuan Shu, the king of skulls, dared to become the emperor as soon as he got the jade seal of state. I would have dared to become the emperor. The fate of heaven is now. Cut is not just a piece of broken stone, the top day is also a little bigger jade, if I picked up, then as I did not say. Ordered by the sky both life eternal prosperity, no wonder the 3 lords crazy grabbed this jade, to change my designation then they are still crazy, who can arrive at the temptation of these 8 words. With the jade seal in your hand, what you say can no longer be considered words, it's called an imperial decree. With the constitution of heaven in his mouth, the state's program in his hand, and the law following his words, this is the gold content of the jade seal of transmission. Yaman, you picked up the jade seal of state? Me, I didn't. The magistrate narrowed his eyes, really didn't? Me, a gentleman is not a gentleman. Nah, then what's that big lump in your pocket? Me, it's my personal information card. Nah, you persuade your boyfriend. Girlfriend, ancestral tradition has it that the harem should not interfere in politics. Me, the fate of heaven in me, I have a willingness to seal you as a great general. You are willing to follow me to regain the mountains and rivers? Nah, kneeling on one knee, long live the emperor, long live the emperor. Awesome brothers, I declare this the best novel of 2075. The Jade Seal of Passage, that's interesting, I'll dream about it tonight. Chapter 118, I'm old, but General Yu's style is still the same. Yu Chaoyan looked at the pop-up screen's crazy whole job and couldn't help but shake his head and couldn't help but smile. In terms of abstraction, he is not as good as also. The silver-armored Zhong Li arched his hand and said, Your Majesty, now that the Han Dynasty is surrounded by external enemies and internal rebellions, it is a good opportunity to take the chestnuts out of the fire. May I ask the last general to order troops and start another war? When these words came out, Jibu immediately pricked up his ears, not moving to pay attention to the 2 men. Yu Chaoyan, who was named King of Chu, was sitting on top of a wooden chair, wearing a brocade suit that was not angry and authoritative. As he tapped his fingertips on the tablet, the entire room was silent, everyone silently lowered their heads and waited for the order. Today, although the great Han Dynasty is suffering from internal and external problems, Jiangdong also needs to recuperate, but if we start an army at this time, it will definitely lead Han Xian to lead an army to eliminate it. Though our army is brave enough to break Han's army, where is my brother's legacy? This matter will be put aside for the time being. Only when the Han Dynasty is weak and the people are not happy, our army will go north to regain the mountains and rivers. Speaking here, Yu Chaoyang suddenly remembered a passage from the opening CG of the Three Kingdoms Scramble, so he got up and paused, speaking in a flat voice. Build a high wall, accumulate grain, and claim the throne slowly. The crowd of military generals and strategists all bowed their heads and arched their hands. Here. Seeing his will carried out, Yu Chaoyang nodded in satisfaction, experiencing the charm of power for the first time. No wonder countless people in the real world want to take the public examination. This feeling of being above all beings is really fascinating. He gazed into the distance, directly over the crowd present. However, when he pushed open the door of the room, what met his eyes was an endless stream of human heads. In this crowd, the elderly accounted for the majority. He frowned, his pupils filled with doubt, and just as he was about to ask a question, he saw the crowd prostrate themselves in unison, chanting under their breath. Liu Bang killed my Jiangdong children countless, the blood debt must be paid in blood, this revenge is not cancelled, even if we die, we cannot rest in peace. Yes, your majesty, lead us to charge once more. The waves of sound were like a tidal wave, one higher than the other, resounding through the clouds, as if even the heavens and earth were eclipsed by it. The waves of sound were like thunder on the flat earth, exploding in Yu Chaoyang's mind with a loud bang. The original doubtful eyes were instantly replaced by a heavy, Jiangdong father and mother that a hopeful eyes like a mountain pressed on his shoulders, so that even breathing has become a luxury. Power, not only can give him the power to override the authority of all beings, will also make him shoulder to shoulder millions of people's food, clothing, housing and transportation in Jiangdong, which the pressure of the big not enough to talk to outsiders also. Yu Chaoyang silent, previously sent him pancakes of the old woman as slowly climbed to his front, the old tearful word by word. Great king! My 3 sons all died for the late king, now the youngest grandson has been entrusted to the care of a friend's children. I look up and see no relatives, no worries, but the blood revenge of my 3 sons is still fresh in my mind and I dare not forget for a moment. Years like a knife, the old woman all over the gully on the cheeks has been tears, she heavily raised his head and violently fell, let out a muffled sound, tearing his heart and lungs said. Although I am a woman, shoulders cannot carry hands cannot lift, willing to set fire for the 3 soldiers to cook food, but also willing to accompany the great king to go on the war again. The old woman's words resounded through the clouds, hitting the souls of those present. The words were like a fuse that instantly ignited the scene, and the chants that rose and fell were like ocean waves pouncing on Yu Chaoyang. My only son has already died for the late king, I have no relatives to worry about, I would like to follow the king in the northern expedition again. Both of my sons died at the hands of the Han army. The blood feud has kept me awake at night, and I wish to pay for my debt in blood, so I would like to follow you in the northern expedition again. Your Majesty! Great King! Waves of sound mixed with crying and hissing, one above the other, the heart seemed to be pinched, causing Yu Chaoyang to gasp for air. But, what should he say? Or rather, what else could he say? With the hegemony in front of him, the Han Dynasty would have been heavily guarding the land of Jiangdong for fear of a second hegemony. If the Chu army revolts at this time, I don't need to think about it to know that Han Xian will give up Zhongtan and turn his head to besiege the Chu army. It is equivalent to his own initiative to hand the Han Dynasty a famous knife. Zhuge Liang learned that I'm afraid to die of laughter on the spot. Moreover, the Han army is now strong and powerful, sweeping the world. Only half a month of military might is in full swing, without the king's leadership of the Chu army, the front against Han Xian. And what is the difference between sending death? Xiang Yu did not want to face his father and mother in Jiangdong and did not want to fight again in Chu, so he chose to cut his own throat in Wujiang River. But if he started to fight now, what would he do with his brother's will? Yu Chaoyang's fingertips are deeply embedded in the palm of his hand, soaking out drops of blood. But the physical pain is not as bad as the internal angina. On the one hand is the father and mother of Jiangdong to death, on the other hand is the brother of Wujiang cut his own throat when the dying wish, the heart of the hand or meat, really let a person cannot choose to give up. Bang! With a muffled thud, Zhongli Jia knelt down on one knee, blood streaked under his eyes as he arched his hand and said, Great King! I am willing to be the vanguard of this northern expedition, and I will not return until the Han army is broken. Jibu followed suit, Your Majesty, so do I. Yu Chaoyang became furious, clutching the collars of the 2 men and roaring, They don't know the reason, don't you two know it? As a marshal and a general, how can you put the lives of my Jiangdong fathers and mothers at risk for your own selfish desires? So impulsive and reckless, when you go to the 9 Springs, how can you have the face to meet your elder brother? When Han Xian leads his troops to attack, can you promise to win or can you defeat him? Your Majesty. Zhongli Zun's face was ashamed, but he still gritted his teeth and was unwilling to give up. In response, Yu Chaoyang's angry and powerful kick. Bang! Zhongli Quan was directly kicked to the ground, but before he could slow down, the roar of anger followed. Get the hell out of here! Facing the other party's jaw-dropping eyes as if they were trying to eat people, Zhongli Zhen left in a state of disorientation. Yu Chaoyang then took a deep breath, slowly lifted the old woman up, and softly said, This revenge will never be forgotten by this king, just that the time has not yet come, please. As soon as these words came out, the crone's eyes full of expectation were instantly replaced by thick disappointment. However, she didn't push too much, she just touched Yu Chaoyang's cheek with a calm face and smiled ruefully. The great king has his heart set on Jiangdong's fathers and elders, and his heart set on the world. He has his own judgment. It is my old self who was being rash. Please don't be offended, great king. Yu Chaoyang's heart trembled, tears almost came out of his eyes. He hurriedly raised his head and did not dare to look at the old crone again, for fear of spilling his tears on the spot. After his mind calmed down a little, he then only continued. It's not that this king has forgotten this blood feud, but now is not a good opportunity, and I can't bear the thought of all the fathers and mothers being sent to their deaths. Please also, go back to rest for the time being. As his voice fell, Yu Chaoyang turned straight around and walked towards the mansion without looking back. There is no other reason. He is afraid that he will be soft, and thus agreed to rise up against the Han, in vain, causing death for no reason. In fact, among the people present, his feelings were more painful and entangled than anyone else. But he had no other choice. With his elder brother's legacy fresh in his mind, starting an army at this time was no different from sending him to his death. I am only 18 years old. The Han Dynasty is surrounded by the rebellions of the kings within and the Xiang Yu outside. Even if I simmer, I can still simmer away a few generations. I don't believe that the Han Dynasty can produce wise kings from generation to generation. Yu Chaoyang clenched his teeth and chose to stand alone against the disbelief of Jiangdong's parents and Xiang Yu's legacy. And just at this moment, a muffled sound was suddenly sounded. Bang! Yu Chaoyang stopped and looked back, but the scene that came into his eyes was something he would never forget. Only to see the old woman fall into a pool of blood, dying without resting in peace. Boom! The picture is like a thunderbolt from the sky exploding directly in Yu Chaoyang's mind. Heaven and earth went deaf at this moment, and his heart ached as if it was dripping blood. 2 lines of tears slowly slipped from the corner of his eyes. His heart was like a knife. Old Mrs. Yu! Mrs. Yu! Amidst the shouts of the rest of the Jiangdong fathers and elders, Yu Chaoyang slowly turned around and walked towards the mansion with a firm gait. Can't be soft-hearted, can't be soft-hearted. Otherwise it will only cause more casualties. He roared madly in his heart, but he couldn't stop the tears in the corners of his eyes. Until after completely disappearing from the crowd's view, Yu Chaoyang's long-suppressed emotions instantly collapsed. With his teeth clenched, he braced himself and clicked on 3 Kingdoms battle and entered the game. It was still the familiar grass hut, the familiar white clothes, and the familiar feather fan. The only difference is that the Prime Minister is grey at the temples, lightly shaking the feather fan and leaning on the rattan chair. Long gone is the anger of Dong Zhuo. I'm already old, but General Yu's style is still the same. Yu Chaoyang trembled, his tense heart was able to relax, and he lost his voice. Cried like a child. Prime Minister! Prime Minister! Chapter 119. For the road ahead, the general needs to walk alone. It is said that when people are at their worst, they will subconsciously think of friends and family that they can rely on. For Yu Chaoyang, his deepest reliance is the Prime Minister, who lives in Luoyang and is also his teacher and friend. Here, he can remove the disguise of the past, abandon the identity of the big anchor. The king of Chu, like a child curled up in the embrace of the Prime Minister, lost his voice and cried bitterly. All his grievances could be vented, just like the 2,492 days and months he had spent pushing a 4-wheeled cart. The Prime Minister is old, his original firm muscles have long since faded and his shape is as withered. But despite this, he still smiled lightly and patted Yu Chaoyang's back, as if he was treating his own child. Once dared to tie grenades all over his body, single-handedly chased and killed Sima's old thief's great man, now why do you make a woman's gesture and sob? Although Rio's days are numbered, he is still sober. Please also ask General Yu to speak freely, and let Liang solve the general's problems. Yu Chaoyang howled again, his arms rising and falling. Only after his mood calmed down a bit did he then tell the Prime Minister everything he had seen and heard recently. Whether it was the king's suicide by cutting his own throat on the Wujiang River, Jiangdong's father and mother's plea for their lives, or the internal and external problems of the Han Dynasty, he did not hide a single thing. The 2 men, who were also teachers and friends, sat from noon to sunset, one gushing and the other smiling and listening. After understanding what happened, the Prime Minister's mouth sketched out a touch of confident smile, began to tell the story. As the Prime Minister's gentle, gracious, and confident voice rang out, heaven and earth lost their voices at this moment, and Yu Chaoyang stared at the Prime Minister in a daze, completely mesmerized. The puzzles that plagued him were answered one by one, and his eyes grew brighter and brighter as he felt enlightened and realized. By the time the Prime Minister's voice fell, he had his eyes as bright as a torch, taking it all in. Yu Chaoyang's face was grateful as he arched his hand and said, "Thank you, Prime Minister, for solving my problems." Chaoyang is grateful. Ha ha ha, the Prime Minister shook his head and laughed. Why do you need to say thank you when you and I have a relationship? Could it be that you are intentionally poking fun at Rio? After saying that, the Prime Minister suddenly changed his words, his tone became low and unwilling to give up. People inherently have a death. Liang can help General once or twice, but cannot help General for a lifetime. The road ahead will require General to walk alone. Prime Minister. Yu Chaoyang opened his mouth. Obviously there are 1,000 words he wants to say, but only 2 words came out of his mouth. The Prime Minister has worked hard all his life, and now that his temples are graying, it is the time to take care of himself, and he really can't bear to go to the trouble again. Yu Chaoyang took a deep breath and solemnly bowed his head. The Prime Minister's teaching today, Chaoyang will never forget. The road is long and difficult, so I hope that the Prime Minister will take care of his health. As his voice fell, Yu Chaoyan's body transformed into wisps of colorful light and dissipated into the sky and earth. Creak! The wooden door of the grass hut was pushed harshly. Little Zhuge stepped out of it, holding the handlebars of the four-wheeled vehicle with an expressionless face, and the master and disciple strolled through the countryside fields at dusk. However, compared to the Prime Minister's relieved and relaxed face, Xiao Zhuge had a sad look on his face and let out a heavy sigh from time to time. After pondering over it again and again, little Zhuge finally asked the doubt in his heart, "Master, I have one thing I don't understand." "What is it that you don't understand?" The Prime Minister lightly shook his feather fan. Little Zhuge gritted his teeth and said, "You know full well that advising General Yu is leaking information and will break your life. You are only at the age of uncertainty, yet your health is comparable to that of a smooth ear and from the heart. Why? The Prime Minister laughed out loud, but did not directly pick out the answer. "But if there is a point," said, "because this is what the teacher owes General Yu. Without him, there would be no current 3 creation Yen Han, and the great Han flag would not be inserted all over the world and overpower the sea. The heavens have favored me. What can a mere loss of life be considered? As long as I can help General Yu, I can rest in peace even if I die." Little Zhuge was dumbfounded and only gripped the handlebars harder. Legend of Chu Han. After several days of long-distance traveling, Han Xian finally arrived at Yen with his army. King Xingtan of Yen led an army of 80,000 men to confront the Han army in Dai County. Han Xian was sitting on his chariot, feasting on a chicken leg, his face glistening with oil, not giving Xingtan's army a second thought. As a contemporary military leader, Han Xian's fame is known to no one and no one is unaware of it. Xingtan, who had been cowed before the battle, said aloud in front of the formation, "I think you, Han Xian, are also a generation of heroes and heroines, but now that Liu Bang is dead, why do you still want to sell your life for the Han Dynasty? Why don't you and I rise up against the Han and divide the world equally?" Joke. Han Xian let out a cold snort and lifted the jade belt with his large, oil-stained hand. "The late emperor was gracious to me. Not only did he make me a great general, king of Qi, but he also entrusted me with an orphan on his deathbed. Heaven's grace is immense. How can I live up to it? It's you. The late emperor treated you well when he was alive, but you rebelled and caused more casualties among the people. How can you face the late emperor when you are in the grave? If you surrender and hand over your military power, I can report to His Majesty and spare your life." Xingtan was unwilling to fight with Han Xian, so he drew him in with an equal division of the world, but Han Xian turned a blind eye and threatened to make him surrender his military power. What is the difference between surrendering military power and committing suicide? Now that his face was torn apart, Xingtan no longer spoke kindly to him, and immediately rebuked him with a cross-eyed fury. "The world says that you, Han Xian, are an ever-victorious general, invincible in all the world. That's because you didn't meet me, Xingtan. Next year today is the anniversary of your death." Put. Han Xian didn't hold back a single laugh, and Xingtan's face turned green and white for a moment, feeling humiliated to the core. Without waiting for Xingtan to continue speaking, he heard Han Xian say aloud, "Want to defeat me, Han Xian? Courageous. But before you talk big, why don't you turn your head and see who's behind you?" Xingtan turned his head, and his pupils suddenly shrunk to pinpoints. Only to see the dusty sky behind Yan's army, an army holding up a large banner of Chinese characters rushing in. How in the world did they feel their way to the rear? Why didn't this king get any wind of this? Impossible, impossible. Xingtan muttered, his eyebrows filled with astonishment. Tang Fengshang led the charge and bellowed at the Yan army, "Today, King Qi is leading an army of 300,000 to quell the rebellion. Why don't you and the others bind your hands and surrender?" The army starts. Han Xian similarly ordered, preparing a back-and-forth attack with the Han army led by Tang Fengshang. The Han army's back-and-forth attack is very powerful, and Han Xian is also very famous. Under the double blow, Yan army's heart instantly collapses, and the army loses like a mountain. Seeing that the time was right, Han Xian quickly shouted, "Give up resistance, the king will keep you alive. Give up resistance, this king will keep you alive. Give up resistance, this king will keep you alive." Han Xian's shouts resounded across the battlefield, and almost instantly, half of Yan's troops dropped to both knees and gave up their resistance. The situation has gone. Xingtan's face suddenly changed, with a group of close friends want to break out, but was Tang Fengshang dead entangled, and finally was killed on the spot. His life fell in the sand. Chapter 120, The Rebellion of the Kings breaks out, and the Xiang Yu descends to the south. Taking advantage of his illness, Han Xian immediately collects the surrendered Yin troops and breaks them up to integrate them into the Han army, with the number of troops skyrocketing from 20,000 at the beginning to 80,000. After resting for a day, Han Xian led his army to Yen, crossing mountains and rivers. Han Xian's army was invincible and directly pushed down the capital of Yen in one wave. The speed and low casualties have left Tang Fengshang dumbfounded and in disbelief. This was too smooth, right? So smooth that it's like a dream. Han Xian could see Tang Fengshang's surprise and calmly said, "I, Han Xian, beat Xingtan as if I were killing a chicken with a bull's knife. Do you really think everyone has the courage of a bully? The new king of Yen, Luoyang, hurriedly arched his hand and boasted with a smile on his face, "The great general's talent is amazing, we can't forget it, I admire it." In the face of the boasting, Han Xiong only glanced at the other side disdainfully and did not reply. Not every stinking fish and shrimp was worthy of his Han Xiong's reply. If he had not had the honor of being a slave to the dragon, would he, Liu, have been worthy of being named king of Yen? Being refuted in public, Liu's face was green and white for a while, but when he thought of Han Xiong's reputation, he could only bite his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. This master, he really can't afford to mess with him. After the pacification of Yen, Han Xiong led his army to stay for 2 more days until there was no more war, and then he was ready to move back to the dynasty to resume his duties. But at this time, an imperial decree was sent to him in an expedited manner. When he opened it, Han Xiong's face suddenly became gloomy, as if he could drip water. Monarch Bolden personally led the Xiang Yu army to besiege Sima Yi with 100,000 iron horsemen, and Han Wenqin surrendered without defending himself and swung south with the Xiang Yu army to capture Taiyuan County, which is only 1 county away from the national capital, Luoyang. In addition, King Yingbu of Zhejiang attacked Jiangdong with an army of 100,000 on the pretext of purging the remnants of the Chu army. King Pengyu of Liang and King Zhang Ao of Zhao have frequent army movements and intend to plot a rebellion. The southward movement of Xiongnu was like a fuse, which instantly caused the war to burn the whole world. On the contrary, Yu Qian, the king of Chu, who was regarded as a great danger by Han Xiong, kept his peace and did not take advantage of the opportunity to rebel. Otherwise, according to the current situation, even if the many rebellions are pacified, the world has already been full of holes, people do not want to live. Han Xiong was exhausted and realized a truth. It's easy to fight the world, but hard to defend it. He took a deep breath and said aloud, "Pass on my marshal's order, order Fan Qianli Zhuche to lead their troops back to the dynasty and station them in Puyang and Changzi to stop Xiongnu from continuing southward. Pass on the order to the 3 armies to divide their troops into 2 directions to pacify Liangdi and Zhaodi with generals Zhou Bo and Guing. The army will start at once." Here, Han Xiong gave the order, and the world's troops were mobilized at a rapid pace. According to their respective orders, they burst towards their destinations at a rapid pace. The army was bloated and numerous, but Han Xiong wielded it as if it were his arm, well organized and considering every aspect. The name of the soldier immortal has been spread to a small extent. However, just when Han Xiong was fighting against Xiongnu to pacify the rebellion inside and outside, Yingbu Yu Qian started to fight each other with swords and daggers. A hot surge quietly rushed to the top 1. Premiere of the TV series Chu Han Warriors, a quick look at the real plot without player interference. As with Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the publisher of Chu Han Struggle is also Tianyu Film and Entertainment Game Studio. No need to think to know, this must be from the hands of Zhou Yu. Compared to the live-action approach used in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Chu Han Fighters has made a big adjustment, changing most of the plot to use game footage to blend in. Although the filming method has changed, but the money that Zhou Yu should spend is not a penny less. The daily plot uses game footage, but the panoramic view of the war when the 2 armies charge each other is all shot in real life. This will definitely improve the smoothness of the movie, as well as the degree of realism. Because the game is a game, although the personal experience and the reality of the scene is no different, can be moved to the big screen on the more or less almost feel. The 2 armies on the chiseling using real people to shoot will not have this concern. A wave of massive funds smashed down, presented the effect even Zhou Yu cannot help but satisfied nod. As for the number of people involved up to a few 100,000, and later editing costs, Zhou Yu from where so much money, that is naturally. Royalties from the official government offices around the world. A Wuhuo shrine and Han Zhaolai Emperor shrine rose up, bringing a huge amount of GDP to the local area, and also bringing hundreds of millions of daxia coins to Zhou Yu. In addition to the royalties from the one-shot deal, he also receives an additional 5% dividend every quarter. Although the percentage is small, it can't help but be large in number, and when added up in bits and pieces, the guaranteed amount is also $10 million. On top of that, the Grand Xia Empire would also pay him a small amount of royalties for his poems every year. Although the poetry royalties were not even 5 figures, the invisible fame and social status gained could not be bought with 10 figures. As for what to do with Commissioner Smith reaching out in the middle, Zhou Yu said, "Something to say to Yan Li Go. As long as you dare to take, even hands with people are chopped for you." After the massive amount of money smashed down, it brought the same immediate effect. Once The Legend of Chu Han was released, it instantly swept through all the movie viewing platform apps with the momentum of a thunderbolt, and the heat was high on the top of the list. And unlike other film and television companies, the 7 days and 5 episodes of a change, relying on the TV series to make money for profit. Zhou Yu production Chu Han fight purely to perfect the game's worldview, plot integrity. So the release is 10 episodes, a large amount of tube. And on this basis, to maintain the frequency of updating 10 episodes per day, the main one has money to spare. The player community of Chu Han Legend rejoiced, simply more excited than a festival. Worrying that there is no way to understand the growth trajectory of Liu Bang and Xiang Yu before the Battle of Pengchang, turned the head of the Chu Han struggle on the line, when it really is a sleepy person to send a pillow.
So, the majority of players began their own 3-open journey. While playing Chu Han Legend by himself, he was distracted to watch Tang Fengsheng Yu Chaoyang's live broadcast, with 2 eyes, one standing guard and the other on sentry duty. As for the years that was even less available, firmly attracted by the TV series Chu Han Saga. The 3-pronged approach made the Chu Han Legends heat break through the sky, totaling more heat than all the other games combined, riding high. Netizens marveled at the growing scale of the first emperor's eastward patrol while sighing in awe of Liu Bang's "A great man should be as great as he is ambition." When Liu Bang beheaded the white snake and revolted, they clapped their hands, believing that it was the fate of heaven to do so. When Liu Bang was placed under the fence by Xiang Yu and said helplessly, "The sparrow knows the will of the great swan," they empathized with him and gnashed their teeth. When Liu Bang personally went to the Hongmen banquet, a wrong step is an abyss, a group of netizens' heart is even more in the throat. Fans of the king are so anxious that they can't wait to rush into the holographic projection to kill Liu Bang. When the Battle of Pengcheng, the Battle of Jingdianku, and the Battle of Yangxia were restored 1-1, the netizens' emotions reached an unprecedented peak.
The number of online movie viewers is even more than the number of people playing The Legend of Chu Han.
Because the group knew that the next episode was the one that had not been changed by the players. They were very curious about what Liu Bang, who was not haunted by serious injuries, would do with the kings of the world after the overlord cut his own throat in the Wujiang River. And how would he deal with Han Xian, the first soldier of the world, the pinnacle of military power and strategy?